Chapter 1. Became Liu. Autumn, 629th year of Xuanhuan. Qingfeng. Strictly speaking, this place wasn't a mansion, but rather an estate. The garden was filled with various vegetables and fruit trees, and the cool breeze carried waves of fresh fragrance. Liu felt at ease, and ate even more elegantly. He was bare-chested. In front of him stood a bubbling charcoal xiangyang pot, with over a dozen ingredients around it. Just looking at it was enough to make one's mouth water. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since he traveled through time. Over these 3 years, his favorite thing to do was eat hot pot. Not only did he create sesame sauce, but he also developed a Tang dynasty version of seafood juice. When paired with pure beef, it was like living as a god. Plus, with the vegetable and fruit system he possessed, there was never a shortage of ingredients. As long as it could be planted, they pretty much had everything. Most importantly, his system could also upgrade. After accumulating 3 years of experience, it had reached the intermediate level, unlocking some non-crop products, physical stamina medicine, mental pills, strength potions, all-purpose golden water, and some other odd drugs whose names alone were bizarre. However, he never bought any of them because they were too expensive. Each item cost 100 points, and he had barely accumulated enough for 300 after years of hard work. The main reason was that some high-point crops hadn't been unlocked yet. Once soybeans, corn, avocados, mangosteens, and other advanced things were available, his points would likely increase. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. He neither had to attend court nor fight wars, so he had plenty of time to enjoy himself. The only thing he worried about was if one day Li Er wouldn't take kindly to him and have him killed. Being an unliked son, Crown Prince Xiuxian, Li Yu's historical end was truly pitiful. Unable to bear being neglected, eventually he rebelled due to unappreciated talent. Not only was he executed, but his mother and uncle were also implicated. Regarding this, Li Yu always couldn't understand. Having food, drinks, and a bunch of servants at his command, why would anyone want to rebel? To become the emperor? That was absolutely impossible. How much better it was to live carefree. Why bother with unnecessary trouble? Over the past 3 years, Li Yu had basically compensated for all the indulgence missed from his previous life. To be able to eat whatever he wanted daily, he put great effort into training a large number of chefs, covering a wide range of cuisines such as Sichuan, Lu, and Cantonese. After a hearty meal, Li Yu let out a satisfied burp. Old Shui, how is the flavor of the seasoning I concocted today? Shui dating nodded his head, while absent-mindedly picking meat into his bowl without lifting his eyes. Delicious, truly delicious. TCH. Li Yu rolled his eyes, discontentedly saying, "Can't you say anything else besides these 2 words? Shui dating grinned and said, "This flavor should only exist in heaven. How often does one get to taste it on earth?" Perhaps the best fortune of his life was becoming the grand historian of Qiwang Palace. Although initially having some dissatisfaction moving to this cursed place, what could compare to the sheer joy of eating something different every day? Li Yu glared at him and lay down on one side to cool off. Becoming a prince may sound exhilarating, but when asked if he regretted anything, there was indeed one matter. That was that in 3 years, he still hadn't visited the capital. Every time he thought about the heavy palace gates filled with historical significance, there would be an inexplicable excitement within him. Unfortunately, his grandfather was a loyal minister of the former Sui dynasty, who had been executed many years ago, but this gap remained. Li Yu guessed that Li Er's attitude toward him must be exile until death. Sigh. Li Yu sighed deeply, pitying himself for possibly never entering the imperial city his whole life. But this sorrow only lasted for a moment before excitement returned to him once again. It had been several days since he last visited the vegetable garden. He wondered how his tomatoes were growing, as well as the soft-centered apples and the grafted plum peaches. These things were like children to Li Yu. Missing them for just a few days left his mind constantly reminiscing about them. Quickly grabbing Shui Dating's bowl. "Stop eating and come with me to check the garden. I'll have one more bite." Even though Shui Dating's bowl was taken, he insisted on grabbing another big piece of meat. How could one help but love something so delectable? Going a few days without tasting it made one uncomfortable. Outside the yard, a middle-aged man around 40 looked indifferently at the crooked plaque hanging above the entrance. Does Li Yu really live in a place like this? Beside him, a sturdy man with broad shoulders bowed respectfully and asked, "Absolutely true. 3 years ago, he moved from Qiwang Palace here. Sir, shall we go inside to take a look?" The middle-aged man slightly narrowed his tiger-like eyes and recalled various incidents from the past. Disgust unconsciously flashed in his eyes. There's no need. Possessing glory and riches but not enjoying them, instead choosing to run off to such a desolate place, is self-inflicted karma. Let's go. Having said that, he turned around. At that moment, cheers suddenly rang out from inside the compound. Success. It actually worked. Your Excellency, you're truly talented. This peach is incredible. It really has the taste of jujube. Your Excellency, what kind of tomato is this? Why is it so red and green? Wow, even the green ones are good. Your Highness, the strawberries have also borne fruit. Please try one. Inside, there was an excited chatter, making it quite lively. The middle-aged man couldn't help but stop in his tracks. What strawberries? Persimmons? What is this thing? The burly man shook his head. Never heard of it. The middle-aged man asked again. Have you eaten a peach that tastes like dates? The burly man was embarrassed. I've never heard of such a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and cheerful laugh rang out. This is called the rubber ball persimmon, famous for resembling a rubber ball, rich in vitamins. Originally, tomatoes were vegetables, but these have been improved into fruits. And those are strawberries. They grow easily and their fruits are sweet. You should pick a basket and share it with everyone. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness always thinks of us first. I am so honored to be in Prince Qi's household. If I die today, I will have no regrets. Your Highness, you must be the best master in the world. Everyone chimed in, causing the middle-aged man's brows to gradually furrow. He detested nothing more than someone buying hearts and minds. He then abruptly turned around and said, "Go knock on the door." The burly man immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty." Liu was just carefully trimming the grapevines on the ground when, suddenly, the door banged open with several loud knocks. Liu started, wondering if his uncle had come. "Hurry, open the door, and let uncle taste the new variety your lordship has developed." Servant xiuxian happily ran to the gate, but froze upon opening it. Outside stood 6 men. The leader was about 40 years old, tall and imposing, with tiger-like eyes exuding authority. Behind him stood a burly man and several people dressed as guards. Xiuxian curiously asked, "And who might you gentlemen be?" The burly man immediately bellowed, "Dog slave, are you blind? This is His Imperial Majesty." As soon as those words left his mouth, Xiuxian rolled his eyes and fainted. The vegetable garden wasn't far from the gate. It was actually converted from the front courtyard. Liu naturally overheard everything and couldn't help but stand up. What kind of international joke is this? How could Emperor Li possibly travel all this way to see him? Wiping the dirt off his hands, Liu casually strolled outside. Looking at this tiny group, he became even more incredulous. During the Xuanhuan era, though it was a time of peace and prosperity, Li was still the emperor. Even when traveling, he wouldn't bring only this few people. So Liu laughed and said, "If any of you gentlemen are thirsty or hungry, feel free to come inside for a meal. There's no need to commit such a grave crime by impersonating the name of the late emperor." All 6 of them were momentarily stunned. Liu, who'd started his own household at 12, should be old enough to recognize Emperor Taizong. But clearly, he didn't know who they were referring to. Liu continued confidently. "Our Taizong was a man of both literary and military talent, possessing virtue and ability, unmatched in this age. How could he possibly look like any of you shabby fellows? Dating, bring some fruit over here. Next time you plan to impersonate someone, say you're Yaojin instead. Wouldn't that be better?" The burly man's lips twitched involuntarily, his expression peculiar. At this moment, Dating came rushing over holding a wicker basket full of fruit, complaining as he walked. "Every time someone comes, we give them a load of stuff. Your Highness, are we even supposed to live anymore?" Lifting his head, he happened to make eye contact with the middle-aged man and dropped the entire basket of fruit on the ground. Yo, your servant, Secretary General of Qi Palace, Dating, pays respects to Your Majesty." Chapter 2. The Emperor naturally eats vegetarian dishes. This time it was Li Yu's turn to be stunned. He indeed hadn't seen Li but Ding had. Every year at the end of the year, he would come to the capital to report on his duties. Could this man really be Li Shimin? While lost in thought, Ding had already grabbed his arm and pressed him down to the ground. "Your Highness, you still haven't greeted the Emperor." Indeed, these people were Li Shimin, and the burly man beside him was Yaojin. A month ago, he suddenly felt inspired and wanted to travel incognito. Initially, everything went smoothly as they enjoyed the sights and sounds, until their money was lost on the road. They then entered Qi province intending to ask for some money from the provincial governor. There, they unexpectedly heard that the disrespectful son Liu had moved out of the mansion and decided to pay a visit. But when they remembered that his grandfather was once an old general of the previous Sui dynasty, they lost interest, almost leaving. However, upon hearing about some strange contraptions, they couldn't resist stopping by and entering. But this unruly son didn't recognize him, though his words sounded quite pleasant. Thinking about how proudly Liu looked talking about himself, Li Shimin involuntarily curled a corner of his mouth. Liu, meanwhile, was breaking out in sweat. Holy crap, it's really Li, he thought. What devilish wind blew him here? Hastily, he kowtowed and said, "Long live your majesty 10,000 years. Rise," came the faint reply. Li Shimin spoke indifferently while casting his gaze at the bright red and green striped persimmons rolling on the floor. They were certainly attractive. Liu noticed them as well, a smirk playing on his lips. Country bumpkin, he thought. Regardless of how much of the Tang Empire is under your control, aren't there still things you don't know? Humph, it's time to show my modern abilities. Yet his tone remained respectful. Subject did not know of the Emperor's arrival. Please forgive my offense. Would your majesty deign to sit in the garden for a moment, so that I may demonstrate my filial piety? Li Shimin's eyes wandered to the strawberries next. The berries were red, plump, and irresistible just by looking at them. Nevertheless, his expression remained composed. All right, General Yaojin, let's go inside. The maidservants and attendants within had already been alerted of the Emperor's presence, and each were terrified into silence, trembling like leaves. Looking at these people who acted as if they'd never experienced anything extraordinary, Liu was speechless. He waved a hand, dismissing everyone, before personally leading the emperor and his retinue to the viewing pavilion in the garden. Having grown accustomed to rare flowers and exotic plants, even Li found novelty in the sight of these vegetables and fruits. Lifting his head, he asked, "Did you grow all of these?" "Yes, your majesty, I grew them." Once more, Li Shimin frowned, displeased. "After so many years, have our father-son relationship become this estranged? Not only do you not recognize me, but your royal highness has become something unfamiliar." Liu silently thought, "You've never treated me as your son. What sort of son am I supposed to call myself?" But he dared not show it on his face, knowing full well the majesty before him could snuff out his life in a heartbeat with anger. I acknowledge my crime, Li Yu admitted. I've always believed that loyalty comes before filial duty, and therefore referred to myself as a subject. These words brought delight to Li Shimin, causing him to nod slightly. True words, yet currently, with no outsiders around, you needn't be too formal. Why did you leave Qi Mansion? Li Yu chuckled lightly. It was for these special varieties of vegetables. Qi Palace isn't suitable for planting, so I instructed my staff to find a piece of land and moved here. Pausing for a moment, he added, after 2 years of research, I've finally managed to make some progress. In my joy, I initially intended to send them to Father Emperor. Unfortunately, with it not being autumn yet, the fruits weren't perfect, so I refrained from offering them prematurely. In reality, the fruits and vegetables had been enjoyed for 2 years already, and he wasn't keen on sharing them with anyone else. Xuanhuan had already washed several plates of fruit and offered them kindly. Your Majesty, these are specially cultivated by His Highness. Please try them. Li Shimin picked up a strawberry, placed it in his mouth, and instantly experienced a burst of sweetness. After chewing it thoroughly, the flavor lingered on his tongue, prompting him to praise. Truly excellent. Beside him, the burly man licked his lips, intrigued. Xuanhuan quickly handed him one. General Cheng, these are strawberries. Our prince spent over a year cultivating them. At that moment, Li Yu froze, turning his attention toward the broad-faced man. Could it be Cheng Yaojin? In the modern world, nearly everyone knew the phrase, a sudden attack by Cheng Yaojin. Everyone held a deep fondness for this straightforward general, even above the aristocrats and nobles. Li Yu was no exception. Having read tales of the Sui Tang era since childhood, he admired the heroes greatly. Excitedly, he blurted out, "Are you General Cheng Yaojin?" Cheng Yaojin gave a simple nod and bowed deeply, saying, "Indeed, I am Cheng Yaojin. It's rare to find someone remembering this humble servant." Li Yu became even more thrilled. "Somebody, why don't you hurry up and find a seat for General Cheng?" Then he picked out a large round date peach from the plate. "General Cheng, do try one." Li Shimin couldn't help but feel somewhat annoyed. How could it be that his son was more delighted to see Cheng Yaojin than himself? Xuanhuan nudged him with his elbow right away. Li Yu then realized that he'd gotten too excited and quickly offered one to Li Er. "Father Emperor, please have a taste as well." Li Shimin took a bite, and once again his pupils dilated. This thing was simply delicious beyond belief. His eyes then fell on those unfamiliar vegetables, prompting him to say while licking his lips, "Can these be eaten? I'm a bit hungry." "They can certainly be eaten. Father Emperor, please take your seat first, and I'll send them to prepare immediately." As soon as Li Yu stepped down from the pavilion, he rushed to the kitchen where the head chef was already aware of Li Shimin's arrival. Every chef in the mansion was nervous and brought out the finest tender beef and sliced mutton they had. What Li Yu feared most was this. In the Tang dynasty, eating cattle was a serious offense. Only old or dying cows would be taken out for sale. He had spent quite a fortune buying these young cattle cuts, so there was no way he could let Li Er eat them. Even if he were to feed him all sorts of delicacies, wouldn't Li Shimin just leave afterward without giving a second thought? Therefore, he waved his hand and ordered, "Put all these things away. The emperor is accustomed to gourmet dishes in the palace. You give him these, and he won't even be able to eat them. Go fetch some potatoes and make some braised rape greens with dried shrimp. Oh yes, haven't you made the dried tofu I asked for? Tonight we will serve the emperor an entirely vegetarian banquet known as Tang's Grand Feast." Chapter 3, The Granary of the World. The chefs were all dumbfounded. Everyone knew that this prince was not very popular, and according to common sense, seeing the emperor would prompt one to show off with gusto. But what a pity, this prince had hidden all the good food away and planned on preparing an all-vegetarian banquet for the emperor. Though everyone murmured in their hearts, they didn't voice it out loud. Since it was the prince's order, they could only follow along. After Li Yu gave his instructions, he ran into the cellar. He paced back and forth between dozens of wine barrels before finally picking out the smallest one and carrying it out. His wine wasn't just any ordinary wine. It also contained rare blueberries, and the reason it was rare was because mass production had never been achieved. No matter how much Li Yu planted, only about 30 plants survived. Compared to grapes, which could be grown by anyone easily, these blueberries seemed extraordinarily precious. However, he wasn't worried about using up even a small jar. For Cheng Yaojin's reputation alone, it was worth sharing a drink. When he returned to the pavilion, from afar he saw Xuanhuan leading Emperor Taizong, Li Er, and his entourage into the garden. Watching their astonished expressions, Li Yu chuckled and stayed at a distance. There was nothing he could do. He simply enjoyed seeing them act like naive folk. Once Xuanhuan finished introducing things, the servants started bringing the dishes out. Li Yu thought that staying away for too long wouldn't look good, so he carried the wine jug and walked over. "Father, this is your humble son's personally brewed wine. Because of the complex procedures and hard-to-obtain ingredients, it took considerable time to produce only this single barrel. I have specially retrieved it today to offer my respect to Father." Xuanhuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. There were obviously several dozen more barrels hidden in the cellar, so many times larger than this one. How stingy could this prince get? What puzzled him even more was this. Wasn't every prince hoping for favor from Li Shimin? Now that an opportunity presented itself, why did this one fail to seize it? Acting as a foodie might be fast-paced, but surely being granted real power was far more substantial. How could Li Yu be unaware of his thoughts? If Xuanhuan hadn't known Li Yu's fate, perhaps he'd have shown some effort. But since he knew already, this favor was unworthy of pursuit. He lacked academic accomplishments and lofty ambitions. All he desired right now was to live a few more years and enjoy the landscapes. Anything else held no interest for him. After pondering this, he slightly smiled and said to Xiao Jiao, "Open the barrel." "Yes, Your Highness." Xiao Jiao bent down immediately and used both hands to force open the jar with a loud pop sound. A rich aroma wafted out from the jar, causing Li Shimin to stretch his neck to try and see what was inside. Li Yu had already instructed someone to bring out tall wine glasses. These were made by himself, and while they were certainly inferior compared to glasses costing hundreds of coins, they still sparkled beautifully when filled with red wine. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow, seemingly smiling yet questioning. Surely these goblets must cost quite a fortune. Li Yu's public opinion has always been poor. Several years ago, some accused him of plundering people's livelihoods and lining his own pockets, while others complained about his reckless hunting practices that consumed labor and finances. As long as these actions weren't excessive, Li Shimin turned a blind eye. But now, upon seeing these glass cups, he felt certain that these items must be worth astronomical prices. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Yu replied, "I dare not conceal anything from father. These are actually made by me. Unfortunately, we haven't found the most suitable materials yet, so their quality isn't very good." Li Shimin was slightly surprised and glanced toward xuanhuan. Last year, when xuanhuan came to the capital to report on his responsibilities, he merely mentioned that Li Yu was obsessed with growing vegetables, but hadn't mentioned anything about making glassware. Nodding, xuanhuan wore a proud expression on his face. "Your Majesty, these indeed were made by the prince himself. He originally intended to gift you a pair, but since he wasn't satisfied with them, the plan was shelved." Li Shimin couldn't help feeling exasperated. If such a good item failed to satisfy the prince, when exactly would something be considered worthy? Nonetheless, under any circumstances, he vowed to take a pair of these home with him. Thinking about those unknown crops in the garden, the potatoes, cabbages, sweet potatoes, leeks, and more, Li Shimin instantly became eager to taste the mystery dishes. Picking up a piece of seasoned potato and tasting it, he was astounded again. This dish was incredibly delicious, its flavor unmatched by anything he'd ever tasted before. Comparatively, the exquisite delicacies from the imperial kitchen paled in comparison. Another sip of fine wine followed, and truly, the experience brought him a happiness like no other. Faced with such delectable cuisine, Emperor Taizong put aside all formalities and ate heartily with wide sleeves swinging freely. Seeing him so delighted, the rest joined in, sampling the food. The scene became somewhat frightening. They devoured everything on the table within moments, clearing the entire wine jar as well. After the meal, Li Shimin wiped his mouth contentedly and resumed the demeanor befitting an emperor. A prince should focus on studying and serving the court rather than spending all day cultivating vegetables in the garden. What kind of example does that set? Li Yu cursed inwardly, wondering why no one had complained while they were eating, but now that they were full, they wanted to lecture him. But on his face, he feigned alarm and replied, "I know I've committed a fault, but I also know my own limits. Whenever I study or write, my head turns into a mess. I find it better to research vegetables and grains instead. If there's ever a disaster, at least we can use these crops to help the villagers." As Li Shimin gazed at the hanging grains of rice, he licked his lips. He had to admit, this so-called rice was truly delicious. Unfortunately, he'd never seen it in the palace before. Although slightly regretful inside, he asked, "There are more people in need beyond Qizhou village. This type of relief can only feed a small portion of them. Have you ever thought about expanding production?" Li Yu furrowed his brows, sensing an ominous premonition growing in his heart. "Father, what do you mean?" Li Shimin chuckled lightly, with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "I want you to come back with me to the capital, cultivate land there, and build a granary for the whole nation." Chapter 4. Return to the capital. This was a tremendous favor. When xuanhuan heard that the emperor wanted to bring his master back to the capital, his old face turned bright red with excitement, and under the table, he kicked Li Yu hard. As long as they could return to the capital, there would be opportunities. If they didn't seize this chance well, after this village, there wouldn't be such an opportunity again. After all, Li Shimin was the ruler of the country. He couldn't keep coming to this godforsaken place in Qizhou. However, Li Yu's face was filled with unwillingness. "Dear father knows best. Your humble servant has been residing in Qizhou for a long time, so familiar with the environment here that it can't get more familiar. If we were to change places, we might not grow things as good. To ensure the taste of these ingredients, I think I should stay here where I am accustomed." Cheng Yaojin and others couldn't help but feel cold sweat for Li Yu once again. In the Tang dynasty, there were several princes in exile, but only he, Li Yu, had received such an honor. If he didn't know how to seize this opportunity, his entire life would likely be wasted in Qizhou forever. Li Shimin fully expected Li Yu to agree, but unexpectedly he was refused, making his expression somewhat dark and gloomy. "The soil near the capital is fertile, and the resources are far richer than in Qizhou. You must think carefully." Seeing his instant change of countenance, Li Yu also became somewhat nervous. After all, the emperor was supreme, possessing absolute power over life and death. If angered, the next year on this day, he might become fertilizer in this garden. He hurriedly knelt down, lifting up his robes. "Father, please calm your anger. Your son has his own difficulties." He was just compiling what hardship to say that could make Emperor Li cancel his idea, but Li Shimin spoke first. "Could it be that you're still holding a grudge for your maternal grandfather, hating me?" Upon hearing these words, Li Yu's expression changed drastically. If he were considered part of his maternal grandfather's faction, then in the emperor's eyes, he would be seen as the leftover from the previous dynasty. That joke was too much. "I dare not. My maternal grandfather's fate was deserved. The reason I do not wish to go is because I'm thinking of my father, Our few elder brothers are all capable martial individuals. If our family produced a prince of farming, it might invite ridicule across the land. Li Shimin's complexion slightly improved. It turns out it was for this reason. However, this was his royal family's matter. He did not believe the common folk would dare criticize him directly. Slamming his hand on the desk, he declared, "My son serves the country and its people. Who dares to mock? If anyone says anything bad about us, I will cut off their tongue. This decision stands. Tomorrow you shall accompany me back to the capital." The words of Li Er, spoken as precious promises of gold, once said, naturally won't change. Yet, Liu lay sleepless all night. He truly wished to see what the imperial city looked like, but his desire was only limited to observing. Being a guest in the capital was entirely different. 800 pairs of eyes would be watching him, nothing like the freedom and ease he felt in Qizhou. Most regrettable of all was those previous sessions of fermenting grape wine in jars. They were all spoken of as non-existent before, so there was no way he could bring them along now. With this thought lingering, he tossed and turned, unable to rest. Quietly, he walked to the door of Xue Dating's room, whistling softly to call him out. "You hurry up and gather some people. Take all the gourds from the house, fill them with wine one by one, and dig a hole to bury the rest, quickly." Xue Dating's drowsy state suddenly invigorated when he heard about bringing wine. Leading a group of servants, they worked under cover of darkness. When the sky began to lighten, dozens of jars were finally buried. When they reached the front courtyard, Cheng Yaojin was already waiting with 7 or 8 large carts at the entrance. Seeing Li Yu, Cheng laughed and said, "His Majesty says these vegetables have fine tastes. He wants to take some back. Last night, I made the state government prepare some ice blocks. Let's rush back. The vegetables probably won't rot. Young prince, please let someone select and load the carriage." Li Yu cursed inwardly. Was Cheng trying to empty him out? With so many carts mobilized, it felt like his garden would be stripped bare. But since they were leaving, keeping them wouldn't serve any purpose anyway. After all, seed space contained plenty of everything. So he had Xue Dating direct people to harvest, with so many varieties and tools created for specific reasons. By the time everyone had finished packing, the day was nearly over. Li Yu originally thought Li Shimin would wait until morning before setting off, but unexpectedly, with a grand gesture, he immediately mounted his horse. "Let's go." Li Yu muttered a curse under his breath and had no choice but to follow. Not even an hour later, he felt a fiery pain in his buttocks. Damn it, apparently living in luxury for too long, the slight jolts made him extremely uncomfortable. He helplessly opened the system and spent a lot of effort purchasing a bottle of mental enhancers. Since it boosted spirit, it definitely should improve one's energy. Upon receiving it, he was delighted to discover that inside were actually 100 tablets, seemingly worth every point of the 100 credits spent. Without a second thought, Li Yu took one tablet, and the very next moment, an incredibly strange sensation surged through him. His ears seemed to have become several times more acute all at once. Even the distant chirping of crickets could be heard with perfect clarity. When he closed his eyes, he could even feel the aura of the plants beneath his feet. Not the smell, but an essence, or qi, emanating from the plants themselves. Then his gaze turned towards Li Shimin, who sat proudly atop a high horse. Indeed, as soon as he steadied his breath and focused, he could see a bright yellow glow surrounding Li Shimin. Damn, this is so incredible. Li Yu rubbed his eyes and hastily looked at others. He found their glows varied in intensity, some strong and some weak, corresponding to each person's fortune. Looking at himself, his own glow was very faint, almost extinguished, causing him a fleeting moment of concern. 80% of his worry stemmed from Li Shimin. It appeared that he really had to build a good relationship with this adoptive father of his. Sighing helplessly, he slipped the remaining pills into his bosom. After enduring 8 days and nights under the stars, they finally reached the capital. Everyone showed signs of exhaustion on their faces, except for Li Yu, who remained spirited and alert. Li Shimin observed his son and couldn't help but marvel at the oddity. However, he did not intend to bring him into the palace immediately. Instead, he directly instructed Cheng Yaojin to arrange a residence outside the city walls, where they were temporarily housed. Li Yu didn't care either way since he hadn't planned to get too close to the emperor anyway. Xue Dating, however, had many complaints. He believed that since Li Shimin had brought Li Yu back to the capital, he should treat him with the respect due to a prince. Li Yu patted Xue Dating and chuckled indifferently. "It makes no difference where we are as long as we've got hot pot to eat and fine wine to drink. Isn't that a happier life? Tomorrow morning, you can come with me to stroll through the streets, and this time, let's snatch 100 jars to brew something stronger." Xue Dating was also a diehard foodie. At the mention of eating and drinking, his earlier displeasure instantly vanished. Everyone tidied up briefly before turning in for the night. The next morning, Cheng Yaojin came over to relay a message, saying the emperor had ordered someone to find him a place already. However, if he wished to visit Empress Yin inside the palace, it might not be possible right now. Only then did Li Yu recall that there was another stepmother in the palace. But he held no particular feelings for her, so visiting her would only cause unnecessary awkwardness. On the contrary, he found Cheng Yaojin quite intriguing and promptly had Xue Dating fetch 2 wine flasks to present them to the axe-wielding general. Cheng Yaojin was overjoyed. Ever since that evening when he tasted the wine, he had been thinking about it constantly. Unfortunately, all the bottles were taken back into the palace by the emperor, leaving not a drop for him. Now clutching the flasks, he felt like holding a priceless treasure, fearing they might shatter inadvertently. As a result, his appreciation for Li Yu increased tenfold. "General Cheng, if you ever run out of wine, just come over to ask. I didn't bring much, But there's enough for the next batch, Liu said lightly. Xiaojin laughed heartily and roared in his booming voice. Thank you, Your Highness. If there's anything you need from your humble servant, please don't hesitate to speak. There's no need to be polite. Liu smiled faintly. No big deal, just a small matter. Since we're new to the capital and unfamiliar with the surroundings, General Cheng, if you have time, could you lead us around the market? For such a trivial matter, Xiaojin wouldn't refuse. A horse was fetched, but Liu didn't mount it. Together, they ambled leisurely toward Chang'an's streets. As soon as they arrived at the street corner, they saw a crowd gathered. Chapter 5, Observing Qi. Out of curiosity, everyone pushes forward to take a closer look, and Liu is no exception. He immediately pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. On the ground knelt a beautiful 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her clothing was tattered, but her face was very pretty. At that moment, she was looking down at the little boy lying on an old mat, with her long eyelashes casting a large shadow over her eye sockets. Liu couldn't help but secretly admire her. This kind of natural beauty is completely different from today's internet celebrities. The fan-like eyelashes probably refer to her. He then turned his gaze to the boy, focusing slightly, and saw a layer of black qi surrounding him. It was the first time Liu had seen such a color of qi, estimating that this must be the color of someone near death. The qi around the girl, however, was quite special. It was purple, and her aura was exceptionally abundant. Upon further inspection, the boy's qi was also black mixed with purple. What does this purple qi represent? Could it be that these two siblings possess some unique abilities? While Liu wondered, the girl started knocking her head repeatedly on the ground. I implore all the gentlemen here to do me a favor and save my brother. Whoever can save him, I am willing to become a slave or a servant for life. This woman was quite attractive, and many people were moved by her plea, yet they all stood there talking among themselves, unwilling to offer their assistance. Liu could not help but curse these bastards as hypocrites. However, he heard an elder beside him say, "This child's illness is not easy to cure. In the past few days, many have tried to save him, but none of them managed to identify the root cause. I've heard that a few days ago, Master Wang asked his father to bring in a royal physician, but even he could do nothing. Alas, this child's fate may be sealed." Xiaojin quietly said, "Your Highness, we'd better not get involved. If even the royal physician cannot cure him, chances are slim that anyone else could." Liu, however, grew more curious about the two of them. He took a step forward and said, "Young lady, perhaps I can save him." Everyone instantly looked at Liu, noticing his attire did not resemble that of a doctor. They immediately began to mock him. "Young sir, are you infatuated with her beauty? The young lady has rules. If you can't save him, you won't be able to take her with you. You'd better give up on this thought." Exactly. Even the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute came. "So who do you think you are?" The girl's expression remained cold. "If you have confidence, please help. If my brother can survive, I will naturally go with you." Then I'll give it a try," Liu responded. Liu opened the system but found that universal golden water cost 1,000 points, while he only had a little over 200, nowhere near enough. Damn it. After all, the price went up, or maybe he misread it. Remembering that it used to cost 100 points, Liu felt speechless. Ultimately, he decided to buy a strength pill instead. Life force is what depletes first. If the vitality is restored, any disease would be cured halfway. Anyway, since the promise was already made, it might as well be tested. After making the purchase, the medicine bottle appeared in his arms. When Liu unscrewed the cap, his face showed a bit of discomfort. This was ridiculous. Inside was only 10 pills. He crouched down, reached out, grabbed the little boy's chin, and placed the pill into his mouth. Everyone stared intently at Liu's hand, or rather at his small medicine vial. This object with a screw cap was something none of them had ever seen before, prompting whispers among the spectators. Liu paid no heed to the murmurs, continuing to observe the boy's qi, wondering if its color would change once the child recovered. Soon, he noticed the dark qi around the boy gradually fading, with the purple glow becoming increasingly prominent. After about half a cup of tea time, the boy opened his eyes bewilderedly. "Sister, am I dead? Where's this place?" The young woman stared wide-eyed in shock, then glanced at Liu, her eyes carrying both surprise and a hint of complexity. But only for a fleeting moment. She quickly embraced the boy joyfully. "Xiaoxua, you're not dead. This is the capital city. You are truly alive. It is this sir who saved you." The boy sat up, though his complexion was still somewhat pale. He immediately looked at Liu and bowed down, saying, "Luzhua pays respects to my master." The young woman also gracefully turned around and knelt with her younger brother, bowing deeply to Liu. Liu quickly pulled the two of them up, but kept his gaze on the boy. Because he realized the black qi around the boy hadn't entirely dissipated, proving that the strength pill only temporarily maintained his life and did not fully cure his illness. However, survival itself is always good, so Liu sighed and said, "No need to bow to me. Although your life has been spared, your illness hasn't fully healed. To fully recover will likely take more time." The brother and sister exchanged a glance, both appearing perplexed, then they said in unison, "In that case, we should follow our master. If the master has any orders, we will risk our lives to fulfill them without hesitation. Don't always talk about death or life, it's so unlucky. All right, both of you get up now. If you're willing to follow me, I don't mind. If you've had enough and want to leave, I won't restrict you at all." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of hooves could be heard, followed by a loud curse. "Get out of the way. Everyone, move aside from Master Jiang." Liu turned his head curiously, wondering who this Mr. Jiang was to act so arrogantly. Then he saw a fine steed lifting its front hooves high and heading straight toward his face. Chapter 6. Wearing a hat. As he watched the horse's huge hooves grow larger in his eyes, the metal-made horseshoes gleamed with a cold light under the scorching sun. Liu was suddenly startled, lamenting in his heart. Finished. Finished. My fate is sealed. I've just arrived in the capital, haven't even enjoyed any comforts yet, and I'm already about to kick the bucket here. Poor me. My grapes, strawberries, blueberries, corn, tomatoes, persimmons, and the sugarcane and avocados that haven't been born yet. Just as Liu's mind raced through 100 thoughts, and he could see the horse hoof about to trample down on his face, the finely carved little girl squinted her eyes, stepped forward with her small body, and pulled on the edge of Liu's clothing. Liu felt an overwhelming force envelop his body, leaving no room for resistance. His body abruptly shifted, narrowly avoiding being trampled by the horse's hooves. Breathing heavily, he glanced over and saw his savior, the breathtakingly beautiful young woman. He hadn't expected that this young lass would not only react so quickly but possess immense strength. Since she had saved his life, should he pledge himself to her? Or perhaps pledge himself again? Despite the frivolous thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu kept a straight face, bowed formally, and said gratefully, "Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. I, Liu, will never forget your kindness." The little maiden shook her head and smiled with her teeth exposed, revealing red lips and white teeth. "You are my master. It's my duty to protect you. You needn't worry. Also, my name is Lu Xue. Please address me as such from now on." Xianxia stood nearby, drenched in cold sweat. His back was already soaked through. He had taken Liu out to stroll along the streets, and if Liu had tragically died under the hooves just then, Xianxia would have undoubtedly been held accountable. Even though Liu wasn't particularly favored by Emperor Taizong, he was still Taizong's legitimate son. With these thoughts, Xianxia kicked the horse in front of him hard in anger. Already famous for his extraordinary strength, this single kick sent the several hundred-pound horse whinnying in pain as it soared into the air, collapsed on the ground, and stopped moving after a few spasms. "Mr. Jiang? Which Mr. Jiang are you? How dare you act so arrogantly? This is still a street where people live, yet you dare to gallop recklessly, disregarding others' lives. Do you know who this person is? If anything happened to him, some so-called Mr. Jiang wouldn't be enough to pay the price." The footmen in front of the carriage were frightened when they heard his voice, which boomed like thunder, paired with his tiger-like back and muscular waist. They immediately recognized him as the renowned Xianxia and fell to their knees trembling. "I am sorry, General Cheng. I failed to control the reins properly, causing the horse to run wild. Please punish me, General." Humph. Though Xianxia may say this, everyone understands that how could a skilled groom let the horse lose control? It's simply because of arrogance and disregard for the lives of ordinary people. "Call your Mr. Jiang out." From the carriage behind, the curtain opened, and a man with graceful demeanor and handsome features resembling Pan and emerged. Slightly pale-faced, he bowed to Xianxia and apologized. "General, this is all my fault. I didn't educate my subordinates well enough, making you witness my incompetence. I offer my sincerest apologies to you." Xianxia snorted coldly and remained silent. However, Mr. Jiang turned his gaze to Liu, who looked quite disheveled, curiously asking, "General Cheng, I find this gentleman unfamiliar. May I ask who he is? Would the general be kind enough to introduce him?" "This gentleman is Prince Liu of Qi, the personal son of our current emperor." At these words, the spectators on the side of the road were astonished, completely silent. However, while Mr. Jiang's face showed respect, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, muttering something only he could hear. "Prince Qi? Huh, I thought you were some nobleman of power. But it seems you're merely a deposed nobody who isn't favored. What's there to be proud of? Don't know what day you'll get sentenced to death anyway." Though secretly derisive, with Xianxia present, at least outward appearances must be maintained. Bowing respectfully to Liu, he said, "Lord Li, I sincerely apologize. It's my lack of discipline towards my servants that caused you such alarm, truly unforgivable." Liu nodded slightly, planning to let it go without further ado. But nearby, Lu Xue's delicate ears moved slightly, and she had clearly heard every word muttered earlier by Mr. Jiang. She leaned close to Liu and whispered quietly, "Master, this Mr. Jiang says one thing but thinks another. Though respectful on the surface, his true intentions lie in mockery." I overheard him saying. Liu, naturally trusting Lu Xue, instantly grew dark in complexion. Originally, he hadn't noticed anything amiss in Mr. Jiang's words, but upon reconsideration, phrases like "so alarmed" and "imperial relative" sounded increasingly filled with sarcastic disdain, unsettling hostility. "Hee, Mr. Jiang, if you can recognize your own mistakes, I naturally feel reassured. However, there's a saying, if apologies were useful, what would be the point of having courts? Look, your horse nearly injured me, and without any compensation, you think that merely talking will make everything okay? That hardly seems reasonable." Mr. Jiang was taken aback, never expecting Liu to extort him so brazenly in front of everyone. He momentarily lost his composure. "This, Li young master, you see, this horse has already been killed by General Cheng. Is that not?" "What?" Liu suddenly bellowed loudly, scaring Mr. Jiang badly, who felt as though his words had been choked back down his throat. "I am the personal son of the current emperor. How dare you equate me with an animal? Are you implying my life is comparable to that of a beast? You truly have a lot of nerve. Even if I don't mind, by insulting the bloodline of the royal family, you're actually defaming the emperor. Do you harbor sinister intentions? Is this an act of rebellion? And furthermore, you specifically pointed out that the beast was kicked to death by General Cheng. Could it be you bear some resentment towards General Cheng? Mr. Jiang, for all your appearances of success and elegance, I never imagined how dark your heart truly is. It's such a pity, indeed a terrible waste. Li Yu's words were resounding, the echo lingering, leaving all present, including Cheng Yaojin, utterly dumbfounded. These two major accusations on Mr. Jiang left him completely losing his previous calm demeanor. His face went ghostly white, his body trembled, and with one jolt of his thighs, he collapsed on the ground, shaking his head repeatedly and saying, "You, please stop talking nonsense. I didn't mean it that way. Earlier, I misspoke." Joking aside, in these times, rebelling constituted the highest crime. If proven guilty, even if you were Mr. Jiang, Mr. Deng, or Mr. Wang, 100 heads wouldn't suffice for the punishment. Seeing Mr. Jiang cowering in fear, appearing thoroughly disheveled, Li Yu's eyes flickered with satisfaction, his long-awaited revenge complete. Mimicking his earlier tone, he said mockingly, "Oh dear, why is Mr. Jiang so alarmed? This leaves me feeling somewhat embarrassed." Chapter 7. Extorting the Young Master. The young Master Jiang immediately caught the sarcastic tone in Li Yu's words, but didn't dare to retaliate. Instead, he gritted his teeth and suppressed his resentment. "Master Jiang, since you've said that, I naturally believe you. However, about the compensation." Li Yu rubbed his hands together, clearly appearing as if he were engaging in a perfectly legitimate act of extortion. The surrounding commoners who witnessed this could not help but suppress their laughter. This Master Jiang usually acted arrogantly, oppressing the people. Today, running into trouble was naturally a delight for everyone. Cheng Yaojin looked at Li Yu with a touch of surprise in his eyes. He had originally thought Li Yu was merely a useless fool, but it seemed that wasn't entirely the case. "Master Li, this matter is truly my fault. I shall compensate you with 1,000 taels of silver as an apology for my actions. Do you think that would be appropriate? I hope Master Li will forgive me." 1,000 taels of silver. Li Yu stroked his chin. Though they were in the capital now, his heart remained unchanged regarding farming. Instead of accepting silver, he'd rather extort some land. Young Master Jiang, 1,000 taels may seem much, or it might not, but money carries the copper stink of wealth which I fear would dirty my hands. How about this instead? I like farming. Why don't you just give me 10 or 8 mu of land, so I can grow crops on it as recompense? What do you say? 10 or 8 mu. Jiang's expression was akin to having swallowed something foul, his face contorted horribly. This place, near the capital where every inch was valuable, did Master Jiang really consider land as if it were candy beans? Asking for 10 or 8 mu so casually. Unacceptable. Even for our family Jiang, land is extremely rare. At most we can give you 2 mu of land. Understand, this land is very close to the capital city, only about 10 minutes by carriage ride away, its value incalculable. Alright then, that works. Li Yu cunningly nodded, seeing the ashen-faced Jiang's brows knotted up as if ready to explode. He realized he wouldn't be able to extract anything more from him. So he decided, alright, hand over the deed to us and you can leave, Master Jiang. Next time, please be careful. After all, not everyone is as forgiving as I am. Master Jiang almost spat blood out of rage, internally shouting bad luck at the sky. Forgiving indeed? You just swindled 2 mu of land from me. These 2 mu of land are worth far more than 1,000 taels of silver. He gave Li Yu a venomous glance before venting his anger fully onto the carriage driver in front of him, whipping him fiercely with a cane. "You fool! Look where you're going! Look where you're going!" Having obtained the land deed, Li Yu left leisurely with Cheng Yaojin and others. And Master Jiang's eyes simmered with resentment and malice as he glared at Li Yu's departing figure, gritting through clenched teeth. "Li Yu, I'll remember you. A king who loves gardening? I'm curious to see what ripples such a worthless farmer will cause in the capital." Lu Shuai, sensitive to her surroundings, quickly picked up the sound of Master Jiang cursing behind them again. She leaned closer once more, whispering softly, "Lord, that Jiang fellow is muttering against you from behind again." Li Yu didn't seem particularly surprised, still basking in the excitement of acquiring more land. Offhandedly, he replied, "Oh, let me guess what he's saying. Is he calling me peasant-like and saying I have no prospects?" Lu Shuai was taken aback. "My lord, how did you know?" "Ha ha ha, because it's the truth. Any clear-sighted person can see it. No need to wonder further, isn't it?" Lu Shuai stood there for quite some time, before bursting into giggles, her laughter like blooming pear blossoms, exceedingly alluring. Passers-by couldn't help turning their heads toward her. Seeing Li Yu staring dumbstruck at her, Lu Shuai's neck flushed red up to her cheeks as she stifled her laugh, slightly bashful. "My lord, you are truly special. I've never encountered anyone of high status who mocks themselves like you." "Special?" Li Yu shifted his gaze, smiling faintly. "Then I must be special. If not, how could I save your brother?" This sentence appeared to stir a particular memory in Lu Shuai's mind. Her eyes flickered with a complex light, as she silently stared at Li Yu's back for a long while. After walking for roughly half an hour, they finally reached the piece of land that Jiang had given to Li Yu. The land was neglected. Everywhere dead saplings dotted the landscape. Vast cracks spread across the ground. It was a picture of decay and ruin. Cheng Yaojin's complexion darkened somewhat. "Who would have guessed that this Jiang would present you, sir, with such a dilapidated plot? The land has been abandoned to this extent. I doubt any crops could be grown on it within the foreseeable future. We would have been better off taking his 1,000 taels of silver." "Hardly." Li Yu shook his head cheerfully, patting Cheng Yaojin on the shoulder. General Cheng, you just don't understand. I've turned desolate wilderness into a haven filled with the sounds of birdsong and floral fragrances. What haven't I seen? Just rest easy. After exchanging a few words with Cheng Yaojin, Li Yu sent him off. Shui dating, having accompanied Li Yu for so long, had also developed a special affection for the land. He knew very well that as long as this master was around, even the most barren land could yield all sorts of fruits. Brotherly, what do you think? I noticed there are some abandoned mansions over there too. Why don't we just settle here today to tend to this land and see if we can grow something good? We've already eaten most of the grapes and strawberries we brought along, and if we don't plant more soon, our supplies will run out. Eaten most of them? Li Yu furrowed his brow, feigning anger. What do you mean? I remember we had a whole cart of strawberries. How did it become most gone? Did you sneak eat them? A hint of embarrassment flushed Shui Dating's dark face as he scratched his head and chuckled. Brotherly, forgive me. On the road, I was both thirsty and hungry, so I ended up sharing a lot of strawberries with the men. Sharing with the men? I bet you ate them all by yourself. Irritated, Li Yu lifted his leg and gave Shui Dating's backside a hearty kick. Lu Shui, watching from the side with her bright eyes full of curiosity, inquired. Master, what exactly are these strawberries and grapes you speak of? Are they edible? I've never heard of them before. Li Yu had been about to explain when he noticed Lu Shui's lips, slightly cracked and dry, being subconsciously licked by her pink tongue, indicating her thirst. With a light kick to Shui Dating, he grunted. Hurry up, go fetch some strawberries. If there aren't any left, consider yourself dead. There are, I'll go right away. Without delay, Shui Dating scampered off and returned shortly carrying a small heap of luscious strawberries. Chapter 8. Years reduced to a day. After the systematic cultivation by Li Yu's system, each strawberry had grown plump and lustrous, much like a beauty fresh out of the bath. The strawberries were about the size of half a baby's fist, bright red, their charm rivaling that of the most seductive rose. Lu Shui's eyes lit up instantly as she shyly asked, Master, is this fruit? Can I have one? Of course. Li Yu handed a strawberry to Lu Shui. Holding the strawberry for quite some time, she swallowed her saliva but passed it back to Lu Zhua behind her. Lu Zhua struggled to look away from the strawberry, lightly refusing with, No, sister, you haven't eaten yet. I can't eat before you. You go first. It's fine, sister doesn't feel thirsty. You eat first, don't worry about me. Since Lu Zhua was younger, he could no longer resist and bit down on the tempting strawberry at once. It was icy and cool, melting into a fragrant nectar in his mouth without any chewing needed, spreading a unique aroma of strawberries. The sour-sweet flavor made Lu Zhua salivate profusely, almost swallowing his tongue, his eyes wide as bells as he exclaimed. Sister, it's so delicious. So sweet. It's better than candy. This is the best fruit I've ever tasted. Lu Shui smiled as she looked at the leftover strawberry stem in her hand. She parted her rosy lips, preparing to sip its remaining juices. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly reached out, swiftly grabbing the strawberry stem from Lu Shui. Startled, Lu Shui thought she had offended him and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, master. Lu Zhua has never had such good things. I feared he might get too hungry or thirsty and harm himself, so I gave him the strawberry you granted me. Please punish me, master. This little girl, how much suffering must she have endured? Li Yu shook his head gently, his voice soft, as he stuffed all the strawberries in his hands into Lu Shui's arms. This weight startled her, making her eyes widen, and she stood frozen in place. I don't blame you, Lu Shui. It's good that you think about your younger brother this way. All these strawberries are rewards for you. You and your brother can share them as you wish. Follow me. You don't need to be so restrained. I am now. Li Yu nearly blurted out, I am a modern person, quickly correcting himself with, I don't care about these formalities. Forget all those rituals. Just consider me as your friend, understood? Lu Shui lowered her head, tears flickering in her eyes, trembling as she said, Thank you, master. Snowy will always follow master. As long as master doesn't despise Snowy, I will forever remain loyal to you. Me too, added Lu Zhua nearby. Looking at Lu Shui's pale pink face, adorned with tears like pear blossoms after rain, a slight tremor rippled through Li Yu's heart. He lightly touched her flawless cheek with his fingers, chuckling softly. Didn't I just say? Treat me as a friend, not a master. Lu Shui lowered her eyelids, shy infinitely, murmuring, I understand. Moss. No, Mr. Li. All right, take your brother and rest in the courtyard while I check if my friend and I can figure something out with this barren land to grow some nice things. Holding a bunch of strawberries, Lu Shui obediently led Lu Zhua to rest nearby. Not long after, Li Yu heard Lu Shui's surprised voice. So delicious. My goodness, what is this? Looking at the wasteland in front of him, Li Yu didn't harbor much worry. Opening the system within his mind, a dazzling mall presented itself before him. Spring revival powder. In a normal situation, it would likely take years of nurturing and fertilizing for this barren land to regain vitality. But for someone extraordinary like Li Yu, such complicated processes weren't necessary. A single pill would suffice to turn an acre of land into fertile soil. With 20 points, Li Yu exchanged for 2 spring revival pills, found a container, placed the pills inside, and poured clear water over them. Soon enough, the originally transparent water transformed into a medicine solution exuding an orchid-like scent, glowing emerald green with infinite life force that instinctively made one want to drink it. Shui Dating couldn't help but swallow saliva, muttering, I wonder what it'd taste like if I drank this liquid. Li Yu shot him a scornful glare, snorting. Drinking it? After drinking, your body might sprout all kinds of saplings, turning you into a tree man standing here eternally. Who knows what fruits you'd bear? Pighead fruit. Xue Dating shivered, no longer daring to imagine further. He evenly scattered the medicine solution over the barren land, and to everyone's delight, miracles began to happen. The cracked earth, as if quenched by a long-awaited sweet rain, quickly healed. The parched yellow ground gradually deepened in color, finally transforming into the fertile black soil that symbolized vitality. Even when compared to the highest quality arable lands within the capital city, this newly transformed plot did not fall short in the slightest. Just as Li Yu and Xue Dating were satisfactorily inspecting their masterpiece, a sudden clamor came from outside. Cheng Yaojin burst through the door, his loud voice reverberating. Master, I almost forgot one thing. You actually don't need to focus too much energy on this wasteland because the Emperor has already promised to assign you farmland later. This land here is too poor in quality, probably requiring years of improvement. Cheng Yaojin's words abruptly halted as his eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping open with shock. Cheng Yaojin, who was usually fierce and commanding, now resembled someone encountering a terrifying scene. His trembling finger pointed at the field before them. How did this land turn into this? Ha, General Cheng, what do you think? Having been deeply involved in agriculture for countless years, I've long had strategies for such soils. Even if the Emperor assigns me land, could it be more fertile than this patch right here? Cheng Yaojin shook his head vigorously like a clapperboard, conceding, probably, it wouldn't be. All right, Xue Dating, let's start planting. Let me think. We'll plant some grapes first, and make plenty of wine. Recalling the sweet and fragrant taste of the grape wine, Cheng Yaojin's saliva flowed uncontrollably in his mouth. Master, how long is the growth cycle of these grapes? Is it a crop harvested every half year or once a year? Half a year? A year? Li Yu laughed heartily, shaking his head. General Cheng, didn't I just say? When it comes to land, there's nothing I can't achieve. In half a year, grapes could be harvested dozens of times. Chapter 9. No need to restrain yourself. Cheng Yaojin was astonished, his mouth smacking in shock. After fidgeting his lips for quite a while, he finally managed to blurt out. Since that's the case, Lord, please make sure to save me some wine in the future. To be honest, ever since I drank your sweet and refreshing wine, no other liquor tastes right. I daydream about it constantly. Ha, no problem. Li Yu had a sly look on his face, his eyes flashing mischievously as he patted Cheng Yaojin on the shoulder and said, naturally, this is not an issue, but I would appreciate if you could put in a good word for me with the Emperor, asking for a few more plots of land. With more land, we will have plenty of wine. I understand. I will certainly try my best. Cheng Yaojin's mouth was watering. He sucked his teeth audibly and then quickly galloped away. After planting the strawberry seeds with Xue Dating and setting up a row of trellises for grapes, Li Yu returned to the adjacent mansion. Inside the mansion, Lu Zhuo was lying in bed, and Lu Xue had somehow obtained a clean handkerchief. After washing it with clear water, she placed it on his forehead. On the nearby table, there were shining strawberries stacked full. Hardly any had been eaten. Li Yu frowned unhappily and said, what do you mean? The strawberries I gave you as a reward, are you dissatisfied with their taste? Why are there still so many left? Lu Xue trembled at this question, hurriedly answering, we wouldn't dare. Lord, these strawberries are extraordinarily precious. My brother and I don't dare eat too much. We'll return the leftover ones to the Lord. Rubbish talk. Li Yu snorted coldly. These strawberries mean nothing special to me. If you don't want them, throw them all away. Saying that, Li Yu made a show of tossing the bowl holding the strawberries onto the ground. Tears streamed down Lu Xue's face, and her delicate hands gripped Li Yu's arm pleadingly. I'm sorry, Lord. Xue has made a mistake. I won't dare again. Seeing her expression, Li Yu softened slightly, lowering his tone and saying, Xue, you and your brother must be thirsty and hungry. These strawberries are prepared for you both. There's no need to hold back. It makes me feel like my sincerity is being wasted. Understand? Eat freely. If you want more, ask me. No need to restrain yourselves. Lu Xue's eyes reddened, her little nose twitching repeatedly, whether from wronged feelings or gratitude was unclear. Li Yu shoved the strawberry into Lu Xue's small mouth and worriedly gazed at Lu Zhuo, furrowing his brow and asking, what's wrong with Lu Zhuo? He's tired and fell asleep. I feared he might run a fever, so I fetched a handkerchief to place on his forehead. Li Yu pondered for a moment, swallowing down a spirit pill, allowing him once again to see everyone's qi. Looking closely, he saw the dark qi surrounding Lu Zhuo completely covering the purple qi. A heavy aura of death coagulated within his eyebrows and eyes. After caressing the area around his forehead, Li Yu shook his head. His condition isn't optimistic. He was fine earlier, but now his body is overwhelmed by this death qi. Lu Xue was shocked and, forgetting to address Li Yu formally, shouted in urgency, Master, can you see the qi around his body? You can see it too? Lu Xue nodded slightly and said, I can also see it. My younger brother is surrounded by a thick black qi, which even obscures his life essence's qi. I don't know what to do. Earlier, after Master gave him the pill, the qi was temporarily suppressed, but now it's resurfaced stronger than before. You can also see other people's qi. Li Yu's heart stirred. The reason he could see others' qi was because of the spirit pills, yet this little girl could also see others' qi. Her background must not be simple. Lu Xue, can you see the qi around my body? Yes. Lu Xue just replied when her expression suddenly changed strangely. She glanced fearfully at Li Yu and stuttered. Master, your qi? is really weak. Liu couldn't help but laugh bitterly, shaking his head and saying, I know my own condition. Isn't my qi extremely weak? Yes. Liu opened the xiuxian point system store and scanned through it. In the section for rare treasures, he found an extraordinary flower. 10,000-year snow lotus, capable of revitalizing one's vitality. It can remove most curses and death qi, having the ability to bring back the dead. It's a world-renowned treasure. He squinted and took a glance at how many points the 10,000-year snow lotus cost. His expression froze dramatically for several seconds as he counted the zeros trailing the number. Liu exhaled deeply and turned to Lu Xue, who watched him expectantly, saying, Lu Xue, I can cure your brother's illness, but with my current capabilities, I fall short. Do you trust me? If I continue to farm here, eventually I will find a way to save your brother. If you agree, I hope you'll accompany me in farming. Why did such an intended commanding statement end up sounding so awkward once the subject became farming? Liu helplessly wiped away a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. I trust Lord. It was Lord who gave my brother a second chance at life. I'll assist you. Please command me freely whenever you need anything. I've already said not to call me Lord. Liu gently stroked Lu Xue's head. Lu Xue hesitated for a moment, pondered briefly, then suddenly said, Lord, as it turns out, apart from being able to perceive another person's qi, I'm also skilled in martial arts. If you ever need me for something, you may tell me. As she spoke, her eyes drifted toward the dilapidated wooden stool beside her. Lu Xue took a deep breath, let out a resounding shout, and extended her hand abruptly towards the stool. A powerful, yet invisible force surged forth from her palm and hurtled toward the stool. A deafening clang erupted as the stool disintegrated into splinters flying everywhere, leaving not a speck of debris remaining behind, utterly obliterated. This scene only served to highlight Liu's stunned expression. What on earth was this? Having been a modern man once, Liu felt like he'd walked right into a science fiction movie. Is this what ancient times referred to as martial arts being real? Good grief, it's more powerful than a handgun. It's akin to a small hand grenade. What is a hand grenade? Lu Xue blinked her big, lucid eyes curiously, patiently explaining. There are indeed martial arts in this world, Lord. Cheng Yaojin's skills are also quite impressive, but all of these require one to practice from childhood. Through diligent cultivation starting young, I've achieved this level of power. Liu's countenance shifted subtly as Lu Xue mentioned Cheng Yaojin lightly. His skills aren't bad either. Unless guessed incorrectly, perhaps, Lu Xue's abilities exceed even those of Cheng Yaojin. Chapter 10. The Emperor Demands Tributes. After spending the night in a shabby residence, when the dawn of the second day just illuminated the earth, Liu was startled awake by the shrill voice of an eunuch. The Emperor is here. Damn it, Li Shimin didn't have a very good impression of him yet. If he were to neglect or offend the Emperor, there was a high possibility he could lose his head. Liu's muddled brain suddenly became crystal clear. He sprang up and rushed to the entrance gate where he saw Li Shimin paying a private visit, walking with a majestic pace, his eyes glaring brightly. Liu, did you have a conflict with Sir Jiang on your first visit here? Your Majesty, it was because Sir Jiang didn't take care of his horse well. His horse almost trampled me to death. That's why I asked for compensation from him. Please enlighten yourself with this truth. As Liu was speaking, he winked at Cheng Yaojin beside him. Cheng Yaojin quickly understood. To drink the wine he desired, he still depended on Liu, so naturally, he decided to back up Liu. Your Majesty, what Liu said is true. This subject can attest that Sir Jiang had an arrogant attitude and almost put Master Li in danger. If not for my courageous intervention saving Master Li from imminent peril, Master Li's life would be endangered. Liu wanted to bang his head on the wall as he thought Cheng Yaojin was indeed talented. Originally, Lu Xue had saved him, but now Cheng claimed all the credit. Humph. Li Shimin let out a cold snort. He hadn't intended to investigate these matters further. Gazing behind Liu, after a day of growth, the grapevines had already grown delicate stems, climbing along the vines, water droplets condensing around them, exuding a sense of powerful vigor. Li Shimin widened his eyes, completely shocked. In just 2 days, Liu managed to turn wasteland into such a thriving garden. It seems you do have some talent in farming. Li Shimin stroked his chin solemnly and declared, since you possess this ability, the Emperor shall certainly nurture your talent. I've prepared dozens of acres for you. You can use this land to grow crops. Though spoken as such, the truth was that ever since returning to the palace, Li Shimin couldn't stop thinking about those crops of Liu's. He simply craved them. The Emperor's grace is vast and boundless. Liu didn't finish before Li Shimin added. However, of the produce cultivated here, you may only take 7/10, and the remaining 3/10 must be delivered to the palace. Do you understand? Feeling helpless, but also understanding perfectly, Liu nodded. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin, always straightforward, blurted out without restraint. It seems the Emperor is craving and wants to sample Master Li's crops earlier. Use more effort to ensure the Emperor soon enjoys them again. If done properly, the Emperor will surely reward you. Having his thoughts laid bare made Li Shimin flustered, causing him to erupt in anger. He kicked Cheng Yaojin and shouted, what do you know? The Emperor is merely considering the people and the Tang dynasty, who would concern themselves with their own cravings. Don't project your thoughts onto me. Yes, Cheng Yaojin trembled, hurriedly replying, I apologize, Your Majesty. It was my mistake. Get up. Next time, be more cautious with your words. After coughing twice, Li Shimin scanned the yard and happened to see a small pot of strawberries placed there. Under the sunlight, the strawberries glowed a deep red, even more captivating than the most alluring roses. Although intrigued, xiuxian felt somewhat embarrassed to express his desire directly. He coughed lightly and indicated towards the strawberries with his gaze, wanting Cheng Yaojin to help procure them for him. But Cheng Yaojin, dense as ever, failed to catch the subtle cue and only stared back confusedly into xiuxian's eyes. It was Li Yu who grasped the emperor's meaning. Smiling, he quickly brought over the strawberries and handed them to xiuxian. Your Majesty, I don't think anyone has tasted these crops. Take these strawberries and let the ministers sample them as a preview of what's to come. Seeing this pleased him greatly, making xiuxian squint his eyes. He increasingly appreciated how perceptive Li Yu was. Since you insist on giving these strawberries to the emperor, I humbly accept them. Cultivate your fields diligently. Should there be no errors, the emperor will surely commend you appropriately. With this lengthy instruction, xiuxian departed contentedly, clutching a pile of strawberries. Watching the departing figure of xiuxian, Li Yu couldn't help but feel things weren't quite right. Why did xiuxian feel like he came solely to collect tributes? After working on the fields for a few days with the assistance of his system, the crops grew at an astonishing speed. Both the grapes and strawberries were abundant and mouth-wateringly inviting. At the moment those fruits ripened, a mechanical voice resounded in Li Yu's mind. Ding! 1 mu of regular strawberries has matured. Congratulations, you have gained 10 points. Ding! 1 mu of regular grapes has matured. Congratulations, you have gained 8 points. Ding! You currently have accumulated 168 points of experience, and you need another 132 points to upgrade to level 10 agrarian. Li Yu had long since become used to this. His system granted him points and experience whenever crops matured. Points could naturally be used to exchange for all sorts of miraculous drugs and materials, while experience would promote Li Yu's level. The eagerly awaited avocados, persimmons, and other crops could only be unlocked when he reached a certain level. Moreover, the hybridization and mutation techniques necessary to grow watermelon-sized persimmons or entirely purple strawberries would only be accessible once Li Yu surpassed level 10 agrarian. With these techniques, achieving such extraordinary plants would be no problem at all. As Li Yu was lost in thought, the front gate erupted with a loud bang, as if it had been kicked violently from the outside, sending up a large cloud of dust. Damn it, open up. The people inside, open immediately. Frowning, Li Yu moved forward to open the door. Outside stood several tall and burly men glaring furiously at him, their fists clenched. Who are you? Let me tell you, I am Prince Qi, Li Yu. This is my house and land you. Before Li Yu could finish his sentence, the burly men roared out. This scoundrel has seized our young Master Zhang's land. Brothers, go on, grab him and turn him over to the authorities. Beat him hard. At the command of the leader, the rest of the burly men surged forward, their enormous fists coming straight at Li Yu's face. Li Yu was taken aback, quickly dodging left and right. As he saw that there was nowhere else to escape, suddenly he felt a strong wind rush past his ear. A shadow darted down in the nick of time, colliding with the burly man in front of him. This man was over 1.8 meters tall, muscular and fierce, exposing bulging muscles from his vest, yet he was sent flying upon impact. Chapter 11. Death penalty can be avoided, but living sin cannot escape. The big man who was thrown flew and fell on several people, stopping the charge. The residual shadow turned into Lu Xue, blocking in front of Li Yu. Lu Xue's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Then she turned around and bowed to Li Yu with a fist salute. Masterly, are you alright? I'm sorry for arriving late to protect you. Please forgive me, master. Li Yu patted his chest, sighed heavily, still catching his breath after the scare. Just 0.1 seconds too late, and he would have been injured. Not late, not late. You've come just in time. What's sin? Guards. Guard. Where is Xue dating? Xue dating. Where are you hiding at this critical moment? Lu Xue turned her head toward the group of men, shouting softly. Audacious. Who are you that dare to show disrespect to Prince Qi? Kneel down and apologize to Prince Qi now, and your lives might be spared. Several large men looked at each other. Then one among them shouted. Nonsense. Prince Qi is far away in Qi province. How could he possibly be here in the capital city? Don't believe him. They're just a bunch of bandits. Attack. This statement was merely an excuse. The group of men had originally come here to start trouble, so no matter what Lu Xue said, today they were determined to break into this residence. Without hesitation, the muscular men surged forward, rushing towards Lu Xue like wolves hunting a lamb. Insolence. Lu Xue's expression darkened. She slammed her palm forward with 5 fingers joined together, summoning a surge of air power that struck the leading man. He immediately fell over. 2 men to the left and right attacked simultaneously. Lu Xue fought back effortlessly without stepping back, delivering several attacks and defenses within moments. She quickly grabbed the underarms of both men, yanking with force, causing them to collapse face first onto the ground like dogs chasing dung. The remaining men posed no real threat to Lu Xue. Amongst cries of pain, interspersed with Lu Xue's soft shouts, it didn't take long before all the men lay sprawled out on the ground. Good. Li Yu thought the scene more thrilling than any martial arts movie, finding Lu Xue's quick yet powerful moves superior to every martial artist he knew. It was really hard to imagine how such a young woman had developed her skills to this level, making her seem almost inexplicable. Master, I'm here. What happened, master? The battle was already over by the time Xue Dating rushed over anxiously. Looking at the moaning men on the ground, he questioned hesitantly. Who are these people? Master, are you alright? Xue Dating, where have you been? Why didn't you come earlier? Master, I've been planting fruit nearby, and came as soon as I heard your call. What exactly happened? Lu Shuai pointed to the men lying on the ground. A group of people came from somewhere, intending to attack Master Li. What? Upon hearing this, Shui Dating was furious, glaring fiercely at the group of men. Have you lost your minds? How dare you attack Prince Qi? Do you not wish to live anymore? One of them tried to explain. Prince Qi? Who doesn't know Prince Qi is in Qi province? How can you dare impersonate Prince Qi and even invade Mr. Zhang's property? You're the ones with audacity to act recklessly. Impersonation? Don't you open those dog eyes wide enough to recognize me? Just who am I? You? And who are you? A big man stared intently at Shui Dating for a long time, asking disdainfully. Whether they genuinely did not recognize him or were pretending was unclear. However, under such circumstances, even if they recognized him, they couldn't reveal it because it would lead to certain death. By pretending not to recognize him, perhaps they could receive leniency based on ignorance excuses innocence. What's going on? This sounds lively. At that moment, outside the door suddenly came a robust and boisterous voice. Cheng Yaojin entered the room, walking strongly through the doorway. Others among this group could pretend not to recognize Cheng Yaojin. But Cheng Yaojin had always been around in the capital, accompanying Emperor Li, who in the entire capital did not know him. Liu was about to speak when he was interrupted by another big man. Is that General Cheng? General Cheng, your timing is impeccable. Please give us justice, sir. I'm a helper from the Fuxiang Inn in the south part of Chang'an City, having long received care from Mr. Jiang. This place belongs to Mr. Jiang, but today, we found that it was occupied by a gang of thieves. When I brought people to confront them, their kung fu was unexpectedly extraordinary. General Cheng, look, see how we've been beaten. The large man spoke with great fluency, indicating that this justification had been prepared beforehand. This way, not only did they gain moral high ground, but also removed Mr. Jiang from involvement, turning it into their own initiative while portraying themselves as righteous, good Samaritans. Thus, even if the matter ended up in court, they could avoid harsh punishment. Truly brilliant. Thieves? Who are you calling thief? Cheng Yaojin's expression turned cold. That burly man pointed at Li Yu. General Cheng, it's him. He's the one who occupied young Master Zhang's place. He's the thief. Bang. A sharp sound rang out as the burly man was slapped by Cheng Yaojin, spinning twice in place before crashing into the wall. His head buzzed, and he couldn't recover for a good 1 or 2 minutes. Cheng Yaojin's strength was no joke. His 8 trigrams flowery axe weighed 46 caddies, but in his hands, it felt weightless. Even during the Xuanhuan era of prosperity when all nations came to pay homage, Cheng Yaojin never neglected his martial skills. That slap alone could knock out even a pig. You've lost your dog eyes. This is Crown Prince of Qi, Minister Li Yu, the son of our current emperor. And you dare call him a thief? What do you think of our holy emperor then? Upon hearing this, the group of large men immediately changed expressions. Qi, Prince Qi? Is it really Minister Li from Qi? Cheng Yaojin shouted. What? Do you think I would lie to you? The group of large men immediately knelt down, bowing continuously to Cheng Yaojin and Li Yu. Spare our lives, General Cheng. Spare our lives, Minister Li. We didn't know you were here, Your Highness. Even if we had 10,000 gallbladders, we wouldn't have dared to create trouble here if we had known. Shui Dating sniffed and asked, did someone else incite you to do this? Who? No, absolutely not. We've all been taken care of by young Master Jiang. This time we came on our own initiative. No one incited us, Minister Shui. Please believe us. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and said, fine. Considering you didn't know, we'll forgive you this time. However, while death penalty can be avoided, punishment must still be served. Later, you will go to the magistrate's office yourselves and receive 30 heavy blows. Let's consider this incident over. Hearing this, each of the burly men showed signs of relief and quickly bowed to express their gratitude. But right at that moment, Li Yu suddenly spoke up, hold on. Chapter 12, 150 beats. The muscular man turned in surprise. Lordly, do you have any more instructions? There was no need to ask, these guys were definitely sent by that Mr. Jiang, but as long as they refused to admit it, there would be nothing anyone could do about it. Li Yu might also have ways to uncover the truth behind this matter, but it would surely be very troublesome, and he didn't want to bother with it. Since that's the case, punish them severely to set an example. This way, when Mr. Jiang sends people over again, they will have something to think about. 30 beats? Isn't that a bit too lenient? Upon hearing these words, those big men immediately trembled all over, realizing the situation wasn't good. Li Yu, hands behind his back, walked around the group once, his gaze scanning over them before snorting and laughing twice, saying, I see that all of you strong warriors are usually into fitness, right? Fitness. Oh, what I mean is, you guys often work out, don't you? Physical labor isn't lacking, especially for you sir here. You might even practice martial arts. 30 beats on your bodies would feel like playtime, wouldn't it? General Cheng. Lordly. Cheng Yaojin replied with interest, looking curiously at Li Yu. After some thought, Li Yu asked, General Cheng, how many beats do you think you could withstand? This was something Cheng Yaojin had never considered. He was one of the founding heroes of the nation. In this world, who could ever beat him? Not even Emperor Taizong, Li. Li Yu quickly explained so Cheng Yaojin wouldn't misunderstand. General Cheng, please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to use you as a standard to estimate. Cheng Yaojin slapped his chest, straightforward and generous. Then you shouldn't compare me. Though I'm old now, my physique is still strong. 100 beats are no problem. Good. Li Yu pointed at the large men and said, then each of you should go to the government office to get 150 beats. One less, and your entire family will be punished. Each of the big men opened their eyes wide in shock, and even Cheng Yaojin stared at Li Yu with disbelief. Lord Li, 150 beats? This could cost lives. Cheng Yaojin moved closer to Li Yu and whispered, they only meant well and had no other intentions. If they knew you were Prince Qi, even if they had 100 gallbladders, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Ignorance is not a crime, right? A little punishment, that's enough. Li Yu stated firmly. Enough? General Cheng, except for the Emperor and the Crown Prince, when have I ever been hit by someone? But they didn't know. That's why I'm not killing them. 150 beats, given their physiques, it's absolutely not an issue. Li Yu knew that Cheng Yaojin saying he could endure 100 blows wasn't his limit. With Cheng Yaojin's bear-like figure, it would take 200 or 300 blows to kill him. These tough men might not match him, but at least they could handle 150 or even 180 beats. Judging from Li Yu's look, he was obviously resolute, and Cheng Yaojin dared not say more because he cared about his wine, thus fearing to upset Li Yu. Besides, Cheng Yaojin knew the reality. These tough men wouldn't die after 200 lashes, but 150 would cause immense pain, perhaps leaving them paralyzed for the rest of their lives. Alas, how dare they attack the Prince of Qi? Lord, spare our lives. Lord, we can't endure 150 lashes, we'll die. Lordly, General Cheng, please forgive us. Li Yu waved his hand unconcernedly, impatiently saying, die? You won't die? Dying Xue, drive them out. Send someone to watch them. If they don't go to the office or run away, notify the office immediately. Yes. Xue Dying drove out the group of tough men, and that concluded the matter. Afterward, Cheng Yaojin never brought it up again. Cheng Yaojin, rubbing his hands, followed behind Li Yu, resembling a modest young scholar low on funds despite his mighty build. Lordly, can I ask a favor? General Cheng, what is it? Just speak plainly. Why be so bashful? Cheng Yaojin scratched his head, sneaking closer and asking slyly. Lordly, your wine from last time. The wine is gone, drunk up. I brewed only a small amount in the past 3 years, and you've taken it all. I have none left now. Before Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, Li Yu quickly cut in, cutting off all his hopes. Giving them a barrel to taste was just a gesture. Were they thinking of him as a supplier? Not a single bit could indulge them. Scholar Xue beside him slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, inwardly criticizing. There was clearly still a cellar full of wine, hundreds of gourds, yet he claimed there was none? Too stingy. A few days ago, when Li Yu moved away from Qi province, he had Xue dating load all the wine into gourds. There were more than 20 jars of wine left in the cellar before. One jar could hold 7 or 8 gourds, so 20 jars would be over 100 gourds. Did you hear that? Cheng Yaojin immediately started to feel worried. Don't do this, Lordly. At least give me a few jars. The ones I got last time were just a little bit from His Majesty. It was nowhere near enough. In that case, I can't help, General Cheng. Just bear with it until my next batch of wine is brewed, and I'll be sure to share some with you first. How long will it take for your next batch of wine to be ready? 3 years. What? Cheng Yaojin jumped up at once, holding up 3 fingers. 3 years? Lordly, are you joking with me? Then Cheng Yaojin leaned closer to Li Yu and whispered, Lordly, it's not just me pushing you. As far as I know, the Emperor has almost finished drinking his stock too. Once he runs out, His Majesty will surely urge you to brew wine again. Do you think His Majesty can wait 3 years? Li Yu said, what can I do? Even if Father himself comes over, my response will still be the same. Cheng Yaojin already brought up Emperor Taizong, Li, but Li Yu refused to budge. He knew that Li Yu must have hidden some private reserves. Such an exquisite delicacy. There was no way Li Yu would bring everything out to offer His Majesty. Cheng Yaojin was certain that Li Yu definitely still had more stored. It was only a matter of how much was stored. But since Li Yu wouldn't hand it over, he couldn't do anything about it. Matters like these could only be resolved slowly. As Cheng Yaojin was feeling disheartened, Li Yu suddenly patted him on the chest with the back of his hand and laughed, saying, Don't wear such a face, General Cheng. Aren't you hungry? In 3 days, come over, and I'll let you try something good, alright? Just then, the cumulative points in Li Yu's mind had exceeded 200. He had achieved the Heaven Rewards Diligence milestone and unlocked a new variety. Sweet potatoes. This stuff was absolutely heavenly when roasted. It could even make kids on the street cry with hunger. Chapter 13. Who is stronger, who is weaker? Sweet potatoes were introduced to China during the 21st year of the Wanli reign in the Ming dynasty. There was no such thing in the Tang dynasty, and it's unknown what would happen if the roughneck Cheng Yaojin ate a roasted sweet potato. It would probably be similar to Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. Cheng Yaojin had come this time just to beg for some wine, and not getting any naturally made him quite unhappy. However, upon hearing Li Yu say that, his curiosity was piqued, making him look forward to it. Li Yu's place was full of all sorts of delicacies, and anything he praised as good stuff must definitely be excellent. Really? Cheng Yaojin, like a child throwing a tantrum who suddenly hears his father promising to buy him a toy, immediately lit up. Could I possibly deceive you, General Cheng? Then can you tell me first what the good stuff is? Ha ha, General Cheng, you're too impatient. That won't do. Anyway, you'll know when the time comes. After sending off Cheng Yaojin, Xue Dating could no longer contain his curiosity. Li Yu often came up with all sorts of strange things. After some time passed, he brought out strawberries. After some more time, he introduced something called dates, and then later, he even produced grape wine. What would it be this time? Master Li, what was the good stuff you mentioned earlier to General Cheng? Li Yu opened the achievement interface, clicked the claim reward button, and instantly, a sweet potato about the size of a palm appeared in his hand. Xuedating, plant this, and you'll know when the time comes. Looking at the somewhat dark red and purple rough gem in Li Yu's hand, Xuedating immediately became curious, opening his eyes wide and reaching out to touch it. Master, what is this? It looks like the potatoes you planted before, but the color is different. And it's bigger than the potato by a circle or so. A circle? This thing will grow much larger than the potato when matured, maybe 2 or 3 times bigger. This is called sweet potato. Dig a hole, plant this, and when it grows vines, cut them and move the vines away. Like garlic, the fruit of the sweet potato is the sweet potato itself, and the seed is also the sweet potato. But there's a difference. Growing sweet potatoes requires an extra step, cutting the vines of the sweet potato and transplanting them elsewhere. Because as long as the sweet potato vine remains attached to the sweet potato, it will not grow another sweet potato. Moreover, one sweet potato can sprout not only one vine, but many. Simply put, it's exchanging one sweet potato for 10 sweet potato vines, and each vine can yield at least 3 to 8 sweet potatoes. In calculation, one sweet potato can yield 80 sweet potatoes. 80 could produce 6,400, and 6,400 could result in over 50 10,000s of sweet potatoes. It's truly daunting to calculate the exact number. Spending 5 points from the store, he bought a bottle of Vitality Growth Agent. This item was cheap, yet it was Li Yu's cornerstone, and also the first item he purchased after acquiring the system. One bottle could last a long time. For any plant, a single drop of this could increase its growth speed by 100 times. Plants that originally required 2 months to grow could now be grown within a day. This secret Xuedating did not know. Li Yu always handled it himself, but previously he had been very cautious, diluting the agent before sprinkling it on the plants. With this vitality agent, fostering sweet potatoes in 3 days would not be an issue at all. All of this was done by him. Inside a broken temple outside the city of Chang'an, 7 or 8 strong men were lying flat on the ground, arranged in a row. Their buttocks, red and yellow, had stuck together. The air was filled with a foul smell. Master Zhang covered his nose with a handkerchief, furrowing his brow as he looked at the line of strong men on the ground. Master Zhang's confidant quickly helped him walk out of the broken temple. Master, you've seen enough. Such a scene isn't suitable for you to stay long. They've offended Prince Qi now, and you cannot get too close to them. Master Zhang said. This Prince Qi has a heart as cruel as stone. Master Zhang's confidant Zhao Ming chuckled coldly. Master, my humble opinion differs. Oh. Master Zhang slightly raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhao Ming and asked, then what do you think? Zhao Ming replied, I believe that Prince Qi is clever. He's warning you. Master Zhang scoffed. Warning me? How could he possibly know? Zhao Ming nodded while smiling. Yes, Prince Qi might suspect it's you, but he cannot confirm it. He is warning whoever instructed them. And isn't that you, Master? How so? I heard that General Cheng was also present back then. It was supposed to be 30 lashes, but was changed to 150. Isn't that clearly a warning to you? If he were foolish, perhaps he wouldn't have meant it that way, merely showing his cruelty. But if he's a smart person, then surely this act carried the warning. Zhao Ming glanced around, paused for a moment, and said, Master, in my humble opinion, Prince Qi is definitely warning you. Therefore, I think we should put this matter on hold temporarily. If Prince Qi encounters another issue, he will undoubtedly think of you first. And when he sends people to watch us, it would not be good. The young Master Zhang thought that Li Yu was not this clever. He was just cruel by nature. Zhao Ming's deeper meaning was even something Jiang hadn't considered. How could the Prince of Qi, who was still so young, think of such a thing? You're overthinking it. Young Master Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly smirked at the corner of his mouth. Prince Qi, you're making him too complicated. He's just a country bumpkin who grows crops. And as for his maternal grandfather, Master, whatever you do, don't bring up that topic. Jiang swallowed the rest of his words back into his throat. It was taboo, and if someone heard, 10 heads wouldn't suffice for the consequences. After pausing for a bit, young Master Jiang continued, Rest assured, I know my limits. But there's no way I can let this slide. If it were the Crown Prince, Lord Chu Wang, or Lord Wei Wang getting an advantage over me, I wouldn't say much. However, I just can't stand Prince Qi's incompetence. Find a way, I want him dead. Zhao Ming's face darkened somewhat. After pondering for a while, he shook his head slightly. Master, that's quite a challenge. Challenge? Then what good are you? But Prince Qi is the current emperor's. I've got it. Suddenly inspired, Zhao Ming brightened and asked, Master, didn't you say before that princess and you was going to arrive in the capital in a few days? Yes, I did say that. So what? We could. Zhao Ming leaned close to young Master Zhang's ear and whispered his plan. Young Master Zhang's gaze grew colder gradually. Then his lips curled upward in a smile, clearly approving with a nod. Good, very good, this could work. Prince Qi, Princess and you, tell me, which side do you think His Majesty will favor more? Of course Princess and you. How can a waste of space compare to the Empress' beloved child? Chapter 14, The Assassin. 3 days later, under the effect of the vitality agent, the sweet potato vines had already covered the ground. Because there was only one sweet potato seed, which was that very sweet potato, the yield this time wasn't much. Only a total of 60 or so sweet potatoes of various sizes. Xuedating looked at the pile of red and lumpy mutant potatoes and asked Li Yu, who was lighting a fire nearby, Master, how do we eat this stuff? Beside them, Lu Shui also stared curiously at the pile of sweet potatoes. She had never seen such strange ingredients before. How could they look so much like stones? Was it really edible? Even if it was edible, it mustn't taste good at all. Liu dusted off the ash from his hands. He constructed a circular fire pit on an open space beside using stones. It was closed type, but featured vent holes on the backside to allow smoke to escape. This fire pit had 2 layers with a metal rack supporting it, keeping the flames away from the sweet potatoes while the heat could still transfer onto them. Done. Big brother Dating, what do you think of this sweet potato roasting gadget of mine? Shui Dating had never seen such a thing and stared in confusion, not quite understanding. Master, what's the use of this thing? You'll see soon enough. Put those sweet potatoes on the iron rack over there. Let's go. Liu lit the fire and placed the sweet potatoes into the iron rack, pushing them inside the fire pit before covering it with a wooden lid. The branches crackled as they burned. White smoke began rising from the rear of the pit. Both Shui Dating and Lu Shui watched curiously, unsure what exactly Liu intended to do. However, soon an aroma neither of them had ever smelled wafted out from the fire pit. At first, Shui Dating couldn't be sure where the smell came from. He sniffed it carefully, then looked astonished at Liu. Master, did you smell that? What kind of smell is this? It's so strange. Be careful. This smell is highly unusual. It might be poisonous gas, or even some sort of hallucinogenic smoke. Master, you shouldn't stay here anymore. Quickly retreat indoors. Lu Shui covered her nose, looking around cautiously. She had never smelled such an aroma either. It was too special. Likely, it wasn't something good. Perhaps it was some kind of toxic gas imported from a foreign land. Hearing this, Shui Dating grew anxious as well, glancing cautiously around. Liu enjoyed their inexperienced reactions and casually waved it off. Alright, you don't need to worry so much. Sigh, oh my, that smells amazing. I haven't smelled roasted sweet potatoes in so long. They're almost ready. Roasted what? Sweet potatoes? Didn't you just call them yams earlier? Liu was about to explain when suddenly a servant hurried over. Master, bad news. There's an assassin infiltrating. Shui Dating tensed up instantly. What? An assassin? Where? It's by the red. Sweet potato field? Yes. The person is destroying the sweet potatoes, pulling all the vines out. Shui Dating immediately looked towards Liu, whose face turned skeptical as he gazed at the servant, asking, what exactly is he doing? The servant, puzzled, answered truthfully, pulling up the sweet potato vines. Liu exchanged a glance with Shui Dating, confused. Are you sure he's an assassin? Yes, dressed in black, masked, armed with a sword, and skilled in combat. We already have 7 or 8 brothers injured. The servant reported. Lu Shui stepped forward instantly. Master, let me handle him. No need. Liu immediately stopped Lu Shui, his eyes circling around before laughing. Let him pull. Anyway, the sweet potatoes are almost cooked. Then he glanced at the servant again and added, once he's done with the sweet potatoes, try to lure him into the potato fields. Might as well have him destroy that area too. Master, free labor, why not take advantage of it? Shui Dating asked. Master, should I head over first? Not yet. Huh? Why not? The sweet potatoes will be ready soon. We'll head over together in a moment. Then Liu squatted beside the fire pit, poking a bit at the firewood, opened the lid, and the scent of roasted sweet potatoes filled the air, making his mouth water. A little later, the servant returned with another report. Master, the assassin entered your peanut field and is now pulling them up. Peanuts were introduced to China during the late Ming dynasty, so naturally, they didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. When Liu was in Qi Prefecture previously, he had purchased peanut seeds but hadn't had the chance to plant them when he met Lier. Whether roasted or boiled, peanuts have always been a delicious treat. Liu initially planned to quietly grow them and enjoy them secretly without telling Shui Dating, since Shui Dating wouldn't recognize these anyway. But somehow, the assassin discovered them. Shui Dating asked curiously, Master, what are peanuts? Are they important? Or perhaps you should head over there right away? But Liu appeared to be completely ignoring everything, poking at the sweet potatoes with his fingers, testing their firmness. After a little more time passed, the servant came back again with news. Master, the assassin has reached the potato field and is now pulling up the potatoes. Liu remained unfazed, picking up one of the sweet potatoes, peeling off its skin, and taking a bite. He blew out puffs of steam from being burned by the heat. Just this taste. Shui Dating, Shui, you two come over here and try my roasted sweet potatoes. The servant who had been reporting was somewhat stunned, his eyes on Liu looking increasingly peculiar. Why was their master acting so calm today? Was his brain malfunctioning? An assassin had infiltrated their home, and he didn't even react? Shui Dating had initially been worried about the assassin, but when handed the roasted sweet potato, he immediately got drawn in by the unprecedented aroma. This was just too fragrant. And oh, it's hot too. Following Liu's actions, Shui Dating peeled the skin and took a bite. Instantly, he became extremely excited, puffing steam from his mouth. Master, master, master. Haha, this is too good. Soft, fragrant, sweet. It's like something that grows. I feel it tastes even better than the dishes cooked by the imperial chefs. Calm down. Don't act like you've never seen anything before. Look at how composed Shui is. Lu Shui was calm because she hadn't tasted it yet. Seeing Shui Dating get so agitated made her even more curious. What kind of flavor could make an official lose his dignity like this? She peeled the skin and nibbled lightly. Suddenly, Lu Shui's expression changed drastically, and she too lost her composure. Master, however, unlike Shui Dating, she wasn't loud or disruptive. Instead, she looked at Liu with excitement and then took another few bites, eating as if she hadn't eaten for 3 days. Her eyes even began to water slightly. Alas, Liu shook his head and sighed. These ancients really have it tough. This roasted sweet potato got them almost in tears with joy. Chapter 15, Apology? How pitiful. Report. Sir, the assassin has entered the strawberry field. What? This time, Liu finally lost his cool. It didn't matter if the strawberries were plucked, but this stuff was fragile and couldn't withstand trampling. They would be crushed into pieces. Let's go. See what the assassin is up to. Liu waved his hand and headed for the door. However, Xue Dating walked toward the sweet potato roasting pit. Liu grabbed him and asked, "What are you doing?" Xue Dating awkwardly showed the small half-sweet potato left in his hand and grinned. "Sir, I'm almost finished with this one. Let me take another." "Take a flying leap. There aren't that many roasted ones. If you take them all, what am I supposed to eat?" "Sir, aren't there still lots more uncooked ones over here? And haven't we already harvested some from the fields? Just let me have another." "Absolutely not." Liu kicked Xue Dating out of the door and then secretly stashed 3 sweet potatoes into his pocket before following the servants to look for the assassin. In the fields, a group of servants armed with knives surrounded a black-clad assassin, but none dared to move forward. The assassin, as if possessed, was pulling out Liu's strawberries, covered in mud. Liu glanced around and noticed the potatoes had already been pulled up, along with peanuts and sweet potatoes, which were carelessly scattered on the ground. Hey, buddy, stop for a second." Liu was munching on a roasted sweet potato while waving at the man. The assassin looked up, snorted, said nothing, and continued stomping through the strawberry patch. Strawberries grow fast, so this loss wasn't too much of a concern for Liu, but he still felt a bit of regret. But at the moment, Lu Xue was the most heartbroken. Lu Xue, upon seeing her precious strawberries being wantonly ruined, couldn't help herself, jumping next to the assassin and attacking immediately. The assassin coldly laughed, suddenly throwing a dart straight at Liu. Liu was shocked. There was no time to dodge. At this point, Lu Xue suddenly launched a dart of her own, heading directly for Liu. Her dart arrived first, blocking the assassin's weapon right in front of Liu. Xue Dating angrily shouted, "Dare you harm Prince Qi? Someone seize him." No need for everyone to act. Lu Xue alone was enough. After barely exchanging 10 moves under Lu Xue's hands, the assassin realized he was in trouble. He quickly shot several darts to push back Lu Xue and then broke through the crowd, fleeing toward the main gate. Yet this assassin was peculiar. Upon reaching the gate, he didn't run away directly but instead turned around and sneered. "Liu, you're just waste. Look at your brothers and elder siblings. Every single one is a dragon among men. But what about you? All you do is grow melons and dig in the soil with more than 10 servants by your side. Don't you feel embarrassed?" "Xiuxian. Huh, do you even deserve it? Today, not only did I destroy your farmland, but I also insulted you. What can you possibly do to me?" "Too arrogant." Xue Dating angrily shouted, "Brazen thief. Quickly capture him." Having been scolded so thoroughly, Liu naturally felt uncomfortable. He looked at Lu Xue and asked, "Xue, can you handle him?" "It's mine." With those words, Lu Xue had already chased the assassin out the door. Liu trusted Lu Xue's abilities. He immediately commanded, "Bring out the carriage and horses. Follow along and see who this assassin is." Xue Dating tried to dissuade him. "That's not good, sir. It might be dangerous. Leave this to me. I promise I'll catch the assassin." "No, I must see who this assassin is." So brazen. Unable to dissuade Liu, Xue Dating had no choice but to prepare the carriage and drag Liu along. Before leaving, Liu didn't forget to bring his roasted sweet potatoes, eating while searching. Soon, Liu caught up with Lu Xue. Oddly enough, the assassin's lightness skills weren't bad. If he had run up the mountain, he could have easily distanced himself from Liu's carriage. Instead, he stubbornly ran down the road and even out of the city. On flat terrain, how could a person possibly outrun a carriage? Although their bursts of speed might exceed that of a horse-drawn carriage, humans are human after all. Endurance certainly wouldn't compare with horses. Horses can travel 1,000 miles a day. Can martial arts masters do the same? Their legs would break. Seeing they were almost caught, the black-clad figure hastily fled into the bushes and switched to a winding path, escaping towards the suburban wilderness outside the city. "Hurry, catch him." The carriage couldn't cut straight through the forest, so they had to take a detour. When Liu reached the narrow path, Lu Xue was already nowhere to be seen. Xue Dating instructed people to follow the path until they faintly heard sounds of combat and the clash of weapons ahead. As they approached, they saw Lu Xue fiercely battling against several armored men. Several others lay motionless on the ground. Though outnumbered 5 to 1, Lu Xue held her own without showing any signs of disadvantage. On the other side of the road, there was another carriage. Staring at the opposite carriage, Xue Dating suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment's thought, his eyes widened in shock. "Hold it. Xue, come back quickly." Lu Xue seized an opportunity to step back, while Xue Dating turned toward the carriage with an uneasy expression and said, "Sir, we're in trouble. Xue has injured one of Princess Anyu's guards." Peering out of the carriage window, Liu asked, "What's going on?" Xue Dating replied, "That's Princess Anyu's carriage. Xue seems to have hurt some of Princess Anyu's guards. What are we going to do now?" "Princess Anyu?" Liu mumbled under his breath. Princess Anyu was the adopted daughter of the Empress and deeply favored by her. How did she end up crossing paths with them today? "How dare you? Who are you to dare block Princess Anyu's path? Do you know what crime this warrants?" One of Princess Anyu's 5 golden generals pointed at Lu Xue and shouted loudly. Lu Xue pointed at the princess's carriage and said, "There's an assassin hiding inside your princess's carriage, and you don't even know about it?" "Nonsense. We've never seen any assassin. That assassin has incredible lightness skills. Are all of you blind? And you call yourselves the 5 golden generals? I think you're more like the 5 foolish generals. Upstart girl, how dare you look down on us?" Seeing another impending fight, Dating hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Hold your horses. General Jean, it's a misunderstanding. I am Dating, Chief Secretary of Qizhou, and the person in the carriage is His Highness Prince Qi. The young woman here is the prince's maid. This is all a misunderstanding. Prince Qi. Upon hearing the title Prince Qi, the 5 golden generals paused for a moment before sneering disdainfully. Who didn't know that Prince Qi had been exiled to Qizhou, perhaps never to return? Even if he were to return, so what? The current emperor's dislike for Prince Qi wasn't just a little bit. Whether Prince Qi was in favor or not, he couldn't possibly compare to Princess Anyu. So what if it's him? Is our princess supposed to apologize to Prince Qi? Chapter 16, Princess Anyu. Lu Xue, seeing the so-called 5 golden generals humiliate her master in such a manner, her snow-white skin turned bright red, her towering chest heaving up and down as an ominous aura of killing intent slowly emerged around her. How dare you insult my master? I will take your lives. A fleeting shadow leapt out. No one saw Lu Xue's movement clearly. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of white light, the 5 golden generals, who had been arrogant and full of ridicule, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of mortal danger welling up from within. They tried to dodge, but their bodies wouldn't budge. All they could do was watch helplessly as the blade approached their necks. Just as it seemed that the next second would bring the 5 golden generals' heads rolling, Liu arrived in the nick of time, eyes glaring with fury, shouting, Lu Xue, stop! Without any hesitation, Lu Xue obeyed every word Liu spoke. She froze, clenching her teeth tightly as she forcibly halted her attack. Her body trembled slightly in midair, emitting an almost imperceptible grunt before landing once more, her face now deathly pale. The 5 golden generals escaped death narrowly, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to utter another word. Seeing no bloodshed occurred, Liu let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. The 5 golden generals were terrified almost to death, but wasn't he the same? If Lu Xue impulsively killed these 5 generals today, the conflict between him and Princess Anyu might become irreconcilable. On one side is the deposed Prince Qi, on the other, the emperor's beloved goddaughter. It's crystal clear which side the emperor will favor. If Princess Anyu insisted on taking his life, he truly feared for his safety. Approaching Lu Xue, Liu could hear her irregular breathing and see the paleness in her cheeks. Both tender-hearted and somewhat reproachful, he said, why are you so impulsive? If you caused a murder today, things would have become uncontrollable. Next time, think carefully before acting. Clearly upset and resentful, Lu Xue turned her head and let out a soft huff, but retorted. They dared to insult you, master? I acted merely to defend your honor. Aren't they just 5 useless old brutes? If they die, so what? If anyone dares to hold you accountable, whoever comes after you, I will kill them. This alluring and lovely young woman, yet spoke words imbued with deadly menace. The disparity inexplicably made Liu feel like something inside tickled his fancy. With a misty layer forming in her eyes, Lu Xue saw Liu sigh and soften his tone, saying, I know you mean well, Xue, and I'm grateful to you, but things aren't so simple. Someone might be intentionally trying to stir trouble between us and Princess Anyu. Your martial arts are impressive, but if the emperor wishes me dead, how can you protect me? Her gaze flickered, unable to respond. As the atmosphere briefly fell into deadlock, the carriage moved slightly, a soft, peculiar feminine voice emanating from within. Big talk indeed, come one kill one? Prince Qi, are these the words of your subordinate representing your will? Are you deliberately going against me? The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a slender figure. This woman wore a fitted dress just covering her knees, exposing her long, straight calves as smooth and captivating as lamb-fat jade. Her dress was adorned with golden embellishments, glittering brilliantly and dazzling. Looking closer at Princess Anyu's delicate features, she had a fine, pointed nose, ruby red lips, creamy and lustrous skin that was a healthy white without inducing any sickly sensation. What caught everyone's breath most astonishingly were her pair of eyes. In deep brown hues, they shimmered faintly with a trace of blue light, radiant with energy and vivacity. Every person present subconsciously swallowed their saliva, staring fixatedly at Princess Anyu, lost in foolish admiration. But Liu remained calm, unimpressed. Aren't they just some vaguely bluish eyes? As a modern man, strange colored eyes were nothing new to him. Colored contacts were commonplace in the modern world. He mused sarcastically about even conjuring crimson eyes if necessary. Liu gazed intently at Princess Anyu, his clear eyes devoid of any impurities, respectfully and evenly said, Princess Anyu, this incident was all a misunderstanding. It happened like this. There was an assassin earlier who attacked our estate, creating quite a mess. We pursued this assassin, hence causing this misunderstanding, attacking the 5 golden generals. We apologize sincerely. Being both flexible and resolute, knowing the gravity of the situation, Liu immediately bowed low before Princess Anyu. Princess Anyu was disdainful and indifferent, letting out a dismissive sniff, her expression unchanged by Liu's apology. Is this your reason for attacking my 5 golden generals? If so, you still cannot escape blame. Prince Qi, you have quite the audacity. I will certainly report this to my father, the emperor. Liu gritted his teeth, while Lu Xue, seeing Princess Anyu's domineering attitude, became furious with a frosty expression. Princess Anyu, even if we did offend you, isn't this too unreasonable? We clearly saw the assassin enter your carriage. If you cannot give us an explanation, we will not stand by and be bullied. Princess Anyu maintained a calm demeanor, slightly opening her mouth. An assassin? Entering my carriage? Since you insist on this claim, let me show you then. As she spoke, she fully opened the curtain, revealing the interior of the carriage completely to everyone. Inside the carriage, it was evidently set up like a bedroom, pink in tone and rather simple, with only a small table in the center. On the table, there was a cup of hot tea, emitting white vapor. On the cup's surface, there was even a faint red lipstick mark, clearly showing that Princess and you had just drunk from it moments ago. Apart from these items, there was no space in the carriage where anyone could hide, completely empty, with no trace of an assassin. Is this enough? Princess and you looked down at Lu Xue from above, a mocking glint in her eyes. You keep saying the assassin entered my carriage, but tell me, who is this assassin? There's no sign of any assassin here. Could it be that this assassin has divine powers and vanished into thin air? Lu Xue clenched her teeth tightly, yet found no way to refute the argument. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as she tried to find some trace within the carriage. Enough, Li Yu sighed, furrowing his brows. Knowing that Lu Xue was speaking on his behalf, he naturally couldn't just watch her being cornered. Chapter 17, Intense Conflict. Li Yu's demeanor changed completely from before, standing in front of Lu Xue and saying coldly, Princess Anyu, this time it is our fault. We've offended you, so if you wish to punish me, just say the punishment directly, whether it's cane or anything else. Just come forward. If I utter a single word of refusal, I'm not worthy to be called Li Yu. This Li Yu seemed more proud and self-assured compared to his previously submissive behavior, leaving Princess Anyu slightly surprised. Lu Xue looked at Li Yu's back, her eyes tearing up as she gritted her teeth, and said, Master, this trouble was caused by me. Let me take the responsibility. You stay out of this. Princess Anyu's impression of Li Yu improved slightly. After a brief silence, she responded indifferently. I didn't expect the wimp known as Prince Qi to have this kind of side. Truly, it surprises me somewhat. Given that, I am also too lazy to mention your existence to my father the Emperor. It'd only spoil the mood. Your subordinate almost injured one of my 5 golden generals. Thus, I decree 10 lashes of cane for you. Do you have any objections? Outrageous. My master is Prince Qi, the personal son of the current emperor. Who dares to sentence him to flogging except his majesty? You are merely a princess. What qualification do you have to level such a decree when you are equal in rank with Prince Qi? After hearing Lu Xue's words, Princess Anyu's lips curled up slightly into a faint smirk, but she chose not to argue further. Indeed, Li Yu was the emperor's son, while Princess Anyu was only the emperor's adopted daughter. On paper, their identities meant that Li Yu held an advantage over Anyu. However, because Princess Anyu had favor while Li Yu had lost power, this situation made it easy for Princess Anyu to bully Li Yu. Prince Qi, what is your opinion? I've traveled here hastily and long for rest. My patience is wearing thin. Li Yu exhaled deeply, glanced at Princess Anyu, and his gaze grew icy. Go ahead. Li Yu's tone remained calm without any hint of anger or regret. Princess Anyu waved a hand, and one of the 5 golden generals stepped forward, picking up a massive wooden board and standing before Li Yu. These 5 golden generals had suffered greatly at the hands of Lu Xue earlier, so they harbored resentment and aimed to reclaim their dignity in front of Li Yu. One of them kicked sharply at the bend of Li Yu's knee, shouting, kneel down. However, Li Yu stood firm as if rooted like Mount Tai. Not even his knees budged. He turned his head, his eyes filled with blazing fury and lethal intent that seemed nearly tangible, and his voice rang out like it emerged from the depths of hell, striking fear into the hearts of the 5 golden generals. You dare make me kneel? I am 1,000 gold body, the emperor's own son. What gives you the audacity to command my kneeling? With every breath resonating through him, a chilling aura spread around Li Yu in his intense rage, scaring the 5 golden generals who subconsciously took a step back, trembling with the woodboard almost slipping from their grip. And Princess Anyu narrowed her eyes, a flash of confusion flickering across her expression. Even faced with the rod, you still dare to act arrogant. The 5 golden generals sneered disdainfully but inwardly fearful, swung the board forcefully, aiming straight for Li Yu's back. The wind whistled loudly as the cane descended onto Li Yu's back with a heavy thud, causing Li Yu's body to tremble slightly. The fabric on his back instantly tore open, nearly breaking apart entirely. From the impact, Li Yu felt his internal organs violently shaking, his blood surging chaotically, blacking out momentarily, almost passing out. Yet, despite this brutal strike without restraint, perhaps even increased force secretly applied, he clenched his teeth firmly, standing his ground without uttering a sound. Kang, kang, kang. The sounds of the board hitting flesh continued endlessly. By the second stroke, the cloth covering Li Yu's back already split open. His skin cracked open, exposing blood and tissue which flowed down along his spine, wetting his back. No piece of intact skin could be seen on his back. It was nothing but mangled flesh covered in blood. Breathing heavily, Li Yu's eyes burned red with fury, his gums leaking streaks of crimson blood, yet he uttered not a single sound. When the caning finished, Li Yu stood upright, his back straight, as if unharmed. Neatening his shirt collar calmly, he turned to face Princess Anyu. His hoarse voice asked, Princess Anyu, are you satisfied now? For some reason, under the bloodshot gaze of Li Yu, even though Princess Anyu was strong-willed, she instinctively turned away her head. That'll do. You may leave. Without saying anything more, Lu Xue rushed forward in tears and hugged Li Yu's arm, her voice trembling. Master, are you alright, Master? I'm sorry, so sorry. It's because of me, Snowy E, that you've endured this punishment. A surge of uncontrollable anger welled up inside Lu Xue. Recalling the past events where Li Yu saved her younger brother and gave her strawberries to eat, feelings of guilt overwhelmed her. Turning suddenly with burning eyes, Lu Xue fixed her gaze fiercely on Princess Anyu, her voice sharp and cold. Princess Anyu, is it? I don't care who you are as a princess. Today, since you have humiliated my master to such an extent, I will absolutely not let this go unpunished. One day, I'll make you regret this. I promise. Princess Anyu's expression remained calm, though her eyes betrayed a subtle flicker. Feel free to do as you wish. Li Yu gently tugged at Lu Xue, his voice almost inaudible, deep and faint. Let's go. Lu Xue quickly supported Li Yu and rushed away from the scene with him. Amidst the chaos, Princess Anyu gazed at Li Yu's rather disheveled, yet still tall, and imposing back figure. A flash of unusual brilliance appeared in her azure eyes as she muttered softly. To think, Prince Qi isn't the bumbling fool Mr. Jiang made him out to be. Princess Anyu shook her head, returned to her carriage, lowered the curtain, and quietly opened a small drawer. Inside that small drawer lay a folded, neatly squared black knight outfit. Ever since he had reincarnated as Li Yu, everything had been smooth sailing until now. This was the first time he had been injured so badly. Blood continued to seep from the corner of Li Yu's mouth. It was solely by clinging onto the pride of a man that he managed to remain upright without making a sound on the spot. After leaving the scene, excruciating pain set in, making his scalp go numb. Li Yu felt like the world around him spun wildly and gravity became abnormal. Only with Lu Xue's support could he barely keep walking. 10 minutes later, Lu Xue dragged Li Yu step by step back to their dilapidated residence in the suburbs. Seeing her master walking covered in blood, Lu Xue immediately showed alarm, hastily standing up and exclaiming, "Sister, what happened to master? How could he be injured so gravely?" Lu Xue lightly bit her red lips and said, "It's a long story. Just go outside for a moment and let master have the space. I'll treat him." Lu Xue nodded furiously, as if pecking rice like a chicken, and obediently left the room. Chapter 18, The Assassin's True Face. Lu Xue helped Li Yu sit on the bed. Seeing Li Yu's head bobbing up and down, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 jin, appearing delirious, she was filled with sorrow and softly cooed, "Master, don't fall asleep. Please don't sleep. If you do, you won't wake up. If you go, who will grow those sweet and delicious strawberries for me?" Li Yu, still in a daze, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Lu Xue's words. He shook his head and croaked out hoarsely, "You're still thinking about your strawberries. I'm on the verge of death." When Li Yu regained consciousness, Lu Xue wiped her tears and laughed. "Of course I'm worried about them. Master, just bear with it for a little longer. I'll clean your wound." The flesh on Li Yu's back had completely adhered to the torn clothes and bowl. His garments were soaked through with blood. A flicker of pain flashed across Lu Xue's eyes as she gently tugged at the fabric. Li Yu immediately let out a stifled groan, glaring fiercely, veins bulging in his eyes. "Master, please endure it, otherwise the wound will get infected. Just hold on. If it's too much for you, bite my arm." With that, Lu Xue placed her delicate arm near Li Yu's mouth. Her arm was fine and straight, almost like a bamboo stick at her wrist. Li Yu even thought he could crush her entire wrist if he bit down with all his strength. He wondered how someone so small could generate such great power. Was this what martial arts in this world truly looked like? As Li Yu contemplated, he suddenly felt a tearing, unbearable pain on his back. It seemed Lu Xue had unknowingly ripped off all the blood-soaked cloth from his wound. Looking at the exposed, bloody wound in the air, Lu Xue was at a loss. "Master, I left my golden wound medicine in Gue Valley, where I used to live. Now I don't know what else I can use to treat your wounds." Li Yu glanced at Lu Xue, not overly worried. She may have lacked the medicine, but his land system offered an abundance of remedies. As long as he had enough points, nothing could be lacking, not even divine elixirs or miraculous cures. Still, Li Yu didn't spend recklessly. After searching for a while in the system shop, he finally found an economical and effective silver wound ointment that wouldn't leave scars. Using 3 points, he exchanged for a small bottle and handed it to Lu Xue, saying, "Don't worry, just use this and apply it on my back." Lu Xue took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed. An intense, aromatic medicinal scent filled the air, surprising her. "What is this? It feels full of spirit essence. It rivals my golden wound medicine. It's called silver wound ointment, something I've developed myself. Hurry up and apply it. I'm in immense pain." Startled, Lu Xue hurriedly began applying the silver ointment. The balm felt cool and soothing upon contact with the wound, relieving any discomfort. A warm sensation flowed through Li Yu's meridians on his back, making him feel quite comfortable. Li Yu sighed contentedly. Within seconds, the bleeding had stopped. A sticky fluid started secreting, signaling early signs of scab formation. Lu Xue, seeing this, exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, master, your medicine is really powerful. It worked right away. It looks like it's about to form a scab soon." That went without saying. Although this land system could sometimes act erratically, its products were always fair and honest. Humbly humming, Li Yu closed his eyes to recuperate. Seeing Li Yu out of danger, Lu Xue recalled the earlier events and felt indignant. Pouting, she questioned Li Yu perplexedly and angrily. "Master, why are you so afraid of Princess Anyu? She was way too arrogant, imposing corporal punishment on you. Unforgivable." Shaking his head, Li Yu replied gravely, "This time, you were the impulsive one. Don't you find it suspicious?" Snowy Xue, at the exact moment when we were clashing with young Master Jiang, coincidentally, an assassin showed up at our estate and destroyed our vegetables. Instead of fleeing into the wilderness, this assassin ran directly onto the mainland and eventually ended up in Princess Anyu's carriage. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Lu Xue, wise and clever, realized this after being prompted. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Master, do you mean this was a premeditated scheme?" "Yes, and there's a 99% chance it was that despicable Jiang Young master." Mentioning the Jiang Young master, a look of deep hatred flashed in Li Yu's pupils. "I cannot afford to offend Princess Anyu. She holds extraordinary importance in Emperor Taizong's heart, whereas I am merely a recently deposed king in the capital city. Everyone knows that Taizong already harbors reservations against me. If Princess Anyu further whispered ill against me, my death would practically be set in stone." As she saw Li Yu's sorrowful expression, Lu Xue felt guilty. She embraced his arm and said through gritted teeth, "Master, this trouble is all because of me. The way Princess Anyu treats you like this, I will never forgive her. What if she is a princess? Without the Emperor's support, she's just an ordinary woman." "Don't say that." Li Yu exhaled deeply and said in a serious tone, "Our biggest enemy right now is young Master Jiang. We need to figure out why Princess Anyu has such hostility towards us, and why she came to our residence to search." "Search at our residence? Wasn't it the assassin?" Lu Xue was confused. "It was her." Li Yu gave a faint cold smile, speaking calmly. "Do you remember the teacup in her carriage? There was a light lip mark on the teacup, don't you remember?" "Yes, so this shows she kept drinking tea inside the carriage?" "Not quite." Li Yu shook his head and wore a smirk that suggested hidden truths. She indeed wanted to create that illusion, but perhaps too much so. Ask yourself, when you want to drink tea, would you apply lipstick first? Isn't that too deliberate? If I'm not mistaken, that assassin before was none other than Princess Anyu herself. Lu Xue's pupils slightly contracted in shock. It took her a while to recover. She then pondered, "Master, you're absolutely right. I missed this detail previously. Subconsciously, I thought there was an assassin hiding in the carriage and could never have guessed that the assassin was actually Princess Anyu herself. So our immediate priority now is to find out why Princess Anyu came to my residence, and what kind of relationship she has with young Master Jiang. To be honest, I don't want to make her an enemy. What matters most now is bringing down young Master Jiang." Lu Xue nodded slightly, yet seemed somewhat reluctant as she asked, "Then, Master, can you just let what Princess Anyu did go unpunished?" Chapter 19, Jiang Feng's Scheme. A flash of coldness passed through Li Yu's eyes as he spoke gravely. "Though I am not the type to retaliate for every slight, neither am I a saint. Princess Anyu treating me this way will not be easily forgiven. However, seeking revenge now is too early. I must wait until my strength has grown significantly. Now, let's go to Cheng Yaojing. Currently, the only person who listens to me and whom I trust is probably Cheng Yaojing. I need to ask him about the relationship between Master Jiang and Princess Anyu so it can help with my future plans." "You're leaving now? But you're still injured." Lu Xue, alarmed, quickly stood up. The white bandage on Li Yu's back had turned pink, stained red by seeping blood, and looked utterly ghastly. "It's fine. Having an injury makes my case more convincing." Li Yu squinted his eyes, mischief gleaming in them. "I'll meet Cheng Yaojing while I'm still wounded. He cares for me, so he'll surely be enraged and conduct a thorough investigation into the relationship between Master Jiang and Princess Anyu. Otherwise, I fear that once he hears that Princess Anyu is involved, he might refuse to help me." Lu Xue supported Li Yu as they left the residence, deep in thought. Suddenly, she asked, "Master, what if Master Jiang turns out to be Prince Anyu's accomplice? What would you do then?" This was something Li Yu hadn't considered yet. If Master Jiang really had ties with Princess Anyu, then Princess Anyu would probably become his sworn enemy. His lips twitched slightly, a sharp glint flashing in Li Yu's eyes. If it's truly so, then both of them will pay dearly with their lives. As night grew darker, elsewhere, Princess Anyu's carriage, escorted by the 5 golden generals, arrived at an exquisite and luxurious estate adorned with golden embellishments, resembling imperial-style architecture. Even in the darkness, it sparkled splendidly, clearly a place where only high-ranking officials could reside. Princess Anyu maintained a calm expression as she stepped down from her carriage and entered the estate. Instantly, a fawning voice greeted her. Jiang Feng was bowing deeply, smiling obsequiously, looking like a sycophant, as he lowered his head and said, "I humbly welcome your highness Princess Anyu. It's an honor to have your presence in my home, which elevates even a humble abode like mine. Night is already deep, and tomorrow the emperor himself will come to see you. Please rest here for the evening." Princess Anyu narrowed her eyes, looking directly at Jiang Feng. "Jiang Feng, I did not find what I wanted at Prince Qi's palace." Jiang Feng paused briefly, then plastered a forced smile as he argued, "Then it must be because Prince Qi hid it away. Your highness, you should know that Prince Qi is cunning and deceitful, also greedy and lustful. Your jewelry, made from excellent night pearls, is worth a fortune. According to the intelligence I obtained, Prince Qi has been eyeing it covetously for some time. Now that he's managed to get it, it's natural that he would hide the jewelry well. Returning empty-handed this time is quite ordinary." Jiang Feng already knew all about the intense conflict between Princess Anyu and Li Yu. Indeed, it was all orchestrated by him, framing Li Yu, making Princess Anyu confront him. Although he regretted that the situation between the two didn't escalate to a point of no return, seeing Li Yu endure 10 brutal beatings, his back bleeding profusely and his flesh battered beyond recognition, brought Jiang Feng immense satisfaction. In his eyes, Li Yu was already a man condemned to die. The significance of the jewelry to Princess Anyu was profound. If she were absolutely convinced that it had been stolen by Li Yu, then Li Yu would never live a day in peace, eventually falling victim to Princess Anyu's wrath. Facing Jiang Feng's insidious slander, Princess Anyu wore a somewhat doubtful expression, a flicker of skepticism passing over her azure eyes as she said calmly, "Is that so, Jiang Feng? Since I've just arrived in the capital, I don't know much about the power dynamics or personalities here. All I rely on is your word about the theft of the jewelry. But the reason I believe you now is simply because your father treated me well when I was young." After saying this, Princess Anyu's pupils flashed with piercing coldness as she articulated word by word. "If I ever find out that your information is wrong, or that you harbor any ulterior motives, Jiang Feng, regardless of how much your father did for me, you may come to realize just how unpleasant my methods can be." An indescribable pressure radiated from Princess Anyu, condescendingly scrutinizing Jiang Feng. Under the pale moonlight, her face seemed encased in silver, her features veiled in shadow except for her radiant eyes, sharp and keen. Even though Jiang Feng was accustomed to being arrogant, under such an intense gaze, he couldn't help but shiver and nod submissively, saying, "Yes, yes. Princess Anyu, how could I deceive you? Please trust me. There is no problem with the information I provided." While speaking thus, in a place out of sight from everyone, Jiang Feng's palm was clenched covertly, his skin deathly pale. Cold sweat trickled down his spine like jiangjia, a term difficult to translate directly, but it could mean some sort of paste or grease, soaking the back of his clothes completely. Princess Anyu stared at Jiang Feng's crown for several seconds, then slightly nodded her head and said indifferently, "I hope so. Based on what I've seen, this Prince Qi doesn't seem as incompetent as you described him." Princess Anyu shifted her gaze, causing a huge weight on Jiang Feng's mind to lift instantly. His body, which had been taut to its limit, began to relax quietly, and he exhaled deeply, forcing himself to reveal a semblance of a smile as he explained, "It's normal, Princess Anyu. Let me be honest with you, Li Yu's skill in disguise is well known. This guy is truly an unprincipled man, perhaps feigning this demeanor to deceive you." All right. Turning around, Princess Anyu sidestepped past Jiang Feng, preparing to enter the mansion. "I'm going to rest now. Don't disturb me, Jiang Feng." As Jiang Feng watched Princess Anyu walk away, he hesitated for a moment before plucking up the courage to say, "Princess Anyu, let me kindly remind you that later you should look for clues more often on Li Yu's land. Anyway, the items are definitely with him." Jiang Feng's face darkened menacingly. As long as Li Yu lived, his hatred would never dissipate. In short, he must ensure that Princess Anyu and Li Yu clashed head-on. This time, Li Yu had suffered a great humiliation and surely hated Princess Anyu deeply. If Princess Anyu came again, there would be a 100% chance they'd engage in fierce conflict. The gentle tapping of her steps paused momentarily as Princess Anyu lightly nodded her head. As Princess Anyu settled into her lodging, Lu Xue followed Li Yu all the way to Cheng Yaojin's residence. The journey was rather long, and beads of sweat dripped down their backs, making Li Yu grit his teeth in agony. His previously healed wounds started showing faint signs of reopening. Lu Xue threw herself against the gate and heavily knocked twice, shouting, "General Cheng Yaojin, are you here? Li Yu requests an audience." Chapter 20, Wine Bribery. Cheng Yaojin and Li Yu had a deep relationship, and what's more, Cheng was also eyeing the precious wine that Li Yu treasured. Upon hearing Lu Xue's voice, he hurriedly darted out of his residence. "Ha ha! Administrator Li, what brings you to visit your younger brother at such a late hour? Could it be about that wine?" Before Cheng Yaojin even came into view, his laughter could be heard as he walked out with a hearty laugh. But when he set eyes on the scene, he saw Li Yu being supported by Lu Xue, his face as pale as paper. The bandages on his back were exposed and already soaked with blood. "What happened? Brother, who has hurt you?" Cheng Yaojin was startled, and he quickly moved forward, attempting to grab Li Yu's arm. However, seeing this, Lu Xue hastily stepped in front of Li Yu, exclaiming, "General Cheng, please be careful. Li Yu just endured a caning. His back is shredded with severe wounds, and after traveling long distances, he can't withstand any rough handling like this." Cheng Yaojin immediately stopped his movement, gave an awkward smile, and slapped his head apologetically. "Truly sorry. You see, I'm but a clumsy old brute. This is all because I was worried about Administrator Li." "Administrator Li, who hurt you? Tell me, so I can find out whether or not that person can withstand my battle axe. How dare someone impose corporal punishment on you? Wasn't it Master Jiang who caused trouble? Tell me." Li Yu raised his head, remained silent for a moment, and then coldly responded, "It was Princess Anyu." "Princess Anyu?" Cheng Yaojin's initially indignant expression disappeared instantly, beads of cold sweat rolling down as he exclaimed in shock. "Why did you end up in conflict with Princess Anyu, Administrator Li? What on earth happened?" After explaining everything to Cheng Yaojin, Li Yu added, "I think the assassin definitely has a connection to Master Jiang. Princess Anyu's evident hostility towards me might have been incited by him too. If possible, I hope, General Cheng, you can help me investigate the relationship between Master Jiang and Princess Anyu." Cheng Yaojin wore a look of difficulty, took a step back, and said helplessly, "Administrator Li, you flatter me too much. If it only involved Master Jiang, anything you asked of me would be irrelevant. But Princess Anyu, she is the Emperor's goddaughter, the most favored princess. I am merely a grand general. How can I possibly investigate her? What if something goes wrong? There's no need to investigate her." Li Yu waved his hand dismissively. Cheng Yaojin's attitude was expected by Li Yu. "You can start with Master Jiang, and there's no need for you to take any action. Just give me some information, and I'll handle it myself. Even if something happens, it wouldn't fall on your shoulders, would it?" Seeing Cheng Yaojin still hesitant, Liu decided to use his trump card. He lightly clapped his hands, and with the sound of cartwheels turning, a small card appeared before the two men. Shex Dating pushed the card while panting heavily, and upon it were dozens of gourds filled with exquisite grape wine. Each gourd was as thick as an adult's waist and as long as a forearm. Inside were these precious nectars. At this sight, Cheng Yaojin's eyes nearly popped out as he stared dumbfounded at the card, muttering under his breath, Is this all grape wine? There's too much here. Goodness, administratorly, didn't you say before that you didn't have much wine yourself? Caught in the act, even though Liu's face was thick-skinned, it couldn't help but flush red. He coughed dryly, rubbed his nose, and said, Situations change, right? Back then I didn't have any. Afterward, in order to entertain General Cheng properly, I urgently brewed another batch. After all, General Cheng, you are always pining for this grape wine, and I have taken note of it. Cheng Yaojin's eyes sparkled brightly. He let out a cry of joy and rushed forward, asking, Is it true? Are all these really for me? Oh my goodness, so much grape wine. Previously, Cheng Yaojin had received at most 1 or 2 gourds from Liu, but now seeing an entire cart full, Cheng felt his saliva going wild, feeling as if his worldview was breaking apart. He rushed over and randomly opened one gourd. The aroma of grapes immediately spread, bringing a sweet and refreshing flavor. Cheng Yaojin's mouth watered furiously as he suddenly felt parched. Raising his head, he chugged down all the grape wine in one gulp. A warm sensation flowed through his stomach. After finishing, Cheng Yaojin felt lightheaded, ecstatically grabbing Liu's hand and saying, Administratorly, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Such a great favor will forever be etched in Cheng Yaojin's heart. In the future, if you need anything. Before Cheng Yaojin finished his sentence, Liu wore a cunning smirk and said, General Cheng, there's no need to wait for later. Right now, isn't there something I need your help with? Cheng Yaojin's expression stiffened as he finally realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Liu's generosity in offering the wine was undoubtedly to get his help. After much deliberation, Cheng Yaojin couldn't resist the allure of so much fine wine. He clenched his teeth, and with a look of determination in his eyes, said, All right, administratorly, it's not just for this grape wine. I consider you like a brother. Since you've encountered this matter, it wouldn't be right for me not to step in. Rest assured, starting from today, I'll use my network to find out everything for you. Liu was deeply grateful, bowing towards Cheng Yaojin before leaving his residence on the spot. Back at his own estate, however, Liu found himself unable to sleep. The events of the day made him realize that sometimes brute force was an essential factor. If his physical condition were stronger, the bastinado would have inflicted much less damage on him. His current state was still too frail, and if he had received a few more strokes, he might have lost his life. Did his super agricultural system contain anything that could enhance his physical strength or teach him some martial arts techniques? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu opened the system store and spent a long time searching. Most items were pills that provided temporary buffs. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed 2 martial arts skills tucked away in a corner. Flame Sky Collapse Technique. Martial art with fiery essence attributes, extremely fierce and powerful, able to temper one's body. When mastered, it grants the power to collapse mountains and crack rocks, even summon flames into existence. It's a highly rare technique of middle superior level, requiring 10,000 points. Heavenly Confusion Technique. Mysterious skill with unknown origin and function. Its training method is unusually complex and difficult. No point requirement, but will consume significant amounts of points for advancement. Liu's lips twitched slightly. He wasn't the gambling type. Without a doubt, the Flame Sky Collapse technique suited his intentions better. However, the amount of points required for it was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 21. Princess Xuanhu's Arrival. Now his points are still in the triple digits. This martial art requires 10,000 points, although it is a one-time investment for permanent use, but when he can gather up to 10,000 points, no one knows how long it will take. Probably by then he would have been killed and violated, and then violated and killed, living and dying 10,000 times over. Thinking about this, even with all the uncertainties, Liu was still captivated by the mysterious xuanhuan decree that required no money. A free martial art. Who wouldn't want it if they're not fools? Let it be what it may, worst case scenario, when he has enough points later, he'll just exchange for another one. With this thought in mind, Liu did not hesitate, using his intention to trigger the xuanhuan decree, which appeared as an ancient and plain whole body. In this instant, a vast energy surged and instantly spread throughout Liu's entire body. His bones creaked, and both his body and head were struck by intense pain. The excruciating pain in his head was caused by the sudden influx of information flow. This stream of information was immense, containing all the cultivation details of the xuanhuan decree, piercing into Liu's brain like a steel needle. As for the physical pain, it came from the vast aura that traveled through Liu's meridians and blood vessels with its ruthless nature. Almost instantly, the wounds on his back that had scabbed over burst open again, black blood seeping out from his skin, and no one could tell whether this thing was nourishing or destroying his body. The pain made Liu unable to even make a sound. He gritted his teeth, his eyes red, until finally reaching the limit he could not bear. Rolling his eyes, he fainted dead away. Liu felt as if he were a small boat adrift in the ocean, rising and falling incessantly. Between his days, he faintly heard someone knocking on the door and calling anxiously. Master, are you awake? Princess Xuanhu has arrived. Princess Xuanhu has arrived. Hurry up, master. She wants to come in. We cannot hold her off. Liu abruptly woke up, moving his limbs slightly, only to find himself filled with an inexhaustible surge of strength, feeling refreshed and full of vitality. Is this the benefit that the Hun Tian decree brings? Li Yu was immensely delighted, throwing the gate wide open. Lu Xue, who was standing at the entrance, stopped her anxious expression suddenly, muttering surprisingly, "Master, what happened to you? It seems like you've changed a bit." Changed a bit? In what way? It's hard to describe, but I feel your eyes are more spirited, and your aura has slightly changed. However, it's a kind of feeling, something elusive that I cannot confirm. Li Yu smiled faintly, brushing off the comment lightly. At this moment, he heard a pounding noise at the front gate of the courtyard where Xue Dating was trying desperately to hold it closed, sweating profusely as he shouted, "Wait a moment, Prince Qi hasn't come out yet. Someone has already gone to call him. Just wait." "Humph, what do you mean hasn't come out yet? Could it be there is something undesirable in your courtyard? Princess Anyu is coming. Open the door immediately. Otherwise, I'll break it down. How dare a mere Prince Qi hinder Princess Anyu's path?" Lu Xue's face turned cold. Her impression of Princess Anyu had already plummeted to the extreme point, now anger burning within her heart as she complained. "This Princess Anyu is truly unbearable, actually showing up at our doorsteps. Master, don't worry. This time Xue will definitely fight for justice for you, and won't let them bully you anymore." Shaking his head, Li Yu collected the deep chill in his gaze, his eyes returning once again to a calm serenity. "Don't rush, Xue. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Now is not the right time. We can't stand against Princess Anyu. Although I don't know why Princess Anyu has sought us out again, it's likely Mr. Zhang's instigation. If I get into a conflict with Princess Anyu, it'll play directly into his hands. You need to stay calm." As he spoke, Li Yu quickly advanced, nodding slightly towards Xue Dating, and forcefully flung the gate open. When the gate opened, one of the 5 golden generals outside, who had been colliding with the door, stumbled forward due to inertia. Seeing Li Yu in front of him, a shade of malice flashed across his eyes. Pretending to lose control of his body, he actually thrust his palm directly at Li Yu's heart. I can't control myself. Master, be careful." At the critical moment, Li Yu's eyes remained indifferent as his mental strength focused. In his eyes, the actions of this one of the 5 golden generals seemed to slow down, almost like a slow-motion replay. Li Yu took a small step back, narrowly dodging the strike, pretending to be startled, grabbing his arm and pulling hard, while at the same time aiming his right elbow at the chest and crashing into it. With this strike, Li Yu exerted tenfold the force. In the past, it would not have caused much damage to these 5 golden generals. However, after the preliminary transformation by the Hun Tian decree, Li Yu's physical strength had significantly improved. This genuine blow to the person's chest made them feel their blood surge, a stifling sensation in their chest, an excruciating pain in their ribs, nearly causing a fracture. One of the 5 golden generals abruptly retreated 2 steps, falling onto the ground with a thud, appearing quite disheveled, even with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Shocked and surprised, he pointed at Li Yu and angrily shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you attack me? What a ruthless heart you have!" Lu Xue could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "You, who was the one bashing on the door, lost balance and pushed our master." Our master was startled and merely stepped back 2 paces, but when it comes out of your mouth, it becomes an attack? What sort of thing are you? Do you deserve such a position? Li Yu extended his hand, stopping Lu Xue, signaling for her to be calm. He displayed a faintly dismissive smile, not even glancing at the 5 golden generals as he bowed politely to Princess Anyu. "Just now, I was startled and my hands flailed about. If this resulted in injuring any of the brave and ferocious 5 golden generals, I deeply apologize." Li Yu's words were crafted with artistry. The 5 golden generals prided themselves as the top 5 experts by Princess Anyu's side. If they were hurt by Li Yu's flailing around, their face would be utterly lost. Thus, they coldly sniffed, glaring at Li Yu with hatred, swallowing their grievances and resentment, struggling to rise, and defiantly declaring, "I just slipped because your mansion's entrance is full of water, very slippery. How could someone like you possibly harm me in the slightest? You're overestimating yourself too much." Humph. Li Yu curled his lips into an arc of disdain, shifting his gaze toward Princess Anyu. Chapter 22. Indirect Insult. 2 pairs of eyes locked onto each other, one clear blue, the other pitch black and deep. They seemed to subtly spark against one another in the air. After a long moment, Li Yu broke eye contact first and chuckled faintly. "I don't know why Princess Anyu has graced me with her presence today. Truly, your arrival makes my humble abode shine like never before." Princess Anyu shifted her gaze as well, and showed no concern about the earlier conflict between Li Yu and the 5 golden generals. Instead, she spoke indifferently. "I've heard that Prince Qi is adept at agriculture. Your estate's orchards bear abundant fruit, including many exotic kinds. Today, I feel quite curious and would like to pay them a visit. What do you think, Prince Qi? It's an honor to have Princess Anyu herself visiting. However, regarding this visit, someone just forced their way through the door, which makes me quite uneasy." Princess Anyu remained silent for a while, her eyes landing on Li Yu's slightly swollen back. Through his clothes, blood-streaked bandages were visibly scattered. Recalling the gruesome scene of how his back had been left torn up, Princess Anyu couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. For some reason, upon seeing Li Yu again today, she felt something was subtly different about him. But exactly what it was, Princess Anyu couldn't pinpoint just yet. Shifting her glance towards the 5 golden generals who had previously clashed with Li Yu, Princess Anyu's voice grew colder, laced with mild reprimand. "Yu Ming, I merely asked you to knock on the door, not engage in any conflicts with Prince Qi's subordinates. Besides, your recent loss of balance could have hurt Prince Qi, for which you truly deserve punishment. Do you understand what you must do? The general, named Yu Ming, bowed his head, sweat dripping profusely from his forehead. The oppressive weight of Princess and Yu's aura made him feel as if sitting on pins and needles. Your subordinate knows his offense. Previously brash Yu Ming immediately became subdued, raising his hand to deliver a harsh slap across his own face. With a sharp crack, his cheek instantly swelled red and puffed up. Prince Qi, will this somewhat satisfy you? Before Li Yu could respond, Lu Xue muttered indignantly, letting out a soft snort. Humph. It's merely the fault of one servant apologizing for another. Can Prince Qi's dignity be equated with these so-called 5 golden generals? Your compassion here feels utterly fake, hypocritical. Princess Yu flickered her gaze toward Lu Xue, but Li Yu interrupted unexpectedly. Princess Yu, you're being too severe. Yu Ming simply stumbled by accident. He already admitted himself. It's because there's too much water at the entrance of my estate that caused this general to lose his balance and stumble awkwardly. This can't all be blamed on him. I hold a lot of responsibility too. Please tread carefully when entering later, Princess, lest you slip and harm your precious body. Li Yu's words carried a faint tinge of sarcasm. Though whether Princess Yu didn't notice or chose not to acknowledge it, she directly said, Prince Qi, my 5 golden generals administered the cane punishment yesterday and may have gone a bit too far. How are you feeling now? If your health isn't in good shape, you needn't concern yourself with me. I'll conduct the tour myself. Thank you for your concern, Princess. I'm perfectly fine. In Lu Xue's ears, Princess Yu's comment was nothing more than brazen provocation, her eyes flashing with hostility as they turned toward Yu. You ordered the beating, and now you're feigning concern. Is this really how Princess behaves? Humph. Xue. Li Yu furrowed his brows and snapped at Lu Xue sharply. Slightly aggrieved, Lu Xue puckered her lips and looked down with moistened eyes. All right, take me on a tour of your estate, Prince Qi. Princess Yu didn't hold a grudge, stepping forward into the compound on her own initiative while Li Yu led the way. Soon, they arrived at the peanut field from last time, where Princess Yu, disguised as an assassin, had yanked all the peanuts out of the ground. Given that peanuts naturally grow underground, they were now mature and ripe for harvest. Unintentionally, Yu ended up doing Li Yu a big favor, saving him quite a bit of effort. Peanuts and peanut sprouts lay exposed in the open air, their roots twisted on the soil surface, looking slightly limp. They were scattered haphazardly all over the ground. At this sight, Yu Ming burst out laughing hoarsely, mocking with sarcasm. So this is Prince Qi's vegetable garden? Truly, his reputation is well earned. He's certainly taking great care of it. It looks like it's been ravaged by ground squirrels. Lu Xue let out a scornful snort, glaring angrily at Yu Ming. She defended Li Yu fiercely, saying, Don't jump to conclusions. These peanuts were growing perfectly fine. Our master has always cared for them meticulously. Every fruit in our garden is healthy and plump. You're only seeing a tiny part of the whole. Haha, you say I'm like the blind men and the elephant, but that's beyond my concern. Although I don't know what devilish stuff you've planted here, its scruffy appearance is nothing but the work of ground squirrels, right? And those sweet words are all a farce. Who would have thought that Prince Qi, renowned for farming, can't even manage one plot properly? No wonder His Majesty disapproves. Upon hearing this, Li Yu burst into laughter instead of becoming angry, casting an amused glance toward Princess Yu. Yu Ming was unaware of the truth, yet both Yu and himself were well informed about it. It was Princess Yu herself who yanked out all the peanuts yesterday. If Yu Ming claimed that the land had been ruined by someone, wasn't he covertly hinting at Princess Yu as that ground squirrel? The princess prided herself on her noble bearing. She surely couldn't endure such mockery. Lu Xue trembled with anger, eager to vindicate Li Yu's name. Just as she prepared to rise in his defense, Li Yu stopped her, his face brimming with peculiar amusement. Good words indeed, excellent. Yu Ming, your observation is truly keen. Let me be frank. This land used to be fine, until yesterday when it was utterly trampled by a ground squirrel. How despicable this beast is, and how shameless. This must be the handiwork of someone lowly and ignoble. That I failed to prevent this ground squirrel is truly my own fault. Li Yu swayed his head from side to side, sighing heavily. He showered every imaginable insult upon that ground squirrel, while his eyes kept flicking towards Princess Yu. Princess Yu's unusually pale complexion now turned slightly flushed with anger. As a lady of great nobility, usually surrounded by deference and harmony, where had she ever endured such abuse? But precisely because Li Yu ostensibly reviled a ground squirrel, rather than addressing her directly, she couldn't retaliate against him. Sure enough, as soon as Princess Yu caught sight of Li Yu's mocking gaze, her expression darkened immediately. Her delicate nose crinkled slightly, her pretty face radiating icy coldness, and then she turned her head to look at Yu Ming. Yu Ming, slap yourself. Yu Ming froze, unsure why. Chapter 23, Princess Anyu's outrage. He twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing confusingly at Princess Anyu and defending himself. Princess, I'm just speaking on your behalf. What? Li Yu, seeing Princess Anyu enraged to the point of losing her senses, was secretly gleeful. Knowing he couldn't confront Princess Anyu directly, he could only gain a verbal advantage. He feigned confusion, putting an arm around Yu Ming's shoulders, saying in a friendly manner, Princess Anyu, what Yu Ming said isn't wrong, so why are you punishing him? Look, these moles really are detestable. The fields are what sustain the common people. As the saying goes, people regard food as heaven. Farmers work hard with sweat and effort, making all sorts of sacrifices to cultivate plants. And yet, these field moles have no understanding. They know nothing but destruction. They act high and mighty, living lives of luxury as if they don't need food or depend on grain from ordinary folks. However, they still eat and require sustenance from the masses. Destroying the fields is unforgivable, despicable, and disgraceful. I've never seen such a disgusting villain. Liu grew angrier as he spoke, finally spitting onto the ground, cursing loudly. If I ever catch one of those field moles, I'll tie it to a stick and beat it mercilessly, giving comfort to me and the many farmers who've suffered their misfortunes. Don't you agree, Princess Xuanhuan? After spitting out that saliva, Liu felt a great sense of relief, releasing the anger accumulated from yesterday's beating. He basked in triumph. Yuming didn't understand why Liu had suddenly taken up his cause. His impression of Liu greatly improved, thinking him a man of integrity for repaying grievances with virtue, showing the true qualities of a real man. Yuming even wished to swear brotherhood with Liu then and there, forgetting their previous animosities and pledging their loyalty regardless of birth date, seeking only a shared fate. Of course, Liu had no idea about Yuming's thoughts. At the moment, he was basking in Princess Xuanhuan's irritated expression. In Princess Xuanhuan's clear blue eyes appeared flashes of fury. Her nose wrinkled before relaxing again, her teeth clenched tightly, her pretty face red with rage, like a peach that blushes against white flesh, incredibly seductive. Her chest rose and fell as she panted lightly. She clenched and unclenched her fists repeatedly. Her beautiful eyes harbored wrath, glaring daggers at Liu with almost murderous intent. This look would have intimidated anyone else into begging for mercy, except Liu. Already annoyed with this girl and confident that criticizing moles had nothing to do with insulting Princess Xuanhuan herself, he reasoned that her outrage was baseless. You glare at me? Am I not allowed to glare back? Liu widened his eyes dramatically, engaging in an eye lock with Princess Xuanhuan, making the scene appear quite absurd. Lu Shui understood everything. Seeing the adversarial stance between them, she found herself unable to suppress a laugh, which rang like silver bells, bringing Princess Xuanhuan out of her fury. Feeling powerless against Liu but furious with Yuming for intervening, she lashed out fully at Yuming, yelling sharply. I command you to slap yourself. Didn't you hear me? I'm conversing with Prince Qi. When was it your turn to interject? Be quiet. Yuming thought he was more wrong than Do Yi, yet feared Princess Xuanhuan deeply due to her tone and manner. With trembling knees, he collapsed to the ground, slapping his own cheeks while murmuring. I'm sorry, forgive me, Princess. Princess, I've sinned by speaking recklessly, I deserve death. Forgive me, Princess. Under the intense gaze of Princess Xuanhuan, Yuming dared not lighten his force. After over 10 seconds of self-flagellation, his face swelled and blood trickled from his mouth, appearing pathetic as he could hardly speak clearly anymore. Seeing this, Princess Xuanhuan's anger softened slightly, coldly stating, Enough. Stop now and pay attention afterward. Stopping his actions, Yuming rested his forehead against the floor, panting heavily. Yet deep within his eyes, resentment seethed, undetected by anyone. Carry him off, send him back to his estate for good medical treatment. Let him recuperate well. From now on, he needn't follow me. Yes. Watching Yuming being dragged away in a pitiful state, Liu snickered non-stop, afraid that Princess Xuanhuan might get angry and ruin her health. Adding fuel to the fire, he remarked, Princess Xuanhuan truly holds strict standards over her subordinates. I can't achieve that. My men often lack respect because of it. Now, it seems I must learn more from Princess Xuanhuan. Princess Xuanhuan stared at Liu, saying word for word, Prince Qi, I will remember everything you said today, and I won't forget it. Liu's face froze momentarily as he muttered internally, Damn, don't memorize my words. I have no interest in you. If you go around saying things like this, my future wife will misunderstand. What bad luck? Bad luck. Liu scratched his head, looking innocent, and laughed nervously. Haha, what does Princess Xuanhuan mean by that? I don't understand. Seeing Liu pretending to be crazy, Princess Xuanhuan didn't bother to argue with him. There was no doubt that Liu had already figured out that the assassin from that day was herself in disguise, though she wasn't sure how he discovered it. Nonetheless, Liu's insight startled her a little. Was this Prince Qi really just a good-for-nothing, as Mr. Zhang had claimed? Walking to the edge of the peanut field, Princess Xuanhuan slightly bent down, picked up a peanut seedling and examined it, saying mockingly, Prince Qi, how long have you been cultivating these plants? You must have spent quite a bit of effort on them. Now they're all ruined. Even the root systems are exposed, and there's no hope for them anymore. Truly a pity, isn't it? Liu never expected Princess Xuanhuan, so aloof, to talk to him like a petty girl full of sarcasm. It was likely her way of retaliating for his previous insults. Feeling somewhat caught between laughing and crying, Liu dared not get angry, but instead thought this Xuanhuan princess did have some girlish traits. He shook his head and explained, Princess Xuanhuan, what you don't know is that these plants are called peanuts, and their fruits are not on the surface but at the roots. Therefore, the roots that have been exposed are actually the peanut fruits we need. Those moles thought they destroyed all my plants, but unknowingly, they've done me a great favor. The peanuts were fully ripe, and I was actually planning to harvest them soon anyway. This way, I don't have to do the work myself. The thief has harvested everything for me. I should thank her greatly. Princess Xuanhuan's originally mocking expression suddenly froze on her face, which made her look rather cute. Liu couldn't help but burst into laughter, only to receive a glare filled with pouting resentment from Princess Xuanhuan. Chapter 24, Drunken Peanuts. Princess Xuanhuan rarely showed such a charming and girlish demeanor, which was quite alluring. She naturally exuded an exotic allure, combined with a look of coquettishness and embarrassment, making her even more enchanting. This made Liu momentarily mesmerized. With a dry cough, Liu quickly averted his gaze, crouched down, pulled a peanut off its roots, peeled the dry husk, and offered the kernel to Princess Anyu, saying, "This is the fruit of the peanut, a type of dried nut that can be eaten directly. Would you like to try it?" Princess Anyu revealed a look of disgust. Although this peanut buried in the soil had a red core untouched by mud, the surface was covered with yellow dirt, causing Princess Anyu to feel nauseated. "No thanks, this thing has been touching the soil, I can't eat it." Liu paused for a moment, then snorted derisively, shaking his head. "Is that so? It's my fault for not thinking it through. Princess Anyu is so precious, she can't eat something as humble as this. If you won't eat it, I will." Liu tilted his head back and threw the peanut into his mouth, savoring it immensely. Princess Anyu frowned, huffed, and blurted out unconsciously, "Disgusting. Disgusting." It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. But now Liu felt a surge of anger rising within him, and he immediately responded coldly. "Why does Princess think it's disgusting? Do you not eat things that touch the earth? The rice, vegetables, fruits you eat daily, aren't they all from the soil too? Or do you only eat heavenly ambrosia? Oh, Princess Anyu is beautiful like a celestial fairy, eating immortal fruits and drinking divine nectar. How unsurprising. I suppose I should stop making such a fuss," indeed acting overly surprised. Princess Anyu turned slightly angry, gritting her teeth. "Those things are different from this. Fruits and rice grow on top of the soil, while your peanuts grow directly in contact with the soil. This is dirty. Different? How are they different? True, fruits grow on trees, but don't they get their nutrients from the soil? What's the difference between them and peanuts? All crops are products nurtured by the earth. If you think these peanuts are dirty because of the soil on them, I understand. These peanuts are clean. I even wiped them with a handkerchief. Still refusing to eat them? That's preposterous." In his anger, Liu let slip some uncouth words, speaking sharply, and after realizing what he had said, he silently cursed himself. Princess Anyu was technically his father-in-law, and if she whispered a complaint in Emperor Li Shimon's ear, it could torture him endlessly. Criticizing her thusly might infuriate her, leading to dire consequences. Looking at Princess Anyu, he noticed her unusually pale complexion growing even whiter. A faint trace of melancholy flickered deep in her eyes, but there wasn't any sign of fury. Relaxing a little internally, Liu hesitated briefly, deciding to make peace with Princess Anyu, tentatively saying, "Princess Anyu, what I just said was just random talk. Please don't take it to heart. Actually, peanuts taste quite good. If you don't want to eat them straight from the ground, I have some that have been processed and prepared. Would you like to try them?" Princess Anyu raised her gaze, glaring fiercely at Liu. He had slapped her once and now was trying to offer her a sweet potato, intending to gloss over the matter. There were no such easy things. "I don't need your kindness. I'll eat this one." Whether out of pique or otherwise, Princess Anyu suddenly grabbed the peanut from Liu's hands. With graceful nimbleness, she peeled away the shell and swallowed the red kernel in one gulp. As she chewed carefully, an oily fragrance spread throughout her mouth, rich yet laced with a hint of raw sweetness, which brightened Princess Anyu's eyes noticeably. "This thing, it's called peanuts? The taste is actually pretty good." The most gratifying experience of Liu's life was when people recognized and appreciated his creations. Grinning widely, he started mending fences a bit. Holding out what he proudly considered to be his finest dish, he introduced the drunken peanuts, stating, "This one is a small dish made with peanuts, suitable both as a side dish for drinking or a snack. Try it, 2 different flavors altogether." Once someone tasted a delicacy, their curiosity was piqued. Princess Anyu also developed an interest in these drunken peanuts. Extending her delicate fingers, she picked one up, inspecting it for a while curiously. "Are these also peanuts? But why are these white, when the previous peanuts were red?" "It's because peanuts have a layer of red skin. Once removed from the shell, the peanuts retain this red covering. However, for these drunken peanuts, I have to use salted curing for better flavor infusion, hence I remove the outer layer, resulting in their being white." "Then, after the skin is removed, does the taste change at all?" "Not really. The skin itself has almost no flavor, but it does have blood-nourishing properties. If you're low on blood, eating this could be beneficial to your health." Princess Anyu looked up and glanced at Liu with a somewhat unusual expression. While he was explaining these plants, his tone had been gentle and calm, as though discarding all his previous prejudices against her. His patience made her regard him in a slightly different light. She opened her lips slightly and placed the drunken peanut into her mouth. Liu watched Princess Anyu expectantly, thinking that since she had liked regular peanuts so much, this enhanced version of drunken peanuts would probably satisfy her too. As Liu was brimming with anticipation, Princess Anyu popped the drunken peanut into her mouth only to be hit with an overwhelming wave of saltiness that assaulted her brain. The salty sensation quickly turned into an aggressive, domineering current sweeping through her entire mouth, utterly destroying her sense of taste and preventing her from detecting any hint of the peanut's natural flavor. Is this eating peanuts or simply consuming salt? With a contorted expression, Princess Anyu swallowed the drowned peanut and let out a slight sigh, looking slightly exhausted as she said, "Prince Chi, if it weren't for the regular peanut you gave me earlier being fine, I'd have suspected you were trying to poison me." Liu's face froze, muttering under his breath, "What? Is it really that extreme? These are meant to pair with alcohol, so they're always heavily seasoned. Drunken peanuts are famous for their saltiness. At first, it might seem unpleasant, but after a bit, they start tasting increasingly fragrant." Princess Anyu waved her hand dismissively, resolutely declining further offers. No thanks, it's way too salty for me. I can't handle it. Eating just a few more would probably leave me dehydrated due to the excessive salt content. And there we go. Turns out this girl prefers light flavors. What a waste of my prized drunken peanut. Chapter 25. Princess Anyu will also be conquered by strawberries. Liu was greatly dissatisfied, lost interest, and became too lazy to continue showing Princess Anren around. Princess Anyu looked toward the land that had been dug up in a mess. The soil was turned over, and all the root systems inside were clearly visible. There was no way her night pearl could be hidden there. She furrowed her brows, gazed at other plots of land far away, and suggested, Prince Chi, I've never heard of the plants you are growing here. Could you possibly take me on another tour? Although Li Yu was reluctant from the bottom of his heart, now Princess Anyu held the upper hand over him, and there was nothing he could do about it. He awkwardly said, come along then. If you don't like this kind of intense dried fruit, I'll take you to see some strawberries. Maybe you'll like them. For some unknown reason, Lu Xue's eyes flashed with an unusual light when she heard Li Yu saying he would take Princess Anyu to see the strawberries. She stared at Princess Anyu with quite a hostile look. The strawberry field looked similar to the peanut field. Both were devastated after being trampled on. Li Yu felt pain as he watched the sight, his lips twitching slightly. He opened his mouth to harshly scold the mole rats again. He had barely opened his mouth when Princess Anyu next to him, as if foreseeing his next action, gave him a cold look and whispered, shut up. Stop your nagging and babbling. Let my ears have a bit of peace. With a sheepish expression, Li Yu then introduced, this is the strawberry field. Those red fruits you see are strawberries. Princess Anyu's eyes slightly widened. What Li Yu had grown was a special type of strawberry, large and red, almost the size of half a baby's fist. They sparkled with a ruby-red luster under the sunlight, striking one's eyes. Just approaching them, a refreshing and rich fragrance filled the air, making one feel refreshed and stirring the appetite. After the peanuts came as a lead-in, Princess Anyu was eagerly anticipating these strange exotic fruits grown by Li Yu. Her sapphire blue eyes twinkled as she asked curiously, so this is what strawberries are? They smell so fragrant. What flavor are they? When introducing these plants, Li Yu always felt a sense of pride akin to introducing his own child, temporarily setting aside previous prejudices, and smiled. As you have smelled, strawberries are sweet fruits, juicy and full. The juice carries the unique fragrance of strawberries. Guaranteed that once you taste it, you will fall in love with it. As he spoke, Li Yu harbored a mischievous intention, and did not actively invite Princess Anyu to taste it, but instead teased her with a glance. Princess Anyu's fair face flushed faintly red as she replied, is that so? Can you really fall in love with it at first bite? But I can be quite picky. Li Yu chuckled internally but feigned innocence on the surface, saying casually, yeah, guaranteed to make you fall in love at first bite. Quite a few people didn't believe before trying my strawberries, but after tasting, they were utterly charmed and couldn't resist thinking about it daily. Princess Anyu, who was sharp-witted, naturally saw through Li Yu's ulterior motives. She was usually someone with very low desires, and in normal circumstances, if Li Yu didn't offer her a taste, she'd simply let it go. However, this time, she was enticed by the sweet aroma of the strawberries, and finally yielded. Her rosy red lips slightly parted as she collected the blush of shyness on her face and gritted her teeth. If that's the case, does Prince Chi mind giving me a taste? I am truly curious. Ah, is that so? Originally, your highness intended to try one? Oh my, you should have just said so. Look at how scatterbrained I am. Forgive me, forgive me. Li Yu pretended to be remorseful, smacked his head, and made a fuss, placing a strawberry in Princess Anyu's palm. Princess Anyu humphed lightly, putting the strawberry into her mouth. Before chewing, the strawberry instantly transformed into nectar, rippling in her mouth. The sweetness surged in her mouth, carrying a hint of delicate sourness. Saliva filled her mouth, and the cool strawberry juice flowed down her throat, leaving her wanting more. Princess Anyu, whose status was prestigious, normally ate fruits comparable to those offered to the imperial palace. She was accustomed to high standards. Yet even so, she was deeply shocked by these strawberries. Her pupils sparkled with unusual light, her pretty face pinkish, revealing excitement, her slender neck raised, her Adam's apple moving as she exclaimed, my goodness, so sweet. This must be the best fruit I've ever tasted. This, what exactly is it? Why isn't it available anywhere else? To this scene, Li Yu didn't give much attention. As long as it was a girl, regardless of whether she was a princess or someone else, without exception, all succumbed to the sweet charm of these strawberries. In this era, there were not many high-end candies anyway, so for such an exceptional fruit, it was already top-notch to them. Didn't I just say it? This is called a strawberry. Tell me, even though people look down on me for merely focusing on crops, but can anyone in this world grow fruits of this quality? No one can. Only me, Li Yu. As he said these words, Li Yu held his head high and his eyes gleamed with pride, causing Princess Anyu to glance at him in surprise. In her excitement, Princess Anyu spoke without much thought, her heart brimming with longing for the strawberries. She opened her mouth and said, Prince Chi, this strawberry is indeed fragrant and sweet, fully satisfying my taste. The only flaw is that it's a bit too sweet, but even that has exceeded my expectations. If you could spare me some so I can take them back to savor later? You want strawberries from me? Who was the one who beat me up to the point where my back was bloody and unrecognizable yesterday? A mocking curve tugged at the corner of Li Yu's lips as he shook his head and bluntly refused. Princess Anyu, I wish I could gift these strawberries to you, but they are rare and precious, and I've not grown many yet. Yesterday, those despicable thieves wrecked my strawberry field, so I need to start over. My back is covered in injuries, and my body suffered severe trauma. It would be hard for me to work on this by myself now. So restoring the strawberry field will take time. At present, each strawberry is incredibly valuable, so I fear I cannot just give them away to you, Princess. Princess Anyu's expression faltered. In all her life, this was the first time her request had been rejected outright. Li Yu's words were clear and direct. Although they seemed roundabout, when summarized, they boiled down to one sentence. You beat me up yesterday, then today you come asking me for strawberries? Forget about it. Princess Anyu softly bit her red lips, realizing she had acted improperly. After exhaling deeply, she calmed herself and suggested in a composed tone. That little thief is indeed detestable. Here's what I suggest, Prince Chi. I'll send some of my subordinates to help you restore your strawberry fields. What do you think? Chapter 26. 3 plots of land. Li Yu was delighted. You little wretch, you always have a frozen face, but aren't you still humbled by my strawberries? He shook his head and declined. I'm truly sorry, Princess Anyu, but the growing conditions for strawberries are so harsh that perhaps only I can handle the restoration of the strawberry fields. The people you send over might not just fail to help me, but even interfere with my work. They wouldn't be of any use. Then, Princess Anyu paused to think for a moment and said anxiously, then how about this? I know strawberries are rare and precious, so I'd like to buy some from you. I plan to spend 10,000 taels of silver. Princess Anyu's delicate finger rested under her chin as she contemplated slightly before probing. To buy 20 of your strawberries? 20 strawberries. Li Yu exclaimed in surprise. Princess Anyu was startled. It was the first time she had seen these strawberries, and she didn't fully grasp their value yet. Seeing Li Yu's reaction, she assumed that her demand might be too excessive and hurriedly modified her words. If you think that's too much, 15 strawberries would also be acceptable, though I want the best ones. Li Yu was elated at this proposition, finding immense satisfaction in it. Princess Anyu couldn't possibly know that his shock wasn't because he thought she was too greedy, but because the price she offered was extraordinarily high. It left him momentarily stunned. 20 strawberries. Probably just one strawberry seedling could produce that many. With the effect of Kumu Fengchun powder, an acre of land could mature dozens of strawberry seedlings within a day. If they were all sold at such prices, he could drain Princess Anyu of all her wealth. 10,000 taels of silver for 15 strawberries. I need to carefully consider this transaction. Lu Xue saw through Li Yu's cunning and pretended indifference while pretending to struggle with making a decision, which made her couldn't help laughing. She knew exactly what kind of person Li Yu was. Those strawberries were indeed precious, but nowhere near that level. Last time, when Li Yu rewarded her, he gave her more than 20 strawberries. This master was truly wicked. Seeing Li Yu hesitate, Princess Anyu felt a flicker of hope inside, but maintained an indifferent expression and said, yes, this is the highest price I can accept. King Chi, take your time to consider. How about this? Li Yu continued. Gold and silver treasures are nothing more than trivial things of gold and white dirt. As someone who farms the land, I don't care much for them either. Princess Anyu, you can exchange with something else. Princess Anyu wrinkled her elegant nose, looking at Li Yu with confusion. Something else? What do you want? Li Yu's eyes swept up and down her body, filled with sinister thoughts that made Princess Anyu uncomfortable throughout. A strange idea began to form in her mind. Was he planning to? As soon as this thought emerged, Princess Anyu was immediately overcome by intense killing intent. Her cold demeanor became evident as she spoke gently. King Chi, does your expression seem somewhat inappropriate? I am listening. What do you really want? I suggest to you that certain thoughts are best left unspoken. Li Yu appeared not to understand Princess Anyu's implications as his smile grew wider, and he blurted out. I want you. Princess Anyu's pupils constricted. Intense killing intent and disgust surged from her azure eyes. Within moments, her hand moved to her waist, grasping the soft sword hidden in her belt, ready to lash out in fury. Reckless. Just at this critical moment, Li Yu calmly completed the latter part of his sentence. I want the land from within your mansion. Huh? Land. At this unexpected turn, Princess Anyu herself was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Li Yu, her actions frozen on the spot. Yes, land. Li Yu wore a puzzled and innocent expression as if he had no awareness that he had just come close to death's doorstep. Didn't I already say that? I'm just a farmer. Gold and silver treasures mean very little to me. In the capital city, where every inch of land costs a fortune, surely there's a lot of unused land within your estate. I can make good use of it. Humph. Princess Anyu relaxed her tensed body, grinding her back teeth furiously. This guy? He doesn't speak clearly and causes misunderstanding. I almost chopped him off with a single stroke. Princess Anyu, why does your expression seem somewhat strange? Your eyebrows are full of dark lines. Are you feeling unwell? I have a place for rest here. If you don't object, I can arrange for someone to help you rest. We must preserve your health. Li Yu kept talking incessantly nearby, causing Princess Anyu's headache to worsen. No thanks. Regarding the matter of the land, it won't do. My residence is my private area. Giving you the land would mean letting you go inside to farm, right? Wouldn't that greatly impact me? Not at all, not at all. I only need that small plot of land where vegetables can be grown. You can just find me a bowu nearby, and I'll frequently go there to take care of the crops without bothering you. Moreover, if you need anything later on, I can supply you with fruits and vegetables at a lower price. What do you think? Princess Anyu was somewhat moved by this offer. If she could get her hands on these valuable fruits at a low cost afterward, giving him some land wasn't an unreasonable deal. After all, those plots in her estate were lying barren anyway, almost untouched by anyone. Plus, King Chi seemed weak and unlikely to cause any trouble. After pondering for a while, Princess and Yu finally nodded slightly and said, "All right, after that, you can cultivate the vegetable garden within my residence. Then, can I have my 15 strawberries now?" Li Yu was ecstatic. He had just arrived in the capital city and already obtained a large piece of land from Jiang Gongzi through extortion, along with another promised by Li Shimin, and now from Princess and Yu. With these 3 strongholds secured, it wouldn't be long before he managed to bring the entire capital's land under his control. Of course, certainly. Li Yu summoned Shuai Ding, asking him to select 15 big and plump strawberries, each still glistening with dewdrops, and delivered them to Princess and Yu. Princess and Yu's eyes lit up immediately. Her hand instinctively reached out to grab one to satisfy her craving, but restrained herself when she realized Li Yu was standing right beside her. She suppressed her excitement and instructed her subordinates, "Carefully store these 15 strawberries, then take them back to my mansion." Yes. Once the land deal was sealed, Li Yu felt that Princess and Yu's usefulness had been pretty much fully exploited. Consequently, his interest waned as well. Right at this moment, a robotic voice rang out in his mind. "Ding, side mission completed. Famous dinging progress reached 1/10. Your fruits and vegetables are becoming increasingly familiar to the nobles in the capital city. Congratulations. You've earned a reward of 1,000 points. Chapter 27 Temporary Reconciliation. This task is a progress-based task. Every time you complete a certain level of progress, you can get a large amount of rewards. The higher the progress, the more rewards. The way to complete the progress is to make your fruits and vegetables more and more known to everyone, gaining recognition and compliance from kings and nobles. You can recommend your produce to more influential people to increase its fame, thereby completing this task." Li Yu's expression instantly became colorful. He had been diligently working for so long and had only gained a few hundred points in reward. But completing one task could reward him with so many points, which greatly exceeded his expectations. It seemed like in online games where farming was akin to grinding monsters, yielding only minimal points as rewards. The real big gains were still from completing tasks. Realizing this, Li Yu felt a surge of enthusiasm. His motivation greatly increased, shaking off his previous lethargic and cold demeanor. With a fervent look, he suggested to Princess Anyu, "Princess Anyu, my estate grows countless rare and exotic fruits. Since you're here today, why don't I show you around further?" Now, Princess Anyu in Li Yu's heart was like a treasure. She was the apple of Emperor Taizong's eye and one of the current princesses. She lacked neither power, status, nor fame. Introducing his fruits and vegetables to her would certainly have a butterfly effect, accelerating their promotion in the capital and making it easier to complete the task. Imagine if there was some famous court official who came to pay homage to Princess Anyu. She would likely take out the strawberries to entertain them to express sincerity. In that case, the name of the strawberry might spread across the land. Princess Anyu looked at Li Yu strangely, unsure why his attitude changed like a Sichuan opera face change. However, since Li Yu was willing, she had no reason to refuse. Her main purpose for coming today was still to search for the whereabouts of the Night Pearl, checking whether Li Yu was suspicious. If she could wander around more, that would be good. "No problem, you can show me." Next, Li Yu led Princess Anyu like he was showing off treasures. Due to his eagerness to complete the task, he appeared particularly enthusiastic, as if all past grievances were forgiven, and he stopped being sarcastic toward Princess Anyu. Seeing that this man's attitude had become more amiable, Princess Anyu's tone softened a bit as well, and the two of them didn't seem so adversarial anymore. Li Yu then took Princess Anyu to tour the potato field, the loofah field, and even let her try some grilled potatoes. However, it clearly didn't suit Princess Anyu's taste. She kept frowning and shaking her head, not liking it much. After walking for a while, the sun rose high into the sky, and the scorching heat illuminated the earth, as if the whole world was shrouded in a wave of hot air. After walking for some time, Princess Anyu began to sweat profusely. Her face slightly flushed, looking somewhat weary, she shook her head and said, "Prince Chi, let's find a place to rest. It's too hot during this time, I don't want to keep walking." Li Yu stroked his chin and suggested, "I'll take you to the grape field." I said I'm feeling a bit hot. There are plenty of grapevines in the grape field, just like creepers. There are shaded areas, we can sit there to rest. Princess Anyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. Okay. Leading Princess Anyu to the grape field, Li Yu had already used a lot of small wooden sticks to set up a frame. Grapevines wound around the frame, forming a large natural shade. Walking into the vineyard, inside was a set of stone tables and chairs made by Li Yu. Li Yu gestured to Princess Anyu and sat down first. Princess Anyu exhaled deeply. Inside the grapevines, the air was fresh, faintly carrying the sweet aroma peculiar to grapes. A bunch of grapes hung there like purple agate, each grape as large as a longan, crystal clear, covered in dew, appearing tender and inviting. Princess Anyu liked it at first sight and exclaimed, "What is this? Is this fruit grown by you?" "Yes." Li Yu extended his hand and plucked one of the grapes, peeling off its purplish skin himself, revealing the emerald green flesh. Opening his mouth, he sucked the grape into his mouth, a refreshing sweetness spreading throughout. It truly was the greatest solace under the scorching sun. It's extremely delicious. Grapes can rival strawberries, but their only drawback is that they need to be peeled. Princess Anyu glared at the self-indulgent Li Yu. After exchanging words with him for so long, she didn't feel like being overly polite either, so she picked a grape from the vine and mimicked his action to peel the skin. She swallowed the inner part. This grape was xiuxian cultivated by Li Yu, and it had no seeds inside. It was sweet and juicy, with a special rich and fresh fragrance. Princess Anyu's eyes lit up as soon as she took a bite. So sweet and so soft, almost dissolving into juice without chewing. It's truly delicious. Why are the fruits here so amazing? I've been eating tribute items for many years. None of them can compare to this one. Princess Xianyu was extremely candid and clicked her tongue in amazement while looking at the grape in her hand. The two sat there, constantly feeling the cool breeze blowing by, sunlight piercing through the gaps in the grapevines, and the sweltering heat dissipating. It made them feel warmly comfortable, extremely pleasant. After finishing a grape, Princess Xianyu licked her crimson lips and hesitated, pointing at the grapes and asking, "Can I eat a few more? If not, I can trade something with you. How about the price of strawberries?" "If, no need." Liu casually waved his hand. His mood had also calmed down a bit. With land in his possession, he didn't want to extort Princess Xianyu anymore, so he straightforwardly said, "You can eat as much as you want. Look, there are so many grapevines here. Fortunately, they weren't destroyed by that little thief. There's plenty of them. If you want to eat, just pick them yourself. I won't charge you." Upon hearing this, Princess Anyu's expression carried a hint of complexity. She remained silent for a moment, didn't say anything, and simply picked up a few more grapes and ate them. The two sat there quietly, and Liu found himself idling away the time. He decided to surf the system mall out of boredom and unexpectedly discovered an upgrade button on his Hunate decision. He tried pressing it, and a prompt box suddenly popped up. Beep. Upgrading the Hunate decision requires 3,000 points. After upgrading, both your internal strength and physical power will be significantly enhanced. However, you don't have enough points to proceed with the upgrade. Hearing this, Liu immediately became flustered. So many points, this is going to take my life. Chapter 28, The Girl Next Door. However, although these 3,000 points are quite a lot, they are not out of reach. At least, they are much cheaper than the miraculous drug that was needed to save Lu Zhua. Now Liu is well aware of the benefits of this hunted decision, and has become somewhat reluctant to part with it. If he could further enhance this technique by another level, what kind of skill level would he achieve? At least, would he be able to cross swords with General Cheng? Thinking of this, Liu's heart became inflamed. This reputation-enhancing mission gave him 1,000 points just for completing the first stage. By calculation according to the reward scale, the next stage should at least give 2,000 points. That means, as long as he promotes fruits and vegetables more, making them familiar to high officials in the capital city, he would be able to upgrade this hunted decision. Liu fell into deep thought, silence enveloping the two people. However, Princess Xianyu felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation and comfort, both physically and mentally. As the emperor's beloved adopted daughter and princess of the Tang dynasty, wherever she went, the flattering and fawning voices around her were like surging tides, almost drowning her. At any time and place, she had to be mindful of her deportment so as not to disgrace the name of Princess Xianyu. It was too exhausting. At this moment, there was no constraint from servants. Sitting side by side with a person who was neither an enemy nor a friend, enjoying the nourishment of shade and sunlight, looking at the dense vines in the distance, Princess Anyu's heart became mysteriously calm, wishing this tranquility could last forever. Unconsciously, her delicate fingers did not stop, and a small pile of grape skins had already accumulated on the table beside her. Unintentionally, she had eaten more than 10 grapes of Liu's. Her cheeks turned red slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and she turned her head. She saw Prince Qi gazing into the distance with a serious expression and a bland face, his eyes full of meaning that she could not comprehend. She did not know what he was thinking about. Prince Qi, Princess Xianyu, both broke the silence simultaneously, surprised for a moment. Liu originally planned to ask Princess Xianyu to help promote these fruits and vegetables, but unexpectedly, Xianyu actually initiated conversation with him. He smiled faintly and motioned for her to speak first. Princess Xianyu nodded slightly, her eyelids lowered gently. The daylight illuminated her excessively fair complexion, revealing every fine hair on her delicate face, her features exquisitely detailed without pores or flaws visible. As Liu watched, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, beauties of this era are numerous. These women are all naturally beautiful, without any surgical alterations, yet surpass in beauty any woman he has seen in modern times, even the famous stars. Princess Xianyu carefully peeled a grape in front of her, meticulously removing its skin completely, leaving the fruit round and translucent. What's this little thing up to? Liu was filled with doubts, assuming that Princess Xianyu called him merely to show him how to peel a grape. After finishing, Princess Xianyu handed over the nearly perfect grape to Liu. Her white, slender hand contrasted beautifully under the grape, appearing exceptionally enticing. What do you mean by this? Liu was bewildered, puzzled, looking at Princess Xianyu. Thank you for your hospitality, Prince Qi. This grape serves as my token of gratitude, all right. Princess Anyu's sapphire-like beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. A smile akin to a young maiden graced her lips. All previous coldness and sharpness vanished, giving Liu the feeling of a neighboring younger sister, warm and refreshing. Liu hesitated for a few seconds before accepting the grape from Princess Anyu's hand, placing it directly into his mouth without hesitation, then remarked, "You've eaten so many of my grapes, but you returned just one as a gesture of thanks, playing such a favorable accounting game. I've lost big time. But if considering that it might be the only grape personally peeled by the princess in this world that I can taste, well, seems it's not bad." Liu exaggeratedly gave Princess Xianyu a thumb up, flattery in his tone. The grape peeled by the princess is indeed different from ordinary ones, truly fragrant and sweet. Of2, who believes you? Princess Xianyu burst into laughter, like the blossoming of pear trees, dazzling others in comparison. She looked completely different from the icy demeanor she showed earlier, presenting an entirely different charm altogether. Her fingers were soaked with grape juice from peeling the grape. After hesitating briefly, Princess Onyu put her white, tender fingertips into her rosy lips and sucked lightly, the action extremely tempting. Liu, who just glanced casually, stared dumbfounded when he saw her doing so. Seemingly sensing Liu's gaze, Princess Onyu suddenly became aware of her inappropriate behavior and quickly put down her fingers, clearing her throat and saying, "Cough, there's too much grape juice, my fingers are a bit sticky." "Haha, I have napkins you can use. They're very convenient." Napkins. These napkins were exchanged by Liu from the system mall. Just a little xiuxian could be exchanged for a mountain of napkins. With current technology, such fine paper couldn't be produced. The napkins were soft and thin, and Princess Onyu immediately fell in love with them. She used the napkins to gently wipe her fingers. Soon, the napkins turned into a crumpled mess. Furrowing her eyebrows, she asked curiously, "This thing is really useful, but after using it, it becomes like this. What should I do? It seems that it can't be used again." Liu chuckled helplessly, taking the napkin from Princess Onyu's hand but unintentionally touching her palm. Princess Onyu reacted strongly as if electrocuted, quickly pulling back her hand, her face blushing furiously as she glared at him. "It was unintentional. This napkin is disposable. Just throw it away after use. I have a small stack here that you can take and use. It's much more convenient than a handkerchief because the handkerchief still needs washing. Don't you agree?" Liu handed a small stack of napkins to Princess Onyu. She marveled and carefully placed the napkins in her coat pocket, sighing. "Everyone says Prince Chi is incompetent and dim-witted, a bumbling fool. Now it doesn't seem entirely true. At least your knowledge about farming is profound. I've never heard of these things before, yet they are extremely practical. It's good that you understand." After chatting for a while, the two fell silent again. Judging from the present situation, this Princess Onyu wasn't as vicious and cruel as she appeared on the surface. You shouldn't judge someone based merely on appearances. I am this way, and so are you. Before, I thought you were a harsh and venomous woman, but now. Chapter 29, Intense Argument. Princess Onyu's breathing stopped. Whether an ordinary woman or a high-ranking princess, when it comes to situations like this, women would be extremely concerned about others' evaluations. It's in their nature. Liu deliberately paused for a moment, and Princess Onyu grew somewhat anxious, asking, "What about now? How do you feel now?" "Now I feel that you're not so cruel and cold. Sometimes you can get along a bit." She had expected Liu to use a rhetorical technique where he starts low and ends high, but instead received such a result. A dark shadow passed over Princess Onyu's eyebrows as she gave him a glance of slight anger. She let out a gentle sigh, her dangling legs swaying slightly. Then she asked abruptly, "Prince Chi, when you were insulting that mole, were you actually criticizing me indirectly?" Hearing this, Liu was greatly shocked, never expecting Princess Onyu to pose such a direct question. Cold sweat trickled down his neck as he hurriedly shook his head. No, I was just scolding that thief. As the princess of noble lineage, no matter what, I wouldn't dare offend you. How could you think such a thing?" Princess Onyu coldly hummed, her teeth lightly clenched. "You stop your nonsense already. The words you said all pointed at me. Moreover, probably you've already figured out that I was the thief from that day, haven't you?" Since she put it so bluntly, Liu's expression carried a hint of embarrassment, unable to refute her statement. He simply nodded. Even though it was expected, upon receiving Liu's affirmative response, Princess Onyu's eyes slightly dimmed. She turned away for a long while before speaking with a heavy tone. Indolent and ignorant about the 5 grains, sitting high above like celestial beings, yet disrupting the hard work of common people. "Prince Chi, this cap of yours is quite burdensome." Liu remained silent for a while before finally replying with a bitter laugh. "Back then, it was just out of revenge for the punishment you inflicted on me. I deliberately said it." "Were you deliberate?" "Likely, these feelings are exactly what you truly harbor deep inside." Prince Chi, the look on your face back then clearly showed great resentment. Princess Onyu's gaze was cold and thorough as she turned to directly stare at Liu, making him seem rather pressing. Do you really think that way? Alright, even though I exaggerated my identity deliberately to provoke you, still, this reflects my genuine feelings. Standing up, Liu solemnly said, "Don't you think today's nobles and generals view themselves too highly? People despise peasants, but they fail to notice that peasants form the very foundation of a nation. It's these farming-focused commoners who make it possible for you aristocrats to enjoy everything so contentedly." Princess Anyu's face turned pale as she countered. "Commoners are undoubtedly important, but they need leadership too, without which they would merely be a disorganized mass, right? Without leaders, yes, they'd be a disorganized mass. We need good leaders, but if those leaders grow to despise common folk, viewing themselves too arrogantly and having no knowledge whatsoever of farmers' efforts, or worse, obstructing their hard work using bad means, that's completely wrong." In his indignation, Liu couldn't care less anymore, and even dared utter what might be considered disrespectful statements. His thoughts as a modern person differ entirely from the conservative ancient ones, making it difficult for him to gain Princess Anyu's agreement. This comment made Princess Onyu erupt in rage, her eyes flashing fiercely. Standing tall, she angrily glared at Liu, saying, "Prince Chi, are you serious about what you said? This is defying authority, disrespecting imperial power. Are you crazy?" On this topic, Liu had absolutely no intention of backing down. He took a step forward, meeting Princess Anyu's gaze. There was even a spark between their gazes. Imperial power? Authority? Humph. Without the support of our commoners, where does imperial power come from? Where does authority come from? They're all nonsense. I'm not commenting on His Majesty the Emperor. I'm just saying that you have chosen the wrong direction. If the welfare of the common people and agriculture isn't prioritized, any imperial power will eventually collapse like a building without foundation. Yu. Princess Anyu's body trembled, her bountiful chest heaving with heavy breaths, creating waves that captivated the eye. Her knuckles turned white as she clutched her fists, gritting her teeth. You repeatedly claimed the current nobility looks down on the common people. Can you prove it? Aren't these just your baseless imaginations? My imagination? Actually, it's quite simple. Weren't you the one who caused massive destruction at my estate the other day? Although I knew you must have had a legitimate target, possibly looking for something specific, or perhaps simply to create conflict with me. But if I were just an ordinary farmer, how much harm would your actions have caused me? Liu pointed at the grapevines nearby and coldly laughed. Take these grapes for instance. All these bamboo stakes were planted by me one by one. If an ordinary farmer were to cultivate these grapes, it might take more than half a year to reach this stage. Yet, your chaotic digging turned all the plants, seeds, into ashes, and even damaged the land. Do you know how much time it will take to restore it? Such actions may have cost some farmers their lives. You have no idea, right? You think this is just the tiniest bit of damage, insignificant enough to be disregarded? Princess Anyu had never been rebuked so harshly in her entire life, not even by the emperor. Her face alternated between pale and red as her eyes misted over with moisture. She almost bit through her lips in frustration, wanting to argue back, but found no words. In the end, she could only glare at Liu with utmost hostility. You keep talking about how nobles behave, yet haven't you realized that you yourself are a noble? You're none other than the famous Prince Qi. Are you condemning yourself? It would have been better if she hadn't brought up this topic, for it made Liu feel somewhat absurd. He burst out laughing mockingly. Yeah, I'm so famous, but probably infamous, huh? A prince who only knows how to farm? Princess, let's talk honestly. Have you ever considered me as a privileged noble? The main reason you look down on me is because I'm deeply engaged in farming, isn't it? This statement, like the final blow, pierced deep into Princess Anyu's heart, leaving her utterly defeated. She lowered her head in defeat. Liu exhaled deeply, feeling his throat parched. He casually picked a few grapes, swallowed them whole, then sat back down on the stool and said indifferently, Princess, I've said so much already, and the principles are clear. If you truly refuse to accept it from the bottom of your heart, there's nothing more I can do. Chapter 30. Plan to escape. Princess Anyu panted heavily, her cherry lips bitten nearly to the point of bleeding. Angrily stomping her foot, she said, Prince Qi, I will remember your words today. I hope that in the future, you won't regret what you've said. The fury surged in her bright blue almond eyes as she turned and left without further argument with Liu. The servants outside saw her emerge in a huff, but dared not cross her path and knelt silently on the ground. Go. Liu sighed deeply, listening as the sound faded into the distance, then let out another sigh. After regaining his composure, he began to regret being so confrontational with Princess Anyu. Arguing with a woman was, indeed, a foolish act. Simply following her desires would have been sufficient. He had thought earlier that by sharing fruit generously, their relationship might see some slight improvement. But now they were back at a freezing point. What was most critical was that Princess Anyu had listened to all his rebellious comments and received a thorough scolding from him. She likely wanted him dead, and there was a 99% chance she would whisper these things to Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. At that point, it seemed inevitable that he would invite disaster. With this thought, Li Yu's body, previously heated from the quarrel, felt like an ice block, cold sweat streaming down his back, soaking his clothes. Lu Shui had been hiding outside the grapevine the entire time. With her acute senses, she had heard every word of the altercation clearly. After Princess Anyu departed, she quietly walked in and spoke to Liu. Master, you have angered Princess Anyu once again. Judging by her spiteful nature, she may retaliate secretly against you. What do you intend to do? Liu remained silent for a long while, a look of determination flashing through his eyes before he stood up straight and said calmly, the most crucial thing now is not her retaliating against me. She needn't bother doing so herself. All she has to do is say a few words to the Emperor. My recent words were highly disloyal. His Majesty already has a poor impression of me and will certainly be greatly enraged. Once Princess Anyu speaks, my death will almost be a foregone conclusion. Lu Shui's delicate face went pale as she imagined Li Yu's beheading scene. Her heart rate quickened with deep concern. Master, all your words just now made sense to me. They weren't seditious in any way. To Shui, your words were philosophical and convincing. People like Princess Anyu cannot understand you. Raised in luxury and accustomed to high-handed treatment, how could she ever sympathize with the suffering of the common people? A bitter smile played on the corners of Liu's mouth as he helplessly replied, though I appreciate your support, the Emperor certainly wouldn't agree with my ideas. Alas, I am still too young. Speaking out rashly leads to trouble, and this proves true indeed. Unconsciously, I assumed that Princess Anyu and I are somewhat friends, which led me to lower my guard. Seeing Liu's wretched state, Lu Shui couldn't bear it. After much contemplation, her eyes flashed with killing intent as she suddenly whispered, Master, since Princess Anyu likes to report grievances, then isn't preventing her from speaking the best solution? According to my knowledge, court sessions start only tomorrow morning, the same time when Princess Anyu sees the Emperor. There's still time before tomorrow morning. If something happens to Princess Anyu, then no one would know your statements. Small in stature but beautiful, Lu Shui showed ruthlessness and decisiveness in such matters as she mimicked a throat-cutting motion with a sinister expression. The method you suggest, I've considered as well. However, from what I observed, Princess Anyu also has a certain level of martial arts skill, her strength unclear, and surely surrounded by many guards. For you to attempt assassination alone carries great risk. Even if successful, the likelihood that our identities remain hidden is almost zero. Pausing for a moment, Li Yu's eyes glimmered with a complex emotion before he sighed profoundly. Besides, even if we succeed in assassinating her, I do not wish to proceed with such a method. Though we barely interacted today, I feel this woman isn't entirely evil. She doesn't deserve death, at least not based on the current offenses. Thus, discard any thoughts of assassination. Lu Shui wore an odd expression. Seeing Li Yu's lowered eyelids, she bent over, suddenly bringing her head under Li Yu's line of sight, and looked directly at him, snorting. Master, tell me, are you infatuated with Princess Anyu? Unless you prefer being tormented. Lu Shui's faintly fragrant breath grazed Li Yu's face. Somehow, under her clear gaze, Li Yu felt slightly embarrassed. He almost spit out a mouthful of saliva and quickly shifted his focus away, defending himself. Uft. What nonsense. How could that happen? Don't forget, that woman flogged me with canes. One day, I'll exact revenge. This is the right attitude, master. Rest assured, when you truly subdue this woman one day, the cane punishment will be personally carried out by me for your revenge. Shui will definitely show no mercy. You actually dared to speak of punishing a princess with caning. Li Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, calmed his expression, and said seriously, therefore, I must now plan my escape route. If the emperor really wants to kill me, I need to flee early in the morning. I won't submit to death voluntarily just because of these absurd statements. That's too ridiculous. Lu Shui knelt on one knee and replied solemnly. Shui and Lu Zhuo will follow the master wherever you go and whoever the enemy may be. Li Yu felt deeply consoled and whispered softly. At least I am Prince Qi, personally infected by His Majesty. During tomorrow's court session, even if the emperor is extremely angry, he certainly wouldn't have me executed openly in the court. It would sound very bad. He will likely privately sentence me to death or hire assassins to kill me. Therefore, we should pack our belongings now and prepare to run away. Immediately after I return from the court session, I'll get the carriage ready, and we'll leave the city and hide in the woods. Do you understand? Understood. After replying, Lu Shui immediately left to prepare the escape. As night deepened, Li Yu looked at the bright moon outside with a trace of bitterness on his lips that could not be suppressed. It was only after great difficulty that he had arrived in the capital city, but before he could enjoy a peaceful life, he already faced mortal peril. If he were really chased by the emperor this time, he might spend the rest of his life being pursued and wanted. It was truly destiny playing tricks. Even becoming an ordinary civilian would be better than reincarnating as this pathetic Prince Qi. Even if he must die, he will absolutely ensure that Jiang Gongzi, the chief culprit, is killed before his departure. While Li Yu gazed at the white moon, which resembled a plate, another young girl was also looking at the moon on the other side. Chapter 31, Pillow Talk. This young girl was wearing a costume with a strong exotic flair, adorned with gold and silver decorations, extremely luxurious. However, her eyes were filled with deep disgust. She removed this attire, leaving herself in just a thin white blouse that clung to her body, even revealing faintly her delicate and pale skin. The girl seemed to feel a bit cold, tightly hugging her chest with both hands, exhaling warm breath onto her arms. Her body curled up into a ball, looking pitiful and evoking an impulse to embrace her tenderly. Her eyes shimmered with a shade of sadness, slightly moistened. After a long time, she sighed heavily and whispered softly, "Of the things you said, how could I not understand them?" Nothing happened throughout the night. When the first rays of dawn poured over the earth and the sky was just turning gray, officials gathered in groups preparing for the early court session. No matter what, Li Yu, as the nominal Prince of Qi, could not be absent from such an occasion. All the belongings at home were packed, the carriage waiting by the door, ready to leave immediately upon his return. When Li Yu arrived at the court, quite a few officials had already taken their positions. He found a nondescript corner to stand, waiting for a while until he suddenly saw Cheng Yaojin and that Jiang Young Master there too. Jiang Young Master being able to come to the court was unexpected by Li Yu. It seems that he wasn't just some reckless rich kid, at least someone in his family must hold an official post. The emperor has arrived. Following the cry of the eunuch, Emperor Taizong walked in with bold steps. All the officials bowed down on the ground shouting, "Long live the emperor for 10,000 years." Li Yu sneered. As a modern man, he believed that a man's knees are worth more than gold. He squatted slightly and went through the motions. The emperor walked to the side of the dragon throne, waving his hand with a commanding voice. "You may rise. Today is a day worthy of celebration. My goddaughter, Princess Enyu, has come to the capital and plans to stay here for a while. Enyu, you may step forward so that I may have a look at you." A gentle jingle of bells sounded as Princess Enyu walked in wearing an extravagant outfit, decked out in exquisite jewelry, slowly entering with graceful steps. Her fair complexion framed beautiful azure eyes shimmering with charm. Every move she made exuded elegance, captivating everyone's attention at once. Especially that Jiang Young Master whose eyes gleamed with greed, gazing fixedly at Princess Enyu's slim figure as if he wanted to devour her whole. Upon seeing Princess Enyu enter, Li Yu's heart suddenly tightened. To others, Princess Enyu might not mean much, but to him, her words could very well determine his life or death. How could he not be worried? "Enyu, I've heard that after arriving in the capital, you didn't rest but instead traveled around. Would you care to tell me about it? Princess Anyu narrowed her eyes, revealing a smile, and said, I visited Prince Qi's estate. Oh, Emperor Taizong looked somewhat surprised, interested expression spreading across his face. Unable to contain himself, he asked, so you actually visited Prince Qi's estate? The prince does indeed excel in agriculture, something I've witnessed personally. How did the prince treat you? Did it leave any impression? When Emperor Taizong mentioned Prince Qi's agricultural prowess, snickers echoed through the court among the ministers. As nobles, instead of seeking promotion and honor, they indulged in humble farming work, something truly looked down upon. Upon hearing Princess Anyu mention Li Yu, the Xiangyang master lit up with excitement. Knowing fully well the blood feud between Princess Anyu and Li Yu which he had orchestrated, it was clear to him that her mentioning Li Yu before the emperor was bound to speak ill of him. Since the emperor adored Princess Anyu, once she spoke against him, it would certainly cost Li Yu his life. Hearing his name, Li Yu let out a sigh lightly, closing his eyes to pretend to be sleeping. Princess Anyu paused briefly, then turned her head and precisely located Li Yu's position among the crowd. Seeing Li Yu's dejected demeanor, she gave a light humph, opening her mouth and speaking. I went to Prince Qi's estate, and the way he entertained me. Before she finished, the Xiangyang master was certain Princess Anyu was about to speak ill of Li Yu. In his haste to embellish, he interjected. Prince Qi is cunning and mistaken Princess Anyu as an assassin, threatening her, nearly injuring Princess Anyu. And, after saying about of his speech, he realized there was dead silence around. Even Princess Anyu had stopped talking, casting a look of indifference towards him. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Feng's forehead. He swallowed nervously, realizing that interrupting in the court, especially preempting a princess, was no small offense. Emperor Taizong looked at Jiang Feng with an unreadable expression in his eyes and said indifferently, Your name is Jiang Feng, correct? Did you interrupt Princess Anyu to report something of great importance? Please continue. Jiang Feng was so frightened that his legs trembled. He fell to his knees with a thud and pleaded, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I don't know what came over me, as if my soul was taken away, causing me to say such nonsense, disrupting the order and disturbing Princess Anyu. I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty, please forgive me. A cold snort escaped Emperor Taizong's lips as he spoke firmly but not harshly. Jiang Feng, though your ancestors contributed greatly, neither of these two generations has achieved anything notable. The favor from your ancestors will eventually run out. Your arrogance and aggression are doing more harm than good for you. Can you understand what I am saying? These words hit Jiang Feng like a hammer, shaking him to the core. He hastily bowed his head and stammered, I understand, Your Majesty. Very well, Princess Anyu, please continue. Princess Anyu nodded gracefully. I arrived at Prince Qi's estate where he warmly entertained me. His garden holds an abundance of exotic fruits and vegetables that I have never seen before, sweet and refreshing beyond comparison. They far surpass any imperial tribute grade produce. There were grapes, strawberries, potatoes, peanuts, and many more, truly dazzling. Prince Qi kindly allowed me to taste each of these treasures. I thoroughly enjoyed them. Additionally, Prince Qi is deeply concerned about the welfare of his people and shared with me an innovative agricultural theory. At this point, Princess Anyu paused slightly as if her mouth was dry, casting a glance filled with provocation toward Li Yu. Li Yu was stunned, never expecting that Princess Anyu would not only refrain from accusing him of yesterday's incident, but also openly praise him. Glancing into her eyes filled with lingering resentment, Li Yu naturally understood her intentions. Chapter 32, Rising Reputation. That little girl must be planning to threaten him right now. Princess Anyu's willingness to let him off was indeed a pleasant surprise. Li Yu naturally surrendered instantly, revealing an expression of grievance, quietly bowing to Princess Anyu with his hands clasped together. Looking at his appearance and recalling the domineering demeanor of Li Yu from yesterday, Princess Anyu felt a sense of satisfaction rise within her. Unbeknownst to herself, a smile appeared on her lips, like blooming crabapple flowers, charmingly alluring, making the courtier's eyes widen. Ahem, Prince Qi proposed some novel theories which I believe are highly beneficial to agriculture. In summary, Prince Qi has treated me well, and I am quite satisfied. Additionally, his estate is quite astonishing, with those rare and exotic fruits that I think every minister would surely find interesting. Emperor Taizong was greatly pleased, nodding and laughing heartily. Good, very good. I too once personally visited Prince Qi's estate, where strawberries left a deep impression on me. Without exaggeration, I still long for those strawberries. All the ministers were shocked. The foods eaten by the emperor were all rare delicacies, the essence and cream of cuisine. Yet there was something that could still captivate him? What exactly was this strawberry? Just as everyone's curiosity was aroused, Emperor Taizong lightly tapped his palm on the dragon throne and called out, Prince Qi, where are you? Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly. A young official standing nearby, hearing the emperor's voice, turned bright red in excitement. Feeling as if he himself had been called, hurriedly tapping Li Yu on the shoulder and reminding him, Prince Qi, His Majesty is calling you. Perhaps there will be a reward. Li Yu kindly nodded at him, taking a step forward and bowing to the emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. Taizong's mood was good right now, so he didn't bother to criticize Li Yu's somewhat unorthodox manner of saluting and merely said, Prince Qi, last time you sent me strawberries, and I have pretty much consumed them all. It seems Princess Anyu is also fond of your rare and exotic fruits, and our ministers might also eagerly want to see them. After several days of cultivation, do you have any surplus to present to everyone? Upon hearing these words from the emperor, Liu felt a surge of joy in his heart. His mission, rising reputation, required him to make the court ministers aware of his vegetables and fruits, treating it as an honor to taste them. Presenting them during the morning court session was undoubtedly the best publicity. From this day forth, it was likely that the reputation of these rare and exotic fruits would resound throughout the entire capital city. Princess Xianyu truly did him a great favor. Yesterday, despite contradicting her so sharply, she repaid him with kindness and helped him in such a way. From now on, he needed to be kinder to this young girl, as gratitude filled his heart completely. Princess Xianyu looked towards Liu and saw that his gaze was burning with intensity, fixed solely on her, as though she were some sort of benefactor reborn. Her expression became somewhat strange as a result. She wasn't a saint who forgot grudges, and being a girl made her remember even more clearly what Liu had said yesterday. In her view, revealing Liu's rare and exotic fruits would only make him suffer dearly, since offering them up for tasting by the emperor and powerful ministers was unavoidable. It could serve as a small retribution to Liu. However, unexpectedly, Liu wasn't angry but instead showed such an expression. Is this guy really maddened with anger? Report to the emperor. I have cultivated grapes, strawberries, tomatoes, potatoes, etc., as well as other vegetables and fruits. Your Majesty, which ones would you like me to bring up? These fruits and vegetables each have their own distinct flavors, and I think they are all pretty good. Princess Xianyu slightly wrinkled her nose, looking at Liu as if he were a fool. He could have just brought up 2 random fruits, but now he's revealed all his secrets. The emperor will definitely require him to bring everything up. How could he possibly have gone mad with anger? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the emperor became even more excited. With so many wonderful items privately hidden away by this guy, naturally he would need to bring everything up for everyone to see, to add some excitement to the scene. Bring some of everything up. Bring more strawberries. I like them a lot. Good. Liu immediately instructed a young eunuch to fetch xuanhuan. Within 10 minutes, xuanhuan arrived breathlessly with a group of people, followed by several wooden carts. Originally, many ministers frowned, thinking that these small carts should not enter the imperial court randomly. However, before they could raise any objections, a refreshing and rich aroma wafted in from outside. Taking a deep breath, the fragrance invigorated the spirit, caused saliva to increase, and stimulated appetite. At this moment, the ministers' expressions changed, stunned as they exclaimed, "What? What is this? Such a fragrant smell." What was sent up first was an entire handcart of strawberries. The strawberries had been washed, and each one still carried droplets of dew, looking moist and glossy with a bright red sheen. Under Liu's special cultivation, every strawberry was large and plump, as big as an infant's fist, perfectly shaped without deformities, forming a visually striking pile resembling a small mountain. Among the ministers, there were inevitably some old conservatives who had never seen this kind of fruit before, warning cautiously. Exactly what kind of fruit is this? It looks so strange, covered with little dots all over. Yes, usually fruits that are so vividly colored should not be eaten. Could it possibly be poisonous? Emperor Taizong burst into laughter, turning his gaze toward Liu. Prince Qi, please introduce this to everyone. Liu naturally obliged willingly, since this was directly related to his mission. Let me introduce this for all of you. This fruit is called a strawberry, which is absolutely non-toxic. Strawberries are crisp and refreshing, carrying a rich fragrance. They're an extremely precious fruit. Moreover, strawberries are mild in nature, effective in treating symptoms like loss of appetite, while also providing the body with a large amount of essential nutrients, such as vitamins. But as he spoke, Liu suddenly realized that the ministers probably wouldn't understand these terms, so he quickly stopped himself. However, the speaker might have spoken casually, but the listeners paid attention. Princess Xianyu caught onto the word vitamin, furrowing her eyebrows slightly in confusion. Prince Qi, what exactly do you mean by vitamin? This little girl really had too much curiosity. Couldn't she just pretend it was a slip of the tongue? The term vitamin comes from my research on human nutrition during the process of growing plants. Humans cannot survive on rice and meat alone. Our bodies will gradually weaken, eventually succumbing to numerous illnesses. Fruits and vegetables are indispensable to the human diet, precisely because they contain various vitamins, all of which are essential to the body. Once deficient, problems arise. Chapter 33 Bargaining. Liu spoke fluently, taking a deep breath after finishing his speech, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Thank goodness I studied biology well in junior high school. Otherwise, I might have been stumped by you, little girl. Take an example. There is a rich source of one kind of vitamin in oranges. We can call it. Liu paused for a moment, realizing that the term vitamin C would probably not be accepted by everyone, so he renamed it as vitamin number 3. He continued, if people lack vitamin number 3 for a long time, they will develop scurvy. Therefore, fishermen who live along the coastal regions and travel the sea for extended periods only bring dry food with them and no fruits or vegetables. Such individuals are very likely to suffer from scurvy. Scurvy appears incurable, but actually, all it takes is eating some oranges to replenish vitamin number 3, and everything will naturally resolve itself. After Liu finished speaking, an old man with white hair immediately stood up, his face flushed red, and he was visibly moved as he exclaimed. Originally, it's like this. I wondered why some scurvy patients got better after normal dieting for a while, whereas others died without any cure, until now. It's all because of this vitamin number 3. Prince Qi, thank you for solving this confusion. With your insight, those suffering from scurvy in coastal areas have a chance at survival. On their behalf, I thank you. With that, the old man bowed deeply to Liu. Li Yu was startled and quickly rushed forward to support him, bitterly laughing. Are you trying to kill me? Emperor Taizong burst into laughter and explained to Li Yu. Prince Qi, this is the administrator of Fujian province, who has just arrived in the capital recently. Fujian being a coastal area has many fishermen who suffer from scurvy, which has troubled him greatly. Today, you have shown him a way out, and his gratitude towards you is justified. Is that so? Li Yu replied, feigning a righteous and majestic demeanor while puffing up his chest. It's no big deal. It's simply my duty to use my knowledge to save the common people. I feel honored to do so. Li Yu had memorized such essay clichés during middle and high school and could recite them effortlessly, which impressed several ministers who looked at him with admiration, greatly improving their impressions of Prince Qi. Princess Yu's gaze was complex as her lips moved slightly. Vitamins. Thanks to this interaction, everyone began to trust Li Yu. Tempted by the fragrance of strawberries, everyone became somewhat eager. The senior official who had earlier questioned Li Yu apologized humbly. Prince Qi, forgive my earlier rudeness. Now, I am convinced. But may I ask, how does this strawberry taste? This old guy? I brought these strawberries for display, not for you to eat. But the opportunity was rare, and Li Yu wasn't stingy, waving his hand grandiosely and announcing. These strawberries took a lot of time to cultivate, costing much of my effort to grow them, making them extremely precious. But since Princess Yu has returned today, on this joyous occasion, using them to liven things up for all of you is appropriate. I'll distribute these strawberries among everyone present. The officials hadn't had breakfast, and were already craving these strawberries eagerly. Hearing Li Yu's generosity, they felt both excitement and gratitude, and many exclaimed. Thank you, Prince Qi. Prince Qi is truly generous. Li Yu personally picked up the strawberries and distributed them to each minister one by one. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, each minister received one strawberry, except Xianxia, who stood alone far away, his hands empty, devoid of even the trace of a strawberry. Li Yu acted as if he hadn't seen him at all and skipped right past him. Everyone else had a bright red fruit in hand, except Xianxia, which made him stand out awkwardly and humorously. His face was shrouded in gloom, and his resentment towards Li Yu grew stronger. Today, he thought it would be Li Yu's death day. But somehow, Li Yu managed to prevent Princess Yu from speaking ill of him. In fact, she seemed subtly inclined to side with him. Xianxia was tormented by hatred and confusion almost to the point of madness. Soon, the pile of strawberries resembling a small mountain was left with only a few stragglers. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yu grabbed a handful and walked towards Princess Yu. Taking advantage of the distraction provided as everyone admired their own strawberries, Li Yu quietly placed 3 strawberries onto Princess Yu's plate, winking at her mischievously and whispering softly, Thank you, Yu. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. Thank you for forgiving me. Here, take these strawberries. A complex emotion welled up inside her, a mix of weichup and sweetness. Princess Yu let out a soft hum and turned her head away, appearing not to acknowledge the gesture, yet she kept the strawberry. However, neither of them noticed that xiuxian, standing beside the dragon throne, had observed every expression on their faces. After the distribution was completed, the ministers, with xiuxian's approval, sampled the strawberries in the hall. As soon as the strawberries entered their mouths, they instantly transformed into a sweet ambrosia, filling the entire mouth with a fragrant sweetness that flowed down the throat. In an instant, the entire court fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this fruit they had never heard of before, their throats moving as they swallowed desperately. Soon, everyone's strawberries were gone, except for Princess Yu, who was still leisurely savoring her first one. A strong desire flickered in the eyes of the ministers, who had never experienced such sweetness and wanted more. They couldn't help but covet the remaining strawberries in the cart, though they dared not eye Princess Yu's directly. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed continuously. Someone finally spoke up. Prince Qi, these strawberries are indeed sweet and juicy, living up to their reputation and leaving one wanting more. I wonder if the remaining strawberries can be sold to me? I am willing to pay 300 taels of silver. What do you think? Encouraged by this person, others chimed in uncontrollably. I'll offer 500 taels of silver. Prince Qi, please sell these strawberries to me. I've lived this long without ever tasting something so delicious. It feels like I've wasted my life. Sell them to me. I'll pay 1,000 taels of silver, all my fortune. Give me some face, Prince Qi. Chaos erupted among the officials. Those who had previously acted solemn and dignified now resembled hagglers at a market, making the scene appear absurdly comical. Princess Yu watched quietly from the side, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. Chapter 34 Banquet for the Ministers. At first, I offered 15 strawberries, and in the end they were bid up to 10,000 taels of silver. Even so, Li Yu politely declined me. How could these guys expect to buy strawberries with such trifling gains? Isn't that a mere pipe dream? As the court was bustling with noise, a solemn voice full of imperial authority rang out over the court. Enough. This is the court, not a chaotic vegetable market. What kind of decorum is this? Emperor Taizong's face turned furious, causing the ministers to immediately appear, trembling with fear. The entire court became eerily quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to make even the slightest sound as cold sweat trickled down their backs. In this court, it had always been exceptionally solemn. This time, when Li Yu brought forth these miraculous fruits, he truly shocked everyone, which caused the ministers to lose composure. Once they calmed down, they instantly felt a wave of fear. After all, this happened right before the emperor's eyes, Bargaining at such a place was tantamount to being reckless with one's life. Among everyone present, aside from Princess Anyu, only Li Yu stood stubbornly looking around. Taizong coughed once. This time, due to Princess Anyu's recommendation, his impression of Li Yu had improved significantly. Although there was still some discomfort in his heart, at least his suspicions and vigilance weren't as heavy as before, and now he didn't bother with those formalities. All of you ministers have tasted these strawberries, but have any of you thought that among the members of this court, there's someone who hasn't yet tasted them? Once Emperor Taizong spoke these words, the clever ministers quickly flattered him. Indeed, we were rash, overly presumptuous. Your Majesty hadn't yet savored these divine fruits, and yet we started bidding, disrupting propriety and ethics. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Ministers knelt in unison. In their hearts, they were crystal clear. They exhaled with relief as Emperor Taizong's tone was softening, indicating that he wasn't genuinely angry and wouldn't hold the prior misconduct against them. Slowing walking down from his dragon seat, Emperor Taizong picked up a strawberry and swallowed it whole. A rich, fragrant sweetness spread through his mouth, perfectly matching the hauntingly sweet taste he remembered from before. Ever since the last batch of strawberries gifted by Li Yu were consumed, Taizong had become deeply addicted to its sweetness. His concubines in the harem also cherished it greatly, quickly devouring every last one. With no more strawberries available, Emperor Taizong couldn't bring himself to keep asking Li Yu for more due to his pride. This time, given the rare opportunity, naturally, he wanted to claim all the strawberries for himself. No problem. These fruits are indeed delicious, and your lack of composure can be understood. There are still a few strawberries left on this cart. Let me taste them. What do you think about this, my lords? Of course, the ministers dared not oppose him in any way, all responding unanimously. It should be so, it should be so. We've forgotten your majesty and deserve death. We deserve death. Li Yu's lips twitched slightly. So here you all go, talking nonsense without consulting me, the actual owner of these strawberries, deciding their fate without my consent. But giving strawberries to Emperor Taizong didn't bother him in the least. Setting aside the fact that Taizong was technically his adoptive father, Li Yu was also dependent on him currently. Being able to allow Taizong to owe him a favor was undoubtedly a good thing. Taking advantage of Emperor Taizong fiddling near the small cart, Li Yu whispered quietly, Your Majesty, to tell you the truth, those strawberries are extremely difficult to grow. I have some experience in planting them. During the recent harvest season, I retained quite a number, intending to offer them as tribute to you. Would your majesty be interested? Upon hearing this, Emperor Taizong felt an indescribable comfort, much like having someone deliver exactly what he needed just when he was feeling sleepy. In Taizong's mind, Li Yu's image was rapidly improving. Although this man only knew how to farm, he clearly understood how to show respect, and that was enough. Emperor Taizong patted Li Yu on the shoulder gravely and said, Later, you will send all the strawberries. Rest assured, your contributions haven't gone unnoticed. I won't neglect rewarding you. Several joys occurring together put Emperor Taizong in a particularly excited mood, his face glowing with healthy redness. He waved his hand grandly and announced, Prince Qi has managed farmland adeptly, contributed generously, and kept our previous agreement. Thus, he shall be rewarded with 10 acres of land within the city, 1 chest of gold, 1 chest of jewels, and a fine estate. Does anyone object? Li Yu's breathing suddenly quickened. The gold, jewelry, and other material goods held little attraction for him, but he highly coveted those 10 acres of farmland. For him, with his farming system, having farmland meant endless points waiting to be accumulated, enabling him to exchange for anything almost effortlessly. Having received the emperor's assurance, Li Yu was much reassured. He immediately instructed Xue Dating to drag up everything, grapes, potatoes, and other items, to share with the ministers. The ministers, who had been famished just moments before, now found their stomachs full of foods they had never tasted. Even the emperor himself was completely enraptured, and it presented a lively scene. Ah, Prince Qi, these ghost peanuts are truly delectable. Not only rich in oil but also brimming with flavor. TSK, they're simply made for drinking companions. I wonder if you sell this snack? To relax under a pavilion while nibbling on these ghost peanuts and enjoying some wine. This must surely be one of life's most delightful pleasures. Haha, Officer Dang, your eyesight is excellent. These ghost peanuts are my specially crafted appetizer. If you need them, come visit my house later. Furthermore, I have other appetizers for you to try, such as fried cumin potato slices. This fruit, is it called grape? Sweet and juicy, sweeter than sugared water. My daughter loves sweets and would definitely adore these. Speaking of which, Prince Qi, my daughter has yet to marry. Do you perhaps know anyone suitable for her? Li Yu's lips twitched slightly, awkwardly taking a step back and shaking his head fiercely like a drumhead saying, I don't currently entertain such thoughts. For me, farmland is the best companion. Oh, so that's how it is, what a pity. The middle-aged fat man standing in front of Li Yu patted his large belly. With an oily face, his wrinkles bunched together, shaking his head from side to side, seemingly genuinely lamenting the situation. Meanwhile, Li Yu's hair stood on end at the thought. Upon realizing he had managed to escape from this person, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief. You beastly-looking guy, with a scary appearance like that, your daughter is probably no better. No way could I possibly afford to offend you. In no time, Li Yu became the center of everyone's attention. People's impressions of him improved dramatically. Many heavyweights within the court began forming a certain level of friendship with Li Yu. Some even planned future visits, hoping to gain more delicacies. Chapter 35 Running Away. Li Yu's once ignored and despised image quickly changed, and there was a hint that he was becoming a rising figure. All these scenes were reflected in a deep blue eye. Princess Anyu stood far away, arms crossed, coldly watching Li Yu move among the crowd, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. The excited words of Li Yu from yesterday echoed in her ears again, making her feel a bit confused. Was what she did yesterday right or wrong? On the other side, Zhang Feng stared bitterly and venomously at his empty hands towards Li Yu. Everyone else was excitedly tasting all kinds of rare and exotic fruits, except for him. He felt isolated like a jester. He didn't understand why Princess Anyu so easily forgave Li Yu, but this definitely wasn't what he wanted to see. Li Yu, wait for it. Your arrogance will not last long. I will make you pay. A sinister voice quietly rose as if from the depths of hell. The morning court session eventually ended on a cheerful note. All officials had formed a new impression of Li Yu's exotic fruits. The fame of Li Yu's fruits began to spread rapidly among the elite nobles, and it wouldn't take long before they became a symbol of upper-class status. On the way back, a mechanical voice in Li Yu's mind did not stop ringing. Ding! Task. Rising fame has reached a new progress. Progress 2. Your fruits and vegetables have become familiar to people. Congratulations, you've earned a progress reward. 3,000 points. Ding! Task. Rising fame has reached a new progress. Progress 3. Your fruits and vegetables have spread widely among the nobility and have become a symbol of identity. Congratulations, you've earned a progress reward. 5,000 points. Modern Goods Mall, unlocked. In addition to being overjoyed, Li Yu wondered what this Modern Goods Mall could be. Once inside the Modern Goods Mall, the items displayed dazzled him. Everything from skincare products, cosmetics, perfumes, flashlights, lighters, to everyday tools commonly used in modern times were available here for purchase. Li Yu's eyes immediately lit up, as his inner, shrewd merchant came alive. These items might indeed be commonplace in modern times, but brought here, they would surely become treasures, holding immense potential. But Li Yu understood the saying that greed leads to failure. His fruit and vegetables hadn't even been monetized yet, so it was unnecessary to introduce new products too soon. These items could instead serve as hidden treasures. While Li Yu was pondering these things, a fragrant aroma, resembling both fresh grass and mixed with milk, wafted by. Following the scent, he noticed that somehow, Princess Anyu had arrived on horseback beside him. Her watery eyes calmly observed him. Li Yu was startled and instinctively asked, Princess Anyu? Why are you following me? I'm following you. Princess Anyu's forehead wrinkled, and she let out a cold huff. I already told you that I would bring you to my mansion, instantly handing over the deeds to my land there. But you acted as if you heard nothing, walking forward dumbfounded with a foolish grin on your face. Now you're actually asking me. Li Yu chuckled bitterly, still carrying the deed given by Li Shimin in his pocket. Receiving another one naturally filled him with joy, and his tone became very lighthearted. Oh, sorry, I was distracted just now. If that's the case, can you come with me to my estate first? I need to handle some things before we head to your mansion. Princess Anyu maintained a calm expression, neither agreeing nor refusing. She simply followed behind Li Yu, who assumed she consented by default, and headed towards his own estate. On the way, recalling Princess Anyu's previous actions, Li Yu felt a pang of guilt and gratitude. After considering his words carefully, he gently said, Princess Anyu, thank you earlier in the court. I know I said many rebellious words and was quite rude to you. I am very grateful that you forgave me. Princess Anyu slightly squinted her eyes, looking somewhat embarrassed as she turned her head aside and humphed. I only did it because you still need to farm for me in the future. I don't want you to lose your head so soon. Don't misunderstand me. Everything you've done to me, I've taken good note of it. Li Yu helplessly shook his head. At first hearing her words, one might think he had dishonored her or something. All he did was say a few harsh words. Didn't she almost beat him half to death that day, leaving no part of his back unscathed? All right, I admit it, I was wrong. But you also administered the cane punishment on me, nearly taking my life. Had it not been for my robust health, I might have died under your hand. So consider this a tie. What do you think? After hearing Li Yu's words, Princess Anyu also became slightly embarrassed and fell silent. Li Yu walked on as if nothing had happened. A full minute passed before a nearly inaudible voice, like the buzzing of a mosquito, came from behind. That day was my mistake. I was biased against you, which is why I punished you so severely. I apologize to you. Li Yu paused, a gentle smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. His initial impression of her when they first met wasn't good, but now it seemed her heart wasn't bad after all. At least at this moment, he had let go of any preconceived notions about her. Prejudice against me? If I'm not mistaken, it's Zhang Feng, right? Princess Anyu, may I take the liberty of asking you a question? What exactly is your relationship with Zhang Feng? Why did you pretend to be an assassin, infiltrate my estate, and wreak havoc? Princess Anyu's eyes flickered with complicated emotions as she lightly gripped the collar of her robe, hesitating whether or not to speak. Finally, her lips parted just as she was about to answer, but then an abrupt cacophony interrupted them. Their attention drawn, they turned towards the source and saw outside the entrance to Li Yu's estate, where several steeds were ready, each bearing large and small packages. Lu Shui stood near the gate, holding onto a black horse, eyeing Princess Anyu cautiously. This posture clearly indicated readiness to flee. Lu Shui glared coldly at Princess Anyu and called out to Li Yu. Master, come quickly. We have everything prepared. There is no city lockdown order currently, so we can depart through the southern gate and leave the city within 10 minutes. I will stall Princess Anyu while you follow the horses. A shadow crossed Li Yu's forehead, realizing that this girl thought he was being bothered by Princess Anyu and was preparing to run away. As Lu Xuei spoke, she pushed off with her feet, launching herself forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Chapter 36, Confrontation. A fleeting shadow darted through the air, almost instantly arriving before Princess Anyu. Luxui's eyes gleamed with a chilling coldness as her hand transformed into a claw-like shape, fiercely striking towards Princess Anyu. You wicked woman, you won't stop until you take our master's life, will you? If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. At the same time, the horses waiting by the entrance all let out a whinny, restlessly stomping their hooves and gradually moving. They were just waiting for Li Yu to be in position to gallop away. Seeing this, Li Yu was both amused and deeply anxious. Luxui was incredibly loyal to him, and he had not anticipated this situation, which led to her misunderstanding. Should she harm Princess Anyu, it would be truly catastrophic. Don't be impulsive. Xuei, there has been a misunderstanding. Stop immediately. It was too late. Luxui was already less than 10 centimeters from Princess Anyu. Just as her pale hand was about to touch the delicate skin of Princess Anyu, Anyu finally moved. Her body was supple, like having no bones, as her upper half leaned back, forming a startlingly graceful curve like an archer's bow, narrowly dodging the attack. Princess Anyu gripped the horse tightly with her long and powerful legs. The stallion beneath her neighed, taking quick steps, as if connected to her thoughts, creating some distance. Suddenly standing up, using inertia to her advantage, her fists condensed with a fierce force, aiming directly at Luxui's chest. Luxui gave a cold snort, her feet lightly tapping the horse's head. This seemingly light and gentle action elicited a pained cry from the horse, startled and unsteady, nearly throwing Princess Anyu off. Anyu had no choice but to focus on maintaining her balance, her punch losing its force. With another agile leap off the horse, Luxui quickly closed in on Princess Anyu once again, clawing her hands toward Anyu's radiant face without the slightest mercy. At this moment, it seemed as if Anyu was destined to lose, unable to counterattack or even dodge, staring at the lethal strike advancing rapidly before her eyes. Her usually calm face turned slightly pale, yet her bright blue eyes sparkled with determination, as if preparing for some explosive retaliation. Just then, Li Yu stamped the ground hard, utilizing the recoil force to launch himself into the air, swiftly arriving beside Princess Anyu. He sat down behind Princess Anyu, immediately feeling the warmth and softness of her body against his. The subtle aroma, blending grass and milk, became more intense, filling Li Yu's mind with fantasies. Being so close physically to Princess Anyu must surely be quite intrusive, yet saving her life mattered more now. Li Yu reached around to embrace Anyu's slender waist, touching her, sending ripples through both of their hearts. Princess Anyu's slim waist felt exceptionally delicate and smooth, as if made of silk, tempting one not to let go. Li Yu repressed the distractions stirring within and intended to move further when Princess Anyu shivered, turned her head, and stared at him with a pair of crystal-clear azure eyes filled with shame and anger. There's nothing we can do. I'll explain later. Using strength from his arm, Li Yu effortlessly brought Princess Anyu forward, seating her behind him, positioning himself to withstand Luxui's assault. Luxui found herself suddenly facing Li Yu instead of her enemy. Her pupils contracted hastily, trying to withdraw her move. However, such a full-force strike wasn't easy to retract, forcing her to suppress most of the power despite internal disruption. As Luxui's claws collided with Li Yu's arm, waves of tearing pain surged through his body. Despite Li Yu's strengthened physique through hunted decision, the impact left deep red marks on his arms, oozing round beads of blood steadily. Inhaling sharply, Li Yu clenched his teeth and groaned low in his throat. Luxui stepped firmly onto the ground. Worry and concern etched across her beautiful face. Rushing over, she anxiously grabbed Li Yu. Master, are you alright? Why did you block the strike meant for her? It wasn't my intention. I'm sorry, Master, are you alright? Li Yu shook his head and did not blame her. After all, this was entirely due to his lack of clarity. He let out a bitter laugh, lightly patted Luxui's head, and placed his arm behind himself nonchalantly. It's fine, there wasn't much force left. Don't rush, Xuei. Princess Anyu didn't come here to make things difficult for me. We also don't need to run away anymore. He spoke the last sentence in a low voice, but with their bodies almost touching, how could Princess Anyu fail to hear it? As for sharing the horse with him, Princess Anyu seemed to show little resistance. Li Yu intended to hide the condition of his arm from Luxui, but instead fully exposed the wound to Princess Anyu. When she saw the blood continuously flowing from his arm, she commented calmly. The state of your arm doesn't look normal at all. The surface of the skin is likely severely injured, and it's no longer capable of stopping the bleeding. Upon hearing this, Luxui was on the verge of tears, and her resentment towards Princess Anyu deepened. She bit her lip fiercely and glared at Princess Anyu with unbridled fury. Princess Anyu remained expressionless, looking back at her indifferently, and said, "You hurt my horse with that kick. That one kick earlier had indeed been forceful." Princess Anyu's horse appeared disoriented now, constantly shaking its head, sneezing, and appearing quite weak. Luxui gave a cold laugh in response and retorted angrily. "So what if I hurt your horse? And you've hurt my master." This statement immediately left Princess Anyu speechless. Her expression wavered between anger and unease, but she eventually softened her tone and stated, "Let's just call it a misunderstanding from a conflict we didn't intend to have. You were protecting your master, and ultimately, Prince Chi took the hit for me too. I'm not interested in arguing with you further." Luxuyi remained silent, only biting her lips furiously. Seeing her sulking demeanor, Liu had no choice but to dismount and gently rub her smooth hair to comfort her. Alright, don't be mad, Xue. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. Chapter 37. Encounter Xianxia again. Actually, Princess Anyu is not so bad. We were worried that she would say bad things about me to the Emperor, but this time, she didn't. Instead, she praised me and made the Emperor very happy. He gave us a lot of gold and jewels. I think they will be delivered soon, then I'll give them to you as gifts. Lu Xue's eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head, saying, I feel sorry for you, master. Let me see your hand, are you okay? I'm really fine. Liu couldn't resist Lu Xue and had no choice but to let her look at his arm. He blinked at her and whispered, Don't worry, haven't you forgotten? I still have the silver ointment. This injury is much lighter than the one on my back. It will heal after using the ointment. After hearing these words, Lu Xue felt a little better. She glared at Princess Anyu and whispered to Liu, Master, I don't like this Princess Anyu. Don't underestimate her because she has done some small favors to you. I think she's up to no good, just like the weasel paying respects to the chicken. Liu laughed bitterly and quickly glanced at Princess Anyu. He saw her looking at the sky as if she hadn't heard their conversation. This made him feel relieved. That's enough, stop talking about it now. I've become quite wealthy recently, and I don't have to run away anymore. The Emperor even granted me 10 acres of land. You can dismiss those people outside the estate. No need to escape. Just restore the entire estate. It's all up to you now. Be careful so others don't notice anything unusual. With a pouting mouth, Lu Xue left humming unhappily. After she left, Liu apologized to Princess Anyu, saying, Sorry, Princess Anyu, for startling you. This horse was injured by Xue. Later, I'll get you another one. It will surely be more robust and strong. No need. Princess Anyu dismounted from the horse and handed the reins to her servant. Then she walked side by side with Liu, smiling faintly. Prince Qi, you seem to be prepared well. These horses outside are loaded with big and small bags. Are you waiting for someone to come and set off immediately? Were you planning to run away? After being seen through by Princess Anyu, Liu decided not to hide it anymore. He scratched his head and honestly said, Yeah, I thought you would tell everything I said that day to the Emperor. I am not favored in the capital city anyway, and I'm suspected by the Emperor. My position is clear to both you and me. If you tell what I said that day, there would be no other way out for me besides death. I did not want to wait around passively, so I thought about running away. Liu's expression turned slightly dejected, but he quickly recovered and smiled indifferently. But this time, I truly thank you. Not only did you not expose me, but you also spoke on my behalf. I never expected that. If I had known earlier, I should have given those strawberries to you directly. Seeing Liu's emotional changes, Princess Anyu turned her head aside and said softly, You shouldn't think I am so malicious. I know the boundaries. I am not interested in doing such a thing. Moreover, although what you said that day was indeed radical and extremely disrespectful, when I thought carefully about it, it made a little sense. So I considered it as our argument, not a quarrel, and therefore found no reason to expose you. While speaking, an extremely faint trace of concern appeared in Princess Anyu's voice, making Liu even doubt whether he misunderstood. However, while I can understand you, others may not. If you said this to me, it's okay. But if you tell others, they will definitely report everything to the Emperor. By then, your life will be in real danger. You should be more cautious and don't be so carefree. Liu looked at Princess Anyu and changed his opinion of her greatly, laughing and saying, Thank you, Princess Anyu, for your concern. Rest assured, I won't tell others randomly. I'll just say it to you. Who cares about you? After tidying up the items at the entrance of the manor, Liu immediately followed Princess Anyu to her residence to check out his lands. The place where Princess Anyu lived was completely different from Liu's remote area. It was located in the center of the capital city, similar to the Second Ring Central Business District in modern terms. Those who understood knew exactly what this meant. The decoration at the entrance was luxurious and grand. Seeing it, Liu couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Why do both of us, officially children of the Emperor, have such different living conditions? This is so unfair. Heaven shows no mercy, treating all creatures like straw dogs. Just as Liu arrived at Princess Anyu's mansion gate, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was none other than Zhang Feng, his old rival. Zhang Feng didn't see Liu standing behind at first glance, but upon seeing Princess Anyu, he grinned broadly and greeted with a smile. This humble person, Zhang Feng, pays homage to Princess Anyu. Princess Anyu furrowed her brows slightly and replied indifferently, Zhang Feng, what do you want from me? Princess Anyu's straightforwardness made Zhang Feng feel a little awkward. His lips twitched as he at his hands and asked, Princess Anyu, may I ask if you have been living pleasantly in the capital city recently? Fine, so what? If you have anything to say, just spit it out. You know me. I dislike beating around the bush. Zhang Feng was silent for a moment before finally losing his patience and blurting it out directly. All right then, I'll come straight to the point. Princess Anyu, aren't you and Liu supposed to be like fire and water, mutually incompatible? Do you remember that day when he mistook you for an assassin? After your arrival in the capital from afar, looking dusty and weary, he stopped your carriage and questioned you, not showing any respect. Later on, I heard from my servants that they had an argument, which ended quite unpleasantly. Liu is unreasonable, malicious, and truly despicable, a real scoundrel. Why didn't you use this morning's court session to inform the Emperor of his vile deeds? If you did, the Emperor would certainly have executed him. As Zhang Feng spoke, his anger and resentment from earlier in the court erupted more violently. and his face turned red with fury. If you had spoken up at that time, the Emperor would definitely have sentenced him to death. The truth about your Night Pearl would also have surfaced. But now, by missing this chance, it will be extremely difficult to make him pay later. Look at how he's gained favor in court now. It makes one nauseous. Just because of a pile of rotten fruit? Who would even want to eat it? He's nothing but a lowly peasant. What nonsense. Liu listened quietly behind, and couldn't help but chuckle. This Zhang Feng clearly wasn't thinking straight. While speaking, he attacked without discretion. Remember, Princess Anyu had previously stated she loved eating fruits like strawberries and grapes. By saying this, wasn't he directly calling Princess Anyu a fool? Chapter 38, Face Off. As expected, Princess Anyu's face was icy, her entire being exuding a cold and chilling aura. She said sternly, Zhang Feng, are you teaching me how to do things? Zhang Feng froze for a moment, then calmed down, realizing that his words had overstepped. His face went pale as he explained, no, I'm just too excited. After all, this is a once-in-10,000 years opportunity. Princess, if you miss it, I feel very regretful. Princess Anyu coldly interrupted, a once-in-10,000 years opportunity? Do you think I don't know that? Zhang Feng, don't assume everyone else is a fool while you're the only smart one. Regardless of what Xuanhuan has done, everything you've told me is merely fabricated by your mouth. Even if it were true, I already have my own plans. I don't need your guidance. Princess Anyu's words carried immense weight, revealing her fury and intentions without reservation. Zhang Feng trembled in fear, his legs buckling beneath him with a thud as he fell to his knees, pleading, Princess, please calm down. It was just that I didn't choose my words carefully. After yesterday's argument with Liu, although she still disagreed with some of his points, Princess Anyu had gradually come to understand the difficulties faced by peasants. Zhang Feng's unreserved insults towards farmers, and even going so far as to insinuate she herself was foolish, crossed her line. I'll tell you one last time, Zhang Feng. The reason why I spoke more to you when I first arrived in the capital was solely because your ancestors helped me in the past. Your actions, however, have nearly worn out all of my patience. I no longer wish to hear your irrelevant ramblings. Can you go about your business? Zhang Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Though Princess Anyu had been so fiercely opposed to Liu before, going so far as to subject him to corporal punishment that nearly cost him half his life, Zhang Feng couldn't figure out why. After just a few days, Princess Anyu not only seemed reconciled, but also showed signs of favoritism toward him. Zhang Feng had believed that with the connection from his ancestors, he could use Princess Anyu to remove Liu, his enemy, and possibly even win her affection, becoming a royal son-in-law and soaring to greatness. But now, Princess Anyu's attitude toward him could only be described as repulsion. What step had gone wrong? What sorcery had that little brat Liu used? Jealousy and resentment swelled in Zhang Feng's heart. As their relationship deteriorated, he couldn't help blurting out, Princess, everything I've done was for your benefit. I know how important the Night Pearl is to you, which is why I've been helping you and gathering information on your behalf. Clearly, Liu is the most likely suspect. No, he's not just the most likely suspect. It's almost certain he did it. So why haven't you acted against him yet? I've never understood this. Night Pearl? Liu felt an unusual sense of suspicion and looked at Princess Anyu's elegant, but empty neck. Princess Anyu's lips curved into a cold and mocking arc, her bright blue eyes flashing with disdain. Zhang Feng, when I first arrived, I had no choice but to rely on your introductions. You told me Xuanhuan was a despicable scoundrel, cunning and treacherous, someone who specializes in lowly tricks. But in reality, in my interactions with him, he wasn't like that at all. Do you think I'm a fool, or do you think I lack any discernment whatsoever? Zhang Feng, your petty schemes mean nothing to me. They're all just old tricks I've seen countless times before. Princess Anyu's voice was sharp and resolute, echoing through the silent space. Zhang Feng's complexion instantly turned ghostly white, and cold sweat dripped involuntarily down his forehead. To think, Zhang Feng, you intended to use me as a pawn, right? I quietly investigated a bit before I arrived here. You already had a conflict with Xuanhuan. Coincidentally, as soon as I came, you started bad-mouthing Xuanhuan to me. I saw through it all clearly. I just chose not to bother dealing with you. But you still dared to bring it up yourself. The rapid-fire accusations left Zhang Feng speechless. He lowered his head, unable to meet Princess Anyu's piercing gaze. Liu, standing nearby, felt both anger and gratitude. He was furious that Zhang Feng slandered him and portrayed him as a villain, but grateful that Princess Anyu defended him so staunchly. After all, during their interactions, Liu knew he hadn't always acted as gentlemanly as he should. No wonder Princess Anyu's initial impression of him was so poor. Clearly, Zhang Feng had been meddling behind the scenes. Zhang Feng, undermining others' reputations behind their backs isn't something gentlemen do, is it? Do you have some grievance against me? I thought we'd been getting along just fine until now. A voice laced with subtle mockery rang out faintly, and Liu emerged from behind Princess Anyu. Looking at Zhang Feng, whose face was dripping with cold sweat, he made a loud fuss. Zhang Guga, why are you sweating so much? The weather is cool. It can't be because of the heat. Could it be that you've done something to weigh on your conscience? Or perhaps, one of your secrets has been exposed. While Zhang Feng dared not utter a single word against Princess Anyu, resentment and anger welled up inside him as he turned his fury towards Liu. Leaping to his feet, his eyes burning like venomous snakes, Zhang Feng glared furiously at Liu, grinding his teeth as he said, Secrets? What secrets could possibly have been uncovered about me? Liu, don't you know what kind of worthless person you are yourself? Huh, Boasting of being Prince Qi while constantly disgraced by his majesty, all you do is focus on farming. Truly, an uninspired waste. Ignoring the insult, Jiang Feng raged on, verbally attacking Li Yu without holding back. But Li Yu maintained a composed demeanor, while Princess On Yu looked on with narrowed eyes, hesitant to interject. Clap, clap, clap. Li Yu suddenly began clapping, a smirk curving at the corner of his mouth as he said coolly. Well said, wonderfully said indeed. Jiang Gongzi, your critique of me is absolutely perfect. If you can stand on high ground to berate me this way, doesn't it show how ambitious you truly are? Yet such an ambitious man is merely relying on his ancestors' legacy. Today in court, you were reprimanded by His Majesty for squandering the inheritance left by your forefathers. Just moments ago, you shamelessly approached Princess On Yu, only to be straightforwardly told that even the small kindness your ancestors showed her is nearly exhausted. Is this what you call ambition? Ha ha ha, truly admirable, Jiang Gongzi. Where can I find storytellers? I'd gladly pay them to write a book just for you. And I've already come up with a title, The Ambition of Jiang Gongzi. I'm sure it would draw crowds if recited in a tavern. Chapter 39, The Power of a Single Punch. Li Yu's words were extremely mocking, striking directly at Jiang Feng's weakness, and breaking his defense in just a second. Some of the surrounding servants couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh upon hearing Li Yu's unrestrained and wild laughter. A faint clamor rose among the crowd, and Princess On Yu also gave Li Yu a glance with a teasing scowl, yet her azure eyes couldn't hide the smile within. Jiang Feng's body was slightly trembling, his eyes bloodshot, as an overwhelming sense of inferiority suddenly engulfed him. Li Yu, you piece of trash, what gives you the right to mock me? You're nothing but a dethroned king without a crown, the so-called Prince Qi? What kind of nonsense is that? Someone who can only hide in a desolate place, being able to come to the capital city should already be something to be utterly grateful for. Aren't you living every day on edge ever since coming to the capital, fearing to cause trouble? Jiang Feng made several sarcastic gestures towards Li Yu, but the supposedly venomous words had no effect on him whatsoever. Li Yu smiled lightly, retorting, That's true, I'm quite humble-minded and walk carefully on thin ice. Every day, I farm the land, leading a leisurely and joyful life. But you? You've exhausted all your wits to scheme against me, and it's been completely useless, hasn't it? You're seething with resentment inside. Tell me, what do you have to be proud of? No matter how hard Jiang Feng tried with his tirade, he failed to harm Li Yu even in the slightest bit. It felt like hitting cotton with a punch. Unable to vent his grudge and anger, he screamed uncontrollably, Li Yu, how dare you show your shameless face? You're nothing more than a waste. All you can do is farm. What is there to boast about? Bastard without a mother. At this moment, the smile on Li Yu's lips slowly faded, his eyes narrowing as murderous intent emerged. Princess On Yu couldn't bear to listen anymore, her red lips parting slightly. What's wrong with farming? Jiang Feng, does the rice and flour you eat fall from the sky? If no one farmed for you, you'd have starved to death long ago. Li Yu shook his head, looking at Princess On Yu, and said, Princess, talking to him like this serves no purpose. He's nothing more than a stubborn monkey who doesn't understand human speech. Looking at Jiang Feng, Li Yu suddenly stepped forward, his facial expression ambiguous as he said lightly, You said I only know how to farm, didn't you? That's not entirely true, Jiang Feng. I'm capable of many things. Let me show you a little trick. Besides farming, I also... Furrowing his brow in confusion, Jiang Feng had no idea what Li Yu intended to do. On high alert, he was just about to open his mouth to drive Li Yu away when, in the blink of an eye, Li Yu moved. I also know how to fight. As the wind-breaking sound resounded, Jiang Feng didn't even see Li Yu's move before he heard the whistling wind. A shadow of a punch quickly filled his vision along with Li Yu's killing intent in his eyes. With a startled cry, Jiang Feng realized too late that Li Yu had suddenly attacked, quickly raising his arm to block himself. But Li Yu's punch was incredibly powerful, completely different from Jiang Feng's previous assumptions about him. A perfectly executed straight punch forced Jiang Feng's arm upward, and then crashed straight into his nose. Snap! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. As everyone looked on in shock, a streak of bright red blood curved through the air. Jiang Feng's head snapped back due to the force, while blood spurted like a waterfall from his nostrils. His previously somewhat handsome nose collapsed completely, and half of his face turned crimson with blood. The sight was chilling. This single punch left Jiang Feng dazed, unsure of his surroundings, screaming, Li Yu, you little beast. Have you gone mad? How dare you hit me? Do you want to die? Li Yu, how dare you call me by name? You bastard. Before Jiang Feng could recover from the pain, Li Yu threw another punch. This time, it smashed directly into Jiang Feng's eye socket. Instantly, his eyes swelled red, his face inflating until it resembled a pig's head. Having lived comfortably all his life, this spoiled rich kid had never experienced such a brutal beating, simultaneously terrified and enraged, roaring loudly. Hurry up, what are you all doing? Come help me. Damn it. I'm going to be beaten to death. At this, a guard beside Jiang Feng finally reacted, pulling out a sharp, broadsword with a metallic ring, shouting as he took large strides toward Li Yu. Raising the sword high, its blade gleamed under the sun as it descended vertically, aiming straight for Li Yu's head, not a hint of restraint in the strike. Seeing this scene, Princess On Yu's throat tightened inexplicably. Just as she was about to act, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a figure gracefully leap into the air. A slim figure quickly approached. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from beside him, Li Yu remained motionless, as if paralyzed by fear. Swollen and lying limp on the ground, Jiang Feng watched this scene with a trace of cruel satisfaction curling at the corner of his lips, his voice cold and menacing. Li Yu, you piece of trash, how dare you hit me? Now you shall die? Hara! With a sudden sound of Pu Chow, everyone thought the greatsword had already cleaved into Li Yu's body. Some even covered their eyes to avoid witnessing the bloody sight. But when they looked again toward Li Yu's direction, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. Unscathed, Li Yu stood there calmly. Meanwhile, the guard who had swung the sword toward him suddenly bore a thin line of blood on his body. His clothes split open dramatically, and that shallow wound quickly widened into a grotesque gash, spewing out a torrent of blood. The life in his eyes faded rapidly, and the man fell to the ground with a thud, clearly dead. What is this? Everyone was horrified, yet Li Yu maintained a placid expression, not even glancing at the fallen swordsman. Instead, he directed a mocking smirk towards the now pale-faced Jiang Feng, saying indifferently, Jiang Feng, you've got your guards, but don't I have my own men too? In brute force, you cannot match me. In terms of bodyguards, you are no match for me either. What else do you have going for you? Your incompetence and fury? I've done nothing to offend you, yet you repeatedly provoke me. Do you enjoy being humiliated? Am I your father or something? Li Yu's manner of cursing was unprecedented here, a style unique to modern people. It was much ruder and more straightforward than their flowery verbal abuse. This left Jiang Feng speechless, only able to produce incoherent sounds from his throat, utterly lacking words to counterattack. Still looking, huh? Go ahead, speak up. Weren't you all arrogant before? Liked growling like a beast? Keep going then. In a sharp contrast to his previous demeanor, Li Yu became extremely domineering. He fiercely kicked Jiang Feng's face with his foot. Chapter 40. Throwing a tantrum. Jiang Feng let out a wretched cry as a dark footprint instantly appeared on his face. His head couldn't bear the immense force, and he fell backward, his skull colliding with the ground with a muffled thud. Jiang Feng's vision blurred, feeling dizzy and disoriented, unsure if it was from a concussion or the unrelieved anger and jealousy in his heart. He felt a wave of dizziness. Everything went black before his eyes, and he almost fainted in rage. All along, he had viewed Li Yu as an insignificant ant easily crushed underfoot. But today he found himself being trampled by him instead. Damn it, attack. Kill him. Kill this bastard. In a state of hysteria, Jiang Feng's face and eyes turned blood red as he pointed at Li Yu, full of fury. Princess Anyu's men did not move, while the people Jiang Feng brought were ready for battle. They stepped forward, drawing their weapons from their waists with a rustling sound. The glint of their swords shone menacingly under the sun, all aimed directly at Li Yu. A conflict between the two was imminent. Li Yu's expression remained calm as he smirked at Jiang Feng, while Lu Xue stood tightly beside him, her expression cold. The slender sword in her hand dripped with thick blood, making everyone uneasy. They did not forget how a guard had been killed instantly by a single strike from Lu Xue's blade. No one dared to act rashly. Jiang Feng, you might not know me well. I'm not someone with a good temper, which is why I farm every day to cultivate my character. I didn't want to bother calculating with you, but what happened before? It was your fault that almost harmed me, yet you dare to jump around in front of me and plot ways to deal with me? Do you think I can't do anything to you? Li Yu gave a subtle glance at Lu Xue, then took her slender sword. Holding it downward, the sharpness of the blade made Jiang Feng unable to open his eyes. Jiang Feng didn't understand Li Yu's intentions. Afraid of the murderous aura, his body trembled, and he took 2 steps back, yelling, "What are you going to do? Are you insane? You dare to touch me? Do I not dare to take action against you? Let me ask you something, Jiang Feng. Today, I just earned the Emperor's favor and am officially recognized as the Emperor's son. But you? The Emperor just warned you, and you've already enjoyed enough privilege due to your ancestors' contributions. If I happen to fight you and accidentally kill you, what would happen? Would the Emperor really demand my life?" With his pupils contracting, Jiang Feng stared fearfully at Li Yu and said arrogantly, yet internally timid, You dare? Regardless, my grandfather has contributed to the Tang dynasty. If you kill me, the Emperor will never forgive you. Even if you aren't executed, you won't be able to remain the Prince of Qi. Ha ha ha. Li Yu laughed heartily, his head tilted upward as though hearing the funniest joke in the world, mocking sarcastically. Prince of Qi? Do you think I care about this title? To me, being the Prince of Qi isn't any privilege, but more of a burden. I wish I didn't have this title. Jiang Feng, I've endured you long enough, die. The long sword suddenly thrust down. Jiang Feng screamed in agony as his legs bent, causing the originally aimed blow at his chest to miss. Instead, the sword pierced into his right knee. Blood sprayed from Jiang Feng's right knee, and the meniscus was pierced through. When he tried to twist his lower leg, unbearable pain shot into his brain. Like a madman, he clawed the ground, screaming, Li Yu, if you don't let me live, neither will you. Everyone attack. Whoever kills Li Yu will receive a reward of 100 gold pieces. Tempted by this offer, the others' fear gradually gave way to greed. After catching their breath, they charged forward. Li Yu ignored them completely, fixing a gaze full of murderous intent on Jiang Feng, making him quiver in fear. Once again raising the long sword. This time it was surely going to pierce straight through his heart. Just at this critical moment, a cold voice abruptly sounded, stopping everyone in their tracks. That's enough. Whether or not you choose to fight elsewhere is none of my business, but doing this at my doorstep is a sign of disrespect towards me. The status of the princess far surpassed Jiang Feng's, so the expressions of his subordinates immediately froze. They stopped all movements, and Li Yu's sword hovered in midair, less than 10 centimeters from Jiang Feng's chest. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted like needle points, both of them focused on the sword tip, resembling crossed eyes. Drenched in sweat, his whole body glistened, and Jiang Feng panted heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply. Prince of Qi, that's enough from you too. I don't want to see bloodshed in front of my gate. Your actions have already gone too far. For some unknown reason, seeing Li Yu in this state, Princess Anyu also felt a tinge of fear deep inside, almost hesitating to provoke him. She found this strange since Li Yu, whether in power or martial arts, was far inferior to her. There was no logical reason for her to be intimidated. Li Yu exhaled deeply, giving Jiang Feng a cold glance, as if looking at a dead man. Slowly, he sheathed the long sword back into Lu Shui's scabbard at her waist. He turned around, and the previously ruthless expression vanished, replaced by a warm smile. He bowed slightly to Princess Anyu and said apologetically, "My apologies, Princess Anyu. I was just too enraged earlier and lost control. Please forgive me, Princess." "Never mind." Princess Anyu casually waved her hand, moving her horse forward a couple of steps. Her voice was icy yet filled with authority as she announced solemnly, "You started a brawl right in front of my gate, showing no respect for me. I will remember this. People from the Jiang family, I'll make sure to report everything clearly to the Emperor." Jiang Feng's subordinates were terrified, trembling uncontrollably with weak legs. One after another fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly while pleading for forgiveness. "Princess, we sincerely apologize. We only intended to protect Master Jiang. It wasn't done intentionally. Yes, please forgive us, Princess. Princess, have mercy." Through Princess Anyu's strong words, the initially unavoidable conflict gradually diffused. However, anyone with clear eyes could see that Princess Anyu's attitudes toward Li Yu and Jiang Feng were entirely different, favoring one side outright. Jiang Feng collapsed weakly on the ground, blood seeping out from his shredded right pant leg despite his many struggles to rise. "Shit, are you all useless? Come help me. God damn it." His men startled, quickly rushing forward. Each grabbed an arm, pulling Jiang Feng up from the ground. Chapter 41. Both of us are Machiavellian. Jiang Feng appeared as though all the bones had been taken out of him. Without the support of his subordinates, he would not even be able to stand up. He looked extremely disheveled. His eyes were like venomous snakes, full of resentment that seemed almost tangible. He fixed his gaze on Li Yu and then turned toward Princess Anyu with a mournful voice. "Princess, you must believe me. This little beast, Li Yu, has ulterior motives in approaching you. He definitely has another agenda. Everything I told you from the beginning is true. I just want to help you find your Night Pearl. The Night Pearl must be in Li Yu's possession. When I first met him, I saw that he had the Night Pearl on him. It's certainly because he stole it from you. It must be hidden in his estate." Li Yu sneered coldly. Unable to defeat him, this guy was now resorting to acting pitiful and causing a commotion, wanting to use Princess Anyu against himself. Lu Shui was enraged by his slander. She bit her lip lightly and spoke up. "Don't go spouting nonsense. My master didn't have any jewelry on him during your first meeting. General Cheng Yaojin can also attest to this. Where could there be any Night Pearl? Jiang Feng, your tricks are useless." Jiang Feng completely ignored Lu Shui, keeping his eyes firmly fixed on Princess Anyu, his words filled with sincerity. He shoved aside his subordinates, instantly falling to the ground. His knees knelt on the ground, blood seeping out, yet he acted as if he felt nothing. His head struck the ground repeatedly, making heavy, muffled sounds one after another. "Princess, Jiang Feng is willing to lay down my life for you. If you don't believe me, I won't blame you, but I must warn you, do not get close to Li Yu. Moreover, the Night Pearl was undoubtedly stolen by him. Please remember my words. Even if you do not want to deal with him now, you must remember what I said." This Jiang Feng clearly intended to hurt himself dramatically in order to annoy both of them. Li Yu wore an expressionless look, believing strongly in the adage, "A righteous body does not fear crooked shadows." As he hadn't taken the Night Pearl, watching Jiang Feng act exaggeratedly, he only found it laughable. He glanced at Princess Anyu and said casually, "Princess, my estate is always open to you. If you wish to inspect anywhere, feel free to do so. I myself am also curious where I could possibly hide such a pearl." Enough. Jiang Feng attempted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by the princess, whose tone was icy. After all, the princess was merely a young woman who, seeing Jiang Feng's seemingly self-mutilating behavior, felt somewhat uneasy. "Mr. Jiang, everything you have done, I have seen with my own eyes. If you truly bear an honest heart, naturally I will vouch for you. However, at least for now, I trust Prince Qi. Meanwhile, I will continue searching for the Night Pearl. Your knees are injured, so you should return home quickly instead of wasting time here tormenting yourself." The princess's words cut off any further protests from Jiang Feng. He fell silent for a long while, slightly lowering his eyelids to conceal the tinge of hatred in his eyes. With the help of his subordinates, he rose slowly and said, "If that's the case, then I am reassured. Princess, please believe me. I am absolutely loyal to you." Jiang Feng departed unevenly, walking shakily. Li Yu did not look at him but could still feel a malevolent and hateful glare pressing upon his throat, without doubt emanating from Jiang Feng. Today's events marked the complete breakdown of relations between himself and Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng would probably spare no effort to retaliate against him for revenge. Taking a glance at Princess Anyu, Li Yu spoke up, "Princess, if you have doubts about me, feel free to speak them out loud. Investigate whatever you want. Honestly speaking, I have no knowledge whatsoever of this Night Pearl of yours. I don't even know what it is, let alone stealing it. And you should know too, I'm only interested in farming." Princess Anyu exhaled deeply, raising her head and cutting Li Yu off. I naturally know. Ever since you received the gold and jewels bestowed by the Emperor and remained calm, I knew it. It wasn't you who stole the night pearl. Surprised, Li Yu asked hesitantly. Then why did you say before? I just wanted him to leave immediately. Princess Yu's side face glimmered with a flash of cold light. Her deep blue eyes gleamed icily. Does he think by pretending to be crazy and injuring himself like this, I'll trust him? Truly ridiculous. Jiang Feng using me as a pawn has been clear to me all along. However, since he has already been maimed by you today, I'm unwilling to waste my energy calculating with him anymore. This Princess Yu was certainly not a simple person. He had thought earlier that she might have been influenced by Jiang Feng's performance and shaken slightly. Now it became evident that none of these small tricks had any effect on her. Prince Qi, were you really intending to kill Jiang Feng just now? Would your sword have continued its thrust if I hadn't stopped you? As Li Yu walked into the estate with Princess Yu, the two strolled through the garden when she seemingly casually asked a question. I don't really want to kill him. Though I outwardly say I fear neither heaven nor earth and am determined to take his life, deep down that isn't actually what I want. He's just a mad dog, like a rabid dog biting me. There's no need for me to fight to the death with him. I still want to keep the title of Prince Qi so I can grab more land. Princess Yu paused in surprise, then suddenly burst out laughing, shaking her head as she remarked. It seems you're not exactly as you appear on the surface. Your scheming runs pretty deep. Li Yu shrugged indifferently in response. Princess Yu, you're the same. We're both cut from the same cloth. Did you already know for sure that I would speak up to stop you? So your second move was just meant to intimidate Jiang Feng. Yes, someone like Jiang Feng will keep causing trouble unless he feels pain. He needs to understand my intent to kill him. However, although Jiang Feng is nothing more than a good-for-nothing, he still has some status. If he were to die at your doorstep, it would cause you trouble as well. So you definitely step in to stop me, giving me an excuse to halt. Princess Yu wore a complicated expression before saying abruptly, Are you so certain about this? What if I was willing to endure these troubles for you and didn't intervene, letting you kill him right there? This left Li Yu momentarily stunned, forcing a bitter smile. I believe such a situation would never occur. The princess wouldn't do something like that. Princess Yu fell silent. The two continued walking, passing through ancient buildings one by one, until they finally reached large tracts of farmland. Unlike Jiang Feng's nearly barren land, the soil in Princess Yu's estate was well managed despite lying empty, free of any weeds, rich and fertile. Chapter 42 Jiang Feng's Manor. The land appeared to be fertile black, and at first glance, it had a wet, sticky feel. This kind of soil didn't require any further treatment by Li Yu. It could be used immediately. Li Yu was greatly satisfied when he saw it, stroking his chin and exclaiming, Very good, Princess Yu. There may not be anything planted in your estate, but the land is well taken care of, comparable to mine. I am rather meticulous and don't like seeing weeds all over the land, so I asked someone to take care of it slightly. How about it? Can you grow crops here? Of course. Do you know what Jiang Feng's land looked like before? It was completely cracked, the whole soil just like sand, all in a dull yellow color. Even with such barren land, I managed to improve it and grew amazing crops. Are you worried about me not being able to grow on this soil? Jiang Feng's land? What do you mean? Princess Yu was completely puzzled, looking at Li Yu with confusion. It wasn't until then that Li Yu realized that Princess Yu had no knowledge of the past grievances between himself and Jiang Feng, so he patiently explained, This is how it went. Some time ago, during our first encounter, Jiang Feng recklessly rode through the noisy streets. His horse almost trampled me to death. Fortunately, Qing Yaojin was nearby, and thus Jiang Feng had no choice but to apologize. That's why I extorted a large plot of land from him. Then doesn't that mean your manor actually belongs to Jiang Feng? Princess Yu widened her eyes in astonishment, looking at Li Yu, yet an involuntary curve formed on the corner of her lips. Yes, it's his. Princess Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, her cherry lips pressed together as if pear blossoms were blooming, dimming the surrounding scenery. She whispered gently, That's why Jiang Feng has been scheming against you. You practically swindled all his land, so his actions seem understandable in hindsight. Enough talk. Li Yu waved his hand and said angrily, I was genuinely almost kicked to death by his horse hooves. No matter how notorious my reputation may be, on the surface, I'm still the Prince of Qi. Between the life of the Prince of Qi and that piece of land, who is more valuable? There's no need for me to elaborate. Princess Yu saw Li Yu's passionate expression, and her laughter rang out like silver bells. Her eyes shimmered as she spoke softly. You shouldn't be self-pitying. Not everyone thinks about you like that. Looking into Princess Yu's azure eyes that emanated warmth, Li Yu felt a slight tremor in his heart. For some reason, when they were alone together, Princess Yu seemed to shed her tough exterior, revealing a gentle side akin to that of a neighboring girl. Impulsively, Li Yu blurted out, What about you? Do you think about me this way? Princess Yu paused her movements. From Li Yu's point of view, all he could see were her long lashes quivering slightly. Yet, she remained silent without uttering a word. Li Yu himself also realized his unintentional breach of propriety, which made the atmosphere awkward. He looked around trying to find a topic to cover his abruptness. His gaze caught a newly built house not far away. Li Yu pointed at the house and asked, What's this house for? So new. Is it recently constructed? Princess Yu raised her head and nodded slightly. Yes, I had this house newly built. You're planning to farm here, right? Sometimes, back and forth trips are inconvenient, so we've arranged this place for you to stay. Though it might be a bit simple, it can still serve as a temporary resting spot. I see. Next to the house stood a well-constructed rectangular building emitting thin smoke, giving a visual impression of strength and vigor. Out of curiosity, Li Yu asked again, "And what exactly is this thing? Why does it emit smoke?" Due to what had just happened, Li Yu's nerves were somewhat disoriented, blurting out impulsively without thinking. Could this be a factory? Are you secretly developing light industries? What factories? What light industries? Princess Anyu cast an odd look at Li Yu, like viewing an alien. Furrowing her brows, she replied, "This is a kitchen. Doesn't your manor have one? That smoke is merely cooking steam. What's so peculiar about that? Prince Qi, you're the one acting like a celestial being who doesn't indulge in earthly pleasures, yet you accuse me of it." Being stared at by Princess Anyu with a smile that was both amused and mocking, Li Yu felt uneasy and could only scratch his head, laughing nervously while evading the topic. He didn't understand why he thought that way, about factories and light industries. These things were planned constructions once he accumulated enough points. As an original inhabitant of Tang Dynasty, how would Princess Anyu know anything about them? Our kitchen in the manor isn't like this one. Normally, I cook personally. Princess Anyu nodded, saying indifferently, "Is that so? If you're such a master farmer, you must be quite skilled in cooking too." What was originally a casual remark excited Li Yu. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly responded, "Princess Anyu, do you have any fresh ingredients in your kitchen? My cooking skills are truly unmatched, and the dishes I create will be unlike anything you've ever heard of. They can rival my farming skills. Would you like to give it a try?" Princess Anyu looked at Li Yu in surprise, her deep blue eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance, her lips slightly parted. You're serious?" "Absolutely serious. Monks don't tell lies. I'm very grateful that you supported me over Jiangfeng this time. And wasn't there also that argument between us where I didn't apologize to you? So let me cook you a meal as both compensation and gratitude. How does that sound? Look, we even have this little pavilion here where we can eat while discussing life ideals and personal beliefs. How pleasant would that be?" Li Yu's vivid description couldn't help but spark Princess Anyu's imagination. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon shape, covering her mouth as she said, "All right, Li Yu, since you have this idea, I'd naturally be happy to take advantage of it. Whatever fresh ingredients you need, they'll all be prepared for you by my servants." Neither Li Yu nor Princess Anyu herself realized that the way Princess Anyu addressed Li Yu had subtly shifted from Prince Qi to his real name. Under Princess Anyu's instructions, Li Yu went alone to prepare the materials. For those items not available in Princess Anyu's estate, Xuanhuan fetched them from his own manor. When Xuanhuan saw Li Yu collecting large amounts of bean curd skin, tofu sticks, bean sprouts, and potato slices, he immediately understood Li Yu's intentions. When delivering the ingredients, Xuanhuan pleaded pitifully, "Master, are you making hot pot? With so many ingredients, could I lend a hand? Could I just have a taste?" Chapter 43. My cooking skills aren't as good as yours. Li Yu gave Xuanhuan a disdainful look and said with a snort, "Don't even think about it. I'm eating with my sister. Do you really think you could sit at the table with us? If you're really craving food, we still have plenty of ingredients at home, and there's a pot too. You can cook for yourself." Xuanhuan let out a whimper, lunged forward, grabbed Li Yu's thigh, and burst into tears. "Master, my cooking isn't as good as yours. Please let me have just one bite. Just one would be enough, wail." "It's fine. I'll let you eat." Li Yu's sudden change in words filled Xuanhuan with joy. He looked up excitedly. "Really? Thank you, master, thank you." Li Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Don't thank me yet. Let me ask you, do you recognize whose estate this is?" Li Yu pointed to the plaque on the mansion. Xuanhuan looked up and murmured, "Is this Princess Anyu's residence?" "Yes. Now tell me, with whom will I be having hot pot? Would you dare to join us?" Xuanhuan's face turned pale, panic flashing in his eyes. Unlike Li Yu, Princess Anyu was someone that instilled great fear in him, akin to a knife fork. "Master, you're bold. This isn't a hot pot. This is a banquet of death. Master, you enjoy your meal. I'll go back and cook myself." Xuanhuan fled in disarray. In the pavilion, fresh ingredients were arranged. The meats included beef tripe, sliced beef, lamb rolls, chicken breast, hand-pressed beef balls, etc., while the vegetables mostly came from Li Yu's specialties, what they called bean skin, tofu sticks, dried eggs, potato slices, and so on. In the center of the pavilion sat a pot shaped like a bagua diagram, filled with water and heated from below, boiling vigorously. Princess Anyu looked strange and muttered, "I must say, Prince Qi, are you sure you even know how to cook? These are all ingredients themselves. They haven't been processed at all, just chopped and washed. How can we eat them?" Li Yu grinned mysteriously and pointed to the boiling water inside the pot. "You don't understand. This is called hot pot. This is how we eat it. I'm about to put the base ingredients in the soup. Then you put these ingredients in the soup to blanch. Once they're cooked by the hot broth, the flavors soak into the ingredients and they're ready to eat." As he spoke, Li Yu found himself drooling and instinctively swallowed some saliva. Seeing Li Yu's demeanor, Princess Anyu also couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. She didn't consider herself an outsider, casually picking up a strawberry that Li Yu had brought and munching on it as she said, "All right then, I'll look forward to your performance." Li Yu had brought self-developed base ingredients, which consisted of red oil and chili peppers, looking extremely spicy. Princess Anyu shrank back slightly, nervously exclaiming, "This is the base ingredient? There's far too much chili, it's too strong. I doubt I can handle it." "Don't worry, it looks spicy, but it's actually okay. After all, the hot pot broth is used for dipping the ingredients, not drinking. Besides, did you see the bagua diagram? On one side is this spicy broth, while the other side is a non-spicy three delicacies broth. If you can't take the spice, you can eat from the three delicacies side. Princess Anyu widened her eyes, marveling aloud. This three delicacies broth is a high-quality pork bone soup I specially prepared. It's incredibly savory. Liu took out another milky white base ingredient and carefully placed it on the other side. With the completion of the food nearing, he became enthusiastic and patiently explained. This kind of pot is called a bianyang pot, designed for those who cannot tolerate spiciness. Bianyang pot? Why is it called that? Look, one side is spicy, the other is not. They complement each other like mandarin ducks, hence the name. As Princess Anyu chatted with Liu, she eagerly devoured a plate of strawberries. She remembered clearly that she sold all the land in her mansion for 15 strawberries. Taking advantage while Liu wasn't paying attention, she started eating first, reasoning it wouldn't harm to indulge a bit. After everything was set up, Liu patted his palms together and handed Princess Anyu a pair of chopsticks, saying, "Alright, let me show you how to blanch. Let's try the lamb roll first." The lamb roll was as thin as cicada wings, clearly defined between fat and lean meat. As soon as it entered the boiling spicy broth, it instantly curled up and was cooked through within 3 or 4 seconds. Liu scooped it up, dipped it into the sauce he had prepared, took a bite, and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if he'd suddenly entered modern times. At that moment, Princess Anyu resembled a little girl, bright eyes wide open, imitating Liu's actions, heating a piece, dipping it in the sauce, and putting it into her mouth. The aroma of the lamb mingled with the heat of the spices, bursting forth instantaneously. Though the spicy flavor was strong, it wasn't greasy at all. On the contrary, it stimulated Princess Anyu's salivary glands. The lamb was sweet and tender, almost dissolving upon contact with her tongue after being infused with the broth, revealing its succulent beauty to perfection, capturing every essence of the meat's fragrance. With each bite gone, another followed eagerly. Seeing Princess Anyu's rosy cheeks and the excitement glittering in her eyes, Liu knew his specially crafted lamb rolls had definitely won her heart. He chuckled, "How's this lamb roll? I carefully selected fat and lean meat, combining them in a perfect ratio, then ground them into minced meat before slicing them with impeccable knife work. It neither tastes too gamey nor dry, but rather fine and tender." Indeed. This time, unusually unhaughty, Princess Anyu nodded rapidly like a little chick pecking at rice as she said, "It's my first time eating lamb like this. Previously, when I ate lamb, it was always large chunks, which weren't well seasoned and smelled very gamey. They were dry to eat or overly greasy if it was fat. These lamb rolls have truly made me reconsider lamb altogether. Hee, if you enjoy it, eat more. Let me now teach you how to blanch beef slices." Liu picked up a slice of beef, which had been marinated beforehand, giving it a faint scent of Sichuan pepper. After swishing it around in the hot pot for about 15 seconds, he quickly scooped it up. The veins of the beef glistened with the soup water, looking glossy and tempting. Princess Anyu mimicked Liu's movements, inserting the beef into her mouth at almost the same time. The beef was chewy, tingling with a numbing spiciness from the peppercorn that seemed to slightly paralyze her tongue, yet left an inexplicable thrill behind. As she chewed, her whole mouth became inundated with the aroma of the meat, evoking great satisfaction. Princess Anyu was soon subdued by the allure of the hot pot. Initially skeptical, she now only lowered her head to keep on indulging, blanching slice after slice of beef and lamb without pause. Before long, the spiciness took effect. She softly drew in cold air, feeling the numbing heat engulfing her mouth. New paragraph starts here. Hot pot, despite its fiery challenge, had thoroughly captivated Princess Anyu, who continued savoring each morsel even as her lips grew red from the spice. Chapter 44. Princess's first taste of tripe. Princess Anyu exhaled gently, her face flushing with a beautiful shade of red, making her look even more alluring. She fanned herself near her mouth and said, "So spicy. I didn't feel it at first while eating, but now it gets spicier and spicier." Ha. Liu wiped some sweat from his brow as he said with satisfaction, "That's how hot pot is. If it's not spicy or steaming, how can we call it hot pot? All the fruits set here are for you to quench the spiciness. If that still doesn't work, you can eat from the light soup base in an Enyang hot pot." Princess Anyu shook her head seriously, with a hint of stubbornness. "No, if I switch to the light soup, isn't that like submitting to the hot pot? I refuse to do that." Liu saw her determined expression and thought she looked cute. He took out a gourd and asked, "Can you drink alcohol?" Princess Anyu clearly hesitated for a moment before shaking her head lightly. "No, I don't like drinking." "All right," Liu continued. "I originally planned to show you my self-brewed grape wine. It's very precious. Sheng Yaojin himself asked me for it, but I wouldn't give it to him and have been saving it secretly. If you're not going to drink it, I will." As he opened the gourd lid, the sweet aroma of grapes filled the air. Liu indulged in its fragrance, filled his glass completely, and took a big sip. When she heard that the liquor was made from grapes, Princess Anyu's expression changed slightly, and she became visibly interested. She tentatively asked, "Made from grapes? Is this liquor strong?" "It has a relatively low alcohol concentration. It's just a regular drink after all." After hearing this, Princess Anyu fell silent for a moment, then pushed her glass forward with a slight pout. "Then pour me half a cup." Liu chuckled, directly filling her glass completely, teasing her. "This grape wine is quite expensive, you know. I'm offering you a free glass, but if you want more later, you'll need to pay." "Humph," she replied playfully with a touch of coquettishness, putting the rim of the glass to her cherry lips and trying a small sip experimentally. A refreshing sweetness, just like grape juice, immediately spread through her mouth, effectively suppressing the spiciness and greasiness. After the cool sensation, There was a subtle, mellow aroma of alcohol, elevating the entire taste experience by one level. Princess Anyu instinctively smacked her lips and exclaimed, "This is so good." With one sip, the spiciness vanishes. Right. Liu grinned. Grape wine goes perfectly with hot pot. With the boost of the grape wine, Princess Anyu's stamina for hot pot eating increased. She continued feasting elegantly, every move of hers exuding grace and aristocracy, presenting a feast to watch. Liu, distracted momentarily, noticed that 2 plates of beef and lamb were already half-eaten. Princess Anyu examined the table with her eyes until they rested on the sliced tripe. She asked curiously, "What is this?" There seemed to be lots of tentacle-like things, looking like a blanket. This is vudu, sliced tripe. It's also called madu, literally fuzzy stomach, which refers to the stomach of a cow. At the mention of vudu, tripe, Princess Anyu wrinkled her nose, showing obvious discomfort, as if it reminded her of something distasteful. She forced herself to suppress such feelings and asked, "Cow stomach? Can people really eat that?" In our Tang dynasty, no one eats such things. Even among minority groups, only the poorest ones would consume it because vudu is dirty, and it comes in large pieces, hard to eat anyway. Such a waste. What a shame. Liu sighed deeply, patiently guiding her. You're truly missing out on heaven's blessing. Tripe is chewy and flavorful, deliciously savory. It's truly a gift from heaven that you people don't know how to enjoy. What a pity. In this era, no one ate vudu, cow stomach. After slaughtering a cow, they would simply remove and discard the stomach. Before proper cleaning and slicing, the vudu appeared as a bulky sack covered in fuzzy protrusions and contained all sorts of undigested food residues. Though not outright foul-smelling, it was far from being something most people could accept. Princess Anyu had preconceived notions about vudu, feeling curious, yet mostly unable to overcome her aversion. Biting her lip, she hesitated and finally pushed the plate towards Liu, shaking her head. "Forget it. You eat the vudu yourself. I'll stick to the lamb slices and beef strips. I can't stand this. It's too disgusting." Liu happily accepted. "Great, delicious food that nobody competes for. It's the best." He picked up a piece of vudu with chopsticks and swirled it in the boiling spicy broth, following the 7-up 8-down method. The fuzzy surface of the vudu absorbed all the flavors of the soup. Once cooked, it went into his mouth where the chewy, crisp texture immediately burst with unique aromas, making a satisfying crunching sound. Princess Anyu tried to shift her attention away, but Liu's delighted munching sound as he ate the vudu, tripe, still caught her ears. Frowning with a hint of annoyance, she glared at Liu, her face flushed red. Reflecting for a moment, though these items Liu recommended were odd and even sent at her understanding, most of them turned out to be quite tasty, and he had never misled her before. Could it be that this vudu is also delicious? This thought took root in Princess Anyu's heart like an invasive weed, slowly growing until she finally set aside her composure and pride, looking at Liu hesitantly as she whispered, "Prince Chi, is this new good to eat? Can I try it?" Her voice was so soft, like the buzzing of mosquitoes, making it almost impossible to hear unless one concentrated fully. However, Liu caught every word clearly. Liu found this amusing internally but feigned not hearing, putting on an innocent look as he raised his eyes and said, "What did you say?" "Princess Anyu, your voice is too small. I can't hear you." Princess Anyu gritted her teeth, averting her gaze, then spoke up louder. "I want to try the too." Didn't you say you didn't want to eat it because it's disgusting?" "Ugh, why does he always have to push the right buttons? I see you enjoy eating it so much, and judging by your behavior, you don't seem careless about cleanliness either, so naturally, I've grown curious. Tell me, Prince Chi, are you being stingy?" Smiling faintly, Liu ignored Princess Anyu's provocation and said gently, "All right, let me explain. The vudu we're having now has all been sliced into large thin pieces and undergone rigorous cleaning. There's absolutely nothing left inside except pure meat. Look, you've eaten dubalji, stuffed chicken belly, right? What difference is there between pig stomach and cow stomach?" As he spoke, Liu pushed the plate of beef tripe toward Princess Anyu, gesturing with his hand while saying temptingly, "Why not give it a try? Princess Anyu." Chapter 45, Infinite Tenderness. Princess Anyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the allure of the food. She extended her trembling hand towards the tripe. Imitating Liu's manner, she stirred the tripe chaotically in the boiling broth, causing it to quickly contract and tighten into a dense ball. Holding the tripe near her lips, Princess Anyu hesitated again for quite some time. Then, her cherry-like mouth slowly opened as she gently bit down on the tripe with her pearly white teeth. It had an entirely different texture from beef, springy and chewy, each bite releasing a rich infusion of flavorful broth, presenting a smooth sensation that Princess Anyu had never experienced before. Just one bite was enough for her to fall deeply in love with it. Moreover, because of its folded structure, the tripe absorbed plenty of flavor, creating a numbing spicy aroma mixed with freshness that set it far apart from beef. Her bright blue eyes lit up slightly as she exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, this is truly delicious. So this is how tripe tastes? Who would have thought something that looks so filthy would be so appetizing? And surprisingly, it doesn't carry any fishy smell." "That's absolutely certain," nodded Liu. "Cows eat grass. Their droppings aren't even foul-smelling. Did you know that many farmers use cow dung as fertilizer directly by hand, since it smells differently from other animals' feces? Instead of being smelly, cow dung often retains a hint of fresh grass, which many don't consider dirty at all." Although Princess Anyu was gradually agreeing with Liu's line of thought, discussing feces during the meal still caused slight discomfort in her expression. She shook her head, laughing bitterly. Could we stop talking about such things at the dining table? Even though I agree with you, it's oddly nauseating. All right, I won't say anything more. Liu chuckled wryly. You know, if we've tasted something like this for the first time ever, could it also mean there are many animal organs that we think are inedible but might actually taste good when processed properly? That's certainly true. Liu glanced with thoughtful eyes, seeming to recall something. He hesitated for a moment before saying, for example, there's something called niobi soup. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and wore an expression of slight wariness. After reconsidering, he swallowed his words hard, muttering helplessly, forget it. You probably wouldn't want to hear about it. Whether it was the heat or alcohol, making her display her true self more openly, Princess Anyu's rosy cheeks shed their cold exterior, revealing a softer, neighbor girl-like demeanor with a faint glimmer of confusion in her eyes. Urgently, she demanded, no way, spill it already. Why do you always tease me with your hints only to keep quiet afterward? You're so annoying. Unbeknownst to both, her title of Prince Chi had quietly shifted to this guy. Liu laughed bitterly, seeing the earnest look in Princess Anyu's eyes. Finally, he replied, all right, you asked for it, don't blame me later. Actually, there's a vast world of folk delicacies outside the palace. Since you reside in royalty, you might miss out on experiencing such strange culinary wonders, which is indeed unfortunate. I haven't always been in the palace. Princess Anyu muttered softly, her voice barely audible. Lost in thoughts of the niobi soup, Liu didn't catch her soft remark and asked curiously, what did you say? Nothing, continue please. Alright, now, this niobi soup, just like tripe, is mostly shunned by people but has a unique flavor nonetheless. It's rather heavy tasting. Haven't I told you that cows eat grass? In many places, they feed the cow grass before letting it digest for some time. They then slaughter the cow and retrieve partially digested grass from its stomach. Princess Anyu wasn't a fool. By this point, she had already guessed what came next. Her perfectly shaped nose wrinkled, distorting her elegant features into an expression of deep discomfort as she said, really? Is this thing really edible? Isn't that basically feces? To be precise, it's not technically feces, but you can think of it as semi-digested feces. People who enjoy niobi soup typically retrieve this partially digested grass, cook it into a soup, and add ingredients like beef or offal. Allegedly, it has a distinct, special taste. Okay, stop. I can't take it anymore. Princess Anyu waved her hand dismissively, her face filled with disgust as she adorably stuck out her pinkish, tender tongue and declared, I braced myself mentally, but I'm still grossed out. No way will I ever accept that. Liu feigned innocence, laughing helplessly. I only said it because you wanted me to. Don't blame me now. Liu, you won't come up with something like niobi soup in the future, will you? Let me tell you beforehand. There's no way I would eat this thing, and I don't want you to mess around with it in my mansion either, because I feel niobi soup is just like cooking. Princess Anyu tightly shut her mouth. The remaining words were rather crude, so she couldn't utter them. Instead, she hinted at Liu with an expression. Liu immediately caught on and laughed heartily. You feel like you're cooking excrement, right? Actually, I feel the same way too. Don't look at me like that. I am a normal person after all. Even I wouldn't eat such things. Tripe is about my limit. And I have to remind you too. Don't secretly make this niobi soup, or I might throw up as well. The two exchanged glances, catching a gleam of amusement in each other's eyes. Without prior agreement, they both burst out laughing simultaneously. Liu quickly finished laughing, but Princess Anyu's laughter lingered for quite some time. Her silvery laugh echoed through the courtyard. In front of her were not so dislikable company, a steaming hot pot wafting with aroma. She felt warm and cozy both physically and inside. Lifting her gaze towards the sky, she noticed without realizing, stars scattered across the heavens and cool breezes gently blew. In this particular courtyard, a feeling of comfort surged, almost making Princess Anyu indulge. How many days, how many years had it been since she herself had last enjoyed such relaxing moments for a very long time? Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol. Princess Anyu's face blushed a deep red, and her speech became somewhat stuttered. A sudden thought took root and began budding within her mind. If only Liu could continue living in her courtyard, occasionally growing some vegetables for her, making hot pot for her, telling her some novel and meaningful little stories every now and then when she felt exhausted. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Princess Anyu fixed her phoenix-like eyes onto Liu and suddenly put down her utensils, speaking softly. Liu, I want to discuss something with you. Chapter 46, I will protect you. Liu saw the serious look on Princess Anyu's face and instinctively straightened his back, solemnly saying, what's wrong? Why such a serious expression? Princess Anyu stared at Liu. Her pretty face was red, possibly due to heat or for some other reason. Liu, as Xianxia mentioned earlier, in the capital, you must always be extremely cautious, walking on eggshells, aren't you? I've learned a little about your situation. Because of your ancestors, you were stripped of your noble rank, are distrusted by His Majesty, and looked down upon by others. It must be exhausting. His expression was slightly embarrassed as Liu scratched his head and replied evasively. Why bring up this topic suddenly? We shouldn't discuss heavy topics while enjoying hot pot. Princess Anyu didn't let Liu gloss over the matter so easily. Her azure eyes stared piercingly at him, filled with intensity. I need to say it. With a sigh, Liu helplessly said, it's roughly true. Though not as extreme as what you've described, I'm still quite fearful. After all, at any moment, the Emperor might kill me out of suspicion. The mind of an emperor is difficult to fathom. Today he may talk and laugh with me amiably, but tomorrow, I could receive an edict granting my death. Do you agree? The conversation grew heavier, But Li Yu's expression remained calm. His hair swayed gently in the wind, giving him a somewhat unrestrained, carefree air. Yet, worrying excessively like that serves no purpose. Rather than living each day anxiously pondering, why not just live happily in the present? Plant more delicious fruits and vegetables, eat more exquisite dishes like today's feast. Even if I someday meet my end, I can die without regret, right? Compared to Li Yu's composed demeanor, Princess Anyu's face still appeared rigid. After pondering for a while, she unexpectedly declared, Li Yu, I can protect you. Huh? Li Yu's eyes widened as his brain momentarily struggled to catch up. Protect me? What do you mean? The Emperor looks favorably upon me. Generally speaking, any requests I make will not be refused. Li Yu, would you consider following me? I can guarantee that whoever tries to harm you, I'll ensure your safety. Also, I won't neglect your well-being. Whatever benefits I enjoy, you shall have exactly the same. To Princess Anyu's surprise, there wasn't even a hint of flattery, gratitude, or trepidation on Li Yu's face. Instead, his eyes grew deep, and he quickly reined in his previous expressions. For some reason, Li Yu's silent demeanor caused a faint wave of unease within Princess Anyu's heart. What's the matter, Li Yu? Conditions. Princess Anyu, if you're willing to grant me these benefits, there must be certain conditions attached, right? What are they? Shaking her head, Princess Anyu seriously stated, no conditions necessary. All you need to do is stay with me. If possible, occasionally chat with me, share with me the new delicacies and fruits you've discovered. That would already be sufficient. Afraid that Li Yu might misunderstand, Princess Anyu swiftly added, Li Yu, this isn't some sort of gift or reward. I prefer to see it as assistance, mutual aid among friends based on friendship. A warm light flashed through Li Yu's eyes. Raising his gaze, he looked at Princess Anyu. He noticed her delicate face blushed deeply. Even her collarbone and earlobes turned pink. Her eyes revealed a touch of shyness. Seeing Li Yu's attention, she hurriedly looked away, unwilling to face him directly. This rare display of gentleness from Princess Anyu, who was typically cold and stern, left one marveling. You consider it. No need to reply immediately. After remaining silent for a long while, Li Yu gently shook his head. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he declined politely. No need to think about it, Princess Anyu. I truly appreciate your willingness to help me to this extent as a friend, but after some thought, I believe I'd rather pass. Princess Anyu's pupils constricted. She had never anticipated Li Yu rejecting her outright. As the Emperor's most beloved princess, valued beyond price, she'd never been rebuffed, especially since she had summoned tremendous courage amidst her intoxication to voice her proposal. Unknowingly, a strange feeling of injustice and sourness brewed inside her heart. Why? You don't need to worry. It won't place any burden on me, and moreover, this is all entirely my own decision. Princess Anyu's words carried a note of excitement. Observing Li Yu's firm expression, she suddenly lowered her head. A wave of loneliness surged in her eyes as she murmured, Did I act too impulsively? Too presumptuous, assuming we are friends? No, don't misunderstand me. Li Yu stood tall, wanting to reach out and touch Princess Anyu, yet forcibly held himself back. With frustration, he explained, It's not directed at you, Princess Anyu. You are willing to regard me as a friend, and I am really very happy about it. You know, I barely know anyone in the capital city. To have a good friend like you is my honor. But why? Even Princess Anyu herself didn't notice that unknowingly. Her eyes had already moistened, and there was even a hint of touching cuteness. Let me explain, this is how it is. Li Yu's expression turned serious as he spoke confidently. My current situation is indeed somewhat wretched. Everyone thinks I lack ambition and am utterly dissolute. Yesterday, I was just mucking about with my broken farmland, but it isn't entirely like that. Whatever happens, I am a man. As long as one is a man, who doesn't desire immense power, boundless wealth, and the ability to settle everything with a single word, I am no exception. Therefore, I can't accept your help. In my view, if I were to accept such assistance from you, hiding under the protection of a woman, that would be true degradation. Princess Anyu's eyes sparkled with unusual brilliance. She felt admiration mixed with a bit of incomprehension. She couldn't help but interject. How could it be degradation? I'm merely providing you with the most necessary protection. Just take this as some peculiar principle of mine. Li Yu interrupted Princess Anyu's words. His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable air of finality. Rather than surviving under your protection, I prefer to grow amidst thorns and hardships. One day, when I soar to prominence, I will look back and offer help to you instead. At this moment, under the glow of the moonlight, Li Yu's figure exuded an extraordinary aura. He stood tall, his posture erect, his profile chiseled like a stubborn pine tree. With consecutive flashes of admiration, Princess Anyu thought Li Yu seemed to have transformed into someone else, making her almost unable to make direct eye contact. Even more surprisingly, she detected a trace of the same authoritative presence in him as that of her father, which made her want to bow down in submission involuntarily. Princess Anyu herself was unclear about her own thoughts now. There was a faint sense of resentment, a tinge of intoxication, and respect surging through her heart. All these emotions swirling within her until they all coalesced into a soft sigh. Chapter 47. Conflict rises again. Li Yu blurted out a few grandiose words, then suddenly felt like he had an episode of middle two disease, immature behavior, feeling quite awkward. He nervously laughed and scratched his nose, then sat back down. The atmosphere between the two returned to silence, with only the boiling soup in the hot pot making gurgling sounds. A glance at the potato slices next to him, still glistening with dew, made Li Yu shift the topic. Come on, Would you like to try my specially prepared potato slices? They're quite flavorful. We can't just keep eating meat. It's essential to eat some vegetables too. Princess Anyu gave Li Yu a cold look, not wanting to talk. She used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of potato, following Li Yu's instructions to swirl it in the steaming broth for 2 minutes before lifting it back up. These were Li Yu's carefully cultivated crispy potatoes. The potato slices were thin and crisp, offering a pleasant texture when chewed, absorbing the soup while also maintaining the unique sweetness of potatoes. If left in the soup longer, they turned soft and creamy, requiring no chewing as they melted into mashed potatoes with a simple press of lips and tongue, releasing a fragrant aroma. Eaten in 2 ways, each with different flavors, Princess Anyu's eyes flickered as she picked up a few more pieces and dropped them into the soup. Seeing this, Li Yu chuckled and teased. How about that? Isn't it pretty good? This thing is called a potato. It contains a large amount of starch, similar to the rice we eat, so you could use this to replace rice completely. Princess Anyu remained silent, seemingly still upset about what happened earlier. Li Yu felt awkward and began talking to himself. But the starch in potatoes is a bit different from that in rice. Rice contains refined starch, which is easily absorbed. Potatoes contain rough starch, which requires a little more effort from your stomach. Eating more of this coarse starch is beneficial for weight loss. Women are extremely conscious about their figures, and Princess Anyu was no exception. Hearing Li Yu's words, though she didn't respond, she added a few more potato slices into the pot. Seeing her subtle actions, Li Yu thought they looked cute and couldn't help but burst out laughing. His laughter would have been fine if it hadn't revealed all of Princess Anyu's little thoughts. Her initial calm demeanor vanished, replaced by annoyance as she glared at Li Yu and huffed. Why are you laughing? I don't want to talk to you, you ungrateful person. Don't be mad. I'll admit I'm wrong. Just consider me overly masculine. Li Yu hastily apologized. What worried him wasn't that she talked, but that she didn't. He quickly consoled her. I've already said I'm very grateful for your help, but I really can't accept it calmly. How about I make it up to you somehow? In the future, when you come here, you can eat strawberries all you want. Unlimited supply, free of charge. What do you say? Princess Anyu couldn't help but laugh bitterly, feeling both annoyed and amused. This guy was just like a primary school student, obsessed with fruits and land. What a wooden-headed person. Seeing that Princess Anyu's glass of red wine was long empty, Li Yu refilled it for her. With the assistance of red wine, Princess Anyu's endurance greatly increased, indulging herself in another bout of reckless eating. After all, Princess Anyu was still just a young girl, with a small appetite. To eat so much today was already her limit. Soon, she began rubbing her flat little stomach, leaning against the chair, no longer eating anything but occasionally sipping her sweet red wine. Li Yu and Princess Anyu ate for over half an hour. On the other side, Lu Shuei busily set up all the equipment Li Yu brought for planting and finally had a moment to relax. Smelling the appetizing aroma wafting from the pavilion, Lu Shui's stomach grumbled audibly, piquing her curiosity. She cautiously peeked at them from afar. Li Yu's keen eyes spotted Lu Shuei right away. Their gazes met, causing Lu Shuei to yelp and quickly withdraw her head, attempting to sneak off. This little one, why run away? I'm not going to catch you to turn you into a hot pot ingredient. Li Yu stood up and waved at Lu Shuei, inviting her. Come on, Lu Shuei, you've worked so hard. Thank you. Come and have some food. Anyway, I've prepared plenty of ingredients. Princess Anyu has eaten enough already, and if you don't mind, please join us. Lu Shuei stopped her retreat, hesitantly casting a sidelong glance at Princess Anyu, and asked somewhat uncertainly. With her here, is it okay? Li Yu's impression of Princess Anyu had greatly improved, and he now considered her a friend. Without being overly formal, he responded immediately. Of course, there's no problem. Let's just enjoy the food. A hot pot feast thrives on the liveliness of company. Just as Lu Shuei approached and was about to sit down, a white hand suddenly appeared in front of her. Lu Shuei and Li Yu both paused for a moment, and Princess Anyu extended her arm to block Lu Shuei's way. However, she didn't look at Lu Shuei but stared at Li Yu, word by word. Li Yu, I don't want to eat with her. Please ask her to leave. Li Yu hesitated for a moment, looking awkward since he had already invited her but was now asking her to leave. What exactly was this situation? No, Princess Anyu, Lu Shuei has been busy for quite some time now. Her stomach must be growling. Moreover, we have plenty of ingredients here. If not eaten, they will go to waste. Just let her join us. You've also eaten enough, haven't you? Hot pot becomes more enjoyable when more people participate in it. In response to Li Yu's plea, Princess Anyu stubbornly shook her head and indifferently said, She helped you out, not me. What does that have to do with me? Even if these ingredients are thrown away uneaten, I don't want her to share the same table as us. Absolutely, I disagree. Her bright blue eyes shone brightly, and Princess Anyu returned to the overbearing and unapproachable demeanor she had displayed during their first meeting. Somehow, her words, even if it means throwing them away, I don't want her to sit at our table, made Li Yu very uncomfortable. Seeing the state of Princess Anyu, Lu Shuei gave a bitter laugh, unwilling to cause difficulty for Li Yu. She pulled back her hand and said, Master, never mind, I'll just grab something quick. I brought some dry rations along, eating them is fine. You two can continue. A surge of anger rose within Li Yu's heart. He grabbed Lu Shuei's hand, somewhat forcibly pulling her close to him. His cold gaze turned to Princess Anyu, his voice laced with irritation. Princess Anyu, she is my companion. Is it really that hard for me to bring her to share this hot pot together? You've already finished eating, yet still want to drive her away. Isn't this behavior too heartless? I want her to join this feast, and at the same time, I hope you agree. The firm tone in Li Yu's voice made Princess Anyu tremble inwardly. Her chin tilted up stubbornly, and inexplicably, tears began to well up in her eyes. Chapter 48 Conflict. Despite everything, Princess Anyu still held her long neck high, stubbornly glaring at Li Yu, biting her silver teeth lightly, word by word. You promised me that. You said this meal was for me to eat, just for me alone. Li Yu's expression stiffened. Although the words were correct, she had already finished eating. Why would it hurt to add one more person? I did say that, but haven't you already finished? Princess Anyu slightly lowered her eyelids, enduring the faint sourness at the tip of her nose. She sighed lightly with a weak voice. Even though I've finished eating, I don't want her to join in. We can still sit here and chat after finishing our meal. Inviting her is quite abrupt, isn't it? She once tried to take my life. Li Yu fell silent, powerless to defend himself. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked towards Lu Shui and said, Sorry, Shui. After we return, I will prepare a hot pot for you. Lu Shui was naturally overwhelmed with trepidation and hurriedly declined politely. No need, master. You and Princess Anyu eat well without worrying about me. By the way, it was inappropriate of me to barge in. There's no need for you to consider me. I carry dry rations with me which are enough to tide over. Although she wasn't very fond of Princess Anyu, she didn't wish to make Li Yu uncomfortable. Suddenly, Li Yu stood up tall, looked at the table almost cleaned in front of him, and a wave of mockery surged from the bottom of his heart. It's a table of leftover food, yet Princess Anyu wouldn't let Lu Shui join. It seems he had indeed been too self-centered. Since ancient times, emperors and ministers have always undervalued emotions. Friend, probably just talk. Li Yu felt disheartened, all the previous beauty and elegance gone. He curved his lips into an arc of self-deprecation, shook his head, and said, We've already finished eating. What's there to eat anymore? Princess Anyu, tonight's darkness is deep and the time is not early. We won't disturb any further. Early tomorrow morning, I will send someone to arrange the land matters. Please rest assured. This one character Yu, formal, like the sharpest blade, deeply pierced the heart of Princess Anyu. The dense estrangement and coldness in Li Yu's speech could be clearly understood even by fools. Princess Anyu only felt her heart shaking uncontrollably, feeling painful. Her hands gripped the clothes tightly at her chest. For some unknown reason, she couldn't utter a word because of the pain. All Princess Anyu could do was watch helplessly as Li Yu led Lu Shui away indifferently. Seeing Li Yu's silhouette growing increasingly distant, about to leave, Princess Anyu felt as if her heart was cut by knives. She finally put down her pride, stood up, and rushed after him. She grabbed the edge of Li Yu's clothing, her cherry lips trembling for a long while before she managed to stammer. Li Yu, are you angry? Li Yu sighed gently, barely forcing out a smile, shaking his head. Not angry. It was the truth. Li Yu himself also knew that letting Lu Shui, someone with no status, rashly join the dinner meeting with the princess, was indeed quite abrupt, even though Princess Anyu had almost finished eating. Exactly because of that, it was normal and common for Princess Anyu to reject Lu Shui's joining. But since it was too normal, Li Yu instead felt a little lonely. Princess Anyu, you did nothing wrong. It's just me taking myself too seriously. The identity of a princess is illustrious. I mistakenly regarded you as a common friend, thus these absurd and impetuous behaviors. Please forgive me, princess. All said and done, I am probably just being self-absorbed, huh? After speaking, Li Yu completely lost all lingering feelings. He nodded towards Princess Anyu, turned around, and left a resolute back. In the beautiful white night, Li Yu's shadow stretched very long, adding a special sense of desolation. Princess Anyu no longer attempted to retain him. She returned listlessly to the table beside the pavilion. Li Yu's previous words kept echoing in her mind. What did he mean by his words? Mistaking her for a friend? Too sentimental? Could it be that her earlier behavior has made him stop considering her a friend? A wave of injustice and sorrow surged upwards. Princess Anyu's delicate shoulders trembled violently. Tears swirled in her deep blue eyes. But she simply didn't want anyone else to intrude, just wanting to have a good conversation with him. Is this also wrong? The soup doesn't understand the vicissitudes of the world, nor does it know human warmth or coldness, still boiling vigorously, emitting thick and scalding white smoke. The plates on the table looked slightly messy, seemingly signaling the previous lively scenes. Hot steaming hot pot paired with Princess Anyu's solitude. She could no longer hold back the crying sound emerging from her throat and burst into tears. Wah wah wah. Returning with disappointment, Li Yu and Lu Shui walked on the street, unaware that a shadow slowly appeared at the end of the street. Seems like those two quarreled again. That's good news. Beside the dark shadow stood another slightly plumper figure, who coldly smirked and said with disdain, "And Yu has been through a lot when she was young. Her introverted personality doesn't mix well with Li Yu, which is normal, but this could be considered as good news for us. At least, we don't need to move against her so soon, do we? No matter what, we should try and convert Jiangfeng first. Although he's a bit of a fool, he is still somewhat useful to us." Back at the residence, Li Yu made up some food for Lu Shui as compensation and, feeling exhausted, quickly rested and fell asleep. He had just fallen into deep sleep when he was woken by noisy chatter from outside. Frowning, Li Yu flailed his arms irritably and muttered, "Who is it? It's so loud in the morning. Go beat them up. Get rid of them all. They're preventing me from sleeping and disturbing public order. We can't attack, master. These people have high status. They are powerful enough to tear down our house. We can barely deal with it." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Xue Dating's words, Li Yu immediately sobered up. He sat up, put on his formal attire, and went out with Xue Dating. As Xue Dating led the way, he explained, I don't know why, but early this morning, about 1/3 of the senior officials in the capital came here. The grand procession scared me half to death. They're making noise demanding to buy your rare and exotic fruits, specifically naming things like strawberries and grapes. I couldn't drive them away no matter what. There's nothing left to do but let you handle this. Li Yu, upon hearing this, instantly dismissed his annoyance at having his dream disturbed and revealed an ecstatic expression. Come on, sleeping is trivial compared to piles of silver coins. Surely these court officials wouldn't lack money. It looks like today will be a great opportunity to extort quite a sum from them. Chapter 49, The Cunning Merchant. Li Yu, feeling refreshed, arrived at the gate of his mansion, waved his hand grandly, and said, "Open the door." As soon as the gates opened, a group of servants rushed in first, almost swarming in. They mumbled, "Your Highness Qi, our master invites you for a talk at his residence. He was deeply impressed by your charm during the last court session and has prepared tea." This was rather hypocritical. "Lordly, it's the same with us. Our master is the deputy minister of households and can't stop thinking about the strawberries grown at your place. Not eating them for a day makes him lose his appetite. He specially sent me to ask if you have any spare strawberries." This one sounded quite sincere. Li Yu chuckled, had Dating bring out a stool, sat cross-legged at the entrance, and acted unusually arrogantly, shaking his head and saying, "Your master lacks sincerity. Just sending a few servants? All the rare and exotic fruits in my estate are carefully cultivated, absorbing the essence of nature. I work more than 15 hours a day just to grow these. After sharing some in the court last time, there are barely any left in my garden." Li Yu looked regretful, nodding and shaking his head, then suddenly remembered a passage from a high school textbook and sighed. "Are there too many?" "No, not too many. Not many at all." Dating found this amusing and silently criticized him. 15 hours of work every day, huh? This guy? After planting the strawberry seeds, he just does some basic work and sprinkles his specially formulated nutrient mist around daily, and within days, the strawberries absorb the essence and grow robustly. The servants at the gate, those chosen to speak, were obviously not foolish and clearly understood Li Yu's underlying meaning. "You want strawberries from me? Fine, but your master needs to come personally. If I send strawberries because of a mere servant's request, what would that make me? A common fruit farmer?" While the servants were embarrassed, a loud laugh came from behind. It turned out that a few older officials, with white hair, bored and treating it like a stroll, had come personally. "Haha, I did say, didn't I? The rare fruits of Prince Qi take much effort. Giving them to the emperor, well, that's fine. But if we want to enjoy them, showing some sincerity is necessary, isn't it? Prince Qi, I've come personally, so may I inquire, are there still enough strawberries left?" At hearing this thunderous voice, all the servants stepped aside immediately, letting the officials approach. "Strawberries? The quantity is pretty scarce now, and we might need some ourselves." A sly smile flickered on the corner of Li Yu's mouth, filled with cunning akin to a seasoned merchant. "Haha, we understand. Eating these strawberries makes your whole body feel relaxed. If we get another taste, naturally, we'd be willing to pay a price. How about this, Prince Qi, for one quality strawberry, we'll offer 100 taels of silver. What do you say?" Upon hearing this price, many who were merely spectating sucked in their breath sharply, finding their worldview shattered under such an astronomical price. Ordinary fruits could be bought with a bit of broken silver for a basket. Yet this single strawberry, only half the size of a baby's fist, already sold for the exorbitant price of 100 taels of silver. Comparatively speaking, one strawberry equaled 100 baskets of regular fruits. Hissing sounds of cold air being drawn spread around, everyone revealing looks of shock and astonishment. Despite that, Li Yu smirked, as if this price wasn't satisfying enough for him. Of course, the sky-high price he once extorted from Princess Xuanhuan couldn't be replicated. Ordinary ministers would likely not be able to afford that price. Still, this price, though not extremely high, was certainly acceptable. Li Yu put on an act of extreme difficulty, sighing long and hard before saying, "Since all of you cherish these strawberries so much, I'll have to bear the pain and let go of them. But I must state beforehand, the quantity is limited. It's first come, first served." With a wave of his hand, Li Yu gave orders to Dating. "Dating, hurry up, go fetch all the strawberries from the warehouse." Dating hesitated, showing a bitter expression, staying still after much contemplation. Leaning close to Li Yu's ear, he whispered quietly, "Master, didn't you tell us to stockpile the strawberries yesterday? Right now, the warehouse has over 100 carts of strawberries stored, covering the ground like small mountains. How are we supposed to move them all out?" Li Yu shot a glare at Dating, instantly realizing this guy didn't have the qualifications to be a businessman. "You fool, I said that for them to hear. If they knew I had this many strawberries, wouldn't their value drop? Don't you even understand the principle that rarity equals value? Just push out a couple of small carts for now. Work hard, and I'll give you 1% of the profit, which will be more than enough for your indulgences." Dating was overjoyed, exclaiming with delight before immediately scurrying off to fetch the strawberries. The servants, seeing that Li Yu had started selling strawberries and realizing how precious they seemed to be, grew anxious. Many slipped away quietly to inform their masters at home. After waiting just a few minutes, a rich, sweet fragrance accompanied by the creaking sound of wheels wafted through the air. Everyone instinctively inhaled, feeling instantly refreshed and invigorated. There were quite a number of merchants and commoners who had rushed over upon hearing the news. They hadn't attended the morning court session, so naturally, they only knew rumors and had never seen the real strawberries. Now, all could see a cart filled with plump, crystalline deep red fruits glistening under the light, adorned with dewdrops signaling their freshness. The strawberries radiated an extraordinary fragrance, their bright red color indicating sweetness and juiciness, evoking a strong desire to taste their marvelous flavor. Upon seeing the strawberries, the group of older officials became nearly uncontrollably excited, rubbing their palms together as the sweet taste they'd experienced during the morning court returned vividly, causing saliva to flood their mouths. Prince Qi, you actually still have so many strawberries. Good, good. Let me buy a basketful then. How does that sound? The lead figure pulled out a bamboo-woven basket and began filling it with strawberries from the cart, counting each one carefully. In no time, the basket was full with precisely 30 strawberries nestled inside. Exactly 30. Prince Qi, here's the silver draft according to the price we discussed. 3,000 taels. 3,000 taels of silver. That amount could purchase a modest business anywhere in the capital city. To the common folk, this might be an unattainable goal in a lifetime, yet it was now encapsulated within such a tiny basket. How ironic. Chapter 50. The Nature of a Cunning Merchant. Liu burst into laughter and nonchalantly pocketed the silver note, but still feigned modesty as he said, "This strawberry is a rare item in the world. I have spent great efforts and resources to cultivate it, yet only managed to grow this small cartful. Once sold out, there will be none left on earth. Hence, each person can purchase no more than 30 strawberries to ensure others can also enjoy their extreme sweetness." The crowd all rolled their eyes and looked resentfully. How dare you implement a purchase limit? Who besides these officials could afford to buy so many strawberries at once? An old minister grasped the cold and smooth strawberry in his hand, feeling passionate inside. Recalling its sweet aroma from the early morning court session, he couldn't resist taking a big bite, with juices flowing down the corners of his mouth, splashing fragrances everywhere, transforming into an indescribable cool sweetness that slid down his throat, seemingly refreshing his internal organs. So good, so refreshing. There's nothing in the world more pleasurable than this. Those surrounding spectators who were initially shocked by the exorbitant price of strawberries were now tempted, unconsciously swallowing saliva, longing to taste them. A rather plainly dressed woman, her hair disheveled, emerged from the crowd, hesitating and wanting to speak, clearly having the desire to buy strawberries. Liu caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, finding it odd. Just as he was about to inquire, the crowd suddenly erupted. "Haha, Prince Qi, I just had breakfast at home. Please don't sell out the strawberries before I get one." That's right. I am not without sincerity, just slightly delayed. Please forgive me, Prince Qi." Previously, those ministers who sent servants to buy strawberries now personally arrived, planning to purchase them. With the arrival of these ministers, the previously seen woman naturally dared not step forward, immediately being submerged in the sea of people. Before Liu, the scene was bustling with fervor. The normally arrogant ministers actually gathered around the small cart like commoners buying groceries at the market, noisy everywhere, with countless hands grabbing at the strawberries and silver notes raining down like a torrent. Only now did Liu truly understand what it meant to count money until his fingers cramped. In just half an hour, the strawberries on both carts were completely sold out, but there were still many who didn't manage to grab any, mostly wearing unpleasant expressions as they complained. There were too many people earlier, bustling about, and before I even saw the shadow of the strawberries, they were gone. It seems everyone's quality needs to improve. Saying this, someone beside him with a sullen face immediately became disgruntled, snorting. Don't make excuses. I came as soon as Prince Qi opened his gates, always waiting in line to avoid causing him trouble, and just when I finally saw a glimmer of hope. Oh well, there are no strawberries left. Everyone, don't be upset and hurt the harmony. Actually, I still have some inventory here. Originally, I intended to keep them for myself to indulge. Since all of you show such favor towards these strawberries, then I'll offer them to everyone. Alas, meaning I'll miss out on enjoying them myself. Liu's expression displayed regret, beating his chest as if making some great contribution, but the mischievous smile in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Those who failed to purchase the strawberries were deeply moved. Even if Prince Qi himself would go hungry, he still prioritized selling the delicacy to them, a deed worthy of admiration, making them want to prostrate in respect. Prince Qi, you are truly a great man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I plan to write a poem to praise the grand qualities of Prince Qi. Liu laughed broadly, his mouth nearly reaching up to his ears, repeatedly nodding while arrogantly saying, "I'm greatly honored. Greatly honored. It's all that I should do. Ha, ha." Selling things at high prices, yet receiving compliments. Nothing could beat how satisfying this felt. Turning his head, Liu shoved a large wad of crumpled silver notes stuffed in his pockets directly into Dating's hands, instructing, "Brother, today we struck gold. Take these silver notes back and send 2 more carts of strawberries quickly." This was silver notes. Each note at least worth over 100 taels of silver, but Liu crinkled them like tofu dough, worse than the cheapest toilet paper. Dating's lips twitched, but remembering that 1% of these silver notes belonged to him, he willingly accepted and rushed off. Minutes later, 2 more heavy carts full of strawberries were transported again, sparking another wave of enthusiastic buying. "Masterly, here is a 1,000 tael silver note. Please take it fast. Can you help me grab 10 strawberries? Don't block me. I've been waiting here for an hour. My wife wants to eat strawberries. Give me some face." After the commotion, Liu's pockets were full of silver notes, while the strawberries on the cart were once again all empty. This should be the last batch of strawberries, right? It seems there really aren't any left. Those who didn't manage to grab any were filled with regret, sighing deeply. At this moment, Liu squinted and made a face, saying awkwardly, "Everyone don't panic. Actually, when I said just now that this was the final batch of strawberries, it was merely talk. Just like how many male friends like to stash a little money away secretly, I've also hidden a small stockpile of strawberries, so they wouldn't get eaten by my old lady at home. This time, I'll have to grit my teeth and bring out my personal reserve. Black lines appeared on the foreheads of the crowd. Can you even hide a secret stash of strawberries? Before long, 3 carts of strawberries were wheeled out again, and no one cared much anymore, plunging straight into another round of frenzied purchasing. More than 10 minutes later, after a whirlwind sweep, the 3 carts of strawberries were once more emptied, leaving Liu slightly embarrassed as he gave Dating a hard shove. Don't worry everyone. Actually, this guy also has a private stash. Let me make him hand it over. 2 more carts of strawberries were rolled up. A few minutes later, these 2 carts were also sold out. As Liu's eyes darted around looking for his next excuse, his peripheral vision caught sight of a stray dog nearby. Everyone, actually this dog has been hoarding some strawberries too. I'll bring out his supplies to share with all of you. The crowd almost choked on their own blood. If you said an ordinary servant could stash some strawberries, we might reluctantly believe it. But this time, claiming a scruffy stray dog had its own secret stash? That's clearly nonsense spoken with your eyes wide open. Now everyone began to see through the game. It turns out that these strawberries weren't nearly as rare as Liu claimed. He probably had countless strawberries stored away in his warehouse. Since the cover was blown, Liu stopped pretending altogether and went full throttle. Are the strawberries sold out? No problem, we still have some. Forgot to mention, my servants also secretly stashed a few strawberries. I'll have them bring those out. What? Gone already? There's more. I just heard from my men that a whole pile of strawberries was dug up from under our estate. An unexpected bonus. Let's drag them out immediately. This round. This round. It's because the strawberries have just ripened again. Hey brother, guess what? We've got more strawberries at home. Chapter 51. The Suffering of Commoners. As the sun set in the west, the grand strawberry selling fair finally came to an end. Within a day, Liu probably set a record for the highest single-day revenue in the Tang dynasty. The revenue from today's strawberry sales could easily buy up this entire estate and still have money left over. Liu was happily tidying up the mess at the entrance when he didn't notice that his every move was being watched by a pair of deep blue eyes. Princess Xuanhuan sat near a tea house not far away, wearing a black cloak that enveloped her slim figure. With her hand supporting her cheek, she gazed at Liu's cheerful face, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable expression. For some unknown reason, since their last meeting ended unpleasantly, she couldn't forget him. What is he doing? Is he still resenting me? Will he come looking for me? These questions swirled around Princess Xuanhuan. Coincidentally, as ministers were crowding outside Liu's door today to buy strawberries, she involuntarily went to Liu's house. This guy is really nothing more than a crafty merchant. That day, he even said he didn't care about money. Indeed, men are all pigs, muttered Princess Xuanhuan with a smile on her lips, unsure whether it was joy or complaint as she gently shook her head. Princess, it's getting late. Shall we leave? You've already been sitting in this tea house for a whole day. This tea here is cheap and poor quality, incomparable to the famous teas we have back at our mansion. If you're in the mood, why don't we go home and drink tea? By Princess Xuanhuan's side, an elderly servant whispered softly. Princess Xuanhuan gave a bitter smile. It should be like drunk Huang's intention is not on wine. Normally, she wouldn't even touch such tea. It's about time. Let's go. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she suddenly noticed Liu talking with a woman. Her delicate ears perked up slightly, and Princess Xuanhuan plopped herself back down, saying indifferently, "Wait, I need to think about something." The old servant looked astonished at Princess Xuanhuan's indecision and helplessly shook his head. Liu originally planned to pack up his things and go home to count his money, but then he noticed the woman was still lingering around his door. She wore a worried expression, looking agitated, constantly sending hopeful glances his way. Liu felt somewhat puzzled. This woman had earlier clearly intended to buy strawberries, but was interrupted by those high-ranking officials. He approached the woman, who shrank back a bit, showing a hint of fear as she bowed and greeted respectfully. Commoner greets Prince Qi. Liu quickly supported her, as he was a modern person reincarnated in this world and did not hold too many notions of hierarchy, and thus replied gently, "Sister, there's no need for formalities. Is there anything you need help with? I noticed you seemed to want to buy strawberries earlier." The corner of the woman's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness as she timidly lowered her head. After quite some time, she stammered, I indeed want to buy strawberries, but I only have 100 taels of silver, and I can only afford one. Would that be possible?" Earlier, those aristocrats bought dozens of strawberries each, and some even complained about the price limit Liu set. Now she was asking for just one, and instinctively felt Liu might look down on her or refuse. But instead, Liu gave a gentle smile and pushed the banknote handed over by the woman back. The banknote was wrinkled but clean, obviously indicating that the woman wasn't wealthy, and this banknote might very well represent all of her wealth. "No need, sister. Do you just want to taste them? There's absolutely no problem. We have plenty of strawberries at my place. Let me give you some." Overwhelmed with gratitude, touched yet alarmed, the woman quickly refused, saying, No, how could I accept such generosity? These strawberries are worth thousands of gold pieces. How dare I receive such a gift from His Highness Prince Qi? It's too much. Please take it back." "Absolutely not." Liu winked at the woman and leaned close to whisper in her ear. "Where does it say these strawberries are worth so much? No matter how rare they may be, they grow out of the soil. How could they possibly be better than rice? That price is just meant to rip off the rich. To redistribute wealth, I, Prince Qi, am willing to lead by example and work towards a harmonious society." The woman was stunned and then burst into laughter, unable to suppress a chuckle. Instantly, Li Yu's words closed the distance between them, filling the woman with warmth and friendliness. Prince Qi, you are the most down-to-earth adult I have ever met. I thank you immensely. Haha, it's nothing because I am a farmer. Farmers always have sincere hearts. Not long after, Shui Dating came over carrying a small stack of strawberries. Li Yu placed all of them in the woman's arms, curiously asking, Sister, are you craving these strawberries for yourself? At the mention of this, the woman's eyes immediately dimmed, and she shook her head sorrowfully. No, I plan to take them home for my child to eat. My child, The woman hesitated for a long time before she couldn't help but pour out her grievances. Our family originally had some wealth. My child's father was in business, and this 100-tael silver note is also the last asset he accumulated. Although our life wasn't particularly affluent before, it was comfortable enough. But just at this time, recalling the painful part, tears streamed down the woman's face as she trembled and said, Just at this time, a rich merchant in the capital coveted my husband's business. He pulled some strings and caused my child's father to fall into a trap. Not only did my husband lose everything, but he also incurred heavy debts. Unable to bear the shame, he hung himself not long after, leaving me and my child destitute. Li Yu furrowed his brows but remained silent, becoming a quiet listener. With no money for food, my child, who is in the growing phase, quickly became malnourished and contracted a strange illness. The country doctor said there isn't much time left. My child said his biggest wish was to taste sweet fruit once. Coincidentally, while later tidying up my child's father's belongings, I heard about strawberries, so I came to buy some, hoping to fulfill my child's last wish, wailing. At the poignant moment, the woman sobbed uncontrollably, unable to continue, covering her face with her palms as she cried. Li Yu sighed deeply but patted the woman on the shoulder consolingly, saying, Sister, don't be sad. It might be possible that I can cure your child's disease. The woman raised her tear-streaked eyes, hope briefly igniting in her gaze before it faded swiftly again, shaking her head bitterly. Impossible. That country doctor said my child can't be saved and has at most 1 month to live. Sister, would you say it's a skill to grow these rare and exotic fruits like strawberries? Chapter 52, Gathering the People. The woman hesitated for a moment and sincerely said, Your Highness Qi, the fruits you have cultivated are something I have never seen before. You truly are the most capable person in the world. This flattery made Li Yu feel as if he were floating on clouds. He laughed and waved his hand. Not really, not really. It's true that I'm capable, but being the best in the world is a bit exaggerated. However, since you think I am so capable, why do you believe I can't treat your child? Don't you think the barefoot doctor is more convincing than my words? Li Yu stared at the woman with confidence gleaming in his eyes. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The woman's voice carried an apology and gratitude as she lowered her head. Are you planning to visit my child? I currently live in the outskirts. It's remote and shabby. You. No problem, let's go. Just as Li Yu was about to leave with the woman, Lu Shui peeked out from the door. Master, where are you going? Let me accompany you. Li Yu glanced at the messy doorway, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head, gently patting Lu Shui on the head to decline politely. Never mind. I will just go with this sister to see her child. No big deal. We've earned quite a few silver notes today. Stay home and help me count them properly. Seeing Li Yu setting off with the woman, Princess Anyu, who had been spying nearby, stood up immediately. Just then, a waiter came over to add more tea water. Princess Anyu waved her hand and refused. No need to add. We're leaving. Uncle Qi, please give him the money. The old servant called Uncle Qi placed a few silver coins on the table, giving Li Yu's back a glance filled with deep meaning, then followed Princess Anyu upstairs. The woman did not lie. The place where she lived was indeed remote. This mansion of Li Yu's was already quite rural, but it still took them a full 10-minute walk to reach her residence. She lived in a genuine countryside, with fields intersecting and roosters crowing and dogs barking in harmony. A few elderly people with farming tools in their hands were sitting by the field ridges resting. They all knew the woman and cast strange glances at Li Yu, greeting them. Ai Ying, you're back? Did you manage to buy those magical strawberries? Shaking her head, the woman, Ai Ying, replied with a bitter smile. No, they were all snatched up by government officials. I didn't even get a chance to fight for them. Humph. One elder seemed rather dissatisfied, seemingly having grievances against Li Yu. He sighed. In my opinion, these strawberries are nothing but nonsense. Just a scam concocted by those bureaucrats. Yes, I also heard that one strawberry costs 100 taels of silver. That Duke Qi must be a scoundrel, taxing the people heavily and plundering wealth. Hearing this, Ai Ying turned pale as paper, full of shock and terror. She quickly stepped forward and blocked the mouths of these old men, urging caution. Be careful what you say. This is Duke Qi, surly himself. Do you want to die? These elders had no idea that the unassuming figure following behind Ai Ying would be Duke Qi himself. Criticizing him in front of the Duke, if angered, could easily lead to the punishment of their entire families. Cold sweat poured down their bodies, losing hearing and sight momentarily. Their legs went weak and they knelt to the ground tremblingly, begging, My lord, forgive our sins. The children spoke carelessly, spouting nonsense. We apologize sincerely. Please, my lord, don't hold this against us. We will offer our lives in atonement. Ai Ying also rushed to kneel before Li Yu, seeking forgiveness for the elders. My lord, they are only concerned about us common folk. There is no ill intention towards you. Please forgive them, I implore you. Seeing these old men kneeling before him in unison, Li Yu hurried forward, bitterly laughing while supporting them, comforting All of you are my elders. Don't perform such grand formalities. Don't break my spirit. Thinking Li Yu was still secretly angry, the elders trembled even more, afraid and petrified, remaining motionless on their knees. Everyone, I truly am not upset. What you said is actually correct. Those strawberries are meant to fool the bureaucrats. Stop kneeling. If you keep kneeling, I'll really become angry. Li Yu put on a stern face, his tone deepening. Upon seeing him seemingly speak the truth, the elders hastily stood up, expressing gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Your grace is boundless. We cannot thank you enough. Don't worry about it. I don't like empty courtesies. What you said is nothing wrong either. I am like you, we both till the land. Ultimately, we are the same kind of people, no need to fear me too much. In this era, which petty official isn't haughty and disdainful of the common people, oppressing them freely? Meeting someone like Li Yu is indeed rare. The villagers' impressions of Li Yu transformed greatly in an instant. They remarked, Sir, you are truly unique. You are a clean official who cares about the people's livelihood. Our previous prejudice against you was because of our short-sightedness. We apologize to you. When Aing saw that Li Yu not only had no intention of pursuing the matter, but also mingled with the elders, a great burden in her heart finally lifted, and she smiled, saying, This time, Prince Qi came with me because he wanted to take a look at the baby's illness. Perhaps Prince Qi might have a way to help. The elders were all startled, sincerely rejoicing for Aing. Now it's good. Prince Qi is someone who does big things. With Prince Qi's help, this baby will definitely be saved. Yes, Aing, you're really having great luck. Following Aing and a group of elders to Aing's residence, the residence was simple, built with mall grass and bamboo weaving, a small mud house, letting wind in from all sides, almost barren. Inside the small mud house, there was a bed placed, small and broken. On the bed, there seemed to be a tiny figure. Ever since the baby's father hanged himself, we lost the mainstay of the family, so we had to move here. The house is shabby, and Prince Qi must have laughed at us. Li Yu's expression was solemn, without answering, slowly moving forward. It was the beginning of autumn, yet thick quilts were stacked on the bed. Above the quilts, a pale and weak face peeked out. Even so, he kept slapping his hands, his lips blue-purple, hearing the sound, unable to open his eyes, softly speaking. Mom, is that you, Mom? Don't go to Prince Qi anymore. With this 100 taels of silver, eat well, drink well. Don't buy those useless strawberries for me. I am an unfilial son, my days are numbered, after which you will be alone. These words moved everyone present. Aing sobbed, already wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Son, don't be afraid. Prince Qi heard about our situation, personally came to help us, and even gave us strawberries to eat free of charge. Quickly thank Prince Qi. Prince Qi has come. The child was startled, painstakingly opening eyelids heavy as 1,000 pounds, revealing a hint of eye black, examining the Li Yu before him. You are Prince Qi? Chapter 53 Healing Illnesses. Yes, I am. Li Yu revealed a gentle smile, taking a strawberry from Ying's arms and waving it in front of the child, saying with a smile, Look, what is this? Aren't you craving something sweet? This strawberry is very sweet. Although the child had previously discouraged Aing, when he really saw the strawberry, his eyes still brightened, shining brilliantly. The burning red of the strawberry almost completely illuminated his gray world. Is this a real strawberry? Absolutely genuine. Li Yu placed the strawberry near the child's lips and whispered softly, Come, take a bite, taste it. With an unknown source of strength, the child slightly raised his head and took a big bite out of the plump strawberry. Instantly, the strawberry turned into sweet juice flowing down his throat. The originally bitter, tasteless mouth due to illness was instantly filled with the rich fragrance of strawberries. All the weakness brought on by the ailment vanished, and he seemed full of vitality. A dry, emaciated arm emerged from the blanket, trembling and stretching towards the strawberry. Li Yu placed the strawberry in his hand, whereupon the child, not knowing where the strength came from, gobbled it up. Strawberry juice covered the edges of his mouth. It's sweet. So sweet. Mom, I've never eaten anything this delicious before. It's so sweet. Aing, her eyes brimming with hot tears, quivered as she said, Master, the child has regained some strength. He's getting better. However, Li Yu shook his head and placed another strawberry in the child's hand, feeling his pulse lightly as he said, Not quite. The reason he now feels energetic is because his long-held wish has finally been fulfilled. Once he finishes the strawberry, he will revert to his sickly appearance. Then, what should we do? Don't worry, leave it to me. Li Yu smiled and said confidently, The reason your child has become like this is half illness and half psychological. The source of the illness comes from malnutrition and overwork, while the root of his psychological problems might be his father's death. Once these two issues are resolved, his illness will naturally heal. As he spoke, his divine consciousness entered the farming system. In the system's mall, there were all kinds of miraculous elixirs and remedies. Initially, Lu Zhua, the younger brother of Lu Shuai, was saved using the medicine from within. Great Strength Pill could temporarily enhance one's physical strength and also nourish the body, containing a lot of nutrients that could adjust the child's condition of malnutrition. And Focus Powder was like mint candy, which could temporarily boost one's mental energy and concentration, having some effect in nurturing the spirit, removing the hard ailments of this young one. These two pills belonged to the lowest level in the system, so Li Yu did not need to be stingy. After spending a significant number of points, two pills appeared in Li Yu's palm, one glowing deep blue, the other earthy yellow, both coated with thick textures. Come, child, eat these two. After this, you won't have to stay bettered anymore. Ying first experienced wild joy. Then her face showed concern, her voice trembling as she said, Prince Qi, these elixirs must be worth a lot, right? We have no special talents, hard-pressed to repay, but in the future, we are willing to work tirelessly for you to repay your kindness. No need, it doesn't cost many points. I mean, it doesn't require much money. It's fine. If the child can grow up healthily, I am already satisfied. The child opened his mouth, and Li Yu sent the 2 pills into his mouth, handing him another strawberry and smiling. Use the juice of this strawberry to wash down the pills. Unexpectedly, the child actually refused. With wide, watery eyes, his face full of earnestness, he said, No need, Prince Qi. I've already eaten a lot of strawberries. My mom hasn't eaten any yet. Save it for her. I shouldn't waste it. I'll swallow them with my saliva. Ying was deeply moved, rushing forward to tightly embrace the child. After the 2 pills went into his stomach, they transformed into a cold flow and a hot flow. The heat flowed through his bones and internal organs, nurturing the child's body, while the cold flow rushed straight to his forehead. In that moment, it felt as if ambrosia was poured into his brain. An intense, bone-chilling cold exploded in his mind, erasing all distractions. The child gave a startled cry. The strange sensation in his body made him struggle involuntarily. He saw Ying and the other villagers looking at him with stunned expressions. How? What happened, Mom? Is there something wrong with me? Ying pointed to the quilt that he had kicked off the bed. Now, the child's legs were strong, his speech clear. How could he look like someone who was ill? Child, you're healed, you're healed. The villagers were ecstatic, cheering and jumping for joy. Ying wanted to kneel down with the child, muttering, Child, come on, it was Prince Qi who saved your life. He is our family's benefactor. Come on, bow to Prince Qi quickly. Li Yu hurriedly stopped them and said sternly, Sister, all of this is what I should do. The 2 of you have gone through so many hardships, no one could just sit by idly and do nothing. There's no need for such gratitude. I can't bear it. Prince Qi is truly a kind-hearted man. To encounter Prince Qi is our great fortune in 3 lifetimes. Yes, in the capital city, among officials, there probably isn't anyone as incorruptible and compassionate as Prince Qi. A simple and spontaneous act by Li Yu quietly won him countless hearts of the people, yet he himself didn't realize it. After resolving the child's illness, the warm-hearted villagers enthusiastically bid farewell to Li Yu as he left. However, nature didn't cooperate. What had been clear skies soon turned dark with clouds, pouring down heavy rain like waterfalls cascading from the heavens. The villagers took out their umbrellas and straw hats, vying to hold them above Li Yu's head so that he wouldn't get soaked, much to his heartfelt appreciation. Because of the rain, the roads became muddy, making every step difficult. The sticky mud seemed almost to drag at people's legs. As the villagers swayed unsteadily due to the crowded space, some even fell over. Beside Li Yu stood an elderly man with silver hair, deeply sighing as he shook his head. Our village has everything good except for the poor condition of these roads. Every time it rains, they become slippery and unusable, which greatly affects the villagers going out to farm. As the village chief, I admit I haven't done my job well. Moved by this comment, Li Yu reflected internally. As a modern man, he empathized deeply with the plight of the villagers. Even from afar in the rainy weather, he could see several of them frantically trying to rescue young crops, but their progress was heavily hindered by the wet, slippery ground. Feeling around in his pocket, he discovered that he still had leftover silver bills from selling strawberries, money which he hadn't yet handed over to Xue Dating and Lu Xue. Chief, haven't you considered renovating this road? For instance, hiring someone to lay stone slabs? Wouldn't it make things easier for the villagers and prevent slipping during rainy days? Chapter 55, The People's Aspiration. The old man with graying hair bitterly laughed and shook his head. Your Highness Prince Qi, you don't know how difficult it is. Our village roads are narrow and winding. To hire craftsmen to chisel stone slabs would be an enormous project requiring much financial expenditure. Most people in our village are poor. Where can we gather so much money? I just hope that during my lifetime, I can see the paths in our village paved with green stone slabs. If we could experience 2 more bountiful years without disasters, this goal might barely be achieved. Seeing the village chief's face filled with lamentation, Li Yu fell into deep thought. By selling strawberries, he could easily accumulate substantial assets without much effort. Yet these farmers at the very bottom of society would have to expend the entire village's effort for years just to pave a stone slab road. Village chief, there's no need to wait until your lifetime is over. Approximately, how much silver would it take to lay down these green stone slabs? The village chief paused, puzzled by the meaning, and truthfully said, I estimate about 5,000 taels of silver will be needed. The length is too long, and the materials consumed are numerous. I will provide you with the 5,000 taels. Saying this, Li Yu took out the remaining silver notes from his pocket. Glancing at them, there were exactly 6 or 7 notes each worth around 1,000 taels of silver. Patched together, they amounted precisely to 5,000. The village chief had lived most of his life, but had never seen silver notes of such value. The numbers on the notes dazzled his eyes, making him dizzy and causing his heart to race uncontrollably. This cannot be allowed. Your Highness Prince Qi, please return these silver notes. Don't overwhelm us. Behind, the villagers who had scrambled to hold the umbrella for Li Yu stopped their steps upon hearing this commotion. Seeing the silver notes in Li Yu's hand, everyone wore expressions of shock and confusion, echoing the village chief. Yes, yes. Your Highness Prince Qi, this simply cannot happen. We do not deserve such a gift. Having cured Ying's child is already something we are eternally grateful for. This is truly unacceptable. Liu shook his head, grabbed the village chief's arm, forcing him to open his palm, and pushed the silver notes forcibly into it. What nonsense is this about whether or not something should be done? You deserve these silver notes. You work tirelessly on the front lines. All our food supplies and resources wouldn't be possible without you. Don't underestimate yourselves. Your contributions are immense. It is an honor for me, Liu, to make even a small contribution to you. Village chief, keep it, and don't give it back to me, or I'll get angry. With a stern face, Liu exuded an air of authority without needing anger, making the village chief dare not disobey, only trembling as he accepted the silver notes. That's right, village chief. Use this money to pave the ground in the village. Let the villagers live a better life. Gradually, the drizzle began to fall. In the distance, the girl cloaked in black watched this scene and let out a soft sigh. The firm, cold words of Liu from that day in her family estate resurfaced in her mind, strikingly clear. Liu, there are many kinds of people in this world. Some boast incessantly, being giants in words but dwarfs in action. Others voice opinions courageously and act decisively. Without question, Liu is this kind of person. Princess Yu's eyes sparkled with light, thoughts unknown in her mind. Reaching the village entrance, Liu didn't want the villagers to continue troubling themselves further. Despite the villagers' warmth and insistence on sending him home, he declined. Standing at the entrance, looking at the villagers behind him, Liu waved his hand and shouted loudly, Sister Ying, don't let your child go hungry anymore. Live well. Fellow villagers, work hard and strive for high productivity. Earn more money. Liu's simple and straightforward words made the villagers chuckle, but amidst their laughter, tears streamed down their faces. Thud thud thud. A series of crisp sounds arose. The clustered villagers, as if in unison, knelt down. They cast toward Liu gazes filled with respect and gratitude, led by the village chief who proclaimed, Your Highness Prince Qi, your benevolence shines upon our village. You are our benefactor. Thank you for today's favor. None of us will ever forget it. Never forget. Never forget. The prolonged echoes reverberated across the gray earth, leaving lasting resonance that stirred hearts. Unconsciously, Liu's eyes also moistened. He dared not look back, fearing that if he did, he wouldn't bear parting from these simple and kind-hearted villagers. Everyone, take care. This is all I can do. On the muddy path, Liu's solitary shadow stretched endlessly long. Behind him, numerous pairs of eyes belonging to the villagers watched with earnest attention. So, helping others can also be such a pleasant thing. Princess Yu lingered for a long time, enveloped in an unusual aura that seemed to warp the surrounding air. This was why neither the villagers nor Liu could detect her presence. As Liu walked further away, Qi Lao by her side sighed hoarsely and said, Princess, it's about time you returned, isn't it? We've spent the entire day following Prince Qi. Let's return. Princess Yu slightly furrowed her brows, preparing to leave with Qi Lao, but then noticed something odd about the direction Liu was walking. Though the path lay clearly before him, he was walking along its edge as if inclined to step off it altogether, yet seemingly unaware of this deviation. It seems rather peculiar. After walking for a while, Qi Lao turned back and saw that Princess Yu had not followed. He asked curiously, Princess, is there another issue? Princess Yu narrowed her eyes as she looked at Liu's retreating figure and shook her head. Wait, let's follow him a bit further before returning. Qi Lao gazed complicatedly at Princess Yu's profile and, after a long pause, finally said, Princess, though I may overstep my bounds in saying this, I must still remind you that Prince Qi is merely a deposed king, title without power. Even if today he did show some clever tricks, he is still nothing more than a dethroned king. Regarding him, before Qi Lao finished speaking, Princess Yu cut in sharply with a cold and clear tone. You misunderstand, Master Qi. I have no such thoughts whatsoever. I merely find this man intriguing, nothing more. No need to say more. I have my own judgment. Qi Lao exhaled deeply, fell silent, but the trace of worry in his eyes remained unresolved despite Princess Yu's explanation. Chapter 55, The Lethal Illusion. Liu walked alone, gradually noticing that the scenery around him was becoming somewhat unfamiliar. Subconsciously, he had been following the same route that Ying had taken him through earlier. However, the feeling became increasingly peculiar, and his brain began to experience waves of dizziness. What's going on? Furrowing his brow, Liu stopped in his tracks, looking around. Having walked aimlessly for so long, he realized there wasn't a single passerby nearby, even though it was raining heavily and the night was deep. It shouldn't have been this desolate, right? It seems he has noticed. Not far from Liu, there was a man cloaked entirely in black. His skin was wrinkled, copper rings hung from his nose, ears, and lips, and his eyes bulged out of their sockets like a goldfish's, making him appear extremely terrifying. This gaunt-faced man shook his head, his voice hoarse as he cackled wickedly. But it's already too late. He's fallen into our trap. He can't escape now. Bring your people out. This time, I'll help you kill this guy. Do you still remember all the rewards you promised me? Of course, I remember. Beside the strange man stood Jiang Feng, holding an oiled paper umbrella. His face twisted with malice and burning hatred. He sat on a wooden wheelchair, his thighs pierced by steel nails tightly wrapped in bandages like a mummy. The last time, Liu had thrust his sword into Jiang Feng's knee, instantly tearing apart his meniscus and leaving him with an irreparable injury. Now, Jiang Feng's right leg was completely useless, unable to bend. Once a suave gentleman, he had become a total cripple. How could he not hate? How could he not feel bitter? Ghost Daozi, use all your mystical powers to eliminate this man. After we succeed, whatever reward you want, I will give you. I've done my best. However, since he has noticed, killing him within the illusion is going to be difficult. Let me try, said the strange man referred to as Ghost Daozi. He raised both his hands, and clouds of dark mist swirled within his palms. In front of Li Yu, the scene changed rapidly. It reverted back to the familiar street. The bustling crowd seemed normal again, and the previously quiet ear filled once more with the cacophony of people chatting. Everything appeared fine, as if nothing was amiss. Was what happened just now merely a product of exhaustion, creating a false vision? Frowning slightly, Li Yu resumed walking forward. Although the surface abnormality disappeared, the unsettling feeling and ominous sensation in his heart grew stronger. About 10 steps ahead of Li Yu, Ghost Daozi squinted his eyes. A dagger glowing with an eerie green light formed in his palm. Raising the dagger, he pointed it straight at Li Yu, who seemed oblivious, his pupils dilating as he continued walking directly toward it. Before he knew it, he would ram himself against the blade. At this moment, Zhang Feng instinctively held his breath. A few more steps, just a little closer, and this sharp, poison-coated dagger would pierce through Li Yu's stomach, killing him outright. Finally, he would avenge his great grudge. 5 steps remained. 3 steps remained. Zhang Feng stared intently at Li Yu's every move, even hearing the rapid pounding of his own heart. In the distance, Princess Yu saw the unfolding scene, her eyes narrowing sharply. She opened her mouth to shout a warning to Li Yu when something unexpected occurred. What seemed like a completely defenseless Li Yu transformed in an instant. Just before touching the dagger, while seemingly walking normally one moment, in the next split second, no one even caught his movement clearly. Suddenly, Ghost Daozi's wrist found itself trapped within Li Yu's hand. Li Yu firmly seized Ghost Daozi's wrist, preventing him from driving the dagger into his body. Feeling resistance, Li Yu's eyes narrowed. He gave a cold snort, then hurled a punch at the empty space ahead. This punch hit Ghost Daozi straight in the abdomen. His eyes bulging like those of a fish gasping for air, Ghost Daozi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body dragging out a long mark on the wet ground. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath. After being injured, the scene in front of Li Yu transformed instantly. All the normal pedestrians chatting and strolling moments ago suddenly vanished like ghosts, turning into ashes and disappearing without a trace. The original street, walls, and brick paths dissolved into nothingness. Instead, they were replaced by broken, old wood planks and muddy dirt roads. Upon seeing Ghost Daozi and Zhang Feng seated on his wheelchair, Li Yu immediately understood everything. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Scanning Zhang Feng up and down, his words dripped with provocation. Hey, isn't this young Master Zhang Feng? How surprising, you've become like this in just a few days. Legs useless? What a pity. Zhang Feng's eyes nearly bled with fury, his pupils glowing crimson with almost palpable hatred. But before he could speak, Ghost Daozi's incredulous voice rang out first. Kid, how did you see through my illusion? How did you know I was here? This is impossible. I am the top illusionist in the capital. You might notice something feels off, but there's no way you could see my true form. What's going on with you? Li Yu glanced at Ghost Daozi indifferently and said coolly, I admit, I didn't see your true form, but your illusions are riddled with flaws. What kind of top illusionist are you talking about? Utter nonsense. Seeing Li Yu's dismissive expression, Ghost Daozi trembled with anger. He placed great importance on his reputation and immediately screamed hysterically. Don't spout nonsense, you inexperienced brat. Inexperienced brat? Your illusions were effortlessly broken by an inexperienced brat, and you still dare call yourself the best illusionist in the capital? Have some shame. The scenes, weather, everything you simulated looked decent, but was far too forced, overcorrecting in every direction. At first, there wasn't a single soul on the road. It was eerily quiet, which caught my attention. Then, all of a sudden, there was a crowd bustling around, the streets full of clamorous chatter. So, I started wondering, are these the only 2 scenarios you can conjure up? Either empty streets or overcrowded ones in the rain. Don't both options feel exaggerated? Can't you flex that goldfish brain of yours and come up with something better? By this time, Princess Yu had already arrived close by, hearing every word Li Yu said. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft chuckle. Glancing at Li Yu, her gaze held both mild reproach and a hint of admiration. Though Li Yu's reasoning seemed simple, it was rare for someone within an illusion to detect such nuances from their subconscious. Chapter 56, Bloodthirsty Slaughter. Goldfish head. For Gue Daisy, his bizarre and fearsome face was his sore point. Rage surged on his face as he pointed at Li Yu and roared. I'll kill you. How dare you speak of me like this? I'll crush every one of your teeth. Ho ho, if only you had the ability. Li Yu shifted his cold gaze to Zhang Feng and said indifferently. Zhang Feng, what's your meaning here? Blocking me halfway through, summoning such a strange Taoist. Moreover, this Taoist carries a dagger in his hand, sharp and quite frightening. Could it be? Are you planning to take action against me? Zhang Feng's hatred towards Li Yu had escalated to an extreme. His eyes looked at Li Yu with a desire to tear him apart alive. Li Yu, you misunderstand me. I am not here to fight you. I'm here to slay you right here. On that day, you wronged me so badly. Do you think I would let you go? You're nothing but a deposed king, and I will make you pay the due price. Oh, is that so? The depths of Li Yu's eyes grew icy cold as he said grimly. Do you think His Majesty would let you live long once he knows? Although I'm just a deposed king, I'm still royal kin, His Majesty's own flesh and blood. What you're doing is treason. Treason. Seemingly recalling being humiliated when meeting Li Yu for the first time, Zhang Feng went into a mad frenzy, screaming wildly. Haha, from the very beginning, you pinned the label of rebellion on my forehead, and today, do you plan to use the same old trick again? Do you think I fear you? Brotherly, today I am going to make sure you die. Emperor, if you die here, without anyone knowing, how would the Emperor ever find out? Come out all of you. With Jiang Feng's cold shout, one after another shadow clad in armor emerged from the decrepit ruins around them. They held sharp spears or long swords, wearing helmets, only their hostile, deadly eyes visible outside. In no time, the sound of clashing armors filled the air. It seems you've prepared pretty thoroughly. Liu narrowed his eyes. However, he felt some regret deep inside. Earlier, Lu Xue wanted to come out with him, but he had sent her back. Coincidentally, without Lu Xue by his side, misfortune struck. He didn't think that with just bits of skill, he could deal with these fully armed soldiers. Jiang Feng, have you thought it over? Once you take action, the title of rebel will surely fall on your head. Should any passerby witness this, your entire clan would be exterminated. If you can repent and withdraw now, I promise not to hold anything against you. What do you say? Seeing Li Yu seemingly show signs of fear, Jiang Feng laughed heartily and arrogantly. Pedestrians? Do you really think there would be passers-by in my carefully arranged trap? Not only is the place remote and rarely visited by people, but with Master Gue Daisy present, anyone nearby would have been detected already. Would they even have a chance to walk over and see this scene? Li Yu, stop resisting. Today, you will surely perish here. Hara. Li Yu's expression gradually darkened. It seemed impossible for this to end well. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to directly confront these guys. If he could escape, that would be the best option. Fine, you win, Jiang Feng. Since you insist on taking my life, then come get it. Li Yu dropped his hands, presenting a resigned demeanor, as if giving up any resistance. Jiang Feng smirked with malice, his vigilance relaxing slightly. As he prepared to move, suddenly the earth beneath Li Yu's feet exploded, splashing mud everywhere. Using this massive force, Li Yu's body soared skyward, attempting to flee from behind. Just as he had run for a while, he heard Ghost Daozi's sinister laugh. With a wave of his palm, an invisible current of air began to surge. After running about 10 meters, Li Yu suddenly slammed face first into some sort of barrier ahead. Though there appeared to be nothing obstructing his way, it felt exactly like hitting a wall. His nose throbbed with pain, and a warm stream nearly spilled down from it. Even his head started to ache faintly. Far away, Princess Yu and Duke Qi watched this scene unfold. From their perspective, after running for a moment, Li Yu suddenly changed direction sharply. Despite a short wall blocking his path ahead, Li Yu acted as if he hadn't seen it, crashing directly into the wall. Princess Yu sighed softly, furrowing her brows as she said, "This Ghost Daozi has some competence in Taoist arts. Prince Qi has little understanding or guard against such techniques. He's bound to suffer great loss." Duke Qi neither confirmed nor denied this statement, instead asking aloud, "Is your highness planning to go and help him?" Princess Yu frowned and turned to old Qi, saying as if it were obvious, "Isn't that self-evident? Prince Qi is the emperor's own son. Even if there are conflicts between them, how can we just stand by and watch Jiang Feng summon a Taoist to murder him? Still, I will observe the situation first and act accordingly when the time is right." Li Yu seemed to have taken quite a hard hit and stood there recuperating. "Ho ho, still trying to run? Do you think you can escape me? With me, Ghost Daozi here, you're nothing more than an ant." Ghost Daozi smirked coldly, waving his hand. The soldiers clad in armor charged forward. Leading them was one holding a long spear, which he thrust ferociously toward Li Yu's back. Caught completely off guard, at the moment when the spear was about to pierce into his back, Li Yu suddenly spun around. He lifted his arm to block the spear with a firm grip, then exerted force with his right arm. So powerful was Li Yu that the soldier gripping the spear tightly was lifted up into the air. With a cold and detached look on his face, Li Yu swung the soldier aside violently. The body landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Before the soldier could even struggle to get up, Li Yu had already stepped forward and appeared instantly before him, pointing the sharp tip of the spear directly at the throat of the fallen soldier. Don't. The soldier shrank back in terror. "All of this is a misunderstanding, really. Please, don't kill me. It's not me who wants to fight you. It's them. Don't kill me, please." Li Yu grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. That sunny smile looked like the devil's grin to the soldier. "Not related to you? Then why did you rush forward first?" "Sorry, I'm no saint. Whoever wants to kill me, I'll kill them first. I don't care for much else. Now die." In a flash, the spear was plunged deeply into the soldier's chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain, soaking the ground beneath him. His eyes widened to their fullest extent, but before any further pleas could escape his throat, his life came to an end. Chapter 57. All or nothing. Blood splattered everywhere, and Li Yu was inevitably spattered with some of it. He raised his spear, his face filled with murderous intent and a desire to fight, shouting coldly, "Come on, let's see who else dares to come. I'll kill you one by one." In the distance, old Qi looked at Li Yu and nodded slightly in approval, saying, "This crown prince has one good point. He seems mild and gentle on normal days, but when the situation becomes critical, he shows his mettle and doesn't falter. That's good. I see the shadow of a battlefield warrior in him. Unlike many so-called young nobles and princes who pretend to be something they're not on ordinary days, but collapse when it matters." Hearing old Qi praise Li Yu, Princess Yu couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy in her heart, as if he were praising her. That's natural. I've already seen that Li Yu is no ordinary man. Even so, it will still be difficult for him to defeat these soldiers. On Li Yu's side, The atmosphere had temporarily become tense. Xianxia scoffed coldly and said carelessly, "It's all posturing. There are so many of us, we can crush you simply through numbers, attack together." The soldiers roared wildly and rushed up again. Liu raised his spear to block attacks from others, but one person managed to circle around to his side, wielding a chopping blade that brought strong wind, slicing down toward his head. Liu dodged the attack narrowly by tilting his body to the side, the wind current pressing his clothes tightly against his back. His foot moved swiftly and stepped hard on the man's toes, causing the man to scream in pain, his grip weakening, and the long knife fell to the ground. At the same time, another soldier broke through Liu's spear defense, and with a spear thrust from below upward, slashed a long bloody wound on his thigh. Biting his teeth, Liu endured the pain and planted his foot firmly on the ground, his entire sword flying up. Retreating 2 steps quickly, the heavenly power decision activated, a vital energy spreading under his feet, as he powerfully kicked towards the flying sword. The hilt of the sword being kicked transformed the whole weapon into a sharp projectile, shooting straight out and piercing directly into the chest of the other person. That man sprayed a large mouthful of blood, covering Liu's face, then collapsed slowly. Liu retreated again, sweeping his spear in front of him, splashing dirt from the ground, which briefly obstructed the advance of those in front. Focusing his aim, he threw the spear like a thunderous gale at the man who previously had attempted to ambush him. Mud formed a curtain that prevented the man from clearly seeing the action until the spear was already rushing at him. Despite desperately trying to dodge to the side, the spear still pierced through his right chest. The powerful kinetic force carried his body flying until it pinned him firmly to a low wall, unable to move. Weaponless, Liu found himself immediately at a disadvantage, continuously dodging between knife blades and spear shadows. Spotting someone opportunistically, he kicked fiercely at the target, tackling this person to the ground. Liu was about to seize his weapon but realized the person was struggling violently. Temporarily unsuccessful, the man opened his mouth, and his sharp teeth sank into Liu's shoulder, a wave of excruciating pain preventing Liu from standing up momentarily. Seeing this, the others wasted no time thrusting their spears into Liu. With his pupils contracting, Liu relied on the sound of the wind to judge the position of the spears, continuously rolling while clutching onto the man in an attempt to evade the thrusts. Finally, they rolled into a corner where escape became impossible. In front of him, someone grinned maliciously, positioning his spear accurately toward Liu's back, and stabbed downwards with great strength. "This time, let's see where you can run. Die, ha! Killing the Emperor's son with my own hands will make me a glory to our family, ha!" As the soldier laughed triumphantly, in a hair-raising moment, Liu channeled his strength from his waist and abdomen, spinning his body to place the man beneath him as a shield. Before the soldier could react and withdraw the spear, the tip of the spear pierced into the back of this man, going completely through his body. The man convulsed violently for a moment before falling still. What? Still immersed in shock, the soldier froze as Liu used his knee to push away the sacrificial lamb, creating distance between them. Grasping the spear handle, Liu pulled the spear free from the dead man's body, dragging pools of blood along the ground. Liu swung his spear into a floral pattern and exploited the opponent's confusion, impaling the soldier through the heart. Surrounded by the crowd, Liu slaughtered mercilessly. His face was covered in blood, his body riddled with wounds. The earlier man who used a long spear to pierce through a soldier in front of him had also injured Liu, creating a gory wound on his side that bled profusely. Breathing heavily in great gasps, Liu felt waves of dizziness from the loss of blood, his vision darkening intermittently. Seeing this, Xianxia smirked coldly and mocked disdainfully. "Liu, I never expected that you, living in luxury, could kill so many people. I'm quite impressed against my will, but it ends here. You won't be able to hold out much longer, will you? Don't worry, I'll rip you open and let every last drop of your blood flow out. I won't let you die easily. Keep attacking. Kill him." The crowd surged forward again. Liu's strength was visibly declining as he constantly dodged and retreated, occasionally receiving new cuts on his body. There wasn't a single unblemished patch of skin left on him, and he looked utterly disheveled. However, no one noticed that although Liu seemed to be retreating repeatedly, he was actually getting closer and closer to Xianxia. Finally, someone forcefully wrested the long spear from Liu's hands and delivered a brutal kick to his chest. Staggering, Liu struggled to stay upright as he stumbled backward, drawing nearer to Xianxia's position. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At this moment, Liu, who had appeared almost on his last breath, suddenly erupted with vigor. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as his body moved swiftly, leaving behind faint afterimages. In an instant, he was standing right in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes bulged in rage and fear, never imagining this turn of events. Letting out a scream, he tried to retreat, but was bound to the wheelchair and couldn't move at all. Capture the king first. Liu understood this principle deeply. With so many enemies, he would eventually exhaust himself and be killed. Rather than dying miserably at the end, he might as well gamble everything, killing Xianxia. Even if it was a one-for-one trade, it wouldn't be a loss. Since childhood, whenever he fought or was ganged up on, Liu always knew one thing. Even if he couldn't win, he must go after the only instigator and fight him to death. Chapter 58, Princess and You. Liu's eyes gleamed with cold light, full of determined killing intent. He looked fearless, as if ready to die. His profile was sharp like it had been carved by a knife, and in an instant, he was right before Xianxia. In his palm, he held a dagger confiscated from some soldier and stabbed it towards Xianxia's chest. Jiang Feng, you want my life? You're not qualified. Before killing me, I'll take your doggy life first. Jiang Feng trembled violently with fear, saliva oozing out. In extreme terror, tears, sweat, saliva, snot. All sorts of bodily fluids were splashing out uncontrollably, making the situation extremely messy and nauseating. No, don't. At the critical moment, Liu would have taken away Jiang Feng's life within the next second. At the very least, he could completely control him as a hostage. But just at that moment, a strange, cackling laugh echoed beside Liu. A voice as rough as sawing wood circled around his ears. Boy, planning a sneak attack? You're still too young. Do you really think I'm just standing here doing nothing? Do you actually believe that I can only use some spells without having any real power? Gui Daozi. He had miscalculated. A look of worry flickered across Liu's eyes as he felt a fierce gust of wind rapidly approaching his back, about to pierce through his heart from behind. By this point, he had reached his limit, and if he mustered all his strength to dodge, he would lose the only chance to kill Jiang Feng. Behind him, there were densely packed soldiers, and his death was as good as certain. Instead of fleeing, he decided to fight back. A trace of cruelty appeared on Liu's face, his expression savage as he screamed. Come on then, let's see whether your dagger is faster or mine is faster. Today, either I will die along with your master, or one of us will definitely end up dead here. Liu didn't slow down. Rather, he sped up, suddenly thrusting the dagger down, while completely ignoring what was happening to his back. Gui Daozi was startled, spitting out a wad of phlegm, filled with resentment, muttering, Kid, since you're so eager to die, don't blame me. The dark blue dagger coated in poison was about to pierce through Liu's back. Ding! The expected intense pain from his back never came. Instead, there was a crisp sound of metal friction ringing in his ear, causing pain in his eardrum. He had smoothly arrived next to Jiang Feng. After hesitating for a moment, instead of immediately killing Jiang Feng, he pressed the dagger against his neck. The sharp blade had already pierced Jiang Feng's skin, blood trickling down his neck. Jiang Feng dared not move a muscle, shrinking his head, fearing for his life. Liu turned his gaze toward Gui Daozi and discovered an unknown figure dressed in black robes who had appeared beside him. This black-robed figure tightly grasped a long sword which had blocked Gui Daozi's dagger moments ago, preventing him from being killed. Seeing this, Liu felt both gratitude and a cold sweat breaking out. He spoke heavily. Thank you, sir, for your help. I will never forget this favor. If there's ever a chance, I'd be willing to repay you. The face hidden beneath the black robes had seemed somewhat peculiar. She remained silent for quite some time before letting out a hoarse, Hm. Gui Daozi retreated step by step, frightened by the earlier speed of this shadow-like figure, who moved as swiftly as a breeze. Her skills were terrifying, and their brief clash had made his arms go numb, his tiger mouth cracking. This black-clad individual's cultivation was far superior to his own. There was no way he could possibly match her. He asked cautiously and with hesitation. Who are you, sir? This is our private feud. If you're just passing by, please do not interfere. We'd be willing to offer you gifts in return. The black-robed figure chuckled coldly. Is that so? What kind of gifts? Gui Daozi's expression became slightly awkward. That had just been a casual comment, but he hadn't expected the cloaked person to ask directly. He was merely a worker, unaware of what Jiang Feng might be willing to offer. Thinking about it, he turned his gaze to Jiang Feng, signaling for him to respond. Jiang Feng quickly understood, forcibly suppressing the chilling fear caused by the dagger at his throat, trembling as he said, Sir, if you can stay out of this matter, I am willing to gift you 10,000 taels of silver and a box of jewels. Please consider it carefully. Before he finished speaking, the Liu standing behind him let out a derisive laugh. This guy still dared to try to sway others, even though his dagger was at his throat? I'm still right here. And yet, you're trying to chit-chat over there? A box of jewels, 10,000 taels of silver? Bold talk. Liu raised the dagger, without hesitation, dealing a ruthless strike as he plunged it straight into Jiang Feng's thigh. The dagger, more than 10 centimeters long, sank completely into his thigh, and blood splashed everywhere, even reaching Liu's face. Jiang Feng let out an utterly desperate scream, but could not utter another sound after that. After silencing Jiang Feng, Liu turned to the black-robed figure and said gravely, Sir, please hear me out. I am the Emperor's son, Prince Qi. This man is Jiang Feng, merely someone enjoying his ancestors' protection, a waste of life. He and I have deep-seated resentment, and he tried to assassinate me. As the only witness here, they will surely not let you go alive if this incident gets exposed. It will bring about the extermination of your entire family. Therefore, all their promises, 10,000 taels of silver or jewels in a box, are just facades. If you help them, in the end, they will surely find a way to take your life. After all, only a dead man can keep his mouth shut. Seeing how alertly Yu was toward him, Princess Yu hidden beneath the black robe couldn't help but laugh softly. She pretended to think for a long time before hoarsely saying, Upon hearing the black-robed figure's response, Liu was overjoyed, while the faces of Jiang Feng and Gui Daozi both paled significantly. Gui Daozi gritted his teeth and asked nervously, Sir, we assure you we won't harm you. Are you sure you want to interfere with our matters? The black-robed figure laughed, her voice full of unrestrained disdain and contempt. If I want to intervene, so what? Can you stop me? Besides, even if you wanted to fight me, you can't do anything against me. In the blink of an eye, she had already moved, overwhelming killing intent locked onto Gui Daozi. Her figure was unpredictable yet astonishingly fast, almost leaving afterimages behind. The long sword shot forward, aiming straight for Gui Daozi. Gui Daozi startled violently, hastily blocking his body with the poisoned dagger. Clang! The dagger couldn't withstand the force and flew off sideways, embedding itself firmly into the dirt. A long cut appeared on Gui Daozi's arm, blood dripping onto the ground forming a small puddle of red. Chapter 59 I want you to give. I'll remember you. Daring to oppose me. From now on, be extra careful. Unexpected calamities might just come your way, huh? In response to Gui Daozi's threat, the hooded figure only sneered coldly, charging forth once more. Gui Daozi narrowed his eyes and made an unusual gesture. A wisp of black mist instantly enveloped him. The hooded figure's long sword pierced through the mist, yet it was as if it hadn't hit any solid target. The black mist slowly dissipated, but Gui Daozi's figure had already vanished without a trace. Princess Yu frowned slightly as she stood there for a moment before shaking her head regrettably. He escaped. Oddly enough, although this hooded person's voice had previously been hoarse and difficult to listen to, when he said these words, it became crystal clear and bell-like, even faintly familiar. Liu furrowed his brow momentarily, but didn't think much about it. Thank you, honored sir. With this hooded person, who acted like a boss, here, the other soldiers were originally injured and disabled in great numbers, and they dared not move forward anymore. A single cold glare from the hooded figure sent those soldiers trembling with fear, so much that they even lacked the courage to flee. Witnessing this scene, Liu sighed in relief. His escape from death in this encounter made his resentment and anger towards Jiang Feng reach an extreme. He stepped around to face Jiang Feng, taking a deep breath and tearing open his shirt. His shirt, already tattered and soaked with his own blood or that of others, clung wetly to his wounds. As he ripped it off, intense pain spread throughout his body. Upon seeing this action, the hooded figure was startled, instinctively covering her eyes and exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Startled, Liu replied innocently, I want to take revenge on Jiang Feng." Seeing no objection from the hooded figure, Liu completely tore apart his ragged clothes, exposing his bare upper body to everyone. His physique was strong and well-proportioned, with smooth muscle lines, yet scattered all over his body were countless wounds large and small. There was barely any intact skin left on his back, all torn and punctured. Moreover, at his side, there was a deep bloody hole still oozing blood. It was from earlier, when one soldier had stabbed through his comrade, and into Liu. Liu winced in agony, causing the murderous intent in his eyes to surge. "Did you see that, Jiang Feng? These wounds all over my body are all gifts from you. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me?" Liu tightly grasped Jiang Feng's face fiercely. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Feng wore an expression of hysteria and roared. "Liu, you little beast, you have nothing to brag about. You're just a worthless farmer who knows nothing but farming. If it weren't for this hooded person arriving today, you would certainly have died by my hand, and I would make your life worse than death." "Ha ha, worse than death. But Jiang Feng, the situation now is that you've fallen into my hands. Guess what I'm going to do to you?" Jiang Feng's pupils contracted, his body shivered violently, and he finally felt a glimmer of fear. Liu pointed to the bloody hole on his side and said, "This bloody hole almost cost me half my life. Don't you think it's only fair if I let you experience it too?" After finishing his sentence, Liu didn't hesitate in the slightest. In a flash, he lunged toward Jiang Feng, plunging the dagger in his hand into Jiang Feng's side, creating a gaping wound. "Ea-ah-wea-wea." Jiang Feng screamed like a madman, his hair disheveled, eyes red with blood. The pain coursing through his thighs and sides immersed every cell in his body in unbearable agony. "Painful, right? I am in pain too. You've barely tasted half of my suffering. Shut your damn mouth." Liu's eyes blazed with uncontrollable anger, and the grin on his lips resembled that of a demon. He delivered a fierce punch directly onto Jiang Feng's mouth, knocking out all his teeth. Jiang Feng could only let out unintelligible sounds, having lost the strength to scream or curse further. "Do you see this cut on my chest? This cut, I'm returning it to you. How about the gunshot wound on my abdomen? I'll also give you a taste of that pain." At this moment, Liu looked like a demon, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Even Princess Yu couldn't help but tremble slightly when looking at him. After a long while, Jiang Feng ultimately couldn't endure the excruciating pain anymore. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. Finally, Liu breathed heavily and stopped his actions. "That should be enough. If we continue, he'll die." A calm voice rang out. Liu turned his head and saw the approaching hooded figure. The ferocity in his eyes gradually subsided, and he respectfully bowed his hand. "Thank you, honored sir. Thank you for your help. Is there anything I can do for you?" The face hidden beneath the black cloak smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, there is indeed something to ask for. It's just a matter of whether you're willing or not. This time you have saved me, and if it weren't for you, I would have surely perished here. If there's anything you wish to instruct me to do, please tell me freely. By the way, I also grow some rare and exotic fruits at my home. If you're interested, I can present them to you as a gift." Regarding the rare and exotic fruits, I will take you up on that offer later. Besides this, I have another matter I need you to handle. I want you to apologize to him." "Apologize?" Startled, Liu instinctively asked, "Apologize? Sir, did I offend you in any way?" While speaking, his senses gradually returned. He then noticed that this black-cloaked figure was now conversing with a voice completely different from the previous hoarse and harsh tone. Instead, it was a clear and bright voice with a hint of allure. The more he pondered, the stronger the sense of familiarity grew. Narrowing his eyes, Liu suddenly said, "Sir, your voice is so familiar, it reminds me of someone." "Is that so?" The corner of the lips beneath the black cloak curved into a mischievous smile as Princess Yu tilted her head slightly. watching Liu with interest, and teased. To whom does it remind you? And you, is that you? And you? This endearing title stirred something deep within Princess Yu, coloring her fair cheeks faintly red. Slowly, she peeled off her black cloak, revealing an elegant and beautiful face. It really is you. How could you be here? Princess Yu's eyes twinkled playfully, glancing away shyly before clearing her throat and saying somewhat awkwardly, I just happened to pass by and saw you being ambushed by Jiangfeng, so I came to your aid. Oh, so it was just a coincidence. Liu's tone carried a tinge of sarcasm as he chuckled. What good fortune for Princess Yu to come across this situation late at night in such gloomy weather, roaming about in a wide, concealing black robe. Truly intriguing. Who would have thought? With her true intentions laid bare, Princess Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. With a hint of anger, she snapped. You impudent man, why must you be sarcastic? What exactly do you mean to say? Chapter 60, Ice Melt. Princess Yu had a shy face, and Liu knew it well. Seeing the blush on Princess Yu's face, he decided not to push further and laughed heartily. It's nothing, just some musings. Liu was bare-chested, covered in wounds of various sizes, drenched in blood, his own and others. A pungent smell of blood and death emanated from his body. Princess Yu furrowed her eyebrows slightly, revealing a fleeting trace of concern in her eyes, but pretended to be repulsed as she said, You reek terribly. I have some medicine here. Let me treat your wounds first. As Princess Yu was rummaging through her robes, Liu shook his head and grinned, saying, No need. I've got it. Xiuxian medicine was something Liu always carried with him. In front of Princess Yu, he pulled out a pill that was silver all over and about the size of a longan fruit. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. Strangely enough, as soon as this Xiuxian pill entered his body, it transformed into a wave of searing heat that flowed along Liu's meridians, nourishing his internal organs. The burning sensation gradually spread towards his skin, and Princess Yu could clearly see how Liu's wounds, which were still gushing blood, began closing at an incredible speed until they formed blood scabs. Princess Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Before she had time to ask, Qi Lao behind her also expressed surprise, blurting out, Boy, where did you get this pill? Such potent medicinal power, it surely comes with side effects, doesn't it? Liu turned to Qi Lao, guessing that he must be one of Princess Yu's associates. With respect, he gave a slight bow and truthfully answered, No. Actually, this pill is something I developed myself. It bears similarities to my other rare herbs and fruits, completely reliable. It only uses different pharmacological principles to stimulate a strong life restoration ability, without depleting the body. Qi Lao marveled. Perhaps Liu did not know, but Princess Yu certainly did. Qi Lao had certain expertise in medical arts and pill making. He blurted out, Such powerful pills, what ingredients did you use to concoct them? Just as Liu was about to reply, he suddenly remembered that his Xiuxian pills were bought from the system store. He didn't know the formula at all. So he feigned seriousness and said, This, old sir, it took me much effort to develop this pill and the formula. Realizing instantly that he had spoken out of turn, Qi Lao apologized with a grin, shaking his head. Sorry boy, I got too excited there. That was inappropriate, as any pill formula is sacred and should not be questioned lightly. Forgive me. It's fine, he won't mind much. Princess Yu suddenly chimed in. Helplessly amused, Liu thought, would I care or not? How would this little madam know, even if it accidentally matched the situation? With another laugh, Liu shifted his gaze toward Jiangfeng, who was tightly bound like a piglet, and said to Princess Yu, What do you plan to do with this guy? Since I'm out of danger, I don't feel like killing him anymore. It would only soil my hands. I plan to hand him over to the authorities. All right, leave it to Senior Qi. Princess Yu glanced at Qi Lao, her delicate face under the dark robe showing a gentle smile. Senior Qi, please take charge of escorting these soldiers and Jiangfeng to the magistrate. Most likely, the soldiers were duped by him, the main culprit being Jiangfeng. With a sigh, Qi Lao looked up helplessly, looking at Princess Yu then at Liu, light flashing strangely in his eyes. If Her Highness has given such clear instructions, how could I refuse? Then I'll go now. Once Qi Lao led everyone away, everything became eerily quiet. The drizzle continued faintly, leaving the two standing silently in the desolate alley filled with rain, able to catch the faint whiff of Princess Yu's subtle fragrance. Liu felt extremely uncomfortable, touching his nose and making conversation for the sake of it. Wouldn't it be dangerous for him to take away so many soldiers by himself? Yu cast a reproachful glance at Liu and huffed softly. You can relax 100 times over. Senior Qi's skills far surpass mine. I can easily subdue those soldiers, and for him, handling them would be effortless. Liu was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the withered-looking old man possessed such extraordinary skills? Comparatively, reflecting upon himself, he only possessed basic martial arts. Today's survival was thanks entirely to his state of heightened alertness, plus sheer tenacity. If Princess Yu hadn't come, he'd already be dead and buried. Seeing Liu fall silent, Princess Yu glanced up at him and asked softly, What are you thinking about? I was just thinking that I've been in the capital for not very long, and already encountered life-threatening danger. The capital, though bustling with prosperity, is also fraught with peril. If it weren't for your intervention this time, I might already be dead. Reflecting on it, my old place back in the wilderness, despite its desolation and decay, was actually peaceful. I could plant things without fear of others coveting what I had. It truly was carefree. Princess Yu let out a soft humph, her voice light as she said, You shouldn't think like that. The capital may indeed hold myriad dangers, but it also offers boundless opportunities. Those who lack ability perish, but those with capability rise above all. Liu, you are not one to remain in an insignificant place. To confine yourself to a remote wasteland would be a great misfortune. This capital city is your stage. Princess Anyu's words took Liu somewhat by surprise. He who had merely intended to express his thoughts momentarily before regaining spirit. He then smiled and looked at Princess Anyu. Thank you for your comforting words, Princess. You once remarked that I was merely a worthless nobody at the bottom. Now, to receive such affirmation from you, I feel incredibly honored. Under his strange gaze, Princess Anyu's cheeks flushed hot with embarrassment. She shifted her eyes away, redirecting the topic. Who would have thought that you, appearing so gentle usually, act so recklessly in critical moments, terrifying someone like Jiang Feng half to death? Recalling this matter, Liu couldn't help but sneer, gritting his teeth. I'm just a small man, always seeking revenge even for the smallest offense. Last time when I speared Jiang Feng through the knee, I considered our old grudge settled. But he continued to create trouble here, even going as far as trying to take my life. If I hadn't retaliated, wouldn't it have suited him too well? Since childhood, whenever surrounded and beaten up, I've known that if I can't win, I must endure countless beatings and still make sure whoever leads the attack regrets it. As these words resonated, Princess Anyu felt a tremor in her heart and lifted her eyes to look at Liu. Chapter 61. You apologize or I apologize. Yet suddenly, he remembered the initial encounter with Liu, when he had mistakenly believed Liu to be guilty and punished him with a cane. At that time, his skin was split open and bloody, far worse than the current state. Thinking of this, Princess Anyu's expression became immediately complex as she hesitated and said, Since you've already admitted that you never let go of a grudge, aren't you still holding resentment towards me for that caning? Liu paused in surprise, not expecting Princess Anyu to bring this up. Initially, he did indeed harbor hatred, contemplating how to take revenge on her, but after spending some time together, even if they weren't best friends, they were now quite good companions. Moreover, considering that she had saved his life, any minor bitterness long vanished. I won't hold it against you. After getting to know you better, I understand your character. Back then, it was purely because you were deceived by Jiang Feng. Even if there were any resentments, those feelings have been transferred onto Jiang Feng. Princess Anyu was delighted upon hearing this, slightly shy but teasing. You smooth talker, always saying what people want to hear. Liu broke out in cold sweat, realizing he was merely speaking the truth without a single bit of flattery. Still, this somehow came across as honeyed words, leading him to muse. Women's hearts were truly inscrutable. Both fell silent, until Liu finally spoke after a pause. All right, it's a heavy night. Princess Anyu, you should return to rest early, and I must also head back to my residence. Since I didn't call Lu Xue today, and I've been away for so long, she is probably worried sick. I need to go home quickly. At the mention of this name, Princess Anyu's expression became somewhat unusual. She bit her lip, revealing a slight resentment. Liu, before I revealed my true identity to you, I asked something of you which you agreed to. Do you remember what it was? I want an apology from you. Liu could only laugh bitterly, looking at Princess Anyu helplessly and shaking his head. No. What are you asking me to apologize for, Princess Anyu? Princess Anyu thought Liu was somewhat annoyed, lowering her head, feeling aggrieved inside, her voice softening involuntarily. Apologize for that evening. You clearly promised to take me out for hot pot, and even though I was already full, I could still stay there and chat with you. Why did you invite another person to join us? I admit my attitude that day wasn't great, but this was something you promised me. I wanted us two to sit together, without anyone else unfamiliar joining us. While demanding an apology verbally, the tone of Princess Anyu showed weakness and carried profound grievances. Instead of sounding like Liu apologizing, it rather sounded like Princess Anyu explaining herself to Liu. Liu found himself caught between amusement and sympathy, stirring within him an affectionate warmth. As a princess, she had every right not to welcome an outsider. He realized his modern thoughts might have been forcibly projected on Princess Anyu. All considered, it was indeed he who lacked breadth of mind. Understanding this, Liu no longer held any qualms, bowing deeply to apologize gracefully. Princess Anyu, that day my temper was bad and I treated you coldly. I offer my apology. Please don't dwell on it. It was wrong of me to make you feel aggrieved. I'm truly sorry. Princess Anyu was murmuring complaints just now, but Liu's quick apology threw her off guard. A sourness welled up in her throat, though she knew it wasn't the proper timing. Nonetheless, her eyes brimmed with tears unwillingly, and she sniffed softly, turning her head away, afraid to look at Liu. After apologizing for what seemed like a long while without receiving a response, Liu looked up and saw Princess Anyu turning her side to him, her delicate fingers covering half of her face, showing red eyes and nose tips, and her body trembling intermittently. Isn't this crying? Sister, I've already apologized. Having grown up as a man clueless about women, Liu now stood there dumbfounded, finding it incredibly awkward. Finally, he managed. Well, then I'll leave first. Princess Anyu, rest well. I'll definitely visit, and thank you again when I have time. Thanks again, I'm leaving now. Walking a few steps, Liu suddenly felt someone pulling on his sleeve. Princess Anyu, her beautiful eyes moist with red rims, stared at him as her lips quivered for a moment before she muttered. I prepared living quarters for you in my mansion. You haven't stayed there yet, and they will accumulate dust soon if unused. Your mansion is too far away, and since you're injured, why not rest there tonight? Is this appropriate? Princess Anyu's face turned red as she glared at Liu and said, What's wrong with that? You live next to the land, all by yourself. What's the issue? Besides, you agreed to help me take care of the land. but so far nothing has been settled. If you stay at my place tonight, you can help me plant crops in the morning. Alright, then what about Lu Xue? Princess Anyu didn't harbor much goodwill toward Lu Xue and didn't want to continue this topic, so she waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll send someone to inform her." Half an hour later, Liu was sitting in the room Princess Anyu had provided for him. Though small, the room was well equipped with everything one needed, and the decoration was rather exquisite, clearly indicating that Princess Anyu had put considerable effort into it. Liu lay on the bed comfortably and thought for a moment. Since he would be planting vegetables for Princess Anyu tomorrow, why not sow the seeds tonight and use the revitalizing powder for withered wood? This way, he could expect some results by morning. With that in mind, he went out to the land in front of his room, exchanged some seeds from his system, spread them over the land, and sprinkled the revitalizing powder for withered wood. With the help of the powder, Liu didn't even need to plow the soil. The powerful medicine within it would stir up the earth, enabling the seeds to take root and sprout overnight, breaking through the soil. After completing all these tasks, Liu felt quite exhausted and returned to the house to prepare for sleep. Just then, a mechanical voice abruptly sounded in his mind. "Ding, since you've sown seeds for the first time in Princess Anyu's mansion, you have unlocked your second plot of land in the capital city. The occupation level in the capital has reached 5%. Congratulations. You've earned 3,000 points as a reward." Liu's face lit up with joy, realizing that the system offered such benefits. With the recent rewards for rising fame, along with the occupation degree bonus and daily land production, his points were almost reaching the high benchmark of 10,000. This made the advancement of the Huntian decision not seem as unattainable anymore. Reflecting on today's perilous situation, Liu couldn't help but feel a hint of crisis. While he might not fear anyone openly, it was always easier to dodge visible attacks than hidden arrows. Chapter 62. Promoting the cultivation method. If Liu were to encounter a situation similar to today's in the future, he couldn't guarantee that there would always be a powerful person coming to save him. It seemed that, no matter what, enhancing his own strength was the top priority. With this thought, Liu no longer hesitated and immediately decided to upgrade his Huntian decision by one level. Unlike other cultivation methods, though the starting point of Huntian decision was quite low, it had extremely strong growth potential. Every time the method improved, it brought great benefits to Liu's body and spirit, with his combat power also increasing accordingly. Liu opened the system mall in his mind. The cost for the first upgrade of the Huntian decision was 3,000 points. This price might have been terrifying for the old him, but for the current him, who possessed close to 10,000 points, it was no longer so significant. Upgrade. As Liu focused his thoughts, a sudden sharp pain surged in his mind. A vast flow of information, like sharp needles, pierced into his brain, all of which contained some obscure incantations and meridian guidance diagrams that were not mentioned during the initial learning of the Huntian decision. Liu was still carefully contemplating when he felt warmth in his dantian. It then turned into a boiling stream of energy, expanding and forging within his meridians. The intense pain caused Liu's eyes to instantly fill with blood, emitting indistinct sounds from his throat, while his face twisted grotesquely. It was akin to widening someone's veins with fine needles, painful as washing the marrow or refining bones. Liu rolled on the ground, soaked in sweat, almost obstructing his vision. At the same time, his bones began creaking. The calf and thigh bones increased in length quietly, with their strength changing drastically. This process lasted a long time. Liu lost track of time, feeling as if this period was as difficult as enduring an entire century. After a long while, the scorching stream of energy had filled every single one of his body's meridians, lingering around his 5 organs and 6 bowels. The initial excruciating pain had gradually adapted, instead bringing a warm and nourishing sensation. This stream of energy was extremely rare, barely covering his meridians, but somehow Liu felt that with this energy, he could unleash frightening force. If this energy were gathered entirely in his arm and swung at random, it felt like even mountains could be split and stones shattered. As the pain gradually subsided, Liu unconsciously checked the level of the Huntian decision in his system mall. In this world, all martial arts skills had 4 major levels and 4 minor levels, from strongest to weakest. Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. 4, 3, 2, 1. When he first learned the Huntian decision, it was merely at the yellow rank level 1, the weakest category. He thought that with this upgrade, he would surely improve by at least 1 or 2 sublevels. However, unexpectedly, the system mall still clearly stated, Huntian decision, current level, yellow rank level 1. Next upgrade required points, 200,000. Not possible. Liu's mouth twitched. Although he could feel his body being strengthened, and that the scorching energy was now within him, why hadn't the rank changed at all? What was worse, the required points for the next upgrade had become astronomically high. From 3,000 points to 20,000 points, it wasn't just a geometric increase. It was geometrically exponential, increasing like the square of a geometric progression. Just as Liu felt indignant, planning to question the system, something unusual suddenly appeared above his head. The air seemed to become sticky, and a small vortex hovered above his head, forming a tiny whirlpool. Air currents swirled, gradually condensing into a tangible half-transparent texture. While Liu was surprised, a streak of energy suddenly appeared at the bottom of the vortex, shooting straight into his head. Hot. It felt like his body was about to catch fire. As if enlightened, the energy flowed into his brain and swept through his entire network of meridians and blood vessels before finally settling peacefully in his dantian. When Li Yu inspected internally, he could see a small cluster of slightly faint energy floating in his dantian. This pain came quickly and dissipated equally fast, leaving Li Yu somewhat disoriented. What did this mean? Did he absorb a certain amount of the essence of heaven and earth from the air? Was this a benefit brought about by the promotion of the Huntian decision? Just as Li Yu was flustered, a cold voice came from outside, casting a shadow on his window. Li Yu. Li Yu was startled. Recognizing the voice, he soon identified it as Princess Yu. It was already close to midnight. Why wasn't she sleeping well? And why was she aimlessly wandering around his door? It's me. Are you Princess Yu? Why are you in front of my room? Upon hearing Li Yu's voice, Princess Yu's slightly tense body relaxed a bit. She softened her tone and lightly knocked on the door, saying, "May I come in? Please enter. It's your room after all." Princess Yu pushed the door open and entered. Her overly pale face appeared even more exquisite under the clear moonlight, and for a moment when she opened the door, Li Yu was entranced. Noticing Li Yu's gaze, Princess Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she stepped inside the room and said, "This is no longer my room since I've given it to you. Now it's yours. If I want to come in, I need your permission, Li Yu. Did you feel any abnormal phenomena here just now?" "Abnormal phenomena? No, I didn't notice anything." Li Yu replied instinctively, then suddenly realized after a pause. "You mean the vortex that formed in the air?" "Yes, exactly that. That wasn't mere air. It was the essence of heaven and earth forming pure energy, which flows into the body of someone practicing cultivation methods. Normally, only those who have officially entered the martial arts world with truly qualified cultivation techniques can cause such a phenomenon. You can see this as a gift from the heavens, a refinement and purification of marrow and bones through the essence of heaven and earth." Only then did Li Yu fully understand. It seemed that after upgrading Huntian Decision once, it had finally become a proper cultivation technique. What the previous version of Huntian Decision actually was, he couldn't even describe himself. With a wry smile, Li Yu didn't conceal anything from Princess Yu and truthfully said, "Yes, I triggered this phenomenon. The crisis I just faced made me a little uneasy, so I found a cultivation method and learned it briefly. I guess because I've already mastered it thoroughly, it caused the essence of heaven and earth to flow into my body." After listening to Li Yu's explanation, Princess Yu nodded slightly, but had a somewhat strange expression on her face. Chapter 63, and Yu's gentleness. She tilted her head and looked at the empty space above Li Yu's head, puzzled. "Did I interrupt you? What about that vortex? Why is it gone?" "Not at all. You didn't interrupt me." Li Yu waved his hand and said, "When you arrived, the vortex had already disappeared. It probably lasted only a few seconds. Before I could react, it was over." Upon hearing this, Princess Yu's expression slightly changed. She looked at Li Yu with a hint of reproach, seemingly dissatisfied with his inadequacy as she gently bit her lips. "Li Yu, how come you studied the martial technique so quietly without telling anyone? Do you know how important a martial technique is for a person? In a sense, it lays the foundation for one's future development. I can't say that those who have powerful martial techniques will surely achieve greatness, but people who don't even have good martial techniques, their accomplishments in life are destined to be limited. Can you understand what I am saying?" Li Yu scratched his head. The sudden seriousness of Princess Yu made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, so he scratched his head again and said, "I understand." "You understand, yet you still do this. Let me tell you, almost everyone values the purification of marrow and bones through the essence of heaven and earth. Everyone has only one chance in a lifetime, which is at the very moment when they first comprehend the martial technique. The intensity of this purification depends on the strength of the martial technique itself. If the martial technique was created by great masters and is profound, then the purification process would last a long time, allowing a person to completely transform and greatly improve. But if the martial technique is merely of the lowest rank and trivial, this so-called purification might just be a formality, and whether it truly works or not, no one really knows." Upon hearing this, Li Yu also picked up on some nuances. A bitter smile crept across his lips as he cautiously asked, "Could it be my purification was especially perfunctory?" Princess Yu felt somewhat sorry for him, but still nodded. "Yes. I have never seen a purification that lasts only a few seconds. For me, my purification lasted more than 10 minutes. The Emperor dispatched many experts to guard me during this process, and the improvement I gained from it was absolutely enormous." Li Yu fell silent, recalling the system's introduction of the Hunta Decision. The Hunta Decision is an extremely mysterious and special martial technique that contains the truths of the Great Tao, requiring continuous enhancement and evolution to reach its peak. According to the system's description, it is by no means inferior to any other martial technique. But why did such a martial technique only result in a few seconds of purification? Li Yu pondered. It requires continuous enhancement and reinforcement. Could it be that compared to other ordinary martial techniques, where the celestial phenomenon only occurs when first mastered, with the Hunta Decision, the purification process happens each time there is an enhancement? As Li Yu was deep in thought, Princess Yu saw that Li Yu remained quiet for a long time, assuming he was feeling heavy-hearted, and couldn't help but gently pull on Li Yu's arm, whispering softly, "Li Yu, you shouldn't be too disheartened. Although this purification benefits the body greatly, it doesn't play a decisive role. If you work hard later on, you can still make up for it. Can you tell me what your martial technique is called?" The voice of Princess Yu was unusually gentle, like the lazy murmurs of a night cat, trying her best to soothe the frustration in Li Yu's heart. Li Yu felt warmth in his heart and truthfully said, "It's called the Hunta Decision." "Hunta Decision." Princess Yu frowned slightly, shaking her beautiful head. I've never heard of this martial technique before. It must not have much reputation. Seeing how little celestial energy it brought, perhaps the name is just casually fabricated. This should be a product at the level of an unnamed martial technique. Perhaps it's only yellow tier level 1. A bitter arc formed on the corners of Li Yu's mouth. He couldn't help but silently complain in his mind. You're absolutely right. This thing is currently yellow tier level 1. Seeing that Li Yu remained speechless, Princess Yu didn't dare to be too sure. After all, every martial technique is vastly different. Judging a martial technique based on surface phenomena often leads to mistakes, and this concerns Li Yu's cultivation path. She didn't want to delay Li Yu. Princess Yu seemed hesitant, her lips quivering and her eyes glancing around. Li Yu couldn't help but say, if you want to say something, just go ahead, it's fine. Let me perceive your essence. After finishing her sentence, Princess Yu immediately appeared uneasy. As if to prevent Li Yu from misunderstanding, she hastily shook her hands to explain. Don't misunderstand. If you can't, it's fine. I just want to see how potent your martial technique really is, to avoid making incorrect assumptions. It's alright. As Princess Yu rarely displayed such an appearance, Li Yu didn't know what was wrong with his nerves when he suddenly reached out and gently rubbed her head, interrupting her words. It's fine. You're my friend. I trust you. Go ahead with your perception. Don't be too formal. Feeling the warmth on her head, Princess Yu's heart seemed to be touched slightly. Her body trembled lightly, and a sourness surged up in her nasal cavity, almost making her tearful. Don't touch my head. Li Yu realized this only then, his expression changing drastically as he wondered what he was doing. Was he touching the princess's head? Perhaps throughout the entire Tang dynasty, the only person who could casually touch the princess's head was the emperor himself. If the princess held him accountable, it would certainly be considered a crime of overstepping authority. Sorry, maybe it's too late. My brain is sleeping. I did some random actions. Don't take it to heart. Sorry. Seeing Li Yu quickly withdraw his hand, as if deeply avoiding something, Princess Yu immediately pouted. That wasn't what I meant at all. But she didn't say it out loud. Alright, let me give you my hand. Is that okay? Looking at Li Yu's extended hand, Princess Yu agreed and grabbed Li Yu's arm, placing her thumb on his radial pulse. Li Yu only felt a sharp pain as a rather robust and refined unfamiliar energy entered his meridians. Li Yu did not resist. In the instant this energy flowed in, he realized that his life had actually been placed in Princess Yu's hands. With just a thought from her, this energy inside him could become violent, tearing apart his body from the inside out, rupturing his meridians instantly, leaving him with virtually no chance of survival. No wonder Princess Yu looked so mysterious before, appearing quite moved after his agreement. Li Yu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, internally lamenting. Shit, I had absolutely no idea about this. If I had known, I'd have weighed the decision much more carefully before agreeing. Chapter 64. Gift of Cultivation Techniques. Carelessness is dangerous. After all, Princess Yu is a moody little girl. If I say something that doesn't suit her taste, she might suddenly make trouble and directly cause my demise. Li Yu was extremely anxious, drenched in cold sweat, while Princess Yu furrowed her delicate brows, carefully examining the thickness of Li Yu's energy channels. After a long time, she retracted the energy, sighed deeply, and shook her head saying, Li Yu, I can basically confirm that your technique only has the level of 1 rank in yellow class. Although I don't know why it is slightly thicker than other techniques of the same class, no matter what, it's still just 1 rank in yellow class. Princess Yu carefully weighed her words for a moment before softly saying, cultivation techniques of this level are not suitable for you to practice. Only those with absolutely no conditions, who merely wish to enter the martial world, would use such level techniques as a makeshift solution. If you use this kind of technique, your future achievements will be extremely limited. Understanding his own affairs, Li Yu knew that his Hun Tian decision could be continuously improved, so he didn't worry too much. But he also realized that perhaps only his Hun Tian decision among the improvement-capable cultivation techniques was known, and he certainly wouldn't expose all these things to Princess Yu. Even if he did explain everything, whether she would believe him was another question. With a wry smile, Li Yu responded evasively. That isn't necessarily true. If I work hard later on, even though the technique is of lower rank, maybe I can take on 10 opponents alone? No, it's impossible. Li Yu tried to laugh it off, but Princess Yu's expression was solemn. She grabbed Li Yu's arm forcefully and said sternly, this is impossible. A cultivation technique determines an upper limit. Your technique being at the lowest level means both its density and refinement degree far fall short of others. No matter how hard you try throughout your life, your progress will be much less significant than others' casual improvements. Do you understand? Princess Yu's tone was rather intense, subtly carrying a hint of disappointment akin to frustration over someone not living up to their potential. Li Yu felt strange inside, like each time he failed exams miserably and got scolded by his sister. Well, there's nothing I can do. This is the only technique I have. After Zhangfeng's scheme this time, I've made quite a few enemies, so I definitely need to practice more. Otherwise, wouldn't I be easily killed without any self-defense ability? Right. Princess Yu released her grip, her bright eyes fixing directly onto Li Yu, then suddenly said, I have a technique. Without further elaboration, Princess Yu pulled out a completely blue ancient book from her bosom. This book clearly showed signs of being weathered by time, yet it was kept extraordinarily well preserved. When opened, the first page prominently bore the title, Ice Muscle Jade Bone Technique. What is this? This is Ice Muscle Jade Bone Technique, my cultivation technique, a class Earth level technique. Liu, fortunately, you've just started practicing martial arts, hence you still have the chance to change your technique. Though Ice Muscle Jade Bone Technique may not be perfectly suited for male practitioners, it's an excellent choice for you. Earth level techniques are incredibly rare across the entire Tang dynasty. They belong to the category of world-renowned treasures. If you cultivate this technique, you will already be ahead of countless others from the start, with boundless benefits for your future. However, you should pay slight attention not to flaunt wealth unnecessarily. In the future, under no circumstances should anyone else know about this technique to avoid malicious intentions. Although Princess Onyu described it lightly, Liu was inwardly moved, knowing fully well the rarity of such high-tier techniques. They were invaluable treasures, countless influential families longing for them to elevate their next generation's power. And here Princess Onyu was simply handing it to him. His throat was dry, a sense of alienation swirling within him, almost overwhelmed by unexpected favor. What do you mean? Princess Onyu became somewhat flustered under Liu's gaze, averting her eyes and thrusting the book into Liu's embrace irritably. The meaning is sympathy towards you, giving you this for cultivation. But you mustn't damage it. After fully memorizing it, you'll have to return it to me. What at Sundara? A warm current flowed through Liu's heart. He exhaled gently, his gaze softening as he declined Princess Onyu's generous gift kindly. Thank you. Onyu, thank you for doing so much for me. But I cannot accept it. It is far too precious. Keep it well. Don't casually show it again in the future. Princess Onyu's eyes widened, brimming with grievance and anger, her lips tightly pressed together, resentfully protesting. What's the issue here? It's incomparably precious, but how does that compare to your future prospects? Besides, I'm no fool. I'm very clear about its value. I'll only bring it out in front of you, all right? Princess Onyu's partiality rippled through Liu's heart as he saw her slightly moistened eyes. Taking a step forward, Liu wanted to stroke Princess Onyu's head but refrained at the last moment. I understand, Onyu. I know what you mean. Actually, my cultivation of this technique is not completely reckless. I have my own plans. Though I cannot disclose them now, I assure you that I won't harm myself. Looking at Liu's hand suspended in the air, Princess Onyu took a step forward, and her head naturally nestled into Liu's palm. She raised her watery gaze and stared directly at Liu, their eyes less than 10 centimeters apart. A fragrance, sweet like orchids or musk, wafted into Liu's nose, distracting him greatly. Oh hell, are you really planning something yourself, and not just too shy to say so? Liu, if you feel awkward about accepting it, there's no need. This was my voluntary choice, and you can always repay me with your fruits and vegetables later. After all, I'll just keep eating them for free from now on. Consider it an equal trade. It's truly not that. Thank you, Princess Onyu. I really do have other plans. Those measly fruits and veggies pale in comparison to your kindness. Princess Onyu's body trembled slightly, then she suddenly lowered her head, her eyes gleaming with unspoken emotions. For some reason, after hearing these words from Liu, she felt that all her grievances and sacrifices had been entirely worthwhile. All right then, I'll put away the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Technique, but you mustn't tell anyone, okay? Princess Onyu made a rare joke as she placed the ancient book back into her bosom. Liu couldn't help but laugh and said, of course, don't worry. If anyone ever asks who has the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Technique, I'll simply say, I don't know. Chapter 65, Unlocking New Plants. Princess Onyu shot him an exasperated glance and helplessly said, all you ever do is chatter. Silence fell between the two again. The window was open, and the pure moonlight outside shone like a clear waterfall, illuminating the entire room. The solitude of the man and woman deep into the night imbued their atmosphere with a hint of ambiguity. Liu was still reminiscing about how Princess Onyu had earlier transferred her essence into his body. Attempting to lighten the mood, he joked, you know, I feel like I've been shortchanged here. You perceived my essence, but I still know nothing about yours. You've learned my measure, yet I haven't explored your depth. This seems rather unfair. Despite Liu's smooth talking, Princess Onyu looked confused after hearing 7 parts innuendo and 3 parts nonsense, opening her eyes and looking oddly at him, asking, what on earth are you talking about? Her mouth twitched slightly as her carefully prepared joke failed, leaving Liu with a sense of defeat akin to trying to seduce a cow. He chuckled awkwardly and said, never mind, I was just making a joke. You sense my essence, but I haven't yet. Liu's words were casual, and he scratched his head while observing a pale, white wrist suddenly appear before him. Bathed in moonlight, Princess Onyu's forearm was flawless, almost glowing faintly, blinding even Liu's gaze. With trembling hands, Liu gently grasped Princess Onyu's small hand. Her skin was delicate, much like jade, irresistible to touch. Copying Princess Onyu's manner, Liu placed his thumb on her arterial pulse. As essence seeped into her body, he felt her strong meridians and rich essence, which was undeniably more refined than his own. At present, Liu could only aspire to match her level. In the midst of all this, a peculiar feeling arose in Liu's heart, as if Princess Onyu's life was now within his control. If he wished it, no matter her strength or status, she would vanish instantly. This overwhelming sensation made Liu slightly uncomfortable. Hastily releasing Princess Onyu's arm, he sheepishly grinned and said, thank you. I felt your essence, it far surpasses mine. So this is the power of a rank D technique. Princess Onyu showed no particular emotion as she retracted her white wrist and smiled prettily, saying, it's not just that. I've trained since I was young. Naturally, my skills are stronger than yours who have just begun learning. The night grew deeper, and Princess Anyu started to feel drowsy. Liu quickly urged her back to her room. When the morning light of the next day touched the earth, Liu awoke early. Stepping outside his door, he found lush branches flourishing, green leaves stretching about half the height of a person. This spring revitalization powder is impressive, Liu murmured happily, stepping forward to inspect the strawberry plant's growth condition. He uprooted some weeds entirely when a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, you've tended the land and removed weeds, earning 1 additional point. Due to accumulating over 5,000 points, congratulations, you've leveled up to a common farmer, unlocking new plants. The newly available plants include avocado, sugarcane, coconut, and golden strawberry. Ecstatically, Liu realized tropical fruits had always been what he desired most, yet the climate in the capital wasn't suitable enough. Even if seeds were available, they couldn't be planted without the system providing genetically modified variants that could thrive in current weather conditions. Recalling the refreshing sweetness of coconut water, Liu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Coconut water was not only drinkable, but perfect for cooking chicken soup with coconut milk, whose flavor was sweet and rich. It suited Princess Anyu's preference for lighter dishes perfectly, knowing none of the women from his previous life didn't enjoy it. At the thought of this, Liu stood with his hands on his waist, laughing loudly. However, what was this golden strawberry? Liu had never seen this type of plant before. Could it possibly be a rare variety akin to Japanese white strawberries? Liu immediately found an empty space and planted a golden strawberry seed. These golden strawberry seeds were extremely costly. Ordinary strawberry seeds consumed only single-digit points, but this golden strawberry required 100 points per single seed, truly painful for Liu's wallet. Nevertheless, Liu was now quite wealthy, and curiosity got the better of him. He had to see what made this golden strawberry so special. To get the results sooner, Liu specially used his treasured 10-year spring revitalization powder. The golden strawberry seed, originally in seed form, broke through the soil under visible speed, growing into a sapling. Its branches spread wide, and within merely half a minute, it had matured fully. As the strawberry fruits appeared, they looked exactly like regular strawberries at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, a faint golden glow emanated from their edges, as if sprinkled with golden luminous powder. Placing it under sunlight made this shimmer even more pronounced, radiating brilliance. Liu furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Could it be just for show? What's the difference between this and gold foil strawberries? Let me give it a try. Liu placed the strawberry in his mouth, where it instantly turned into juice, sweet and fragrant, carrying the distinctive aroma of strawberries. Apart from being slightly more aromatic, it didn't seem much tastier than ordinary strawberries. Given the price, its cost-effectiveness could be said to be extremely low. Shit, I've been duped. Could this be the system trying to swindle my money? Just as Liu was complaining mentally, a warm current arose from his dantian, quietly nourishing his internal organs. Liu felt as if he were submerged in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable. Meanwhile, the essence within his meridians became noticeably fuller. The tiny cluster of essence that had only just coalesced yesterday had subtly grown stronger. Liu's eyes widened, surprise evident on his face. Last night, he had officially embarked on the path of cultivation, spending an entire evening inhaling and exhaling, only managing to absorb a minuscule amount of spiritual energy from the air. But the single golden strawberry he had just eaten contained far more essence than what he could gather from staying up all night, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of times more. In other words, this single strawberry provided him with the progress equivalent to cultivating for dozens of days. His heart brimming with fervor, such a powerful strawberry was worth not just 100 points, but even 1,000 points would be worthwhile. However, the yield of golden strawberries was significantly lower than that of ordinary strawberries. A single strawberry vine bore only 3 fruits. Even so, it was already enough to satisfy Liu. Possessing such extraordinary strawberries, his path of cultivation would surely be smooth, wouldn't it? Achieving surpassing growth through shortcuts would then be effortless. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 66. Conceal your wealth. Liu's lips curled into a grin that nearly reached his ears. At this moment, a voice rang out in an awkward mix of laughter and tears. What are you standing here grinning at like a fool? Princess Anyu walked gracefully from afar, her radiant face bright with joy, dressed in a purple dress that made her look like a fairy. Wow, which fairy is this? Is the celestial realm descending upon us? Princess Anyu's cheeks turned red as she quickly turned her head away, but Liu clearly saw the side of her face full of mirth. You guy, all you know is how to flatter. A faint fragrance wafted over as Princess Anyu crossed her arms, her shoulders almost touching Liu's. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Seriously? After just one night, it's already grown so much? What method did you use for cultivation? Do I even need to explain my gardening skills? Growing these kinds of things is a piece of cake. It's almost a waste of talent. Princess Anyu's expression became peculiar as she suddenly said, So, why did you make such a big deal about cultivating strawberries when you were selling them before? You kept emphasizing how difficult it was and how rare they were. But now your words completely contradict what you said then. Liu had been brimming with confidence in the moment before, but the next second he was checkmated by Princess Anyu. His mouth twitched awkwardly as he responded. Business is business, no honesty needed, right? You. Princess Anyu shook her head like a tambourine, eyes filled with helplessness, seemingly expecting this response. I roughly guessed before, though the speed at which you cultivate these fruits and vegetables still surprises me. By the way, what were you laughing at earlier? I'll show you something good. In a burst of excitement, Liu acted without thinking, lifting his hand and grabbing Princess Anyu's arm, dragging her towards the golden strawberries. Princess Yu's cheeks reddened slightly, yet she didn't resist, murmuring, "What is it? So exciting. Take a look at this." Right before them stood a seemingly ordinary strawberry plant, bearing only 2 fruits that glimmered faintly with a golden luster under the sunlight. "What is this? A strawberry? Why does it have such a low fruiting rate? Don't worry about it. Just try one first." Liu plucked one and handed it to Princess Yu, looking eagerly at her. Previously, whenever Princess Yu wanted to eat strawberries, Liu would transform into a slime merchant, selling them at high prices. Now, however, he offered them to her with unexpected warmth, leaving her somewhat uneasy. Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, she questioned, "Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? Is there something wrong with this strawberry?" Liu almost spat blood, pounding his chest and feigning anger. "Do you even realize how precious this strawberry is? Seriously, treating someone's kindness like horse liver. If you don't want it, then I'll eat it." Liu swiftly raised his hand to snatch the golden strawberry back, causing Princess Yu to giggle softly, sidestep lightly, and bite into the strawberry. The strawberry was as big as half a baby's fist. Princess Yu took 3 or 4 bites before swallowing it down. She smacked her lips and commented, "Not bad. It feels like the taste of this strawberry is stronger than the regular ones. Very tasty. However, its low fruiting rate feels a bit wasteful. Seems like a loss." Liu simply watched Princess Yu with a smile on his face, not responding. Initially puzzled, Princess Yu's expression soon shifted to alarm as her wide eyes stared in shock, whispering, "Something strange. I feel there's a surge of energy inside this strawberry. So pure, it feels like more than what I can gain in several days of my own cultivation practice." Looking shocked at the strawberry with its golden rim, she exclaimed, "Certainly, wouldn't you say? You're right. All this is thanks to the golden strawberry. The flavor isn't much different from regular strawberries, but it contains highly refined energy that can be absorbed directly by humans to temper themselves. It's approximately equivalent to tens of days of cultivation progress, and probably more than 100 days for me." The shock in Princess Yu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by seriousness. Glancing around cautiously, she blocked herself in front of the golden strawberries, gripping Liu's arm firmly, and said solemnly, "Listen to me, Liu. What's the cost to cultivate these golden strawberries? How many can you produce? Each time my golden strawberry consumes 100 points of merit, yielding only 3 fruits. With my improved Huntian decisive technique, I estimate the remaining merits will let me plant 20 to 30 times. The cost might not be huge, but it's not negligible either." After a moment of contemplation, Liu responded with some concealment to Princess Yu. The cost is still quite substantial. It definitely can't be mass-produced like regular strawberries. They will always remain rare, given their effects." Liu's response was rather vague. Princess Yu said solemnly, "Liu, listen carefully. Regarding this golden strawberry, if you're going to grow it, absolutely do not let outsiders know about it. How many people know about the golden strawberries at the moment? This thing is something I've just recently cultivated, and right now, only you know about it." Princess Yu's pupils dilated slightly as her beautiful face flushed with a faint red hue. She nodded, "That's good. Liu, in our Tang dynasty, there is an exceedingly precious item that is worth 1,000 gold pieces and far more valuable than any gold or jewels. This item is called the elixir. The process of refining elixirs is extremely complex and demanding, and only those with exceptional talent can become elixir refiners. And from what I know, currently even the most skilled elixir masters among prestigious families can produce at best elixirs that equate to around 10 days of cultivation progress. If problems arise during the process, causing flaws in the elixirs, they may barely match a few days' worth of cultivation progress. Despite this, countless people flock to these elixir masters, flattering and ingratiating themselves. Do you understand my meaning?" Liu gave a reply, looking at Princess Yu. "I get it. Your point is that I should keep my wealth hidden, right?" "Exactly. Your golden strawberry is practically equivalent to an exceptionally high-quality elixir. If someone with ill intentions finds out about your golden strawberries, you will inevitably be dragged into a massive storm, and it will be hard to extricate yourself afterward. If possible, I hope you don't tell anyone else. In matters like this, one must guard against everyone." Seeing the serious expression on Princess Yu's elegant and refined features, Liu couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling increasingly close to Princess Yu. "Rest assured, for now, I'll only tell you about this matter. In a way, this counts as a little secret between the two of us." Chapter 67, Mutual Indifference. Liu winked at himself, his voice filled with provocation. A flush of crimson instantly climbed from Princess Anyu's collarbone to her cheeks. Even her ears turned so red it seemed they might bleed. Unexpectedly, Princess Anu didn't act coy this time, but instead shyly and nervously accepted. Liu stepped forward and picked the last fruit from the gold strawberry plant. As the last fruit fell, the entire plant withered instantly, turning into powder and disappearing in the breeze. Liu exclaimed in wonder, holding the gold strawberry as he walked over to Princess Anu and handed it to her saying, "This is the last one. I'll give it to you to eat. Thank you for your help these past few days." Princess Anu was clearly quite surprised and startled, stepping back a bit, a flicker of desire passing through her beautiful eyes before she resolutely shook her head. "No, this strawberry is far too precious. Eating it would be an unforgivable waste. You should keep it yourself." She firmly rejected the golden strawberry. Liu sighed with a mix of laughter and bitterness, shaking his head. "What's this talk about waste? Whether you eat it or I do, isn't it all the same? I can still grow more. Surely I won't neglect myself. No, I say no, and that's final. Princess Anyu tilted her head up, her deep azure eyes looking directly at Liu seriously. Your cultivation is far inferior to mine, and your skills are outdated. You need this kind of energy supplement. I already ate one from you earlier, for which I am very grateful. This one, you must eat it. Seemingly to prevent Liu from refusing again, Princess Anyu added. Or, if you think you're stronger than me, I wouldn't object to a little contest either. This girl, looking down on me, huh? Wait till I eat 100 gold strawberries and beat you to pulp. Liu laughed awkwardly and had no choice but to take the gold strawberry back, sighing helplessly. All right, you win. People like me who lack both power and status, what rights do we have? Seeing Liu sigh deeply, Princess Anyu couldn't help but laugh lightly, stepping forward to grab Liu's arm, and said, Don't be disheartened, I will help you. With the effect of this strawberry plus my dedicated tutoring, you will definitely grow stronger. Report. Princess, someone outside requests to see you. They claim to be from the Xiuxian residence, and their name is Liu Xue. A servant suddenly arrived, kneeling on one knee to deliver the report. Upon hearing this name, Princess Anyu frowned slightly. Knowing she didn't like Liu Xue, Liu laughed casually and immediately said, All right, Princess Anyu. These remaining strawberries are growing strong and don't require further management for now. Since I've been away from home for a day, and since Xue has come looking for me, I'll return with her. I'll accompany you to the entrance. Walking to the door, they saw someone pale-faced with a hint of worry. Upon seeing Liu approach, her face lit up, and she hurried forward to grasp his hand. Master, you were indeed here. Why did you not return yesterday? I was extremely worried. Touched in his heart, just as Liu was about to step forward, Princess Anyu suddenly shifted left abruptly, blocking stiffly between them. She remarked nonchalantly, Yesterday, I encountered the king of Qi halfway along the road. Thinking our lands might still be in disuse, I invited him to stay temporarily. There's no reason for this young lady to be so worried. The security of my estate is still solid. Liu Xue's eyes narrowed, becoming like a mother cat about to fluff up her fur. However, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of fresh wounds on the exposed skin of Liu's arm. Shocked, she asked, Master, what's this? Are you hurt? Who injured you? Liu Xue was now genuinely alarmed. She bypassed Princess Anyu straight away, standing before Liu, carefully examining his injuries. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she angrily glared at Princess Anyu, gritting her teeth. Master, was someone abusing you? Fear not. You're also the king of Qi, a royal family member. Even the princess cannot treat you like this. The implication of her words was quite clear, causing Princess Anyu's eyebrows to rise sharply, her azure eyes gleaming brightly as an aura of authority began swirling around her body. Recently, during her private time with Liu, Princess Anyu had always acted obediently like a regular young girl, making Liu almost forget that when it came to outsiders, she remained the severe and stern princess. To prevent conflict between the two women, Liu quickly interposed himself between them, laughing awkwardly. No, Xue, you're mistaken. This wound has quite a story behind it. I'll explain everything when I get back. Princess Anyu not only didn't harm me, but also protected me. I actually owe her a great favor this time. Liu Xue snorted coldly, her vigilance directed towards Princess Anyu without any sign of improvement in her attitude. Princess Anyu was inwardly angry, her hand showing slight traces of green veins as she suppressed her rising temper. Recalling their previous conflict over hot pot, she ultimately restrained herself, deciding not to look at Liu Xue. Turning her head towards Liu, she said, Prince Qi, yesterday I saw you selling strawberries at your residence's gate, which is far too noisy and inconvenient. Have you considered finding a shop to sell them? This gave Liu a bit of inspiration. After all, he had already made a substantial profit from his first batch of strawberry sales. Purchasing a shop in the capital as a base might not be so difficult. You make a good point. Later, I'll find time to look for a shop and see if I can buy one. Thanks, Princess Anyu. Well, should I leave then? Seeing Liu trying to leave in such a hurry, Princess Anyu revealed a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes, but took out a key and handed it to Liu. It's unnecessary. When my father originally granted me this mansion, he also provided a nearby shop along with it. However, I have no need for it. So Prince Qi, if you don't mind, I'll give the shop to you. Buying a shop in the capital is quite challenging due to the high value of every inch of land. After hesitating for a moment, Liu accepted the key and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Princess Anyu. If there's ever an opportunity, I will certainly return the favor. There's no need. Princess Anyu slightly lowered her eyelids and spoke softly. What you've given me is worth far more than this. Farewell, Prince Qi. After finishing her words, Princess Anyu turned around and returned directly to her own residence. Liu walked with Liu Xue towards his residence. Seeing signs of fatigue on Liu Xue's face, he couldn't help but pat her head tenderly and said, Xue, you've worked hard. Last night, Princess Anyu insisted I rest at her place, and everything went fine, so please don't worry. Do you know? Master, something happened at the office today. Jiang Feng, Mr. Jiang, was arrested, and his family properties were seized. Do you know what this is about? Hearing this, a gleam of satisfaction flashed across Liu's eyes as he coldly chuckled. Say, of course I know, and this matter has some connection to me. Chapter 68, Opening a Store. Yesterday, I went back to their village with that aunt to treat her child, and on the way back, we were ambushed by Jiang Feng. Liu Xue was greatly shocked and exclaimed, Then, did anything happen to you, master? Liu couldn't help but laugh through his tears as he gave Liu Xue's smooth forehead a gentle flick, saying helplessly, The question you asked is just absurd. If something had happened to me, would I still be standing in front of you talking to you? Lu Shuai winced, covering her forehead, while looking at Li Yu with teary eyes. I'm fine, all thanks to Princess and you. Jiang Feng brought a lot of soldiers, and there was also a Taoist priest who could perform magic, and they were quite powerful. My own skills were not enough, and when I was about to face danger, Princess and you arrived and saved me while subduing Jiang Feng. Her eyes filled with worry. Lu Shuai clenched her teeth and glared at Li Yu with resentment. Master, I told you yesterday that I wanted to go with you, but you refused me, saying that nothing would happen. If it weren't for Princess and you this time, you might have really. By this point, Lu Shuai almost couldn't speak, and after a long pause, she finally said resolutely, Master, no matter what you say next time, I will stay by your side. Even if you think there's absolutely no danger in what you're doing, I will follow you, and even if you tell me to leave, I won't go. There was no need for that woman, Princess and you, to come and help you this time. Li Yu couldn't help laughing and couldn't resist teasing her. Then when I used the bathroom, what about that? Lu Shuai's face immediately turned bright red, glaring at Li Yu, lowering her head while blushing shyly. If necessary, I'll follow you even then. Ha! When the two returned to the mansion, there were already crowds of people gathered at the mansion gates, murmuring complaints. Why hasn't the Prince of Qi arrived yet? Are strawberries going to be sold today or not? Please don't cancel. I've waited all morning. Yes, yesterday I missed them, so today I must come and try some. Please don't stop selling. Seeing Li Yu and Lu Shuai approaching, the crowd immediately erupted into excitement, surrounding Li Yu. They called out eagerly, Prince Qi, do you still have any strawberries left? Please help, I really want to try some. Compared to the first day, when everyone buying strawberries were nobles, today clearly saw an increase in the number of merchants and ordinary people. Although strawberries were expensive, for rich merchants, it wasn't entirely impossible to buy a taste. Li Yu pushed through the crowd, stood at the mansion gate, and simply announced, Friends, I'm a bit late today. Actually, I've been preparing a shop. My estate is far from the city center. It takes quite a bit of effort for everyone to get here. And with such congestion and lack of order, to give you all the best shopping experience possible, I got up before dawn and rushed to the capital city to buy a shop. From now on, my strawberries can be bought within the capital city. People were deeply moved, cheering loudly, and their liking for Li Yu increased significantly. On the side, Lu Shuai, who knew the truth, had her lips twitching slightly. She didn't know where her master had learned these words. Despite having disappointed others, they still showed gratitude toward him. With Shui dating carrying a large number of supplies, Li Yu proceeded according to the address, finding the store that Princess and Yu had given him. When he opened the door, the store space was huge. The entrance alone could accommodate dozens of people. Inside, though empty, was spacious, seemingly cleaned up in advance, and infrastructure like shelves had already been set up. Li Yu was extremely pleased and immediately placed the strawberries and grapes on the shelves, beginning sales right away. Having a proper shop obviously stirred greater purchasing fervor among customers. The queue was orderly, and sales efficiency was significantly higher. As daytime slipped away quietly, Li Yu not only sold a large quantity of grapes and strawberries, but also launched the day's new product, spicy peanuts, attracting many alcoholic customers. He estimated that tomorrow, the storefront would be besieged again by these thirsty customers. As the twilight sun shone down, Li Yu prepared to close up the store, sending off the large crowd of reluctant customers outside, and started tidying up the goods inside the store. At this moment, a shadow fell over him, obstructing his view. Li Yu looked up, and standing in front of him was a fairly handsome-looking young man, whose eyes currently revealed a faint contemptuous look at him. Li Yu couldn't fully understand the meaning behind this gaze. Maybe it was just an expression of innate superiority, but he stood up and said, I've closed the store for today. If there's something you'd like to buy, please come back tomorrow. I'm not here to buy anything. This young man acted as if the place belonged to him, walking straight in and sitting casually in a chair inside the shop, crossing one leg over the other as he introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shun Mang, and I am the son of the Shun family traders. As Shun Mang continued speaking, he noticed Li Yu's eyes filled with confusion, and a few black lines flickered across his forehead. Irritated, Shun Mang said, You haven't heard of the Shun family traders? Impossible. The Shun family traders? What's that? Never heard of it. TCH, clearly a nouveau riche with limited horizons. Shun Mang mumbled under his breath. After Li Yu began cultivating, his senses became sharp. Even though Shun Mang's voice was low, every word still rang clearly in Li Yu's ears. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as his tone grew impatient. Just spit it out already. Stop your nonsense. Old man has more important things to do. Shun Mang snorted coldly but held back his dissatisfaction, reluctantly continuing. Fine then, let me cut straight to the chase. I've come to offer you a great opportunity, a big business deal. So treat me well, humph. Li Yu gave an icy laugh before flopping down on a chair opposite Shun Mang, mirroring his pose. It wasn't disdain. It was simply because with the vegetable cultivation system at his disposal, he had countless rare fruits. What need did he have for this so-called big business? And with Shun Mang being so arrogant, what could possibly come out of it? Go ahead and fart some more lies. I'm incredibly busy. Just look at how small your shop is, and the pitiful customer traffic. Even if you own something as remarkable as strawberries, you won't make much money. Why not consider our Shun family traders instead? We're not far from here, and we have an excellent reputation and plenty of storefronts. You can entrust us to sell your products. Isn't this mutually beneficial? The profits would be many times higher than what you're currently earning. Li Yu chuckled upon hearing this. Wasn't this just like a modern-day agent system? It was indeed commendable that someone in this era could think of such a concept. But this guy clearly seemed clueless. Such a brilliant idea couldn't have originated from his brain. A wonderful proposal. But how is the profit distributed? Chapter 69, Shun Family Merchants. When Xin Mang saw that Li Yu seemed interested, he immediately rejoiced, and his arrogant demeanor grew even more pronounced. He held up 2 fingers. What do you mean? 2 8 split? 2 for you and 8 for me. Xin Mang hesitated, then coldly snorted. What? Are you daydreaming again? We let you use the resources of our family's merchant network for free, and you're asking for 80%? That's pure nonsense. It's 2 for you and 8 for us. Profit. The Shun family merchants take 80%. Li Yu was genuinely confused by him and burst out laughing, his laughter full of unvarnished mockery. Not quite. Though I don't know where you learned this agent marketing theory from, you've clearly only mastered its superficial aspects. Do I need your so-called Shun family merchant network resources? Don't you see how many people line up outside my door every day to buy strawberries? The real value lies in our family strawberries, not in your Shun family resources. Li Yu's words made Xin Mang turn red with embarrassment. As the young master of a wealthy family, he'd always been used to looking down on others and had never experienced such humiliation. Enraged, he slammed the table and glared at Li Yu. You're just some peasant who hit it big overnight. What do you have to be arrogant about? These strawberries were just an accident for you, weren't they? Once the novelty wears off, your strawberries will be worthless junk. Just wait until their price drops, and no one will bother with them anymore. Li Yu raised an eyebrow and remained silent, knowing well there would always be such self-deluding types as these. Compared to Li Yu's calmness, Lu Xue clearly felt indignant on his behalf. She said coldly, who says no one will bother with them? My master strawberries have even been presented during morning court sessions. They were even praised by the emperor himself. Such extraordinary items will always be the center of attention, wherever they go. Li Yu waved a hand to indicate that Lu Xue shouldn't get worked up, and mocked. Don't get angry, Xue. People like him exist everywhere. Look, now the property prices in the capital city are sky high, right? For someone like him, he'll never admit it. He'll delude himself into thinking that house prices are all bubbles and will eventually come crashing down. There's no point arguing with such people. Xin Mang widened his eyes and panted heavily, gritting his teeth. Besides shooting your mouth off, what else can you do, farmer? Take a look at your pitiful store. Is it even 1/4 the size of my Shen family's operations? Li Yu didn't bother responding and pointed to the door. That's right, everything you said is true. Now we're busy doing our own things here. This shop doesn't welcome you, and we reject your ridiculous offer. Can you please leave already? Don't make me throw you out with a broom. This dismissive disdain further infuriated Xin Mang, whose youthful arrogance flared up as he growled. I'm not leaving. What can you possibly do to me? I dare you. Before he could finish, Li Yu stood up suddenly and laughed. What can I do to you? Didn't I say it clearly before? If you keep bothering me, I'll throw you out with a broom. While saying this, Li Yu moved his hand like lightning and grabbed Xin Mang by the collar. Xin Mang was startled but reacted quickly enough to grab Li Yu's wrist in retaliation. But to his shock, Li Yu's hand was as unshakable as a steel clamp. No matter how hard Xin Mang struggled, it didn't budge even slightly. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged through Li Yu's arm, pressing down on Xin Mang like a mountain. He lost all strength to resist, his 180 centimeters body becoming powerless under Li Yu's single arm, unable to put up any kind of fight. His body soared upward, the wind roaring past his ears, and exactly as Li Yu had said, Xin Mang flew away like a kite cut loose, moving extremely fast until his back crashed into a wooden table near the door. The sturdy wooden table shattered instantly under the force, turning into countless splinters. Ah! A cry of pain echoed outside. Li Yu brushed his palms and said calmly, since the shop doesn't have a broom ready, I'll just substitute with my hands. Lu Xue watched with wide, water-bright eyes, her expression peculiar. She murmured softly, Master, your strength seems much greater than before, right? This guy probably weighs over 100 pounds, yet when he struggled, you just tossed him out with one hand. That's absolutely true. Li Yu proudly smiled, saying, I'm now a martial artist. On the other side, Xin Mang, after being hurled out, tumbled on the ground for a bit, his face covered in dirt as he climbed back up from the floor. He glared venomously at Li Yu's shop, but dared not cause trouble again. Tisk, you're nothing but a lucky peasant who got rich overnight. Just wait till my sister comes. She'll crush you easily. With excruciating pain in his right leg and spine, Xin Mang limped toward another direction until a luxuriously decorated shop came into view. More like an extravagant building than a mere store, it towered at the most bustling corner of the street, with its golden-tiled roofs glinting under the sunlight. The entire structure was 3 stories high. Above the entrance hung a colossal sign. Xin Family Merchants. Groaning, Xin Mang stepped inside. It was already closed for business, and the lighting inside was dim. Someone inside heard his groan, glanced over, and asked indifferently, Are you injured? Baring his teeth in hatred, Xin Mang replied angrily. That blasted upstart hit me without reason. He's just a farmer. But, sister, we need to seize his business. Since he set up shop here, our own business has been hit hard. How can you stay seated calmly? It's not that I'm sitting still. I'm thinking through a plan, she said calmly. You rushed off there, and naturally they wouldn't agree with your proposal. You'd better watch your words next time. Some thoughts are best left unsaid. Remember, no matter what, he is the Prince of Qi and related to royalty. To put it bluntly, if you truly upset him, he could beat or cripple you. And that would be all there is to it. Clutching his teeth tightly after being scolded by his sister, Xin Mang plopped down on the ground in frustration, breathing heavily as he said, I don't care about all that. Sister, how can you stand watching while this Liu beats up your brother? This is odd. Rumors say Liu is a mild-mannered man beloved by the people. If you were merely discussing cooperation, why did he strike you? Did you mention my agency proposal to him? What was his response? What conditions did you offer? The shadow concealed in the dimness fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, methodical and logical. Humping slightly, Shen Meng retorted bitterly, of course, I mentioned it. He seemed quite impressed with the idea. I remember he even expressed surprise and said whoever came up with the plan was indeed wise. But then, judging from my appearance, he deduced that it certainly wasn't my brainchild. Chapter 70 Tropical Crops. The person in the dimness chuckled, her laughter like a silver bell, and her shoulders were slightly trembling due to her laughter. Anything else? What else did he say? He also said that, in this era, it's indeed rare to come up with such an idea. Oh yes, after hearing my summary, he accurately mentioned the term proxy operation, exactly as you said. Sister Shen Meng narrowed her eyes, the light in them revealing cunning and a hint of agility. At that moment, her eyes were filled with intense curiosity. This guy, it seems he isn't completely incompetent. How much profit did you offer him? If he highly evaluated this idea, logically speaking, even if he refused, he wouldn't resort to violence. I told him about the 80-20 split, with me getting 80% and him 20. He was so angry that he laughed and immediately refused to continue the discussion. Shen Meng's sister hesitated for a moment, then giggled nonstop. She put down a small plant she had been holding and walked out from the darkness. Wearing a black qipao, her figure swayed gracefully, slender and elegant, with a waist as delicate as could be. She looked extremely beautiful. Her lips were red as if painted, and her eyes held a deep autumnal allure. The most charming detail was the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, which gave her smile a unique flair. That's why people beat you. It's not entirely their fault. An 80-20 split. If it were my Liu, I'd have someone throw you out. Huh? Why? Sister, we've always used the 80-20 split when we approached other stores to act as our agents, with us taking 80%. The woman sighed softly, her eyes faintly expressing disappointment. She patiently explained. The shops we previously approached were all on the verge of bankruptcy with very little profit. They had no negotiation power. Allowing them to be our agents was already a great favor, so we could demand a lion's share. But for Liu's store, customers flow continuously in front of his shop. It's a golden treasure. Does his store need our Shen family resources? Absolutely not. So, we should offer substantial profits. We're practically begging them. The 80-20 split should be reversed. We take 20% and give them 80%. Even then, it would be difficult. As for your suggestion of 80-20 in your favor, that just wouldn't work. Shen Meng was stunned. Having innate respect and admiration for his sister, he frowned and complained. Sister, what you said is almost identical to Liu's words, though I don't fully understand. The woman's eyes brightened as she muttered to herself. This Liu has some depth too. I originally thought he only dealt with agriculture, but didn't expect him to have such keen business acumen. Truly surprising. Then, sister, does that mean we stop countering him? Just let him snatch our business. Who said that? The woman glared at Shen Meng reproachfully, adding, of course we need to counter him, but you're still not good enough compared to him, so I'll handle it personally. I want to see how skilled this so-called Prince Qi really is. Since he refuses to be our agent, we won't insist. Tell me, what's the biggest advantage of his strawberries? Shen Meng pondered for a long time before shaking his head helplessly. I can't figure it out. The biggest advantage is the monopoly, meaning no other shop possesses it, allowing him to inflate prices and sell ordinary fruit at exorbitant rates. If I could obtain the seeds and planting method, then I can grow strawberries too. Then, the initiative will completely shift into our hands. Liu simply regarded today's event as a trivial episode, unaware that he had caught the attention of a certain woman. He was used to being a laid-back manager and couldn't possibly watch over his dilapidated store every day. The next day, he entrusted Xue Dating to handle the heavy lifting. The system had unlocked a batch of tropical plants, and Liu, unable to contain his eagerness, found his own land already fully occupied. Hence, he began coveting Princess Anyu's land. Since Lu Xue and Princess Anyu had long-standing animosity towards each other, Liu tried tirelessly to prevent conflict between them. After nearly writing a full-length thesis arguing for the safety of Princess Anyu's estate, he finally convinced Lu Xue not to follow him. Princess Anyu, for Liu's convenience, had already instructed the guards at the gate, ensuring Liu's free access to her residence. Arriving by the land, there was still plenty of open space. Immediately, Liu planted sugarcane and coconuts. He anticipated that once these were successfully cultivated, it would trigger a new wave of trends. One by one, his fruits were novel and delectable. The officials and commoners in the capital city, get ready to be robbed of their silver by me. To test the new varieties, Liu specially used the precious 10-year spring powder. The seeds sprouted vigorously the instant they were planted. The main stems rose dramatically, akin to bamboo poles, surpassing Liu's height in mere seconds. On one side were the slender sugarcane stalks, while on the other, trees with trunks about as thick as a thigh. These were coconut trees. Once the coconut trees had fully grown, their banana-like leaves spread out to form a shaded area. Liu leaped nimbly up the sturdy trunk and plucked a coconut. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, not too intense, but warm and comfortable, making him feel relaxed. Unfortunately, straws did not exist in this era, so Liu cracked a small corner off the coconut shell, shaping it into a cup-like form before he began drinking heartily. Compared to regular coconuts, this one was even sweeter and richer, almost as if part of the flesh had melted into the liquid inside. It had a creamy texture like milk and tasted distinctly of coconut water. As Liu drank, his mind started to haze over, and he dozed off under the coconut tree. Just as he drifted off, a clear and amazed voice sounded nearby. Wow, what is this? I didn't see it here this morning. Such a big tree. Liu jolted awake, standing up abruptly only to nearly bump into someone. A soft body collided with him, landing right in his arms, giving him such a strong impact that he barely managed to keep his balance. Hey, who are you? Why did you bump into me and take advantage of me? Though Liu complained aloud, his body was rather honest, rubbing against her twice shamelessly, savoring the pleasure. You? The person was furious, murderous intent surging within them as a radiant azure light formed in their palm. You shameless rogue, whoever you are, you deserve to die. An icy chill of death approached, causing Liu to shiver involuntarily. The initially pleasant mood vanished instantly as he thought. This girl is serious. If I get hit, I'm done for. The strike came faster than lightning, almost reaching Liu. Chapter 71 Coconut. Liu was greatly alarmed, screaming inwardly that his life was over. At this moment, the shadow in front of him seemed to catch a glimpse of Liu's face, his pupils contracting as he hastily withdrew his attack, having already dissipated most of the palm strike's power. Even so, Liu still felt himself struck by an enormous force, his body flying up and crashing into a heap of strawberry seedlings behind him, leaving them askew. Finally, his spine collided heavily with the coconut tree, shaking it violently. A coconut fell from above, hitting Liu squarely on the head without a trace of deviation. Well, this is utterly unlucky. Are you alright? The person before him rushed forward, crouching in front of Liu with concern. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I wasn't prepared. I didn't expect anyone to be lying under this tree. You startled me, and out of reflex, I attacked. Are you hurt? Liu barely opened his eyes, only to see a beautiful, dazzling face appear in front of him. Her azure eyes were filled with apology and worry. It was Princess Xuanhuan. This little wench hit too hard. If she hadn't pulled her strength, he would have likely been killed by that single palm strike. And then who would grow free strawberries for her? Feeling aggrieved in his heart, Liu decided to play a trick. He pretended to be gravely injured, his voice weak and trembling as he supported his chest. On you. I feel like I'm not going to make it. I can't breathe. My lungs must be damaged by your strike. Can't catch my breath. I think I'm dying. These strawberries will now pass on to you. Seeing Liu's apparent last breaths, Princess Xuanhuan's sense of judgment and thinking rapidly deteriorated under panic, believing it to be true. She grabbed his hand, almost in tears, murmuring anxiously. You, don't be afraid. Liu, don't close your eyes. It's all my fault. Let me transfer some essence to you. You'll be fine. A wave of fragrant scent rushed into his nostrils as Princess Xuanhuan voluntarily embraced him, leaning her entire body toward him. Her tender palms pressed against Liu's chest, ready to transmit her essence to heal his internal injuries. With the sweet warmth of her pressing against him, Liu momentarily lost control, his heart pounding, feeling as though it would leap out of his chest. No need. Actually, I was just joking with you. Haha. Unwilling to continue the farce, Liu abruptly stood up. Princess Xuanhuan was stunned, staring at Liu in astonishment for quite a while, before finally realizing what had happened. A blush spread across her fair face, extending even to her ears, looking as though they might bleed. Tears moistened her eyes, whether from grievance or embarrassment, it was unclear. With gritted teeth, she stamped her foot and muttered, Liu, you scoundrel. All you do is bully me. I'm so angry at you. In her fury, her fists rained down on Liu's chest like raindrops, yet they lacked force, painless and ineffectual, akin to a massage. Recalling how formerly unsmiling and stern she had been when her backside was whipped until raw, and seeing her now pouting like a young girl blaming him for bullying her, an odd sensation rose within Liu. Alright, it's my fault. Don't be mad. Actually, your blow did land on me, and my chest still hurts. I am the patient here. You can't abuse the sick. Upon hearing these words, Princess Xuanhuan sheepishly lowered her fists. Seeing a small red lump swell on Liu's head next to a fallen coconut, and noting his slightly disheveled hair, she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. But soon after laughing, she realized it was inappropriate, and quickly diverted her gaze shyly, saying, You, why can't you behave properly? What were you doing lurking under this tree? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Liu could only sigh bitterly and retorted helplessly. What did I do wrong by sleeping under the tree? I was farming, got tired, so decided to rest a bit under the tree. You didn't notice me and nearly stepped on me. This is your fault. Why am I always getting hit? It's truly unfair. Through this string of specious reasoning, twisting the facts, and speaking nonsense, Liu left Princess Xuanhuan speechless. After glaring at him once, she replied, Wasn't I scared? Suddenly, a figure darted into view with such unruly limbs. I thought it was a criminal. Haha. What kind of criminal would dare enter Princess Xuanhuan's courtyard? Isn't that suicidal? Thrown into confusion by Liu's pun, Princess Xuanhuan chose not to dwell further on the matter. She glanced at the round, wooden-feeling fruit on the ground and asked curiously, What is this thing? Yesterday, there was nothing here, but today, there's this towering tree. What sort of magic did you use? Princess Xuanhuan had long since become accustomed to Liu's peculiar abilities. Liu chuckled again, eager to showcase one of his favorite treasures. Since a coconut had fortuitously fallen earlier, he wouldn't need to climb the tree for it. Picking up the coconut from the ground, Liu wiped it clean and handed it over to Princess Xuanhuan, saying, This is a new type of fruit I've developed. You must never have seen it. New fruit. This big. Can I eat it right away? Princess Anyu blinked her eyes and, looking surprisingly innocent, opened her delicate mouth to give an experimental bite on the surface of the coconut. The hard shell resisted her entirely, offering no flavor at all. Furrowing her brows, she questioned in confusion, "What exactly is this thing? It seems like I can't eat it." "That's not how you consume it." Liu shook his head, deliberately making things seem mysterious as he explained, rather than being something to eat. "This thing is more about drinking. Let me teach you how." Liu struck the top of the coconut with considerable force. Immediately, the hard coconut cracked open, forming a small opening that slightly protruded outward, just perfect for sucking from. Once cracked, a gentle shake caused a pleasant sound of water inside rolling around. Curiously peering inside, Princess Anyu exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's all water inside. Such an amazing fruit. It could be used as a container." "This water is the essence of the fruit," Liu encouraged Princess Anyu. "Go ahead, Princess, taste it." Without waiting for Liu to finish, Princess Anyu eagerly lifted the coconut to her cherry-like lips. The clear and sweet juice flowed into her mouth. Having been rather thirsty after rushing from the palace, this sensation was akin to fresh spring water revitalizing parched land, refreshing her thoroughly. Her mind filled with delight, Princess Anyu's eyes widened. "Fantastic, it's such an incredible taste, slightly sweet, but also uniquely distinct, like." Princess Anyu knitted her eyebrows while pondering, searching her memory for a match to this strange flavor. Chapter 72 Corrupting the Princess. Seeing Princess Anyu deep in thought, Liu couldn't help but laugh. "Milk? Yes, that's it." Princess Anyu excitedly jumped up and down, looking at Liu with surprise. "Have you had milk?" According to reason, only people from the western regions like to drink this kind of stuff. People in the capital don't really drink this. "Do you even know who I am?" "Not just milk. I've also had goat's milk and camel's milk, HMPF. You're just showing off." Princess Anyu extended her pink little tongue, licking her lips lightly, then sucking hard again. The coconut water was sweet and refreshing, not cloying at all, and there was a faint aroma that instantly won Princess Anyu's heart. "How about it? Is it good? This level of sweetness should be just right for someone like you with a light palate, right?" I really like it." Rarely did Princess Anyu, who was always proud and aloof, become so candid. She took 2 sips and unconsciously handed the coconut to Liu, saying, "You've been planting here all along, haven't you? You must be exhausted. I've had enough. Haven't you had any yet? Do you want to drink some?" Liu froze, looking at the small indentation on the coconut where she had sipped from. Then he looked up at Princess Anyu's tender lips, feeling somewhat startled. What does this little one mean? Is she going to indirectly kiss me? Princess Anyu hadn't thought about it that much until she saw Liu staring dumbfounded at her lips. Realizing the implications, she quickly pulled the coconut back, her face turning red as she felt her head heating up. She started talking incoherently. "I didn't mean it like that. You misunderstood me. I was just considerate because I thought you might be tired or something. I didn't think that far, nor should you. Anyway, I didn't have that intention." Looking at Princess Anyu's behavior, Liu could barely suppress his laughter and said, Yeah, I get it. To prevent Princess Anyu from being awkward, Liu quickly changed the topic, taking her to another side where sugar canes were planted, saying, "This is the second new crop I've grown." Blushing all over, Princess Anyu pretended to look at the sugarcane seriously to hide her embarrassment and asked, "What is this thing? The trunk is so thin, and there are no fruits on top. Where are the fruits?" Its trunk actually is the fruit." Liu broke a piece of sugarcane by hand. Juice instantly flowed out from the broken place. This system-exclusive sugarcane was juicier than ordinary ones, and the whole body had softened, not requiring too much force to bite into it, akin to cotton candy filled with sweet water. "See if it suits your taste." A sweet fragrance spread around. Liu peeled off the sugarcane skin, revealing the white inside, and handed it to Princess Anyu. Princess Anyu hesitated left and right, unsure how to start. After a moment of hesitation, she opened her mouth slightly and barely managed to enclose the entire sugarcane inside. Her cheeks puffed out, and she unconsciously sucked on it. This sight made Liu's blood rush, heat flooding his brain, almost making him lose control. His nose tingled, and blood dripped down immediately. When Princess Anyu noticed, she was shocked and hurriedly put down the sugarcane, exclaiming, "What happened? Are you all right, Liu?" I'm fine. Liu waved his hand and laughed bitterly while breaking off a section of sugarcane himself to demonstrate. "Sugarcane isn't eaten like this. Watch me, you have to bite it." With a crunch, Liu bit off a small piece of sugarcane. Upon chewing, the juice filled his mouth, incredibly sweet. Princess Anyu followed Liu's example and took a bite. As she chewed, she frowned and said, "This is also very sweet, but it's so hard to chew. I can't swallow it." "Don't swallow it. This sugarcane is meant to taste its juice. Since sugarcane is basically woody structure, similar to wood shavings, it's normal that you can't swallow it. Just spit it out." "Ah, I see." Princess Anyu nodded slightly. She then took a handkerchief from her bosom. Her face blushed, slightly turning away from Liu's eyes, intending to quietly wrap the chewed sugarcane bits in the handkerchief. Seeing this, Liu burst into laughter, shaking his head. "Actually, spitting here is fine. This sugarcane is wooden and will decompose into nutrients when discarded in the soil, which will return and nourish the trees themselves. So spitting it here instead is less wasteful. I certainly won't do that." For Princess Anyu, since childhood, she had been taught to be a lady. Spitting in front of others was something she absolutely wouldn't do. She shook her head like a rattle drum and said, "That's too impolite. Even if only you see it, I still won't spit." What's all this about elegance and propriety? This is conserving resources, promoting plant absorption, saving fertilizer, and encouraging green production. It looks like a small matter, but there's actually great wisdom in it. Liu rambled on nonsensically. Suddenly, with a puff, he spat out a piece of sugarcane residue onto the soil and proudly looked at Princess Anyu, showing off. See, this is called being bold and free-spirited. Your narrow-mindedness will prevent you from achieving great things. You need to learn more from me. Upon hearing this, Princess Anyu didn't get angry. Instead, she burst into laughter, like pearls tumbling from a jade tray. She bent over laughing, her deep blue eyes curved like crescent moons. After quite a while, she quivered and said, Liu, where did you learn all that smooth-talking nonsense, like some traveling swindler? All right, if I don't achieve greatness later, I'll definitely hold you accountable. She cast a glance at Liu, full of charm and allure, her face flushing red as a ripe apple. A moment passed before determination flashed in her eyes, followed by a soft puff sound. She mimicked Liu and spat a small piece of sugarcane residue into the dirt. Once done, she felt both bashful and inexplicably excited, giggling uncontrollably. Ha ha! Liu laughed heartily. Watching the princess, who always adhered strictly to royal etiquette and never crossed any boundary, now perform such an improper action made him feel a slight twinge of guilt. Old Emperor, don't blame me. It was her decision to learn from me. I am completely innocent. I haven't misled anyone. Though thinking this, Liu kept speaking cheerfully, saying, You see, it's very simple, isn't it? Taking the first step makes everything so easy. The way you spit doesn't work. It lacks strength because you lack spirit. Look at mine. Liu bit off another piece of sugarcane and chewed it, then suddenly exerted force and spat it out with a strong puff. The sugarcane residue flew far away like a projectile, landing unseen in the distance. Chapter 73, Autumn Outing. Snicker, snicker. Joyful laughter like silver bells rang through the courtyard. After much playful banter, the two gradually grew tired and sat down in a nearby pavilion to rest. Princess Anyu glanced at Liu and said, Actually, I was looking for you today. There's something, and I'm not sure if you're interested or not. Interested? Liu shrugged and smirked. I'm interested in anything related to money and beautiful women. I'm not interested in anything else. You just know how to talk nonsense. Princess Anyu wasn't surprised and went on. It's like this, since it's my first time in the capital, I might stay here for a long time. So my father wants me to expand my social circle. By chance, a bunch of nobles and celebrities are organizing an autumn outing. The weather is clear and refreshing. Are you interested? Not interested. Without hesitation, Liu refused flatly. Just joking. I'm too busy tending the land and taking care of my shop. How could I be interested in playing with these noblemen? Princess Anyu gritted her teeth in anger and calmly said, Are you really not interested? I'll go too. Besides, you can also make friends with these so-called rich boys, which will benefit your promotion of new vegetables and fruits. For instance, no one knows about your coconuts now, right? If you take them there and show people, won't they gain recognition? Undeniably, Princess Anyu has learned how to cater to him. Liu immediately perked up upon hearing this and stroked his chin while nodding. What you said makes sense. When do we leave? The day after tomorrow. Just come directly to my estate that day, and I'll bring you along. All right, then it's settled. Time flew by, and soon it was the third day. After much consideration, since Liu wanted to carry a few coconuts but found them inconvenient, he decided to simply throw them into a backpack, making himself look like a high school student. Today Luge was suddenly said he had a headache, and Lu Shuei needed to take care of him. Considering that Princess Anyu would also accompany Liu, although she didn't want to admit it, having Princess Anyu around, Liu should be fine. Therefore, Lu Shuei didn't follow Liu this time. With a backpack on his back, Liu looked just like a schoolboy rushing to study as he headed towards Princess Anyu's residence. He originally thought only Princess Anyu would be there, but unexpectedly, a crowd of young men and women were already gathered. All of them looked impeccable and wore fine silk robes. They were mainly the offspring of officials or wealthy merchants. Liu sneered faintly as he looked around. He noticed Princess Anyu talking solemnly with someone else, maintaining proper decorum. As if sensing Liu's gaze, Princess Anyu turned to look in his direction and saw the backpack on his back. A strange expression crossed her face, as if she wanted to laugh but restrained herself. She pursed her lips and slightly nodded at Liu. The others followed Princess Anyu's gaze and noticed Liu as well. They were first captivated by the peculiar item Liu carried on his back. After all, the backpack was a modern invention. In ancient times, people usually had servants carry things or held large bags. No one would wear such a peculiar object. Is this Prince Qi? Indeed, you have a distinguished appearance. I am Lu Min, son of Deputy Minister of Revenue Lu Feng. Nice to meet you. Prince Qi, I've had the honor of tasting your strawberries before, and it left a lingering impression on me. It's a great honor to be able to go out together with you today. Currently, Liu was already a well-known figure in the capital. Although many still looked down on him, he had indeed made a name for himself thanks to his exotic and rare fruits. His reputation was undoubtedly solid. After struggling to push through the crowd, Liu broke out in sweat and saw Princess Anyu standing alone at the top of the steps. He went forward and gave her a friendly greeting. Hey, Princess Anyu, you look pretty good today. Princess Anyu's cheeks turned red, though her eyes shone with happiness. She gave him a glare and spoke with a neutral tone. Prince Qi, you seem quite spirited. It's indeed an honor that Prince Qi could find the time to attend. Liu blinked in confusion. Why did she suddenly start speaking to him coldly? 2 days ago, she was calling him you, but now it was Prince Qi. He blinked again, indicating the backpack to Princess Anyu with a smile. Do you think this backpack is okay? Looks small, but actually has a lot of space. I've stuffed 2 coconuts and some other fruits inside. I'll give you one later. Much to Li Yu's surprise, Princess Anyu maintained an icy expression, seemingly reluctant to continue conversing with him, and curtly nodded, politely saying, "Then thank you, Prince Qi. Is she having her period today? Her mood is so cold. If she's having her period, she shouldn't go on an outing." Li Yu muttered to himself awkwardly and could only stand aside by himself. Princess Anyu looked at his retreating figure, and a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. "I made a mistake. This girl isn't going to play with me, and I don't know anyone in this godforsaken place. I don't even want to exchange flattery with those so-called noblemen. How am I supposed to enjoy this outing then? Looks like I have to entertain myself." Li Yu was still muttering in his heart when he suddenly felt a light bump on his shoulder. A petite and delicate figure appeared beside him. This woman was probably less than 1.6 meters tall, with a well-proportioned body but a small stature that instinctively evoked a sense of protectiveness. She had a sweet appearance, yet carried a hint of high and mighty coldness typical of older sisters. These 2 vastly different styles blended together, giving off a unique allure. What caught Li Yu's attention the most was the beauty mark on her lip, which formed a little dimple whenever she smiled, radiating a distinctive charm. At that moment, the woman beamed at him, leaning over slightly and tilting her head in a cute manner. She said to Li Yu, "Are you Li Yu? Nice to meet you. I've heard about your cultivation of rare and exotic fruits. Your name has been on my lips for quite some time now, and I've been eager to meet you. My name is Mo Lian, from the Mo family." For all the fawning flattery from the noble young man, Li Yu couldn't care less. But being praised by such an adorable young lady would make any man burst with joy. Feeling greatly pleased, Li Yu immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm Li Yu. Glad to meet you, Mo Lian." "Not bad, not bad. Everyone else calls me Prince Qi, and even Princess Anyu pretends formally, while Mo Lian directly calls out my real name, quite intimate. It seems my decision to come on this outing was absolutely right, with my romantic luck skyrocketing through the roof." Chapter 74, The Scholar and the Young Master. Princess Anyu hesitated from a distance, biting her lips as if she had made some sort of decision. Just as she was about to step forward, she noticed a gentle and petite girl who had appeared beside Li Yu at some point, chatting and laughing with him happily. Princess Anyu immediately stomped her foot in anger and stopped in her tracks. The group of young people had gathered at the entrance and started walking towards their picnic destination. Youngsters always love the unknown and excitement. This time, they were heading to a forest located north of the capital city, on foot. After greeting Li Yu, Mo Lian followed by his side and walked shoulder to shoulder with him. Her tender and soft shoulders occasionally brushed against Li Yu, creating an intimate atmosphere. It seemed that her stamina wasn't great. After just half an hour, she was breathing heavily and panting slightly. "You're not in good physical condition. We haven't even reached the destination yet, and you're already out of breath." Mo Lian giggled embarrassingly, shaking her hands while explaining, "I'm indeed not in good physical condition because I went out very little when I was small. I usually stayed at home, but my endurance is quite decent. Don't worry, I can keep going." "Do you usually stay at home? Are you the type of well-bred young lady locked away in the inner chambers?" Li Yu blinked curiously and asked. More or less. My parents said girls shouldn't go around meeting people easily, so I used to stay home. I barely stepped outside the courtyard. But now it seems like their views have changed a bit, so this is actually my first time coming out for fun." "That's really tragic." Li Yu muttered somewhat awkwardly, amazed. Indeed, Mo Lian said it was almost her first outing, and as the group left the capital city, everything along the road, flowers and grass, caught her attention. She blinked her big, curious eyes, making a fuss over every little thing, but her sweet and lovely voice filled the path with her laughter. "Prince Qi, what is this? Such a tiny flower. It looks so delicate." Mo Lian paused at the roadside, crouching down. Her small figure curled up, looking all the more delicate. She gently touched the flower with her delicate fingers. Out of curiosity, Li Yu leaned his head closer and looked at the little flower. It was no bigger than the tip of a thumb, but exquisitely grown, with pure white petals that were translucent, spotless, and sacred. Its stamen displayed a bright yellow, and its style swayed in the gentle breeze. It's just a sunflower. It belongs to a species that has an incredibly strong vitality, and they grow everywhere. Although it does look nice, not many people like it. Not many people like it. Why not? Mo Lian teased the little flower while asking curiously. It's so beautiful, and people still don't like it? It's true that it's beautiful, but it's common and grows without being sown anywhere. No matter how pretty it might be, it tends to get overlooked. A strange light flickered in Mo Lian's pupils, and the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually faded. Suddenly, her voice took on a somewhat low tone. "Prince Qi, do you like the sunflower? Look, it blooms so stubbornly and produces flowers, yet people don't acknowledge it. Isn't that very unfair? Being resilient isn't its fault. What's there to like or dislike about this little flower? I only like the fruits from my house, not these flowers." Li Yu was about to casually respond when suddenly, he noticed Mo Lian's peculiar expression. His emotional quotient soared abruptly. This girl wouldn't compare herself to the sunflower, would she? He firmly replied, "Of course I like it. What you said is absolutely right. Strong vitality and beauty are not its shortcomings, but its advantages. It deserves to be liked by everyone. As for others, I personally really like it." Upon hearing this, Mo Lian's previously somewhat dejected face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, as if pear blossoms were blooming, enchanting all who saw her. With a smile on her lips, she raised her head and said, "Prince Qi truly has good taste." Originally, Li Yu had leaned close behind her to inspect the sunflower, but at that moment, She suddenly looked up and her back of the head collided directly with Li Yu's chin, letting out an ouch. He quickly stepped back, glanced at Mo Lian helplessly, and grumbled, "Wow, your head is as hard as a rock." Mo Lian laughed uncontrollably, her eyebrows curved, and her waist slightly bent. She tiptoed and gently touched Li Yu's chin, consoling him. "Sorry, Prince Qi. Let me feel. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt." Li Yu and Mo Lian's intimate interaction caught the attention of a pair of deep blue eyes watching them from not too far away. Princess Anyu's gaze flickered slightly, and she coldly snorted, muttering lightly, "Smooth talker." It was unclear whether she was referring to Li Yu or Mo Lian. All the young masters around them were in male companionship. Seeing Li Yu and the cute girl giggling and frolicking together on their way, they all envied and resented the pair's cozy and delightful moments. Though Li Yu now seemed to be riding high with great fame, there were still many who looked down on him. A youth stepped out from the crowd, holding a fan, pretending to be elegant and affected, indirectly hurling an insult. Alas, these days are truly deteriorating. Morality is declining, and people lack integrity. The talented scholars studying hard in obscurity receive no attention, while cunning peasants of low birth suddenly become everyone's darlings. How disheartening it is. Li Yu immediately detected the mockery in his words. He narrowed his eyes, abruptly turned his head, and suddenly asked with a smile, "May I inquire about this gentleman's name? Have you passed the imperial examinations?" Thinking that Li Yu was caving, the youth slammed his fan shut with a smirk of disdain and replied, "Humph, my name is Wangduan. I haven't passed the exam yet, but I am a scholar after 10 years of toil." Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Li Yu burst into laughter, his expression filled with sarcasm. 10 years of hard study? Why do I hear such deep pride in your words, Master Wangduan? The more you boast about your hard work, doesn't it just highlight your incompetence? In our capital city, how many pass the exams each year? How come you can't make it? Enraged by Li Yu's unexpected ridicule, Wangduan thought he'd gain respect from others. Instead, his body trembled, he flared his nostrils and glared as he stammered. "You rustic idiot. Do you think reading books is as simple as plowing your fields? Only a handful pass the exams each year, and they are the finest minds of Confucianism. How could you, trash like you, ever be mentioned in the same breath as them?" Under Li Yu's provocation, Wangduan lost control, abandoning his pretense of being cultured, and spewed insults without restraint. Li Yu merely smiled faintly and didn't lose his temper. Chapter 75. Who is stronger, who is weaker? Yes, you're absolutely right. All those who pass the imperial examinations are the best talents. And you? If you can't be among the best, doesn't that just highlight your incompetence? How do you still have the face to shout at me? Wangduan's expression froze. His face turned red as he was about to speak, but Li Yu interrupted first. "Don't rush. Let me guess what you want to say. You must think studying is sophisticated. How could someone like me, a farmer, understand its depth? Its difficulties are countless, aren't they?" Wangduan made an indistinct sound in his throat. Indeed, Li Yu had said exactly what he wanted to express. The argument gradually drew the attention of other young aristocrats, who gathered around to see the show. Li Yu smirked coldly, his words filled with arrogance. He said harshly, "Studying is an abstruse subject, but agronomy isn't either. The growth cycle of plants, their development patterns, cultivation methods, the ethical mysteries of nature, which one of these isn't more difficult than the classic ethics and 4 books 5 classics you read? You say you study hard by lamplight, but farmers spend their entire lives researching agronomy. You suffer? You don't even know what suffering is." With that, Li Yu spat and pointed at Wangduan's face, cursing, "Do you really believe all professions are inferior except for studying? Yes, studying does have its uses. It can help in governance and guiding the masses. But what use are you, a mere scholar? What can you do? If you were truly useful, you wouldn't be standing here yelling at me. You're just an incapable waste who insists on branding yourself as a scholar. Why bother?" His piercing words echoed around. Everyone fell silent, lost in thought. Many looked at Li Yu with admiration. Wangduan was rendered speechless by Li Yu's barrage of words. His face turned pale with anger, grinding his teeth. He said, "What makes you so high and mighty to refute me? What are you anyway? Are you capable? You're nothing but a useless farmer." "Ha ha ha, am I not capable?" Li Yu sneered contemptuously, arrogantly saying, "If I'm not capable, how could I present strawberries during the morning court and make the ministers intoxicated, favored by the emperor? If I'm not capable, how could my fruit sell for hundreds of taels of silver each? I admit, I haven't read much, but I've reached the pinnacle in agronomy, while you're just some worthless trash." This single statement tore off Wangduan's facade entirely. Wangduan was furious with shame, left speechless, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. On Li Yu's side, Mo Lian raised her eyes and looked at him with a complicated expression filled with admiration. What he said was correct. In agronomy, he had already become a benchmark in the capital city. Princess Anyu smiled lightly from afar, shaking her head uncertainly whether in complaint or comfort. "This guy, his sharp tongue, I've personally experienced. There's probably no one who can win against him." Seeing Wangduan silent for a long time, Li Yu turned away and ignored him, addressing the crowd. "All right, the drama is over. Shall we continue on our way? We've just arrived at the edge of the forest. There's still a bit of a journey ahead." Everyone smiled kindly at Li Yu, ready to move on. Suddenly, Wangduan's somewhat deranged voice caught up from behind. "Li Yu, stop right there. No matter what, reading will always surpass farming. You intentionally confuse the two concepts, trying to go against the ancestors' teachings, right? Even if you're good at farming, you're still nothing but an uncultured bumpkin. In this situation, facing beautiful scenery, I can compose exquisite poetry, can you? Dog. Liu sighed, unwilling to argue further, turning back with clear impatience in his eyes. Fine, after all that talk, you just want to compete in poetry, don't you? Come on then, let's see what you can recite. Wang Duan never expected Liu to readily agree. Gazing at the distant flowers in full bloom, the red maple leaves falling, the landscape between autumn and spring was extraordinarily enchanting. He immediately began to ponder deeply. Seeing that both would engage in a poetic duel, everyone became highly interested and gathered around. For them, their usual forms of entertainment mainly consisted of singing songs and composing poems, so how could they not be intrigued? Princess Anyu also stopped in the distance, casting a curious glance, wondering in her heart. Can this guy actually write poetry? Mo Lian's eyes sparkled with admiration and anticipation. Prince Qi, are you really skilled at writing poetry? Not particularly good, I just have a slight knowledge of it. Originally, I didn't intend to embarrass myself, but this fellow is so persistent, I have no choice but to give it a try. As a joke, although Liu wasn't particularly good at composing poems, as a modern person, hadn't he memorized the 300 Tang poems? If he couldn't write poems, couldn't he at least recite them? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Liu embodied the essence of all the poets from the Tang dynasty. How could a little scholar like Wang Duan possibly match up against Liu? Wang Duan pondered for a long time, trying to praise the scenery while also flattering the beauty. Under immense tension, he finally managed to stammer out. These myriad flowers in dazzling purples and reds dazzle the eyes, and 1,000 fragrances vie for the heart's enchantment. Upon hearing this, some frowned while others nodded. The poem was barely acceptable in symmetry and rhyme. It only just fitted the theme, at best satisfying minimally. Wang Duan's poetry brought no surprises, so everyone directed their anticipatory gazes towards Liu. Wang Duan's face turned a deep shade of purple, knowing his own mediocrity. He clenched his teeth hard, muttering under his breath. This useless man can only farm. What kind of decent poem can he come up with? Just wait for him to embarrass himself. The crowd didn't have to wait long, as Liu spoke. Clear streams flow past emerald mountain tops, where clear water reflects an autumnal hue. 30 miles cut off from the bustling world, white clouds drift with scarlet leaves. This poem surpassed all expectations in its depth of imagery, scenery depiction, and emotion. Complete silence enveloped the area as people meticulously reflected on the verses, unable to speak for quite a while. 30 miles cut off from the bustling world, white clouds drift with scarlet leaves. Princess Anyu had keen senses and clearly heard everything Liu recited. Her expression turned complex as she detected a touch of special meaning in these last two lines. She cast Liu an unusual look and murmured, "Liu, do you have something on your mind?" After a brief moment of silence, applause and cheers surged like waves, engulfing Liu. "Bravo, bravo, Prince Qi, who would have thought you possessed such literary depth? It truly humbles us all. What a serene and meaningful poem. So perfectly in tune with today's autumn outing, lifting one's spirit immensely." The crowd surrounded Liu tightly, leaving Wang Duan abandoned on the other side, standing alone like a clown. Chapter 76, Spilled Vinegar Jar. Someone, with a full sense of dark humor, glanced at Wang Duan and taunted Liu. This guy, just because he passed the provincial exam as a scholar, acts arrogantly and thinks himself to be so powerful. This time, you really put him in his place. Ha ha ha. Liu was not some great saint either. If this guy opened his mouth to insult him as a bumpkin or a dog, wouldn't it be better to slap him right now? He immediately responded diplomatically, saying, "Brother, don't say that." Perhaps the other party just lacked inspiration for a moment. Remember, great verses come naturally, wonderful phrases are occasionally obtained. I just got lucky. Though Liu's words seemed modest and were an attempt to justify Wang Duan, in reality, he was suppressing him further, making him seem even more disheartened. The great verses come naturally, wonderful phrases are occasionally obtained. These two sentences again caught everyone's attention, impressing them. The admiration and recognition towards Liu increased even more. After the small interlude, Liu became the center of attention. Everyone's impression of him shifted from being the king of farming to someone who could also compose poetry very well. And that sycophant, Wang Duan, wanted to gain the younger sister's favor by belittling Liu, but instead ended up humiliated and didn't know where to shrink away into solitude. After arriving at the top of the forest, there were few people around. The scenery was beautiful. The sky was clear for thousands of miles. Lush grass stretched as far as the eye could see, making everyone reluctant to leave. The young noble's tight nerves gradually relaxed, and they began to interact with each other. Everywhere were sounds of chirping birds and laughter. Autumn outing. It's just a social gathering. Liu sighed deeply. As it was already noon, he casually sat down on the grass for a rest. Looking at it, the ancients weren't much different from modern people. They were just less desperate and a little more restrained. "What are you talking about, Prince Qi?" Just as Liu had sat down, Mo Lian sat down next to him without hesitation, her head tilted forward, her bright eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. "Nothing special. I'm just marveling at the beauty of the landscape." On the side, Princess Anyu had barely taken her eyes off Liu throughout the entire excursion. When she saw Liu resting, she was about to approach him to initiate a conversation when Mo Lian boldly sat next to him and started chatting with him. Princess Anyu was so angry that her body trembled. Her azure eyes flickered between light and dark, and finally, she sat pouting close to Liu. Unfortunately, at that moment, one young master failed to see the situation correctly, harboring the delusional thought of pursuing the unattainable like a lazy toad, hoping to eat swan meat. Thinking himself charming and handsome, he tidied his clothes and gave himself a mental boost. In his mind, everyone says Princess Xianyu is icy and hard to get along with, but I will take the risk myself. These kinds of women, I know them all too well. Once their ice melts, they'll be completely devoted. Believe in yourself. He approached, using what he considered to be his softest voice. Princess Xianyu, are you alone? I brought some. Before he finished his sentence, Princess Xianyu suddenly turned her head, her eyes flashing with coldness, her voice freezing like ice. What is it? Around her formed a chilling low-pressure zone. Due to the shadows, the young man couldn't clearly see her expression, only the frigid gaze of her eyes. Sorry. All his initial confidence vanished in an instant. Shaking all over, he hurriedly apologized. Apologies, princess, excuse me. You rest well. I won't bother you. And he fled hastily. Liu naturally did not know what was going on. He turned and examined Lian briefly, thinking her physical condition was poor and couldn't possibly last until here. Yet she had stubbornly kept walking with difficulty all the way, her cute face pink, her cherry-red lips slightly parched. Really thirsty. When Lian took out a dainty, exquisite water flask from her bosom, Liu felt the urge to show off his fruits. So he said, do you want to try my fruit? He shook the backpack slung over his shoulders and hinted at Lian. Don't think this bag is ugly. It's filled with various kinds of fruit. Would you like to have a taste? Lian paused, then giggled while covering her lips. This bag isn't ugly. I think it's quite original. But does Prince Qi really intend to share his fruit with me? I don't have much money, you know. No money needed. Liu quietly leaned close to Lian's ear and whispered softly. Don't tell anyone. But let me tell you a secret. These fruits aren't really that valuable. I only sell them so expensively because I'm planning to fleece those officials and rich merchants. That's what rob the rich to help the poor means me. Isn't that amazing? The warm breath sprayed into Lian's sensitive earlobe, making her whole body limp. Her face flushed, and she looked at Liu with a mix of laughter and exasperation, giggling. Prince Qi, you are truly a very unique person. Liu was still muttering incessantly, completely unaware that all his actions were being observed by a pair of eyes. Princess Xianyu sat nearby, glancing sideways at Liu, seeing him laughing and playing with Lian, which made her clench her small fists so tightly that the green veins on them became prominent. She gnawed on some dry provisions, crunching audibly, drawing quite a few curious glances from around. After rummaging in the backpack for a while, Liu took out a strawberry box covered with cling film. Of course, this era could not possibly produce cling film. Most of these modern items were things Liu had exchanged from the system, but luckily, the system didn't charge much for these items. With the cling film covering it, the strawberries remained fresh and juicy, plump and translucent, even retaining morning dew drops, shimmering invitingly with their glossy surfaces. Though Lian had long heard of the famous reputation of strawberries, this was the first time she saw this strange fruit up close. As soon as she lifted the film, an intense, distinctive fragrance of strawberries immediately spread out, stimulating one's saliva production. Is this a strawberry? Try it, it's very juicy. Lian did not hesitate unnecessarily. Following his advice, she picked up a strawberry about the size of a baby's fist, and just as she put it into her mouth, it instantly transformed into sweet juice, washing away all the fatigue and exhaustion of the long journey that morning. Good, so good. As for the high praise from someone trying strawberries for the first time, Liu had seen it many times before. He ate one himself, then placed the small remaining box of strawberries in front of Lian, saying, if you want more, you can have as many as you like. I brought plenty, enough to share. No need. Lian gently shook her head, slightly embarrassed. You should keep them for yourself. One is enough for me. I'm not hungry. Chapter 77. Could it be that you're here on your period? Lian had just finished speaking when her stomach suddenly rumbled, and the sound plunged both of them into an awkward atmosphere. Lian's pretty face turned bright red, like a monkey's behind, with her crystalline, delicate earlobes turning crimson as if they might bleed. After quite some time, she mumbled, I'll eat a few more. Ha 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 ha. Liu burst out laughing, handing the strawberry box directly to Lian, and said, it's fine, eat as much as you want, there are plenty more. Lian was petite and graceful in her movements, gently chewing and swallowing slowly like a small animal, which was extremely adorable. After sitting beside her for a while and feeling bored, Liu started looking around. Remembering that Princess Xianyu probably hadn't eaten much either, he took another box of strawberries from his bag, stood up tall, and walked towards Princess Anyu's direction. Upon seeing Liu coming over, Princess Xianyu immediately turned away, huffed lightly, and lowered her head somewhat flustered and irritated. Princess Xianyu, resting alone here? Didn't any gentleman catch your eye? Why not invite one of them to play along? Liu completely treated himself as an insider, sitting down uninvited beside Princess Xianyu. Hearing this, Xianyu got very angry, grinding her teeth as she said, which gentleman has as much talent as Duke Qi does? Instead of seeking other gentlemen, why don't we look for Duke Qi? Her tone carried an evident mocking undertone, leaving him at a loss for words. He offered her the box of strawberries, saying, do you want strawberries? I brought quite a lot of fruit, so let me give you a free box. Her eyes flickered as Xianyu looked down at the fully packed strawberries, hesitating before shaking her head. I don't want to eat. Having no choice but to take the strawberries back awkwardly, Liu bit off a piece hard to cover his embarrassment. A moment of silence passed, then he remarked strangely, Princess Xianyu, you seem to have a bad mood today. Is it that? His voice grew quieter, leaning closer as if sharing a confidential secret, making Anyu furrow her brows involuntarily, wondering, is what? What do you want to say? Are you unwell today? For example, is it that time of the month? To tell you the truth, I actually have a special remedy that specifically alleviates pain. Unaware of the rapid changes in Princess Anyu's expression, Liu continued casually. You see, if you're on your period, you shouldn't go on outings. It can become a big issue or a small one, but if you harm yourself, wouldn't it ruin everything? Luckily, you know me. I'll make you a black sugar ginger soup when I return home. It's guaranteed to cure your ailment instantly. Still prattling endlessly, Liu failed to notice the trembling and the anger reddening her cheeks until Anyu snapped. Her hands gathered strength, and she slapped Liu's forehead fiercely, causing him to yell out in pain. The unexpected gesture sent strawberries scattering across the ground, making the situation incredibly embarrassing. Meanwhile, seated nearby on the grass were several other young nobles and socialites, who had been enjoying their own private moments whispering sweet nothings to each other. The loud sound drew their attention, prompting many of them to turn their gazes toward the duo. Under countless puzzled stares, even the thick-skinned Liu couldn't help feeling slightly abashed. Coughing awkwardly, he began picking up the scattered strawberries, attempting to explain with obvious discomfort. Everyone should continue with whatever you were doing. Keep romancing if that's your thing. Profess love if you feel it's right. I just lost my balance and hit my head against the ground. Nothing interesting, haha. The crowd exchanged amused glances. Concocting such excuses like losing balance made it clear how extraordinary Duke Qi truly was. After managing to divert everyone's focus back, Liu stared accusingly at Princess Anyu with annoyance, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You've disgraced me entirely. The strawberries are all over the place now." Princess Anyu fixed Liu with a steady gaze, enunciating clearly, "Do you always hand these strawberries out to other girls to gain their favor?" Startled for a moment, Liu chuckled helplessly and glanced at Lian, replying, "Who are you talking about? Lian? She was thirsty, and since I happened to bring strawberries, I let her taste some. Besides, wasn't this a perfect opportunity for me to promote my strawberries properly and share them around?" Flawless logic ensued from Liu, leaving Princess Anyu silent as she dropped her head, speechless. Perceiving Anyu's mood still didn't seem too great, Liu meditated momentarily and purchased a piece of ginger candy using points from the system store, quietly placing it in Anyu's palm. "This is something precious that I've never revealed before. You keep it. If you want to eat, you can try a bite. It might be a little spicy though." Standing up, since Princess Anyu was in a bad mood, Liu decided not to press his luck and prepared to leave. He gave Princess Anyu a wink, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he patted his stomach meaningfully. After Liu left, Princess Anyu stared at his retreating figure for a while, then lowered her head with a hint of melancholy. Returning to Lian's side, Lian handed the strawberry box that was half empty over to Liu, smiling gently. "I'm pretty full now. You can have the rest." Liu took the box and started eating contentedly, while Lian glanced toward Princess Anyu, puzzled. Just then, Princess Anyu happened to look over as well, and in the deep blue of her eyes, Lian detected a faint spark of hostility. "Are you and Princess Anyu good friends?" Something seemed to happen over there just now. Liu's mouth was full of strawberries as he mumbled unclearly. Sort of, just friends. After all, both of us are children of His Majesty, though there is quite a gap in our statuses, ha. As for what just happened, I simply tripped and fell." Lian smiled, but said nothing. She had clearly seen that Princess Anyu had jumped up and slapped him on the head moments before, but she wasn't about to ruin the moment by pointing it out. Taking out her water cup and shaking it, Lian found it completely empty. With a small pout of frustration, she muttered, "No more water." Liu's eyes lit up. This was the perfect time to bring out the coconut. Swallowing down the strawberry in his mouth, he hurriedly offered, "No water? But I do, and I can give you some." Lian was startled, assuming he meant to share water from his own flask, her pretty face immediately flushing red. This felt a bit too fast, didn't it? No need. Chapter 78. The Conflict Over the Coconut. Liu was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized what must have been Lian's misunderstanding. "I didn't mean that. I have some water here that I haven't touched yet, completely sealed." Liu's straightforward statement made Lian a little embarrassed. She waved her hand and, with a blush, said, I didn't mean that either." From her double shoulder bag, she laboriously pulled out something roughly the size of an adult's head. It was snow white with a slight bluish hue, resembling a wooden block more than fruit. It looked more like a piece of artwork than something edible. "What is this?" Lian widened her eyes, extending her delicate hand to feel it. Its surface was rough, and from any angle, it didn't seem like something one could eat. "This is a special kind of fruit. Inside, there's a lot of pure natural water. It's called a coconut." "Are you serious? Did you carve this yourself? How could such fruit even exist?" After blurting this out instinctively, Lian quickly covered her cherry lips, apologetically looking at Liu as she said, "Sorry, I spoke without thinking." "No worries. Actually, this fruit wasn't created by me. In the farthest south of our Tang dynasty, what you might now call the southern barbarian land, there are large amounts of this fruit produced. These fruits can only grow in the hottest places. I've merely adjusted its growth requirements so it can thrive here." Liu had simply intended to introduce it casually, but he hadn't expected Lian's eyes to light up with yearning. Gazing off into space, she sighed. "Is that so? Prince Qi, could you have visited the distant southern barbarian land? What's it like?" "The southern barbarian land." Liu recalled his knowledge from his past life in Hainan and described. It's very warm, spring-like all year round. No, actually, it's summer-like throughout the 4 seasons. There, you won't even need a padded jacket. Even in the coldest winter, the southern barbarian land remains warm, with a climate similar to now. And due to the hot climate, the southern barbarian land has a variety of fruits, sweet and delicious, including quite a few rare kinds we've never heard of here. But I've developed ways to cultivate most of these fruits. Before long, you'll be able to try them all at my mansion. Oh, I see. Mo Lian's voice grew softer, lost in thought. Liu lightly tapped the coconut with his knuckles, preparing to apply force, saying softly, "All right, we'll discuss the details about the south another time. Anyway, it's scenic. Because it's near the sea, there's a beach with fine, warm sand. It's super fun to play on. Now let me get you a taste of this coconut." With a little effort, a hole appeared in the coconut shell. As it rocked back and forth, liquid inside tinkled like a bubbling brook, exuding an extremely subtle sweetness. Mo Lian came back to her senses from daydreaming, curiously shifting her gaze to the dark opening, marveling. "This is coconut water, right? It smells a bit sweet." "Yeah, that's how coconut water tastes, refreshingly sweet, neither cloying nor tiring, capable of quenching thirst while also alleviating fatigue. I'm planning to promote it during this outing." A glint of interest flashed in Mo Lian's eyes as if Liu's words had piqued her curiosity. She narrowed her eyes mischievously at Liu, giggling. "Prince Qi, you really embody the spirit of a cunning merchant, don't you? Always thinking about making money." At that moment, a shadow blocked the sunlight streaming through the trees. Liu felt a sudden dimness in front of him and looked up to see a pair of shining deep blue eyes. "Princess and you? Wow, what's wrong?" Faced with the puzzled Liu, Princess and you extended her hand, seemingly asking for something. "You said you would give me a coconut. Can I have this one?" The coconut was already opened. Liu had originally planned to offer Mo Lian a taste, but unexpectedly, Princess and you showed up demanding it. That girl, when she was around earlier, she didn't want it. Now, she's coming to ruin things for me. Though he muttered complaints under his breath, Liu helplessly handed over the coconut in his hands to Princess and you, waving her away. All right, here you go. Just take it, leave already." While speaking thus, Liu turned to explain to Mo Lian, "I previously promised the princess I'd send her a coconut, but don't worry, I still have one in my backpack. Let me open it for you shortly." Hearing this, Princess and you stopped in her tracks. Cradling the first coconut in her arms, she extended another hand, beckoning faintly. "I want the other coconut too. Give it to me." Princess and you had now fully displayed her capricious and demanding personality. Liu was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening, his frustration causing the hair on his scalp to tingle as he clenched his teeth and said, "Princess and you, I've already given you one coconut. Are you going to take everything? Can't you leave me with at least one for my friend here whom I promised would taste it?" It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but when Liu mentioned this, Princess and Yu's previous glow of triumph quickly dimmed. Her voice softened slightly as she retorted, "I don't care about all that. The second coconut is also mine, whether you sell it or I simply take it. Today, I'm taking these 2 coconuts." This girl must be having one of her moods. Liu was getting more annoyed by the second, glaring straight into Princess and Yu's eyes without saying a word. She in turn stared back unblinkingly, their gazes colliding in midair and even sparking an invisible tension. Mo Lian, seeing the confrontation between them and unsure of how to handle their relationship, could only step in awkwardly to play mediator. "Prince Qi, please. Let's give Princess and you what she wants. I've already tasted your strawberries. It's more than enough." Since Mo Lian put it this way, Liu had no choice but to sigh and pull out the other coconut from his backpack, handing it over to Princess and you. All right. A great man doesn't hold grudges against lesser ones. Women are like that sometimes. They just need to act up occasionally. Let her go. Liu felt too tired to argue with Princess and you anymore. He turned his head toward Mo Lian, petulantly saying, "Sorry this time. I promised to let you try some coconut, but Princess has snatched it away. Next time, just come directly to my mansion. I've planted some coconut trees there, so I'll treat you for free then." "You dare." Something snapped in Princess and Yu's brain as she suddenly glared fiercely at Liu, snapping aloud. "How wouldn't I dare? That's my house, Princess and you. Do you really have to meddle in this too?" Liu's voice involuntarily rose, standing up and staring coldly at Princess and you, who was less than 20 centimeters away. Chapter 79, The Weed Thicket. Princess Anyu often came off as domineering and unreasonable, but every time Liu was truly upset with her, she would wilt. This time was no exception. Seeing that Liu seemed genuinely upset, Princess Anyu immediately trembled with fear, wanting to say something but biting her cherry lips instead, as if enduring some kind of grievance. She gently lowered her eyelids and stood silently in front of Liu without a word. Liu had originally intended to have a proper argument with Princess Anyu, but seeing how easily she surrendered and acted like she'd suffered a tremendous injustice, he lost all interest. "All right, this girl must be on her period today. I should show magnanimity and overlook it. All right." Liu softened his tone, lightly bumping Princess Anyu's shoulder and consoled. "I shouldn't have spoken to you that way, but taking both of my coconuts is just too stubborn. Careful now, your reputation as a princess might get affected. Since you already got the coconuts, there's no need to stay mad." Liu's consoling words only worsened the situation. A wave of sorrow rushed to her throat instantly. Princess Anyu's eyes watered, almost spilling tears as she forced herself not to cry out. "Let my reputation be ruined, let it be ruined. You guy." With that, she bolted away. Looking at the retreating Princess Anyu, Liu was utterly confused while Mo Lian noticed all the previous expressions of Princess Anyu, pondering deeply. Liu slumped back into his seat awkwardly. Now the coconuts are gone, and I can't treat you. Next time, I'll make up for it with 2 more. Anyway, since the princess demanded them, what could I do? Mo Lian burst into giggles, unable to keep from laughing and shaking her head helplessly before waving her hand. No matter, no matter. I'll invite you to eat grapes then. I still have some grapes. After resting for over an hour, everyone continued on their journey. Princess Anyu, who had taken the 2 coconuts, seemed not to have drunk them, walking alone in a corner. The other nobleman, mindful of her identity, plus having witnessed the prior failure of the brave warrior to stand against her, dared not provoke her at all. Walking for a stretch, the group suddenly discovered that the path ahead was blocked by an impenetrable thicket of weeds. This weed patch spread everywhere, lush and leafy, far taller than regular weeds, nearly exceeding 1 meter in height. Amongst the dense weeds grew sharp thorns that inspired a chilling dread. They could only halt in place. Someone suggested, "Looks like we can't pass through here, with all these things growing wildly. Should we detour?" No way to detour. We've come so far, and we don't know how long it will take to find another route. Our food would be cold by then. The crowd hesitated for a moment, when one woman slowly approached the mass of weeds. One could faintly see several flowers blooming in vivid crimson within the weeds. These flowers looked moist and sticky, exuding a pungent musk smell that irritated the nostrils. This woman furrowed her brows, instinctively reaching out to touch the flowers, not noticing a pair of vertical pupils lurking in the weeds, locking onto her every move, waiting patiently for her approach. At this critical moment, Liu recognized the flower. His pupils contracted sharply as he shouted hastily, "Don't touch that flower." Startled, the woman paused momentarily. Like an arrow released, Liu shot forward, gripping her shoulder. The woman screamed. Suddenly, a small green snake darted out from the thickets, its mouth wide open, revealing fangs dripping with a glossy green venom, aiming directly for her arm. As the snake lunged, the woman felt rage coursing through her veins. At the crucial second, Liu swept his palm to generate a forceful wind, knocking the snake down and catching the wobbling body of the woman. Liu embraced the woman's shoulders, whose legs buckled in fright, leaving her soft body to rest tremblingly in his arms. Everyone crowded around, shocked. What happened just now? Looking up at the flower radiating a strange aroma, Liu shook his head and replied, "That's the snakelust flower. Its scent is very cloying, being snakes' favorite odor. Sometimes snakes require that smell to mate or search for mates. Therefore, wherever such flowers bloom, there are bound to be poisonous snakes hiding nearby." Liu gave a slightly shaken glance at the emerald-green snake writhing on the ground beside him and warned, "This snake has extremely potent poison, and once hidden in the grass, it's virtually invisible. If it had bitten her just now, the consequences would be unimaginable." The woman sobbed, overjoyed by escaping death, and broke down into loud cries. She hugged Liu tightly around the neck, saying, thank you, Prince Qi. It's you who saved my life. Thank you." Everyone also cast reverential looks toward Liu. "Prince Qi, you're highly knowledgeable about these flowers and plants. May I ask how we should clear this weed? There's simply no detour left." Yes, Prince Qi, you should know a lot about these things. Please help us." Under the gaze of various expectant eyes, Liu slightly nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "I do have a way, but..." Before he finished speaking, a voice filled with disdain cut through. "Humph, it's just a bunch of weeds. Do you need to be involved? You're putting on airs, acting mysterious. Look at me as I slash and remove all these weeds. No need to beg that farmer." A burly man stepped out from behind, glaring at Liu with hostility. This man wielded a large sword, his eyebrows somewhat resembling Wang Duan's from earlier. He was now glaring furiously at Liu. It's likely that this guy is Wang Duan's brother. This man was full of arrogant words, and Liu didn't bother arguing with him much. He coldly sniffed and sneered. "All right, if you think you can do it, go ahead. But your brother Wang Duan already brought enough shame upon himself. Don't add to the humiliation." Liu's remark enraged the man so much that his face turned red with anger. Clenching his teeth, he let out a low growl and charged into the thicket of weeds, hacking away at a large patch with his greatsword. "Humph, I told you, we don't need him. It's simple to break through. Watch me carve a path for everyone while that useless farmer freezes in the north wind." The woman nestled in Liu's arms frowned as she looked at the man and quietly asked, "Prince Qi, will he make it through?" "He won't," Liu said calmly, his voice loud enough for those around him to hear. "These weeds may appear harmless, but they're actually sword-tip grass. The edges of the grass blades are lined with many fine, dense spines. A few pricks won't harm anyone, but that guy is rushing around wildly inside. Just wait, it won't take long before he's covered in wounds and bleeding profusely." Chapter 80, Stealing the Show. Sure enough, the burly young man swung his large knife around for a while inside and soon began to pant, with a groan escaping from the corner of his mouth. A faint red could be seen on the sword-edge grass surrounding him. What's going on? Why is he bleeding? Has he been bitten or something? Get out quick. The youth had only advanced about 4 or 5 meters before emerging covered in blood. His clothes were slashed into strips, and his skin was filled with fine wounds oozing fresh blood, making him look utterly disheveled. "Oh, didn't you say it would be easy to slash through? So why are you retreating again? I was waiting to enjoy your success." Blushing awkwardly, the young man shot Liu an angry glare but refrained from any reply, instead retreating silently to one side. Seeing this, the others gathered around Liu, imploring, "Prince Qi, if you have any brilliant plan, please reveal it now. We don't want our autumn outing to end on such a sour note." Liu released the girl and stood up, smiling as he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to panic. I naturally have a solution. Without concealing the truth, my family's vegetable garden also suffers from rampant weeds. Hence, I've formulated a weed-suppressing agent that works perfectly in situations like this." While speaking, Liu stepped closer to the cluster of weeds and pulled out a transparent small bottle from his backpack. Inside the bottle, just a small amount of transparent liquid barely covering the bottom could be seen. Merely pretending. What good can this do? Do you think these 2 drops of water will clear the weeds within 10 meters around? Overconfidence has its limits. Noisy. Coldly fixing his eyes on the young man who dared to speak up, Liu snorted disdainfully. Do you consider it disgraceful that you failed enough already? Didn't you proclaim loudly that you could carve out a path? How come you're still alive then? Since you can't manage it yourself, must you jeer at others? Not everyone is as incompetent as you. Other young aristocrats couldn't stand it anymore either, and they joined in to criticize. Enough yet? Wang Duan made trouble here, and now you're following suit. If you detest Prince Qi so much, go and try it yourself. Can't you see that you're just as incapable? Exactly. Ladies, this person truly makes one sick. The most annoying people are those without capability who chatter too much. Such men should never be sought after. The face of the young man turned stiff as he clenched his fists, full of malice but not daring to respond further. Liu approached the patch of weeds, tilting the glass bottle in his hand, causing the single droplet of liquid inside to quickly fall onto the leaf of the weed. In an instant, the withering yellow color, symbolizing decay, spread rapidly, resembling a yellow flame that immediately swept over the entire patch of weeds. In a flash, all life disappeared from the clump of weeds, the leaves cracking and dehydrating. With a gentle breeze, they scattered apart. The desiccation visible to the naked eye engulfed the entire area of the weeds within half a minute. Before their eyes, a spacious path materialized. Liu clapped his hands lightly and stated casually, "That's settled." A deathly silence followed. Only the sound of sharp intakes of breath resonated. Heaven, what kind of magic is this? All this grass gone just like that. Too amazing. Is this Prince Qi's mastery in agriculture? To grow rare treasures from plants. Looking at it this way, nothing seems surprising anymore. That guy was mocking others earlier. His face must be slapped repeatedly right now. Noticing a few looking worriedly at the ground, Liu, as though capable of reading their thoughts, smiled and assured them, "There's no need for concern, ladies and gentlemen. My agent isn't destructive but specifically targets the traits of weeds, completely eradicating them. It doesn't harm the soil at all. For someone like me, who cultivates the land, soil is akin to life itself. How could I ever harm it?" All present burst into laughter, and the term farmer carried no more derogatory connotations. It rather left an impression of Liu being unfathomably profound. Ding, your weed treatment has captivated the interest of nobles from the capital city. Your reputation has thus further elevated. Congratulations on achieving the 4th stage of fame rise, gaining a phased reward of 5,000 points. Upon hearing this, Liu grinned from ear to ear. He secretly thanked himself for accepting Princess Yu's invitation to join this outing today. With the road cleared, the group resumed their journey, while Liu walked leisurely at the back of the group. People were previously grateful to Liu and surrounded him closely, which caused Mo Lian to be pushed aside and lost from sight. Liu did not bother to search for her. As they continued, a fragrant breeze wafted by, smelling like orchids or musk. Liu turned his head and discovered that, unknown when, Princess Yu had appeared by his side. Princess Yu turned her head to look at Liu. After walking for a long time, Liu's lips had slightly cracked due to thirst, and he unconsciously licked them. "Are you thirsty?" Liu was still sulking at Princess Yu and didn't bother to respond. He glanced away and quickened his pace. But Princess Yu wouldn't give up. She hurried forward and grabbed Liu's sleeve, saying, "I'm asking you a question. Are you thirsty? Does it matter to you whether I'm thirsty or not?" Liu struggled, ready to fire off some harsh words. But then he saw the deep blue in Yu's eyes dim quickly as she lowered her head, her grip on his sleeve becoming limp. She looked completely downtrodden and wronged. Unfortunately, Liu couldn't handle softness. He went easy when faced with this expression. Even though he felt he hadn't done anything wrong, his heart softened a little. "Don't always look so aggrieved. I haven't offended you. I gave you the ginger candy I prepared, and when you wanted coconuts, I provided them too. Don't act like I've bullied you." Princess Yu flared her tiny nostrils and let out a light huff. Somehow, from somewhere unknown, she conjured up a coconut that already had a hole cut into it, with clear coconut water flowing inside. Clearly the same one Liu had opened earlier. "Here, drink this." Liu was startled and bewilderedly looked at Princess Yu. "Come on, sis, didn't you want this? Why are you giving it back after all that fuss?" "I've already drunk," Princess Yu explained briefly, suddenly remembering something and quickly adding, "And I didn't drink directly from it. I poured the juice out. I've had enough. If you're already full, why did you ask for 2 coconuts? That made me so mad." Princess Yu fell silent. Seeing Liu's dumbfounded expression, she inwardly got annoyed and suddenly shoved the coconut against his chest, slightly angry. "Why do you have to say so much? Are you going to drink it or not?" Chapter 81. Princess Yu confesses. Drink, drink. A lack of enthusiasm in eating indicates a problematic mindset. Liu took the coconut passed by Princess Yu and began to gulp it down as he tilted his neck. After quenching his thirst, Liu threw the empty coconut back into his backpack with satisfaction. Princess Yu looked at him questioningly and asked, "Why are you taking the shell back? Is it useful?" "It's useful," Liu answered instinctively. "There's still coconut meat inside the shell. Don't waste it." The meat is crisp and sweet, can be used for coconut flakes and chicken stewed with coconut. I'll make it next time for you to try. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he realized that he and Princess Anyu were still in a cold war. He stiffened his expression and immediately changed his words. I was wrong. I won't make it for you next time. Princess Anyu paused, looking very seriously at Liu and pouted. Why not? Because you snatched my coconut today and made me lose face in public. I didn't even have the decision-making power over a single coconut, which severely hurt my dignity as a man. I'm mad, and I don't want to cook good food for you anymore. With a chuckle, Princess Anyu looked helplessly at Liu and said sarcastically, You're like a child. Do you really want to give Lian coconuts to eat so badly? Her? It has nothing to do with her. She's just a new friend I met today. Whether or not I give her coconuts doesn't matter much. The problem is that I promised her, but you interrupted me forcefully, making me break my promise. I feel very embarrassed about that. Upon hearing Liu say that Lian was only an ordinary friend, Princess Anyu's face lit up slightly, revealing a hint of joy, almost in a teasing manner. Alright, can't you forgive me already? Liu had just said this casually, never expecting Princess Anyu to sincerely apologize. Her voice was soft and tender, carrying an unusual charm. A fragrant breath tickled his ear, making Liu restless and unable to focus. When he glanced sideways, he saw a faint blush on Princess Anyu's fair and delicate face. She was extremely close, and Liu could almost faintly see the fine hair on her face. In this situation, being a normal man, how could Liu keep himself composed? His heart was also burning with passion. Verbally flirting, he said, apologizing isn't enough. If apologizing worked, why would we need magistrates? You've dealt a severe blow to my self-esteem, making me lose face in front of my sister. You must compensate me. Princess Anyu fell silent. Seeing her silence, Liu thought she was angry because of his presumptuousness and was about to apologize when he suddenly felt something smooth and cool slipping into his hand. Startled, Liu squeezed what was in his hand. It was boneless, smooth, and fine as if it were jade-like in texture, irresistible. Lowering his head, he saw that Princess Anyu had quietly placed her delicate hand into his. Perhaps to shield from others' gazes, Princess Anyu deliberately lifted the hem of her dress slightly. From the outside, they merely looked like walking side by side, showing no trace. What is this? I am being flirted with. At this moment, Liu's brain went blank, with only 5 large characters swirling in his mind. Saliva secreted frantically in his mouth, his face flushed with excitement. Taking advantage of everyone else's preoccupation, Princess Anyu quickly leaned her beautiful head toward Liu's ear, gently exhaling a breath in a seductive manner, softly saying, Is such compensation enough? Huh. Liu felt as if his brain was about to burn up. Stuttering, he said, Princess Anyu, what are you doing? Don't tarnish my reputation. You still have your reputation, mister? For some reason, since Princess Anyu held hands with Liu, she became endlessly affectionate, her voice full of deep emotion, entirely different from her previous capricious and cold demeanor. Liu, next time, you're not allowed to offer coconuts to other girls, understand? Oh, why? Are you trying to monopolize the coconuts? That's not possible. I'm here to make money. Liu seemed to have lost a nerve, his thoughts revolving rapidly around commerce, answering instinctively. You idiot, that's not what I mean. If you want to sell them, naturally, I can't stop you, but you cannot use coconuts to please other girls, otherwise. Princess Anyu's head was nearly buried in her own chest, her crystal-clear cheeks almost glowing red as if bleeding, her lips opening and closing, filled with allure. Looking shy yet charming at Liu, she said word by word, Otherwise, I will get jealous. Jealousy? The reason for Princess Anyu's previous cold and distant attitude suddenly became clear. Liu had never even considered this aspect, so although he correctly guessed that Princess Anyu was on her period, he didn't realize she was jealous of him. Does the princess like me? Impossible. Looking at the Princess Anyu before him now, bashful and affectionate, practically wanting to snuggle up in his arms if they weren't in public, Liu felt as though he were dreaming. He remembered their first meeting. She had been cold and ruthless, nearly beating him to death. And now, she was just like any other infatuated young girl. Do you really like me? Princess Anyu lifted her gaze, her deep blue eyes no longer oppressive but shimmering with a soft glow, sparkling like ripples on water. I know very well who I fancy, Liu. In all my years of life, I've never been fond of anyone. I'm crystal clear about myself. Once I like someone, I'll love them for a lifetime, unwavering till death. Her words carried significant weight, causing Liu's heart to race uncontrollably. Good grief, am I going to become a prince consort? But that doesn't make sense either, being the emperor's son, while Princess Anyu is only the emperor's adopted daughter. Strictly speaking, we have no blood ties, but officially she's still a princess. How absurd it would be for a son and a princess to marry. Liu tried hard to remain calm, lowering his voice seriously. Princess, have you thought about this? We cannot possibly be together. I'm the emperor's biological son, and you're the emperor's adopted daughter, a princess, and technically, a deposed crown prince. Princess Anyu had obviously considered this point already. Her eyes dimmed slightly, yet she shook her head stubbornly. I understand, but I believe there's always a solution when faced with challenges. Titles and moral norms. I will set those aside for now. What I want to know is your feelings. Liu, do you like me? Are you willing to accept me? Chapter 82, The Hunt. Princess Anyu looked up at Liu, her clear eyes filled entirely with his face. To say that Liu had no feelings for Princess Anyu, a beauty of this world, would be impossible. Anyu was coy and kind in private, though a little spoiled, which also made Liu quite smitten. But could he accept her? As Yu had said, she was a loyal person. Once she committed to someone, it would be a lifetime commitment. If he wanted to be with her, the road ahead would surely be fraught with peril and difficulties. Perhaps, in the end, both of them would be hurt badly, and she might even regret it. It wasn't because he didn't like her, it was precisely because he did like her, making him hesitant and wary. Seeing Li Yu remain silent for a long time, Yu's originally hopeful and expectant eyes gradually dimmed. She slowly lowered her head, biting her red lips tightly, and her voice was so low that Li Yu almost couldn't hear it. Li Yu, if you don't like me or don't want to accept me, just tell me directly. I can handle it. Not. Li Yu instinctively denied it. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. Prince Qi, I've finally found you. We were separated earlier by the others, and I searched for half an hour, but couldn't find you. Mo Lian suddenly appeared beside Li Yu, casting a curious glance at Yu and smiling, saying, "Oh, Princess Yu? Sorry, I didn't notice you before. Did I interrupt your conversation?" Not at all. Yu's voice instantly reverted to its previous icy tone. Like a startled cat, she withdrew her delicate hand from Li Yu's large one, glanced deeply at Li Yu, and walked away directly. Mo Lian took Yu's place, looking curiously at Yu's retreating back with a strange expression and asked, "Prince Qi, what just happened? Did I really not interrupt anything?" Li Yu naturally couldn't tell Mo Lian about those things, so he evaded the question, saying, "No, she just came to talk to me about coconuts. You arrived just as we finished." Afterward, Mo Lian accompanied Li Yu as they moved forward. Along the way, she showed a strong sense of curiosity, asking after Li Yu's well-being and constantly inquiring about his vegetable-growing activities, filling the air with laughter. Princess Yu watched the two from afar and sighed softly. "Stop looking. It's normal that he doesn't like you. People like you have been disliked for more than just a day or two, right?" When the group reached the mountain forest, they suddenly saw a wild boar jump out from the shadows of the trees. This wild boar wasn't very big, only about several dozen centimeters long, and its tusks on its snout still looked quite young. Bursting out of the forest, it panicked, glanced at the crowd briefly, and immediately turned around and ran away. The crowd became very excited after seeing it. Young masters all wanted to show off in front of their crushes, and this was the perfect opportunity. It's a wild boar. Block it, don't let it run. Haha, watch me catch it, and add to everyone's meal. Are there any young men who want to hunt? Come with me. The people clamored and tried to catch the wild boar, but it kept bumping left and right, and they couldn't even touch it. Just then, the neigh of a horse suddenly rang out. Turning their heads, the crowd saw a young man leading a horse walk up excitedly, saying, "Today, Princess Yu personally accompanies us on this autumn outing. A great honor indeed. So today, I will personally capture this wild boar as a gift to thank Princess Yu. What do all of you think?" This man called out, and immediately several people around him became enthusiastic, agreeing loudly. "Yes, good idea. I've heard Princess Yu is not only stunningly beautiful, but her martial arts are unmatched. In my opinion, Princess Yu should personally join the hunt and add some excitement." People's emotions instantly surged. All eyes focused on Princess Yu in anticipation, hoping that she would ride alongside the young man. The youth even pulled out a bow and arrow, placing it on the saddle, and smiled while waiting for Princess Yu. Seeing this scene, Li Yu felt slightly odd. For some reason, he thought the people cheering seemed too deliberate. Moreover, coming out for an autumn outing, how could this person bring a horse along the whole way and even prepare a bow and arrow beforehand? That seemed far-fetched. Still, in situations like these, most people would instinctively follow the public's cry. But Princess Yu had a cold temperament, and now, her mind was already in turmoil, leaving her no interest in engaging in any hunting activity. She refused outright without hesitation. "Sorry, I'm not interested in this. You can go ahead and play by yourselves." The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and the young man leading the horse obviously froze for a moment, as if there was something unspeakable. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he made another request. "Princess, it's rare for everyone to be so enthusiastic. Would you accompany me in capturing this wild boar? It would certainly liven up the crowd, and everyone will be grateful to you." "Yes, yes. Why should I help you liven things up?" Repeated requests had chilled Princess Yu's voice. Her eyes gleamed with icy coldness as she spoke in a frosty tone. "Didn't I already say that I don't want to go? How many times do I have to repeat myself? What you call livening things up is nothing but coercion. I hope I don't need to keep repeating myself." A formidable aura radiated from Princess Yu, leaving the young man flustered. Instinctively, he glanced at someone standing nearby and whispered in a lowered voice, "What should I do? She won't come. I can't force her." "It's fine." The figure remained calm, speaking coolly. "Since she's not coming, then just chase after the wild boar by yourself according to the original plan. I'll find an opportunity to act. Be careful. This chance is rare, so make sure there are no mistakes." "Understood." The young man bowed deeply to Princess Yu with an apologetic expression and apologized. "I'm sorry, Princess Yu. I got carried away and pressured you. Please forgive me, Princess Yu." Having said that, he mounted the horse alone, lifting his bow and arrow triumphantly as he laughed aloud. "All right, everyone, let me hunt this wild boar by myself. Once I catch it, we'll all have more food to enjoy. All of you just watch." The crowd cheered wildly. The youth snapped the reins, and his body shot forward like an arrow, chasing after the wild boar, which was scared into darting about chaotically by the sound of hooves. The young man's archery skills seemed solid. Finding the right moment, he relied on his legs to steady himself on the galloping horse, pulled back the bow with both arms, and the arrow whizzed out instantly. Chapter 83, Sudden Turmoil. The arrow was like a flash of lightning, instantly striking near the wild boar. The boar couldn't dodge in time, but its rough hide had an incredible defense. The sharp arrow even sparked as it grazed against its fur, yet failed to fully pierce its skin. The boar let out a painful cry, and with swift movement from its short legs, it charged into the woods. The youth sneered coldly, pulling on the reins and laughing disdainfully. Today, no matter where you run, death is unavoidable. Pursue. The horse quickly galloped into the woods after the little wild boar. Amidst the rustling shadows of the forest, people were obstructed by the dense foliage and couldn't see what exactly was happening inside. Nevertheless, those aristocrats were extremely excited, wishing they could contribute somehow. Thus, they began tearing away at the leaves, trying to peek inside. At that moment, a frightened and horrific scream suddenly erupted from within the woods, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing belonging to a large beast. The crowd froze in shock, not comprehending what was happening. In the next instant, a colossal figure burst forth from the woods, scattering branches and tree trunks everywhere. One unfortunate young man who was closest got struck in the side of his waist, flying like a kite whose string has been cut, dragging along the ground for quite a distance before stopping. It was only then that the others finally saw this giant shadow, matted fur, over 2 meters in length, 2 razor-sharp tusks yellowish-white, in color gleamed menacingly with traces of blood hanging visibly. It was unmistakably a giant wild boar. With red-rimmed eyes, the boar clearly seemed enraged, rushing toward any person in sight. Run quick. Daddy Wild Boar is here. Run. Not knowing who yelled this first, everyone immediately scattered in all directions, fleeing in sheer panic and causing total chaos. Pushing and shoving ensued. The unfortunate youth who had earlier been hit by the wild boar lay weakly on the ground. As people ran past, they accidentally stepped on him repeatedly. Even if he hadn't died from being rammed by the boar, he was nearly trampled to death by his own companions. Seeing this, Liu felt a pang of compassion, narrowing his eyes and quickly rushing over. Fortunately, the wild boar was solely focused on the fleeing people and did not pay attention to the already incapacitated youth. This young man was rather delicate looking, with light eyebrows and a high-nosed bridge. At present, his entire face was covered in mud, appearing utterly disheveled. A deep gash appeared in his lower abdomen, with blood continuously flowing out. Already dazed, the young man faintly perceived Liu's approach and used every last ounce of strength to grab onto his arm, pleading desperately. Save me. Please, help me. Don't be afraid. Liu squatted down and said, I'm here to save you. Liu took out some silver ointment from his pocket, lifted the young man's shirt, revealing his abdomen. Despite being on the brink of death, the young man suddenly grabbed Liu's arm with surprising strength, his dim, lifeless eyes showing hints of fear. What are you going to do? Save your life. How could one still be shy at such a critical moment? Annoyed, Liu roughly pried open the young man's hand, lifted up his shirt. He had fair skin, with a flat stomach. Even though it was now covered in dirt, the fine quality of his skin was still apparent beneath the dust. A long, bloody fissure cut across his skin, with fresh blood steadily flowing from it. Without delay, Liu applied the silver salve directly onto the wound. To prevent him from bleeding out too fast, his actions were somewhat rough as he crushed the pill and massaged it onto the injury. The youth's body trembled with pain, unable to even scream in agony. However, the effects of the silver salve became evident quite quickly. Soon, the blood flow had slowed, and a narrow scar formed on the youth's flesh. Liu momentarily looked relieved, but turned to find the youth barely clinging to life. Possibly a fleeting return to awareness, the youth fixed his gaze on Liu and muttered weakly, You killed me. You killed me. I can't die. Hearing this, Liu's head almost exploded in frustration as he responded exasperatedly. How am I the one who killed you? Do you know how expensive this silver cream is? I'm done messing around. While speaking thus, Liu was actually very anxious to save this youth. After pondering for a while, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a strawberry. Bathed in sunlight, the strawberry seemed encased in golden edges, looking exceedingly lavish. Perhaps this would be useful. Forget it. When I bring this kid back to life, I will surely make him work like a slave for me. These golden strawberries are so costly. If it weren't for the fact that he's about to kick the bucket, I wouldn't let him waste such a valuable item. With these thoughts in mind, Liu stuffed the golden strawberry into the youth's mouth. Chewing hastily, juice even dribbled down the sides of his mouth, which made Liu feel a bit heartbroken. For cultivators, the golden strawberry can consolidate essence and energy, while for ordinary people, it also brings great benefits. The youth's pale face became ruddy at a visible speed, and his originally disordered breathing gradually stabilized. However, he seemed to have fainted and showed no response. Seeing that this guy was out of danger, Liu sighed with relief, only to realize that Princess Xuanhuan had disappeared somewhere unknown. He looked around anxiously and eventually noticed Princess Xuanhuan standing alone nearby, seemingly unaffected by what had just happened. Liu exhaled in relief, slowly approaching her. At this moment, however, he suddenly noticed a young man sneaking up toward Princess Xuanhuan. With chaos all around and screams erupting everywhere, Princess Xuanhuan evidently hadn't sensed the man's approach. Suddenly, a sharp dagger fell from the man's sleeve, glinting ominously. Liu's pupils contracted as he quickened his steps, shouting hoarsely, Princess Xuanhuan. As if sensing something, Princess Xuanhuan abruptly turned her head, looking oddly at Liu. Just then, the man's dagger was almost about to strike her. In the nick of time, Liu stomped hard on the ground, shooting forward like an arrow, positioning himself in front of Princess Xuanhuan. The anticipated excruciating pain never came, but instead, the sound of a dagger piercing flesh reached his ears. Opening his eyes, Liu saw that the person with the dagger had slightly shifted their aim, apparently stabbing towards a spot not far to Princess Anyu's left. Coincidentally, a small wild boar darted out from behind the bushes and was skewered straight through. Princess Anyu, seeing Liu selflessly shield her, felt both surprised and strange, instinctively hugging Liu's shoulder as she exclaimed anxiously, "You, what's wrong? What's going on? Did I scare you?" The young man pulled out the wild pig as easily as carrying a chick, flashing a toothy grin at Liu, while Princess Anyu eyed him warily. Chapter 84, Uncle In Hongji. You're beside me with a dagger in your hand. What do you intend to do? The youth looked entirely innocent as he shrugged and gestured towards the wild boar he had just carried, saying, "I saw some movement in the grass next to you." This wild boar showed its head before. I was both afraid the princess might be startled by it and wanted to capture it, so I stepped forward. Did I startle you, princess? Princess Anyu frowned and glanced at Liu, then shook her head lightly. Since that's the case, you've succeeded in capturing it. You may leave now. Liu watched the young man's retreating figure. The youth was tall and elegant, exuding an aura of composure and nobility in his every gesture. He must be someone else's son from an aristocratic family or a powerful minister. Do you know him? Princess Anyu's eyes flickered with complex emotions, but she didn't wish to elaborate, summarizing briefly. You can say I know him. He is In Hongji's son. In Hongji. This name reverberated loudly in Liu's ears. He wasn't oblivious to history, especially regarding figures closely tied to his own fate. In Hongji's sister, Lady Yin, was favored by Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, and thus In Hongji himself was conferred the title of imperial kinsman with considerable power. According to official history, it was under his instigation that Liu attempted rebellion in Qizhou, only to be suppressed and killed. Now, Liu had much farmland awaiting his favor, and he certainly wouldn't allow himself to fall into the same trap again. He would stay as far away from this man as possible. As Anyu Princess and Liu conversed, the large wild boar was gradually subdued by everyone around. Despite all four limbs being bound by thick ropes, the beast continued to grind its long and sharp tusks furiously on the ground, as if insensate to pain. Blood pooled beneath it, dyeing the earth red. Liu frowned deeply. With his knowledge of wild beasts, wild boars, although brutal and aggressive, rarely reacted this violently unless provoked. Even losing their offspring wouldn't normally incite such anger. Looking into its crimson eyes, a thought suddenly occurred to Liu. Perhaps this wild boar had been specially agitated. While Liu was lost in thought, Princess Anyu took the initiative to speak. You called out my name earlier and rushed over. Was there something urgent? You startled me a little. Liu smiled bitterly, awkwardly rubbing his nose. When I saw you, I noticed In Hongji's son sneaking closer with a dagger in his hand. Out of instinct, I worried he might have ill intentions towards you and rushed over. Now it seems I created quite a false alarm since he came to kill the wild boar. A gentle smile crept onto Princess Anyu's lips, suppressing a chuckle, but hinting mysteriously, softly stating, not necessarily a false alarm. Before Liu could ask further, Princess Anyu shifted her tone slightly, adding a note of reproach. Why were you looking at me? The commotion from the wild boar has already made things chaotic. Are you so curious about what I am doing? Liu broke out in a cold sweat, almost spitting blood. So women truly are the most irrational creatures. Concerned for her safety, he was still scolded for his effort. It's just that I feared you might be harmed by the wild boar. So I glanced to confirm your position. A light blush graced Princess Anyu's side face as she lowered her head, whispering, Who asked you to look? Though ferocious, this wild boar cannot harm me. It's pure nonsense. All right, blame me. My wandering gaze deserves rebuke. Regarding what happened earlier, after a moment of silence, Liu felt he couldn't delay Princess Anyu further. If she had confessed by overcoming her shyness and reserve, he owed her an appropriate response. But just as Liu was carefully pondering how to express himself, Princess Anyu acted as if frightened, stepping back hastily with a voice trembling with nervousness. Don't say anything. Just pretend I'm talking to myself. Right now, I don't want to hear your answer. If there's nothing else, I'll go ahead first. Princess Anyu departed swiftly from Liu's line of sight, leaving him completely bewildered. After the wild boar was subdued, the wounded youths were quickly attended to. Everyone had lost interest in continuing their autumn outing and returned home accordingly. In a secluded corner, unobserved amidst shadowy woods, In Hongji's son carrying the dagger and small wild boar slowly approached. Confirming no one was around, he whistled an unusual tune. Soon, leaves parted and a figure emerged. That person looked at the youth briefly and said indifferently, What's the result? Father, sorry. I failed, but it appears I haven't exposed our plan. This man, with his hands clasped behind his back, a slightly aged appearance yet sharp eyes that exuded authority without anger, was none other than Liu's uncle, the greatest sinner of his past life, who incited Liu to rebel. In Hongji. In Bing. This was merely an attempt on our part. Your success in remaining undetected is victory enough. Capturing Princess Anyu here was indeed overly ambitious and unrealistic. We'll seek another opportunity. In Bing's face turned awkward as he knelt down apologetically, his voice deep. Father, I sincerely apologize. In fact, I'm unsure if we've been exposed or not. What do you mean? In Hongji's gaze instantly turned fierce. It's like this. Princess Anyu's character is unlike anyone else's. Even when everyone urged her to join the boar hunt, she firmly refused. With no other options, we had to proceed with the original plan. The frenzied boar burst out, causing chaos all around. Seeing that Princess Anyu was unattended and ignored by others, I considered making my move. Then what happened? Under the pressure of Yin Hongji's imposing presence, Yin Bing's voice trembled slightly, lowering his head fearfully. When I was sneaking closer, somehow, Prince Qi, Liu, seemed to notice me. He shouted a warning to Princess Anyu and charged at me, blocking my path. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongji nearly forgot to breathe, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he worriedly asked. And then? Were you discovered during the assassination attempt? How could that be possible? If I'd been caught trying to assassinate her, would I even still be alive? At that critical moment, I quickly thought of a solution. Noticing a wild boar snout emerging from the grass beside Princess Anyu, I swiftly changed directions and attacked the boar instead, successfully killing it. This act provided a convincing cover story with almost no slip-ups. Chapter 85, Treasonous Heart. Phew. Yin Hongji let out a long breath and patted Yin Bing's shoulder with relief, saying, "Good job. You've grown up quite a bit. If we were exposed, we would be charged with treason and face the punishment of having our entire families executed. There would be no way to avoid it then." Despite the good news on his face, Yin Bing was still somewhat worried. Even though I feel like I haven't slipped up and have disguised myself well, I think Liu and Princess Anyu must have some suspicion towards me. No problem, just suspicions don't matter. As for that Liu, a ruthless glint passed through Yin Bing's eyes as he made a throat-slitting gesture, coldly saying, "This time, Liu messed up our plans and has doubts about us. How about we just?" "Absolutely not." Yin Hongji rejected Yin Bing without hesitation, coolly stating, "No matter what, Liu is my nephew. Moreover, his current position is far different from before. He might become a great help to us. In the future, you should get closer to him, cultivate your relationship, and according to what you said, he seems close to Princess Anyu. Perhaps, when it comes to the assassination of Princess Anyu, we'll need him to take action." "I understand." There was a long silence between them. Then Yin Bing suddenly asked coldly, "Father, are we really going to rebel? If we're caught, it will result in..." Yin Hongji's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he cut off Yin Bing's words firmly, laughing bitterly. "I hope never to hear the word rebellion from your mouth again. This isn't rebellion. It's striving for a better future. Even the heir can ascend to the throne. Why can't I? Great achievers are unconcerned with trivialities, and I don't want you to show cowardice." "Yes." On the other side, as everyone gradually dispersed, Liu also prepared to go home alone. While walking, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. Turning around, he found Mo Lian standing beside him unexpectedly, with a curved waist, smiling eyes, and a cunning look while looking at him. She showed some concern and asked, "Prince Qi, the wild boar just now was so terrifying. Are you injured?" "Not only am I not injured, but I even saved a person," Liu muttered in his heart, shaking his head. "No, what about you? Were you injured?" "It was chaotic earlier, and I couldn't find you." "I'm fine too. I am born afraid of such beasts, so my legs wouldn't move. I had to hide in a corner. Luckily, the wild boar didn't discover me, or else I probably would have been finished." Mo Lian's delicate face turned pale, showing an expression of lingering fear. With her hands folded across her chest, she looked pitiful and evoked an irresistible urge to comfort her. Liu narrowed his eyes. He wasn't the kind of guy easily dazzled by beauty. Otherwise, he might have mindlessly accepted the princess's confession much earlier. If encountering Mo Lian at first could be considered good fortune, it wasn't anymore. By now, Liu no longer thought so. Even if he were excessively self-conceited, Liu wouldn't believe himself to possess such immense charm. As the old saying goes, there's always ulterior motives behind unsolicited kindness. So Mo Lian likely had something specific in mind for him. Outwardly, Liu remained calm. To test his theory, he proposed, "You're in poor physical condition and have been through quite a scare. This journey must have exhausted you. My residence is not far from here, in the suburbs. If you wish, you can come rest there for a while." Liu stared deeply into Mo Lian's eyes. Sure enough, he captured a fleeting flicker of joy and cunning in her gaze. She pretended to be shy, mused for a moment, and then smiled. "I am indeed rather tired. If possible, I'd actually love to tour your Highness cheese orchard. I'd like to see how those rare and precious fruits grow." "What the heck? This girl wouldn't possibly be eyeing my fruits, right? It's alright if you're interested in me, but you eyeing my fruits, that's absolutely unacceptable." While thoughts swirled in his mind, Liu suddenly remembered the so-called agency sales proposition suggested by Xin Meng 2 days before the outing, the one who got driven out of the shop by him. Instantaneously, everything became clear in his mind. Xin Meng obviously lacked intellect, and was clearly rash. Yet this concept of agency sales was undoubtedly innovative for the era, impossible to think of without any commercial acumen or talent. Thus, someone surely was advising Xin Meng behind the scenes. Glancing at Mo Lian, although appearing gentle, she seemed to be full of bad ideas. A focused observation revealed some resemblance in spirit between her eyebrows and Xin Meng's. "I'm overwhelmed. They've sent both sister and brother to do the job, right? The younger brother failed against me, and now the older sister takes the lead?" Remaining outwardly calm, Liu nodded slightly, without avoiding anything, and took Mo Lian directly towards his estate. Both harbored ulterior motives, one intending to steal, the other secretly on guard, making it unclear who was more cunning. Upon reaching the gate of his courtyard and knocking, Lu Xue quickly opened the door. Seeing Mo Lian, a young and beautiful woman standing behind Liu, Lu Xue's expression became somewhat peculiar. Pouting slightly, she said, "Master, you're back. Is this your guest?" "Yes, a friend I just met today." "How is Lu Xue? Did his condition worsen?" "No issues. He seemed dazed from sleeping too long." Liu's lips twitched faintly as he refrained from further inquiry and instead said, I'll take my friend on a tour of my orchard. As they approached the orchard, an intoxicating fragrance, a blend of various fruits, enveloped them, invigorating the spirit. Unable to contain her excitement, Lien took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with fascination. She was now incredibly close to these mysterious rare fruits. If she could discover their cultivation method, she would undoubtedly break Liu's monopoly. With the confidence of her commercial acumen, Lien was sure that she could suppress Liu. Then, this vast untapped market would all be hers. In her excitement, her voice carried a hint of seductive tremor, captivating anyone who listened. So fragrant. Prince Qi, is this the scent of the fruits in your orchard? Indeed. Come take a look. Inside the orchard, lush branches spread wide, adorned with vivid fruits painted in watercolor hues, creating a riot of dazzling colors. The strawberries glistened like jewels. Purple grapes grew along vines, climbing the wooden stakes. Also recently planted were the bright green avocados shaped like pears. Gazing into the distance, towering coconut trees came into view, with their brown fruits hanging from above, the same ones Liu had earlier offered her to taste. Chapter 86. Each hiding sinister intentions. Money. All this is money. Goodness, is this a fairyland? A single strawberry here is worth dozens of taels of silver. All the fruits in this orchard could rival the national treasury. This Prince Qi truly holds treasures in his hands, making people envious and jealous. Lien's saliva was almost dripping out, her eyes shining with stars. Liu saw her expression and couldn't help but laugh. Now he was even more sure that this person must be from the Shun family of merchants. That glimmering eye filled with greed for wealth mirrored his own exactly. This is my orchard, Lien. If there's anything you want to taste, just pick it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't charge you. In that case, can I try that green thing? Is that a pear? Seeing Lien pointing at the avocado, Liu also became interested. He wasn't sure whether this avocado would suit the Tang dynasty people's taste. Since he unlocked its existence, no one had tasted it yet. That's not a pear, it's called an avocado, and it has never been brought outside. But I don't know if you would like this kind of flavor. Conveniently, let's take you as the guinea pig. Liu took a wooden spoon from nearby, picked an avocado, and split it into two with both hands. Inside the avocado, there was nothing but lush green fruit paste, shimmering faintly with water-like luster. Its texture resembled sponge sand. Lien unconsciously licked her lips and scooped up some of the fruit paste with the small wooden spoon. The paste was soft and delicate, just like ice cream. A perfect half circle came off effortlessly and stuck to the spoon. When she put the fruit paste in her mouth, a unique sweetness and rich aroma spread between Lien's teeth. This avocado was icy cold with smooth fruit paste, as delicate as flavored ice cream. It was an unprecedented experience for Lien since childhood. Moreover, being rich in fat, the avocado carried the characteristic richness of fats, which made Lien unable to put it down. Soon, she ate the entire avocado. After she finished eating the whole avocado, Lien suddenly realized her behavior. Her face turned red, and she wiped her lips, lowering her head shyly. Sorry, Prince Qi, I behaved improperly. It's just too delicious. Liu was delighted. He had originally worried that the avocado wouldn't suit the people's taste of this era. Seeing Lien's enchantment, a huge weight lifted off his heart. No problem, delicious is good, ha. Lien lowered her head, brewed her emotions for a moment, and finally approached the main subject. She suddenly looked up, gazing at Liu with a pair of watery big eyes, her gaze glittering with admiration and curiosity. Prince Qi, you are really too talented. I have always been curious. How do these rare and unusual fruits grow? Judging by this appearance, it should require high technology, right? There it is. As expected, this person is trying to steal my techniques. Do you think that just by staring at me with wide eyes, I will tell you everything truthfully? Without these systems of mine, all these superficial things, even if learned by Lien, would be completely useless. Therefore, Liu was unafraid and started to talk nonsense. This thing, easy if you say it's easy, hard if you say it's hard. Let me explain it carefully for you. While talking, Liu suddenly got the urge to tease. He sat on the stool beside him, patted his thigh, and mockingly looked at Lien. Lien, after walking such a long distance, you must be tired, right? Want to sit down? Yes, where can I sit? Lien looked around left and right, but didn't see another stool. She questioned Liu, looking confused. Liu's lips curved upward slightly, patting his thigh mischievously. Can't you just sit here? Lien's expression immediately stiffened. Although she had initially thought that Liu was highly knowledgeable and an excellent young talent, now it seemed he was just another old pervert, who had only just revealed his lecherous nature. Unwilling though she was, considering that the secret recipe for growing rare fruits was within reach, she reluctantly gave in. After some hesitation, she slowly walked over to Liu's side and sat on his thigh with a thud. The elasticity and warm sensation transmitted from below made Liu's blood rush to his head, his thoughts wandering. It seemed Lien was quite flustered as well, her whole body stiffening, unwilling to make even the slightest move. Her face turned red enough to drip blood. Turning her head, she bashfully looked at Liu, stammering. Is this alright, Prince Qi? Could you teach me how you plant them? Alright, I reckon you're the type who doesn't work hard physically or distinguish the grains. Let me start with the basics for you. After enjoying the short while of tenderness, Liu stood up, his words somewhat irking Lien. She gave him an angry glare. Liu casually picked up a hoe from the side and found a corner of a plot of land, saying, Alright, first of all, you need to plant the seeds in the ground. But if the ground is too hard, it will be like putting a baby in an extremely harsh environment. the seed won't survive. Therefore, we need to loosen the soil first. The hoe hummed as it turned the earth over, making the fertile land immediately become loose. Then, place the seeds inside, water them. If there's fertilizer available, using some appropriately can also help the plants grow better. After that, cover the seeds with soil again. However, just like humans, seeds need to breathe, so remember to make small holes. Li Yu completely treated Mo Lien as a receptacle for his chatter, blabbering on endlessly about basic agricultural cultivation methods, which had nothing to do with growing strawberries. Li Yu didn't even use these methods for strawberry cultivation. All he did was sprinkle the spring revival powder, drop the seeds, and the strawberries flourished immediately. But this Mo Lien had no understanding of agriculture at all, and yet she listened attentively, thinking that this was the essence of planting strawberries, and memorized all of it thoroughly. I'll try. Mo Lien's face flushed with excitement as she grabbed the hoe and started digging at the ground. But unfortunately, her stamina was terrible, and she was already out of breath after only a few swings. Mo Lien's hoe got stuck deeply in the ground, and despite her pulling for half a day, she couldn't get it out. In a sudden burst of effort, she lost her balance and fell backward, directly colliding into Li Yu's arms. It was almost time. Once I obtained the seeds, even someone like me could plant strawberries. By then, Li Yu's monopoly would be shattered easily. Since this guy is such a lecher, I might as well give him a little temptation. While Mo Lien was still pondering, Li Yu muttered, "Hey, Mo Lien, what are you doing? Don't you dare take advantage of me. My principles are unshakable, and I remain steadfast. People call me the pure-hearted young man." Chapter 87. The Alluring and You. Mo Lien felt both ashamed and infuriated. You lecher. How can you call yourself a pure young master? If you are pure, then there isn't an impure person in this world. Li Yu's mouth was full of sweet talk, but his mischievous hands did not stop. They roamed all over Mo Lien's body, feeling every curve and contour. Mo Lien felt mortified to the point of death. Her lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. She gritted her teeth and said, "Prince Chi, don't you dare." "Don't what?" Li Yu feigned innocence, continuing his actions while asking with false confusion. "Mo Lien, if you have something to say, just spit it out. Why speak so ambiguously? I don't understand." A moan almost escaped from Mo Lien's mouth. Unable to bear it any longer, she suddenly shoved Li Yu away, gasping, "Prince Chi, you're such a bad person." "What do you mean by that?" Li Yu stared at Mo Lien with wide eyes, almost making her lose consciousness from anger. "So I endure it for now. Once I get the seeds, I'll settle accounts with him." Clenching her teeth, Mo Lien huffed indignantly, but then suddenly moved forward and grabbed Li Yu's arm. Her chest pressed gently against his arm as she used a coquettish tone. "Prince Chi, I've somewhat learned how to grow strawberries. Can you give me some seeds to try it out when I return home?" Li Yu's eyes gleamed with deep, unfathomable amusement. He couldn't help but internally mocked. "Do you really think you know how to farm now? You can't even wield a hoe. How can you possibly plant anything?" Still, Li Yu put on a show of difficulty, hesitating. "These seeds? They're the result of my hard work cultivating them, and maybe they're a bit special." Seeing Li Yu seemed unwilling, Mo Lien lightly bit her lip and collapsed onto Li Yu's chest, her palm grazing across his chest softly as her seductive eyes whispered, "Prince Chi, I'm truly curious. It happens that I have some land at home. Just let me try, will you?" Pretending to be clouded by lust, Li Yu smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly as he took out a few pitch-black seeds and handed them to Mo Lien. He added in a serious manner, "But remember, these strawberries are not for anyone else. After all, it's my exclusive breed." Understood. Mo Lien was ecstatic, never expecting it to go so smoothly. She carefully placed the strawberry seeds in her bosom. Looking at her expression, Li Yu found himself stifling a laugh. How could he possibly give her real strawberry seeds? These were merely mixed flower seeds. However, only Mo Lien would discover this once she planted them. After getting what she wanted, Mo Lien's attitude towards Li Yu changed instantly. Her face grew cold as she said perfunctorily, "Thank you, Prince Chi. Today, I'm a bit tired, so I'll rest early and study the seeds you gave me again. Thank you very much." Studying the seeds and resting early? Probably the other way around. Li Yu did not expose her pretense. When he escorted Mo Lien out of the residence and opened the gate, he happened to see Princess Yu. Seeing Mo Lien emerging from Li Yu's mansion, Princess Yu's expression visibly froze. Li Yu sensed trouble approaching. This jealous little girl must be conjuring up some wild assumptions. He hurriedly explained, "Princess Yu, please let me explain." I don't want to listen. I don't." Princess Yu abruptly interrupted Li Yu, glaring at him with childish resentment, shouting, Is she so good? If she can, why can't I?" Caught between laughter and frustration, Li Yu took a bold step and grasped Yu's delicate hand, whispering gently, "Trust me, Yu, there's absolutely no relationship between me and her. Not only does she not feel anything for me, but she might even harbor ill intentions. Don't worry, I am on guard." Hearing Li Yu address her as Yu, feeling her hand enveloped in his warmth, her mind went blank for a moment. She mumbled aimlessly, having completely missed what Li Yu had said. "All right, is there anything you came here for, Yu? Why don't you come inside?" Yu's cheeks burned red like a monkey's bottom, her azure eyes brimming with affection. From somewhere unknown, she pulled out a coconut and handed it to Li Yu, explaining shyly, "I've brought the coconut to you. Earlier, I didn't want you to use it to flatter that girl, so I took your coconut. Now it's unnecessary." Haha, so you made a special trip just for this? As Li Yu casually accepted the coconut and teased her a little, and you stuttered before finally speaking in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Also, I just wanted to see you. After uttering this, and you could no longer look at Li Yu. Covering her face with her hands, she quickly walked away. Watching the retreating figure of Princess Yu, Li Yu was speechless. This girl was becoming more womanly every day. Even an old man like him was finding it difficult to hold back. After Princess Yu left, Li Yu was about to return to the mansion when he heard a fervent shout from afar. Prince Qi, please wait. Wait for me. Li Yu arched an eyebrow and saw a young master approaching in a hurry, waving at him. It was none other than Yin Hongji's son whom he had seen before. Li Yu's eyelids twitched, and for a moment, he almost wanted to close the gate. He restrained himself after some hesitation and asked curiously, Sir, are you Mr. Yin Hongji's son? What brings you here? Yin Bing respectfully bowed with clasped hands and said humbly, Dare I say no, my name is Yin Bing. I've come especially to apologize for being somewhat rude during our brief encounter today. Yin Hongji had reminded Yin Bing that if necessary, he could seek to draw Li Yu into his camp as support. That's why Yin Bing paid this visit. Being shrewd, Li Yu immediately grasped Yin Bing's intentions and chuckled heartily. Not at all. On the contrary, I am quite impressed by Mr. Yin Bing. Me too, Prince Qi. With just a flick of your wrist, you scattered medicine which cleared a path through all the wild grass. And with a single furrow of your brow, you effortlessly recited soul-stirring verses. It truly astonished me. Without beating around the bush, Prince Qi, I admire you deeply. My father also encouraged me to associate more with you. If possible, I would like to become sworn brothers and friends with you. Here it comes. A smirk played on the corner of his lips. Li Yu naturally understood that he shouldn't get too close to people like Yin Hongji since they were planning a rebellion. He was about to decline but paused, hesitating as various thoughts raced through his mind. If he coolly rejected Yin Bing now, the latter would certainly suspect that the events of the day had raised suspicions in his mind. Given Yin Hongji's suspicious nature, he'd surely devise ways to counteract him, bringing endless troubles. Chapter 88, Brother. After a quick thought, realizing that his life trajectory was closely tied to Yin Hongji, and it's easier to hide a temple than a monk. Instead of hiding, it would be better to accept his kindness openly. He knew he wouldn't collude with him secretly anyway. If he got Yin Hongji's trust and became his confidant, then one day turn against him and defeat him thoroughly, he could gain Li Shimin's trust. Then he would no longer have to worry about being killed by Li Shimin because of suspicion. Thinking of this, Li Yu felt ecstatic inside. Immediately, he grabbed Yin Bing's hands with enthusiasm and said, That's good talk. Good talk, Yin Bing brother. I am also your father's nephew. We might as well consider ourselves brothers, so we should visit each other more often. As for brothers, we need to share guns in battle and prostitutes in debauchery, don't you think? Such words weren't something an ordinary person could say. This Li Yu was indeed not an average man. Yin Bing wiped the sweat off his forehead and hugged Li Yu's shoulders affectionately. Seeing that he didn't resist, Yin Bing was overjoyed and suggested, Brother, we're truly meeting like old friends. I want to drink chicken blood and become sworn brothers with you right now. Tell me, do you like beauties? Tomorrow, I will take you to a tavern for some fun. How does that sound? Seeing Li Yu slightly hesitating, Yin Bing quickly thumped his chest generously and said, Of course, my brother, I will pay. Good talk, good talk. Li Yu beamed with joy, his eyes glinting lewdly. He excitedly muttered repeatedly, Honestly, brother, I do like that sort of thing. So it's settled. You come pick me up tomorrow. Let's drink to our heart's content and chase the hottest girls. All right, they parted happily. Deep down, Yin Bing quietly harbored some contempt for Li Yu. The greedier and lustful these kinds of people were, the easier they were to control. It seemed that turning this Li Yu into a pawn under his control wasn't far off. On the other hand, Shin family merchants, Mo Lien rushed joyfully into her own shop. The loud noise startled Shin Mang quite a bit. He looked at Mo Lien strangely and asked in puzzlement, Sister, what's making you so happy? Did you find some money? Find money. Mo Lien's eyes flickered with a cunning look, a smug curve forming on the corner of her mouth. Yes, we found money. However, what we found is the endless wealth of this capital city. Brother, we are going to prosper. Guess what I've obtained? I've got Li Yu's strawberry seeds. Shin Mang was extremely shocked. He stepped forward and looked at the black tiny seeds in Mo Lien's palm, too scared to even breathe loudly. He trembled, asking, Are really, or are you lying? How did you manage to get them? Mo Lien's face lit up, her cherry lips pursed, her eyes gleaming with charm, alluring and flirtatious. She extended a delicate finger towards Shin Mang and said, Do you even know how beautiful your sister is? No man can resist when your sister makes a move. This Li Yu has been bewitched by me. Not only did he give me the seeds, but also told me the planting methods entirely. Shin Mang was overjoyed. Clenching his teeth, he exclaimed vengefully, as if the great humiliation of being thrown out by Li Yu had finally been avenged. Sister, you're incredible. I've always said that this Li Yu is just a stupid donkey. Now we have the seeds. We will surely break his monopoly. Let's hurry back home and start farming. Yes, Prince Qi, though seemingly learned, is utterly lascivious. At first, I thought he was a gentleman of talent, but soon after, he started revealing his licentious behavior. Recalling Li Yu's misconduct at his estate made Mo Lien feel indignant. Lecherous guy, there's no good end for people like him. More than 10 kilometers away, Li Yu stood in the courtyard, inexplicably feeling an itchy nose. Suddenly, he sneezed. Furrowing his brows, he glanced around and muttered to himself, Damn, who's cursing me? What bad luck. After lunch on the second day, when the afternoon sunlight freely poured onto the land, Yin Bing came as agreed. Excitedly knocking on Li Yu's door, he called out, Li Yu, my buddy, I've come for you. Come on, my bro, I'll take you to a super cool tavern. Hearing this, Liu smirked coldly yet laughed heartily as he walked out, saying, "Oh, a cool tavern? What makes it cool?" Bing winked suggestively at Liu, flashing the kind of understanding look that only men would recognize, and grinned slyly. "With your intelligence, Liu, you should know what I mean. We're comrades in lewdness. Listen, their wines are sweet, and the ladies fiery hot. As long as you've got enough money, you can play however you wish." How amazing! Liu feigned great joy, rubbing his hands together while deliberately showing a look of embarrassment and poverty. "Brother," he said, "to be honest, I'm short on cash lately. If it costs too much money, it's going to be tough for me." Hearing this, Bing nearly fumed with anger. Everyone knew that Liu had been making a fortune from selling strawberries recently. Even now, his shop in the capital was printing money as if it were a mint. With all that wealth under his belt, how could he possibly say he was struggling financially? The bastard, lecherous and miserly. If it weren't for my father asking me to cozy up to him, I wouldn't waste my time. Despite seething inwardly, Bing kept a straight face and chuckled loudly. "Oh come on, brother Liu, don't talk nonsense. Since I've come to invite you today, I'll take care of everything, including the bill. Don't worry, you can play however you want. Money's no problem, I'll pay for it all. If you fancy any girl, just go ahead and pick her without hesitation." "Haha, is that really proper? Haha, you're too generous." As Liu left with Bing, Lu Shui peeked out from nearby and attempted to follow them. Seeing this, Bing quickly blocked her way and said, "Little miss, your Prince Qi and I are going to deal with some business. Why are you tagging along?" Lu Shui frowned, sizing up Bing's appearance. Sneaky and untrustworthy eyes, definitely not someone she liked. With pursed lips, she replied coldly, "I'm here to closely protect my master." "Protection?" Bing hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. Looking at this delicate little girl, he doubted whether her thighs were even as thick as his own arms. How could she possibly protect Liu? She was probably one of the concubines Liu kept hidden in his palace, pampered like some pet. "Don't fool around. Your master and I have serious matters to attend to today, and we'll be witnessing something grandiose, not suitable for young children. So listen up, stay home, all right?" But Lu Shui swatted Bing's hand away and grabbed onto Liu's robe, pleading, "Master, let Snowy come with you." Chapter 89, Peach Blossom Swing. Today, going with Bing would certainly involve a night of revelry and decadence. It wasn't a suitable place to bring Lu Shui. After pondering for a while, Liu gently patted little Lu Shui's head and smiled. "Shui, you just stay at home obediently. When I come back, I'll treat you to the latest avocado dessert I've developed. It's as good as ice cream and extremely delicious." Lu Shui had no idea what ice cream was, but seeing Liu being taken away by Bing, who had a lewd grin on his face, and not being allowed to follow, she pouted unhappily and gritted her teeth, saying, "Master, he will corrupt you." Bing was startled for a moment, then burst out laughing. He teased Liu with a mocking glance. "Girl, how could you say I'm corrupting brother Liu? We're both cut from the same cloth. If anyone's corrupting anyone, we'd be corrupting each other, haha." Watching Liu gradually walk further away, Lu Shui stamped her feet in anger, shouting, "Master, if you dare to mess around outside, I'll tell Princess and you about these things." Liu felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. What nonsense is this girl talking about? Why should this matter be told to Princess and you? Don't scare me. Finally free from Lu Shui, the two arrived at the most bustling place in the capital city. Lanterns hung everywhere, and alluring, flirtatious laughter rang around them. Bing pointed at an elegantly decorated tavern and said, "This place is called Bai Fong. It has the best wine and the spiciest girls. Only young masters who know the right channels are aware of this place. Come on, brother, let me broaden your horizons." As the two entered this so-called Bai Fong, a refreshing aroma of alcohol greeted them. It was mixed with the faint scent of cosmetics. "Welcome, gentlemen." Several sweet voices sounded, as a few beauties dressed in thin clothing bowed respectfully. Liu glanced at Bing and saw his eyes fixated straight ahead, which caused him to chuckle inwardly. This guy, who boasted about broadening his horizons, was already entranced himself. To be honest, Liu really didn't find these powdered and painted women very interesting. No matter how enchanting they were, could they compare to Princess Inu? "Brother, go ahead. Which sister do you fancy? Just tell big brother and take her along for some drinks." Liu took a look around. At first glance, they seemed pretty decent, but for some reason, after thinking about Princess Inu, these women suddenly looked plain and even somewhat unappealing. He simply lost interest. "Let's pass. Let's drink first, and we'll discuss when we're in the mood. What do you think?" All right. Once inside this pleasure den, Bing paid little heed to Liu. He asked politely once before swallowing his saliva and started selecting consorts. He wandered around seriously for quite a while before pointing at a middle-aged woman and commanded, "You, come have a drink with me." Liu's lips twitched noticeably, a shadow of annoyance crossing his forehead. This guy has such heavy tastes, huh? Recently, Shinmeng had been in a fairly good mood. Initially, all his businesses were snatched away by Liu, and he got brutally beaten up by him. His feelings couldn't get worse. Who knew that yesterday, his sister achieved a great success? Not only did she bewitch Liu, but she also obtained the strawberry seeds. After spending the entire night laboriously, she managed to plant the seeds into the ground. Now, all they had to do was wait for the strawberries to ripen, and with her business acumen, Liu would soon become prey under their control. Shinmeng whistled a tune as he strolled along the street, almost floating due to his lightness of mood. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of the signboard of Bai Fong. On impulse, he decided to step in. Hey, bring me some fine wine. Just as Li Yu and Yin Bing found a seat, a familiar voice reached their ears. Glancing over, it turned out to be Xin Mang. Li Yu smirked coldly and said, Xin Mang, are you coming to a place like this? Does your sister know? Xin Mang secretly frequented these types of entertainment houses. If his sister were to find out, he'd be skinned alive. Nervously, when he suddenly heard someone call his name, his whole body trembled violently. Turning around, he saw his arch-nemesis, Li Yu. Pointing at Li Yu, Xin Mang seethed. Li Yu, what are you doing here? How dare you say anything to me? Ha! Li Yu burst into laughter, gesturing towards the wine cup in his hand as he taunted wildly. Why can't I come? What age am I at? And what age are you? Aren't you just a greenhorn? Barely grown any hair yet? You better watch out, or I'll rat you out to your sister. You, who do you think hasn't grown any hair yet? Enemies meet, especially when they eye each other with bloodshot rage. Xin Mang's face turned red as he clenched his fists tightly, but suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, as if realizing something important, and he exclaimed, How? How do you know I have a sister? After taking in Xin Mang's expression, Li Yu gave a faint smile and said dismissively, I guessed it. I'm always right. Go to hell. Xin Mang snorted coldly and walked away. Yin Bing glanced at Xin Mang, then asked Li Yu, Brother, is he your enemy? Yeah, my little enemy. Hearing this, as if trying to show off his connections, Yin Bing immediately stood up, strutting arrogantly in a devilish style. He slapped Xin Mang on the head and cursed, The hell? My brother told you to get lost, and you didn't hear him? You still dare to walk in here? Don't you want to live? Huh. Xin Mang had already been brutally beaten by Li Yu last time. Naturally fearing Li Yu, plus this thuggish attitude from Yin Bing, left him unsure of what to do. Instantly shrinking his head fearfully, yet attempting to sound bold, he replied, I'm drinking here. What business is it of yours? Is this tavern yours? Seeing that there was an argument happening, other young ladies quickly stepped forward and sweetly began to mediate. Oh, sir, everyone's just here for fun. No need to break the harmony, huh? Yes. Let me buy you a couple drinks. Calm down, will you? After all, we need to make money, don't we? There's no reason not to make a profit, right? Yin Bing sniffed disdainfully. These girls gave him an easy way out just when he wanted to leave. But Li Yu suddenly spoke up. Make a profit? All this talk leads back to profit. If our spending is enough to cover this, guys, can we kick him out? You're too cruel. At that moment, the leading middle-aged woman noticed Li Yu exuding an air of wealth and superiority, arrogance mixed with impatience. She couldn't tell which wealthy family's master or young nobleman this was, but her eyes gleamed as she came up with a cunning plan. In that case, if this guest could spend a bottle of peach blossom swing in our establishment, we'll be willing to give you exclusive service, and as for this man, if you want to drive him out, then drive him out. Chapter 90, Dazai Kai Z, Peach Blossom Ferment. Yin Bing's expression immediately changed. Li Yu might have been new and uninformed, but peach blossom ferment was considered the best wine in the green shop. It was said to be brewed using the most precious peach blossoms, along with various rare ingredients, taking 5 or 6 years to produce. The entire green shop probably only had 1 or 2 jars of it, each costing a full 5,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels of silver could buy a small shop in the capital city. Even for Yin Bing, that was an astronomical sum. Yin Bing's eyes twitched, and he quickly approached Li Yu, whispering into his ear, Brother, this peach blossom ferment is extremely valuable. There's no need for this. Just let that guy go play somewhere else. No need to waste this money. Li Yu felt absolutely delighted inside, muttering, No need to spend this money? What does it matter to me? It's your money anyway. Pretending to be incensed, Li Yu abruptly stood up, pointing at Xin Mang, and said, Fine, if that's the case, I'll do your sister a favor by kicking you out. Peach blossom ferment, you say? Bring it here, bring 2 jars. Who's afraid of who? The middle-aged woman instantly broke into a smile, deciding she must ingratiate herself with this big boss, flattering him as she said, Good. I'll get the peach blossom ferment right away. Her demeanor shifted like a Sichuan opera face change, previously welcoming Xin Feng. Now her face revealed loathing. She disdainfully waved her hand, scolding, Shoo. Today you're not needed. We're entertaining this gentleman today. Don't cause trouble here. Xin Mang had never endured such a great humiliation, stiffening his neck and exclaiming, Why should I be excluded? Is it just because he has money? That's right, it's exactly because he has money. The woman sneered scornfully. Kid, you don't know, but in this world, money is everything. Without money, you can only be pushed aside. If you could afford to pay for 2 jars of peach blossom ferment, I'd kneel and apologize to you. But can you? That's 10,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels of silver. Cold sweat appeared on Xin Mang's forehead. For even his family, this number was frightening, let alone coming to the green shop, which wasn't a proud thing to do anyway. Furious, he waved his hand and roared, Fine, I'll leave. You snobbish jerks, I'll never come back to your green shop. The woman spat and cursed. Humph, who cares? Are you here not to spend money but to enjoy the girls for free? I hope you leave immediately. Li Yu burst into laughter while Yin Bing displayed a deadpan expression. You ordered the peach blossom ferment so simply, yet 2 jars at once? Isn't this just asking for disaster? 10,000 taels of silver. Aren't you feeling any pain spending my money? But his father had sternly instructed him to maintain a good relationship with Li Yu. Even though it cost a fortune, it would please Li Yu. Later, he'd definitely make him return this kindness 1,000-fold. Moreover, this would allow him to also savor the peach blossom ferment. As Yin Bing thought this way, the 2 jars of peach blossom ferment were brought up. Saying 2 jars, they were actually only miniature palm-sized jars. The amount of liquor inside wasn't enough for 2 gulps. This peach blossom ferment truly lived up to its reputation. Just upon being brought over without even uncorking it, a fragrant peach scent diffused around. Clearly, these young women had never seen it before. Curious and admiring, they stepped forward, leaning against Li Yu, giggling continuously. Li Yu was surrounded by plump beauties, enjoying a bliss even greater than the emperor's. Quick-witted and deft, he swiftly grabbed 1 jar, directly drinking straight from the mouth. In 1 swallow, he drained the fine wine from the little jar entirely. Li Yu only felt as if he wasn't drinking wine but the essence of peach blossoms. His mouth filled with a rich floral fragrance. With every sip, the drink flowed smoothly down his throat, quietly nourishing every part it touched. A sense of refreshing purity arose within, making Li Yu feel thoroughly comfortable from the inside out. Yin Bing drooled watching him, his hand already reaching towards the other jar, licking the corner of his lips as he asked, "Brother, how does this peach blossom ferment taste?" Li Yu glanced at his actions and laughed loudly. "I drank too fast earlier and didn't catch the taste. Let me try again, and I'll tell you after." Before anyone realized what happened next, Li Yu's hand darted out like lightning, seizing the last jar of peach blossom ferment. With a surge of energy, he shattered the seal. Raising his head, all the pink liquid flowed into his mouth. Yin Bing's expression completely froze. This was the peach blossom ferment he yearned for, costing a staggering 10,000 taels of silver, and now, it was gone? What was most infuriating was that after Li Yu hastily gulped down the Dazai Kai Zi, like Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit, he still had the audacity to burp and say to Yin Bing, "Now I've tasted it. This peach blossom ferment is truly delicious. It's sweet and smooth, with a peach aroma that makes one wonder if they're drinking wine or peach petals. It's marvelous. Can you understand that?" After hearing Li Yu's final sentence, Yin Bing almost wanted to slap him across the face. "You drank my peach blossom ferment, and now you ask me if I can understand? How could I possibly understand anything?" With utmost frustration, Yin Bing swallowed back all the saliva in his mouth. He'd never felt so humiliated in his life. If it weren't for his father's repeated orders, he would have turned on Li Yu long ago. "Li Yu, you beast." Looking at Yin Bing's sour expression, Li Yu felt absolutely elated inside, but still managed to feign innocence while asking with apparent difficulty, "What's wrong, brother? Are you unhappy? Is it because the wine I ordered was too expensive? If that's the case, then I'll..." Before he could finish, Yin Bing, bleeding inside from anguish, forced himself to appear unconcerned as he said, "No, no problem at all. What's a few drinks between friends? It's just petty cash. If you need anything, just let me know. If I say I'll treat you today, then I will." Yin Bing had only meant this as empty courtesy, but it seemed he'd forgotten something crucial. Li Yu knew nothing about being polite. "In that case, since you insist, bring us more fine wine, and hand over all your prettiest girls. They'll join us in our drink." With a grand wave of his hand, Li Yu made the madam immediately grin from ear to ear, rushing to summon her girls to entertain the 2 men. The girls here were well versed in social graces. Seeing the airs of wealthy young gentlemen around Li Yu and Yin Bing, they flirtatiously preened themselves and pressed closer to them. If they caught their attention, their lives would truly change. They'd rise from common birds to phoenixes overnight. At least 4 or 5 girls gathered around Li Yu, cooing, "Young master, your breath smells so fragrant." Chapter 91, Meeting Princess Xuanhuan at a brothel. "What is it?" A whiff of peach blossom fragrance. Beside Li Yu, a young woman with a slim figure and bright eyes spoke temptingly. "I also wish to taste the flavor of peach blossoms." Her gaze teasingly lingered on Li Yu's lips. Li Yu laughed heartily, his hand roaming over her body for a while, but dared not take any action. "Shit, I'm not sure if this era has those kinds of diseases." Seeing this, other women rushed up to vie for his attention like fighting for favors. Another woman picked up some complimentary fruit from the table, curled up beside Li Yu, and fed him the fruit as she cooed sweet nothings. "This sweet pear was specially procured by our bifong establishment. It's crisp and delicious. Sir, would you please give it a try?" But even this sweet pear still doesn't match the strawberries grown by Prince Chi. "Have you, sir, tried them? Strawberries? I eat them every day as my meals at home." Li Yu opened his mouth, swallowing the pear that was offered to him. The quality of this pear wasn't nearly as good as those in his orchard, but it was still fresh, sweet, and juicy. He laughed loudly twice. "Of course I've tasted it. Strawberries. Truly an extraordinary fruit among fruits. Its taste rivals celestial fruits without shame, and it refreshes my understanding of fruits completely. If you have the chance, all of you must definitely try it. Anyway, since it's my own stuff, praising it won't hurt. It's free promotion." The women let out a chorus of giggles, playfully tapping Li Yu's chest in reproach. Sir, you're making fun of us. We're not rich like you. How could we afford to eat such things? Being able to eat a strawberry just once would be our lifelong dream." "That's right, exactly right." Naturally, Li Yu understood their intentions. He made a sweeping gesture and gave orders to Yin Bing. "Brother, if the beauties have said so much, what are we waiting for? Give each of them 100 taels of silver as tips. In the future, go yourselves to Li Yu, or better yet, visit Prince Chi to buy strawberries." At these words, the gazes of the women softened into waves of affection and excitement, practically flooding Li Yu. One by one, their supple bodies pressed against Li Yu's side, filled with gratitude. On the contrary, Yin Bing's face turned utterly sour, his mouth corners twitching violently. His forehead seemed to almost etch out the character Wong. "Shit, you're showing off and winning the hearts of girls. But who's footing the bill? Me. That damned Li Yu. Inside, though cursing to high heavens, on the surface, Bing didn't dare slack off. With great reluctance, he took out banknotes from his pocket and distributed them among the group of women, muttering inwardly. All right, it's not my money anyway. My dad can reimburse it. My dad reimburses. My dad reimburses. There's no catching wolves without losing lambs. Calm down, calm down. Silver bells echoed everywhere, filled with feminine laughter and whispers, blending the scent of wine and the perfume of the women, exuding a sensual atmosphere throughout the wine building. After spending the money, the women began to secretly admire the man, going out of their way to flatter both of them. Even Bing became somewhat lost in the moment, momentarily forgetting about his financial troubles. Right then, a chill swept through the room, causing Liu to shiver involuntarily. He looked around and found a person standing unnoticed at the entrance of the Bifong brothel. This person radiated a killing intent, dropping the temperature inside several degrees. When this person lifted their head, Liu's pupils contracted sharply, his expression suddenly becoming strange. Reacting strongly, he sat upright on the sofa, hurriedly pushing aside the women surrounding him, sweating cold beads. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. The women were perplexed, watching Liu curiously, thinking he was playing some sort of game. They snuggled closer again and flirtatiously laughed. What's wrong, sir? Are you trying some kind of seductive tactic? You weren't like this before. Exactly. Exactly. Sir, don't pretend so much. Let big sister dote on you a little. Sir, after arousing me, why do you stop now? Keep going. Under a glaring gaze that could practically kill, Liu swallowed hard, too frightened to move. Bad omen. Bad omen. How did Princess Anyu end up in a place like this? Bing remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still jovially chatting up an older woman next to him. Noticing Liu pause, he gave him a curious glance. Brother, what's wrong? Why'd you suddenly stop? Making eye contact with Liu, Anyu's heart was flooded with bitterness and anger alike. Her body trembled slightly as she prepared to scold Liu, but then remembered something Liu had once told her. You need to give me some respect outside, alright? Don't humiliate me publicly. Gritting her back molars fiercely, Anyu forcibly suppressed her emotions, shifting her cold stare to Bing instead. Her voice came out icy and frosty. Master Bing, you certainly seem to be in high spirits. Bing's whole body shivered. His inflated desire was instantly quelled. Turning his head, he saw Princess Anyu and immediately revealed a look of helplessness, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Isn't this Princess Anyu? How did you end up in a place like this? Place like this? Master Bing, you realize this is that kind of establishment, don't you? On the contrary, why are you here? Bing argued slyly. Princess Anyu, I just brought my buddy for a couple of drinks. What does it have to do with you, princess? Drinking? Princess Anyu's eyes flicked to the peach blossom liquor on the table and she sneered coldly. Ah yes, drinking the finest peach blossom wine while surrounded by countless beauties. It must come at quite a cost. Speak up, Master Bing. Your father always boasts about his impeccable integrity, carrying nothing but clear wins in his sleeves. Just the other day, he begged His Majesty for an increase in salary due to financial hardship. But judging by your current behavior, things may not be as they seem. You're hardly broke, clearly a wealthy young man. So, is your father lying after all? Could it be he's hiding a treasure vault somewhere? That gives one something to think about. As soon as this topic came up, Bing, who had initially been somewhat arrogant, immediately fell silent. He clenched his teeth, malice gleaming in his eyes as he felt disheartened. Grabbing Liu's sleeve, he muttered, Brother, today's indeed full of bad omens. Let's go elsewhere. I'll show you some real fun. As the two were about to pass Princess Anyu, she abruptly grabbed Liu's arm. Her voice carried ambiguous undertones. You can leave, but Prince Qi, stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Bing furrowed his brows instinctively, asking, Princess Anyu, what exactly do you want with Prince Qi? I'm going out with him for drinks today, we're short on time. Chapter 92, and Yu's warning. These words seemed to have touched Princess and Yu's sore spot. Her eyes emitted a cold, sharp light, and the aura around her was so intimidating that it sent shivers down one's spine. Bing, do I need to report to you regarding my affairs with Prince Qi? Aren't you overstepping your bounds too much? Furthermore, the matter I intend to discuss with Prince Qi is a major issue concerning the court. Do you consider your drinking more important than the affairs of the court? How dare you deem yourself so competent? Princess Yu's words were extremely harsh, causing Bing to tremble. He then realized who stood before him. The cold, unpredictable princess. He rubbed his nose, no longer daring to argue back. Acknowledging his misfortune, he glanced at Liu and said helplessly, If this is the case, our gathering ends unpleasantly today. Let me make up for it another day. Farewell, my friend. Of course, there's no problem. Thank you for hosting today. Haha, don't mention it, we're friends after all. Princess Yu seemed to abhor the term brother, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly as she watched Bing leave with cold disdain. The atmosphere between them became awkward instantly. Liu had just emerged from a crowd of beautiful women, the scent of powder still lingering on him. He was aware of his guilt and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. This, and you princess, let me explain. Liu, you certainly are full of joy, aren't you? I didn't expect you would come to such a place. Princess Yu interrupted Liu's attempt to speak, her voice trembling with strong emotion. The composure she previously maintained in front of Bing disintegrated entirely, her voice even acquiring a slight quiver when emotionally stirred. You say you want respect outside. I haven't criticized you yet, but did you ever think about how I feel? Had Princess Yu beat or scolded him, Liu might actually feel better, but seeing her teary eyes welling up with tears, A pang of sorrow surged within him. He sighed gently, lightly embracing Princess Yu's frail shoulders. Princess Yu's body quivered as she fiercely struggled out of his grasp, shouting, "Don't touch me. There's the smell of other women on you. It's disgusting." "All right. And you, if I say that what I did has its reasons, will you believe me?" "Reasons indeed." Gritting her teeth and biting her lip, Princess Yu's face brimmed with ridicule, and she sneered coldly. "Is it because you want women? Li Yu, do you find something unsatisfactory about me? Am I inferior to those women? You can look down on me, but you shouldn't degrade yourself. Why do you love being entangled with these women?" Shiny tears slid down Princess Yu's pretty face drop by drop, leaving Li Yu silent. He caught her hand and spoke firmly. "Trust me, Princess Yu, it's merely a game, a show for others' benefit only. You're no worse than anyone else. In my heart, you are the best. Don't belittle yourself. The reason why I wouldn't frivolously treat you like this is because you mean something precious to me. Understand?" Li Yu's words hit home deep within Yu's soul like a heavy mallet. She looked up into his eyes, which radiated unprecedented sincerity and seriousness, making her cheeks burn crimson. "You always talk smoothly. So, tell me, why is this play acting necessary for you? Are you trying to foster a good relationship with Yinbing?" Li Yu neither confirmed nor denied, remaining ambiguous. Princess Yu observed Li Yu with complexity and after a long pause, said, "Li Yu, stop cultivating a good relationship with him. Actually, you should cut ties altogether. Close associations with Yinbing will only bring harm, not benefit. Listen to me, will you? You can socialize with anyone except him." This struck a chord in Li Yu's heart. Perhaps Princess Yu had already sensed Yinbing's and Yin Hongji's intentions. If so, then last time when Yinbing raised a dagger against Princess Yu, it could have been an actual assassination attempt. "And you, compared to this, how are the guards around you doing?" Princess Yu paused, shaking her fine head lightly, and replied, "If I go somewhere dangerous, Elder Yin will accompany me, as you've seen before. Moreover, I don't really need any guards. You felt my martial arts skills. Common demons and fiends can do nothing to me, while regular fiends may be no match for you. And you, Princess, it's easy to dodge direct attacks, but hard to defend against hidden arrows. Don't underestimate the schemes set by certain lowlifes." Li Yu's words clearly hinted at Yinbing. Princess Yu sensed Li Yu's care for her and lowered her head bashfully. A few seconds later, she realized what was happening and glared at him with bright eyes. "Don't change the subject, Li Yu. Please don't associate with Yinbing anymore, okay? If you want to expand your circle of acquaintances, I can introduce you to other gentlemen." "Haha, you still want to introduce me to other gentlemen? You aren't alone either. Do you have no friends?" Princess Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as she glared resentfully at Li Yu. After pondering for a moment, Li Yu decided not to deceive Princess Yu and sighed lightly. "I know you're being kind to me, Princess Yu, but I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill your request for now. Yinbing has something I need to obtain. Before then, I must get close to him. However, I can assure you that I won't fall into his traps, nor do I treat him sincerely." Clenching her teeth, Princess Yu clearly understood that the man before her was obstinate, one who would not be swayed once he had made up his mind. Seeing there was no way to dissuade him, Princess Yu could only let it go, choosing not to reveal the truth to Li Yu. In her eyes, the more Li Yu knew, the greater the danger to him. Subconsciously, she didn't want Li Yu dragged into this turmoil. Since Li Yu was determined to associate with Yinbing, all she needed to do was to be vigilant so that he wouldn't suffer any losses or fall into the enemy's trap. With this thought in mind, Princess Yu relaxed. Watching a group of plump beauties behind Li Yu, all showing fearful expressions, jealousy surged in her heart again. Princess Yu pinched the soft flesh on Li Yu's waist and growled resentfully. "You bully me. You'd better compensate me properly." "Compensate you?" Li Yu turned his head and glanced at the bustling street outside the window. He whispered softly near Princess Yu's ear. "How about we go out and stroll around? If there's anything you like to buy, I'll give it to you as a gift." Shopping. Princess Yu's heart stirred. She had never leisurely strolled around the streets like this before. Thinking carefully, it seemed quite nice. She pouted like a textbook example of tsundere pride and crossed her arms defiantly, saying, "All right, I'll let you off this time considering your sincerity." Chapter 93, Bitter Past. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Princess Yu on a bustling street, they were surrounded by a throng of people. The area was filled with shouts and cheerful laughter. Since both were dressed in civilian clothes, and Princess Yu had a light veil covering her stunning features, no one recognized them along the way. Princess Yu seemed to have never wandered like this before. She looked around curiously, her slightly azure eyes gleaming. Her gaze fell upon a vendor selling candied hawthorns. The vendor held a stick densely packed with colorful skewers. Upon seeing this, Li Yu smiled and asked, "Do you want some candied hawthorns?" Princess Yu's face turned slightly red as she quickly turned away her gaze and muttered, "No, I do not. It's fine, just say it if you want some. You don't need to hide from me." Li Yu led Princess Yu to the vendor and said, "Master, how much for these candied hawthorns?" The vendor greeted enthusiastically. "These are made with carefully selected large, plump hawthorns. They're sweet and tangy. Each skewer costs 8 coins. How many would you like, young sir?" Li Yu smiled faintly but deliberately said, 8 coins per skewer? That's too expensive. Can you give us a discount?" "No, young sir. This is a small business, and we don't make much profit." "Oh well, I'll take 2 skewers. Give me 20 coins total, that's final. No more bargaining. Here, take the money." Li Yu took out some loose copper coins from his pocket, handed them to the vendor, grabbed 2 skewers, and left with Princess Yu. The bewildered vendor stood dumbfounded, murmuring after a while, "What? What kind of new bargain technique is this? Princess Anyu opened her big eyes wide as she ran, giggling with a voice like a silver bell. She bent over laughing, her brows curving like the moon. Liu, I thought you were a cunning merchant, but who knew you'd make such an elementary mistake? Ha, 1 skewer costs 8 coins, 2 skewers cost 20 coins. Truly remarkable. The little vendor must be delighted. Seeing Princess Anyu so delighted, Liu also showed a smile. He placed the candy hawthorn before her and grinned. Would you like to try? I watched children on the road eat it earlier, looking quite absorbed. It made me crave it. But as a princess, neither my father nor those around me allow me to consume things like this. At this moment, Princess Anyu had shed her cold exterior, appearing as innocent as any young girl. Her shining eyes gazed at the candied hawthorn, her tender pink tongue lightly licking its surface as she sighed. It's so sweet, and it doesn't feel cloying at all. No wonder everyone likes eating it. Liu could not help but laugh wryly, shaking his head. That's not the right way to eat it. You're supposed to bite into the hawthorn inside as well. It's sour yet sweet. Princess Anyu followed his advice and bit down on a hawthorn berry. Since the sugar coating was mostly licked off, the tart flavor immediately spread throughout her mouth. She clutched her cheeks, unable to open her eyes because of the sourness, mumbling, too sour, too sour. My teeth feel like they'll fall out. Liu pretended to be outraged, rolling up his sleeves, feigning anger. Oh, so that vendor lied to us. Not only did he overcharge me, but he also deceived us about how deliciously tangy these hawthorns are. They're so astringent. I'll go break his stand apart. Looking at Liu behaving like a young thug, Princess Anyu laughed heartily and hastily pulled him back, saying, It's clearly your fault for miscalculating. Don't blame the poor vendor. You're acting just like those spoiled sons of wealthy families. Haha, I am indeed a spoiled son of a wealthy family. Princess Anyu seemed elated, bounding along the road, full of exuberance. Her bright eyes shone as she declared, Liu, I'm so happy being with you. It feels like all my burdens have been lifted. So be it, this is good. I'm happy being with you as well. Princess Anyu shyly lowered her head, repressing her inner bashfulness, placing her delicate hand into Liu's palm, whispering softly, Liu, do you have a girl you like? Yes. Even though she had expected it, hearing Liu's reply still made Princess Anyu appear somewhat disheartened, lowering her exquisite head. Seeing her demeanor, Liu inwardly found it amusing. This girl truly resembled a small vinegar pot. There would certainly be no need for vinegar at home if he married her. I do have a girl I like, and this girl is right here within reach. Seeing Liu staring directly at her, Princess Anyu was momentarily stunned. Instantly, her face became flushed with crimson, her eyes brimming with surprise and sweetness. Her cherry-red lips quivered slightly. Princess Anyu's breathing became a bit heavy. With a soft moan, she buried herself into Liu's embrace, rolling her head around in his chest as she giggled. You're always saying sweet words to make me happy. That's not what I meant. What I wanted to ask was, do you have feelings for any other girls? Have you ever had a romantic relationship before? Romantic relationship. Since coming to this world, Liu has been fully committed to farming, so it was naturally impossible for him to have experienced romance here. However, in his previous life, he did have some bitter stories. Liu fell silent, his expression tinged with melancholy. Princess Anyu quickly picked up on this and immediately showed an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, Liu, I didn't mean to bring up something painful. Is it uncomfortable for you to talk about it? There's no discomfort in talking about it. It all happened a long time ago when I was in school. I met a girl, and I liked her very much. Realizing something midway through his explanation, Liu paused and clarified. Oh, school is like attending private tutoring. Do you understand? Princess Anyu nodded gently. When I was attending private tutoring, I met a girl, and I liked her. I was willing to give her everything I had. At first, the girl was quite warm towards me. To ensure she could live comfortably, I gave her nearly all my money to buy her gifts and let her spend extravagantly. I almost catered to all of her requests. Back then, it was my first experience dealing with my own emotions. I foolishly thought that if I poured out my heart to someone, they would reciprocate. If the girl wanted something to eat, I'd run several kilometers just to buy it for her. Anything to see her smile. His smirk was filled with self-deprecation. Yes, before coming to this world, Liu was actually just a very ordinary person, possessing little wealth, average looks, just one among millions of people. He lived as a dog, a term for a man who excessively pleases a woman. I thought that by behaving like this, our relationship would become increasingly perfect. Chapter 94, It Won't Grow. But actually, it's not like that at all. The self-mockery at the corner of Liu's mouth, the dimness in his eyes, and the expression of pain were all retracted instantly, returning to a bland demeanor as he said in a nonchalant tone. You must have heard some melodramatic stories, right? My experiences are almost the same as those. The girl fell in love with someone else, while I was waiting in the same place. That's basically it. The more tranquil the tone, the deeper the wound once was. Women are naturally sensitive to emotional issues, and Princess Anyu clearly perceived Liu's pain. Her eyes trembled slightly, and she reached out, grabbing Liu's arm. Don't be sad, Liu. There's nothing worth being sad about. This was indeed Liu speaking the truth. It's all in the past now. Nowadays, there is an unbridgeable chasm between me and that girl. Talking so much probably doesn't mean anything other than useless self-pity. In fact, I've already let her go. Now that he had come to this world, seeing that girl from before was undoubtedly impossible, and there wasn't even any need to see her. Seemingly able to feel Liu's state of mind, Princess Anyu felt her heart ache, and she wrapped her hands around Liu's palm, wanting to convey her warmth to him. I'm sorry, Liu. I didn't expect you to have such a past. I sincerely apologize. If possible, can I comfort your wounded heart? Perhaps to prevent Li Yu from misunderstanding, Princess Xuanhuan hastily added. I won't be like that girl. She abandoned you because she was blind. I am a faithful person. Since I've fallen for you, then, for the rest of my life, there will only be you. The princess's eyes revealed tender yet fervent glows, resembling shimmering ripples. A rosy blush coated her pretty face, making her seem like a pleading kitten that evoked an intense desire to care for her. Li Yu gently stroked her head and smiled. I understand. We can definitely walk this path together. Crystal clear tears mingled with joy slid down Princess Xuanhuan's temples as she pressed her body tightly against Li Yu's chest. Sharing her warmth and sensing Li Yu's presence, her starry eyes closed, radiating happiness. But Li Yu tilted his head slightly, revealing a look of confusion and desolation in his eyes. Although he had made promises to Princess Xuanhuan, he knew if they continued like this, the road ahead would be fraught with unforeseen dangers. A prince's romance with a princess? In this world, it symbolized sheer absurdity. Yet, no matter what, he would protect this girl and ensure she isn't hurt. At noon, the scorching rays shone upon the earth, the smell of wet soil mixing with the heat rising like white mist from the ground, causing Mo Lian's face to flush a sickly red. Breathing heavily, Mo Lian worked tirelessly with her hoe, loosening the ground because strawberries were important, and thus, she had personally taken on the task without involving anyone else. For her weak constitution, tilling the land already consumed all her strength. Strawberry, why won't you grow? Finally, losing heart, Mo Lian threw the hoe aside and squatted down, staring intently at the strawberry seeds inside the soil. The pitch-black seeds were roughly the size of black beans. Despite having received Mo Lian's meticulous care, they remained dormant without showing any signs of action. Why won't you grow? Mo Lian pouted, resentfully poking the little seed with her finger and grumbling to herself. I followed that lecherous old man's method exactly. Why don't you grow? Sprout just a little. Do you have something against me? Talk back. Speak. Xin Meng watched from a distance as his sister engaged in a heart-to-heart conversation with the seeds, feeling his hair stand on end. Had his sister been driven insane by these seeds? It had been over a week since they planted them. By logic, there should have been some sign of movement by now, but Mo Lian's seeds lay as still as stones, severely dampening her enthusiasm. Hey, sister, do you want to hear about Li Yu? Mo Lian had already been tormented to the point of heightened sensitivity. Upon hearing the name of that dirty old man, she stood up angrily, stomping her foot furiously and shouting, Why do you always bring up that unpleasant subject? Why mention him? I hate him. What is there to talk about? Xin Meng flinched visibly, standing silent as a cicada in winter, daring not to utter another sound. The silence around them lingered for a moment. Xin Meng thought he wouldn't anger Mo Lian anymore, but unexpectedly she became furious when he kept quiet. Her pink cheeks puffed up, and her eyes bulged like a goldfish as she said, You bastard, are you trying to drive me crazy? You only spoke half a sentence and stopped. You got my curiosity going, but won't tell me more. Xin Meng truly felt as wronged as Doi, looking at Mo Lian helplessly with an aggrieved expression. Sister, what do you want me to do? Wasn't it you who told me not to say anything? You mean because I didn't let you talk, you just stopped talking? What's the matter with you? I didn't want you to bring it up, but now that you did, you sparked my curiosity, and then you stop without explanation. So frustrating. This is making me so mad. Xin Meng shrank his neck slightly. Indeed, women were creatures hardest to understand using logic. Well, shall I continue then? Actually, I bumped into Li Yu a week ago. Mo Lian's eyes lit up with interest, setting her farming tools aside before stepping forward and asking, You saw him? Aren't you supposed to have deep animosity toward each other? Did you clash heads again? Where did you see him? Mo Lian's questions bombarded him like mortar shells, making Xin Meng feel utterly overwhelmed. I was. His lips twitched slightly as he hesitated for a long while, finally muttering without much confidence. I saw him at Baifeng. Though Mo Lian had never been to the place, she had heard of its reputation, clenching her teeth tightly as hatred filled her eyes. That guy is absolutely nothing but a lecherous pig, a big pervert, and he even pretends to be a prince to lure innocent girls. I thought he had some talent before, but I was obviously wrong about him. How depraved he is. Just recently, I offered myself to him, yet he still seeks out shameless women. What a... Watching Mo Lian jump around in rage, though Xin Meng wanted to criticize her overreaction, he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Sister, you're taking this too far. Chapter 95. Why did you go to my workshop? After venting and cursing for a while, Mo Lian was the first to grow weary. After catching her breath, she asked again. So what? Did you see him in the Bai workshop? What happened? At this mention, Xin Meng became both resentful and angry, and said with hatred, This so-called Prince Qi is nothing more than a parasite on the people, just a bloodsucker. When he saw me, he immediately arrogantly kicked me out, ordered the most expensive wine from the Bai workshop, had all the girls accompany him, and then that damned Andy also took his side. It drives me crazy. It truly drives me crazy. It's just too domineering. Is there still any justice under heaven? Any law at all? Now it was Xin Meng who couldn't stop talking. Mo Lian helplessly looked at him and shook her head, saying, This is normal. He has made countless fortunes through those rare treasures and fruits. Naturally, he has the means to be arrogant. No, I can't waste time like this anymore. There must have been a problem in one of the cultivation steps. I definitely need to ask him. Poor Mo Lian, up to now, still thought the problem was somewhere in her own cultivation process, never suspecting that it wasn't an issue with the cultivation, but rather with the seeds. Mo Lien tidied herself up slightly, and was about to leave quickly when suddenly a spark of inspiration came to her. As if she suddenly remembered something, she turned around abruptly. Seeing Mo Lien, who was usually fiery and brusque, now stopping her steps, Shen Meng was somewhat astonished. But when he shifted his gaze over, he was startled to discover that Mo Lien's eyes were filled with icy sharpness, chilling to the bone. "Ho ho, what is it, sister?" "Shen Meng, just now I lost my wits because of this Liu. I actually missed a key point. Do you know what it is?" The icy gleam disappeared, and Mo Lien's lips curled into a gentle, flawless smile, which instead made Shen Meng feel even more uneasy as he knew that at this moment, his sister was the most dangerous. Shen Meng swallowed hard, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse with tension. "Wow, what? I don't know. How did you end up seeing Liu at the Bai workshop? And got kicked out? Good grief, looks like you're a regular customer at the Bai workshop, Shen Meng." No, let me explain, please hear me out." Shen Meng kept retreating. In his eyes, the petite and charming Mo Lien was now akin to a demon. Not like this." Amidst the Shun family traders, a sudden burst of piteous screams rang out. Bang bang bang. Liu was still cultivating his new plant at home, getting ready to list his sugarcane coconuts sometime soon, when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Who could it be? Approaching the door, he opened it, only to find a beautiful and familiar face standing outside. Mo Lien stood gracefully at the doorway. She wore a black dress today, the skirt surrounded by delicate veils that gave her refined figure a gothic Lolita style. Mo Lien's brows and eyes were smiling, revealing large areas of tender white skin on her chest. Her pitch-black pupils, hair, and clothing contrasted sharply with her pristine skin, making it impossible for anyone to tear their eyes away. If I want to find the root cause of the problem, I probably have to give up something once again. Mo Lien had long seen through Liu's nature as an old lecher, and had thus prepared well in terms of her attire, fully expecting to be ogled and appraised by Liu. However, this time, Liu appeared to have entered sage mode. His attitude was drastically different from before. He merely raised an eyebrow, glanced at her briefly, and then spoke with indifference. "Oh, isn't this Mo Lien? What's the matter? We haven't met since last time, quite a while ago, right? What brings you here?" There was a flicker of surprise in Mo Lien's eyes, even contemplating whether there was something wrong with her appearance. She smiled shyly as she looked at Liu. "And nothing important. Just that it's been such a long time since I've come to see you." Slightly, a beautiful blush crept up from her graceful collarbone onto her cheeks. She looked shyly coy, scratching her cute face gently, giggling. "Slightly missing you." In the past, Liu would certainly use some flowery language, or at least make verbal advances. However, after officially establishing a relationship with Princess Yu, he lost that kind of interest. He was indeed a lecherous person, but not frivolous. Having committed to Yu, he could no longer allow himself any entanglements with Mo Lien, especially considering she sought something from him. "You miss me? Must be missing my strawberries at home, huh?" Naturally, Liu understood the purpose of Mo Lien's visit. Those strawberry seeds had already been tampered with by him. With ordinary methods, they would never sprout properly. Haha, am I really that charming? Mo Lien, don't stand outside. Let's talk inside." Liu invited Mo Lien into the courtyard. Mo Lien looked at a machine placed not far away, her face revealing a strange curiosity as she asked curiously, "What is this? It looks so strange." The majority of the machine's size was made up of a large wheel axle, with a round tubular entrance on one side and a narrow tube on the other. At the moment, the tubular entrance had several long and thin wooden rods inserted into it. This is a juice pressing machine. Liu had just been tinkering with it before, so he decided to demonstrate it for Mo Lien. He stood by the handle and began to turn the circular handle. As the handle turned, the entire wheel axle began to operate. The sugar cane was slowly swallowed into the machine, while on the other side, a stream of brownish-yellow liquid flowed out like a trickle. Liu poured Mo Lien a small cup and handed it to her, saying, "This is sugarcane juice. Try some? It's free." Mo Lien's eyes widened as she sniffed it lightly. A refreshing sweetness permeated the air, and the sugarcane juice, when tasted, offered a fuller and more diverse sweetness than any soup she'd ever tried, almost flowing straight into her heart. "Wow, it's so delicious." Mo Lien's eyes immediately sparkled brightly. If this could be produced in large quantities, even pushing a cart along the street to sell, it would surely win the hearts of countless people. It could easily replace plain cold-boiled water, and its potential to make money was boundless. Seeing Mo Lien's expression, Liu guessed what she was thinking and smiled faintly as he introduced. "This is sugarcane juice. Sugarcane is a kind of fruit I've cultivated, those bamboo poles you see. Sugarcane can be chewed directly if you don't mind the effort, but you can also press it into juice. I've been working on these things recently." Mo Lien's estimation of Liu rose yet another notch in her heart. It wasn't just about him accidentally creating strawberries. He really had the skill. All kinds of fruits she'd never heard of were, in his hands, produced endlessly like items on an assembly line. Chapter 96. Opening one's mouth wide like a lion. Ironically, every single item she had casually brought out could fetch countless riches. How could Mo Lien not be delighted? She must conquer this man and seize all of his treasures. After drinking half of her drink, Mo Lien's face turned slightly red, and her voice became sweet. She handed the cup to Liu and said, "Prince Chi, aren't you thirsty too? Would you like a sip?" Liu glanced at the faint lipstick mark on the rim of the cup, shook his head, and smiled. "You drink it. I'm not thirsty." This was quite unexpected for Mo Lien. Originally, she thought with Liu's hasty nature, he would surely take the opportunity willingly, but never did she expect him to actually reject her. It shouldn't be this way. Before coming out, she had adorned herself well. Right now, she should radiate charm, and he definitely shouldn't treat her like this. In the past, she had been unwilling about Li Yu's inappropriate advances, yet now as he turned into an upright gentleman, she instead felt uneasy all over. Mo Lien pouted her red lips and glared hatefully at Li Yu, but stubbornly placed the sugarcane juice in front of him. I'm not thirsty either. Prince Qi, are you rejecting me? I just barely touched it with my lips. I'm not dirty. Seeing Mo Lien insist again, Li Yu helplessly took the cup, adjusted its direction so that the faint red lipstick mark faced away from him, and gently sipped once. He sighed. Is this okay for you? Mo Lien bit her silver teeth lightly, unsure why Li Yu suddenly lost interest in her. If this continued, it would be very difficult for her to broach the topic. After much pondering, Mo Lien lowered her head, put on a pitiful appearance, and forced out a few tears, making her eyes watery. She raised her head, blinking her large eyes, looking perplexed and aggrieved. Taking one step forward, she stood less than 20 centimeters away from Li Yu, exuding sweet breath, and softly spoke. Prince Qi, your attitude towards me today is so cold. Have I done something wrong? I feel so wronged. Could you please tell me? I will correct it, all right. Mo Lien narrowed her eyes, a flash of cunning like a cat crossing the depths of her gaze. Although unsure what went awry between them, Li Yu was evidently less interested in her today. If this persisted, her plan was bound to fail. Thinking of the countless markets and wealth hidden behind these rare and exotic fruits, Mo Lien decided to go all out. Looking closely at Li Yu, his face chiseled and sharply defined, his dark eyes no longer lighthearted but rather deep and mysterious after shedding frivolity, made her heart flutter. Well, this guy doesn't look bad either. No gain without pain. No gain without pain. Chanting silently twice, driven by the slight sultry atmosphere, Mo Lien tiptoed up, strived to reach Li Yu's level, lifted her red lips, closed her star-like eyes, presenting the image of asking for a kiss. Any man would likely be unable to remain indifferent when such an enchantress whined coquettishly beside his ear and actively offered a kiss. However, Li Yu's other shortcomings were compensated by exceptional willpower. Recalling Princess Anyu's delicate features calmed his heated heart immediately. You haven't done anything wrong, nothing to forgive you for. Li Yu grabbed Mo Lien's shoulders and subtly pushed her further away before turning around and saying, Mo Lien, if I'm not mistaken, your visit today is probably to ask me some questions about cultivation techniques, right? Realizing Li Yu's distance, Mo Lien stunned open her eyes, feeling a rush of resentment and shame rising in her chest, her nose tingling with acidity, tears pouring forth instantly. This guy, what gives him the right? Even though I've stooped this low, he still rejects me. Playing hard to get? What a joke. Mo Lien stared venomously at Li Yu's back with a gaze that could kill, her body convulsing, striving not to let out any sniffling sounds. I'll make you regret this. Yes. In merely a few seconds, Mo Lien calmed herself down, her voice slightly hoarse as she asked, Didn't Prince Qi give me some strawberry seeds that day? I planted them following the methods exactly as you taught me, but it has already been half a month, and those strawberry seeds have not budged at all. I wonder what happened. A smirk appeared on the corner of Li Yu's mouth, deliberately enigmatic. Did you really follow every single step I told you without altering even a tiny detail? Of course, I remember everything clearly. Not a thing was changed. Seeing Mo Lien's firm assertion, Li Yu feigned deep thought, rubbing his chin, and solemnly said, I understand now. Since that's the case, there can only be one possibility. What possibility? Mo Lien stepped forward urgently. Water and soil incompatibility. Water and soil incompatibility? Yes. Li Yu stood beside his strawberry seedlings, solemnly making up lies. Based on my planting experience, these rare and exotic fruits are just like humans. They can also suffer from water and soil incompatibility. The strawberry seeds I gave you may grow well here for me, but that doesn't mean they will be equally suitable for growing in your place. If I'm not mistaken, the soil at your place must be different from the soil here. The strawberry seeds couldn't adapt well, so to protect themselves, they stopped growing. Is it really? Mo Lien knew nothing about agronomy. She immediately took Li Yu's words as an axiom, anxiously chasing after with questions. Then, what should I do? Can I get some of your soil? Prince Qi. He's hooked. Li Yu showed a troubled expression, shaking his head like a drum, sighing and saying, I would willingly give it away, but there's something you don't know. The land here is more precious than gold. I spent a great deal of effort choosing the most valuable nutrients to cultivate such fertile soil, one suitable for strawberry growth. It's hard to simply give this soil away. Even if I agree, I doubt my subordinates would allow it. This matter is very difficult. Mo Lien gritted her teeth, slightly lowering her collar, her face flushed like peach blossoms, trembling, and saying, Prince Qi, do you understand my feelings? I really want to grow my own strawberries in my orchard. So, please, Prince Qi, give me a little bit of your soil. As long as it's something I can offer, I'm willing to give it all to you. Really? As long as it's something you can offer, you're willing to give it to me. His eyebrows, as long as a brush, quivered slightly, seemingly carrying teardrops. Mo Lien, like a frightened kitten, swallowed a lump of saliva, her Adam's apple rolling as she responded. Yes, I'm willing. Chapter 97. What is a swindler? Since that's the case. Li Yu narrowed his eyes, with cunning in his smile. Since that's the case, could you tell me how much your family's worth roughly? Huh, what's this? Mo Lien was stupefied by Li Yu once again. If you ask about my measurements or something like that, I can understand, but asking about how much wealth my family has? Do you think it's appropriate under this atmosphere? Because of Li Yu's outrageous words, Emo Lien didn't react for a moment. It took her several seconds to stammer out. I'm not quite sure, but taking out tens of thousands of taels of silver shouldn't be particularly difficult. That rich? Li Yu chuckled and straightforwardly said. All right, you just said you'd pay whatever I ask, right? This soil is more valuable than gold, so I'll give you a friend price, 50,000 taels of silver. How does that sound? Emo Lien's pupils shrank, and her eyes almost shot daggers at Li Yu. For real? A beautiful woman is standing right before you, and you're talking about money? If she dared, she would have asked Li Yu. Were you castrated today? Emo Lien seethed with anger until her body trembled. She stopped pretending and angrily said, I don't have it. I just mentioned that pulling out a few 10,000 taels of silver wouldn't be too difficult. But the ownership of these silvers doesn't completely belong to me. Besides, 50,000 taels is far too much. Just some scraps of dirt. Asking for that kind of money, I'd be stupid to buy them. Scraps of dirt. Li Yu widened his eyes and retorted. You call this scraps of dirt? Let me tell you, this soil can cultivate the world's rare strawberries, and I spent my entire first half of life carefully nurturing it. It's literally an inexhaustible, endless cash tree. You call it scraps of dirt? Since you think so, then forget it. I was going to let you have it cheap, but I also cherish it. Miss Emo Lien, please return. Perhaps try cultivating that soil yourselves. The strawberry seeds might adapt over time, saving you some money. The more Li Yu spoke, the less Emo Lien had confidence. She stood rooted to the spot, her teeth almost biting through her lips. In every commercial negotiation she participated in, she always maintained an air of superiority, wielding all authority in discourse. But this was the first time she felt so constrained. I admit I misspoke earlier, but 50,000 taels of silver are just too expensive. I can't afford it. So what? If you can't afford it, it's fine. Anyway, I wasn't planning on selling. What a stubborn mouth. Even after Li Yu had clearly dismissed her, Emo Lien remained unmoving. After a long while, she pleaded, Okay, Prince Chi, I really want this soil, but I truly can't come up with so much money. 30,000 taels of silver is my limit. If it goes higher, I simply can't afford it either. How about that? Li Yu scoffed. The Shen merchants, Shen Meng boasted before about their immense wealth that could rival nations. And now they're playing broke? Fine, keep pretending. All right, shall we make the transaction on site then? Bring the banknotes, and I'll provide the soil. Could we pay slowly, perhaps via installment payments? For instance, I could pay a deposit first. Before Emo Lien finished speaking, Li Yu decisively refused. No, installment payments? That's the most unreliable method ever. Once you sign this agreement, you'll soon treat me like a fool. There's no way. Cash in hand, goods in hand. TCH. This man, calling himself royalty, is nothing but a vulgar swindler. Inside Emo Lien, curses erupted against him, though his crude language reddened her face slightly. She gave him a hateful look and helplessly said, Fine, I'll fetch the banknotes from my house. Prince Chi, do not deceive this poor woman. This is all my savings. Don't worry. You needn't be so pessimistic. With the soil from here, the strawberries in your estate will surely flourish with lush branches and bear abundant fruits. You can easily recoup costs by selling them. Just consider the price of my strawberries here, 100 taels per fruit, correct? Li Yu's words infused a little motivation into Emo Lien. She responded with a sound and immediately returned to her residence to get the banknotes. Prince Chi, wait till I successfully grow those strawberries. I'll get back every bit of humiliation suffered at your hands 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. Just you wait. After Emo Lien left, Li Yu leisurely fetched a small cart and started randomly scooping soil. This soil was actually ordinary. Joke aside, he'd only acquired these lands from xuanhuan months ago. How could they possibly have been cultivated into fertile soil so quickly? If Emo Lien knew she had spent 30,000 taels of silver for a pile of useless dirt found everywhere, she'd probably die of sheer rage. Just as Li Yu was secretly rejoicing in his heart, the sound of knocking on the door rang out again. The gate opened, and Emo Lien stood there panting, glaring at him with visible anger. Here are the banknotes. Good. Please come in. Li Yu revealed the small cart behind him, which was already piled high with fertile and precious soil. He feigned a reluctant and sorrowful expression, lamenting, How about that? I've really given you face, transporting an entire cart of soil. At gold's price, its value has already exceeded 30,000 taels of silver by so much. Emo Lien gritted her teeth in anger and angrily pulled out a stack of banknotes from her pocket, handing them to Li Yu. Here are the banknotes for 30,000 taels of silver. Count them if you want. No need. I trust you. Li Yu grinned, his heart blooming with joy. This trust, however, appeared to Emo Lien as mere pretense. She clenched her teeth until they clicked audibly and tried pushing the small cart, but found it abnormally heavy. Prince Chi, can you help me push this cart? Just get it into the city. Emo Lien paused mid-sentence, suddenly remembering she must not reveal her true identity as the young lady of the Shun family merchants. Quickly correcting herself, she added, No, just help me get it inside the capital would be enough. Can you? Look, I'm all out of strength. Sorry, but your payment of 30,000 taels only covers the cost of the soil. It doesn't include my labor fees for transportation. Let's see. Li Yu's eyes gleamed mischievously as he counted on his fingers. In honor of you being an old customer, I'll charge you only 1,000 taels of silver to deliver this cart of soil to your home, without spilling a single drop. Isn't this quite a bargain since a prince himself is bending down to do it? The veins near her eyes trembled with fury as Emo Lien felt her blood rushing to her head, nearly fainting from indignation. No, I'll push it myself. She pouted in defiance, turning her rage into strength and slowly began moving the cart forward. Chapter 98. The Feast of Danger. She staggered and pushed the small cart to the door, looked back and saw Li Yu with a relaxed expression, unmoved, immediately flared up in anger, and gave the cart a heavy push towards the big gate. Big profit. Big profit. The corners of Li Yu's mouth almost reached his earlobes. Initially tinkering with the seeds was just a casual move, but unexpectedly it worked out like unintentionally planting a willow that thrives without care. This time, he thought he could surely teach Mo Lien a lesson. Just as Li Yu was feeling delighted and preparing to store away the silver notes properly, there came another knock on the gate outside. Li Yu instinctively assumed that Mo Lien had returned unsuccessful. He moved forward while taunting. What's wrong? Can't push the cart? Do you want to buy my 1,000 taels silver service to help push the cart? Given your sincerity, I'll give you a 20% discount and charge you 800 taels of silver. Once the door opened, instead of the expected petite figure, a towering man replaced her. Yin Bing stood at the door, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Brother, what are you talking about? Did you mistake me for some girl?" and flirted again. Li Yu's face flushed red, and he chuckled awkwardly. "More or less, you understand. A handsome person like me is bound to attract trouble with beautiful women. Brother Yin Bing, what brings you here at this hour? Damn, this guy wouldn't be asking me to reimburse him for his money spent chasing after women, would he? I'm stingy as hell. I won't give any money." As if guessing Li Yu's thoughts, Yin Bing shook his head smilingly. "Misunderstanding, brother. Actually, after our conversation last time, I regretted not parting amicably. After telling my father, he scolded me and invited you to visit our estate to strengthen our bond. Will you be free tonight, brother?" A sharp gleam passed through Li Yu's eyes. So, it seems that Yin Hongji can no longer wait. He has already decided to arrange this feast of danger, hasn't he? Though Li Yu felt wary inside, he kept calm on his face and nodded immediately. "All right now? Precisely now, follow me, brother." "No problem. However, you've seen that young girl before. Since we declined last time, she has been sulking and loudly complaining that next time, she must definitely be brought along. So could you kindly prepare an extra pair of chopsticks? Let that young girl accompany me." A graceful figure appeared beside Li Yu. Lu Xue's eyes slightly darkened as she vigilantly stared at Yin Bing. Joke aside, venturing alone to see Yin Hongji this time is undoubtedly dangerous. After all, I couldn't possibly collaborate with him in rebellion. If he makes unreasonable demands and we don't come to an agreement, who knows what he might do. It's essential for me to equip myself with self-preservation measures at this moment. Seeing this, Yin Bing showed a look of difficulty, musing for a while before whispering into Li Yu's ear. Brother Li Yu, to tell you the truth, today's banquet really isn't suitable for your female companion. My father wishes to discuss something important with you. Important matter, which is merely the issue of rebellion." Yet Li Yu's stance remained quite firm, and he displayed an ambiguous smile. "Brother, try to consider my situation a little bit. You know, dealing with upset women is never easy. In this way, I won't let her enter the estate, but have her wait for me outside. How does that sound?" Yin Bing also hesitated. If he continued refusing, it might lead Li Yu to abandon his intention to attend, which would then become a grave problem. After pondering for a moment, he finally nodded seriously. "All right." The sky gradually darkened, and fine drizzles wrapped around the entire capital city like a veil, adding a touch of haziness to the surrounding scenery. Li Yu and Lu Xue walked behind, with Yin Bing leading ahead. Li Yu softly whispered beside Lu Xue's ear, "Xue, things may get a bit complicated this time. Please wait for me at the entrance. If I call you, it means my life is under threat. Regardless of any obstruction, rush inside immediately to save me, understood?" Lu Xue solemnly nodded, gripping the slender sword at her waist more firmly. "Master, rest assured. They'll have to step over my corpse to hurt you." Li Yu gently patted her head with a warm smile. "Don't be so resolute. Not necessarily anything drastic will happen." Soon, the three arrived at the entrance of the Yin Hongji mansion. Against the gloomy backdrop of the evening sky, the magnificent gateway instilled a sense of fear. Guards were posted every 3 steps at the entrance of the mansion of Yin Hongji, holding their sharp spears with utmost alertness. "Please come in. Brother Li Yu, my father awaits you inside. And as for this young girl, forgive us for making you wait outside. I will arrange someone to bring you an oiled paper umbrella." Lu Xue shook her head coldly, the delicate skin of her pale face glistening with crystalline raindrops. "I don't need anything. Just leave me be." Li Yu and Yin Bing slowly stepped into the mansion that seemed somewhat eerie. And this scene was completely captured by someone on a tall building hundreds of meters away. The elder cloaked in black let out a cold snort, his voice icy as he said, "Princess, at such a critical moment, it is obvious what it means for Yin Hongji to invite Li Yu inside." This Li Yu seemed shrewd, but has clearly failed to observe the recent shifts in the court's political atmosphere. Utterly foolish. How would he know that ever since he set foot in this mansion, he has already walked into a fiery pit from which escape is almost impossible? In the darkness behind the elder, a pair of deep blue eyes flickered with complex emotions. Princess Anyu clenched her teeth stubbornly, her pale face tense, shaking her head as she insisted. "Uncle Qi, I trust him. He gave me his word. His reason for approaching Yin Bing is to obtain something he desires. He won't be deceived." "Humph, the thing he desires? Not riches, glory, gold, or beautiful women, is it?" "Uncle Qi." Princess Anyu clearly disapproved of Uncle Qi maligning Li Yu. Her gaze turned frosty, and there was an air of royal dignity in her tone as she retorted, "Uncle Qi, can you please trust him like I do?" Uncle Qi suddenly felt shaken, realizing how far over the line his words had gone. He hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. Princess, forgive my insolence. Your servant merely harbors immense disdain for Hongji and never intended any offense to either the princess or Crown Prince Qi. Enough. Princess Anyu's eyes could pierce through the misty rain, focusing on the interior of the mansion. With a cold voice, she muttered, this Hongji will eventually meet his end. The emperor has already begun to suspect him. Upon entering the mansion, they found it vast, its decorations opulent, reminiscent everywhere of the imperial palace. Li Yu, fully aware, shook his head. The greed for power in this Hongji is crystal clear. Didn't you say your purpose was to invite me to a banquet? Where's my uncle? By the way, your estate is truly huge. It must have cost quite a fortune, right? Chapter 99, The Wolf's Ambition. We're at this point already, and you still don't feel the tension? Still babbling nonsense. As Bing looked towards Li Yu, a flicker of disdain passed through his eyes, yet he chuckled bitterly and said, yes, it will cost quite a bit of silver for the banquet, but we've prepared it already. However, father says he would like to talk with you first, catch up on old times. Here it is, please enter. The two walked to a secluded building. Bing stood by the door, making an inviting gesture towards Li Yu. Li Yu pushed open the heavy door and walked in. As soon as he entered, a gust of cold wind struck him. The air inside this structure was strangely cold, the atmosphere grave. The interior of the building was dimly lit, with only a few candles flickering yellowish light. Walking straight ahead, Li Yu suddenly saw a massive tablet before him, and beneath it knelt a middle-aged man. Nephew, you've come. Do we need to be so intimate? Calling me nephew so casually? Li Yu responded with a smile. Uncle, where is this place? And whose spirit tablet is this? Hongji slowly rose to his feet. In ancient times, people were generally shorter. Li Yu, being over 6 feet tall, was considered tall and handsome. Yet this Hongji was even taller, standing over 6 feet 3 inches, casting a large shadow once he stood up. Hongji's face was aged, covered in thick, dragon-like facial hair. Though he appeared somewhat gaunt and weary, his bearing commanded respect naturally, his eyes flashing with a keen gaze that dared no one to look directly into them. This place is where I laid my sister to rest, and this tablet belongs to her too. Li Yu, I assume you know nothing about my sister? The family. I apologize greatly, but indeed, I know very little. It's fine. My sister was called Lady her achievements must not be obscured. It's natural that you don't know. My sister had bestowed kindness upon Emperor Taizong, Emperor Li. After finishing this sentence, Hongji suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze fixated intently on Li Yu, trying to decipher his expression. He was attempting to judge whether Li Yu was a staunch supporter of the emperor based on calling him Li. With a calm expression, Li Yu showed no unusual light in his eyes or any change in his facial expressions, acting as if he hadn't heard anything. Satisfied and relieved, Hongji nodded, patting Li Yu's shoulder while pacing beside him, then continued, my sister did good to Li, but he never repaid her with any gratitude. After feigning promises of wealth, there was no follow-up action. After my sister passed away, I noticed no reaction from him at all. Even worse, as an outer relative, I was isolated, marginalized, and suspected. Li Yu, I believe you can understand my feelings. When you were demoted to Qi province, such a remote place, you must have been in extreme pain, right? And while I'm in the capital, I'm bound by an invisible net, irrelevant in court deliberations, cut off from information sources. I'm like fish on a chopping board, a bird in a cage waiting to be slaughtered, ready to vanish at Li's whim. I had actually led a rather pleasant life farming and enjoying fine food back in Qi province. However, these thoughts could only remain internal grumbles. It wouldn't do to verbalize them and ruin the mood. Hongji's face flushed red from excitement as he coughed twice, his eyes flaring with eagle-like intensity, his clenched fists grinding audibly. Do you think this is fair? We are contributors who were just treated with suspicion because of our status as relatives. Don't you? Li Yu, harbor rebellious thoughts sometimes. Li Yu narrowed his eyes, feigning a look of fear, shaking his head. I dare not. Li Yu understood human nature well. If he exposed obvious rebellion, though Hongji might accept him, suspicions would certainly increase. Only by appearing hesitant, timid, uncertain, neither denying nor revealing scheming ambitions, could Hongji truly trust him. Indeed, Hongji smiled satisfactorily and spoke firmly. What is there to fear? Are kings and nobles born of divine descent? This mere mortal named Li, why should he enjoy such privilege while we must be subject to others' control? Li Yu, ponder carefully. Should you become the emperor, your words would be regarded as ultimate guidelines. Everything you say sacred scriptures. You would marry whomever you wish, act however you want. Aren't you tempted? A thought stirred within Li Yu. Between himself and Princess Anyu, the gap in social status was vast. If he became emperor, would he then be able to? However, this thought flashed through Li Yu's mind only momentarily. Then, his acting prowess shone as a yearning and greedy gleam appeared in his eyes, quickly replaced by an expression of terror. The hand hidden under his clothes pinched his thigh hard, causing his face to turn pale. He stepped back and said, Uncle, these words are gravely disloyal. Be careful, there may be ears behind the wall. Fear not. Hongji waved his hand dismissively, with an indifferent look in his eyes. Everyone in this entire courtyard is loyal to me. None of Li's henchmen can get in here. What we say here cannot be overheard. A sneer surfaced in Li Yu's heart. It was precisely due to how airtight this place was that Hongji had fallen victim to Emperor Li Shimin's suspicions, leading to his tragic end. So, my dear nephew, you share familial ties with me. We both suffer the same fate. I want to lift you out of this quagmire. Let us enjoy wealth and honor together. Overthrow Li Er's reign. I swear to you, if I succeed and become emperor, you will be crowned as the highest royal prince. How does that sound? The internal struggle spread across Li Yu's face. After much silence, he finally stammered. Uncle, I am willing to join you. Now, having laid bare his sinister intentions, Hongji would leave no room for retreat. It was either becoming his accomplice or turning into a corpse that would never disclose any secrets. Just as these words escaped Li Yu's lips, a sudden chorus of crunching and rustling sounds erupted from all around. Li Yu didn't know where these sounds originated, maybe from some hidden mechanism or ambush, but he understood that had he uttered even a syllable of refusal, all these concealed threats would have descended upon him instantly. Nevertheless, may I ask, Uncle, how many methods and forces do you possess? Facing off against His Majesty, should we underestimate our opponent, it could lead to complete annihilation. And no ordinary person can bear the sin of implicating 9 generations. Hongji was indeed crafty and calculating. He gave a cold laugh, shaking his head. For now, we shall set aside discussing these matters. Li Yu, since you've joined our side, sooner or later you will come to know everything. Chapter 100, A Gruesome Sight. Now, let's go out for dinner. I've already had someone prepare it. Hongji followed Li Yu out of the grand hall. Outside, Bing was still diligently waiting. Seeing Li Yu happily walking out, he smiled and reached out his hand, saying, Brother Li Yu, now we are truly brothers. Just a pawn in your game, not real brothers at all. Li Yu felt disdain inside but outwardly joyfully shook hands with Bing. Come, follow me, let's eat. The delicacies before them were steaming hot, comparable to the grand Manhan Xuanxia feast. Hongji and his son enjoyed their meal immensely, but Li Yu could only pretend awkwardly, feigning discomfort. This food is delicious, but it feels like something is missing. Bing suddenly spoke up, while Hongji laughed heartily, adding, What's missing? It must be the rare fruits of Prince Qi, especially strawberries, which caused quite a stir in the capital. You must have made a lot of money from it. Li Yu was seething inside. This father-son duo was in perfect harmony and still coveting his wealth. That's true. I've accumulated quite some fortune, not knowing how to spend it. But now, it seems there's use for it. If we want to achieve greatness, we will certainly need substantial funds. Uncle, don't worry, I'll never hesitate if you need my support. This remark hit right into Hongji's sweet spot. Extremely satisfied, he stood up and toasted a cup of wine to Li Yu. Good. With your participation, our group is sure to overthrow Emperor Li Er and accomplish great achievements. In order to win Hongji's trust, Li Yu remembered Mo Lien giving him several 10,000 silver taels banknotes, which he hadn't returned yet. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yu clenched his teeth, stood up, and threw all the silver certificates on the table. Uncle, this is the income from selling fruits these days. You can take it first, and if more is needed later, I will raise more funds. Hongji was delighted. He casually picked one note and glanced at it, finding it to be worth a huge amount of 1,000 taels. Glancing further, he saw white silver tickets flying everywhere. A quick count showed there were 20 or 30. Good. Excellent. My dear nephew, today is my happiest day. Let's drink. Hongji didn't hesitate, pocketing all the silver notes and raised a toast with Bing. The three drank heartily. Seeing the opportune moment, Li Yu was about to ask about Hongji's plan or undercover intelligence and resources, preparing for future retaliation. Just as his mouth opened, Hongji took the lead and said, While eating, we should also have some entertainment to make things exciting, right nephew? I've arranged something special. Are you interested? Looking at the glint of excitement and ruthlessness in Hongji's eyes, Li Yu felt slightly wary but still smiled. Since it's prepared by you, uncle, I naturally am interested. Good, bring them in. Cries of resistance and pleading rang out. Li Yu's expression changed slightly. Beside the dimly lit path, a few ragged, blood-soaked people were being dragged in by soldiers. They looked pitiful, haggard faces showing clear signs of having suffered inhumane treatment. Upon seeing Hongji, they immediately pleaded, Master, please, spare me. Please, I can still work with you. I can dedicate my life. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Master, I have family and children. Please don't kill me. One man cried furiously, tears and snot streaming down his face, veins popping out on his forehead. He repeatedly banged his head on the hard ground until it cracked, blood flowing everywhere. Even white bone was faintly visible. He wailed, I'm not a deserter. I was just momentarily separated. I didn't run away, really. Master, please believe me. I only serve you. I won't betray you, believe me. The man screamed hoarsely, but Hongji was unflinching, with not even a flicker of emotion. Instead, deep in his eyes was a gleam of savage pleasure. Li Yu couldn't bear to look and turned his head. Meanwhile, Hongji asked aloud, Nephew, watch carefully. This is a specially arranged program for you. Do you know who these people are? I don't know. Hongji narrowed his eyes, his voice icy cold. These people, they originally followed me, and I bestowed upon them countless honors and riches. However, during a certain operation earlier, they actually attempted to flee, nearly getting caught by the Imperial forces and exposing our plan. In our cause, we need complete dedication unto death. When an operation fails and capture becomes likely, everyone is required to commit suicide. It's simple. Corpses are the safest. But these men faltered. They became deserters. And that's something I can't tolerate. Hongji slammed his fist hard on the table, shattering many of the dishes upon it, scalding soup spilling out. I have no use for cowards and deserters. Since you didn't choose death back then, Now you will experience painful deaths. All those people let out heart-rending cries, some still pleading in their thrashing voices, others struggling violently to escape. At this moment, the soldiers behind them raised their spears and viciously thrust them into the backs of their targets. Thud, thud. The sounds of blood spurting from veins echoed repeatedly as crimson rain mixed with mist spread out. Even though Li Yu wasn't too close, he still smelled the sharp stench of fresh blood. Although he wasn't exactly a benevolent person himself, at this scene, his stomach turned slightly. Blood splattered like a spider's web, thoroughly soaking the ground. Hongji appeared deeply intoxicated by it all, admiring the gushing blood on the ground and commenting, "Their deaths are not entirely without value. They've at least provided fertilizer for the plants around my estate. Don't you agree, nephew? You know more about such matters." Li Yu's eyes darkened slightly with unease, yet he forced himself to reply, "Yes, blood indeed has a fertilizing effect." "Ha ha ha, isn't it right, nephew? Wasn't the performance I put on for you quite good? I won't tolerate any disloyalty from my subordinates. If I decide they must die, they'll do so without question. Only this way do we stand a slim chance against the Emperor's men. Do you think I'm correct?" A menacing aura emanated towards him. Li Yu understood. This entire show was completely staged for his benefit. Chapter 101, Night Talk. Hongji had caused the deaths of so many people, and at the heart of it all, he simply wanted to remind himself, do not have a divided heart, otherwise, this will be your end. A cold chill ran up Li Yu's spine and into his brain. If death had a taste, then at this moment, he finally understood it thoroughly. Li Yu swallowed hard. His heart was trembling with trepidation, but his expression remained calm as he smiled and said, "Uncle, this act of yours is truly remarkable." Hongji gave Li Yu an odd look, seemingly astonished by his composure. "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Li Yu stood up, looking directly at Hongji and replied, "They were all traitors, and thus they met such a tragic end. As for me, I intend to stand alongside Uncle in achieving great deeds. What do their fates have to do with me?" Hongji paused for about 4 or 5 seconds before reacting. He laughed heartily, and his laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. "Ha ha ha. Very good indeed. Li Yu, you are truly an extraordinary person. I am very pleased. Ha ha ha." A glint of sharpness flickered in Li Yu's eyes. Now he had likely secured some initial trust from Hongji. Next, he would see how much useful information this man could provide him. Just as he thought this, Hongji's expression suddenly shifted and he said, "However, mere words aren't enough, my dear nephew. In fact, I have a mission here that has been lacking manpower. Why don't you take it as a pledge of loyalty? Once completed, we will become one family." Seeing Li Yu's slightly grim expression, Hongji added, "Don't blame me for being too suspicious, but the risks involved in this matter are just too great. Until you immerse yourself fully, neither of us can truly believe in you. Can you blame me? How about it? Are you interested?" At this point, Li Yu no longer had a choice. Without even thinking, he nodded and said, "Uncle, please tell me." "Good," said Hongji, spreading out a map on the table. "Here's the situation. We've secretly maintained a large force of men, but provisions have always been a huge problem. We can't openly transport large amounts of supplies without inviting suspicion. So," Hongji narrowed his eyes and said firmly, "I have received intelligence that 3 days from now, on the official road north of the capital, there will be a convoy transporting provisions. I need you to pretend to be bandits and seize those provisions. Most must be stolen quietly, while only a portion should be burned to cover our actions. How does that sound? Can you manage it?" Li Yu exhaled deeply. With this, Hongji was going to drag him entirely into the mire. Once he raided these supplies, once he attacked imperial forces, he too would become part of a rebellion, unable to remain aloof, entirely dependent on Hongji's group. If he accepted, he would become a rebel. If he refused, he would die right then and there. Even if Lu Shuei was waiting outside, it might already be too late for her to save him. Could it be that he was destined to walk down the same old path, repeating past mistakes? After pondering long, noticing changes in Hongji's expression, Li Yu eventually agreed. "No problem, I'll get it done." Hongji eased and began unfolding the map laid on the table. "All right, let me guide you on the specifics." Half an hour later, the gate of the estate creaked open. Li Yu stepped out from the rain-drenched night. Behind him followed Bing, who warmly held an umbrella for Li Yu, saying, "Brother, with too many prying eyes around, I won't escort you further. I await your good news." Without much acknowledgement, Li Yu looked toward the corner by the gate, where Lu Shui's petite figure was drenched completely. Her clothes clung tightly to her shapely body. Her face was pale, and her body trembled slightly, yet her eyes were piercingly alert, prepared for any unforeseen emergency. The sight filled Li Yu with deep tenderness. Rushing over quickly, he seized Lu Shui's icy hand. It was cold and wet from the water droplets lingering on it. "Why didn't you find shelter? What if you fall sick?" His voice carried a tone of reprimand, instinctively pulling her into his embrace to transfer his warmth to her. Lu Shui's gaze flickered softly. She glanced at Bing, then tiptoed, whispering lightly into Li Yu's ear. "If I took shelter nearby, I'd be too close to those guards. If you called me, they would easily hinder me from coming immediately. If I went farther to seek shelter across the street, it would be too far away." Warmth and bitterness surged through Li Yu's chest. For 2 hours, while he was conversing inside, Lu Shuei had endured the rain to ensure those few crucial seconds of timely support. "Thank you. I'm sorry." Li Yu held Lu Shuei tightly in his arms, stroking her compliant hair. On a distant rooftop, Princess Anyu looked complicated and said to the old man Qi beside her, "Let's go, old Qi." Li Yu has been inside for so long and still came out unharmed. You should know what this situation implies. Are you really willing to just stand by? If Prince Qi is influenced, then it will be. I'll talk to him tonight. But, Old Qi, you should return first. Old Qi's expression faltered slightly, as if somewhat uneasy. Then your safety? Don't worry. I will just pay a visit to Li Yu's residence. No one will be able to harm me. I won't stay long. Old Qi, there's no need to worry. Seeing Princess Anyu's determination, Prince Qi let out a light sigh and decided to leave first. The elegant figure of Princess Anyu also slowly disappeared into the night. Sometime later, Li Yu and Lu Shui walked side by side under one umbrella, finally returning to the residence. He immediately fetched a large bucket, intending to boil a pot of water for Lu Shui to bathe with. Walking alone to the storeroom, just as he was about to grab the bucket, Li Yu caught sight of a black silhouette out of the corner of his eye. The black silhouette stood motionless, staring straight at him. Li Yu narrowed his eyes, his body slightly retreating, his hand already gripping a sickle used for cutting weeds behind him. At this moment, the figure suddenly spoke. You don't need to be afraid of me. I will not harm you, Prince Qi. This voice was somewhat hoarse, making it impossible to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Who are you? What are you doing in my residence? I am a person from the imperial court. This sentence continuously echoed in Li Yu's mind. His pupils constricted severely, his heart racing as if it had reached his throat. Had the officials from the court already found him after he returned from Yinhongji? Now how could he possibly explain himself clearly? Chapter 102. A person from the court. Cold sweat instantly climbed up Li Yu's spine. His pupils slightly contracted, and his palm quietly tightened around the weapon in his hand. It seemed that Li Shimin's rise to emperor was absolutely not undeserved. At least his ability to control all information, no matter how trivial, through the curtain was something that made Li Yu admire him. Could it be that despite all his efforts, he still couldn't escape the fate of his past life? Although he felt a little desperate deep down, on the surface, Li Yu's expression remained calm and impeccable. People from the court? So what do you want with me? To my knowledge, people from the court shouldn't appear in my mansion like this, right? A hoarse voice came from the shadow. Li Yu, didn't you just come back from Yinhongji's house? Can I ask what you went there to do? What could I have gone there to do? Yinhongji is my uncle, and his son is a good friend of mine. This time, I just accepted Yin Bing's invitation to go over for a meal, that's all. Besides, what I specifically did doesn't need to be reported to you, does it? And who exactly are you? I don't even know yet. Princess Anyu, cloaked in shadows, had a bitter smile on her face. Li Yu's refusal to cooperate made her feel quite at a loss. After a long pause, she softly said, Li Yu, who I am doesn't matter, but I want to warn you, getting close to Yinhongji now is absolutely not a wise move. I don't know what you've said to him at his residence, but you should feel something off, right? The heart of an emperor is unpredictable, even if on the surface you just have a good relationship with Yin Bing, Yinhongji's son. If Yinhongji gets into trouble, you will definitely not be able to avoid being implicated. Her words carried a faint concern and warning. Even though it was very light, Li Yu still keenly perceived it. He became thoughtful. If this person were from Li Shimin's side, intending to warn him, they certainly wouldn't talk to him in this tone. And if this person already possessed evidence of his acting in collusion with Yinhongji, they would never have come alone. By now, what would greet him in his mansion would probably be 10,000 of Li Shimin's imperial guards. This meant that although this person was indeed from the court, they didn't dare reveal their true identity, possibly due to having some connection with himself as well. After careful consideration, thinking of someone who fit these conditions, there was only one person. Thinking about it further, looking at the figure in the shadow, it looked more and more like Princess Anyu. I understand, but haven't I already told you? I have other plans regarding Yin Bing. So far everything has been mere pretense. I won't sink to their level, that much I can guarantee. But, with your interactions with him being so close, who can predict when you'll be swayed? Moreover, even if I believe you, what will others think? Will the emperor and ministers believe you? As soon as Princess Anyu instinctively refuted, she suddenly realized the words Li Yu spoke were precisely those she herself had said not long ago. Could it be that he had already recognized her? Princess Anyu's eyes turned complicated as she removed her pitch-black hat. In the drizzling rain, her bright, tender skin was dotted with crystalline water droplets, and her sapphire eyes shimmered in the night sky, beautiful to the point of being almost dazzling. Have you recognized me? Li Yu bitterly smiled, casually tossing aside the weapon he held, walking towards Princess Anyu without guard. Yes, if you were truly someone from the court who knew about my association with Yinhongji, you definitely wouldn't be speaking to me in this tone. Seeing the care in your words, I guessed it was you. Princess Anyu blushed, averting her gaze while stubbornly mumbling. Who cares about you? All right. No care, I must have misunderstood. For some reason, after revealing her true identity to Li Yu and exchanging just a few words, Princess Anyu felt a slight sting at the tip of her nose, feeling somewhat aggrieved and irked. She stomped her foot in mild anger. Li Yu, I've told you countless times not to get closer to Yin Bing. Why are you escalating it instead? Do you know that Yinhongji? He's going to rebel, right? Princess Anyu froze mid-sentence, her watery eyes widening in disbelief, shocked as she asked. You know? If you know, why are you still acting this way? Her rosy face flushed red with anger, her nose slightly furrowed. Do you know, rebelling could result in extermination of 9 generations. Yinhongji has intentions of rebellion. Any official with just a bit of insight would avoid him like a snake, trying to stay as far away as possible, fearing that if the plan is uncovered, they might be implicated and suffer unwarranted calamities. And you? Princess and Yu's eyes moistened, her eyelids turning slightly red, with a look that suggested regret for his stubbornness as she said. And you, knowing all this, still get close to him, as if fearing that your relationship with Hongji isn't intimate enough. If anything happens, and my father becomes furious, even I won't be able to protect you. Although Princess and Yu scolded fiercely, the more angry she sounded, the more it showed her deep concern for him. Li Yu's heart softened, and he moved closer, gently embracing Princess and Yu's slim figure. Feeling the warmth and solidity in Li Yu's arms, Princess and Yu felt all her grievances turn into happiness and tender emotions. Her body trembled slightly as she sobbed. Li Yu, do you know how scared I am? Outside, I watched you enter Hongji's residence, wanting to stop you but afraid it might ruin your plans, not stopping you, yet worrying you would stray onto a wrong path. Woo-hoo. I understand, I get it. Princess and Yu curled up in Li Yu's embrace. After a while, she raised her eyes, her azure gaze locking firmly on Li Yu, expressing unprecedented seriousness. Li Yu, no matter what from tomorrow on, regardless of what Hongji or Bing say, you must have nothing to do with them. Even if Bing comes knocking at your door, you must remain behind closed doors, understood? And I will supervise you. Pouting slightly, Princess and Yu's demeanor was irresistibly charming, but Li Yu's eyes flickered with a dark glint. Heaving a sigh, amidst Princess and Yu's expectant eyes, Li Yu slowly shook his head. Why? You don't actually. Li Yu tapped lightly on Princess and Yu's forehead, exasperatedly saying, what are you thinking? How could that ever happen? Not just because of the Emperor's brotherhood, but even out of respect for you. I couldn't harbor any ill intentions toward your father. Hearing Li Yu deny so firmly, Princess and Yu calmed down slightly, but remarked, you've never respected the Emperor anyway. Before, you spouted reckless nonsense, stunning and outrageous statements, and I'm terrified you'd be led astray by someone like Hongji. Chapter 103, Lu Xue's Resolve. Rest assured, I will do as I say. Li Yu once again embraced Princess Yu and said in a low voice, Yu, no matter what happens, believe in me, will you? I know my limits and will not do anything to betray you, the Emperor, or the common people. No matter what happens later, you must trust me, all right? Princess Yu fell silent for a long while before her soft hand gently grasped Li Yu's palm. You are the person I admire, and I will always follow you. But even if I believe in you, others may not. As they say, walking often by the river, how can one avoid wetting one's shoes? Absolutely don't overstep your bounds, otherwise it will be too late. I understand. As the night deepened, outside the courtyard came Lu Xue's puzzled voice. Master, what are you doing? Are you done boiling water? Is there anything I need to help with? Hearing Lu Xue's voice, Princess Yu frowned unhappily and let out a light hum before gazing deeply at Li Yu with lingering affection. She softly said, Li Yu, you must take good care of yourself and be careful. I'll leave now. If anything happens, make sure to let me know. All right. Li Yu looked at the slightly thin back of Princess Yu with complicated eyes. Yu, you don't need to worry about me. In the end, I will give you a big surprise. Great. Princess Yu smiled brightly, lightly moved her lotus steps, swayed her waist gracefully. Her graceful figure floated upward into the sky, swiftly blending into the night. A few seconds after Princess Yu left, Lu Xue entered carrying a large bucket of hot water, saying, Master, what are you doing? She froze, sensing something amiss, and followed Li Yu's gaze to glare with narrowed eyes. She then huffed. Humph. So there was some enchantress who sneaked in under cover of night? Shameless. Li Yu, torn between laughter and despair, gave Lu Xue a light tap on the head. Seeing her thinly dressed and shivering in the cold wind, he hurriedly said, Come on, don't delay. I'll prepare your bathing water. You've already caught a chill. Getting sick would be bad. In the bathroom, Li Yu poured all the hot water into a large wooden tub and added the dry roses prepared nearby into the scalding water. These dried rose petals were personally cultivated and sun-dried by Li Yu, releasing a fragrant aroma. They quickly unfolded in the water, and an inviting blush-red hue spread through the water. Lu Xue curiously leaned her head toward the edge of the tub and asked, Are these petals? Why put them in the bathwater? Isn't that what royal families usually do? These are roses. Drying them first and soaking them afterwards releases the essence of the petals into the water, which moisturizes the skin. Lu Xue snorted disdainfully, seemingly resentful of what Li Yu had mentioned about royalty, and huffed. I'm not part of the royal family anyway, so it's normal I haven't heard of such things. Master, this tub is big. Would you like to wash together? I noticed your clothes are wet from the rain. Upon hearing this, Li Yu blushed and shook his head vigorously. No, it's unnecessary. I'll just rinse off elsewhere. You take a good soak to relax. If you want, I have milk at my place which I can pour in for you. Milk? Pouring that in for what? It also helps whiten the skin and exfoliate dead skin cells. Lu Xue couldn't help but burst out laughing and gently shook her head. I don't need those things. Why not add oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar instead, to make a pot of soup directly? Haha, so a beauty soup. If you won't join, then I'll bathe alone. Just as Li Yu was about to nod, he suddenly caught sight of a bright, snow-white glimpse out of the corner of his eye. This kind of flawless skin indeed needed no adornment like milk or roses. What are you doing? The next moment, realizing what was happening, Li Yu hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands, though still unable to resist peeking through the cracks between his fingers. Lu Xue, hearing Li Yu's alarmed exclamations, turned around curiously. What's wrong, master? Am I not supposed to bathe? Don't turn. Men and women should remain separate in propriety. How could you undress in front of me? Li Yu was usually either deep and reflective or cunning, rarely showing such a flustered side. Lu Xue found it amusing and giggled. Why should it matter? You're my master, and my body belongs to you. Would you feel embarrassed looking at what's yours? You little minx, you've certainly gotten better at seduction. Forget it. You take a good bath. I'll look for somewhere else. Just as Li Yu was about to leave, he suddenly felt a soft hand grab his arm, and his body instantly became tense. He didn't dare to move or even look back, speaking stiffly like a zombie. What are you doing? I warn you, my willpower is quite weak, and if I can't control myself later, don't blame me. Lu Xue couldn't help but chuckle. In the dim, steamy surroundings, her face turned red, like a ripe apple, looking exceptionally alluring. Master, stay and keep me company. I'm scared. Li Yu found it absurd, rubbing his temple as he said. You're afraid? With your incredible martial skills, who could possibly harm you? You can go anywhere, do anything. How could you be afraid of the dark? Lu Xue blushed, stamping her foot in embarrassment. I just am afraid of the dark, and it has nothing to do with my abilities. Please stay with me. If you feel uncomfortable, you can just turn your back to me and talk. Would that be all right? After hesitating for a moment, Li Yu sighed helplessly. All right, but you need to get into the wooden tub first, then I'll turn around. Giggles. Hearing the splash of water, Li Yu finally turned his head. Steam filled the air, making Lu Xue's delicate face appear vague behind the mist. Li Yu calmed down slightly, exhaling deeply. Thank you today. For what? For diligently standing guard outside my door, even braving the rain. It's my duty. In the warmth and steam, Li Yu suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. He remembered how he had initially met Lu Xue. It was because he had luckily figured out Lu Xue's illness that she began following him. Speaking of which, Xue, how is your younger brother doing lately? Lu Xue paused before replying. Not good, not bad. His condition hasn't fundamentally changed. Chapter 104, Plunder Raid. But ever since the last time Master fed him medicine, there's never been a life-threatening situation. Li Yu nodded and said truthfully. In fact, the medicine I gave Lu Xue last time could only alleviate his condition slightly. To cure it thoroughly, we need much more potent elixirs. But, because of various reasons, if I want to obtain those elixirs to help your younger brother, I may have to wait for a while. Lu Xue seemed to have anticipated this. Her expression softened as she replied. There's no need to rush, Master. It's enough that you care about us, and my brother and I will always follow you. But, Li Yu fell silent for a moment, weighing his words carefully. In a few days, as an offering to Xuanhuan, Li Yu had to go to the place he designated and raid supplies. Once Li Yu made a move, he would have one foot in the camp of rebellion. If his actions were exposed during this period, it would be impossible to clear his name, even by jumping into the Yellow River. Everyone, including Lu Xue, would probably not escape unscathed. Lu Xue, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Soon, I will do something extremely risky. If it succeeds, my status and power will greatly increase. However, if it fails, the consequences will be disastrous, endangering all 9 clans. As one of my closest people, you won't be spared. So, would you like to leave me for a while, until everything calms down, then come back? Upon hearing these words from Li Yu, Lu Xue didn't seem surprised at all. She gently lowered her eyelids and said softly, Master, are you talking about rebellion? How did you know? I'm not stupid. The atmosphere when you went to Lord Xuanhuan's residence and the implications of Bing's words already hinted at it long ago. But, Master, are you truly planning to rebel? Li Yu shook his head bitterly and said, How could I? I don't harbor such heavy ambitions for power. Xuanhuan is a difficult obstacle in my path, and choosing this course is well thought out. I will pretend to rebel, and after uncovering Xuanhuan's information, strike back suddenly. However, before my retaliation, no one knows my true intentions. If something goes wrong during this time, I'll be considered a rebel too. Do you understand now? Compared to Li Yu's solemn expression, Lu Xue appeared rather calm and collected. I understand, Master. Xue will not leave you. Since I chose to follow you in the first place, whether good fortune or misfortune comes, I will accept it with equanimity. Moreover, I serve you, Master, not the old emperor. If you are really captured, I won't let the imperial court catch you so easily, right? Li Yu was stunned for several seconds, finally snapping out of it after hearing Lu Xue's shocking remarks. Seeing Lu Xue place her hands on her hips, vividly imitating Li Yu's rebellious and shocking manner, her appearance lively and spirited. For some reason, Li Yu suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. In this world, his thoughts were perhaps a bit transcendent, but Lu Xue's familiar phrase, the old emperor, brought him a long-lost sense of familiarity and intimacy, which also revived his confidence. Good. Rest assured, I will surely return victorious. A few days later, around midday, in the northern suburbs of the capital city, a convoy stretching like a long dragon was slowly approaching. People near the convoy looked exhausted, cursing constantly. Damn it, we've been transporting continuously for 3 days straight. We're dead tired. Stop complaining. We're almost there. It's less than half a day's walk to the capital city. Once we reach the capital, our task will be completely over. We must celebrate properly. Don't be careless, even on the final stretch of the journey. Hey, what's there to fear? We're arriving at the capital. Who dares challenge the authority here? Before the last sentence was finished, a sharp whistling sound broke the air. Suddenly, terrified shouts rang out. We're under attack. We're under attack. Quickly defend yourselves. An arrow with a pitch-black shaft streaked through the air, leaving behind traces of movement like lightning. The tip of the arrow was burning with roaring flames, the fuel unknown, yet burning fiercely. As soon as it touched the front grain cart, the fire spread rapidly, quickly turning the entire vehicle into a ball of flames. This was pure ethanol specially exchanged in Li Yu's store, with strong spreading properties, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. These guards were usually negligent. After all, before the capital city, there was simply no one who dared to plunder imperial supplies. Plus, after 3 days of hard travel and restlessness, they were utterly fatigued and had no fighting spirit left. Li Yu, cloaked in a black robe, stomped heavily on the ground. Powered by his internal force, he soared into the air and landed on top of the grain carriage in one step. Immediately, a guard below lunged with a spear, aiming at Li Yu's feet. Li Yu dodged repeatedly, then stomped heavily on the guard's head. The guard let out a muffled groan, his body flying away like an arrow released from a bow, his head rattling and his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The leader, clad in silver armor but inwardly trembling, stammered out of fear and gritted his teeth. Who exactly are you? These are the court's grain carts, and you dare to plunder them? Are you not afraid of having your whole family executed? Is this what you call rebellion? Beneath the mask, a cold smile emerged. Li Yu gathered the internal force in his throat, altering his voice immediately to a raspy tone, more effective than any voice modulator. Rebellion? Yes, that's precisely what I'm doing. With a light cry, Li Yu converged all his internal energy into his dantian. The power surged out of his body, creating a shockwave that radiated outward. As the shockwave spread, it instantly scattered the front few grain carts, sending the grains flying everywhere and obscuring everyone's vision. Li Yu darted through the shower of grains, appearing in front of one person after another. Every punch he threw sent someone crashing down. In no time, all the guards lay incapacitated on the ground, robbed of their ability to resist. Just as Li Yu was moving through the carts, preparing to carry some of them away, a deep voice suddenly boomed. You plan to rob the supplies? Let me tell you, as long as I have a breath left, you will never take these supplies. Li Yu followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man sitting on a grain cart. His face was covered in scars, looking quite fearsome, though his eyes were turbid and old. They still gleamed with vigor, staring straight at Li Yu. I don't wish to harm you. This grain, I must secure it. Go now, and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Go. The middle-aged man slowly stood up, pulling out a 9-ring blade from behind him. On the blade were embedded 9 iron rings, making it appear incredibly heavy. Chapter 105, Compassionate Heart. It's impossible for me to give up. The Emperor has been kind to me. This supply of grain and fodder is my life. If you want it, you'll have to step over my dead body first. In an instant, the middle-aged man leaped into the air, his 9-ring blade crashing down toward Li Yu. As Li Yu was about to dodge, he suddenly felt a chilling momentum heading straight for him. The 9-ring blade was incredibly heavy. The air waves turned tangible, slowing down Li Yu's movements considerably. The middle-aged man spun his 9-ring blade, striking Li Yu's side with the back of it. Blood immediately spurted from the corner of Li Yu's mouth as his body flew to the side. At the last moment, Li Yu's hand shot out, grabbing the collar of the middle-aged man and pulling him off balance. Simultaneously, Li Yu arched his knees in midair, driving them directly into the man's head. The hard knee collided next to the man's vulnerable ear, the impact resonating with a loud buzzing that clouded the man's mind. His vision blurred and became dim, while Li Yu took advantage of the situation, delivering a whip kick to the man's right knee. The man fell onto one knee, and Li Yu stepped back, freeing his right leg. He then lifted it high, nearly touching his forehead before descending like a gate knife, with great force. Li Yu's right heel crashed heavily onto the man's back, producing a muffled sound that reverberated through his body. His internal organs were shaken, causing excruciating pain throughout, making it difficult to breathe and turning his face crimson. Breathing heavily, the man clearly looked unable to fight any longer. Li Yu stood before him, jabbing a long spear he had snatched into the ground with a swift motion. Why don't you kill me? If you used your spear instead of your leg, I would be dead by now. I've already said it. I don't want to kill anyone. All I need is this convoy of grain carts. The value of this grain is minimal. You don't need to risk your life over these things. Go on, I won't kill you. The man's eyes darkened, determination filling the lowered gaze behind his eyelids. After a brief pause to gather himself, he roared loudly. Even if the grain isn't worth much, it symbolizes my loyalty to the court. Despite having probably fractured internal organs and ruptured meridians, the man somehow summoned strength from somewhere, lunging forward fiercely. With both hands, he grabbed Li Yu around the waist and hurled him violently away. Caught completely off guard, Li Yu was flung into the wreckage of one cart after another, wooden shards flying everywhere, as he continued smashing through multiple carts. Pain surged across his back as they hurtled forward until finally arriving at the first grain cart that Li Yu had set ablaze. With a thunderous explosion, Li Yu's body collided with the charred grain cart, sparks scattering wildly. Intense heat spread outward from within the cart, quickly setting fire to the mask covering Li Yu's face. In just a few seconds, the flames consumed Li Yu's mask, revealing part of his real face. The man's pupils contracted sharply, taking a fleeting glance and memorizing half of Li Yu's facial contours. In the next instant, a powerful punch landed squarely on his chest, releasing all the man's remaining energy. He collapsed onto the ground, unconscious, devoid of any further combat ability. Li Yu's expression grew complicated, his grip on the spear tightening and loosening repeatedly. A fierce struggle raged within Li Yu's heart. Just now, he wasn't sure if the man had seen his true face or not. If he had, any leak of information could result in the entire court pursuing him, and possibly the destruction of his whole family. Based on this reasoning, he should definitely kill this man. After all, only dead men keep secrets. Amidst the haze, the man faintly heard heavy footsteps gradually approaching, along with the scraping sound of a spear dragged against the ground. Closing his eyes despairingly, he waited for Li Yu's spear to pierce his heart. However, at that moment, a crisp voice sounded. Struggling to open his eyes, the man realized Li Yu had cast the spear aside. His murderous aura dissipated entirely. If I kill you, how would I be different from Xuanhuan? Though my rebellion is pretended, once my hands are stained with innocent blood, who can discern between pretense and reality anymore? You're a loyal person, I respect you. Today, I'll let you live. Hearing those words, the man's body relaxed completely as consciousness slowly slipped away. Li Yu discarded all the unconscious people by the roadside, feigning the burning of 2 or 3 grain carts, but actually smuggling the majority of the carts secretly to the location designated by Xuanhuan. Perhaps fortune favored Li Yu. Just as he finished the steps to cover up the tracks, a sudden downpour drenched the ground, turning it muddy. All traces of the carts disappeared, covered by mud, vanishing without a trace. Standing on a nearby hilltop, Li Yu adjusted his tattered face-covering mask one final time, confirming everything was secure, then quietly vacated the scene. Boom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared outside the window, the deafening sound of thunder inexplicably making Princess Xuanhuan feel somewhat restless. She looked out of the window, her heart beating faster than usual. It couldn't be. Did something happen? As Princess Xuanhuan was worrying, a dark shadow flickered several times at the door before arriving under the eaves in front of Princess Xuanhuan's room. Strangely, although this shadow had been traveling through the heavy rain, there was not a single trace of dampness on its clothes. The shadow removed the hood, revealing none other than old Qi. His expression was grave as his voice deepened. Princess, there is some bad news. Princess Xuanhuan's eyes quivered slightly as she asked, what is it? Tell me. We just received the latest news from the court. This noon, north of the capital in the northern suburbs, a convoy of grain carts under escort was ambushed. All the grain in the carts has been completely burnt. The sudden downpour washed away all evidence. Now the emperor knows about the incident, greatly enraged, believing this to be a serious provocation. He is determined to find that person. Princess Xuanhuan's body shook violently, nearly falling over, her face pale as paper. Has that person been found? Old Qi bitterly smiled, shaking his head. How could they have? They've just discovered the matter, and it will take time to find that individual. But I feel this matter won't be easily swept under the rug. The emperor seems intent on capturing this person, already scattering all the spies within the capital. Could it be the roving bandits? These bandits have become very brazen lately. It must be them who did it, right? Princess Xuanhuan hurriedly said, unwilling to let go of the faintest glimmer of hope. Old Qi sighed, shaking his head. Impossible. Because there is an obvious doubt. What doubt? This person destroyed all the grain carts, which looks extremely ruthless, but they didn't kill a single guard, only knocking them unconscious. Chapter 106, The Emperor's Wrath. Princess, do you think ordinary bandits would act like this? Perhaps these actions mean nothing significant to others, but for us, it is clear that there is only one person who proclaims rebellion by stealing food supplies, and yet still shows compassion. Even if Qi Lao didn't continue, Princess Xuanhuan could understand. Qi Lao noticed the uncertainty on Princess Xuanhuan's face and sighed deeply. Alas, even though this Prince Qi sounded convincing back, then saying he would never fall for such tricks, now it seems he has been turned. What a pity, truly a pity, a talented young man with a prestigious title of Prince Qi, why must he be so irrational? And now all that awaits him probably is. No, Princess Xuanhuan abruptly spoke, cutting off Qi Lao's words, her tone resolute. No, Li Yu said he wouldn't rebel, there must be some hidden reason. I have to believe in him. Qi Lao frowned, shaking his head. Princess, at this point, do you still believe in him? These are likely just excuses. There's no saving him now. Before Qi Lao had finished speaking, Princess Xuanhuan wrapped herself in a black robe and rushed straight into the rain, without hesitation. Half an hour later, at Li Yu's room, a somewhat hurried and rough knocking suddenly rang out. When Li Yu opened the door, he found Princess Xuanhuan standing outside. Her fair complexion was pale, drenched from the rain, with a pair of deep blue eyes glaring at him. Xuanhuan? Why did you come? Quickly come in, it's raining outside. Princess Xuanhuan took a step forward, closing the gap between them to less than 10 centimeters. She asked gravely, Li Yu, was it you who raided the grain carts in the northern suburbs today? Looking at the worried and concerned gaze of Princess Xuanhuan, Li Yu couldn't lie to her. After remaining silent for a while, he gave a nod as his answer. The moment Li Yu confirmed it, tears started streaming down Princess Xuanhuan's cheeks like a flood breaching a dam. She abruptly reached out, grabbing Li Yu by the collar, her exquisite features contorted with anger and agitation. Through gritted teeth, she sharply questioned, are you insane? What exactly are you thinking? You've raided the court's supply wagons. Isn't that the same as declaring your intention to rebel against the emperor directly? Now, the emperor is furious and swears to uncover this person. Tell me, how do you plan to handle this situation? Don't you know that you've already boxed yourself into a corner? Princess Xuanhuan's anger made her face flush red, her eyelashes glistening with unshed tears. Her grip tightened around Li Yu's collar until faint veins popped out on her palms. You always said you wouldn't fall prey to deception. Now that you've done this, there's no way to avoid responsibility. If His Majesty decides to punish you, I won't be able to dissuade him. What am I supposed to do now? Li Yu's expression softened in pain. He pulled Princess Anyu into his embrace and solemnly said, "At this point, I will tell you the truth. In fact, due to certain reasons, I knew beforehand that I was destined to face this calamity orchestrated by Hongji. A soothsayer once hinted to me that my life was fated to end in rebellion incited by him. Liu couldn't tell Princess Anyu about his reincarnation and so used the concept of a seer as a cover-up. Upon hearing this, Princess Anyu widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "How can this be? Then why do you repeat the same mistakes? The calamities in our fate are hard to evade. I've considered it carefully. If I bluntly refuse Hongji, he may become enraged and attack me. Moreover, the Emperor already suspects me greatly. Should Hongji interfere further, causing harm, it's entirely possible I'd die at the hands of the Emperor. So what should we do then? Therefore, I have decided to take the opposite route, pretending to follow Hongji in his rebellion, while secretly gathering vital information about him. Once I acquire this, I will disclose it to the Emperor, thus not only eliminating a dangerous adversary, but also gaining the Emperor's trust and favor." Princess Anyu fell into deep thought and muttered after a long pause, "So, you're saying, your raid today on the supply wagons is actually a loyalty vow to Hongji, right? Once you obtain critical intelligence from him, you'll immediately inform the Emperor and destroy him." Liu seriously nodded, affirming, "That is precisely what I mean." Princess Anyu's expression grew complex. She lightly held on to Liu's clothes, her voice soft. "Liu, I'm a rather simple-minded woman. While usually I might still consider things wisely, in front of you, my mind goes fuzzy. I just trust you completely, believing whatever you say without question. But please, don't deceive me, alright? Or else, I really would feel extremely heartbroken." Princess Anyu's voice choked up as she raised her eyes, revealing a hint of pleading in her gaze. Liu's heart immediately softened, and he made a gesture of swearing with his hand placed beside his temple, gritting his teeth as he vowed. "Rest assured, Princess Anyu, even if I were to deceive the whole world, I would never deceive you. Should I ever lie to you, may heaven strike me down and cast me into the 18th level of hell. Don't say another word, I understand everything." Princess Anyu placed one finger on Liu's lips, her eyes brimming with deep reluctance. "Liu, since that is the case, I will do my utmost to conceal this matter for you. But at this point, there's very little I can actually do. I think, unless there are other unforeseen circumstances, tomorrow during the morning court session, Father Emperor will begin a thorough investigation into this incident. You must be fully prepared. No matter what happens, I will do my best to help you, but under no circumstances should you give yourself away." After speaking these words, Princess Anyu walked out, her graceful silhouette melting into the rain. Just as Princess Anyu had anticipated, the following morning court session saw an overcast look on Emperor Taizong's face, creating an atmosphere of grim tension throughout the grand hall. A group of golden-armored guards stood nearby, while all the ministers, whether they knew about the matter or were completely unaware, trembled with fear, not daring to utter a single word. The silence in the grand hall was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Do any of you know what happened yesterday?" The ministers wisely remained silent, waiting for Emperor Taizong to continue. "Yesterday, less than 20 kilometers from our capital city, a convoy of grain carts and its escort team was ambushed by someone. The entire fleet of grain carts was burnt to ashes, and every single member of the escort team was knocked unconscious. And this happened near the capital. Who would dare to act so arrogantly right beneath our noses? This is sheer defiance." Enraged, Emperor Taizong slammed his fist onto the dragon throne with a thunderous bang that echoed through the entire hall. Chapter 107, A Public Verdict. "I care not for anything else. By the time dusk falls today, I must find the suspect, or else I will not be able to sleep." These words carried great weight. All the ministers present trembled in fear, especially those responsible for related matters, who were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat and dared not utter a sound. Soon, a man with a sinister appearance and a gaunt face stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I am responsible for investigating yesterday's ambush. Up to now, there are some clues. Please allow me to explain them one by one to your Majesty." Emperor Taizong's anger abated slightly, and he coldly snorted, "Speak." "First, we discovered that the suspect only knocked out all the guards without killing any of them. Moreover, the suspect is also a martial artist. Among our guard formation is an extremely skilled expert, who was no match for the suspect." "The suspect do I need to hear this? Spare me the unnecessary details, just tell me the most useful information." The minister's expression stiffened. After pondering for a while, he apologized and rephrased. "The suspect completely destroyed 3 or 4 grain carts, attempting to create a false impression of wandering bandits burning the grain carts. In fact, despite yesterday's heavy rain, through soil analysis, we found a very faint cart axle imprint. Based on our deductions, this suspect is definitely not a wandering bandit. On the surface, he burned all the grain carts, but in reality, he secretly transported the grain carts away, with hidden motives." These words fell like a heavy stone, creating ripples among the ministers. Princess Anyu and Liu's pupils simultaneously contracted. Liu lowered his head, a sense of unease suddenly surging within him. He didn't expect that after such torrential rain, the people of the court could still find shallow traces and deduce his real intentions. If they hadn't investigated in the wrong direction towards wandering bandits, he might be in danger. Everyone's gaze focused on that minister, waiting for his next words. Emperor Taizong's tiger-like eyes gleamed with brilliance, as if ready to devour someone. His fists tightly gripped the dragon head on the dragon chair as he said gravely, "Continue speaking." "Yes, Therefore, based on our overnight deductions, the one who needs grain, and who, in order to conceal their actions, dared take great risks to raid our court grain supplies, is probably only. Even if the minister did not continue, everyone already understood clearly. Needing grain, privately maintaining an army, attempting rebellion. Any one of these charges would be unimaginable. The scene was eerily silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Emperor Taizong's eyes flashed dangerously, first mockingly curling his lips, then bursting into cold laughter. Hurrah! I didn't expect, at a time of national peace and prosperity, there would be someone with the audacity to secretly maintain an army under my nose. Haha, good, very good. Then, Wei Ping, where do you think this suspect is hiding? Wei Ping continued. I have investigated. The route used by our court to transport grain is a secret. Ordinary people or bandits would have no way of knowing it. If we exclude the possibility of sheer luck and consider this event as a planned plot, then without a doubt, the person who could precisely locate the grain convoy is probably among U.S. ministers. What? Is this true? All the people in the hall, their faces filled with alarm, looked around warily. For a moment, the noise was chaotic. Liu lifted his head, pretending to be shocked, but his gaze met that of Princess Xuanhuan in the distance. Princess Xuanhuan lightly bit her red lips, shaking her head slightly at him. Liu threw a complicated glance at Wei Ping. According to what he knew, Wei Ping commanded all spies and assassins in the capital city. His clear logic and accurate analysis made Liu couldn't help but admire him. Every word hit its mark, instantly cornering Liu. If it were an ordinary person, they might still be mobilizing the entire city to search for bandits. However, this guy had cut through layers of fog, perfectly uncovering the truth. This was troublesome. Despite Liu's exceptionally strong psychological resilience, although his eyes showed no sign of disturbance, his heart still beat heavily. This damn Hongji, throwing such a hot potato into his hands. The grain convoy's action route was a state secret. Didn't Hongji's actions simply expose him to everyone? Acting as though the one who moved wasn't him, caring nothing for consequences? After the hubbub lasted for a while, it was halted by a light cough from Emperor Taizong. When the matter reached this point, instead of being angry, Emperor Taizong became calm. He slightly nodded approvingly at Wei Ping, then said, All right, Wei Ping has not disappointed. This deduction is logical and reasonable. Among the numerous ministers here, many probably know the route of grain transportation. How should we identify the real criminal among them? Those unfortunate ministers who knew the grain transportation route or were slightly related to this matter immediately fell prostrate on the ground, kowtowing fervently. Your Majesty, I am completely uninvolved in this. I have an alibi. Yesterday, I was drinking with others all day. Yes, so am I. I only heard a little about it. How could I do such a disrespectful thing? As everyone was at a loss, a voice filled with piercing force and a hoarse undertone suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Among the present ministers, there are many powerful generals. Moreover, those capable of single-handedly stealing grain and defeating the guards aren't few. The traces left at the scene should allow an expert to extract remnants of internal energy. We simply need to compare them one by one with the people here, no? Upon hearing this, the generals present immediately became displeased. A burly figure, tall and imposing, spoke bluntly, coldly snorting. What do you mean, Li Si? Are you accusing us generals of scheming against the emperor? Our hearts burn with loyalty. If the emperor doubts us, we're willing to rip our hearts out for him to see. But Li Si, your accusation is unfair. The other generals were also quite irritated, loudly voicing their objections. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat dripped down Liu's back. He originally thought that in this era, without cameras or fingerprint technology, his crime would be almost impossible to trace back to him. But unexpectedly, such a high-tech method emerged. The ability to extract internal energy residues from combat traces. Every person's internal energy is unique. If this technology were mature, it might be even more distinctive than fingerprints. A thorough investigation would put him at extremely high risk of being exposed. Just as Liu grew increasingly anxious, a clear and resonant voice suddenly cut through the tension. Chapter 108, Justice Before Kinship. Li Si, your idea is not bad, but if the criminal has intentions, would they dare to act personally? They will surely use subordinates to launch an attack. Moreover, if you intend to thoroughly investigate all the generals present, wouldn't it cause them to feel disheartened? These generals fight to protect our country and sacrifice their lives for it. Yet they must endure baseless suspicions. This is truly. The speaker was none other than Princess Xuanhuan. Princess Xuanhuan usually remained silent in the grand hall, almost like a transparent person, but strangely, no one dared to ignore her words. Li Si furrowed his brows slightly, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. With the support from Princess Xuanhuan, the morale of those generals soared, and they began condemning Li Si once more. Liu let out a breath, feeling slightly more relaxed. However, he was filled with gratitude towards Princess Xuanhuan. Princess Xuanhuan indeed kept her word, sparing no effort to clear his suspicion. As they say, a beauty's kindness is the hardest to repay. This made Liu's emotions quite complex. Amidst everyone holding differing opinions, Emperor Taizong's voice finally sounded. I understand Chancellor Li's feelings, and Xuanhuan, what you've said makes sense as well. But at the moment, there isn't a better way. I believe that Li Si's idea isn't without merit either. However, my trust in each of your sincere hearts has never wavered. It's just that I fear there may be traitors among us. Surely all of you can understand, right? Since the emperor had spoken, the generals immediately shut their mouths and waited to be inspected. Liu lowered his eyelids slightly, biting his teeth, attempting to suppress the internal strength flowing through his meridians. So Li Si, do you have anyone you'd recommend? Li Si smiled faintly, speaking solemnly. Your Majesty, verifying these inner strengths requires someone with extremely powerful abilities who has a profound understanding of internal power. Such testing needs to yield the most accurate results without error. I think that Qi Lao meets these criteria and is also loyal to the court. All right, then how about Qi Lao? A shadow emerged from the darkness. The gaunt-faced old Qi bowed deeply, his voice raspy. Your Majesty, this old man is here. Then you shall inspect the internal strength of the officials. Li was rather familiar with Qi Lao. After some deep thought, he recalled that Qi Lao was one of the people accompanying Princess Anyu. Just as his heart began to ease slightly, when he glanced toward Princess Anyu, he noticed the anxiety in her eyes hadn't dissipated. Instead, she kept looking over to Qi Lao, her sapphire eyes brimming with countless unsaid words. A sinking sensation hit Li Yu. Could it be that although Qi Lao follows Princess Anyu to ensure her safety, his actual loyalty lies with the court, being impartial even before great issues? If that's true, I'm completely screwed. In Qi Lao's hand was a broken wooden stick with irregular marks left from the struggle. One hand tightly gripped the stick while the other began checking each general's wrist meridian one by one. His eyes were slightly closed, as though he was very serious. Could this really work? This is too fantastical. Each general was checked, one after another. Half an hour later, all the generals had been examined, but Li Yu and the civil ministers still hadn't been checked. Unluckily, Li Si proposed, since the generals have already been checked, why not check everyone in the Grand Hall? After all, the speed of checking isn't slow. With the emperor's approval, Qi Lao approached Li Yu. Soon enough, he was almost right in front of Li Yu. At this point, Li Yu felt his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. He looked at Princess Anyu, whose expression didn't seem off, but her face had turned incredibly pale. Unfortunately, Qi Lao remained with his back turned to Princess Anyu, having no eye contact with her. This made Princess Anyu increasingly anxious, fearing that Qi Lao might punish his kin for the greater good. His attitude toward Li Yu had always been cold and cautious. Although Princess Anyu trusted Li Yu, Qi Lao certainly wouldn't, being utterly loyal to the court. And when the time came, Princess Anyu didn't even want to imagine the consequences. 1 step, 2 steps, closer, finally closer. Minutes later, Qi Lao was standing in front of Li Yu, facing him eye to eye. Li Yu tried his best to force a somewhat natural smile, swallowed some saliva, and obediently extended his arm. Making any misstep at this moment and resisting the inspection would be no different from announcing oneself as the murderer. The touch of Qi Lao's weathered skin against his own arm made Li Yu feel a thick flow of internal energy rushing into his meridians, probing his secrets. Time passed second by second. Li Yu felt his heart practically about to burst from his chest. What they call feeling like a year passes in a second could not describe anything better. In the past, a year passing in a second was simply due to boredom during class. But now, a year passing in a second concerns his life, or perhaps the lives of those around him. Time seemed to have stopped, and Li Yu could accurately feel that the time Qi Lao stood in front of him was much longer than for the others. No, am I really about to be exposed? Qi Lao suddenly looked up, and this abrupt change made Li Yu's body tremble slightly. His murky eyes stared intently into Li Yu's, their meaning incomprehensible to Li Yu. The anomaly with Qi Lao was noticed by everyone present. Emperor Taizong spoke up. What is it, Qi Lao? Could there be a problem? As he said this, mysterious killing intent flashed in Emperor Taizong's eyes as he locked his gaze onto Li Yu. He had already harbored reservations towards Li Yu, being on guard against him. Now, seeing this reaction from Qi Lao, doubts about Li Yu began to grow in his mind. Humph. At this critical moment, Li Yu, contrary to expectations, calmed down. He turned his head to look outside the Grand Hall, beginning to weigh the minute possibility of escaping the palace before the Imperial Guard arrived. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. At this point, Qi Lao finally spoke. Turning his head, he gave a slight nod to the Emperor and explained, this testing of internal power consumes considerable energy. I was just a little fatigued, taking a brief rest while standing. It has nothing to do with Prince Qi. The inner strength of Prince Qi does not match the residual power left on the combat marks. Upon hearing this, all of Li Yu's tensed muscles relaxed, as though he'd survived a great calamity. Filled with gratitude, he glanced at Qi Lao, who didn't even look back at him. I see. Then, Qi Lao, take a break before continuing. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty, but I've rested enough already. Let's continue. Qi Lao circled the entire Grand Hall, verifying every official one by one, before helplessly shaking his head and addressing the Emperor. Your Majesty, forgive my ignorance, but among the ministers here, none possess internal strength matching that of the suspect. Chapter 109, A Lucky Escape. Emperor Taizong sighed lightly, disappointment on his face. He shook his head and said, this is reasonable. After all, it was just a guess. Those who raided the grain carts would not be so brazen as to dare attend the court assembly. Perhaps, just as you said, that person only let their underlings do the job, which isn't necessarily certain. Li Yu and Princess Anyu almost simultaneously relaxed their tense bodies. Princess Anyu's full bosom slightly rose and fell. Her watery eyes, due to the previous peril, even seemed brimming with tears. She focused her gaze on Li Yu, with a hint of relief in her eyes. Just at this moment, a man rushed into the hall and ran over to Li Si, whispering something into his ear. Upon hearing this, Li Si immediately showed an expression of wild joy, a confident smile curling the corners of his lips. He bowed to Emperor Taizong and said, Your Majesty, good news. Do you remember when I mentioned there was a highly skilled guard involved in protecting the grain cart? He has just awakened, and furthermore, he claims to have seen that person's face. What? Emperor Taizong's dragon visage lit up with great pleasure. He heavily struck the dragon throne, stood up straight, and waved his hand, declaring, "Excellent. Now bring him up." Identifying suspects through internal strength is after all somewhat obscure and overly demanding on experience and skills. But this appearance, the suspect cannot possibly hide. Have him scream through the crowd now. Li Yu's pupils sharply contracted, his teeth grinding audibly, his heart consumed by intense regret. During that day's banquet at Yin Hongji's residence, similar words from Yin Hongji once again resounded in his ears. You remember, if you are to raid the grain cart, then don't show any mercy like a woman. Kill all the guards, eliminate future troubles forever. Only corpses can keep secrets the best. Do you understand? Could it be that leaving these people alive really was a mistake? Yin Hongji was also present in the palace hall. Upon hearing this news, a shadow passed across his face. His eyelids drooped, fists clenched tightly, muttering resentfully, audible only to himself. Truly, the folly of a woman. This is self-inflicted. Before long, a robust but slightly aged-looking man walked in from outside the hall. Li Yu merely caught a glimpse of him among the crowd and immediately recognized him. It was none other than the guard who used the 9-ring blade during the day's protection of the grain cart. That day, seeing how loyal he was and how willing he was to take on challenges, Li Yu had naturally developed respect for him in his heart. However, he had merely rendered him unconscious without killing him. Apparently, when he placed Li Yu onto the burning grain cart, the flames had burned away the black mask covering his face, allowing the guard to memorize his appearance. This time, it was really over. The guard marched forward boldly, both knees touching the ground as he knelt before Emperor Taizong, and said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant failed in protecting the grain cart, and thus has disgraced your trust. Please forgive me. Never mind. That villain is too despicable. We've heard that you have remembered the face of that scoundrel. Go around the hall. See if that criminal is hiding here." Yes. Examining faces proved much quicker than checking internal strength. In less than half a minute, the guard had already approached Li Yu at the back rows. This time, Li Yu harbored no trace of hope. After all, Qi Lao was someone affiliated with Princess Yu and would likely consider her thoughts to cover for him. However, this guard and Li Yu shared blood-deep enmity, perhaps even wishing to tear him limb from limb. As long as the guard still remembered him, identifying him would nearly be 100% certainty. Li Yu was even quietly gathering his energy. Even if escaping from the palace meant 1 in 10,000 odds, he would not give up easily. Soon, the soldier arrived in front of Li Yu. His piercing eyes stared intently at him. Through his gaze, Li Yu understood, this guy recognized him. Li Yu's gaze remained clear. The guard had expected him to avoid eye contact, to feel guilt, but deep within Li Yu's eyes there wasn't the slightest hint of panic. They stared directly at each other without hesitation. His eyes held no longing for power or the madness brought on by countless killings, but instead carried merely a sense of helplessness and resignation. For some unknown reason, upon meeting Li Yu's eyes, the guard felt a pang of inferiority creeping up within, unable to continue looking directly at him. If I were to kill you, what difference would that make between me and Yin Hongji? I faked rebellion. But should my hands become tainted with innocent blood, whether it be genuine or false, who could truly discern? You are a loyal person, and I admire you. Today, I will spare your life. As those words spoken by Li Yu echoed in his ears, the 4 words, faking rebellion, reverberated endlessly in his mind. Within the span of several short seconds, hundreds of thoughts flashed through the guard's mind. Finally, in the midst of Li Yu's astonished eyes, the guard slowly moved aside, looked around some more places, and then reported to the emperor. Your Majesty, this subordinate has been incompetent and could not find the suspect. The suspect may not be in the hall. Alas, it cannot be helped. We will have to continue investigating from other angles. Your Majesty, in this old minister's opinion, since the suspect is not among us, keeping the ministers here any longer would not be beneficial. Perhaps we should dismiss for now and send spies out to search for clues. Maybe, there will be an unexpected surprise. Your Majesty, what do you think? Fine. Dismissed. Upon hearing these words, all the ministers, as if receiving a pardon, retreated from the hall like an ebbing tide, their clothes soaked with cold sweat. Li Yu's expression was peculiar. The guard's earlier behavior had filled him with both gratitude and bewilderment. While still pondering about it, he passed a corner and was suddenly stopped by a voice. Are you Prince Qi, Li Yu? Li Yu abruptly turned his head and saw a figure leaning against the corner. His face was gaunt, yet his eyes shone brightly. A deep scar marked his face, and it was none other than the guard who had spared him before. Li Yu paused his steps, noticing that no one was around. He spoke frankly. Thank you earlier. The guard shook his head coldly. May I ask why you chose to raid the grain carts despite clearly not wanting to? I am loyal to the country, but I also repay kindness. You could have killed me, but you let me live. When I was about to expose you, something inside me stopped me. You don't need to thank me. Just thank yourself for showing mercy back then. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Li Yu's mouth as he said helplessly, if I hadn't held back, none of this would have happened now. Ignoring Li Yu's comment, the guard persisted. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you raid the grain carts? Li Yu fell silent for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Someone incited me to rebel. If I refused, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 110, Gaining Trust. So, I plan to strike first. I'll pretend to rebel, and when that person completely trusts me and tells me all the secrets, I will then turn against him. handing over all these materials to His Majesty and wiping out this person's power and remnants in one fell swoop. This way, not only can I clear my suspicion, but I can also silently defuse the crisis. The guard narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "If what you say is true, I am glad that I did not report you before. Also, I look forward to your triumphant return. But if you are deceiving me, believe me, no matter what, I will make you pay a price. Since I have had one opportunity to accuse you, I will have countless more opportunities afterward." Liu gave a faint smile, nodded slightly, adjusted his collar, and left the palace. After leaving the palace, walking on the bustling street, Liu suddenly felt as if he was in another world. In the palace, whether it was Elder Qi or that guard, every step for him was full of danger. If any wrong step were taken, his life would definitely be in peril and might even involve those close to him. The cold sweat on his back had gradually dried up, causing the fabric to stick tightly to his skin. A bone-chilling coldness shot up from his spine straight to his brain. As Liu was walking, a little boy with a dirty face who was selling trinkets suddenly bumped into him. The boy rubbed against Liu's chest and immediately ran off quickly. Liu frowned. He had just been speculating if this guy could be a golden finger when he realized that he somehow held an extra small piece of paper in his hand. When he opened it, the note clearly read, "Come to the house via side road. My father wishes to speak with you." There was no doubt that this note was certainly sent by Yin Bing. Just right. Liu had completed the raiding supplies part for Yin Hongji. Yin Hongji should have started trusting him by now. This cap of rebellion could not stay on his head for long. The sooner he finds Yin Hongji's Achilles heel, the better for himself. He immediately set off toward Yin Hongji's mansion. The guards there seemed to have already been informed, so they did not block Liu at all, allowing him to casually walk inside. Upon reaching the rather gloomy hall where Yin Hongji usually consoled the Yin clan, sure enough, Yin Hongji was already waiting inside. Sensing Liu entering, Yin Hongji didn't turn around but suddenly laughed aloud. Ha ha! Yin Hongji's laughter echoed through the hall. With sparkling eyes, he suddenly turned his head, looking towards Liu and said with satisfaction, "Liu, you truly live up to being my nephew. Your actions this time have made me very satisfied. Take a look at your masterpiece." Yin Hongji snapped his fingers, and miraculously, the surrounding candles lit up, illuminating the golden heaps of grain and grass stacked all around the hall, piled up like mountains, creating a visually stunning effect. "Are these all the grains and hay from the supply carts we raided?" "Yes, our mansion needs to purchase large quantities of supplies every week. I instructed merchants to mix these rations among their goods, bringing them in bit by bit. With these rations, at least for half a month, the troops I privately maintain will have plenty to eat and drink without worry, and they can even undergo high-intensity training. Liu, all this is thanks to you." Yin Hongji appeared to be in an extremely good mood, and his wrinkles smoothed out quite a bit. But, suddenly changing his tone, a glint of killing intent and coldness flickered in his eyes. "You made a certain mistake this time, and that was being too merciful. If you don't kill these people, they will come back and strangle you. Their lives are worthless. Killing them means nothing. However, I am rather curious. Why did that last guard not report you?" Liu's mind was racing quickly. Lying fluently, without hesitation or shame, he said calmly, "I foresaw that he posed a risk. So, in private, I used the lives of his parents and relatives to threaten him. He dared not betray me. Of course, he could never tell Yin Hongji the real situation, or he would instantly expose himself." Yin Hongji paused for a moment, then burst into laughter again, looking at Liu with deep appreciation. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder heavily and said, "Good, excellent. It seems you have inherited my nature, cruel and ruthless. Is it possible that the reason you didn't kill was because you weren't accustomed to seeing blood? That's not an issue. Practice more often. Whenever there's an opportunity, I can randomly capture some useless individuals for you to test your skills." Hearing Yin Hongji's words, Liu slightly lowered his eyelids, a flash of anger and disgust crossing his eyes. This guy really treated human lives lightly. To use real people's lives to train oneself. Was that something anyone ought to say? Yin Hongji didn't notice Liu's unusual demeanor and continued speaking on his own. "Regardless, you've completed this mission perfectly, which makes me quite satisfied. Now, we're truly in the same boat together. Welcome to officially join us. When I rise to prominence, rest assured that you will receive your share of benefits." "Rise to prominence? You'd better focus on keeping your pathetic life first. Since I'm aiming for great achievements, I must naturally establish connections with all kinds of people, from officials to merchants, as well as extraordinary talents. They will all work for me. Only by doing so can we gather enough strength to oppose the court." Liu's heart raced at the thought. There was no doubt, these were his targets. If he could uncover their true identities and eliminate them all at once, he would truly dismantle this insidious network. Otherwise, even if Yin Hongji were captured, the web of connections would still exist, inevitably giving rise to countless other Yin Hongzis. Despite the immense risks he had taken this time, Liu had successfully won Yin Hongji's trust and infiltrated his internal system. "Follow me. I'll introduce you to them. Now, you are qualified to meet them. However, unless necessary, I won't reveal their identities to you one by one. As you delve deeper into your tasks, I assure you that you will come to know all of them." Yin Hongji nodded at Liu and headed toward the inner part of the hall. He lightly clapped his hands, triggering an unknown mechanism. The sound of massive gears turning resonated through the air, enveloping the entire hall in deafening noise. The ground in front of Yin Hongji suddenly split open, revealing a deep passageway beneath. The passageway led underground and stretched endlessly into darkness, looking bottomless. Come. Throughout the entire capital city, we've dug tunnels in many critical locations. Since every inch of the surface is under Li Air's surveillance, what about underground? Ha 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 ha. I guarantee that Li Air would never have imagined. Chapter 111. Yin Hongji's layout. The passageway exuded a slightly damp and putrid smell. Following Yin Hongji closely, we walked further inside, and after roughly 2 minutes, we finally reached the end. At the end of the passageway lay an immense hall. Around the hall were numerous channels densely packed like honeycombs, crisscrossing in intricate complexity. Without any markings, newcomers would undoubtedly get lost. Seeing Li Yu surveying his surroundings, Yin Hongji explained, "This is the meeting place for all the people I've recruited. Among those I've recruited are bandits from the mountains as well as officials from the military ministry. Of course, these people can't be seen visiting my mansion openly, so this has become our best location to deliberate on major affairs." In the center of the hall stood a dark red circular table that emitted an eerie glow. Around the table were already seated at least 20 or more individuals. These figures were completely concealed within black robes, making it impossible to discern their gender, height, or build. With a nonchalant air, Yin Hongji sat himself at the foremost seat of the round table and pulled Li Yu to sit beside him, speaking gravely. "Everyone, you should all have heard today's news by now. This masterpiece is the work of Prince Qi, Li Yu. Allow me to share some good news with everyone. Today, Prince Qi, Li Yu, has officially joined under my command, working alongside us. With his addition, it won't be long before we achieve our grand objective." A burst of applause followed. Then from somewhere close to Li Yu, one of the hooded figures spoke up with a raspy voice. Prince Qi uses formidable methods to outmaneuver the court's lackeys and dogs, spinning them around effortlessly. Despite being present in the Great Hall, there was neither detectable internal energy nor any imperfection in his appearance identification. Truly astonishing. Yes, the joining of Prince Qi boosts our confidence significantly. I also have certain internal information, and I thought for sure the guard would report you, Prince Qi, but it turns out you employed some method unknown to me. Truly impressive. All the voices had undergone strange alterations, becoming raspy and distorted. Not only was it impossible to identify the real person through tone color, but even their gender or age couldn't be determined. Yin Hongji gestured towards someone sitting near Li Yu, smiling faintly, and said, "The reason he has insider information is because he belongs to Emperor Taizong's hidden guards, the Dark Guard. Any big or small matter among the Dark Guard doesn't escape his notice. He even holds the position of a small captain in the Dark Guard. In the future, you will likely interact with him often, so getting acquainted now might be beneficial." The person sitting next to Li Yu lifted the hood off his head, revealing a pale and shadowy face. His face was sharp as if carved by a knife, with skin tightly adhering to the bones, exuding a chilling aura. "Prince Qi, greetings. My name is Wang Bin. If there's anything useful where I can assist you in the future, feel free to ask. I usually operate around the outskirts of the palace. From now on, we're comrades, and your matters will also be mine." Li Yu exchanged a light handshake with him, but felt deeply sober inside. Historically, there has been very little documentation about Li Yu and Yin Hongji's rebellion, allowing him to merely know of its existence. He originally assumed that Yin Hongji's revolt must have resulted from a sudden bout of heated impetuousness, quickly suppressed by Li Shimin. But now it seems things aren't as simple as they appeared. Just the fact that beneath the capital city lies such a complex network of passages leaves Li Yu quite awestruck. What shocks him even more is that among Emperor Taizong's most trusted dark guards, there's a mole, and judging by how much influence this person appears to have with Yin Hongji, his role seems relatively minor. It appears that Yin Hongji has prepared for this so-called grand plan for quite some time. If Emperor Taizong fails to take note, suffering a setback may not be entirely improbable. Alright, everyone, discuss the changes in the capital after the grain convoy raid, and see if there's any potentially useful information. Amid the cacophony of discussions among the crowd, Li Yu remained unmoving. Since he'd already earned Yin Hongji's trust, he wouldn't engage in any further tasks. If his guess was correct, the upcoming tasks would certainly be more dangerous and arduous. Involving himself would mean no way out. Today, this hall could only be entered under the guidance of Yin Hongji, and any future chances would be vague and distant. Having not yet identified these people's identities left Li Yu somewhat restless. Just then, a sudden idea struck Li Yu. Vaguely recalling, his system seemed to sell modern high-tech equipment at high prices. If only he possessed a bug device to secretly install here, both Yin Hongji's future plans and the true identities of these people would fall easily into his grasp. Based on his observations, these people convene daily to exchange intelligence, thus generating a vast reservoir of future information. Li Yu appeared calm on the surface, but internally he had already started searching through the system. Soon enough, he found the modern bug device specially offered by the system. 5,000 points. Li Yu winced inwardly. It was quite painful to part with over 2,000 points of his hard-earned jufen. This bug device was undeniably an extravagantly priced luxury item, virtually draining all his current funds. However, considering the current situation, no matter the cost, Li Yu had to purchase it. At that moment, there was a ding sound, and suddenly a system notification rang in Li Yu's mind. Ding, your reputation in the capital has further improved, reaching stage 4 of the side quest, Rising Fame. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 5,000 points and a random ability enhancement. Li Yu's lips twitched slightly. After being introduced by Yin Hongji, he inadvertently completed a side quest. It felt somewhat absurd, but with this task's rewards compensating him, he no longer needed to worry about points. Simultaneously, a rapidly spinning wheel appeared before Li Yu's eyes. The words on it were so fast that Liu could hardly make them out. After a few seconds, the wheel gradually slowed down, and the needle finally stopped pointing at mind enhancement. What exactly is mind enhancement? Before Liu could dwell too much on it, a sharp pain pierced through his head as if pricked by a needle. His ears buzzed loudly, and dizziness overwhelmed him. Yet, at the same time, his perception began to inflate strangely. Once the buzzing subsided, Liu could detect even the tiniest sounds around him. When he opened his eyes again, the most distinct change was that his vision improved more than twofold. He could see clearly through the darkness of the dim hall, identifying every minuscule detail without missing anything. It wasn't just his senses that were upgraded. Liu also noticed his analytical abilities rising proportionally. Chapter 112, The Plot Against Princess Xuanhuan. Liu could now judge a person's true gender and identity through some tiny details, such as the bulging degree of each black-robed figure's cloak or an unconscious movement. Liu's abnormal behavior made Hongji slightly aware, and he glanced at him with suspicion. What's wrong? Liu. Nothing, just a bit tired. It will be over soon. Afterward, you may have to frequently attend these meetings. I will find an opportunity to build a tunnel for you too, straight from your mansion to this hall. You'd better get used to it. Liu smiled and nodded, pretending to yawn. His hand, however, quietly slipped under the table and tightly stuck a small black object like a button underneath it. The long and boring villain gathering finally came to an end. Liu followed Hongji out of the underground hall, only to find that it was already late at night. Bing appeared from somewhere, and the three of them walked toward the entrance of the estate. Along the way, Hongji seemingly intentionally asked, Liu, your relationship with Princess Xuanhuan is pretty good, right? Liu narrowed his eyes and hesitated in his heart, not knowing what Hongji meant. He evaded the question. Yeah, it's rather complicated. Uncle, is there anything? Do you remember when we first met? Liu, wasn't I holding a dagger and helping Princess Xuanhuan kill a little wild boar, said Bing as he patted Liu on the shoulder. In fact, my target that time wasn't the little wild boar, but Princess Xuanhuan. Surprising, isn't it? Seeing the smug look on Bing's face, a few dark lines involuntarily appeared on Liu's forehead. Was this guy really foolish enough to think that he hadn't seen through his real intentions? Liu pretended to be naive, putting on a surprised expression, which somewhat gratified Bing's vanity. So, Uncle, are you planning to move against Princess Xuanhuan? She's just a princess with no actual power. Why focus on her? Compared to Bing's nonsense, Liu cared more about Yu's safety. With the vast influence of Hongji, if he decided to act against Princess Xuanhuan and caught her off guard, Liu truly worried whether Princess Xuanhuan might fall into danger. Just an ordinary princess with no real power? Hongji snorted coldly and shook his head. You don't understand, Liu. Princess Xuanhuan's identity isn't so simple. Due to several reasons, we must achieve a certain goal that requires her death. However, her surroundings are well guarded, and we don't want to pay too high a price to kill her. Do you understand, Liu? A thought crossed Liu's mind, and he spoke softly. So according to you, Uncle, you intend to have me kill Princess Xuanhuan? Yes. Hongji chuckled sinisterly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Since Princess Xuanhuan has a bit of affection for you, this naturally works best. Once you've completely mesmerized her, you can secretly take her life. As for the method, it's up to you. Lure her to some secluded place, poison her. It's all up to you as long as she ends up dead. Can you do it? Liu fell silent. He didn't expect that even Princess Xuanhuan was also part of Hongji's scheme. Rather than letting Hongji continuously keep watch on Princess Xuanhuan with ulterior motives, it might be safer for her if Liu took control of the matter himself, potentially ensuring her safety. Of course, after thinking it through, Liu revealed a hint of a smug smile and replied lightly. Princess Xuanhuan actually harbor some feelings for me. Girls at her stage of awakening emotions are easy pickings for me. Don't worry, Uncle. Once the timing is ripe, I'll swiftly deal with her without wasting your resources by constantly monitoring her anymore. Overjoyed, Hongji continuously slapped Liu on the shoulder, his words filled with comfort. Good, very good. I've truly gained a fierce warrior. Liu, you've brought me too many surprises. So, I'll be waiting for your good news. No problem. In that case, Bing, remove all the sentries surrounding Princess Xuanhuan and reassign them elsewhere. There's no need to waste resources temporarily. Understood. Bing's heart burned with excitement, staring intensely at Liu, revealing a crude smile that all men would recognize. He hugged Liu's shoulders and said, Brother, that's really impressive. Even the cold-faced demoness Princess Xuanhuan who always carries a frosty expression, you can subdue her? That's amazing. Brother, I really want to know what she looks like when she shows a bashful demeanor. A glimmer of coldness emerged in Liu's eyes, but he shook his head and replied, It's just personal charm, something you couldn't learn anyway. The two of them walked out of the residence together, with Bing's vulgar chatter requiring Liu to continuously deal with it. Neither of them noticed that a semi-transparent shadow had been closely trailing behind them, swaying incessantly. After parting ways with Bing, Liu walked alone along the deserted road. It started drizzling lightly again. Not far away, Princess Xuanhuan and Elder Qi stood side by side. In front of them was a semi-transparent orb exactly like the one that had trailed Liu and Bing earlier. All their conversation was transmitted directly into the two listeners' ears. Princess Xuanhuan actually harbors some feelings for me. Girls at her stage of awakening emotions are easy pickings for me. Don't worry, Uncle. Once the timing is ripe, I'll swiftly deal with her without wasting your resources by constantly monitoring her anymore. Brother, you're truly incredible. Princess Xuanhuan, such a cold-faced demoness who always carries a frosty expression. How could you subdue her? You're amazing. Brother, I really want to know what she looks like when she shows a bashful demeanor. Princess Anyu's fair face instantly turned pale, her full chest rising and falling in distress as tears burst forth uncontrollably. Elder Qi clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, the veins under his withered skin protruding sharply as he croaked hoarsely. Princess, I shouldn't have spared him before. Indeed, he has deceived you. Let me go take his life right now. Elder Qi was about to leave, but Princess Anyu grabbed his robe, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Don't go. This was my own choice. Don't meddle with him. Don't. The bright tears poured down profusely as Princess Anyu felt her heart shatter into countless pieces upon hearing Li Yu's cold-blooded and flirtatious words. Chapter 113, Misunderstanding. It turned out that from the very beginning, everything he had said about a surprise attack was a deception, and he had even planned to harm her. Tears soaked the beautiful face of Princess Anyu. She cried like a tearful person. Anyone would feel heartbroken. Elder Qi let out a breath, for the first time disobeying Princess Anyu's command. His steps faltered, and his figure disappeared like a ghost. Princess Anyu was suddenly startled. Realizing this, she quickly chased after Elder Qi, yelling in a heart-wrenching voice. Elder Qi, you're not allowed to go. I order you not to go. Li Yu walked alone on the street. Suddenly, he felt an intense pressure lock onto him, accompanied by a heavy aura of killing intent. The sound of breaking air followed. Before Li Yu could react, he collided with something, experiencing a feeling as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Poochie, a blood mist sprayed out. Li Yu's body flew away like a cannonball, tearing apart the stone bricks one by one. Dust scattered everywhere, leaving a long groove on the ground. Li Yu breathed heavily, struggling to climb up. Not far from him stood a shadowy figure like a ghost. The figure slowly uncovered the hood on their head, revealing none other than Elder Qi's face. At this moment, the eyes of Elder Qi were filled with explosive, murderous intent, making Li Yu unable to meet his gaze. Li Yu was stunned, murmuring, Elder Qi? How could you possibly? Before he finished speaking, Elder Qi stepped on the ground, instantly appearing before Li Yu, smashing a punch into Li Yu's face. This immense force made the lower part of Li Yu's body tilt backward, his head being slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. In one blow, Li Yu's nose and forehead bled profusely, soaking his entire face. The sharp smell of rust filled his mouth, every breath burning his lungs. Li Yu did not retaliate, first because he simply couldn't fight back, second because Elder Qi belonged to Princess Anyu, so he instinctively didn't want to fight him. If it hadn't been for his accidental enhancement of his physical strength during his last martial arts breakthrough, this punch might have sent him to his death already. Li Yu struggled, embedding his nails into the ground to barely keep himself standing, swaying unsteadily. Li Yu, you deserve to die. This time, no one can save you. Elder Qi's hand transformed into a blade, preparing to stab Li Yu's abdomen. Just then, the piercing cry of Princess Anyu reached them. No, Elder Qi, no. Elder Qi stopped due to this sobbing sound. Princess Anyu rushed over, embracing Li Yu tightly, crying helplessly, What are you doing? Elder Qi, I told you not to come. Are you defying my orders? Who gave you permission to come? And who told you to be so ruthless? Seeing the princess's eyes full of sorrow, Elder Qi gritted his teeth. Princess, why do you still speak for him? He deceived you, and even wanted to take your life. What good does he have? Someone like him who has trampled on your affection should suffer excruciating torture. Let me kill him to relieve your hatred. Despair and confusion filled Princess Anyu's eyes, her red lips nearly bitten through. After a long while, she shook her head sadly. It's enough, Elder Qi. It's something I chose willingly. Even if I was deceived, please consider it my plea. Let him go. From now on, I won't think of him anymore, nor will I interfere in any of his affairs. His life or death has nothing to do with me. Can we leave it at that? Li Yu's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Princess Anyu, whose skin was as pale as paper. His heart ached, subconsciously reaching out to touch her, quivering. What do you mean? Anyu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Could it be some misunderstanding? Before Li Yu could finish, Elder Qi scoffed coldly, waving his hand and turning his inner energy into a sharp airflow that pierced straight through Li Yu's palm. Li Yu groaned in pain, his hand falling limp without touching Princess Anyu. Princess Anyu desperately tried not to look at Li Yu, crying brokenly. Li Yu, I swear I sincerely cared for you. During the time we spent together, although we often quarreled, I found happiness and was overwhelmed by many of your thoughts. When we went shopping last time, I felt like the happiest person in the world. Truly, I wish to spend my entire life with you, until old age. Her frail body curled tightly together, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. But, perhaps it was all just my own wishful thinking. I thought our feelings were the same, but it turns out things ended up like this. Li Yu, I will not kill you, but please forgive me. I won't intervene in your affairs either. Moving forward, I will live alone, no longer depending on anyone, and in my life, Li Yu is completely gone. Farewell, Li Yu. The last sentence, so soft that it was almost inaudible, carried with it what Li Yu thought he could hear as the sound of Princess Anyu's heart shattering. What do you mean? What does it mean? Li Yu roared wildly, his hoarse voice reflecting sheer desperation, every contorted movement of his face pulling on his wounds and sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. But Princess Anyu didn't turn around, nor did she give him an opportunity to ask for clarification. All that was left behind was her resolute retreating silhouette. As the rain misted and blurred the surroundings, Princess Anyu's form receded further into the distance, fading bit by bit from sight. Gritting his teeth till they ached, Li Yu felt certain, if he let her go now, he would never see her again. Clenching his jaw tightly, despite his legs being near shattered, he forced himself to rise from the ground and staggered towards her disappearing figure, shouting at the top of his lungs. Anyu, what's wrong? Please tell me. What does this all mean? At least let me explain. Princess Anyu hesitated, but did not turn back. Just as Li Yu intended to chase after her, a sharp sword flashed forward, stopping mere inches away from his face. The cold blade gleamed with lethal promise, capable of severing hair with its passing. Its edge pointed directly at the tip of Li Yu's nose. Even without touching him, Li Yu already felt a prickling sensation as beads of blood began to trickle down slowly. Princess forbade me from killing you, but if you're intent on seeking death, then there is nothing I can do. We were originally just planning to eavesdrop on In Hongji's plots, but instead, we overheard your disgusting words. Princess had put her whole heart into you, while you. Truly revolting. I wish to kill you on the spot. Now get lost. For a moment, Li Yu froze, only gradually realizing that earlier conversations between himself and Yin Bing had been overheard by the two, causing Princess Anyu to misunderstand him. Anyu, will you believe just a few words? In Hongji harbors ill intentions towards you. He asked if there was any relationship between you and me. Fearing for your safety, I agreed. Chapter 114, Proof of Heart. Li Yu, his eyes bloodshot, gave all he had and shouted hoarsely. Anyu, you and I have spent so much time together. Don't you know what kind of person I am? If you think my arguments are deceptive, or if you choose not to believe me, that's your choice, but at least give me a chance to explain. Breathing heavily, Li Yu paid no heed to the sharp sword pointing at his nose. His eyes were bright and fixed on the back of Princess Anyu as he continued. After the grain cart raid incident, In Hongji completely trusts me now, and he has also revealed some of his plans to me. One of them is to attack you and eliminate you. It seems he has noticed something different between us, so he asked me if it would be convenient for me to act against you. The power of In Hongji far exceeds my imagination. Even the Emperor's secret guards include his followers. I feared he might harm you in secret, which is why I pretended to go along with him, telling him I could kill you at will. Anyu, can you understand? Li Yu's voice was strong, echoing through the empty street. Princess Anyu's eyes narrowed, her hand covering her lips, her body trembling with sobs. I know, what I said to In Hongji and Yin Bing was terrible and highly insulting to you, but there was no time for hesitation. When Yin Bing slandered you, how I wished to tear his foul mouth apart, but I couldn't do that. I've already gone this far. When the arrow is drawn, there is no turning back. Victory is right in front of me. Qi Lao's cloudy eyes suddenly became alive, his emaciated face slightly trembling. The long sword previously aimed at Li Yu's face slowly lowered until it came level with Li Yu's chest. Anyu, Li Yu, his face contorted in anguish, battered all over, enduring excruciating pain. But deeper than this physical pain was the wound inflicted upon his heart and spirit. As the last breath escaped his chest, his body swayed to one side, only steadying himself by holding onto Qi Lao's sword. The sword was razor-sharp, cutting hair as if it were nothing, instantly slicing open Li Yu's palm. Drops of scarlet blood fell from the sword, mingling with the winding trails of water on the ground. Anyu, after all this time we've been acquainted, I've never really told you about myself. We were attracted to each other, yet we lacked sincere openness with each other. This fake rebellion was entirely my own decision. You are a princess high above everyone else, beyond reach, while I am just an exiled king who is distrusted and suspected. Perhaps it's destined for us to meet, but never belong, huh? A self-mocking smile flickered across Li Yu's lips, but he gritted his teeth fiercely and snarled. But, regardless of whether we can be together, I don't want you to misinterpret my feelings. Seeing Li Yu seemingly trying to step forward, Qi Lao frowned slightly, his tone no longer as sharp as before as he solemnly said, Prince Qi, you should step back. What you say isn't wrong. Your identities have predetermined that your relationship must end tragically. A slow death is worse than a quick one. Besides, everything you've said is merely your account. Whether it's true or not still needs further judgment. No judgment needed. The deep tone of Li Yu caused some confusion in Qi Lao. However, the next moment saw something happen that made Qi Lao's rage boil. Holding the sword, Li Yu aligned it with his chest without a trace of fear, only resolve in his eyes. Taking one step forward, he clearly walked up. Anyu, the truth of my heart for you is witnessed by heaven and earth. With a swift thrust, this sword had accompanied Qi Lao his entire life, its sharpness able to cut through gold and jade. With Li Yu's move forward, the sword penetrated his chest as effortlessly as slicing tofu, piercing straight through him, delivering a chillingly fatal strike. Blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying from the gap between the sword and the wound, staining Qi Lao's black robe crimson red. For a long time, Qi Lao remained speechless, his pupils contracting severely. On the other side, Princess Anyu suddenly turned around and saw the horrifying sight of Li Yu fearlessly facing death, pierced by the sword. No, her voice was piercing and heartbreaking, filling her face with tears. Her hair disheveled, she rushed madly toward Li Yu like a madwoman. Don't, please stop. Li Yu, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, don't. Qi Lao instinctively took a step back, causing Li Yu's body, devoid of support from the sword, to fall sideways. Princess Anyu quickly knelt down first, hugging Li Yu tightly into her arms. The blood poured endlessly from the wound. Li Yu, pale as paper, breathing faintly, looked ghastly. On the verge of losing consciousness, he saw the shattered face of Princess Anyu. Her delicate features twisted in agony as she screamed his name desperately. The moment Princess Anyu saw Li Yu's eyes close completely, She felt as though a part of her life was missing. If Li Yu were to die, her world would likely remain colorless for the rest of her life. She buried her head in Li Yu's neck, sobbing uncontrollably, and frantically channeled her inner strength into his body, but it was all in vain. Li Yu's vitality was slipping away rapidly. It's no use, princess. His heart has been pierced through. He's already dead. Qi Lao's expression was complicated as he slowly approached. No, he won't die. He promised me that he would walk this road with me. He hasn't kept his promise yet. He can't die. Scenes of moments spent with Li Yu flashed through Princess Anyu's mind like a movie on fast forward. At Li Yu's estate, when she had accused him, using veiled insults, of being a thief who steals things like a rat. In her own residence, where he cooked hot pot for her. On the street during a temple fair, where he bought her candied haws. Princess Anyu gently touched Li Yu's body and accidentally brushed against his back. It was pockmarked. Li Yu's clothes, torn from Qi Lao's earlier assault, hung in tatters, falling away easily to reveal scars that looked like angry centipedes crawling across his skin. Princess Anyu froze, her thoughts swirling, as if transported back to the night she first arrived in the capital city. She had blindly trusted Mr. Fan's malicious lies and whipped Li Yu repeatedly until he was near death, never realizing then that the man she whipped so mercilessly was the one she loved most in her life. I'm sorry, Li Yu. I've been harming you all along. From our very first meeting, which left you gravely injured, to now, when your life hangs by a thread. Perhaps I am truly just a harbinger of misfortune. It's me who caused your suffering. Princess Anyu couldn't help but wonder. If only she hadn't come to the capital city, might things have turned out differently? Chapter 115 Despair. Perhaps she would never meet Li Yu, and never meet the most important person in her life. Perhaps the world was still a dim gray. But Li Yu should not have come to such an end because of her. With all kinds of rare herbs recipes, his intelligence, wisdom, and cold ruthlessness, he should have had a brighter future rather than dying young. Li Yu. Unknowingly, snowflakes began to fall, covering the entire street with silver within a few short minutes. Suddenly spring winds blew overnight, making thousands of pear trees blossom. In the falling snow, Princess Anyu knelt on the ground, hugging Li Yu's body for a long time, like a statue. Inside Li Yu's estate, Lu Shuei felt a sudden tremble in her heart, as if something terrible had happened. She glanced out of the window with concern. Qilao and Princess Anyu quickly brought Li Yu back to the princess's residence. As soon as they entered, Princess Anyu anxiously shouted, "The Imperial Physician! The Imperial Physician! Come immediately to save him!" The highest-level Imperial Physician equipped by Emperor Taizong for Princess Anyu was no less skilled than the Emperor's own physician. Seeing the princess so anxious, the physician did not dare to delay, quickly approached, grabbed Li Yu's wrist, and began diagnosing him. As the physician faced Princess Anyu's expectant eyes, his expression gradually turned grave. He remained silent, and then placed his hand near Li Yu's neck. After a long silence, the physician shook his head and sighed. "Princess, I am very sorry. This person has already passed away. There is no longer any sign of life. There is no way to save him." What are you saying? This statement seemed to touch Princess Anyu's breaking point. Standing tall, she grabbed the physician by the collar, her slim figure exerting great strength, lifting up the tall physician as easily as a chick. Her bright blue eyes gleamed with a chilling light, her eyes full of menacing intent as she hoarsely said, "Is it that you didn't intend to save him properly? He was fine just now. How could he be beyond saving? You go save him. Tell me whatever miraculous drugs or elixirs you need, and I will get them for you. Save him." By the end of her words, Princess Anyu's voice already carried a hint of sobbing. Qilao hurriedly moved forward intending to stop Princess Anyu, but the physician waved his hand. After Anyu released her grip, he coughed violently, clutching his neck before saying helplessly, "Princess, it's not that I don't want to treat him. He truly has no signs of life left. Even the most precious medicinal ingredients probably couldn't pull him back from death." The physician's gaze dropped, finally seeing the horrifying wound on Li Yu's chest, where the clothes beside the wound were stained blood red. Was it the heart pierced through? "Princess, the heart is one's most crucial organ. If the heart is damaged, even the most divine powers may be powerless to intervene. At least, I lack such ability. I'll leave first. I won't disturb you. Princess, please bear your grief." After the physician left, the room fell into a heavy silence. Princess Anyu seemed to lose all vitality herself, placing her delicate hand on Li Yu's chest without moving. She held this position for over 10 minutes. In the end, even Qilao found it hard to bear, biting his teeth and saying, "Princess, things have come to this. There's nothing else we can do. Don't exhaust yourself." Before Qilao finished speaking, Princess Anyu suddenly moved, signaling silence, then showing wild joy as she cried out, "Li Yu, he still has signs of life. I felt it, his heart just beat. He is still alive." Qilao thought that Princess Anyu's overwhelming longing and guilt made her hallucinate, sighing deeply. "Princess, the dead cannot be brought back to life. He hasn't died. Come and see yourself." Determined, Princess Anyu pulled Qilao over. Qilao originally planned to humor her, but unexpectedly, after 2 minutes, he actually felt a faint vibration at Li Yu's chest. Qilao's pupils contracted, astonished. "Seems like there are indeed beats, though the frequency is very low." Right. Princess Anyu, like a happy little girl, jumped around, clenched her small fists tightly, her eyes filled with resolve. "Since Li Yu still shows signs of life, I won't give up on him. No matter how slight the hope, I will persevere. I must restore Li Yu. But, although he still retains extremely shallow heartbeats, it will be difficult for him to return to normal. Moreover, the imperial physicians have never encountered this kind of situation. We don't know what kind of miraculous drug might work. Heavenly treasures? The speaker was unaware, but the listener was keen. Princess Anyu suddenly recalled a scene from when Li Yu was at her residence. Come, try this. What is it? Isn't it just a strawberry? But the yield of this one is truly low. Other strawberries can bear more than 10 fruits per plant. There are only 3 or 4 here. Just try it first. There's nothing particularly different. It just smells stronger. If that's all, it might be somewhat. Wait. Haha, right. Li Yu, what kind of strawberry is this? It contains such pure and immense spiritual energy and vitality. You must not tell anyone about it. Don't flaunt your wealth, or you'll attract the wrong attention. Of course. I just showed you. Princess Anyu clenched her teeth and bit her red lips, her eyes sparkling. Gold strawberries. Gold strawberries. Master Qilao didn't understand and asked in confusion. What? Princess Anyu didn't explain but rushed out of the room directly to the pavilion, filled with countless memories of her and Li Yu. The various plants beside the pavilion were already covered by white snow, but even beneath the snow, their lush green branches still revealed an incredibly strong vitality. Gold strawberries. Li Yu had eaten one himself and offered her one back then. Afterward, he wanted to give her all the rest, but she refused. If she remembered correctly, they should still be hanging on the plant. Princess Anyu didn't mind the bitter cold as she swept away the snow. Beneath it, 2 plump and crystalline strawberries dangled visibly, slightly swaying, shimmering with faint golden threads. Tears streamed down Princess Anyu's cheeks as she carefully picked the 2 strawberries and placed them in her clothing, allowing them to rest closely against her warm skin as though guarding a rare treasure. Chapter 116, Golden Strawberries. This golden strawberry contains an extremely large amount of vitality and spiritual energy. The internal force I infused into Li Yu's body would still be rejected, but this golden strawberry is different. With these 2 golden strawberries, Li Yu will definitely recover. He will. Princess Anyu held the 2 strawberries in her hands as she returned to the room and looked at the peaceful side face of Li Yu lying on the bed. Her eyes were filled with affection. She gently caressed Li Yu's cheek. It felt cold where her hand touched. I brought you your golden strawberries. Once you eat them, everything will be fine. When that time comes, for scaring me like this, I'll have to properly punish you. Princess Anyu mumbled to herself, putting the golden strawberry near Li Yu's lips, only to realize that Li Yu was unconscious due to his deep slumber. Even if she placed the strawberry in his mouth, he probably wouldn't chew or swallow it. Princess, he has no awareness. He can't eat. Princess Anyu paused for a moment, replying faintly, it's fine. Under the questioning gaze of Master Qi, Princess Anyu placed 1 strawberry in her own rosy mouth. The strawberry melted instantly, turning into rich and fragrant sweet juice, flowing through Princess Anyu's teeth. This familiar sweet flavor seemed to bring Princess Anyu back to the days she spent with Li Yu. Her cheeks swelled slightly as she puckered her lips, slowly leaning her body over toward Li Yu. At once, Master Qi understood Princess Anyu's meaning and shouted excitedly. Princess Anyu, don't. Your worth is incomparably valuable. But Princess Anyu didn't pay any attention to what Master Qi said. She opened her red lips, sealing Li Yu's mouth. The atmosphere in the room turned soft and delicate. Afterwards, Princess Anyu had a radiant complexion, looking as inviting as a rose about to bloom. She touched the corner of her mouth, licking her lips, her eyes staring intently at Li Yu. Li Yu's complexion seemed to become more rosy, his chest moving up and down in an observable manner. But his eyes were still closed. Princess Anyu's spirits uplifted significantly. It worked. If we feed him the other golden strawberry, he'll definitely get better. Master Qi had never seen such an extraordinary object before and looked curiously at the golden-lit strawberry in Princess Anyu's hand. Princess, what kind of rare treasure is this? Why does it have such a wondrous effect? Princess Anyu's eyes became complicated as she softly said, this is what Li Yu left for me. Following the previous method, she transferred the last golden strawberry to Li Yu. The strong and pure spirit energy inside the golden strawberry flowed through Li Yu's exhausted meridians, renourishing his 5 organs and 6 viscera. In the end, all the energy gathered around his heart pulse, healing the injuries there. Li Yu only felt as though he were a small boat amidst stormy waves, tossing and tumbling, bewildered and lost. Finally, he floated to the surface. He opened his eyes, feeling soreness and stabbing pain in his eyelids. As his eyes gradually adapted to the light, he saw Princess Anyu's familiar beautiful face. Is this the world after death? Princess Anyu burst out laughing, overcome with joy until tears streamed down her face. Grasping Li Yu's hand and placing it beside her cheek, she sobbed uncontrollably. No, it's my mansion. Li Yu, you've awakened. As her nerves relaxed, Princess Anyu seemed somewhat weakened. Tears flowed freely across her face, and in what appeared to be a childish gesture, she lightly pounded on the bedside. Biting her lower lip, she complained. Li Yu, are you a fool? I believed in you. Who could let you do something so reckless? Do you know how worried and heartbroken I was? If you died, I certainly wouldn't continue living alone. Li Yu smiled faintly, pinching Princess Anyu's pretty face, and said, do you remember when you first beat my back so badly? I said, someday I would revenge myself on you. And now, this is my revenge, making you feel the pain. Fool. All sorts of memories turned, in this moment, into boundless tenderness and sweetness. After resting for 3 or 4 days at Princess Anyu's residence, Li Yu finally managed to recuperate from his weak condition. At the same time, he told Princess Anyu every single secret related to In Hongji. In short, In Hongji has deeply infiltrated the court, but I left behind a device to eavesdrop on his secrets. When we gather all the key information about everyone involved, that day will be the moment we strike. However, until then, we must stay undercover. Princess Anyu agreed, her eyes full of sweetness, and she snuggled closely against Li Yu's embrace. After this event, Li Yu always felt that Princess Anyu had become even closer to him than before. By the way, what exactly is that eavesdropping device of yours? Last time when we eavesdropped, it was because Master Qi left a mark on Yinbing. Moreover, the distance and duration of its effect were extremely limited, requiring a great deal of internal energy. There are only a few people in the entire capital who can achieve this. Can your so-called device really continue eavesdropping from such a distance for such a long time? Li Yu's lips twitched slightly. How was he supposed to explain to Princess Anyu about the concept of an eavesdropper? He shook his head evasively. This is just my little secret. It's hard to explain clearly in a few words. You're just not telling me. I'm angry. Princess Anyu puffed out her cheeks and pouted as she glared at Li Yu, appearing both coquettish and childlike. No, I promise next time, with important matters, I definitely won't hide anything from you, alright? Li Yu lovingly stroked Princess Anyu's soft hair while helplessly saying, so that you don't misunderstand me again and tip over your little vinegar jar. I'm sorry. Next time, no matter what you say, I'll believe you. As Li Yu enjoyed sweet words and affection here, on the other side, Emolian's mood had utterly plummeted. Having initially trusted Li Yu's sly advice, Emolian purchased a large number of so-called golden lands from him, spending a total of 30,000 taels of silver. This made the entire Shun family merchants tighten their belts for quite some time. Li Yu had claimed that those strawberries could only be grown in golden soil in order to break Li Yu's monopoly. Emolian sacrificed both her wealth and dignity, only to end up losing both money and face. Finally, one early morning not long ago, the much-anticipated strawberry plants bloomed. But when the flowers blossomed, Emolian was shocked. Regardless of shape, size, or color, they looked nothing more than the common sunflowers seen on the streets. Initially, she consoled herself by thinking that perhaps strawberry flowers simply looked similar to sunflowers. But as the number of these flowers grew more and more without any sign of fruiting, Emolian could no longer contain herself. She invited an elderly scholar well-versed in botany to examine what kind of plant these flowers truly belonged to. Chapter 117, Coming to the Door. Even though Emolian was full of anticipation, the botanist still gave her the heart-wrenching result. Isn't this just the sunflower? It's growing quite lushly, probably due to rich soil. Miss, you're certainly refined in planting such flowers in your estate. I've never seen them anywhere else. Emolian still remembered the look of conviction on the botanist's face, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Li Yu must have deceived me. Emolian turned bright red with anger, unable to think clearly, and rushed breathlessly to Li Yu's residence entrance to demand justice. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The 30,000 taels of silver that Li Yu swindled away were trivial compared to the grandiose dream that filled Emolian's mind. Breaking Li Yu's monopoly and becoming the richest person in the capital by using strawberries, bringing glory to Shun family businesses. Immersed in this dream, she was eventually informed that the flowers she had placed so much hope in were simply the common sunflowers found all over the streets. This revelation struck Emolian like a bolt of lightning. Speaking of sunflowers, Emolian couldn't help but recall the time she spent autumn sightseeing with Li Yu and noticed sunflowers on the street. Back then, Li Yu was trying to appear cool, saying he loved sunflowers for their ordinariness and insignificance, which momentarily dazzled her. Looking back now, it all seemed completely fabricated. Li Yu, come out right now. As her thoughts grew more intense, Emolian banged loudly on the gates of the Li residence. After several seconds, the gate creaked open to reveal the delicate and rosy face of a young girl. Lu Xue squinted her eyes and sized up Emolian, finally recognizing her. Oh, I know you. Aren't you that seductive woman who has an ambiguous relationship with our master? What brings you here today? Do you need something? Emolian bristled with rage at these words, grinding her teeth as she replied. Who's the seductive woman who has an ambiguous relationship with Li Yu? Little girl, don't spread lies. I need to see your master about important business. How dare he deceive me and swindle me out of 30,000 taels of silver? This time, I demand justice, or else I'll sue him at the yamen. Lu Xue chuckled softly, yet there wasn't a trace of humor in her expression. Her clear gaze seemed able to pierce through Emolian's soul, reading all her intentions. Only you know whether you're seductive or not. Generally speaking, foxes approach prey with other motives. But our master isn't prey. Emolian froze, stepping back a step as an alarming thought began to take root in her mind. Could it be that Li Yu had seen through her true identity from the very beginning? All along, he had been playing around with her and intentionally provided her with sunflowers? A bitter smile surfaced on the corner of Emolian's mouth as she shook her head. It doesn't make sense. She hadn't revealed her real name to him and had been reclusive within Shun family trade circles. Few people knew her, so how could Li Yu possibly discover her true identity? Emolian pushed these chaotic thoughts aside and told Lu Xue, don't say so much nonsense. Right now, I want to see Li Yu. Where has he gone? Our master hasn't been home for many days now, and I have no idea where he is. If you're truly in urgent need to find him, I suggest you go check Princess Anyu's residence. Our master has been frequenting there lately. Maybe you'll get a pleasant surprise. Biting her lip, Emolian finally understood why Li Yu appeared so disinterested last time when she tried to seduce him. So, he had hooked up with Princess Anyu. That hypocritical man. In the heat of anger, Emolian didn't wait around and immediately headed toward Princess Anyu's mansion instead. Knock, knock, knock. Princess Anyu, there is a woman outside requesting an audience. She says she wants to see Duke Qi, calling herself Mo Lian. A servant respectfully walked into Princess Anyu's room and informed both Li Yu and Princess Anyu. Li Yu hesitated for a moment, thinking carefully. Since the sunflowers were about to mature and bloom, Mo Lian must have discovered the truth. He likely assumed she'd come seeking retribution. Li Yu instantly showed an expression akin to having eaten excrement, waving his hand at the servant dismissively. Tell her to leave. Tell her I'm not here. Let her search wherever she pleases. The servant looked troubled and glanced questioningly at Princess Anyu. In turn, Princess Anyu cast Li Yu a fierce glare, flipping the vinegar pot as she bit her lips and questioned. Who is this Mo Lian? Could it be one of the women you've been flirting with outside? A strong whiff of jealousy filled the air, and Li Yu's face turned sour as he shook his head vigorously. No, I don't have that kind of nerve. This Mo Lian, you've seen her. She was the one who kept closely following me during our last autumn outing. Remember? Princess Anyu paused for a moment, recalling the scene. After pondering over her choice of words, she expressed herself with mixed emotions. Li Yu, I know it's not good to speak ill of others behind their backs, but that's not my intention either. Still, based on my instincts, I feel like Mo Lian harbors ulterior motives towards you. Her approach seemed somewhat deliberate. After finishing, Princess Anyu glanced at Li Yu, seemingly uneasy. Li Yu chuckled lightly and gently patted Princess Anyu's head. Don't worry. I've known this for a long time. The reason she's so angry now is because of this. Without reservation, Li Yu recounted every detail about the incidents involving Mo Lian to Princess Anyu, except for the parts where Mo Lian tried seducing him, which were tactfully concealed. Upon hearing everything, Princess Anyu laughed so hard that she nearly bent over in laughter, her giggles ringing like silver bells. You're such a sneaky guy. It's really despicable of you to let her spend so much money on sunflower seeds. If it had been me, I'd probably be furious enough to go half mad. Anyway, it seems you shouldn't antagonize anyone else apart from you. However, you should still meet her and explain things clearly. It's not as if you've done anything wrong, but by dodging her, it might seem like you're guilty. After pondering over her suggestion, Li Yu agreed with her reasoning. With Princess Anyu's approval, he went to the door. As soon as he opened it, his eyes met Mo Lian's fiery glare. With an artificial laugh, Li Yu feigned ignorance and said, Hey, isn't that Mo Lian? How did you manage to find your way here? Long time no see. By now, the strawberry seeds and the golden soil I gave you must have combined properly, bearing abundant fruit, right? Chapter 118. What is absolute ruthlessness? Li Yu picked at the most sensitive spot, almost driving Mo Lian crazy. Her teeth were almost ground to pieces and her eyes were as wide as gongs in fury. She yelled, Li Yu, you have the gall to say this. The seeds you gave me weren't strawberries, they were sunflowers. I spent so long planting, only to grow a bunch of sunflowers. Enraged, Mo Lian's voice quivered with a touch of sobbing. For some reason, the tone and words that she used made Li Yu laugh out loud despite himself. That laughter from Li Yu immediately incited Mo Lian, who pounced like an infuriated mother cat. What do you think you're doing? Back off now. Let me warn you. There's no physical contact between unrelated men and women. After all, they were in Princess Anyu's estate, and if the jealous princess saw this scene, who knows what she might do. Mo Lian's head was stuck under Li Yu's arm, panting hotly as she roared softly. Li Yu, you trickster. You swindled me out of 30,000 taels of silver. I will sue you at the magistrate's office. You scoundrel, how despicable you are. Sue me at the magistrate's office? For what? Don't forget, the strawberry seeds were a gift from me. What I sold you was golden soil, which I painstakingly cultivated without deceit or trickery. As for the strawberry seeds I mistakenly handed over being sunflower seeds instead, what's the big deal? Mo Lian was struck speechless, her throat making wheezing sounds, but not a word could escape her lips. You rascal, you shameless cheat. What's rascally about that? Li Yu laughed heartily. You shouldn't blame me for my ruthless ways. Consider this, if you had truly gotten your hands on the strawberry seeds and succeeded in growing strawberries, wouldn't all your mischievous plans revolve around destroying me? That strawberry empire I worked hard to create would surely crumble in your hands. You knew everything? I've known for a long time. In fact, you performed quite convincingly at first. I even thought my charm suddenly skyrocketed, causing all sorts of romantic luck. But there's one fatal flaw with you. Do you know what it is? Even though her face was red with anger, her sharp gaze betrayed Mo Lian's curiosity. Your pace is too quick, too impatient when it comes to love, revealing a lack of sincerity. It feels more like something copied directly from a romance novel rather than genuine feelings. Allow me to guess boldly here, Mo Lian. Have you ever been in love? But having read a lot of romance novels, you mistake fiction for reality, don't you? This hit directly at Mo Lian's weak point, leaving her silent. Her tiny fists tightened slowly, blue veins beginning to appear. Since you see through me, why didn't you expose me earlier and still toy with me like this? Why expose you? Look, it was you who harbored ill intentions toward our business. If you succeed, I, Li Yu, would likely be driven into a corner commercially. But if you fail, just getting exposed like that seems way too easy for you. Anyway, I should extract something from you, right? Those 30,000 taels of silver, consider them as tax for lacking intelligence. How does that sound? Li Yu's sharp words mercilessly tore down Mo Lian's final psychological defense. Recalling the impending crisis the Shun family merchants would soon face, the helplessness of standing alone without support, and the failure of shattered dreams, These emotions surged forth like tidal waves in Mo Lian's heart, eventually transforming into torrents of tears cascading down her face. Even as she cried, Mo Lian's eyes burned with deep resentment. She rushed forward, burrowing into Liyu's embrace and repeatedly punching his chest. Seeing this, Princess Anyu nearby rushed over immediately and exclaimed sharply, "What are you doing? He was recently injured. Don't touch him." Liyu shook his head, gesturing to Princess Anyu to calm down, saying indifferently, "It's fine. This little girl doesn't have much strength. It doesn't hurt at all." "Liyu, I hate you, you bastard. I will make you pay the price." "Bastard." Annoyed by the insults, Liyu suddenly grabbed Mo Lian's hand, his eyes cold as he said, "Mo Lian, tell me, why exactly do you hate me? All you've done is conspired against me, while I merely deceived you out of 30,000 taels of silver and wasted a bit of your time. Reflect upon this yourself. Merchants are looked down upon as the lowliest class in society. If I, Prince Qi, wanted to ruin you, I could have devised countless ways to destroy you. And yet, I did nothing to you. Shouldn't you thank me instead?" Mo Lian was stunned. "Mo Lian, directing your schemes towards me was wrong to begin with. With things turning out this way, you not only shouldn't hate me, but should also be grateful to me. Understand, I know I shouldn't plot against you." Mo Lian wept inarticulately, her voice indistinct and as faint as the buzzing of mosquitoes. Liu couldn't make out what she was saying, so he patiently asked, "What did you say? But if I don't do this, what will happen to my family? I'm the only one left who can hold it together. There's no hope anymore." Liu vaguely heard the tail end of her words, "No hope." Then Mo Lian swiftly ran away, leaving behind a pitiful and resolute figure. "Are you being too harsh on her?" On the side, Princess Anyu looked at him with a touch of sympathy in her eyes. "My dear princess, if I had gently spoken to her, you'd have been jealous. And now that I've driven her away, you think I'm too cruel. You're truly difficult to please." Princess Anyu giggled, wanting to pinch Liyu's soft waist as punishment, but restrained herself. "I'm a girl after all. It's normal to be a bit fickle. Besides, I liked how you just addressed me. Call me more often like that. Princess? Princess." After enjoying a while at Princess Anyu's estate and healing his injuries, Liu visited Yin Hongji's residence once again. This time, he couldn't enter the underground hall, and Yin Hongji didn't assign any new tasks to him. He simply instructed Liu to keep boosting his fame and influence during this period, and to use rare treasures and exotic fruits to amass wealth, awaiting further notice from Yin Hongji. For this, Liu was completely willing. The listening device he installed in the underground hall continued working diligently. The longer things were delayed, the more information he could obtain. He hoped Yin Hongji wouldn't assign tasks anytime soon. Back at his own residence, feeling bored, Liu decided to check up on his strawberry shop again. Upon arriving at the shop, Xue Dating was drenched in sweat. Chapter 119, The Effeminate Gentleman. Xue Dating looked utterly miserable, drenched in sweat under the enthusiastic purchasing of customers outside. He went back and forth ceaselessly, looking quite pitiful. Liu watched and chuckled, then approached and patted Xue Dating on the shoulder, laughing. "Xue Dating, you've been through a lot these past days. Here, let me take over for you." Seeing Liu, Xue Dating immediately burst into tears, wailing loudly, "Master, you're finally here. Do you know how hard I've had it? The customers have been so passionate that the threshold has almost been trampled to pieces every day. I'm worn out like a dog here. Do you know how terrible it is for me?" Listening to Xue Dating's complaints, Liu couldn't help but laugh while shaking his head, hurriedly supporting him and saying, all right, your hard work hasn't gone unnoticed by me. There will be rewards, big rewards. Tell me, what do you want?" Xue Dating glanced around with a cunning look, but didn't speak immediately. Seeing the lustful expression in his eyes, Liu instantly guessed what was on his mind. He smirked and said, "So, you're after that kind of pleasure, huh? No problem. Since you've brought unimaginable profits to our shop, I can't possibly neglect you. Aren't you wanting to spend some time with women?" Recalling his last rendezvous with Yin Bing in the Chui Tower or something similar where the company of beautiful women was abundant, Liu immediately responded, "I know a great place. How about this? I'll give you a couple of days off. Go there and enjoy yourself. Expenses? Don't worry about them. They're on me. This place has all sorts of women, plump as well as slim. You'll definitely love it." Liu laughed mischievously, revealing an expression only men could understand. He thought he had hit the nail right on Xue Dating's desires. However, unexpectedly, Xue Dating looked at him strangely and muttered, "Master, what are you talking about? What women? Who would even like that? Huh?" Liu froze, staring at Xue Dating with chills running down his spine, trembling as he asked, "What do you mean? You don't like women? Could it be, you prefer men? Could it be, in this era, such tendencies already exist? This understanding is way too advanced. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't even want to look at any women. The reward I seek is actually fruits." Xue Dating rubbed his hands together, drooling at the thought. "Oh, is that it? I misunderstood. Hara." Liu slapped his chest, immediately feeling relieved. Good thing it was just a misunderstanding. Otherwise, if someone akin to a swashbuckling person showed up beside him, who knows what chaos that could lead to. "So what exactly do you want then?" Xue Dating's eyes glowed brightly as though dreaming of some fantasy. Swallowing thickly, he spoke hoarsely. "Boss, see how exhausted I am recently from working so hard. I'm parched. How about letting me drink freely from the wine cellar's grape wines? And whatever you've concocted lately, those peanuts soaked in liquor, let me eat them freely. Would that be okay?" Upon hearing this, Liu became greatly uneasy. So this guy was eyeing his gourmet treats. Such thoughts were unacceptable. No, absolutely not. With your appetite, my entire wine cellar might be emptied without me noticing one day. No, absolutely not. Li Yu's head shook vigorously like a drum. Hearing this rejection, xuanhuan suddenly knelt down, grabbing Li Yu's leg dramatically and wailing blood-curdlingly loud. Master, do you know how terrible it is for me? These days, I've drained my heart and soul guarding the store. My hair has thinned so much, I don't even know how much I've lost. Even the wine, I'm not allowed to drink. Wah, I'm so pitiful. Crying uncontrollably and with twitching corners of his mouth, Li Yu gave xuanhuan a kick and said, All right, stop your caterwauling. You'll scare away all my customers. Fine, I promise, now go away, let me handle it. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Overjoyed, xuanhuan sang little tunes and bolted off like the wind. Since there was nothing better to do, Li Yu simply took over xuanhuan's position and began selling his rare and exotic fruits. As the closing hour approached, the remaining guests scattered until very few were left. At this moment, a shadow suddenly walked in. It turned out to be a young gentleman. Handsome beyond compare, he looked like Pan, with fair skin and red lips, and his refined features seemed almost unreal. His bright eyes twinkled with an almost mesmerizing luster, drawing people's attention completely. Despite Li Yu's usual self-esteem being rather high, even he felt somewhat inferior compared to this elegant gentleman. Damn it, why does this guy look so damn good? I won't do business with him. Regardless, since he was the boss, Li Yu acted according to his whims, supremely arrogant. Plopping his legs up nonchalantly, he declared right away, Sorry, sir, you arrived too late. Our shop is closed. Please return. This young gentleman seemed to have a good temper. He raised an eyebrow, smiled gently and said, Oh, is that so? But I came strictly according to the closing time stated in your shop's formula. If I'm not mistaken, there should still be more than 10 minutes left. There's plenty of time. His smile was as warm as spring itself, and his white teeth were like a row of neatly arranged shells, adding even more charm. Li Yu felt his heart race wildly, and he quickly shifted his gaze. Bad luck. Really bad luck. I almost got charmed by a man. What on earth is this guy? If there were people here who liked men, they'd probably snatch him away instantly. How can a man look so good? Could this guy be some sort of foreign import? Did he come back from Thailand? Li Yu's mouth twitched at the corners. The more he thought about it, the more chilling it became. After being made sensitive by xuanhuan earlier, there was no way he could do business with this effeminate nobleman. His head shook vigorously, like a rattle drum, as he rejected the request. No. The final interpretation of the store policy lies with the boss, and I am the boss, so I have the final say. Normally, we would close in about 10 minutes, but today I don't feel well, my head hurts badly, and my whole body is uncomfortable. I want to rest now, so I kindly ask for your understanding. The assistants from the shops beside Li Yu all stared at him strangely. Before, after seeing the silver notes, Li Yu had been practically grinning ear to ear, his face glowing with happiness and vitality. And yet now, despite all that, he dared to brazenly lie and claim that he wasn't feeling well. Prince Chi truly was an extraordinary person. It was clear that Li Yu didn't want to do business with this effeminate gentleman, yet the gentleman remained very affable. Not only did he not get angry, but he opened his fan and fanned himself lightly twice, saying, Since that's the case, it doesn't matter. I'll come again tomorrow. However, Prince Chi, could you tell me the value of these strawberries? Chapter 120, Lavish. The same act of fanning oneself. Fan Gongzi had once done it in an exceedingly ostentatious manner, entirely pretentious, and thoroughly disdainful. But this Inyan Gongzi carried an inherent grace, his fan gently swaying as his arm moved, creating a breeze that set the fine silk on his body lightly fluttering. Occasionally, his smooth skin was revealed, his motions resembling dance steps, compelling gazes to focus intently on him. Unlucky. So unlucky. Li Yu bit his tongue, exerting every ounce of willpower just to wrench his eyes away, muttering with suppressed resentment. Strawberries. 1,000 taels per berry. This Inyan Gongzi left a significant psychological impact on Li Yu, casting a shadow so profound that it made Li Yu reluctant to sell strawberries to him at all. He then outright quoted an astronomical price. Thinking that the other party would withdraw gracefully, Li Yu hadn't anticipated the gleam of joy and astonishment that lit up in the Inyan Gongzi's eyes as he crossed his arms before himself and said, Are you serious? That cheap. Initially planning to calm his burning heart, Li Yu was sipping tea nearby when he almost choked and sprayed it all over at the comment from the Inyan Gongzi. He had heard people flaunt their wealth, but never to such an extent. Consider that he sold strawberries to others for 100 taels, which already was an outrageous price, yet there were still those who criticized privately due to sour grapes. This time, he had increased the price tenfold. The Inyan Gongzi didn't curse or berate him. Instead, he considered it cheap. Li Yu scrutinized the Inyan Gongzi carefully, staring intensely into his shimmering eyes, trying to uncover any signs, yet found nothing but clarity. Noticing Li Yu's intense gaze fixed on him, the Inyan Gongzi blushed faintly, stepped back slightly, and averted his gaze. Prince Chi, is there something on my face? And no. Li Yu shifted his gaze away, huffed, and said, Since you think the price is cheap, why not buy some? I haven't closed shop today, money in hand, goods exchanged, no cheating. The Inyan Gongzi chuckled lightly, covering his lips tenderly with his fingers, his eyes shifting seductively. Didn't you say earlier that you're unwell and we're about to close your shop? Li Yu's heart skipped a beat, and an absurd thought bubbled up. Is this guy, being so wealthy and handsome, actually being kept by someone? Once this thought arose, it rooted itself firmly like a seed in Li Yu's mind, becoming more convincing with each passing second. coinciding exactly with the moment the Inyang Gongzi pulled out a silver note to hand over. Instinctively, Liu reached out to take it, causing their skins to inevitably brush together. Who knew if this person bathed in milk regularly? His skin was delicate and smooth, akin to the finest white jade, impossible to put down. Liu trembled internally, still pondering the possibility of this individual selling his body, leading to his trembling hand retreating hastily as he declared, "And no, I can't accept such filthy money." The Inyang Gongzi's eyes widened with confusion as he looked quizzically at Liu, startled. "Prince Qi, what do you mean? Why is my money dirty?" Stammering, Liu couldn't articulate properly. Surely he couldn't accuse the man of selling his body, right? It'd be a disaster. Hesitating for a while, Liu raised his head, meeting the bright and clear eyes of the Inyang Gongzi. A pang of frustration surged through him as he swallowed hard and took the silver ticket again, saying, "All right, I misspoke. I'll accept your money. Pick a strawberry. Wherever the money comes from, it's 10 times the usual price. After all, money-making without enthusiasm is a sign of problematic thinking." The Inyang Gongzi nodded contentedly, glancing across the heap of strawberries piled high like a mountain. With shining eyes, he randomly picked a plump one, wrapped it carefully in a handkerchief, and left satisfied. "Prince Qi, thank you. Let's meet again when fate allows." After the Inyang Gongzi departed, Liu noticed a young maid from somewhere gazing fixatedly at the receding figure of the prince, her eyes filled with stars, clearly infatuated. "Humph, she's just a girl, and she's already drooling." Liu approached her, lightly patting the little maid's shoulder, teasingly asking, "Young lady, do you think the gentleman we met just now is pretty?" "What's this pretty nonsense?" The maid sneered at Liu, scoffing, "He's handsome. You don't even come close to the same level." So self-absorbed was Liu that these words immediately infuriated him. Huffing coldly, Liu remarked, "What do you mean by not on the same level? Look, his beauty resembles that of a woman. If there were those inclined towards male affection, wouldn't they be?" Liu grinned lewdly with a sleazy look in his eyes. The young maid shivered upon hearing the remark, looking at Liu in terror and stammering, What male affection? Why you? Could it be that you actually have such thoughts about him? Pervert. How utterly perverted. I never would have guessed Prince Qi to be this kind of person. So perverted." Liu was startled for a moment, then began to lament bitterly. "I was just talking nonsense. Who said I prefer male affection?" Before Liu could explain further, the maid fled with evident fear, likely traumatized by Liu's words. Liu revealed a wry smile, helplessly shaking his head. Alas, being handsome is simply unavoidable. Just a few words and a little girl's mind has been shaken. Being good-looking truly is a sin. The next morning, Liu returned to his little shop to sell strawberries once again. By the afternoon, a familiar figure reappeared outside the small shop. Liu looked closely. It was none other than yesterday's effeminate Inyang Gongzi. There was a faint hint of anxiety in his eyes, yet he exhibited remarkable patience as the entrance of the small shop was bustling with continuous visitors. This effeminate Inyang Gongzi stood patiently nearby, his face like polished jade, exuding elegant composure and attracting many women's attention. Liu cursed silently. As soon as this guy appeared, he seemed overshadowed, something Liu, who was exceptionally self-absorbed, couldn't endure. Finally, when it neared closing time and customers became sparse, this effeminate Inyang Gongzi stepped forward. He didn't speak, but retrieved a handkerchief from his bosom. The handkerchief tightly wrapped around something, its contents somewhat hidden though redness could vaguely be seen within. Liu's mouth twitched involuntarily, an ominous premonition suddenly welling up inside him. Just as Liu had guessed, when the Inyang Gongzi unwrapped the handkerchief, what lay inside was half a strawberry. The strawberry had clearly been bitten, with neat tooth marks left behind, and juices were seeping out slowly at the edges. Chapter 121, Return. Liu's face changed dramatically as dark lines crept across his forehead, and he eyed the effeminate young man up and down with a strange look. "What do you mean by this?" The effeminate young man seemed to be weighing his words. He rubbed his smooth chin, frowning, and said, "I don't know how to say it, but Your Highness Qi Wang, is there really nothing wrong with this strawberry? I feel something's off." Sharpness flickered in Liu's eyes. So this effeminate young man has come here for a return. Huh? I should have known it. The reason why he paid such a high price for a single strawberry must be some conspiracy. But today, your scheme will definitely backfire on you. If the strawberry was fine, I might not be able to violate the consumer protection law, and the 3 guarantees conditions would apply. Since the customer is dissatisfied, I'd have no choice but to refund their money. However, this guy bit into it already and still came here to demand a return? That's preposterous. Does he not know that I'm notoriously known as Little Pichio in the business world, one who only swallows money and never returns it? Liu frowned, plopped himself down onto a chair, crossed his legs, and said, "Young man, excuse me, sir, what do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, this is the strawberry you bought from our humble shop yesterday, right? This strawberry has a lustrous color and a rich fruity fragrance. Even though you've bitten into it, thus breaking its natural beauty, it remains round and red. What exactly is unsatisfactory about it?" After hearing Liu's long tirade of nonsense, the effeminate young man was left baffled and couldn't help laughing bitterly. He gently shook his head and tentatively said, "This strawberry indeed tastes sweet and aromatic, but something seems amiss compared to the ones I've had before. I can't quite pinpoint where it's wrong, but it's just different." "Well, aren't you spouting tongue twisters over here?" I listened carefully for half an hour but still couldn't understand what you're saying. Without batting an eye, Liu refused outright, shaking his head like a drum. "Sir, could you possibly be trying to get a refund? That's absolutely impossible. Unless you can specifically point out what's wrong with this strawberry, we will absolutely not accept returns. We're running a small business here. No cheating young or old. And please don't take advantage of us. Unable to hold back a laugh, the effeminate young man looked at Li Yu helplessly. Everyone says Prince Qi acts just like a swindling merchant, and indeed, he doesn't disappoint. Judging by this, I give my full approval. I'm not implying anything like that. While the two were arguing, suddenly a graceful figure walked over from not far away. It was Princess Yu. After confirming her relationship with Li Yu, Yu felt restless whenever she didn't see him for a day. Happening to have nothing to do today, she decided to check in on what Li Yu was doing. From afar, she saw a delicately sculpted woman standing opposite Li Yu, seemingly entangled in some sort of argument with him. Princess Yu's jealousy boiled immediately, rushing forward, ready to reprimand them. But upon closer inspection, she realized that this person whom she mistakenly assumed was a woman was actually a gentleman. Lin Yao. Li Yu turned around and saw Princess Yu coming. Surprised and delighted, he said, "And you, what brings you here?" The effeminate young man known as Lin Yao also looked somewhat taken aback at seeing Princess Yu, bowing respectfully and saying, "Princess Yu, hello? I didn't expect to meet you here." Princess Yu slightly curled her lips, locking eyes with Li Yu's astonished gaze. Does he know you?" Princess Yu nodded lightly, saying, "Yes, Li Yu, you're completely disengaged from the major affairs of the court. This Lin Yao, Lin Gongzi, is the son of Minister Lin Min of today's royal court, someone well known to all. Surely you haven't heard of this." Lin Yao covered her mouth and smiled, shaking his head and saying, "Princess Yu flatters too much. My father merely holds a nominal post, so being unrecognized is entirely normal." Although Li Yu had no idea who Lin Yao was, he knew Lin Min well. Lin Min was a crucial minister under Emperor Taizong, deeply trusted, involved in every key matter, after which Emperor Taizong made decisions. Recently, Lin Min fell ill and gradually retreated behind the scenes. Scoffing, Li Yu said helplessly, "Of course, I've heard the illustrious name of Prime Minister Lin Min, but how could I have known he had a Lin Yao Gongzi as well, tell me?" Mr. Lin Yao. As expected from a household of scholars, Lin Yao showed excellent upbringing, gently nodding upon hearing this and smiling warmly, saying, "Prince Qi speaks truly." Princess Yu shot Li Yu a scornful look, then curiously asked, "Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? Buying strawberries? If you need anything, you could just send your servants to inform Li Yu, and let him send someone to deliver to your mansion. Why bother yourself to come here?" Hearing Princess Yu call Li Yu by his given name in such an intimate tone, Lin Yao's eyes flashed with a flicker of surprise. He shook his head and quickly composed himself, saying, I did buy a strawberry, but it feels a bit strange, so?" Princess Yu took a look inside Lin Yao's handkerchief to see half a strawberry and immediately understood the situation. She chuckled, having seen Li Yu earlier with the demeanor of preparing for battle, thinking something major had happened. Now it seemed that Lin Yao was just trying to return a strawberry. With a voice rich with amusement, Princess Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Yu and said, "Li Yu, you're nothing but money grabbing. If this gentleman wants to exchange a strawberry, you should just let him without all these unnecessary formalities. You're truly not generous enough. You wouldn't understand. Every penny must be cherished. That is the way of business." Li Yu leaned toward Princess Yu's ear, eyeing her delicate and lustrous earlobe. Suddenly playful, he teased her by gently blowing air into her ear. "But since my wife has spoken, I must obey. This time, let this young man have his way, and give him another strawberry." Hearing Li Yu's flirty words, the warm breath tickling her ear made Princess Yu's body jolt as if struck by electricity. Weakness spread through her waist, and she went limp, yet hearing the term wife called out by her love brought a deep sweetness to her heart. Defying wife's orders would be difficult. Li Yu, being unusually generous, revealed a mountain-like heap of strawberries behind him, waved his hand magnanimously, and proclaimed, "Go ahead, Mr. Lin Yao. Since Princess Yu has spoken, I cannot but follow. Choose another strawberry free of charge, and take your time this time." Lin Yao pressed his lips together, showing gratitude, wandered around the strawberry mound, and finally chose with great care the largest and fullest strawberry. Chapter 122, The Golden Strawberry Revealed. "Prince Qi, I want this one. Is that okay?" "Of course, it's yours." Lin Yao looked at the strawberry, holding it over her head, carefully examining it under the sunlight, as if searching for something. Li Yu, standing beside her, found it amusing after a while. This wasn't a golden-edged strawberry. There was no gold border to be seen. Was she expecting to find parasites inside by looking at it in the sun? Lin Yao's brow furrowed slightly, hesitating. She glanced at Li Yu, her face slightly red with shyness, and lifted her sleeve to cover herself as she placed the strawberry into her mouth. Li Yu felt an unexpected chill, not because Lin Yao's action was disgusting, but rather, her eyes revealed a touch of feminine shyness and allure, almost making Li Yu lose control. Fortunately, knowing that Lin Yao was actually a man brought a shadow over Li Yu's heart. "Just eat it already. Why act so coy? What kind of man are you? Scared to eat in front of others?" With this thought, Li Yu grabbed a random strawberry in anger, chewing it ferociously and swallowing it whole, juice dripping all around his lips, as if showing off his manly strength to Lin Yao. After eating the strawberry, Lin Yao closed her starry eyes, seemingly trying to sense something deeply. After a while, she opened them again with disappointment and frustration. It's still no good. Something is wrong with this strawberry. No, not right. Princess Yu stepped forward with some confusion and asked softly, "Mr. Lin, what's wrong with this strawberry? I don't see any problem. If you feel unsatisfied, why don't you say so?" Li Yu is skilled in agriculture. If you wanted a spicy strawberry, he could probably make it happen. But Li Yu inwardly grumbled. This guy, acting all mysterious, has wasted another strawberry of mine. 100 taels of silver, just like that. Looking at Anyu Princess's sincere gaze, Lin Yao seemed somewhat hesitant. I don't know if it's appropriate to mention this. Before Princess Anyu could respond, Li Yu loudly interjected. It's fine. Absolutely fine. What's inappropriate about strawberries? They're common knowledge. Just voice your opinions or suggestions, and I will certainly listen humbly. All right. Lin Yao looked around, then suddenly lowered her voice and whispered. Prince Qi, I once ate a strawberry, one that carried an extremely abundant life essence and purest spirit energy. But this one, despite having the same flavor and appearance, has absolutely no effect. Upon hearing this, both Li Yu and Princess Anyu's pupils contracted sharply. Li Yu had just been mocking Lin Yao in his mind. This isn't a golden strawberry, why bother staring? And now he realized how wrong he was when Lin Yao directly spoke out the effects of the golden strawberry. Princess Anyu's expression changed slightly, first looking at Li Yu and asking sternly, Li Yu, how does he know? Didn't I tell you not to let anyone know about the golden strawberries? Why didn't you listen to me? Li Yu felt aggrieved and hurriedly defended himself. I really didn't. Only you and I know about the golden strawberries, and only you have eaten them. How would he possibly know? Lin Yao blinked, perplexed by their behavior which resembled exchanging secret codes. What? What do you mean? Are there two kinds of strawberries? A sudden, chilling gaze fell upon Lin Yao, causing her body to tremble uncomfortably. Looking up, she saw that Princess Anyu had completely retracted her previously gentle demeanor. Her azure blue eyes now held piercing sharpness, creating an overwhelming aura that made Lin Yao uneasy. Princess Anyu, what? What do you mean? Tell me where you obtained information about the golden strawberries. Even a faint trace of killing intent seeped through Princess Anyu's tone. It wasn't that she exaggerated over trivial matters, but the golden strawberries cultivated by Li Yu were truly extraordinary. They were more effective than many top-tier pills currently available and came without side effects. If this news leaked out, with Li Yu's current situation, it would undoubtedly invite disaster. Lin Yao showed obvious fear, retreating 2 steps and stuttering. I don't know anything about golden strawberries. I really don't. Her expression didn't seem fake. Princess Anyu toned down her imposing presence slightly, trying patiently. Then how do you know strawberries have such effects? When was the first time you ate a spirit-infused strawberry? Who gave it to you? Lin Yao timidly extended her white, delicate fingers, pointing at Li Yu. It was Prince Qi who gave it to me. Princess Anyu's eyes flickered. Immediately, her fierce glare turned toward Li Yu. Li Yu almost jumped up. How could you speak nonsense with Princess Anyu standing right there? I just gave her my assurance. You, how dare you slander me? When did I ever give you a golden strawberry? A regular strawberry almost cost me my life, and you're thinking of freeloading on my golden strawberries? Young man, food can be eaten carelessly, but words cannot be spoken recklessly. Seeing Li Yu jumping around like that, Lin Yao's eyes showed a trace of helplessness and amusement as she pointed to her own face and said, Prince Qi, haven't you recognized me? Recognize you? Who are you? A tinge of sorrow flickered across Lin Yao's face, but was quickly hidden. Prince Qi, do you remember the autumn outing last time? Wasn't there a wild boar that suddenly went berserk and scattered our group? At that moment, everyone just ran for their lives in chaos. My movements were too slow, and I was trampled by the boar. My abdomen was torn open, and I was at death's door. It was you who came to save me. While speaking, Lin Yao clasped her hands together at her chest, her posture devout. Oh, are you that young master? Yes. Lin Yao confirmed, then continued. Back then, my vision was blurry, my consciousness fading. I felt my life slipping away through the wound. Faintly, I saw you coming, placing a strawberry in my mouth. Strangely, once that strawberry entered my stomach, a massive yet pure wave of life energy enveloped my body, and I immediately felt alive again. And after that, I fell into a coma. Someone came to rescue me, and I rested in bed for a long time. The originally gruesome wound left not a single trace behind. All thanks to you and your golden strawberry. As she spoke, tears welled up in Lin Yao's eyes, filled with gratitude. Hearing this, the tension and doubts in Li Yu's heart gradually dissipated, and he started to have a clearer idea. Chapter 123, The Truth. So this guy was the one I saved randomly that day. Back then, he looked so disheveled with messy hair covering his face. I was too busy rescuing him to notice what he really looked like. I originally planned to do good deeds without leaving my name like Lei Feng, but who would have thought that he'd personally deliver a banner of gratitude? Seeing Princess Anyu still slightly puzzled, Li Yu decided to recount everything from that day in full detail. Princess Anyu stroked her chin and said with an odd expression, So, it was because you saw Master Lin's hand was injured, and you felt you couldn't just stand by, and since he was gravely wounded and on the verge of death, and coincidentally you had a golden strawberry on you, so you used it to save him, correct? Exactly, Prince Qi. All this time, your image saving me has been replaying in my mind, and I am truly grateful, thank you. Lin Yao solemnly spoke, and then gave Li Yu a 90-degree bow. Li Yu quickly supported him, feeling both moved and helpless. Why do you keep reminiscing about how I saved you? Are you pining over it? Although you're more feminine than most women, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. There's no way I can be swayed. Alright, Lin Yao, let me tell you the truth. That golden strawberry is a mutated strain cultivated by me. It rejuvenates severely injured people and boosts martial artist abilities. It's far stronger than any pill and exceedingly precious. Even I have eaten only a few. Li Yu wiped the corner of his mouth, his expression unchanging. He had already perfected the art of lying effortlessly. In reality, during this period, Liu had been drinking golden strawberries daily at his estate, which rapidly enhanced his cultivation and was now nearly on par with Princess Anyu's. Of course, he couldn't tell Lin Yao about this. The golden strawberry is different from ordinary strawberries. It is incredibly rare and requires immense effort to cultivate. The last time when I saved you, it was my final one. Now, I don't have any immediately available either. The reason you think it's different is because now you're eating regular strawberries. They taste similar, but they're only common fruits. After hearing this, Lin Yao seemed struck by lightning. Staring blankly, his eyes vacant. Is it already gone? Was the one you gave me the last one? That's right. Suddenly, Lin Yao grew agitated, reaching out to grab Liu's arm with an anxious look, much like a patient's family member pleading with a doctor outside the emergency room. His water-filled eyes were filled with desperate entreaty. Prince Qi, you just said you don't currently have any ready ones. But does that mean if you tried, you could grow more? Can you please help me? I desperately need golden strawberries. Why do you need golden strawberries? A cool voice suddenly interrupted Lin Yao's words. Princess Anyu narrowed her eyes at Lin Yao and said, judging from your appearance, you seem like an ordinary person, right? For someone like you, the effect of golden strawberries would only extend to healing injuries and prolonging life. You're young now, and you've already eaten one before. Therefore, the benefits for you are actually quite limited. And, Princess Anyu added coldly, matters concerning golden strawberries are highly significant and cannot be revealed. Doing so would pose a great threat to Liu. Since the previous golden strawberry was to save your life, we couldn't avoid it. But now, I absolutely will not allow any more golden strawberries to go outside, even if Liu is capable of growing them. Cold light flickered in Princess Anyu's eyes, reflecting Lin Yao's pale face. No, it can't be. This can't happen. In response to Lin Yao's almost frenzied shouts, Princess Anyu lightly patted Liu's shoulder and said, today, you shouldn't bother operating your shop anymore. Go back and rest as soon as possible. Even though Lin Yao is the son of an important minister of the court, Princess Anyu made her choice swiftly to ensure Liu's safety. If there's even a tiny bit of risk involved, Princess Anyu wouldn't agree under any circumstances. Lin Yao hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing Liu's arm while choking back tears. Prince Qi, I beg you, please help me. Please. Seeing Lin Yao in such a state, tearful yet charming despite being male, Liu helplessly shook his head and patiently consoled. Lin Yao, calm down first. What exactly do you plan to use these golden strawberries for? To you, golden strawberries are entirely useless. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment, his face darkening as he murmured. You should know, my father, his health is deteriorating day by day. He has already received the emperor's special approval to not attend the morning court sessions. But in reality, my father suffers from a strange illness. The vitality within his body is quickly fading away. In a short while, I will have to watch him die before my eyes. Liu's pupils contracted slightly as he maintained silence. Initially, I had already fallen into despair, but during the autumn outing, your golden strawberry brought me immense vitality, instantly healing my wound. That made me think, if this golden strawberry could be consumed by my father, he would surely get better too. Please, Prince Qi. Princess Anyu's expression turned complex, and after careful deliberation, she shook her head. Sorry, Lin Yao. While I am deeply sorry for what you're going through, life and death are natural phenomena. Even if the golden strawberry could save your father, it wouldn't be a long-term solution. Moreover, golden strawberries are extremely rare. They aren't candy beans. There's no need for me to elaborate further on their value, right? It doesn't have to be a permanent solution. My father only needs more time. Lin Yao's voice gradually faded, making it almost inaudible to the two of them. After a long pause, he suddenly raised his head with a determined look in his eyes, biting his lips. Prince Qi, if you can agree, I'm willing to pay any price. Before Liu had the chance to ask what kind of price Lin Yao planned to offer, he continued. I've heard that you like women, being quite a ladies' man. If you could agree to save my father, I'm willing to provide you with an exceptionally beautiful young maiden. From then on, all of her will belong to you. You may do as you wish. While saying these words, a tinge of peach red flushed across Lin Yao's cheeks. But Liu felt absolutely no sense of indulgence within his heart. Instead, a chill ran down his spine, leaving him feeling unsettled. Shit, brother, even if you're planning to present me with beauties, couldn't you pick a better moment? There's a Tanjik, jealous type, standing right next to me. It's so easy for you. Just open your mouth and say it. But do you even realize what I'm supposed to do now? Chapter 124. How could you serve me like this? Feeling an intense gaze focused on him, Liu trembled for a moment and sternly refused, pretending to be an upright man. Master Lin, where did you hear such words? That is sheer slander. A great defamation of my reputation. I am a man who will not be swayed by poverty or intimidated by power. I'm upright and just, known as the pure little prince. How could you say I like women? Giving me a beauty? I would refuse that even more. A low humming sound came, and Liu secretly glanced at Princess Anyu, who appeared to have softened slightly. He felt relieved. Lin Yao's cheeks turned pink from either embarrassment or anger. Prince Qi, this is not something I made up. Everyone is saying it. Enough. Princess Anyu suddenly interrupted Lin Yao firmly, apologizing. I'm sorry, Master Lin. I'll find the best royal physician for your father along with various rare medicinal herbs, but there's no room for negotiation on this matter. I sincerely apologize. Lin Yao stood rooted to the spot, as stiff as a wooden pole, his eyes devoid of any spirit, looking as if he had lost his soul. Liu was about to step forward when seeing Lin Yao's expression, he began to feel somewhat sorry. In reality, despite his boasting about how precious golden strawberries were, the truth was only known to himself. For him, it was merely worth a few dozen points. But for Lin Yao, they represented his father's life. At the end of the day, Lin Yao simply wanted to save his father. Had he been so cruel in refusing him, could he really rest easy? With this thought, Li Yu halted his steps, turned around, took a deep breath, and said, Lin Yao, helping you is not entirely impossible. Both Lin Yao and Princess Anyu were stunned at his words. Princess Anyu glared at Li Yu with a sense of resentment. Li Yu, it's all right, Anyu. I know you're doing it for me. However, I believe Lin Yao is someone we can trust. Moreover, Lin Yao's father is an important official who has contributed much to the court. To let him die without help would dishearten others. It happens that a batch of new golden strawberries are being cultivated in my estate, and they have already shown some results. Let's use them to aid your father, but whether they work or not, I cannot guarantee. After a roller coaster of emotions, Lin Yao's heart was completely disrupted. Tears streamed down his face, and he looked at Li Yu gratefully, almost wanting to kneel 3 times in gratitude. Prince Qi, thank you. Lin Yao is immensely grateful for your great kindness. From now on, I am willing to do whatever you say, serve you like cattle or horses, and dedicate my life. Stop, that's enough. Li Yu shuddered involuntarily. Damn it. Didn't you just say that a beautiful young girl should serve me like cattle or horses? If it's inconvenient for you, you could secretly send her later. Why has it become you serving me like cattle or horses now? What bad luck. All right, don't offer yourself as cattle or horses to me. The cultivation of golden strawberries still requires time. Come back after 3 days and take me to see your father. Okay, thank you, Prince Qi. Lin Yao intended to bow, but Li Yu stopped him. After Lin Yao left, Princess Anyu looked at Li Yu with reproach and bit her lips. Li Yu, I've helped you reject him, so why are you still? Li Yu hurried forward and embraced the aggrieved Princess Anyu, comforting her. All right, I know you're thinking for me, but Lin Yao pleaded with me like that. To let his father die without helping is something I truly couldn't bear to do. Besides, his father is an important minister. By helping, it's like contributing to the court. Princess Anyu pouted and didn't say anything more, changing the topic instead. So, what's the progress of the golden strawberries being cultivated in your estate? Can I take a look? Li Yu looked at Princess Anyu with a strange expression, teasing her. Do you really want to see the golden strawberries, or are you just trying to sneak a peek at my estate to see if there are any new crops you can borrow? What are you talking about? Joking. Don't hit me, huh? Dozens of minutes later, Li Yu and Princess Anyu arrived at Li Yu's estate, staring at a small sapling before their eyes. Are these the golden strawberries? How much longer until they grow? In a couple of days. As the two wandered through the estate chatting idly, Princess Anyu looked around at the lush greenery and couldn't help but ask curiously, have you bred any new varieties recently? Li Yu sighed bitterly, replying helplessly, Sister, haven't you thought about it? I've been locked in a battle of wits with Yin Hongji these days. Where would I find the time to breed new varieties? Princess Anyu playfully stuck out her little pink tongue and giggled. Sorry, I forgot. After walking for a while, a slightly petite figure suddenly came into view. There was Lu Shui bending over, seemingly watering the plants diligently. Hearing the footsteps, she turned her head and immediately saw Princess Anyu. Lu Shui had never taken a liking to Princess Anyu. When Li Yu and Princess Anyu first had conflicts, she even clashed with Princess Anyu. Now, seeing Princess Anyu standing next to Li Yu, Lu Shui's finely arched eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes flickering with an indescribable emotion. Li Yu inwardly sighed in vexation. These two women always argued when they met. Just as he was about to step in to mediate, he was surprised that not only did Princess Anyu refrain from attacking, but she even squatted down to be at the same height as Lu Shui, smiling gently. Your name is Lu Shui, right? Thank you for taking care of the estate. It must be hard work for you. Li Yu here always acts like a lazy overseer, so maybe next time he could help you out. Li Yu stared at Princess Anyu in disbelief, his face one of sheer horror. Could it be that she had been possessed? What Li Yu didn't realize was the calculations within Princess Anyu's mind. Now that she was together with Li Yu, and Lu Shui showed great loyalty by following him closely, there was no reason to keep their conflict going. They would inevitably interact more in the future, so it was better to establish good relations now. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Looking at Princess Anyu grinning slyly, Lu Shui lightly humphed and remained silent. Not offended, Princess Anyu tapped her forehead gently like a sister and said softly, All right, my attitude towards you wasn't very nice before, and that was my mistake. We're both trying to care for Li Yu, so why don't we put our hands together and make peace? Lu Shui pushed away Princess Anyu's hand, huffing, You're not my sister. Chapter 125, Nonsense. Lu Shui solemnly looked at Princess Anyu and muttered, If we're talking about seniority, I should be older than you. I was the one who followed our master first. You are just a latecomer. Now, I'm willing to accept you for the good of our master, but you should call me sister. Seeing the beautifully delicate and cute little girl acting so mature, Princess Anyu not only didn't get angry, but she couldn't help but laugh softly. She lightly flicked Lu Shui's bangs and said with a smile, All right, I'll do as you say. From now on, I'll call you sister. What should I call you? Sister Lu. Hearing Princess Anyu so readily refer to her as Sister Lu, Lu Shui's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. She pushed Princess Anyu's hand away, seeming a bit shy, and hurried off saying, I'm too lazy to talk to you. After taking a walk around the estate, Princess Anyu was about to bid Li Yu farewell when she suddenly heard a loud knock on the door. When Li Yu opened it, there stood Yinbing. Princess Anyu's pupils contracted in reaction. Agilely hiding beside the doorframe, she concealed her figure. Yin Bing hadn't noticed Princess Anyu and straightforwardly said to Li Yu, "Prince Qi, can we speak freely? Is there anyone else around?" Li Yu faintly smiled, shrugged both hands, and responded calmly without a trace of fault. "Others? How could there be others? As you see, there's only myself." Yin Bing gave an evil smirk, showing a knowing grin, though his body edged towards the inside of the door. His sneaky eyes turned restlessly. "Are you sure about that? Didn't I just vaguely catch sight of a slim figure next to you who quickly hit upon seeing me? Could it be that you're indulging in sexual activities in broad daylight?" Princess Anyu's fair face instantly turned crimson with anger. She spat once and shot a glance full of disdain toward Yin Bing. Seeing that Yin Bing was about to peek into the estate and might soon spot Princess Anyu, Li Yu swiftly grabbed his arm and chuckled. "Brother Yin Bing, don't bother looking anymore. Since you've guessed right, let me tell you outright. I've brought my favorite woman to tour the estate today. Seeing how charming the scenery is and how pleasant the climate, some other thoughts naturally arose. So, my female companion isn't convenient to be seen by others right now. Do you understand? It's something related to her disheveled appearance, which is why she has to hide." This old lecherous Yin Bing understood immediately with a flash of comprehension in his eyes. He then showed a dirty smile and said, all right, I totally get what you mean. Sorry for interrupting your moment. Were you about to make your move and I cut you off? Really sorry for ruining your mood." Princess Anyu's face reddened as if it were about to bleed. Being of noble birth, how had she ever endured such indecent words? If Li Yu hadn't claimed that she was his beloved woman, she wouldn't have stood for it long. Princess Anyu stealthily extended her hand and fiercely pinched the soft flesh on Li Yu's waist. Li Yu winced, his mouth twitching slightly, his expression somewhat twisted as he laughed. "Nothing serious, Brother Yin Bing. The woman here is no stranger. She doesn't understand anything, so there's no need to hold back. Uncle must have some arrangements for me. Just go ahead and tell me." Yin Bing nodded in agreement and immediately asked, "The main thing father wants to know is, how is your work going regarding improving your prestige among the court ministers?" "Oh, this thing. It's progressing well," Li Yu responded casually, making up stories on the fly. "I've been actively operating in the shops and aggressively promoting, and now strawberries are extremely popular in the court, widely known and recognized by everyone. Meanwhile, our avocado promotion plan has also begun secretly and is gathering attention. A lot of officials are already aware of this matter and have become our invisible clients. And we're also working on replacing water pouches with coconuts." Li Yu rambled on endlessly, making Yin Bing feel dizzy and lost in the conversation. Actually, what Lord Yin Hongji intended for Li Yu to enhance his reputation among the officials was to see whether he could entangle more people in rebellion and build some backbone strength for the plot. But all these things Li Yu mentioned, they made no sense. Princess Anyu found it hard to suppress her laughter. She tightly covered her red lips with her delicate hand to barely conceal her chuckles. Her slender shoulders kept trembling. Her eyes curved as she watched Li Yu. This guy lacked skills in many areas, but when it came to lying, he could churn out excuses one after another. No one could argue with him. After listening for a while, Yin Bing felt utterly overwhelmed and finally interrupted Li Yu's passionate speech. With nothing but black lines across his forehead, he said, "All right, brother, perhaps you've misunderstood something my father said, but it's no big deal. Let's just forget about it. My father is now planning to give you a new task." Li Yu naturally had no intention of accepting another task from Yin Hongji. He had already gained his full trust and even placed the eavesdropping device in Yin Hongji's main base. No matter what, he was already in control and only needed to wait quietly while gathering all resources and information. Li Yu suddenly wrapped an arm around Princess Anyu's shoulders, a mischievous grin appearing on his face as he said, "Wait a minute, Brother Yin Bing. Don't you think talking about these things now is kind of ruining the mood? My lady and I are really in the middle of something delightful. I truly don't want work or tasks to spoil the moment." Princess Anyu was overwhelmed with embarrassment. From Yin Bing's angle, all he could see was half of her pristine white arm and her delicate shoulder. There was no way he could ever imagine that the woman in Li Yu's arms was Princess Anyu. Though she had initially intended to teach Li Yu a lesson, hearing him reject Yin Bing this way made her suppress her urge to retaliate. Yin Bing looked somewhat awkward. His mouth twitched as he replied, "Your Highness Prince Qi, I don't wish to interrupt your fun either, but this is the task assigned by my father. You should still listen to it. Afterward, I'll give you some medicine as compensation. Call me Stick Lover, and I promise you'll never falter in battle. What do you say?" Li Yu stifled a laugh, waving his hand grandly as he declared, "Brother Yin Bing, your words are a blatant insult to me. I'm strong and invincible. I need no enhancement from drugs. Humph. Without drugs, I can already soar like a rocket, and if I used them, there'd likely be an explosion on the spot." In Princess Anyu's ears, Li Yu's words were both modern and highly disrespectful. Her beautiful face turned crimson, and even her skin flushed with a tender pink hue. Her temperature rose rapidly, making her look extremely alluring. Chapter 126. Can you wait for me? Yin Bing then revealed a sheepish look, awkwardly waving his hand in defense, and said, "Actually, I am just showing my heroic colors. Who would dislike being strong in this aspect, right? With the support of drugs, we can fight better, haha. Since you don't need it, never mind." Li Yu narrowed his eyes, a mocking look on his face, suspecting that Yin Bing might be having issues in that area, opening his mouth talking about giving him drugs. "Well, Brother Yin Bing, no matter what tasks you want to assign me, please give me a bit more time. I now want to have fun with my female companion without any interruptions. Tell my uncle that I am a little tired, and I plan to take 2 days of paid vacation. My female companion will stay with me tomorrow. Why don't you come the day after tomorrow? What paid vacation? We are actually revolting. And he is taking a paid vacation. Yin Bing was speechless, trying to say something again, but Li Yu firmly slammed the door shut, leaving Yin Bing eating a closed-door feast, almost hitting his nose on the door. Shit. Yin Bing angrily punched the wall, gritting his teeth and saying, "This guy is really hard to deal with. Always indulging in women. Sooner or later he's going to get himself killed. He doesn't even take our grand plan seriously. If it weren't for his usefulness, I wouldn't be putting up with him anymore. Shit. Well, I'll come back the day after tomorrow. 2 days, so be it." After Yin Bing left, Princess Yu glared at Li Yu with infinite shyness, her lips tightly bitten, her face as red as a ripe apple. "You, what were you talking about just now?" Li Yu chuckled, stepping back a step full of crisis and explained, "I was just fooling around with him. Now that I've gained the trust of Yin Hongji, there's no way I'd keep working hard for him. So, I had to find an excuse to reject his assignments. Do you understand? And you? How could I understand such nonsense? You dirty man, spouting filth, I'll beat you." Princess Yu had grown up in the midst of everyone's adoration. No one dared to offend her. Where would someone dare say such frivolous words in front of her? She let out a whimper and directly pounced on him, pounding his chest with small fists. Taken by surprise, Li Yu landed on his bottom directly. Princess Yu furiously beat Li Yu, causing him to dodge repeatedly on the ground while constantly pleading for mercy. "I'm sorry, Yu, I'm wrong. I won't say it again. Next time I won't say it to you. I'll tell it to other women." Once Princess Yu heard this, she immediately felt as if her vinegar jar had been overturned, her mouth almost sticking up into the sky, grinding her silver teeth. "You dare? You dare to say such frivolous things to other women? I'll have my father-in-law arrest that woman, one for every word. What if I told all the women in the entire city? Then I'll arrest all the women in the city." Unable to hold back his laughter, Li Yu looked at Princess Yu, who was both arrogant and charming, his eyes suddenly showing a touch of compassion. During their roughhousing, they ended up disheveled. Princess Yu somehow sat on Li Yu, the fiery yet elastic sensation on her buttocks filling Li Yu's heart with sensuality. Men really are tough. Not letting me say those frivolous things to you. Not letting me say them to others. This is too hard." Li Yu sighed, the gaze he gave Princess Yu gradually becoming filled with passion. Princess Yu suddenly came to her senses, realizing she was riding Li Yu like riding a horse. She was slightly startled and was about to stand up apologetically. "Sorry, Li Yu. I didn't mean to sit on you. I'll get up." In this era, regardless of how to put it, the thought of male superiority and female inferiority was still deeply rooted. In people's minds of this era, if a woman rides on a man, it was considered a great insult to that man. This is also why Princess Yu's tone carried some subtle apology and fear. What she didn't expect was that her delicate waist was suddenly grabbed by Li Yu. The sensitive spot touched, making Princess Yu shiver all over, her voice trembling. "You? What are you doing, Li Yu? Let me get up from you. This isn't right." "What's not right?" "No, I shouldn't be riding on you. It's a great disgrace to you. It gives off the vibe of me domineering over you. It wasn't my intention. Let me get up quickly." The more Princess Yu explained, the cuter Li Yu found her. Li Yu raised his hand, gently brushing aside a strand of slightly messy hair at Princess Yu's temple, and chuckled softly. "No need to get up. You are the woman I like. What if you dominate me? I enjoy it. Just sit there. Don't move." Her delicate fingers lightly covered her red lips. Princess Yu looked at Li Yu with surprise. She never expected him to say such shocking words. "You always come up with these outrageous remarks." Tears streamed down, and Princess Yu's eyes were filled with boundless affection as she gently leaned her head on Li Yu's chest. "But you like hearing them, right?" "Right." Princess Yu's blushed cheeks rubbed softly against Li Yu's chest like a kitten waiting for caresses. Li Yu gently stroked Princess Yu's tender skin, feeling its smoothness and coolness, just like the finest white jade. "And you, I won't say those words to any other woman. I promise. I will only say them to you, to the one I love the most in this world." Princess Yu couldn't resist Li Yu's sweet nothings. She immediately went limp, falling onto Li Yu, practically brimming with hearts in her pupils. Gazing at Li Yu's chiseled face, she used her finger to gently block his lips, cooing softly. "Don't say it anymore. I can't take it." "I will say it." Li Yu smiled faintly, taking her finger away and placing his hand gently on the back of her head, pressing her head down toward him. He gazed at her cherry jelly-like lips and kissed her softly. This kiss was different from their previous unconscious one. This time, Li Yu's kiss was fervent and full of domination. Princess Yu initially responded shyly, but soon she became breathless and unable to resist, allowing Li Yu to lead the way. After quite some time, Princess Yu weakly pushed Li Yu away slightly, breaking free from his burning kiss. Her eyes were dazed with overflowing passion as she whispered, "Li Yu, take me, let's go into your room." Li Yu heavily breathed several times, suppressing the fire burning in his lower abdomen, and said solemnly, "No." Princess Yu's body trembled slightly, and she looked at Li Yu with check. Chapter 127, Seeing Lin Min. "Why don't you like me? I don't just like you, I love you. But the current me can't yet take responsibility for you. Will you wait for me? When I defeat Yin Hongji and secure a place in this massive capital, I'll certainly give you everything I have." Princess Yu tightly hugged Li Yu's neck with both arms, clinging to him like an octopus, responding, I'll wait for you. I'll keep waiting for you." 3 days later, Li Yu got up very early and went to the core vegetable plot of his estate. He had spent many points upgrading this piece of land, making it fertile and filled with all the nutrients plants need. The plants growing here were more robust and offered greater benefits to the human body. Today, a strawberry plant that looked slightly small had fully matured. There were only a few strawberry fruits hanging on it, shimmering with a golden light under the sunlight. The golden strawberries, they're ripe. At that moment, there came several knocks on the door, pressing hard to suppress their urgency. Liu opened the door to reveal a face so exquisite and beautiful it could make women envious. It was none other than Lin Yao. Lin Yao's complexion was somewhat pale, with dark circles under her eyes, indicating she hadn't been sleeping well recently. Seeing her state, Liu felt a bit of guilt stir in his heart. Lin Yao awkwardly rubbed her hands and said, "Prince Qi, may I ask about the golden strawberries?" Haha, no need to be so formal. Do you know? People call me little trustworthy gentleman on the street. Since I promised you, I'll definitely deliver. The golden strawberries are ready. Liu put his arm around Lin Yao's shoulder and walked forward with her in a manner akin to a close friend. Lin Yao clearly did not expect this gesture. Her shoulder tensed, and her expression became rather strange. Liu's expression also turned a bit strange as he realized Lin Yao's shoulder was too bony, almost painful to hold. She even gave off a faint but delicate fragrance, almost like a woman. Liu shook his head and said in a knowing tone, "Lin Yao, you should work out more. Look at your body, it's too thin. If your shoulders are too thin, you won't attract any women. You must train yourself regularly." Lin Yao smiled bitterly and whispered softly, "But I have poor motor coordination. I get out of breath quickly. That just means you need to practice more." Liu led her around the estate, walking toward the golden strawberry area. Along the way, Liu suddenly said, "Last time, we repeatedly rejected you and made you sad. We sincerely apologize, but we are sensitive about the matter of the golden strawberries, so?" Lin Yao seemed rather anxious, hurriedly waving her hand and saying, no problem, there is no need to apologize. On the contrary, I should thank you. Really thank you." As they passed, Liu's peripheral vision caught sight of a cart full of avocados. He picked one and handed it to Lin Yao, saying, "Try this. Since you've come so early, you must not have eaten breakfast yet. Eat this. It's called avocado. The nutrients inside are almost enough to replace a breakfast." Lin Yao took the avocado, curious, looking it up and down, asking, "What is this? It's cool and cold. I've never heard of this fruit." Liu laughed aloud, pride in his voice. "Which of the fruits here are you familiar with from outside?" Liu handed Lin Yao a wooden spoon and taught her how to peel the avocado. Lin Yao gently scooped up a spoonful, put it in her mouth, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, this fruit is so unique. So fragrant. It smells like nuts, with a rich, oily aroma, yet it's surprisingly smooth and sweet. How unique. I like this." Lin Yao's tone strangely rose at the end, causing Liu to look at her oddly. "If you like it, I can give you a few more to take home later." The two arrived at the golden strawberry plant, plucked the strawberries, and Liu said to Lin Yao, "All right, let's go. Let's check on your father." Lin Min's residence was in a relatively remote part of the capital city. Although the estate was vast, it appeared quite desolate. Though not dilapidated, the surroundings and decorations were rather simple and plain. Seemingly aware of Liu's thoughts, Lin Yao explained, "This estate was given to our family by the emperor long ago. Back then, when my father was strong, the house was lively and bustling with visitors. We even kept many pets, including peacocks. But now, as my father's health has gradually deteriorated, the entrance is deserted, and the household is seldom maintained." Liu responded, following Lin Yao into a room. The room was dimly lit, and when they pushed the door open, an emaciated old man lay in a reclining chair, appearing quite lethargic. Earlier, Liu had been fortunate to meet Lin Min, who at that time was full of spirit, with sharp and intelligent eyes that exuded composure. Now, it was difficult for Liu to equate this frail old man before him with the once robust middle-aged man. "This is my father, Prince Qi. Would you please help take a look at him?" Lin Min opened his eyes, and, upon recognizing Liu, smiled faintly. "I imagine this esteemed guest must be Prince Qi. Thank you for coming personally despite any shortcomings in hospitality. I hope you can forgive them." Lin Min was a highly respected senior official even by the emperor, with countless contributions to the court. His humble tone while speaking to Liu was certainly modest beyond measure. Shaking his head, Liu replied, "Mr. Lin Min, as both a distinguished minister of the court and my elder, your manner of speaking like this truly intimidates me. How could I dare?" Lin Min laughed heartily, his voice still powerful, yet tinged with melancholy. "Prince Qi, my position as a key minister was from long ago. With the decline of my health, I've gradually stepped back from the court's affairs. When walls fall, many push. When trees topple, foxes scatter. These days, there's no longer such status for me. It has been ages since outsiders visited this estate. Therefore, although Lin Yao insisted on inviting you, I held little hope myself. Yet your willingness to come, Prince Qi, surprises and deeply gratifies me, for which I am truly grateful." "Don't say that." Liu squatted down before Lin Min, grasping his hand firmly, his expression solemn. "Even if your current health is poor, even if you've retreated from the court's view, the great contributions you've made to the court, the remarkable strategies you've devised, are clearly visible to all. You are an elder worthy of respect." Chapter 128. Healing. Liu solemnly gazed at Lin Min, enunciating every word. "So, whether you are in good health or ailing, whether your door is bustling with visitors or lonely, you are still you. Your contributions to the court will never be obscured or erased. You deserve everyone's respect. Some people may change their attitude depending on the situation, but I am not one of them. Therefore, Master Lin, please treat me as a younger generation member, otherwise, I would feel very uncomfortable. Lin Yao's lips slightly parted, her eyes welling up with tears as she looked at Li Yu with complicated emotions. Lin Min, on the other hand, was visibly moved. His originally pale face without any blood color turned red, and after coughing violently twice, he patted Li Yu's shoulder and said, Good young man. Do you know? These words are what made me happiest in this period of time. Your words are better than countless fine medicines. Li Yu smiled faintly and pulled out a crystal-clear strawberry from his bosom. The strawberry was glossy and vivid, even reflecting a hint of gold under the light. In fact, I have brought real medicine today. Golden strawberry, Lin Yao exclaimed softly, stepping forward quickly. She glanced outside the door before cautiously closing all doors and windows tightly. Lin Min watched the golden strawberry in Li Yu's hand curiously and chuckled lightly. Prince Qi, is this really a strawberry? Lin Yao has already brought me two to try. I can say that it is the most delicious fruit I have ever tasted in my long life. But this cannot cure my illness. Li Yu narrowed his eyes, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. No, it will work. At least, it can slow down your condition. Lin Yao stepped forward, firmly holding Lin Min's hand, and gritted her teeth. Father, this isn't an ordinary strawberry, it's a golden strawberry. Last time when I was ripped apart by a wild boar, barely clinging to life, one golden strawberry brought me back from the brink of death. It will definitely help you. Lin Min revealed a look of astonishment, but did not give in to blind joy. Instead, he spoke with gravity. A golden strawberry with such miraculous power must be invaluable, something even riches can't buy. Prince Qi, if you give this to us, what price must we pay? As you can see, the Lin family has declined now and can offer nothing of value. Lin Yao saw the atmosphere suddenly become somewhat heavy and hurriedly said, Father, Prince Qi is not the type to seek repayment with ulterior motives. He has no other intentions. This golden strawberry. Lin Yao was interrupted mid-sentence as Lin Min gently lifted his hand. Despite his emaciated appearance and faint breathing, he radiated an unyielding authority that made Lin Yao immediately silence herself. Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, Li Yu took a deep breath, stood up tall, and laughed lightly. Master Lin, everything in this world comes at a cost. You're right, this golden strawberry naturally also has its price. What? Lin Yao's face was filled with panic, looking at Li Yu full of doubt, unconsciously biting her lips until they were marked with bite marks. The golden strawberry I used last time to save Lin Yao and the golden strawberry this time for your treatment both come at a significant cost. The room fell into complete silence. Only the rapid breathing of Lin Yao could be heard. Lin Min's expression was hidden in shadow, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. I need the person who consumes these two golden strawberries to assist the emperor well, make great contributions to the court, benefit the people, care about the livelihood of the common folk, be admired and respected by all, and accumulate commendable achievements. Li Yu squatted down again, aligning his gaze with Lin Min, his tone gradually becoming more relaxed. And Master Lin, clearly you have already paid these costs long ago. Lin Yao let out a quiet sigh, looking at Li Yu with both love and hatred. Lin Min paused for a moment, then burst out laughing loudly. Since his physical decline, he had never laughed like this. He kept laughing until his breathing became uneven and he began coughing nonstop. Prince Qi, you truly are a remarkable person. If it weren't for our age difference, I'd like to hold a brotherhood oath with you and have a pleasant, heart-to-heart chat. Lin Yao couldn't help but giggle, glancing at Lin Min and secretly muttering in her heart. If you and Prince Qi became brothers, how would I interact with him in the future? Should I call him uncle? Master Lin, as Lin Yao said, I am not someone harboring wicked intentions, seeking repayment. This golden strawberry is something you deserve. Let me speak frankly, in this enormous capital city, I probably wouldn't so easily gift this treasure to anyone else, but you are the exception. Good. Lin Min, his emotions stirred, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Prince Qi, although the Lin family has fallen, I hereby promise you that regardless of whether the golden strawberry proves effective or not, if you ever need the Lin family's help in the future, we will certainly do our best. Don't worry, let's not talk about this. Master Lin, open your mouth. In fact, the golden strawberry only contains a large amount of spiritual power and vitality. Regarding your illness, I don't have much confidence in it either. If it doesn't work, just don't blame me. Lin Min complied with a sound, opening his mouth to let Lin Yao carefully feed him the golden strawberry. Upon entering the mouth, the golden strawberry instantly dissolved into rich juice, accompanied by a surge of warmth that flowed through Lin Min's body. This divine elixir acted like liquid bombs, bursting immediately upon entry into Lin Min's body, releasing abundant life energy into his 5 organs and meridians. The life force surged through Lin Min's body like scalding boiling water, sizzling as it cleansed the superficial layers of toxins from his meridians and internal organs. Lin Min gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his hands as he tightly gripped the armrest of his chair, his entire body shaking violently. Seeing this, Lin Yao became extremely anxious, crouching beside Lin Min and gripping his hand tightly, her voice trembling. Father, you must hold on. For some reason, Lin Yao's urgent, quivering tone, despite her distress, carried an unexpected feminine charm. Lin Min's face grew increasingly red, as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. When it reached its peak, Lin Min emitted a low grunt, his body suddenly leaning forward. With a loud wah, he spat out a mouthful of thick black phlegm onto the ground. The substance hissed as it hit the floor, seemingly eroding it. After spitting out the thick phlegm, Lin Min's symptoms immediately subsided. A hint of ruddy color returned to his cheeks as he began breathing heavily, his vigor clearly much stronger than before. Li Yu's lips twitched slightly at the sight of the dark phlegm, feeling a shiver down his spine as he thought inwardly. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, if that stuff had hit me, I might have been sent straight to the grave. Chapter 129, The Yellow Emperor's Medical Cannon. Lord Lin, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling any better? I feel much better, much better. Lin Min's voice was loud and clear, like a resonant bell. His body wavered slightly, as if he were struggling to get up. Lin Yao quickly stepped forward in a hurry, wanting to support Lin Min, worriedly saying, "Father, you should sit down." "It's fine." Leaning on the chair, Lin Min managed to stand up on his own strength. His eyes flashed with disbelief as he gazed at his hands, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha, good, very good. This sense of strength, I haven't felt it for such a long time. I feel that my body has regained its vitality, just like it was more than 10 years ago. This feeling is truly wonderful." Tears welled up in Lin Yao's eyes, and she looked at Li Yu full of gratitude, then asked Lin Min, "Father, are your illness completely cured?" Lin Min fell silent, his smile gradually fading away. He closed his eyes halfway, as if sensing his internal condition. After a while, he helplessly shook his head, saying, "It seems not. Although my body and spirit are in an unprecedented ideal state, I can feel that the illness that has plagued me has only gone into temporary hibernation, but hasn't been eradicated." Lin Yao's face showed disappointment, and Li Yu patted his shoulder consolingly, saying, "This is normal. Golden strawberries do not have curative effects. They simply utilize their massive life energy to carry out a process similar to cleansing and purifying for Lord Lin. To completely eradicate the root cause is still extremely difficult. However, at least Lord Lin will be able to continue living for quite a few more years. Yes, I am truly grateful to you, young friend Li Yu." Unconsciously, Lin Min's way of addressing Li Yu had quietly changed. Li Yu slightly nodded, responding, "This is all I should do." Lin Yao turned her gaze toward Li Yu and suddenly blurted out, "Li Yu, can you treat illnesses? Can you diagnose my father's ailment?" Li Yu bitterly smiled, inwardly complaining. "Do you ask a farmer to cure diseases? For plants, no matter what disease they have, I can cure them. As for humans, forget it." Just as he was about to deny, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding, you've completed the hidden task, treating Lin Min, changing Lin Min's fate, unlocking the follow-up task, revitalizing the Lin family. Congratulations on obtaining the ability-based reward, the Yellow Emperor's Medical Cannon, and 5,000 points. Changing Lin Min's fate?" As Li Yu watched Lin Min, who appeared refreshingly spirited and energetic, he couldn't help but feel a chill inside him. Following the meaning implied by the system, if Lin Min hadn't been saved today, his end would only be one, dying from a chronic disease. Hadn't he inadvertently altered the course of the world? While Li Yu's thoughts were racing, a sudden stab of pain assaulted his mind, causing him to involuntarily groan. Accompanying the needle-like pain, a vast amount of information flooded into Li Yu's mind. Various types of traditional Chinese medicine identification, treatments for difficult and complex diseases, the distribution of human meridians. All of this knowledge gathered in Li Yu's mind. It was the essence of Chinese medicine passed down through generations, which at this moment was entirely absorbed and accepted by Li Yu. Li Yu only felt dizzy and pale, his body swaying, almost falling, groaning again. Lin Yao was startled and quickly moved forward to support Li Yu's arm. Li Yu's arm accidentally collided with Lin Yao's chest, and a soft yet elastic sensation washed over him, making him feel something different. Moreover, Lin Yao smelled sweet, the same as before. "What's wrong with you? Crown Prince Qi, are you not feeling well?" No, I just suddenly feel a little dizzy. Let me rest for a bit." Li Yu took a deep breath, gradually adapting to the enriched contents in his mind, carefully reviewing the newly acquired knowledge. Looking at Lin Yao, he raised a corner of his mouth into a confident arc. "I was asking earlier if I know any medical arts, right? Honestly speaking, I actually know a little." Lin Yao revealed a look of pleasant surprise and said, "Really? Then could Crown Prince Qi help take a look at my father's condition? The imperial physicians in the palace said there was nothing they could do. Could you please assist me?" Li Yu frowned and squatted beside Lin Min with the air of an expert, touching his pulse and softly said, "Isn't it true that your father experiences unbearable pain in the back of his heart every night when sleeping? His complexion gradually turning sallow, weak and sickly, without any vigor, even feeling some confusion in the brain?" Before Lin Yao had a chance to speak, Lin Min immediately spoke up first. "That's exactly right. How do you know my condition so thoroughly? Is it possible that?" His eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at Li Yu's right hand, trembling as he said, "Is it possible that you deduced everything by merely touching my pulse?" Li Yu slightly nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, a doctor only needs to observe your complexion and feel your pulse if he is skilled enough. I have a rough idea of what's wrong with you, but the treatment is extremely difficult, and it requires many rare treasures. Until I obtain those medicinal materials, there's nothing I can do." Lin Min swallowed hard. Anyway, Li Yu had given him a glimmer of hope. "What herbs exactly? Young friend Li Yu, just tell me, and I'll send people to look for them immediately." Li Yu wrote a note and handed it to Lin Min. There were many names of herbs that Lin Min had never heard of. "Mr. Lin, there's something I'm not sure whether I should say or not. Actually, this thing can be called both a disease and a poison." Lin Min's pupils shrank as he asked in shock, "What does that mean?" "There's a dormant, slow-acting poison in your body. This poison is like a parasite, absorbing your vitality and nutrients to sustain itself. That's also the reason why no matter how much nourishment you take in, it has no effect. All the nutrients are absorbed by the poison. Lin Yao gasped in astonishment, looking at Li Yu in disbelief, muttering, "How could it be?" Li Yu looked at Lin Min with a trace of profound meaning in his eyes. "So Mr. Lin, this poison wouldn't enter the human body without cause. It can't survive under normal conditions. The only possibility is that someone intentionally poisoned you. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone?" Lin Min sighed and shook his head. "Who did I offend? Crown Prince Qi, do you know? Sometimes, for the integrity of the court and for the common people, I have to touch upon many people's interests. There are countless people who hate me and want to take revenge on me. They could form a line from my doorstep all the way to the palace. Who poisoned me? And how would we even know?" Chapter 130, Mo Lian's plate. Li Yu sighed. "Indeed, an upright official like you will naturally offend countless people. I'm just a bit curious." "Oh, don't blame me for being disrespectful." Li Yu glanced at Lin Min, hesitating whether or not to speak. Lin Min, however, waved his hand. "Young friend Li Yu, please feel free to say whatever you have on your mind. I've experienced many storms, and you're doing this for my good. Speak. There's no such thing as disrespect here." Li Yu smiled. "Since you don't care, adult Lin, then I'll boldly express my thoughts. I wonder why the person who poisoned you didn't immediately take your life, but instead chose a slow-acting poison. Maybe that person thought if my father suddenly died, the emperor would trace it back to him." Lin Yao speculated as if he had realized something. "Yaoer." Lin Min tapped the armrest of his chair and said with a somewhat grim expression, "Don't say too much." Li Yu and Lin Min exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's meaning from their eyes. Li Yu bowed and chuckled. "Haha, since your body has recovered, Master Lin, I shall leave first. After all, I still have to return and deal with my little domain." Cough cough. Lin Min coughed once. "Young friend Li Yu, although my body is somewhat better, I still have some old illnesses. Let's keep it quiet for now and let others not know. When I'm ready, it won't be too late for me to return. Yes, my knowledge of medicine is indeed shallow. Thus, I'll take my leave now." Li Yu gave him a knowing look, then quietly withdrew. Lin Yao looked at her father and Li Yu curiously, confused about what they were playing at. However, since Li Yu came upon her request, she felt obliged to see him off. So Lin Yao hurried forward. "Prince Qi, let me escort you." Li Yu felt a fragrant breeze come from behind, instantly causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He mentally complained, "Shit, how can a man smell so sweet?" But this scent doesn't seem to be coming from any form of powder or perfume. It's extremely natural and pure, quite similar to the body fragrance of Princess Sin. "Prince Qi, why are you walking so fast?" Lin Yao quickly walked up and grabbed Li Yu's arm. This made Li Yu's face twitch involuntarily. No, I have something else to do. I must go." And just like that, Li Yu fled like a rat seeing a cat, running away in the blink of an eye. "Li Yu, I haven't thanked you yet." Lin Yao's voice rang out behind him, as melodious as silver bells. No, your father isn't fully recovered yet. If we talk about thanks, we might end up as enemies." In a flash, Li Yu disappeared. Lin Yao revealed a womanly smile filled with anticipation. "I wonder when is the right time to tell him about this matter?" Then she skipped joyfully back into the house. "Father." Lin Yao was delighted to see her father, Lin Min, whose face was radiant and whose eyes were once again bright. "Yaoer, do not let anyone know that I am recovering. Remember this well. Lin Min earnestly reminded her. But, Lin Yao looked at her father curiously, not understanding why he wanted to pretend to be ill. Lin Min also noticed his daughter's confusion and stroked her head saying, "There are certain things that are better for you not to know. Do you understand?" If someone else saw Lin Min treating his son this way, they would surely find it very baffling. After all, Lin Min was known to be a clean official, emotionally involved in his work. After the passing of Lin Min's wife, Lin Yao's mother, Lin Min never remarried, and Lin Yao was Lin Min's only descendant. Normally, others would teach their only child about all the hardships of the world, not necessarily to make them the most powerful, but at least enough to protect them from easily being deceived. But Lin Min did not have such plans. Instead, he kindly gazed at Lin Yao and said, "Child, you don't need to know these dirty tactics. In the future, someone will become your shield and protect you from the wind and rain." By this time, Li Yu had already returned to his residence. At the entrance, a lady dressed in a xiangsam was talking with Lu Xue. Instead of showing himself immediately, Li Yu leaned against the wall to listen to the conversation between these two women. "He's not home. Likely, he's still in Princess An's palace," Lu Xue said with a complex look in her eyes as she watched the woman in front of her. "However, I truly have no other options. The 30,000 silver notes from last time were already the last assets of our family. Now, those people have directly bought my shop from my landlord and raised the rent significantly. They're trying to drive me to ruin." Mo Lian said pitifully, looking as though she wanted to enter Li Yu's residence. "Prince Qi, it was a mistake on my part, clouded by greed, to steal strawberry seeds from you. Please, raise your noble hand and spare me." "Hey, I already told you, my master isn't home. If you want to find him, go to Princess An's palace. Leave now. I still need to take care of my younger brother inside," Lu Xue replied, growing somewhat impatient. Initially, out of sympathy for Mo Lian, she had patiently explained the situation, but this woman seemed entirely unwilling to listen. Consequently, Lu Xue decided to close the door, leaving Mo Lian wailing outside. A large crowd of onlookers had already gathered around, pointing and whispering about Mo Lian. Her plea of "spare me" immediately led the crowd to believe that Li Yu had driven this weak woman to such desperation. Hey, Li Yu reacted furiously upon hearing this. In broad daylight. How dare you accuse me falsely like this? Li Yu stepped forward. What do you mean spare me? How does it sound as though I bought the shop from your landlord and raised your rent to drive you into this situation? Prince Qi. Upon seeing Li Yu, Mo Lian lunged towards him. Hey, Li Yu held his hands up between himself and Mo Lian. Men and women should not touch each other improperly. Moreover, I am already taken. No, wait, I belong to someone else already. Please save our Shin family. If you are willing to help, I will work for you as a slave if necessary. Mo Lian pleaded earnestly. Tell me first, did I drive you to this state? Li Yu pushed Mo Lian away and gestured around him. If you don't clarify this, what will the people around here think of me? Chapter 131, Stranger into Familiar. It's not Prince Qi who drove me to this state, but another group of people. I've come here only to seek Prince Qi's help. Please don't misunderstand me. Mo Lian realized that what she had just said was quite inappropriate. Prince Qi, could you please return those 3 10,000 silver notes? Mo Lian stopped as she noticed Li Yu's grim expression and quickly rephrased her words. Could you lend me 3 10,000 silver notes? No way. Li Yu waved his hand and then returned to his residence, slamming the door shut. Mo Lian felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She muttered, Prince Qi, why are you so heartless? Lu Shui questioned with some confusion. Master, 3 10,000 silver notes should be a small amount for you. Why don't you help her? Li Yu touched Lu Shui's smooth forehead gently and replied, Are you foolish? I'm not running a charity hall. Why would I lend money to someone asking me for it? Doesn't she have any relatives or friends? In these days, borrowing money is like being a grandson, while repaying is being a grandfather. I don't want to get involved in such unnecessary troubles. After finishing, Li Yu immediately dove into his field and couldn't help laughing at the sight of his matured golden strawberries. Oh my, these are treasures. Moreover, my cultivation technique is still a yellow rank method. In the future, to make rapid progress, I will still need the help of these golden strawberries. Looking at the pleasing strawberries, Li Yu picked them all up and stored them in the system space. I can't leave these things out here. What if someone steals them? That's right. Give one to Shui's younger brother to see if it can completely cure his illness. So, Li Yu excitedly called Lu Shui over and handed her the golden strawberry. Lu Shui blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked strangely, Master, what do you mean? I'm sorry, I always thought subconsciously that only those precious medicinal herbs from the future could treat your younger brother. But now perhaps these golden strawberries could be useful. Li Yu said apologetically with a smile. You, how dare you say such words? This really humiliates Shui. Where has there ever been a master apologizing to a servant? Lu Shui said somewhat helplessly between laughter and tears. Then she looked very conflicted at the tempting golden strawberries in Li Yu's hands. These are far too valuable. Although Lu Shui didn't know the exact function of the golden strawberries, since Li Yu forgot to tell her before, she knew they were definitely extremely rare treasures, at least countless times more precious than ordinary strawberries. Otherwise, how could Master grow just a few golden strawberries? And since Master Li Yu now suggested giving some to her younger brother to eat, it meant this thing must have an extraordinary effect, something like curing illnesses. However, Lu Shui desperately wanted her younger brother to recover soon, and she didn't know what to do next for a moment. Never mind. Li Yu slapped his chest confidently. This stuff may be scarce, but it can still be grown eventually. But your brother's illness worsens every day delayed. Go ahead, let your brother eat it. Perhaps he'll get completely well. Li Yu said smiling. Wah wah wah. For reasons unknown, Lu Shui burst into tears on the spot, with tears streaming down uncontrollably like a broken dam. Thank you so much. The tears flowed ceaselessly from Lu Shui's eyes, unable to stop. Li Yu couldn't bear seeing women cry, though the woman outside, Mo Lian, didn't count. She was a bad woman trying to deceive him for strawberry seeds. Don't cry. Others might think I did something wrong to you. This strawberry might benefit your brother. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you crying? Li Yu said, feeling at a loss what to do. I'm crying because I'm happy, Lu Shui explained. I just feel that you're too good to me, master. Li Yu was utterly perplexed, not knowing what else to say. Since the beginning, you have been continuously taking care of us, yet I've done nothing except causing trouble for you. Is Snowy worth your kindness, master? Lu Shui cried as if rain fell among plum blossoms. Hey, enough is enough. Let's go feed the strawberries to Zhua first, alright. Li Yu was at his wit's end, so he proposed feeding the strawberries to Lu Zhua first, and then grabbed Lu Shui's arm smooth as lamb fat jade. At this moment, Lu Shui suddenly embraced Li Yu and clumsily, almost rudely, pressed her cherry-like red lips onto Li Yu's mouth. SSS, Li Yu cried out in pain, and then a metallic taste of blood spread in his mouth. Wow, you really bit my lip till it bled. I am sorry. Lu Shui looked at Li Yu with a flustered expression. Master, it's all Snowy's fault. Punish me, please. No, it's fine. Li Yu waved his hands quickly, stopping Lu Shui from kneeling down. Don't kneel so easily, Li Yu said slightly discontentedly. I've told you countless times already, we are equals, friends. You don't have to kneel before me. Bowing to the emperor is for saving lives, but if you kneel before me, I'll be upset. Li Yu said. Oh, okay. Lu Shui timidly agreed. Where was her usual ferocity, where she obeyed Li Yu's commands to kill? Now, she resembled a kitten more than anything. Do you think I hate you? Lu Shui asked worriedly. After all, I broke your lips. Li Yu smiled. No worries, you'll get better with practice, and I'll teach you. Lu Xue's face turned red as if she were a ripe red apple, temptingly beautiful. All right, let's go give the golden strawberry to your brother. Li Yu hugged Lu Xue's body that had gone limp and couldn't stand properly anymore, walking toward the area where Lu Xue and her brother lived. The door creaked open. Lu Xue lay weakly on the bed. Sister, you're back? Yes, Prince Qi also came along. Lu Xue replied with flushed cheeks. Prince Qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Xue hurried to get out of bed, but Li Yu pushed him firmly back onto it. Hey, don't move. You're still sick and should rest well in bed. This time, I brought something wonderful that might cure your illness. The way Li Yu was acting now looked exactly like a child proudly showing off a new toy. Your Highness Qi, though one does not thank for a great favor, but my life already belongs to you, Lord. I truly do not know how I can ever repay your kindness. Lu Xue said with extreme excitement, his eyes flashing with tears. TSK, a real man sheds blood and sweat, but never cries. Li Yu pointed at Lu Xue and said, Quick, eat these few golden strawberries and see if they work. You must eat them all at once. Otherwise, I am unsure whether the medicinal effects of these golden strawberries will be able to eradicate the stubborn toxins in your body. As he spoke, Li Yu shoved several golden strawberries into Lu Xue's mouth as if they were worthless. Upon entering his mouth, the golden strawberries instantly transformed into rich juice that flowed through Lu Xue's body like a warm stream. The juice from the golden strawberries surged through Lu Xue's body, like countless floods carrying vigorous life energy that rapidly poured into his 5 vital organs and meridians. The life force burned the stuff inside Lu Xue's body fiercely, causing Lu Xue immense pain, which was unavoidable. To thoroughly cure Lu Xue, drastic measures were necessary since those toxins had already deeply rooted in Lu Xue's body. Without such measures, it would only treat the symptoms and be entirely ineffective. Lu Xue writhed in pain on the bed, while Lu Xue looked at her brother in great distress as he rolled around in agony, yet she could do nothing. Lu Xue's veins bulged, and his skin emitted a substance like black sesame paste with a foul odor. Li Yu, what is happening to my younger brother? In her urgency, Lu Xue called Li Yu by his name without addressing him as master, as though she were addressing a lover. Rest assured, I have experience with. Li Yu nearly blurted out Lin Min's name. It wasn't because he didn't trust Lu Xue. Quite the contrary, Lu Xue and Xue Dating, who had followed him since childhood, were among the 2 people he trusted most. Oh, and there was Princess and you too. However, walls have ears, and who knows if anyone was monitoring them. If this matter were to leak from his mouth, what would happen if those villains were to target Director Lin Min? A previous patient also experienced this condition, although not as intense as Lu Xue's. Li Yu intently watched Lu Xue. Should Lu Xue face any danger, Li Yu would immediately retrieve items from his shop to treat him. But shortly after, Lu Xue's furrowed brows relaxed, and a satisfied moan escaped from his mouth. Li Yu stealthily slipped a piece of a spirit tablet into his mouth. Indeed, the black mist emanating from Lu Xue's body faded significantly. That's it. Your younger brother has already recovered more than half. Even if he won't fully recover, at least he'll be able to walk around like a regular person. Li Yu smiled and said cheerfully, from now on, Lu Xue will also be able to see the scenery of the imperial city. Thank you so much, Your Highness Qi. Lu Xue embraced Li Yu's neck without hesitation and kissed him. From now on, just call me Li Yu like before. Li Yu earnestly cupped Lu Xue's face and said, all right, I like hearing you call my name. Lu Xue nodded and called out, Li Yu. Really foul-smelling. Lu Xue stood up from the bed, looking at himself covered in filth, grinning wryly. You little brat, go wash yourself. Don't ruin my mood with you and your sister. Li Yu, utterly disgusted, pinched his nose while saying it. Lu Xue also laughed and cursed. You kid, hurry up and jump in the river for a good scrub. Heh, coming. Lu Xue burst out laughing and charged all the way to the pond in the back garden. Remember to rinse longer, Li Yu added. Lu Xue asked curiously, rinse? Is that a dialect somewhere? Li Yu then realized that in this world, there was no concept of a shower. Everyone bathed by soaking in tubs. He couldn't help but reminisce about the joyous times he used to spend under the shower head. Not really, but it's hard to explain right now. But, I'll make sure to create something similar soon so you can experience the pleasure of a shower too. Li Yu smiled. Xue's room stinks to high heaven. How about going to my room and spraying some perfume to freshen up? Lu Xue's face turned bright red again as she stared into Li Yu's eyes and proposed. Just as Li Yu intended to decline first, pretending to push away before agreeing, an unexpected voice shattered the romantic atmosphere. Master, the voice of Xue Dating came over. What is it? Li Yu roared with extreme impatience. This guy had no sense at all. Luckily, he and Lu Xue had spent some time kissing before, or if he had already entered Lu Xue's room to happily farm with her, studying how to plant strawberries and such, and this loudmouth shouted then. Wouldn't that be extremely awkward? Master, Lien has been kneeling outside for over 3 hours now, from noon until now. Xue Dating said with a wry smile. Kneeling for so long. Li was a little surprised. Lien could be considered somewhat prominent, and yet she now knelt at his door without any regard for her status. There must surely be something amiss. Could it be that she's truly in dire straits? Li stroked his chin thoughtfully as he pondered, and Xue Dating clapped his hands. Yes, master, what a pretty young lady she is, looking so pitiful now. Why don't you help her? Help her? Li laughed as though he had heard the biggest joke of the world. If you want to help her, go ahead by yourself. I won't give her a single penny. Lu Xue, seeing Li Yu's lack of compassion, felt puzzled. Xue Dating also put on a woeful expression. Master, I do wish to help her, but I only have a few hundred taels of silver on my person. How can that suffice for Miss Mo? But the following words made her both laugh and cry. I'm telling you, absolutely do not try to secretly open my treasure chest just because the key hangs above my bed frame to relieve that woman. Liu stated firmly. Shui Dating looked at Liu with confusion for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. Oh, your slave understands now. Allow me to take my leave. With that, Shui Dating rushed toward the north side of the estate with great excitement. That direction was where Liu's study was located, and also where Liu kept his personal fortune. You've ended up relenting after all, haven't you? Lu Shui smiled. Chapter 133, Li Shimin's doubt. Liu waved his hand. This is not something I want to help her with. My butler stole my money and helped her without my knowledge. It has nothing to do with me. Are you afraid Princess Anyu will be angry if she finds out? Lu Shui looked at Liu with a smile. Humph. Liu coughed twice and then turned serious. You must not blame me wrongly. How could I be afraid of Princess Anyu? After finishing, Liu fled like he was escaping from here. I just remembered that I have something to find General Cheng Yaojin. See ya. Liu had not yet opened the door when a servant rushed in. Before Liu could get angry, the servant gasped for breath and said, the Emperor is coming. After hearing this, Liu immediately felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Good thing I didn't go out. Otherwise, if this father-in-law by marriage were to come and find nothing, that would be terrible. After Liu finished speaking, he remembered there was still someone kneeling at the gate. So he quickly opened the door and dragged Mo Lian inside, who had been kneeling since noon. Mo Lian collapsed onto Liu, not because she wanted to seduce him, but simply because she could no longer stand up. Not to mention how leg-numbing it is to kneel from noon till late afternoon. Merely sitting on one's knees is enough to make standing unbearable. Mo Lian did not know about Li Shimin's visit. Seeing Liu pull her in, she thought he was going to do something else. Thus, she resignedly bowed her head. If Prince Qi is willing to help our Shun family, Mo Lian would be willing to serve as a slave or maid forever. Liu couldn't help laughing upon hearing this. Alright, so, he was just about to joke and tell her to sweep the floors of his residence forever. You sly fox. At that exact moment, Lu Shui walked in. Shui, you've arrived just in time. Lu Shui was momentarily stunned, thinking, just after we got close, I see you hugging another woman. What do you mean you've arrived just in time? What orders does the master have? Lu Shui's tone was slightly cold, having changed the address from Liu to master, creating some distance. It's not what you think. This person can't stand up after kneeling for too long. And by the way, Li Er is coming soon. Quickly hide her in the woodshed so she doesn't offend. Being imbued with the soul of a modern person, Liu never regarded Li Shimin as his true father. Calling Li Shimin Li Er came naturally to him. But, while the speaker might not have intended anything special, listeners sometimes catch subtle messages. Hearing Liu directly call Li Shimin by nickname shocked Mo Lian. You hurry up, I'll step out to greet him. Without further ado, Liu grabbed Mo Lian's arm and shoved her towards Lu Shui. As soon as the door opened, an extremely authoritative voice came from outside. Prince Qi, where are you off to? Crap. Liu almost let out an expletive, but upon seeing Li Shimin, he forcibly adjusted mid-bow and instead said, I just remembered there were some store matters to handle. Unexpectedly, Father Emperor came suddenly without greeting beforehand. Please forgive my transgression, Your Majesty. Oh, is that so? Then rise. Bring me around your courtyard. Let's see if you've grown any new marvels. Thank you, Father Emperor. Liu stood up and began leading Li Shimin to tour his courtyard. Liu, haven't you recently grown some kind of fruit that contains sweet juice? Although Li Shimin smiled warmly at Liu, the latter still felt a chill run down his spine. Liu quickly spun in his head an excuse. Report to Your Majesty. Mainly these coconuts are only from the first batch we planted. They're only half finished. I worry they may not taste good enough. Moreover, without cracking the coconut shell, I temporarily have no way to judge their quality. If I offered them to you, and you discovered the meat and water inside spoiled, wouldn't you punish me? Liu said in a look of feigned respect and fear. Oh, Li Shimin nodded. That makes sense. Didn't expect you to have such intricate thoughts. Hearing this, Liu immediately sensed something amiss. When Li Shimin said that he had intricate thoughts, what did he mean? But recently, due to that grain robbery incident, I have become somewhat restless and agitated. Li Shimin looked smilingly at Liu. Liu cursed in his heart. Laugh, laugh. Laugh, you mothers. You're like a tiger with a smiling face. If you have something to say, then just spit it out. There's no need to make it like a riddle. But on the surface, Liu still managed to smile. That's right. That guy is indeed despicable. But, the coconuts here are exceptionally sweet and refreshing, which could help Father Emperor calm down a bit. Liu knew that Li Shimin might already be suspicious of him, so he needed to gather enough evidence as quickly as possible to catch those rebellious scoundrels red-handed. Otherwise, he would surely be implicated. At that point, even if Princess Anyu pleaded for him, it would likely be of little use. Father Emperor, please wait here for a moment. The fields are dirty, and I'm afraid your shoes will get stained. Liu said with a grin. No need. Li Shimin waved his hand. Didn't you often say that all of this stems from the land? Without the land, there wouldn't be this Tang dynasty of mine. Boom. Liu's mind raced at high speed. Who could have leaked these words to His Majesty? Was it Princess Anyu? No. Princess Anyu would never betray him and leak these words to His Majesty. After all, their relationship was good. Why would she push him into such a predicament? Liu's back was already drenched in sweat. Li Shimin chuckled heartily. Don't be nervous, Your Highness. I also think this reasoning makes sense. I am considering whether or not to lighten the burden on the farmers a bit. His Majesty is wise. Li Yu was overjoyed. Hearing Li Shimin say this, it meant he had no intention of punishing his son for the remarks. From afar, Lu Shui also exhaled in relief. Her hand, which had been gripping the hilt of her sword, quietly released its grip. Let's go. Bring me to see your coconut, that fruit shaped like a ball. Li Shimin couldn't recall the name of the fruit Li Yu had mentioned and awkwardly substituted it with a ball-shaped fruit. Chapter 134 Coconut. Father Emperor, it's right ahead. I'll go pick it now, Li Yu said. After Li Shimin nodded, he quickly kicked the coconut tree. The rustling sound followed as 2 coconuts fell in response. With agility, Li Yu caught the 2 coconuts in his hands and then walked towards Li Shimin with one in each hand. Father Emperor, all you need to do is to make a small hole in this coconut shell to drink the juice inside, Li Yu said while holding the coconuts with both hands. But the moment Li Yu handed over the coconut, he immediately felt like an idiot. How was someone supposed to open the coconut? Would others know how? It was so hard. Did Emperor Li Shimin even know martial arts? There were many things that Li Yu did not understand. Thus, Li Yu hurriedly took out several straws from the system space like performing magic tricks, then handed the straws to Li Shimin. Father Emperor, please take these little sticks first. All right. Only after this could Li Yu reasonably take one of the coconuts from Li Shimin's hands. Then he said, Father Emperor, the coconut shell is extremely hard and requires sharp tools to break open. I wonder. It would be fine if it were anyone else. All Li Yu had to do was use his techniques, breaking the coconut with just one finger, but since Li Shimin was here, it would probably be better not to reveal his martial skills. Besides, who was Li Shimin? The Emperor. If he were to display any sharp weapon before him, it might result in the guards taking him down on the spot. If Li Shimin, held even a slight intention to kill, he would likely accuse him of rebellion and assassination plans, and then give him a large scar on his neck. Therefore, whatever Li Yu did was done with great caution, never daring to make any mistakes. Come here, open this coconut shell for me, Li Shimin smiled. He then looked at Li Yu and asked, what kind of thing is this hollow little stick? Li Yu honestly replied, Father Emperor, this little stick can be used to suck up liquid. When you drink coconut juice later, you will need this stick, otherwise, it would be difficult to drink the coconut water decently without any container. Of course, this little stick can also be used to drink soup-like things, Li Yu added. Does this little stick have a name? Li Shimin asked curiously. Not yet. Please Father Emperor bestow a name upon it. Li Yu smiled. At this time, he should give Li Shimin a chance to show off. Otherwise, if he kept showing off himself, it might cause Li Shimin to despise him. Li Shimin chuckled, pondered for a moment, and said, then let's call it eng, drinking stick. Upon hearing this, Li Yu almost burst out laughing. How could Li Shimin, who was supposedly so talented, come up with such a weird name? What a strange drinking stick. It sounded more like a dirty joke. Great. Nevertheless, flattery must be given where due, as he was the emperor after all. Even if an emperor farted, one had to say it smelled good. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. I wonder, what exactly is great about it? Li Yu hesitated for a moment and then said, En, the first character, En indicates its function, while Gun describes its shape. Such a concise and meaningful name surely cannot be thought of by your humble son within such a short time. Truly worthy of our father emperor, skilled in both literature and martial arts. People having such an emperor is indeed a great fortune. Humph. Clearly, Li Shimin was very pleased with Li Yu's flattery, smiling contentedly with a hum or two. He then took the already drilled coconut from the guard. After thinking for a moment, Li Shimin inserted the straw into the small hole on the top of the coconut and looked at Li Yu somewhat puzzled. Father Emperor, please suck gently, don't hurry. In Li Yu's heart, there was constant ridicule. Good heavens, how could someone not know how to use a straw? Any random person in modern society would know how to use it. After hearing this, Li Shimin slowly started sucking. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wonderful. Li Shimin smacked his lips. This sweet feeling, although not as intense as strawberries, has its own unique charm. Instantly delighted, Li Shimin couldn't stop praising and kept staring at the coconut tree. Li Yu understood Li Shimin's intentions at once and climbed up the tree, picking the remaining coconuts and handing them over to Li Shimin. Father Emperor, if needed, this coconut tree can be transplanted into the palace. However, there are certain risks, Li Yu mentioned. Isn't it just a tree? What kind of danger? Li Shimin asked. This coconut tree is rather tall, and if the fruits are not harvested on time when they're ripe, they will fall on their own. With such a high canopy, it might injure people, Li Yu explained thoroughly, fearing any trouble that could arise later, prompting Li Shimin to hold him accountable. There's no problem. I will assign people to strictly supervise and make sure no one approaches my coconut tree without permission. Li Shimin waved his hand and laughed. I like this coconut very much. There are 10 acres of good farmland in the southern part of the city, and I bestow them upon you. Li Shimin smiled. Thank you, Father Emperor. Li Yu said with great honor. Return to the palace. After watching Li Shimin walk far away, Li Yu let out a long breath. Phew, finally gone. Truly, serving an emperor is as dangerous as being accompanied by a tiger. Every action must be handled with care. Master, can you now properly explain the matter about that woman? Lu Shuei finally stepped out from the house at this moment. The smile on her face seemed rather fake, and her stance, hands on hips, looked completely different from when she just moments ago had her hand poised on the sword handle, ready to fight for Li Yu against the emperor. Ah well, Li Yu looked somewhat troubled at Lu Shuei. Hey, I already said that earlier it was because that person lost her balance and fell into my arms. Li Yu tried to defend himself, but felt more stressed by the minute. Why did you agree when she offered to serve as your slave or concubine? Lu Xue asked coldly, her expression freezing over so much that even Emilienne who stood beside her seemed chilled by the icy atmosphere. Isn't it just a joke? I meant to say good. Why don't you be a lifetime? At this point, Liu suddenly realized something strange in his phrasing. Lu Xue normally just sweeps the floor, doesn't she? Thus, he quickly changed his words. Be a lifetime housekeeper's wife, the unpaid kind. Then he loudly shouted, Xue dating. Hey, Xue dating rushed out from the study. What do you need me to do, master? Liu pointed at Emilienne. Look, would you consider taking her as your wife? Ah well. Xue dating hesitated, unsure of what to do. Then, Liu continued speaking. That's enough, go ahead and leave. Even our housekeeper isn't interested in having you as his wife. Chapter 135, Emilienne's plea. Upon hearing this, Emilienne immediately panicked. Prince Qi, please, my Shen family desperately needs this money. I'll do anything you ask, even if it means working like a beast of burden. With a thud, Emilienne knelt to the ground. The sound made Liu wince sympathetically in his mind, thinking, this woman is really determined. There's nothing cushioning her knees, yet she kneels so readily. Liu then added sarcastically in his thoughts, kneeling should be done on a bed. Seeing that Liu didn't respond for a long time, Emilienne thought he had no intention of helping her. If she knew what Liu was actually daydreaming about at that moment, she would probably be furious enough to want to stab him. Prince Qi, I really beg you. I truly have no other options. They're all too afraid to offend that person. Emilienne slammed her clean forehead against the ground repeatedly. Stop, Liu interrupted. You said they don't dare offend that person. What does that mean? Emilienne's face went pale as she realized she had slipped up, but with no way to conceal the truth any longer. She brushed the disheveled strands from her forehead, revealing the bloody scrape there. It's someone associated with the Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Liu furrowed his brows deeply. How is this related to the Crown Prince again? Initially, Liu wanted to help Emilienne, but now, with the Crown Prince involved, he couldn't help but be cautious. That group of people, rumor has it, they have some connection to the Crown Prince. Emilienne told Liu everything about the situation. I see. Originally, Liu planned to give Emilienne more money beyond the 10,000 taels of silver, but since these people were backed by the Crown Prince, aiding Emilienne greatly might conflict with his half-brother, the current Crown Prince. Yet, Liu knew that later on, this guy would have rebellious intentions, leaving Liu with mixed feelings. Prince Qi, please, you must help me. Emilienne pleaded as though clinging to her last lifeline. Go, go. Liu waved his hand dismissively before turning and walking toward the study, giving Xue dating a quick glance. Xue dating immediately understood, and, after escorting Emilienne out the door, quickly disguised himself and followed her. Prince Qi let me know to walk slower. Emilienne was mulling over Liu's words. What could he possibly mean? At this moment, a figure wearing a hat with a low brim hurriedly approached from behind. Emilienne became extremely flustered, assuming that Liu had sent someone to eliminate her and gain favor with the Crown Prince. But in reality, she grossly overestimated herself. Even if Liu intended to flatter the Crown Prince, he wouldn't resort to targeting such an insignificant person. Moreover, for the Crown Prince, he might not care about Emilienne at all. Dealing with her could very well be something decided solely by one of his subordinates, which meant the Crown Prince may not even know about her existence. How could Liu kill her over this? Help! Help! Emilienne shouted and fled as if pursued by some fierce beast. Don't run! Xue dating shouted from behind. Realizing the woman assumed he was sent to kill her. Emilienne, however, wouldn't listen. She believed Xue dating was out to kill her and escaped blindly with her eyes closed. But let's not forget, this woman had been kneeling all afternoon. The pain in her knees made her legs buckle, and with a loud thud, she fell to the ground. Her arms, smooth as lamb fat jade, now bore large scars from scraping against the dirt. Yet this woman demonstrated astonishing resilience, quickly getting back up despite her injuries and continuing to flee. But Xue dating was the steward of the prince. It would be embarrassing indeed if he couldn't catch up to an injured woman. So, in just a few swift movements, Xue dating darted forward and grabbed her arm. Emilienne still resisted violently, biting and kicking. She shouted loudly. I see you're all cut from the same cloth. All of you bully weak women like me. Why don't you take your bravery outside and fight real battles? All your skills are wasted here scheming against each other. Xue dating promptly covered her mouth, knowing such words weren't safe to say lightly. He firmly grabbed Emilienne and pulled her into a nearby alley. Only this way could the loudmouthed woman's nonsensical babbling be kept from others' ears. Emilienne, however, thought that Xue dating was going to do something sinister to her and yelled dramatically. I'd rather take my own life than give you the chance. With that, she opened her mouth, ready to bite down hard on her tongue. Xue dating quickly shoved his finger into her mouth. Ouch! Xue dating's finger was instantly bitten until it bled profusely. This also showed how resolute this seemingly fragile woman was in her intention to take her own life. I'm here to help you. I'm the steward of Prince Qi, Xue dating said awkwardly. But upon hearing that he was the steward of Prince Qi, Emilienne panicked even more. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. It turned out that Liu had quietly arrived beside them, arms crossed as he looked at the two of them. What's this? Why did you stick your hand into her mouth? Liu chuckled. You're asking for trouble. There's no rabies vaccine in this era. Liu realized he mentioned something non-existent in this time, but neither of the two seemed to care about his words. Moreover, Xue dating was already accustomed to the strange terms that occasionally came out of his master's mouth. But if I hadn't stopped her, she would have died. Dating replied with some confusion. He didn't think his master was someone who could stand idly by while others died. Prince Qi, you vile person. Mo Lien continued cursing, but due to her good upbringing, she couldn't utter anything too offensive. So Liu paid no attention to these insignificant curses. Instead, he walked over to Dating. Show me your hand. If she bit you badly, then I won't give her the silver notes. Dating hid his hand behind his back. It's fine. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 136, Princess Anyu's Plan. Hey, you don't really have feelings for her, do you? I tell you, girls like her have high standards. If you want to marry her, it won't be easy. Liu sighed, grabbing Dating's hand. If I were the crown prince and you were my steward, there would still be a chance for you to marry a girl like her. But I'm just a guy who knows how to farm. She will never agree. And next time you see someone trying to commit suicide by biting their tongue, don't foolishly put your fingers in there. This kind of suicide won't kill them. Liu said. When he heard this, Dating looked at Liu with some confusion. If they bite off their own tongues, how could they not die? Hey, forget about whether someone dies after biting their tongue. Whether they can even bite through their tongue is questionable, as the tongue is one of the strongest muscles in the human body. Even if someone really did manage to bite their tongue and died, it was likely because they choked on blood and suffocated. Liu looked at Dating's hand. Fortunately, Dating often worked hard and had tough skin, so being bitten didn't hurt much. All right, you decide whether or not to give the silver notes. After saying this, Liu turned and left. Mo Lien, on the other hand, was held by Dating and somewhat dazed as she watched Liu's retreating figure. What is going on? Mo Lien was completely puzzled, not understanding what had just happened. Well, young lady, Dating took out the silver bills that were still warm from his bosom. Our master is actually a pretty good person, Dating said. Last time he tricked you out of 30,000 taels of silver because you approached him with bad intentions. But now that you've fallen this far and received your due punishment, our master has decided not to pursue those matters any further. Saying this, Dating stuffed the silver bills into Mo Lien's hand. Don't just stand there like a fool. Take the money and go back home quickly. Mo Lien looked at Dating, who had shoved the silver bills into her hand, and then glanced at Liu, who was already far away. She burst into tears immediately. Since childhood, she had always presented the image of a strong woman. Because the Shun family wasn't very prosperous, and this generation only consisted of her and her worthless younger brother. Moreover, her father's health had been deteriorating increasingly. It must have been 5 or 6 years since all household affairs had been handled solely by her. She had never cried because of weichap or pain. Even when she cried, it was usually the kind of crocodile tears meant to elicit sympathy from others. But this time, it was a genuine outpouring of emotion. Thank you. I will surely come visit in gratitude someday. Mo Lien said seriously while sobbing. No problem. Hurry back home. You're crying like this. People might think you've done something bad. Dating laughed heartily before leaving. As Liu returned home, his butt hadn't even settled down when a vague silhouette began to gradually materialize beside him. Anyu, Liu exclaimed in great surprise. Why are you here? But Anyu's face didn't show an expression of great happiness. Instead, she appeared worried, looking as though she was constipated. Liu also noticed something was wrong, so he asked softly, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Shall I get you some strawberries or coconuts to eat? Liu carefully probed, but Princess Anyu covered his mouth. Lower your voice. Also, remember, I didn't come here today, got it? Princess Anyu frowned and said. Liu nodded silently, indicating he understood. I really don't want you to get too close to those people, so when the emperor reckons with them, you won't be dragged into it, understand? Liu nodded again, saying in a tiny voice. I know, but am I not collecting evidence? Liu had installed a listening device in the secret meeting place, making the collection of evidence relatively easy. Don't worry about me, I know my limits. Even if all those people get their homes searched, I doubt it will affect me much. I have enough evidence to clear myself completely. Liu held Princess Anyu's hand and said. Princess Anyu sighed. I understand, but even if you can clear yourself completely, Father Emperor will begin to suspect you more. What if he gets angry and kills you? What should I do then? Though I know my words may not be entirely appropriate, the saying, accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger, isn't a joke. Father Emperor can kill you without needing a reason. And Princess Anyu hesitated a bit before saying, you know, our ancestors, what they did still casts some negative shadow over Father Emperor. If it wasn't for the things you have planted that won Father Emperor's favor, do you think he would allow you to live in the capital? Even if Father Emperor hasn't done anything to you. But do you think after that you could possibly marry me? Princess Anyu's voice became a bit emotional here. We are in love. Yet, there is already a wall between us because I am Father Emperor's adopted daughter. If you get aboard with those traitors, then there will be no future for us, understand? Upon hearing this, Liu felt a pang of sorrow. He also knew that if he couldn't completely dissociate himself from all this mess, he would probably never be able to marry Princess Anyu. Listen to me. Princess Anyu patted Su Zhang on the shoulder and said, I have a plan that can expose those people's rebellion sooner. Hearing this, Liu's eyes lit up. If this were possible, it would naturally be better. Tell me more. Liu was somewhat excited. Despite his casual demeanor on the surface, he was still a little afraid of being implicated due to their rebellion. After all, no one knows how moody an emperor can be. Not even the emperor himself might know what he'll do next, right? I can gather some provisions, then you let them come and receive it. Don't you think they should trust you quite a bit? Princess Anyu asked. Liu nodded. Yes, if I step forward, that guy will likely come personally to greet the supplies since this matter is extremely important. After all, if he plans a rebellion, he needs substantial provision support. Remember the ancient wisdom. Soldiers move only after the provisions are secured. Supplies? Li Yu was momentarily stunned. Where did you get the supplies from? Princess Anyu patted Li Yu. This is none of your business. As a princess, I still have some influence. Princess Anyu smiled faintly, yet there was a tinge of bitterness beneath her eyes. Under Princess Anyu's black cloak, there was still fresh blood that had just congealed. It was proof of a battle she had just endured. As for Qi Lao, who was hiding his form, his injuries were even more severe. These food supplies were originally intended by Princess Anyu's maternal clan to be secretly provided to certain rebels. The plan was for Princess Anyu to use her identity and deliver this batch of supplies to those rebels. However, for Li Yu, Princess Anyu decisively took the food supplies that should have gone to the rebels, forcibly seizing them from the rebels' hands, and then using them for their current plan. Qi Lao, on the rooftop, with shifting eyes, wasn't sure if he was doing the right or wrong thing. Am I betraying my own tribe with what I'm doing? Qi Lao's expression changed somewhat, but after a moment, he found a reason to console himself. My mission is to protect Princess Anyu. Whatever Princess Anyu wants me to do, I must do it. Therefore, both Princess Anyu and I have robbed the grain together, thus perfectly fulfilling my duty. After finishing his thoughts, Qi Lao began to heal his wounds without overthinking anymore. All right. Li Yu nodded. After all, everyone has their secrets, and how could Princess Anyu possibly harm him? In that case, I'll summon Yin Hongji, then give him a stab in the back, said Li Yu while stroking his chin. Princess Anyu also nodded. Since you already have a plan, go ahead with it. The supplies are at the canal side. All you need to do is to lure Yin Hongji there, then let your father mobilize the Imperial Guards. They will definitely have no chance of escape. Moreover, these ships used to hide grain are covered with cotton. There's actually a large quantity of grain hidden inside the cotton. But these ships are full of cotton too. If those people flee onto the ship, your father's Imperial Guards can shoot flaming arrows, trapping the entire group. Li Yu nodded again, saying, I will pick some fruits now and send them to the palace to send word to my father. No. Princess Anyu shook her head. You don't need to go. My father will set the troops in ambush, and this batch of food supplies is given to Yin Hongji by an ambitious individual. Do you know? Okay. Li Yu embraced Princess Anyu. Don't worry. I won't let you be implicated. You've helped me so much already. Li Yu understood. Princess Anyu said so because she didn't want the emperor to find out about her actions regarding the supplies. Otherwise, Princess Anyu herself might also face punishment as a result. I'll go inform Yin Hongji first, and when the time is confirmed, I'll let you know. Li Yu kissed Princess Anyu lightly on the cheek before leaving his residence. As soon as night fell, Li Yu put on his nighttime clothes like a thief and stealthily moved towards Yin Hongji's residence. When he reached near Yin Hongji's mansion, an arrow suddenly zipped past, nailing itself into the ground right next to his feet. Li Yu quickly dodged backward, grateful within his heart. Good thing little lord reacted fast, otherwise, I would have fallen here today. Who dares intrude upon the Yin household in the dead of night? A man wearing a flying fish robe stared coldly at Li Yu, the bowstring fully drawn, aimed directly at him. Li Yu immediately revealed a token previously given by Yin Hongji. After seeing it, the man said, Lord Li. 2. Li Yu responded instinctively with the next word. This was something akin to a password, albeit a slightly derogatory nickname for Emperor Taizong. You may enter. The man bowed and disappeared instantly afterward. Li Yu criticized inwardly, afraid others don't know there are secrets within this mansion. What kind of courtyard does this resemble, fortified like a military camp? It's almost suspicious not to have any ghost stories. Still, despite his grumblings, Li Yu quickly scaled the wall and entered Yin Hongji's home. After going through countless checkpoints, Li Yu finally arrived at Yin Hongji's study. At that moment, Yin Hongji was writing calligraphy in the study, but Li Yu believed that this guy just got up from bed deliberately to write in order to show off after being informed. You came. Li Yu hadn't even reached Yin Hongji's door when he heard the man's voice from afar. Li Yu was immediately dumbfounded. Could this guy really have skills? Had he noticed him from such a distance? It shouldn't be possible. He himself could only hear voices so clearly because of the improved physique from his cultivation practice. Did this guy know about his martial prowess too? If that were true, it would be terrifying. But Li Yu had a nagging feeling something wasn't quite right, so he paused momentarily where he stood. Sure enough, within less than a minute, Yin Hongji said again quietly, You came? Li Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. So you were bluffing. I've seen tricks like this in dramas all the time. Li Yu snorted disdainfully and quickly composed himself before heading toward Yin Hongji's study. Here, the same query came once more, and Li Yu instantly put on a shocked expression as he approached and pushed open the door. Uncle, I never expected your senses to be so acute. I was still at least tens of meters away from the study, and yet, you already knew I was coming. Truly remarkable. Li Yu promptly showered him with compliments. Ho ho ho, these are just minor skills, not worth mentioning. Yin Hongji was ecstatic inside, delighted by successfully fooling his nephew who was both good at farming and business into believing he was a powerful martial artist. Yin Hongji secretly rejoiced. Wow, my repeated here was worth it. What brings my nephew to see me today? Now that his act had succeeded, Yin Hongji felt much better and asked casually. And since you came specially in the middle of the night, it must be something important, yes? Li Yu glanced cautiously around the room. Is it safe to talk here? Inside, Yin Hongji rejoiced, thinking, this kid must definitely have some great news to report, and it will surely be highly beneficial for my rebellion plan. Chapter 138, The Joyful Yin Hongji. No. How can it be called a rebellion? I'm just taking back the throne that belongs to me. Hongji said this in his heart. Safe. It must be safe. This is my study after all. There's no safer place to talk than here. Within 100 meters, there's not a single person around, and furthermore, we can go underground. Hongji smiled. Haha, let's go. Let's indulge in imagining the future down below. Yes, Liu quickly agreed. Then without much ado, Liu touched somewhere on the bookshelf, and behind it opened up a large hollow, which was the entrance to Hongji's underground passage at home. After walking about tens of meters, Liu saw a faint light again. Alright, nephew, talking here will make even the heavenly king himself unable to hear. Hongji burst out laughing. And then Su Zhang casually threw a listening device into an inconspicuous little corner on the ground. The lighting here relied entirely on candlelight. Liu didn't know how this guy wasn't suffocating in such dimness. But precisely because of this dim candlelight, Liu's listening device was almost impossible to discover, and even if it were discovered, these people from ancient times wouldn't have any idea what it was. Seems like I'm even more capable than the heavenly king, Liu thought to himself. Outwardly, Liu appeared somewhat frightened as he said, Uncle, last time when we seized the provisions, I failed, many supplies were burned, and I've always felt deeply apologetic for it. That's why I've been secretly collecting supplies for you. Upon hearing this, Hongji immediately became alert because provisions were currently the thing he needed most. As for the army, an army for a rebellion needn't be too large, as long as they were elite. Surrounding the capital city would be sufficient. Then with one quick strike to eliminate Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, he would become the rightful emperor of the Tang dynasty, and at that time, all armies under heaven would be his. In reality, Hongji's forces probably only numbered over 2,000, but these 2,000 men were all elite cavalry. If they were to become elites, they would require intensive high-volume training, and such high-intensity training naturally required a substantial amount of provisions. That's exactly why Hongji was so obsessed with provisions. Good nephew. Hongji instantly grabbed Liu's shoulder, his eyes shining greedily like a wolf leering at a woman dressed lightly. Liu couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Hongji asked, Good nephew, how much grain have you obtained? 5 shiploads. Liu knew that Hongji had gone completely mad. Once he heard about provisions, he acted as though he'd lost his mind. But Hongji suddenly seemed to recall something, and abruptly asked, Nephew, I ordered you to kill Princess Anya. Why haven't you acted yet? When Hongji asked this, Liu realized the situation was becoming tricky. If this man forced him to kill Princess Anya tomorrow, what should he do? So Liu had to fabricate a reason that would temporarily dispel Hongji's intent to kill Princess Anya. Thus, Liu mysteriously said, Uncle, do you know how I managed to get these provisions? Oh, Hongji immediately showed interest. If he mastered this method, then in the future, he could safely raise funds without having to worry constantly. These are thanks to that silly woman helping me. Liu grinned. Oh, immediately, Hongji perked up. You mean, a woman helped you? Yes. Liu laughed. One could say I've successfully turned her over to our side. Suddenly, Hongji grew wary of Liu. Did you tell her I intend to reclaim my throne? No. Liu hurriedly shook his head. It's not like that. I haven't disclosed your information, uncle. I merely said I plan to rebel. The woman likes me, so she helped me procure a lot of provisions from the steppes. Then the merchants divided them and brought them to the south piece by piece. Finally, they gathered them together with cotton merchants, and now these provisions are hidden among the cotton on those 5 ships. Liu explained. But the problem is, I don't have a place to unload, and the 5 big ships can't stay in the port for a long time. Therefore, I hope Uncle can quickly collect this batch of food supplies. Liu added. If you're busy, you can ask your son, my brother, to accompany me to inspect it. I believe when you see these provisions, you will be extremely excited. Liu chuckled as he spoke. No, Hongji was extremely excited. I want to personally take a look at those provisions. I'll personally escort those treasures to my secret base. Hongji laughed heartily, and since they were in the basement, there was no need to worry about anyone above hearing them. Aren't you afraid of any danger? Liu, trying to lull Hongji into complacency, deliberately said the opposite, hoping to reduce Hongji's intention to go, so he wouldn't suspect that Liu wanted to trap him. No more persuasion needed. It will be tomorrow, at noon, when I'm out hunting. I'll just pass by the canal. Hongji waved his hand and said, It's getting late. Why don't you, nephew, stay over at my place? And recently, we've acquired a few beautiful girls. Tonight, you should have a good rest. Hongji gave a knowing smile and chuckled. Aha, then nephew thanks uncle. But Liu was very clear in his mind. This guy just wanted to prevent him from leaking any news. What with talk about hospitality, it was all an excuse. TCH, old fox, you'll get your comeuppance tomorrow. Liu cursed inwardly. The next morning, Liu came out of his room early, and Hongji also rose unusually early compared to his usual routine. Oh, when Hongji saw Liu, he flashed a significant smile. You're still able to get out of bed. TSK. Youth is indeed the best. Haha, uncle, please stop teasing your nephew. Your complexion is excellent as well. Liu bowed slightly while speaking. Haha, Hongji threw his head back laughing, hands behind his back. Of course, naturally, joy invigorates one's spirit. My good nephew, this time, I shall surely reward you greatly for your efforts. Liu smiled along politely, though his inner thoughts went, Sure, there's gonna be big rewards alright, but it will be my old man Li Shimin who rewards me, not you who tricks and exploits me like this. Hey, now it's almost noon. How about we go hunting? Hongji laughed. Chapter 139, Secret Passage. Li Yu was laughing heartily inside. You can't wait to check out the provisions, but after you're done, your head will be gone, don't you know? But outwardly, of course, Li Yu couldn't say those two sentences. Instead, he bowed and said, "All right, uncle, it's such a beautiful day with bright sunshine. I've wanted to go outside to bask in the sun for a while. Let's go then." Hongji laughed and walked towards the center of the mansion. Of course, Li Yu followed closely behind him, but somewhat confused, he asked, "Uncle, did you forget something in the study?" "No, we are going hunting," Hongji smiled. "However, we can't leave through the front gate. I have an underground passage ready that can lead us right there." As soon as he heard this, Li Yu knew things were turning sour. If they didn't exit through the main gate, how would their movements be discovered? "You truly disgusting rat who hides in the shadows." Li Yu cursed silently in his mind. "Uncle is so meticulous, and I have been neglectful. If we went out from the front door and got our plans exposed, what could we do, right?" Li Yu chuckled. "Haha, once I succeed, I'll surely make a grand appearance. But now, this is only a temporary measure." Hongji laughed wildly. Li Yu naturally knew what success he referred to. It was about the rebellion. But Li Yu was currently troubled by how to pass on information to Princess Anyu. Although last night, he hadn't been allowed to go out, which meant he couldn't deliver the message personally. That wasn't much of a problem. In Li Yu's plan, as long as he strolled onto the street the next day, Princess Anyu would find a way to figure out where he and Hongji were and orderly Shimin to send troops to ambush and kill Hongji. Now, however, Hongji didn't even dare step outside the front gate. This made Li Yu extremely irritated. How would anyone get wind of the situation if they stayed indoors? But then, a sentence from Hongji changed Li Yu's mood entirely. "Nephew, this time, only a few people are following me for the hunt. You should understand why, right?" Hongji smiled. "I see," Li Yu replied excitedly. "After all, our great undertaking isn't complete yet. We need to be cautious. Bringing too many people would just draw more attention and negate the secrecy provided by the underground tunnel." "But uncle, aren't the skills of your followers a bit lacking?" Li Yu mentioned again. Hongji laughed. "You misunderstand. Although my men may not possess outstanding skills, they are devoted to me completely. If it weren't for such a crucial matter like grain transportation, I wouldn't take them along. These people are rare examples of true loyalty." Upon hearing this, Li Yu nearly burst into laughter inside. No matter how loyal these men were, as long as their skills were insufficient, they would not stand in the way of his plan to kidnap Hongji. But despite what he thought inwardly, Li Yu maintained a concerned expression. "This might not be wise. But uncle, though I have limited abilities, if anything happens, I'll surely guard your rear." Li Yu put on an air of absolute loyalty. In fact, initially, Li Yu had intended to dissuade Hongji from rebelling since his actions could bring unforeseen trouble in the future. But ever since that day when Hongji invited him to dinner and started executing some people in front of him for amusement, Li Yu abandoned all thoughts of persuasion. After all, if Hongji insisted on heading down the path to death, well, that was his choice. If Li Yu himself got decapitated in the process, it would be downright ridiculous. "Your Majesty." Suddenly, several black-robed figures appeared on either side of the underground passage and knelt down to pay homage to Hongji. When Li Yu heard the term, "Your Majesty," he was startled. He momentarily assumed Emperor Li Shimin had arrived. He looked around nervously, but Hongji simply waved his hand dismissively. They refer to your Majesty not as the fake Li heir, Emperor Taizong, but to me, the one standing before you." Only then did Li Yu breathe a sigh of relief. It's you, uncle. Or rather, it's you, the true emperor. I thought Li heir, the false emperor, had come. It scared me half to death." But in his heart, Li Yu mocked. "So, this must be your group of die-hard loyalists willing to call you emperor. Haha, good nephew. Once uncle sits on the dragon throne, I'll ensure that you become a person second only to the emperor but above 10,000 others. So, I thank uncle in advance." Li Yu grinned. "Forget it, let this poor guy fantasize a bit more. Soon, once we get to that ship, his head will roll, and then I'll be free." Because on that ship at the dock, there was a large amount of grain. As soon as Hongji stepped aboard and made some inappropriate remarks, he'd be done for. Whether or not he intended to rebel, the fact would be established. It'd be like mud falling into your pants. Even if it's not dirt, it'll still smell like it. Still, I pity those uninformed people in Hongji's family. After all, once Hongji rebels, it's an offense punishable by the annihilation of his entire clan. Li Yu said in his heart with a hint of regret. "Come on, good nephew, get in the carriage." Beside Li Yu came Hongji's slightly perverted voice. "Thank you, uncle." Li Yu smiled, then pushed off forcefully with both legs and hopped onto the carriage. However, what pulled the carriage wasn't horses, cattle, or donkeys. It was the individuals Hongji referred to as absolutely loyal followers. "Fantastic," Li Yu cheered inwardly. "Using these people to pull the carriage. Hey, you're really making my task easier after I eliminate you." Because these people were practically the only defensive force around Hongji. And yet, Hongji had them pulling the carriage. You see, the distance from here to the dock was at least 10 li, approximately 3 miles. Even if they took turns pulling the carriage, they would be utterly exhausted. After all, the oxygen level inside this underground tunnel wasn't abundant, and based on Hongji's statement, the exit is near the dock in the underground passage. One could deduce that this underground channel was definitely not short. By the time Hongji was dealt with, I'd only have to face these gasping individuals. Perhaps, there might even be personnel prearranged by the emperor himself on board the ship. Then, without a doubt, I'd be able to return unscathed, accomplishing fame and glory. Chapter 140, Boarding the Ship. The carriage moved forward in a dark and narrow tunnel at a steady pace. Liu couldn't help but marvel at how good these guys' stamina was. If it were him, without any martial arts conditioning, he'd probably be panting after just 200 meters of pulling the carriage. Looking at them now, every 500 meters or so they'd rotate people, yet the speed never slowed. Uncle, your loyal men truly have amazing stamina. Even after running this far, there's not even a hint of them slowing down, Liu commented with admiration. Haha, these fellows can cover 100 li in a single day. They're top-notch warriors. Hongji said proudly. Good, good. With soldiers like these, Uncle's domination of the world is within reach. Liu replied, flattering his uncle with laughter. Haha, that's right. Before long, 10 miles had passed, and light reappeared ahead. In this underground passage, the only source of light was the torch held by the person leading the way. But that torch was far too dim. Your Majesty, we've arrived at the dock. A man fell to his knees beside the carriage with a thud, then knelt and lay himself down as a step for Hongji to exit. Good nephew, we've arrived, let's get off. The faint light outside revealed Hongji's smiling face, which resembled a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Uncle, your great cause will soon come to fruition. Liu flattered again and stepped out of the carriage. Hongji's sycophants moved forward to clear away the disguising clutter, letting the sunlight thoroughly illuminate the sinister, decaying passage. With a swaggering air, Hongji walked in front. Good nephew, where are those ships you mentioned? Asked Hongji. They're those ships flying the Su character banners. Liu hurriedly stepped forward and pointed out a route to the underworld for his soon-to-die uncle. Good, good. Upon seeing the enormous cargo ships near the dock, Hongji exclaimed repeatedly with delight. His radiant face smiled like a blossoming chrysanthemum. These are, apart from the Royal Transport Fleet, the largest cargo ships. Hongji laughed heartily and kept slapping Liu's shoulder. Judging by their waterline draft, even if half of their cargo is grain, it would still last our people for a very long time. This kindness, my dear uncle, I will never forget. Hongji patted Liu on the shoulder, his eyes twinkling. But Liu forced a bitter smile. It's what I should do. Liu always found Hongji's words chilling, because Hongji was about to die here, and now this guy was talking about remembering him forever. It was as if he was saying, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Uncle, do you know martial arts? Liu asked. Ahem. Hongji coughed awkwardly. There have been many emperors throughout history who didn't know martial arts. Ah yes. Liu nodded quickly. Absolutely, absolutely. Uncle may not know martial arts, but his wisdom is unmatched in the world. But why do you ask? Hongji was curious. Because if we want to board the ship silently, only someone skilled in martial arts could accomplish it. Unfortunately, neither you nor I know martial arts, so we'll just have to shout from below and have the people above throw us a ladder. Though Liu spoke thusly, internally he was already laughing. If you don't know martial arts, isn't killing you as easy as slaughtering dogs or chickens? After some twists and turns, they finally boarded the ship and headed straight for the cargo hold. Liu walked over to a pile of cotton, ripped open a burlap sack without saying a word, and made an inviting gesture. Hongji slowly walked forward, grabbed 2 handfuls of cotton, and discovered that beneath it was all rice. Woohoo! Hongji burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this emperor must be me, and this realm is mine. In a state of madness, Hongji dared say anything, until a man beside him chuckled. You, Hongji pointed at the man. Why are you laughing? Somebody, drag him out, and behead him for me. The title emperor, is something you dare use? The voice of Li Shimin sounded behind Hongji and Liu like thunder from a clear sky. Staring at Li Shimin, unsure of what to do, Hongji frantically waved his hand. Soldiers, kill this fake emperor. Yes. Those who had already been brainwashed by Hongji immediately lunged toward Li Shimin with wild growls. Die! Die! Liu screamed, drawing a dagger from his waist. Only, instead of charging toward Li Shimin, he plunged the dagger into Hongji's lower back on the right side. The Imperial Guard disguised as a cargo supervisor could only look at Liu in confusion, thinking to himself, what the heck? Are you Chang, my word here meaning taking my job? Hongji screamed and immediately fell forward. Lying on the ground, he clutched his right shoulder, staring incredulously back at Liu. Liu didn't even glance at him, rushing instead towards the group of Hongji's loyalists armed with sharp blades. He did not channel any true energy, but instead fought them with just his bare flesh. Out of 10 men, Liu managed to kill 3 from behind using surprise attacks, and 2 head-on. The rest were all slaughtered by Li Shimin's guards. Even so, Liu sustained numerous wounds, some of them as wide as a palm. He took 2 steps toward Li Shimin's direction and then collapsed to his knees with a thud, shouting loudly, I welcome His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. 10,000 years. Rise, said Li Shimin with a complicated expression. As soon as he entered the cabin, he saw Hongji lying on the ground, holding his shoulder, while Liu knelt there paying respects. In fact, Li Shimin was inwardly extremely pleased. He had finally removed this relative who had been coveting his throne for so long. And earlier, there had been no evidence whatsoever against him. This guy's caution had been too high. However, this time, Princess Anyu had informed him about the situation. Princess Anyu had said that Liu had infiltrated the rebel ranks, and today was the day when the rebels would come to collect provisions. Thus, Li Shimin waited patiently nearby. Sure enough, before noon, this man had rushed over in great haste. Li Shimin had been outside listening carefully the whole time. When he peered around, he didn't expect a group of people to charge fiercely at him. Although his guards were capable of annihilating the entire group, seeing Liu risking his life and fighting fiercely with those individuals moved Li Shimin somewhat. Chapter 141, When to Propose. In Hongji, stabbed through the lung by Li Yu's dagger, could no longer speak. Only indistinct, gurgling sounds came from his mouth. Li Shimin glanced at the grain on the ground, and the half-dead In Hongji, furious. Drag him out. Execute him. Then confiscate In Hongji's family. Yes. Several imperial guards knelt down to receive their orders, and quickly moved in to finish off In Hongji with 2 more strikes. Prince Qi. Li Shimin looked at this son who was not particularly close, feeling an infinite amount of emotion welling up within him. Little one, you've suffered a lot, haven't you? Li Shimin approached, and gently patted Li Yu's head. Li Yu, for some reason, suddenly felt incredibly secure at this moment. Is this what it feels like to be touched by a father? Suddenly, Li Yu's nose tingled with sadness and tears began streaming uncontrollably. Father Emperor. Li Yu broke down into loud sobs. Li Shimin's heart was also not calm. As the ruler of a nation, who had relied on bloody means to sit upon the dragon throne, Li Shimin naturally understood how thin royal kinship could be. But when he saw his son crying loudly before him, he suddenly felt some pain in his heart, some self-reproach. How am I doing as a father? Prince Yu, sometime soon, come hunting with me. We father and son have never hunted together. Li Shimin chuckled as he patted Li Yu's head. Thank you, Father Emperor. After returning to his palace chambers, Li Shimin reflected. Seems like among all my many sons, only Li Yu, though seeming distant, has sacrificed the most for me. The other princes and princesses, no matter how they try, haven't done anything that puts their lives on the line for me. Li Yu risked his life infiltrating the bandit organization and fought fiercely with them on the ship. It truly moves me greatly. But still, there are places in my kingdom where droughts begin anew, and by winter, harvest will probably again fail, leaving countless peasants to starve. This pains me deeply. I wonder how many will die from hunger this year. Meanwhile, Princess Anyu kept giggling while looking at Li Yu. Princess Anyu, stop looking. Your gaze makes me feel uncomfortable, Li Yu said. I won't. I want to keep looking at you. Princess Anyu stuck her tongue out playfully. Elder Qi thought. This year is a year of great drought. Crops on the grasslands are poor too. I fear those people from the grasslands may descend to gather grass seeds. I don't know if this will escalate into a large-scale war. Elder Qi sighed. If only the princess hadn't given away those 5 ships of grain to Li Shimin, perhaps there would be more food available on the grasslands. What a waste. In Princess Anyu's quarters, Li Yu continued to cozy around with Princess Anyu. Do you fear anything? Princess Anyu suddenly asked. Fear. Li Yu found it strange. Fear what? Fear those rebels. You've completely disrupted their plans. Aren't you afraid they'll come seeking revenge? Princess Anyu tilted her shiny big eyes toward him, curious. Huh? Li Yu laughed loudly. Me fearing them? They should fear me. Who are they? Rebels. If they approach now without knowing my full capabilities, aren't they just asking for death? Why would I be afraid of them? Princess Anyu leaned closer, resting her head on Li Yu's chest. You're quite right. They certainly wouldn't dare to confront you openly. But, why can't I sense any joy from you at all? She placed both hands on Li Yu's face. Joy? Why should I be joyful? Li Yu asked incredulously. I almost got myself purged by His Majesty along with the rebels. Not breaking down is already good enough. When do you plan to propose to the Emperor? Princess Anyu tentatively asked. Propose to my father? Li Yu raised an eyebrow and smirked. Sounds so awkward, haha. Li Yu cupped Princess Anyu's face in his hands. But rest assured, as soon as I get a chance, I'll definitely propose to my father. Just now, however, it's really not the right time. I don't think I'm particularly important in my father's eyes. If I brought it up now, I'm afraid I might never see you again. At this, Li Yu tightened his embrace around Princess Anyu. Princess Anyu nodded. I'll wait for you. However, what's up with that woman, Mo-Yen? Princess Anyu suddenly revealed a fox-like brilliant smile. Li Yu immediately became flustered. You must believe me. I really just felt sorry for her, so I returned the 30,000 taels of silver that I tricked from her. There's truly no other meaning to it. Saying this, Li Yu took Princess Anyu's hand. You must believe that I will love you forever in this life. Disgusting. Always saying such sweet words. Princess Anyu lightly beat Li Yu's chest with her fists, completely failing to notice that Li Yu had said he would love her forever, not that he would only love her. But, have you thought about it? The person trying to take advantage of Mo-Yen is the Crown Prince's man. What if you offend the Crown Prince because of this matter? Princess Anyu kissed Li Yu's chin as she looked up and spoke. I can't do anything about it. Besides, when I gave her the money, it was done extremely secretly. Even if the Crown Prince really gets angry, he won't be able to find out it was me. After all, Mo-Yen could borrow money from somewhere else too. No, Shun family's relatives and friends don't dare lend even a single coin to the Shun family, since the ones suppressing the Shun family are the Crown Prince's people. So, if Mo-Yen suddenly got a sum of money, it obviously means it was from you, Prince Qi. Princess Anyu giggled. As a princess, I find out these things very easily. This way it seems a bit troublesome, but those are only the Crown Prince's lackeys. Perhaps they're just abusing his authority. I think this shouldn't be the Crown Prince's own intention. Who knows? What if the Crown Prince suddenly needs money? Princess Anyu laughed. But you don't need to worry. Since your father Emperor's son, your relationship with the Crown Prince is bound not to be good anyway. Thinking about this, it doesn't matter much. Chapter 142. You have a way. Never mind, don't think about it anymore. Li Yu shook his head, trying to drive these matters out of his mind. He then looked at Princess Anyu in his arms and suddenly smiled. Then he extended a hand to cup Princess Anyu's chin and said, Come here, give me a kiss. When Li Yu returned to his residence, it wasn't long before Cheng Yaojin showed up. Hey, Prince Qi. Cheng Yaojin seated himself very familiarly in the pavilion of Li Yu. General Cheng. As Li Yu was saying this, he was already getting up from his reclining chair to greet him. But Cheng Yaojin pressed Li Yu back into the chair with a hand. There's no need for all this formality between us. What brings you here this time, General Cheng? Li Yu placed the coconut in his hands on the table and asked while looking at Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin blinked his eyes, fiddled with his large earlobes, and then said, Ahem, Your Highness, you know old Cheng loves sweets. Recently, I noticed some peculiar tall trees suddenly appeared in the palace grounds. After asking around, it seems that these strange trees are called coconut trees, and they're apparently from your residence, Prince Qi. Before Cheng Yaojin could finish speaking, Li Yu pulled a coconut out from under the table and handed it to Cheng Yaojin. General Cheng, this is the fruit of those mysterious trees, called coconut. Li Yu chuckled as he thought, calculating carefully. It had been quite some time since Cheng Yaojin visited his place. It must be because Cheng Yaojin realized that recently, Li Yu had been close to Hongji. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looking at this very rugged general, one would never expect such a keen observation and patience. After all, Cheng Yaojin adored those wines immensely. For such a long time now, he must have finished drinking all the red wine he had stocked at home, knowing full well that Cheng Yaojin treated alcohol like water. Without the wine, if Cheng Yaojin were like his usual self, he would have definitely rushed to Li Yu's house the first moment to demand more, yet during this time, not once did he show up. Cheng Yaojin accepted the coconut and examined it meticulously, then took a bite right off the surface of the coconut. Ouch! Cheng Yaojin yelped loudly and immediately said, Prince Qi, you're not fooling around with me, are you? How do we eat this thing? I almost lost my front tooth. Li Yu burst into laughter, recalling earlier when Princess Anyu bit directly into the coconut without applying this much force, yet Cheng Yaojin really was cute in his attempt. General Cheng, you should break it open first. The hard part is its shell, sturdy enough even to be used as a helmet. Of course biting it like that will damage your teeth. Li Yu laughed until he bent over holding his stomach. Good kid, why didn't you say so earlier? Old Cheng's teeth are already loose, and today, you must give me some wine anyway. Cheng Yaojin said craftily. All right, Li Yu replied smilingly. But does General Cheng have any good fields? I'm not after their ownership. I merely want to cultivate them. How does that sound? Good. Although old Cheng isn't rich or anything, I don't own large tracts of land in the capital city, but I do have a few fertile acres. If you aren't particular, you can take them. I am also embarrassed by always drinking your fine wine and eating your divine fruits. Cheng Yaojin answered extremely generously. Red wine? Weren't you saying there's only so much left? A very stern voice echoed, startling both Li Yu and Cheng Yaojin badly. Long live the emperor. Both Cheng Yaojin and Li Yu bowed deeply in unison. Rise. Emperor Taizong gestured, though his eyes stared piercingly at Li Yu with an air of mockery that invited a punch straight to his nose. Your Majesty, that batch is indeed gone, but after I arrived, I brewed another batch. The land in the capital is rich, so these grapes grew robustly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to make this new batch of wine so quickly. Oh, is that so? Taizong smiled faintly. Then, may I ask how much inventory does my son you have? To report to your Majesty, I've recently brewed 50 gourds of wine. If you like it, your Majesty, I'll send it to the palace immediately. Li Yu felt uncomfortable. Emperor Taizong slightly narrowed his eyes. Why use gourds? Li Yu's brain worked furiously, thinking up an excuse. It's mainly that I wanted to try other containers, to see if they could impart a new flavor to the wine, perhaps making it softer and smoother, who knows? Let's go then. By the way, General Cheng is here too. How about accompanying the emperor for hunting? Swoosh. An arrow was shot forcefully towards a deer about 100 paces away. Ugh ugh ugh. After emitting a few sounds of protest, the deer fell down. Prince Yu has excellent archery skills. Emperor Taizong laughed heartily. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your praise. Prince Li Yu quickly bowed in respect. But Emperor Taizong asked, Prince Yu, what are your thoughts regarding this drought? Li Yu was suddenly taken aback. What did Taizong mean by asking his opinion? Isn't he the emperor himself? Why is he asking his stepson for advice? If I say something right, will he think I'm ambitious? And if I say something wrong, will he think I'm incompetent? Li Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Don't be afraid, speak freely. Taizong patted Li Yu's shoulder encouragingly. Since the Father Emperor has given me leave to speak, then allow me to voice my crude thoughts. Li Yu bowed and continued. In my opinion, if we release the grains from our storage during this drought, we can minimize the number of starving civilians, and they will consider us compassionate. However, if we don't do this, those who cannot get enough food might. Indeed, they may rise in rebellion. Taizong sighed heavily. If these people rebel, I do not blame them. But as for rebels like Hongji, I will seize their estates and send all of these rebels straight to the underworld. Releasing the grains is not something I haven't considered. But what if next year there's still a drought? What will the army eat? This, perhaps, your highness has an idea. Li Yu blurted out instinctively, yet regretted it instantly after saying it. Regret or no regret, there was no way to take back the words already spoken. Oh, please explain yourself. Taizong looked at Li Yu with interest. Chapter 143, Hybrid Rice. Hybrid rice. Li Yu spoke up. Oh, Li Shimin looked at Li Yu with great interest and asked, what is it? To put it simply, it's a type of rice with much higher yield. The hybrid rice had long been available in Li Yu's system store, but he thought this item was too low in points and wasn't useful. Now, as droughts were about to occur, with the amount of grain stored by ordinary people, they should be able to barely make it through this year. But next year, things wouldn't look good. If no action was taken this year, many people would surely starve to death next year. Hundreds, or even millions of people would endure the entire year in a state of half-hunger. Hybrid rice. That was something comparable to one of the 4 great inventions of the new century. It was truly remarkable, raising our country's grain production to an unimaginable height. Besides, during the Tang dynasty, the population was nowhere near as large as in modern times, and the number of people engaged in farming today might be less than during the Tang period. If he promoted this hybrid rice, he could undoubtedly feed countless people. Even if there weren't enough seeds, he could completely let them cultivate potatoes instead. Though this year was a major drought year, it was only partially so. It wasn't nationwide. If it were, perhaps no nation could survive. In such an era, there was no country that could withstand multiple consecutive drought years. If such a country existed, its residents must all be stone people who don't eat or drink. In the absence of hybrid rice, the per acre grain yield was roughly 200 pounds, and this unit was gene, not kilograms. If it were in kilograms, it would have been acceptable, but the reality was harsh. Tang dynasty's per acre grain yield was merely 300 gene. This meant that 1 acre's output could barely sustain one person. Without natural disasters or misfortunes, farmers' cultivation could guarantee being fed, with a little surplus grain left over. But once any disaster occurred, droughts, floods, locust plagues, it essentially led to complete loss of harvest. Therefore, whenever such calamities happened in ancient times, they always caused severe hardships, and small-scale rebellions broke out everywhere like wildfire. There was nothing anyone could do, facing certain starvation. Who cared about the gravity of rebelling? Anyway, dying was inevitable, so why not choose a more defiant death? At least before dying, one might have a taste of being above others. Therefore, every time various disasters approached, the court would tightly control the granaries. Firstly, to ensure the army had enough food to eat. Secondly, to prevent those who wanted to rebel from obtaining sufficient grain. However, all these issues could be easily resolved with enough grain. The test fields for hybrid rice produced more than 1,100 kilograms per mu, 2,300 gene. This was nearly 10 times the per mu output during the Tang dynasty. High yield. Xiuxian narrowed his eyes and asked, how high? 3 times. Liu gave a conservative estimate, considering that these yields were from experimental fields. Given the farmers' limited knowledge, if they could produce 600 kilograms per mu, they'd consider themselves extremely lucky. What? Xiuxian slapped his hand on the table, causing the stone table to fall, and hit his foot. My goodness. Liu was shocked internally. It's all my fault, Father Emperor. I made you hurt your foot. Please punish me. Get up. Xiuxian grabbed Liu's collar. You say, 3 times? His eyes widened to the size of oxen eggs, stretching out 5 fingers. Do you know how grave the crime of deceiving the emperor is? Xiuxian frowned and said, Father Emperor, I absolutely did not exaggerate the yield of this hybrid rice. Liu quickly assured him. He didn't understand why Xiuxian was so agitated, and Xianxia looked as if he wanted to devour him. Father Emperor, General Cheng, why are you so excited? Liu puzzled asked. Good, Xiuxian shouted loudly. Show me this thing immediately. Father Emperor, please give me a moment. Without receiving an answer, seeing Xiuxian's request, Liu hastily jogged back to his warehouse. Then, at the price of 1 point for 50 kilograms of hybrid rice seeds, he redeemed thousands of bags of hybrid rice seeds from the system store in one breath, filling his warehouse to the brim. Father Emperor, here are the seeds of hybrid rice. Liu, panting, carried a bag of hybrid rice seeds from the warehouse and placed it in front of Xiuxian and Xianxia. Xiuxian and Xianxia approached with great excitement. Each grabbed a handful of rice seeds and observed them closely. The seeds look very full and of excellent quality, but can they really yield 1,000 caddies per mu? Xiuxian asked hesitantly, finding it hard to believe. Father Emperor, this hybrid rice can achieve that. Liu nodded solemnly and said, this hybrid rice truly can produce such high yields. If Father Emperor does not trust me, I can sign a military order. With absolute confidence, Liu said. After all, your humble son only has some skill when it comes to farming. Liu helplessly claimed Yuan Longping's contributions as his own. After all, in this time and space, there was no Yuan Longping yet. So, taking credit for his work didn't cause any harm to him. Xiuxian and Xianxia exchanged glances and both believed what Liu had said. After all, signing a military order is staking one's life. There was no room for jokes here. Moreover, Liu was right. His expertise in farming was already widely acknowledged. If Liu signed a military order regarding something else, Xiuxian might not believe him. But when it came to farming, Xiuxian had never seen anyone more skilled than his son. Wonderful. Both Xiuxian and Xianxia embraced in pure joy. Xianxia even shed tears. General Cheng, why are you crying? Liu asked, puzzled. Boy, you wouldn't understand. The tough man, Xianxia, couldn't stop shedding tears. You've never experienced hunger. Back then, many of our brothers nearly starved to death. Xianxia cried uncontrollably. If we had something like this back then, how could so many people have starved to death? Chapter 144, 1,000,000 points. Yes, Emperor Taizong nodded, a trace of tears glistening in the corner of his eyes. You have done a great deed. You've saved countless commoners. Prince Qi, I, old Cheng, will kneel before you, Xianxia said as he was about to kneel down. How could Liu bear such a grand ceremony? He quickly sprawled on the ground. No, General Cheng, This will cut my lifespan. How could I possibly deserve your grand gesture? All right, old Cheng, stop teasing young Master Yu. Since this kind of seed is so powerful, we should promote it swiftly. Emperor Taizong patted Cheng Yaojin's shoulder and said, Cheng Yaojin finally straightened up fully, looking at Emperor Taizong. Your Majesty, you truly have an extraordinary son. Unlike me, my kids just know how to cause trouble all day. Emperor Taizong looked complexly at his own son, thinking in his heart, is my son really some divine being descended from heaven? Otherwise, how could he come up with such a miraculous thing? It's almost time for planting. Let's quickly distribute these seeds and let the farmers sow them. Emperor Taizong smiled. In this way, in several months when the second harvest comes, we can use these harvests as seeds to be distributed across all parts of the nation without drought. In this manner, the grain produced will be enough for everyone in the country to eat. Emperor Taizong nodded contentedly. As for transportation, that wasn't his concern. Father, the fruit of this hybrid rice cannot be used as seed for another crop, Liu said helplessly. What? Emperor Taizong was a bit surprised. Then, what shall we do? Liu picked up a handful of hybrid rice seeds and said, this hybrid rice is like a mule. Though excellent, it cannot reproduce. But, I am confident that I can cultivate enough seeds by the next sowing period, so your Majesty can distribute them across the entire country. And this hybrid rice is extremely drought resistant. Unless there's not even a drop of rain from start to finish, it still grows vigorously. Good. Emperor Taizong nodded. If you need anything, tell me. If you can produce so many seeds, I'll give you whatever you ask for. Even the throne. Of course, the last 4 words were silently spoken in Emperor Taizong's heart and weren't said aloud. After all, once such a matter is revealed, it would create much turmoil. I wish for the entire land of the capital city. Of course, only the usage rights, the ownership still belongs to you. Liu immediately put forth this demand. After all, once he obtained all the fields within the capital, he would be rewarded with an overwhelming amount of points. Agreed. Emperor Taizong readily waved his hand and agreed to Liu's request. However, you must prioritize using these lands to cultivate hybrid rice seeds. When the time comes, regardless of the price, the court will buy all the hybrid rice seeds you produce. Yes. Liu immediately bowed in gratitude to Emperor Taizong, then watched as Emperor Taizong and Cheng Yaojin left. Just with the hybrid rice alone, they're already this excited. I wonder, when I introduce the potato, will they go crazy with excitement? Liu was somewhat excited. Speaking of which, how did they predict this drought? Divination? Or some other method? Liu ceased dwelling on these matters. Lu Xue stepped out. How can you speak of such things? Lu Xue grabbed Liu's hand. If you want land, we can completely buy it slowly. Why make such a promise? Liu looked at Lu Xue with some confusion, understanding her concern for him. Then he patted Lu Xue's head. There's no need to worry. I can fulfill my promises. It's not just 3 times. Even 10 times might be achievable with this hybrid rice. Liu said with extreme confidence. Yet Lu Xue looked worriedly at Liu. She thought to herself, even my teacher couldn't accomplish this. Although you're very capable, Liu, suddenly multiplying current yields by so many times is highly impractical. If you can't achieve it, you risk beheading. Regardless, let him work it out himself first. If that emperor truly harms Liu, he'll have to step over my corpse first. Lu Xue secretly vowed in her heart. 2 hours later, I wonder when my good-for-nothing old man will send those fields over to me. Liu lay in the lounge chair, speaking idly with nothing better to do. At this moment, a notice was posted on the walls of the capital city. The gist of it was that those who owned land in the capital were to surrender it within 2 days. They would receive some compensation if they handed it over. Otherwise, the Imperial Guard would come knocking. Progress of acquiring lands in the capital, 100%. Reward, 1 million points. Wati. Liu immediately jumped up from his recliner. My adoptive father is working fast enough. Liu chuckled and then thought, 10,000 points? Or several tens of thousands of points. Liu stealthily opened the system interface. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Liu's breathing suddenly became rapid. 1 million. Wati. So now I can exchange for how many things? Liu instantly felt breathless, his whole body heating up. There were so many good things available in the system store. However, at the moment, Liu had nothing he really needed, so he suppressed his urge to splurge immediately. I don't have any urgent needs right now, so let me save these 1 million points. Otherwise, what if there's something I need later and I have no points left? Liu understood clearly that though 1 million points seemed like a lot, when buying things, it wouldn't last long. Therefore, one must spend wisely where it counts most and avoid unnecessary purchases for now. Shui. Liu suddenly remembered Lu Xue's younger brother, Lu Zhua. Hearing Liu call her, Lu Xue rushed over at once. What's wrong? Lu Xue thought Liu must be facing some urgent matter since he called her with such urgency. How is your younger brother? Liu asked earnestly. Now, I have the means to cure your brother. However, the cost could be significant. If regular medicine can heal him, I'll use it, but if not, I will certainly spare no expense in procuring whatever is needed to save your brother. Chapter 145, The Crown Prince. Lu Xue's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Liu, I am truly so grateful to you. Saying this, she was about to kneel down. Hey. Liu quickly stopped Lu Xue. I've said it before, there's no need for kneeling between us. Aren't you my friend? Yes. Lu Xue had never met anyone who treated their maid as kindly as Liu did. After all, she and her younger brother voluntarily became Liu's servants. But Liu showed no airs at all. He really treated them like friends. Lu Xue couldn't figure out why Liu was so good to her. Li Yu, I can't think of a way to repay you. However, after eating the golden strawberries last time, Lu Zhua's health has improved greatly. I believe in not too long, Lu Zhua will be completely recovered. So you didn't have to go through such great trouble to specifically treat Lu Zhua. Li Yu nodded. Here are 2 golden strawberries. Take them to Lu Zhua. But remember, do not let others know about these golden strawberries. Li Yu said seriously. Of course. Lu Shuai lightly touched Li Yu's face and then ran towards Lu Zhua's room. Yun, this land, it's already yours. Hurry up and cultivate the seeds. Emperor Taizong actually personally came to Li Yu's residence to find him. Alright, Li Yu now had a headache. Although he knew the principle of hybrid rice, it takes time to breed the hybrid rice seeds. However, Emperor Taizong would need large quantities of seeds in just a few months. Now, they could only plant some hybrid rice in the field to make it look genuine. Later on, he just needed to quietly replace those that couldn't sprout with the ones that could germinate. Another big amount of points. But compared to the points required for unlocking 100% of the land rewards in the capital city, these points are nothing but sprinkles. Several months later, it was time to harvest the hybrid rice planted in the fields. Emperor Taizong even personally came to the fields, watching the waves of golden crops which relaxed his furrowed brows due to the Turkic invasions. How much is the yield per acre? Emperor Taizong asked. However, he already had an estimate in mind. The seeds for hybrid rice had produced larger and fuller ears of rice than any he had ever seen before. Seeing the huge piles of hybrid rice seeds, Emperor Taizong couldn't help but laugh heartily. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. An official responsible for counting was already sobbing and choking while reporting to Emperor Taizong. 2,000 caddies of grain. Your Majesty, this rice yields 2,000 caddies per acre. The official fell to his knees. The famine victims are saved. It's simply divine magic. Your Majesty truly is blessed by the heavens. Our great Tang dynasty having you as emperor is simply our greatest fortune. Hearing this flattery from the official below and the joyful harvest, Emperor Taizong felt extremely satisfied. So many seeds, how much food can be grown? This is truly a miracle. Emperor Taizong thought to himself. Haha, good. 10-fold increase in yield. I am pleased. Come here. Taizong waved his hand grandly. 2 old eunuchs immediately rushed out, kneeling in front of Taizong. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Amnesty throughout the empire. Malefactors shall join the military. Others set free. Taizong stated firmly. Understood. The 2 eunuchs replied, scribbling down the orders swiftly. Amnesty throughout the empire. What does amnesty throughout the empire mean? This is something that only happens when an emperor ascends the throne or during major celebrations. At this moment, except for political criminals who oppose imperial authority, everyone else would receive a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And Taizong had also said, malefactors shall join the military, while the rest will be released. Malefactors join the army? Li Yu suddenly realized something was wrong. The Tang dynasty already had plenty of soldiers. Now, letting malefactors join the army, what exactly were they planning? Looking at Li Yu, Taizong's gaze softened. During this period of growing hybrid rice, the bond between Taizong and Li Yu strengthened rapidly. Taizong cared for Li Yu more than he did his own crown prince. As for the crown prince, he sensed an unusual sense of crisis, and this crisis seemed to be about to unfold. Taizong approached Li Yu and whispered softly. Yun, if I make you the crown prince, what do you think? What the heck? Li Yu was completely dumbfounded. Everyone stood up their ears, attentively listening to every word Taizong was about to say next. The 2 old eunuchs exchanged a significant glance, the unspoken implication clear. The times, they are about to change. What did it mean that at this moment, Li Shimin was thinking of establishing Li Yu as crown prince? It meant he was preparing to pass on the entire empire to him. It wasn't like with Li Xiuxian. Li Xiuxian had been chosen because his mother was favored and because of his seniority in age, thus being appointed crown prince. As for Li Yu, he had risen step by step through his own capabilities, gaining Li Shimin's admiration. Father Emperor, I just love farming. I have no ambition for power. Li Yu hastened to protest. Joking aside, he had little base of support here. Behind him stood probably only Princess Xuanhuan, and among his subordinates were very few capable men. If he accepted the position of crown prince now, he might lose his mind. Moreover, Li Yu didn't actually want to become crown prince. Living peacefully, tilling the land, enjoying good food. Wasn't that comfortable enough? Why go bother competing for the throne? Li Shimin fell silent for a while, perhaps realizing that naming Li Yu as crown prince right now would be inappropriate. He then said, fine, since your heart is not set upon it, let it rest. But, I must certainly reward you with something. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. Consider it well, and later, come make your request. Father Emperor, there is indeed one thing I dare to request. Li Yu's eyes lit up. If Li Shimin was willing to hand over the empire, surely he would consent to his marriage to Princess Xuanhuan? Oh, Li Shimin chuckled as he looked at Li Yu. Speak, your wish shall be granted, even if you desire to be made a feudal prince. No, your son has no such ambitions, Li Yu quickly explained and whispered into Li Shimin's ear. Father Emperor, with Princess Xuanhuan. Li Shimin gazed at Li Yu with a complex expression. In fact, I've known this for some time already. Let's wait a bit longer. Yes. Li Yu felt somewhat puzzled. Why was Li Shimin neither refusing nor accepting? What exactly did he mean? Was he asking Li Yu to wait another couple years? Chapter 146, Demoted to a Commoner. Could it be? Li Yu suddenly brightened and chuckled inwardly. Let's go? Let's hunt. Li Shimin waved his hand and laughed. Yes, my lord. Li Yu nodded and followed along. Not long after, News that Emperor Li Shimin wanted to appoint Li Yu as the crown prince reached the crown prince Li Chengqian's ears. I see. You may leave. Li Chengqian told the messenger in a calm tone, continuing to drink wine on his own. No one could detect even the slightest ripple of emotion on his face. Yes. After speaking, the messenger left the palace of the crown prince. You all step back. The crown prince ordered with a voice cold as ice. The dancers and guards quickly left the hall. Bang! Li Chengqian kicked over the table in front of him, grabbed a scimitar from the side, and began hacking furiously at the wooden table. Ah! Li Chengqian roared like a wild beast, slashing madly at the table. Damn it! Li Chengqian roared red-faced. Just because Li Yu came up with that stupid rice idea, father so favors him that he wants to give me up for him. Why should I? Is it just because my leg is somewhat inconvenient? Li Chengqian screamed as he threw the scimitar toward the doorway. The blade rang out with a clang as it embedded itself in the doorframe. After more than half an hour, Li Chengqian had vented all his anger. Humph! Li Yu, your fame is at its peak right now. Besides, if father just mentioned making you crown prince and then I killed you, he would inevitably bear resentment towards me. But I can mess with you from other aspects. The pupils of Li Chengqian's eyes became as cold as wolves on the prairie. Servants! Li Chengqian shouted loudly. Several shadowy figures instantly dropped down from the roof beams and knelt silently on the ground. Go and investigate for me. Dig up everything about Li Yu. Every person and every matter connected to him. Report everything back to me in detail. Li Chengqian roared angrily. Yes. Several black-clothed individuals disappeared on the spot. Li Yu, haha, you're not fit to be crown prince. Upon returning from hunting, Li Yu and Li Shimin slept until noon the next day. When Li Yu woke up, he saw Lu Shui waiting by the door. Shui. Li Yu was a little confused as to why Shui was waiting outside his room door early in the morning. What's wrong? Li Yu wiped the corner of his eye and asked. Li Yu, take a look yourself. Lu Shui handed a piece of paper to Li Yu. It was a copied notice. After reading it, Li Yu immediately frowned. Prepare the horse. I need to go to Yu's place now. It turned out that this notice said that due to some wrongdoing by Princess Yu, the emperor's wrath had been provoked, and she was demoted to a commoner, and the emperor no longer recognized her as his adopted daughter. Within 10 minutes, Li Yu arrived at the princess's residence, which was already being emptied of belongings. And Yu, seeing Yu on the carriage, Li Yu quickly climbed inside. He immediately grasped Yu's hands. No, now only Yu, and concernedly asked, what have you done? Why has father reduced you to a commoner? This is not a place to talk. I'll tell you when we're on the road. And Yu drew the carriage curtains and windows shut tightly, her face smiling, but her tone purposefully low and somber. All right, Li Yu was utterly puzzled. How could Yu be so inexplicably demoted? After all, if there were ever a ranking of the few most favored by Emperor Li Shimin, Yu would certainly have a spot. After riding in the carriage for quite a while, and having seen no buildings anymore, Li Yu finally spoke. Can you say it now? Princess Yu laid out a piece of paper and began writing feverishly on it. This matter is thanks to you. Princess Yu wrote in very neat handwriting. Huh. Li Yu knit his brows, full of questions. Grabbing the pen, he wrote back. What does it have to do with me? Weren't you the one who suggested our marriage to father? And Yu took another pen and replied. Oh. Li Yu laughed heartily. I get it. Perfect. Li Yu scribbled in a flurry, reflecting his excitement through these characters. It's just, you'll have to endure a bit of hardship for some time. Li Yu suddenly hugged Princess Yu tightly, kissing her lips repeatedly like pecking chicks. It's fine. Not at all a hardship. Princess Yu murmured into Li Yu's ear. As long as we can get married, this tiny bit of hardship doesn't count for anything, does it? However, I will be returning to my original tribe soon, and we probably won't see each other for a long time. Princess Yu stared into Li Yu's eyes and asked, will you change your heart? No, Li Yu, swear that I will love you forever. Otherwise, may heaven strike me 5 times. Li Yu immediately raised his right hand to swear. But Princess Yu quickly covered Li Yu's mouth with her hand. You fool, don't say such things. Have you heard me? You can take concubines, but I must be your legal wife. Do you understand? Princess Yu looked into Li Yu's eyes and asked. Li Yu nodded heavily. Once again on a hunting trip, Li Yu grinned as he looked at Emperor Li Shimin and said, Thank you, Father Emperor. Yun, don't be so formal. Li Shimin smiled, and then drew his bow, letting the arrow fly with a swoosh, and a deer fell down promptly. The hybrid rice seeds you've come up with have already been distributed, and this pleases me greatly. Li Shimin then slightly furrowed his brows, seemingly looking for a target or maybe pondering something else. However, it seems like the Tujua haven't been behaving recently. Tujua, Li Yu blinked his eyes. Are they harassing our borders again? Yes, they're just like mosquitoes, quite bothersome indeed. Li Shimin chuckled. Perhaps they think that due to prolonged drought in our Tang Empire, there will surely be food shortages, leading us to ignore their plunder. Shortage of food? Li Yu smirked. What kind of joke is that? Once the hybrid rice matures, I'm sure this famine year will turn into a bountiful harvest year. That's right. Hence I believe it's necessary to remind these wolf cubs who they are dealing with. Li Shimin looked at Li Yu and asked, How do you feel about this, Yun? Li Yu quickly pretended to be ignorant. I don't know much about these affairs, and anyway, matters of such importance should be decided by your majesty. Ho ho, you crafty guy. Li Shimin chuckled. If I were to speak my mind, after the crops mature, we will definitely make those wolves feel the pain. Chapter 147. Just dazzling fireworks. After hunting with Emperor Taizong, Li Yu was thinking, does Emperor Taizong think that since he has enough food, it's time to fight with the Tujue? What's wrong? Looking so worried, Lu Xue walked over to Li Yu with a basin of fresh fruit, dressed like a virtuous young wife. Li Yu relaxed his frowning brows and smiled at Lu Xue dressed in her maternal housewife attire. Nothing, just that there might be a war. War. Lu Xue also looked at Li Yu with some confusion. War with whom? Lu Xue put the fruit beside Li Yu's table, picking out the best-looking one and placing it near Li Yu's mouth. Will you have to go to the battlefield? Go to the battlefield? Li Yu laughed. Aside from street fights, I seem to have no combat experience. If I kill my way up now, wouldn't I just be sending myself as prey to the enemy? So why are you worried? Lu Xue immediately let out a tinkling laugh, feeding him the fruit. The army of the Tang dynasty has always been invincible in every battle. What do you have to worry about? You're right, Li Yu stroked his chin. However, I intend to get involved in this war. After all, every soldier in the Tang army is a treasure. It would be best to minimize casualties as much as possible. What do you plan to do? Lu Xue blinked her big eyes curiously. Li Yu gave a mysterious smile and pulled out a small packet from under the table. Guess, what is this? Fireworks. They're very beautiful. Lu Xue's eyes curved like a crescent moon. But, I really can't figure out how this thing relates to war. Indeed. Li Yu helplessly smiled in his heart. People at this time still viewed gunpowder merely as entertainment, never paying attention to its immense power. This is just ordinary gunpowder. Lighting it up only creates dazzling fireworks. Li Yu lit the gunpowder with a fire striker. Immediately, brilliant fireworks appeared before Li Yu and Lu Xue. Li Yu affectionately held Lu Xue's hand and asked, but, besides the glow, did you notice anything else? Lu Xue seemed puzzled. What other use could fireworks have besides creating beautiful light? Of course, Li Yu pointed at the smoke produced by the fireworks. When these fireworks are lit, a lot of gas is produced, but this gas cannot be directly seen by the naked eye. Gas. Lu Xue's confusion deepened. What exactly is gas? Breathing, you must know that. Li Yu scratched his head, trying to explain the knowledge of gunpowder explosions to Lu Xue with the most vivid examples. Yes. Lu Xue nodded, her eyes full of thirst for knowledge, looking exceptionally cute. The things you inhale into your lungs are gases. When you inhale these gases into your lungs, aren't your lungs expanded? Li Yu patiently explained step by step. This shows that gases can push things apart, doesn't it? Like what the blacksmith uses. If a closed space suddenly fills with a large amount of gas, and only one direction is slightly loose while everything else is made of unbreakable materials, won't the gas rush toward that direction? Yes. Li Yu smiled contentedly, having almost finished explaining the principle. Now let me show you something else. Li Yu took out a short piece of steel pipe with only one open end. Come, help me drill a small hole here, smaller than a flute's air vent. Lu Xue didn't know what use it had, but she followed through. Here. After finishing, Lu Xue handed the processed steel pipe to Li Yu. Li Yu inserted a small bag of gunpowder into the bottom of the steel pipe, then added a steel ball roughly the same diameter as the pipe. A piece of wool treated in the gunpowder was inserted into the small hole Lu Xue just created. Look at that wooden door. Li Yu pointed at the wooden door and placed the steel pipe on the ground. Cover your ears. As he spoke, Li Yu ignited the strand of wool. Sizzle. The wool burned down quickly. Bang. With a loud sound, the end of the steel pipe emitted a puff of bluish smoke and rolled to one side. It's been such a long time since I've done this kind of play. Li Yu laughed. Indeed, it had been a long time since he played such games. Even in the world he used to be in, he hadn't played these childhood games for a long time. Back in his childhood, Li Yu often did the same thing to the glass windows of the neighboring Old Nyo family. As a result, every New Year's celebration was marked by the inevitable punishment for breaking Old Nyo's window. Li Yu's posterior would always be beaten until it flowered. Is that all? Lu Xue's crystal-clear eyes were brimming with confusion as she looked at Li Yu's mischievous actions that resembled those of a playful child. The difference was that most playful children wouldn't have the money to purchase gunpowder or steel pipes for such games. You see that wooden door? For a moment, Li Yu even suspected if Lu Xue wasn't also from the modern era crossing over, given how her mouth had casually thrown out such a sarcastic line as, is that all? However, when this phrase came out of Lu Xue's mouth, it carried no other meaning. Wooden door? Following Li Yu's finger, Lu Xue glanced in its direction. Is there an assassin? Lu Xue, spotting a hole the size of a thumb in the wooden door, instinctively placed her hand on the sword at her waist, alertly looking around, ready to escort Li Yu back inside the house. Ha ha ha. Li Yu burst out laughing, amused by Lu Xue's antics. Don't be nervous, there's no assassin. That hole. It was made by the small ball inside the steel pipe. Could that little ball have such power? Lu Xue's mouth gaped wide open, astonished as she ran over to closely inspect the wooden door. This is divine skill. Having just been taught the principle behind firearms by Li Yu, Lu Xue now firmly believed his words. Still, it's hard to imagine that such beautiful fireworks could be used as a weapon of killing. Gunners can be trained much faster than archers, and their firepower is immense. Li Yu laughed heartily. This is truly incredible, Lu Xue said, picking up the steel pipe. What do you think? How does this compare to the bow and arrow? Li Yu tilted his neck, ready to hear Lu Xue's praises. Though highly innovative, Snow Yi finds it somewhat inappropriate, Lu Xue said very bluntly. Chapter 148, Returning Home. Why? Li Yu looked at Lu Xue with confusion and muttered to himself. This thing has been used for who knows how many years. It's not waterproof, and the large amount of gunpowder makes it prone to explosion, which can harm our own troops. Lu Xue said. No problem, this can be improved. This is just a basic level of firelock, Li Yu replied, thinking that Lu Shui might have something else on her mind, waving his hand. Just then, Xue Dating suddenly rushed over. Master, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? Rushing about like this, what kind of propriety is this? Li Yu looked at Xue Dating with a bitter smile. Emolian, she has run into trouble. Xue Dating exclaimed. Emolian. After so long had passed, Li Yu almost couldn't remember who Emolian was. 30,000 taels. After much thought, Xue Dating suddenly blurted out such an answer. Oh, Li Yu immediately realized. I remember now. That unfortunate woman. But, what does her misfortune have to do with me? Li Yu said with some bewilderment. And talking about terrible things really scared me. Xue Dating hesitated for a moment and said, She will be your future steward's wife. Grass. Li Yu scratched his head until it hurt, and still couldn't imagine how this honest guy managed to charm Emolian. What happened? Since Emolian would be the future wife of his unlucky steward, he realized he truly needed to get involved in this matter. Is your petty cash account not enough to handle this? There haven't been any customers in her shop for quite some time. Suddenly, Xue Dating leaned forward and whispered by Li Yu's ear. It was ordered by the Crown Prince. Absolutely true. Li Yu instantly felt a headache. This Crown Prince probably wanted to take revenge on him. And this Emolian, likely because of Xue Dating, was considered one of his people. This Crown Prince considers me an enemy. Li Yu slapped his forehead and waved his hands. Prepare my horse. To the Crown Prince's mansion. To the Crown Prince's mansion? Lu Shui was somewhat surprised. Li Yu, if you go to the Crown Prince's mansion, I'm not sure if I could protect you. But I can guarantee you, before I die, no one will hurt you. Li Yu immediately found himself torn between laughter and tears as he patted Lu Shui's head. I'm going to the Crown Prince's mansion, not to stir up trouble. Why are you so nervous? I'm giving him gifts. Can he eat me? Giving gifts? Are you going to give those strawberries? Lu Shui asked with some suspicion. Of course, Li Yu knew what kind of strawberries Lu Shui was referring to, golden strawberries. Not possible. There aren't many people who can eat my strawberries for free. Li Yu waved his hand. I'm going to give him these fireworks. Lu Shui's brows immediately knitted tightly, rushing to Li Yu's ear and whispering. Are you planning to assassinate the Crown Prince? Let me handle this. Under no circumstances should you do this yourself. What nonsense are you thinking? Li Yu rolled his eyes. I'm giving him something that will please his majesty. This way, he won't fear me vying for the position of the Crown Prince. Huh. Lu Shui was very confused. Why are you giving such a great achievement to the Crown Prince? I don't even want to fight for being the Crown Prince. These achievements mean nothing to me. Let me just be a carefree young king tending fields here. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Shui's eyes, thinking to herself. How come you don't have even a bit of ambition? I am truly a little disappointed. Li Yu noticed Lu Shui's unusual behavior and asked. Shui, are you feeling unwell somewhere? No, let's go. Lu Shui quickly adjusted her mood and smiled. All right then. Li Yu no longer dwelled on this matter, assuming it might be because Lu Shui was moody due to her period. Crown Prince, Prince Qi requests an audience. A servant approached the Crown Prince and reported softly. Let him in later, preferably when he's almost desperate. Then say, I need to properly tidy up my attire to solemnly welcome him. The corner of the Crown Prince's mouth lifted slightly. So fast to break down and beg for forgiveness? Haha, such a weak opponent indeed. If Li Yu heard the Crown Prince Li Xiuxian's words, he would probably die laughing on the spot. Because Li Yu never had any desire to become some fake Crown Prince. He just wanted to be a free-spirited young king. How come he hasn't come out yet? Li Yu sat inside the carriage waiting by the door, constantly fidgeting with his fingers. Is there anything in this world that can entertain oneself? If I had a phone, I wouldn't mind waiting for you a bit. The problem is, there's nothing here, and I can't create one. Li Yu said helplessly. Prince Qi, Crown Prince requests you to wait outside a moment. He says he needs to tidy up his attire solemnly to welcome you. The servant said, emphasizing the words Crown Prince. I suddenly remembered something urgent. Maybe another day. Li Yu laughed and ordered the coachman. Let's head back home. And thus, leaving the servant standing alone in the wind with disarrayed thoughts. The servant. His head was full of question marks. This guy wasn't following the script. In the servant's mind, Li Yu should be extremely panicked, bribing him with some favors, and then inquiring about the Crown Prince's attitude. But now he was just heading back? What did it mean? Li Yu, why are you going back? Are you planning to compete with that Crown Prince? Lu Shui asked while sitting inside the carriage at an unknown time. Li Yu let out an unsatisfied hum. This guy doesn't appreciate my good intention. I personally came to give him a great gift, and he comes up with such a ridiculous excuse to evade me. Isn't this making fun of me? If that's how he wants it, why should I bother being polite with him? Let's go. We'll see his face when I directly present firearms to his majesty and show how much more difficult it would look compared to swallowing a cockroach. Lu Shui felt joy welling up within her heart. Could it be that Li Yu finally started harboring ambitions for the throne? This was simply marvelous. The man she loved must possess such ambition. If Li Yu truly became emperor, then she would become the emperor's woman. Meanwhile, the servant scurried back to report to the Crown Prince. What kind of expression did that person have? Li Xiuxian smiled as if everything was under his control. Reporting to the Crown Prince, the servant hesitated, not knowing how to put it. Prince Qi didn't seem happy and has already left. Chapter 149, Li Xiuxian's arrangement. What? Crown Prince Li Xiuxian abruptly stood up from his seat. You say that guy left? Li Xiuxian looked incredulously at the attendant below and asked. The attendant hurriedly said, Your Highness, every word I've said is true. If there's any falsehood, get out. Li Xiuxian bellowed furiously. Yes. The attendant immediately scrambled away from the hall. The despicable guy, shouldn't he be kneeling at my feet like Qiu Ro? Li Xiuxian frowned tightly, unable to fathom why Li Yu, who originally came to beg for mercy, would dare to leave directly. It was a provocation of him, pure and simple. Someone. In the next moment, several black-clothed men dropped down from the roof beam. Your Highness. At this point, someone suddenly pushed the door open from the outside, as if there was something very important to report. However, when this person saw those black-clothed people, they immediately panicked and were about to shout assassin. But they were stopped by Crown Prince Li Xiuxian. Speak. Li Xiuxian looked indifferently at the servant, with an expression that made it seem like he was looking at a dead man. Men dispatched have reported that Prince Qi's direction was towards the palace, and the route was very straight, confirming that Prince Qi went to the palace, likely to see the emperor. The servant trembled under the gaze of the few black-clothed people while speaking. I see. Is there anything else? Li Xiuxian turned around, no longer looking at the unfortunate servant. No. The servant bowed. Crown Prince Li Xiuxian waved his hand. Did you all hear? He said he has nothing more to report. A black-clothed person had already quietly come behind this servant. This black-clothed person killed him on the spot without any delay, and this servant died unjustifiably. Some secrets are not allowed for anyone to know. Crown Prince Li Xiuxian didn't even turn his head and walked straight towards his chair. When he turned around again, the entire hall had become normal, as if that servant had never appeared at all. There was only a faint trace of blood odor in the seams of the floor. This guy has gone to see Father Emperor, but I don't know what for. He has received my warning, yet he still did not heed it. Maybe I should warn him with a stronger method. Li Xiuxian's face was extremely unpleasant, as if someone owed him $80 million. You few, go to Prince Qi's mansion and slaughter one person. This statement was casual, as if a life was worth nothing to him. Indeed, in the eyes of people like them, perhaps a human life was no different from grass. In a blink of an eye, those people disappeared from the room. They came and went without a trace. If it were someone else, at least they'd acknowledge or respond. However, these people, if they wanted to speak, couldn't. Because they were Crown Prince Li Xiuxian's loyal death followers who fundamentally couldn't talk. Their vocal cords had been tampered with long ago. Thus, they were incapable of opening their mouths to speak. Even their hands were modified. Their weapons had already merged with their arms, so even if they wanted to write, they could not. And at this moment, Li Yu had already arrived outside the palace, unwilling to offer the technology of the musket to his nominal father, Emperor Taizong. Would you please inform someone that I have some things to present to His Majesty? Li Yu got off the carriage and smiled at the guards. Ah, it's His Royal Highness Prince Qi. The Emperor has already informed us. If you are here for a visit, there's no need for notification. You can proceed directly. The guard bowed to Li Yu and chuckled. It was reasonable, after all, considering Li Yu's current influence. It was pretty normal for the Emperor to issue such instructions. In that case, thank you. Here are just some small fruits for your enjoyment. Li Yu casually took out some fruits. Then we thank His Royal Highness Prince Qi. After saying that, Li Yu stepped into the palace. The carriage and others remained outside waiting. Upon arriving where Emperor Taizong resided, the eunuchs entered early to announce. Upon seeing Li Yu, they warmly greeted him. Let me see what treasures you have brought for me this time. Emperor Taizong laughed heartily as he sat on his chair, looking at Li Yu with a mysterious smile on his face. This time, your humble son comes to see Father Emperor, naturally with something to offer, but this treasure isn't suitable to showcase indoors. Kindly request that Father Emperor step outside the hall. Li Yu smiled cordially. Oh, Emperor Taizong's eyes immediately gleamed with golden light, eagerly anticipating the treasure mentioned by Li Yu. Let's go. I hope your treasure can give me a great surprise. Li Xiuxian wasted no time and walked out immediately. Yun, why don't you hint to me beforehand what this treasure is that you intend to present? The majesty that Li Xiuxian displayed in front of others had now turned into affectionate warmth as he observed Li Yu closely. Li Yu relaxed somewhat from his initial stiffness and playfully said, Please forgive your son for keeping the suspense for now, but I can tell Father Emperor one thing. It concerns military affairs. That's splendid. I'm eager to see how your treasure can shine brilliantly within our army. Outside, Li Yu once again revealed to Emperor Taizong the same marvel he had shown Lu Shui at his residence. Li Xiuxian remained silent for a long while before solemnly instructing Li Yu. This must not be disclosed to anyone outside, understand? Yes. Li Yu nodded. This device is powerful enough to possibly replace the bow and arrow. It might even surpass them. Li Xiuxian stroked his beard thoughtfully. I wish to employ such a device as a secret weapon, so please do not reveal it too early. I understand, Father Emperor. Li Yu responded gravely. Is there anyone else who knows about this matter? Li Xiuxian asked further. For instance, any servants under your estate? But rest assured, afterward, I will send some new trusted aides to you. Li Xiuxian's voice turned icy. Li Yu naturally knew what his new father was implying after, meaning to have all people aware of this secret killed. Li Yu glanced around, noticing the few young eunuchs who had initially accompanied him and Emperor Taizong were now nowhere to be seen. It was likely they had been dragged away to be silenced already. Deep down inside, the slight sense of familiarity and kinship Li Yu once felt toward Li Xiuxian vanished completely. Chapter 150, Assassination. Yoer, when will your weapon be mass-produced? Emperor Li Xiuxian asked. Prince Li Yu respectfully replied. Your Majesty, the technology of this thing is both simple and complicated. If we only pursue quantity, it can be mass-produced quickly, but if we pursue quality, it will take some time. However, even if we only focus on quantity, I can ensure that it will be more effective in the hands of regular soldiers than a bow and arrow. How long does it take to train a musketeer? Li Shimin asked again. Li Yu raised one finger. A year. Li Shimin immediately became unexpectedly delighted. Do you know, it takes 3 years to train a qualified archer. Yoer, you are constantly bringing surprises to me. Li Shimin was pleased, and his intention to name Li Yu as crown prince became stronger. After all, Li Chengqian's behavior had become increasingly erratic, seemingly respectful on the surface. But behind the scenes, he didn't respect anyone, including his teachers or me. Erratic and hypocritical, this kind of son was what Li Shimin disliked the most. On the other hand, Li Yu was different. He looked much more appealing, although his maternal family had done some wrongs, but those wrongs didn't truly threaten him. Moreover, the ringleaders have already been dealt with. Most importantly, Li Yu has consistently shown no desire to compete for anything. Li Shimin was like this, for everything except the throne. If you wanted something, you could go ahead and try for it, and perhaps he would give it to you. But if you don't want it, he definitely wouldn't give it. As for the throne, it wasn't the same. Even if you want it, it's not certain that you will get it, and there might even be harsh punishment awaiting you. However, if you, like Li Yu, keep providing so many valuable contributions, at this point, if you don't want it, then Li Shimin probably wants to give it to you even more. Li Yu smiled and shook his head. Father, you're mistaken. It's an hour, he said with an exaggerated expression. This thing is really very simple. Just align 3 points into one line, and you can hit the target within a certain distance. Li Yu slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It was a sense of technological superiority. Seeing Li Shimin's astonished look, Li Yu felt an unusual sense of satisfaction inside. Look, Your Majesty, though you're the emperor, the supposed highest being, you still don't know as much about this stuff as I do, right? Good. Li Shimin slapped the table approvingly. I believe every word you say, Yo, but I'm feeling a little itchy. Why don't you teach me how to use this? Li Shimin took the crude gun barrel from Li Yu's hand as he spoke. You simply need to align 3 points, your rear aiming point, front aiming point, and the target point. Li Yu explained patiently while loading the gunpowder for Li Shimin. All right, Your Majesty, you can fire now. A loud bang resounded through the air, accompanied by smoke filling Li Shimin's study. The vase shattered upon impact. Li Shimin, however, was thrilled like a child, grinning widely without a trace of imperial dignity. He looked like a mischievous old man completely immersed in his game. Haha, impressive. Li Shimin roared with laughter while Li Yu looked at the broken vase, his heart bleeding. What a wasteful person. Li Yu silently complained in his mind. After all, how could there be ordinary things in Li Shimin's royal study? The least valuable vase here would likely fetch a sky-high price at auction in later generations, potentially worth hundreds of millions. Father, let me go back and further study these things. I'll take my leave now. Li Yu no longer wanted to stay here and listen to the sound of vases breaking. Fine, but tell me first how to mix this gunpowder. Li Shimin clung onto Li Yu's sleeve like a child asking his parents to buy a toy. Father, mixing gunpowder is similar to making fireworks. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, but it's not something to mess around with. What if it hurts you? That would be bad, Li Yu anxiously said. Remember, if there is enough gunpowder, even the strongest person in the world would find it hard to withstand its power directly. In Li Yu's mind, scenes of nuclear blasts from his previous life flashed before him. I will be careful. Li Shimin dismissed the warning offhandedly. Not long after, Li Yu arrived at the east gate of the palace, boarded his carriage, and headed towards his residence. However, the moment they stepped inside, Li Yu and Lu Xue sensed something strange. It's too quiet. Li Yu squinted his eyes and said, while Lu Xue had already drawn her sword from her waist. Swoosh. An arrow swiftly shot toward Lu Xue's face. Clang. Lu Xue easily deflected the arrow with her sword. In the next moment, several black-clad men appeared around them like ghosts, encircling Li Yu and Lu Xue. They were Li Chengqian's assassins, sent to Prince Qi's residence to kill as a warning for Li Yu. If Li Yu didn't even know about it, wouldn't this person die in vain? Therefore, they intended to carry out the killing right in front of Li Yu. To them, Lu Xue, who stood by Li Yu, was just a maid skilled in some martial arts. But they hadn't expected that Lu Xue would deflect the arrow so effortlessly. So, they had no choice but to reveal themselves, using what they believed to be their superior skills in close combat, to kill Lu Xue in the most brutal and bloody way possible. Run! Without hesitation, Li Yu fled toward the bustling street. When being attacked, rushing back into his own residence would be suicide. There were no experts inside his house. Only by running to the crowded streets could these assassins be made hesitant. Li Yu, don't worry. I can handle these guys. Lu Xue patted Li Yu's arm, signaling him to relax a bit. But, we need to reach the corner. Otherwise, I won't be able to defend against attacks from all directions at once, nor will I be able to protect you. Lu Xue grabbed Li Yu's arm and flung him into a 90-degree wall corner. Then, her petite frame shielded Li Yu. Li Yu couldn't help but feel an intense surge of warmth in his heart. Although Lu Xue was small in stature, in Li Yu's eyes, she was like a towering iron fortress standing before him. He felt overwhelming safety. However, Li Yu didn't really like this feeling. How could a grown man always rely on a woman for protection? Li Yu couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Chapter 151, Morning Court. Li Yu could not possibly upgrade his techniques inside the system store right now, because if he did, he would be unable to fight for a period of time, so incapable that even fleeing wouldn't be an option. How could he abandon Lu Xue in such a predicament? Li Yu felt strange. Why had the group of assassins attacked Lu Xue instead of him from the start? Could it be they wanted to capture him alive? As for who had sent these assassins, it was more likely to be Crown Prince Li Xiuxian. Of course, it might also be Yin Hongji's former subordinates. However, Liu preferred to believe these people were sent by Crown Prince Li Xiuxian and chuckled inwardly. This prince is too impatient. His obstinate and brutal character is just like what's written in history books. Though Liu was surrounded by several assassins at this moment, he didn't worry one bit. Because over the past half year, Lu Shuai had eaten countless golden strawberries, her power far surpassing those minor assassins. As expected, within less than half a minute, Lu Shuai effortlessly eliminated most of the assassins and critically injured one, planning to extract some intelligence from this assassin. But this assassin was quite determined, about to commit suicide without a word. Nevertheless, how could Lu Shuai allow someone far weaker than herself to succeed in committing suicide in front of her eyes? Shuai, tie him up. Liu waved his hand, indicating Lu Shuai to bind him first. Yes. Lu Shuai, seemingly finding a rope somewhere, quickly bound this assassin. Leisurely, Liu approached the man and squatted down. I ask you answer. Unless I question, don't say anything else. Liu looked at this assassin curiously, as though he detected a trace of liberation in his eyes. Who sent you? Is it the Crown Prince? After a brief moment of thought, Liu asked this question. Surprisingly, the assassin nodded. Liu was startled. He'd imagined many interrogation tactics, but ended up not using any. The man confessed without even being threatened. Do you have anything else to say? Liu asked. Considering the man's critical state, it was impossible for him to use golden strawberries to heal this man. It would already be generous enough not to stab him through with a sword for wanting to kill him. All right then, you can go peacefully. Liu pulled out an ordinary strawberry somewhere intending to shove it into the man's mouth. However, when Liu pulled down the man's veil, he realized that the man's lips were actually stitched shut. There was only a cherry-sized small hole left. Liu couldn't imagine how cruel Li Xiuxian must have been to treat those working under him in such a horrifying manner. Liu cut the strawberry into small pieces and inserted them into the man's mouth, allowing him to savor its sweetness. Meanwhile, Liu signaled to Lu Shuai, standing behind the assassin. Lu Shuai immediately grasped the situation, snapping the assassin's neck with a snap, yet the man still maintained a sense of relieved happiness on his face even as he died. This Crown Prince, absolutely brilliant. Liu sighed deeply. He could barely fathom the inner darkness of Crown Prince Li Xiuxian. Look, these people have their weapons bonded to their bones, Lu Shuai said, lifting the assassin's arm as she spoke. Completely heartless, Liu sneered. At least it won't be him who becomes emperor, Liu murmured. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai grew excited, thinking Liu implied something about his own potential ascent to the throne. The next day during the morning court, there were reports about disturbances caused by Goguryeo. Excellent. Emperor Taizong laughed lightly. It seems these fellows are still unafraid of me. To dare to harass us at such a crucial moment is utterly ridiculous. Taizong was that kind of person. If Goguryeo had difficulties due to food shortages, all they had to do was behave humbly towards Taizong, and he would generously send food supplies over. But this Goguryeo dared to disturb our borders. Wasn't this asking for death? I wonder, my noble ministers, what your thoughts are. Taizong looked down on the civil and military officials below, his expression unreadable, making it impossible to guess his emotions or intentions. Sire, I suggest attacking Goguryeo, this disobedient little wolf pup. We should annihilate them outright, removing a thorn from our northern side. A man dressed in black armor stepped forward, his voice thunderous, sharpness flashing in his eyes. Obviously, this was a general. They were the most warlike because once a war broke out, they had chances to achieve merit. Who wouldn't want to earn merit? Your Majesty. A civil official immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, please think twice. One must know that waging war is not a game. Transporting supplies, conscription, and such are all complicated and immense tasks that will place heavy burdens on our Tang dynasty. At once, the civil and military officials began taking sides, starting to persuade the emperor. But in reality, Li Shimin had already made up his mind. He merely allowed these people to voice their opinions as part of discussion, making them feel that Li Shimin still respected their advice. However, in truth, even if all the civil and military officials opposed the war and Li Shimin insisted on fighting, the Tang would have no choice but to prepare for battle. After all, this Tang dynasty belonged not only to the world, but also more importantly to Li Shimin himself. Amidst the incessant arguments, Li Shimin coughed lightly. This is not a marketplace. This is the morning court session. Instantly, the entire hall became silent. All civil and military officials obediently turned their gaze towards Li Shimin. Interestingly, the positions where everyone stood now were quite telling. Those advocating war stood on one side, those supporting small-scale actions without all-out warfare on another, and the remaining neutral ones on yet another side. Only Liu, seemingly unconsciously, had taken his place right at the center of everyone else. Li Shimin's lips immediately curled upward slightly. Do you have any thoughts? Liu instantly froze, feeling as though 10,000 horses stampeded through his mind, thinking bitterly. I just zoned out a little bit, and you call on me? This sensation was akin to being suddenly called upon by the homeroom teacher when daydreaming in class. Reporting to your Majesty, in this humble prince's view, Goguryeo has been too despicable. We should beat them into extinction. Chapter 152, Fight. Instantly, those pro-war factions threw approving glances at Liu, while the conservatives became flustered. Immediately, a respected individual stood up. Your Majesty, caution is necessary, the man said with some excitement. Goguryeo may be detestable, but if Tang were to go to war with Goguryeo, Can our supplies truly sustain such a conflict? Keep in mind, this is a drought year. Although it's not one where the earth splits for miles, there will still be significant reductions in harvest. This, naturally, the emperor knows, said xiuxian with an enigmatic smile. But my esteemed ministers, if we were to set aside the issue of food, what would you think? The conservatives looked oddly at each other. Then the respected individual spoke again. If food supply truly weren't an issue, we would naturally support your plan. But how can war ever not consider food? Said the elder sincerely. Your Majesty, I implore you to put the greater situation first. The food problem has already been solved by someone within this hall, xiuxian declared resolutely. So, ministers need not worry about provisions. What? The food problem has been resolved. Everyone began to murmur, and in the next moment, they all involuntarily directed their gazes towards Liu. Because among their knowledge, only Liu was known for his expertise in farming, especially after xiuxian had reclaimed all agricultural land in the capital and planted rice. They knew some things, though not deeply, just that this land was given to Liu by Emperor xiuxian, who planted a large area of cheap rice. At first, many had criticized him behind his back for wasting good farmland on something so inexpensive when it could have grown exotic fruits instead, which would have fetched more silver. But these people could not have imagined that what Liu planted was actually high-yield hybrid rice that saved countless famine victims. You speak up. These technicalities are better handled by you. xiuxian, maintaining his aloof image before the ministers, did not make any overt signals to Liu. Liu nodded. Then I shall try my best. I've planted nothing but rice in the fields around the capital, haven't I? Liu turned to look at the civil and military officials. That rice is none other than hybrid rice seeds. After some explanation, these officials were swayed, completely awestruck and elated. Is it true? Is there really rice that yields so much per acre? A military official nearly rushed toward Liu in excitement, but was stopped by Cheng Yaojin. Cheng laughed heartily. You unambitious wretch. Old Cheng here can confirm Prince Qi hasn't lied. I once secretly took some seeds from Prince Qi out of curiosity and grew them myself. After calculating the yield per acre, it was even higher than what Prince Qi harvested in the capital. Ha ha ha. Reactions were heated among everyone. Some cried, others shouted joyously. They were all exceptionally happy. Cheng Yaojin, overcome with emotion, rushed forward and hoisted Liu up into the air. Oh, tell me, when will the Cheng family produce a successor like you? Then even if I die, I'll have no regrets. Still, said an elder, as if making a difficult decision, this small planting does not necessarily prove that all places in the Tang dynasty are suitable for growing this crop, correct? Had it been another emperor, this man might have been beheaded on the spot for daring to contradict the ruler's decision. But xiuxian merely waved his hand. I understand what worries you, sir, but we already have plans. In the north, it is well known that the growth cycle of rice is relatively short. And near the capital, the rice matures in just over 100 days. Therefore, I intend to use this batch of grain as military RU provisions, xiuxian explained. Remember, the fields around the capital were mainly used to grow food for the emperor and the residents within the city, serving as xiuxian's private granary. Although he could gather grain from elsewhere, it wasn't convenient. Seeing that the emperor himself was contributing from his personal reserves indicated xiuxian's firm intention to attack Goguryeo. So, everyone began to flatter xiuxian in unison, after which he declared court dismissed. In the end, they would initially proceed on a small scale. Once the grain matured, they would immediately march a large army to Goguryeo and directly fight them. Liu stayed behind, and xiuxian also noticed this. He beckoned Liu over. Come, approach the emperor. xiuxian sat there on his dragon throne, smiling at Liu. Is there anything? Or have you invented something extraordinary again? xiuxian looked at his son, becoming increasingly satisfied and more eager for him to sit on the dragon throne to get a feel of it. Meanwhile, Liu asked somewhat awkwardly, Father Emperor, may I inquire when you will return? I miss her. Huh, xiuxian laughed. You, I thought you had some big matter, but it turns out you're thinking of you. But, I also miss her a bit. However, it's not appropriate for her to appear in the capital right now. At least wait 2 or 3 years, until Princess Yu's appearance changes a bit, then your marriage would be just fine. This time Goguryeo has been a little restless. Although we'll destroy their country in a few days, our people along the border might still get hurt during this period. Why don't you go there? On one hand, it would calm the soldiers and citizens near the border, and on the other, you can meet you there. I hope, Father Emperor grants me the favor. Do you know how dangerous the border is? xiuxian furrowed his brow and asked. It doesn't matter. I have a friend who is extremely skilled in martial arts. Even if she can't defeat a whole group, she's definitely capable of bringing me to safety. Liu smiled. Are you talking about that woman named Lu Xue? xiuxian lifted his teacup, took a sip, and asked. Indeed, Father Emperor truly predicts everything. Without a second thought, Liu praised him again. Chapter 153, Heavy Shield. She is indeed quite skilled. Before, she actually managed to deal with so many assassins all by herself, and she looked completely at ease. Emperor xiuxian chuckled. Liu wasn't sure what xiuxian's intention was in saying this. But who was xiuxian? The emperor. Even a casual sentence from the emperor needed deep reflection. And Liu was no longer a child. He understood that xiuxian was showing him the reach of his intelligence network. But Liu didn't care much, as he wasn't planning any rebellion. He would do whatever he wanted to. It also didn't bother him that xiuxian sent someone to watch over him. This trip to the north will be dangerous. How about I assign an expert to accompany you? xiuxian clapped his hands, and suddenly a man appeared in the hall, startling Liu. The man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed entirely in black. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. For most people, once they are over 40, they become conservative, losing their drive and ambition. But this man was different. Though he was over 40, his eyes shone with the same vigor as a man in his 20s. If one only looked at his eyes, no one would guess he was already over 40. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. The man slightly bent his waist, but did not kneel. A myriad of swear words ran through Li Yu's mind. What was going on? How could this man meet Emperor Li Shimin without kneeling? Don't be surprised. Li Shimin waved a hand and explained. This is Mr. Heavy Shield. Due to his martial arts, bending his knees is extremely difficult for him, and for years, he has silently protected me. Therefore, I have exempted him from the ritual of kneeling. With him around, even if you were surrounded by 1,000 men, he could bring you back unscathed, Li Shimin said with great confidence. Thank you, Father Emperor. Li Yu expressed gratitude and then asked, however, if Mr. Heavy Shield protects me, what about you, Father? What if there were evil men? Li Shimin waved a hand and laughed. Do you think our great Tang dynasty only has one remarkable person like Mr. Heavy Shield? It is I who worries unnecessarily. Li Yu smiled and then went home under the protection of Mr. Heavy Shield. Although he was guarding him, Li Yu could barely feel the presence of the man along the way. Li Yu even thought Mr. Heavy Shield had left, but he still found it strange why this man was called Heavy Shield. Was it because his protection was especially formidable? After walking for a while, Li Yu even thought Mr. Heavy Shield had completely vanished from his surroundings. So he whispered softly, Mr. Heavy Shield? Li Yu swore that the voice would not be heard more than a meter away, yet within a second, Mr. Heavy Shield reappeared beside him. Prince Qi, how may I assist you? Mr. Heavy Shield stood there as though he had never left. No, nothing. I was just curious where you were, Li Yu said awkwardly. Ho ho, Prince Qi, please rest assured. I merely concealed my form. Mr. Heavy Shield chuckled. Mr. Heavy Shield, why are you named Heavy Shield? Li Yu asked out of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Mr. Heavy Shield paused. Having been engaged in protective work for many years, no one had ever asked him such questions. This young prince seemed interesting. Because, initially, the weapon I chose was the Heavy Shield, Mr. Heavy Shield replied. My God, is this guy so unfortunate he doesn't even have a proper name? Li Yu sarcastically thought. Mr. Heavy Shield, have you ever eaten strawberries? Li Yu pulled out a box of strawberries as if by magic. Mr. Heavy Shield glanced behind his back and nodded slightly, taking the box of strawberries from Li Yu. To be honest, I've never had them, so thank you, Mr. Heavy Shield smiled. After Li Yu returned home, he quickly harvested the few important plants, such as the golden strawberries, using something from the system store to hasten their ripening. After a quick tidy-up, he rushed off to the north. Congratulations, soon you'll see your daydreamed about in you. Lu Shuai teased beside him, as if having swallowed 100 lemons. Li Yu could only laugh helplessly. He truly didn't know what to say to soothe the Yu woman's feelings. He finally said, though my trip this time is partially to see in you, it isn't just about seeing her. I am here to ensure that the people on the border can live peaceful lives. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai turned her head away. Then, as if she had thought of something, she leaned close to Li Yu's ear and said, Who is that mister? He seems quite formidable. His concealment skills are beyond even what I can achieve now. Li Yu chuckled and shook his head. Aren't you just making yourself uncomfortable? That mister is already over 40. His skills surpass yours, and that's only natural. Besides, he was sent by my father, the emperor. Wouldn't you expect his abilities to be extraordinary? Lu Shuai nodded and felt relieved after hearing Li Yu's words. That's right. Although she had consumed a lot of golden strawberries from Li Yu, that man served the emperor, who must have provided him with countless treasures. Comparing herself at 20 years old with him wouldn't make any sense. However, it seems that the elder has some kind of illness. Shouldn't you treat him? Lu Shuai asked. What? Li Yu furrowed his brows. He hadn't noticed anything wrong with that person from his appearance. How did you know that, Snowy? Li Yu asked in confusion. His walking posture is off, probably due to his martial arts techniques. But certainly, his joints must have suffered serious injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't walk like that, Lu Shuai stated carefully. If so, let's call Mr. Heavy Shield in. Li Yu stroked his chin and said, Mr. Heavy Shield, Prince Qi, I'm here. Within a single breath, Heavy Shield appeared in front of the carriage. Please come in, Mr. Li Yu smiled kindly. Yes. Heavy Shield responded. Mister, there's no need for you to be so formal. For some people, farmers are an extremely lowly occupation. However, as you've likely heard, I already hold them in such regard. So much more should I respect someone like you, who is like an elder to me. Li Yu quickly moved forward to support Heavy Shield, smiling warmly as he spoke. Chapter 154, Impossible Things. His Highness Qi Wang is known to be humble and respectful to the learned. I have heard of this for a long time, and today, I am truly impressed, Chong Dun laughed. Mr. Chong Dun, please take a seat. Li Yu pointed at a small cushion beside him, but Chong Dun shook his head and pointed to his own legs saying, I haven't been able to sit down for over 10 years. Li Yu was taken aback upon hearing this, and he then spoke. Then let us go out for a walk together. We've stayed here for quite some time already. It would be good to stretch our muscles and bones. Yet inside, he thought, it was my carelessness. I knew that he had a leg ailment, but still asked him to sit. People who don't know might think I'm making things difficult for him. That would be appreciated by this lowly one. Chong Dun bowed with respect as he said. Subsequently, they disembarked, and the three slowly walked together. Mr. Chong Dun, could you possibly allow me to examine your legs? Li Yu tentatively opened. Of course. Chong Dun nodded, then stood still so Li Yu could observe. I will have committed an offense then. Li Yu bowed, then squatted down, examining Chong Dun's legs carefully. After a thorough check, Li Yu inferred that the cartilage in his legs had completely deteriorated. There were no regular medicines that could cure it. But the golden strawberry was different. That thing could practically bring the dead back to life. Restoring cartilage would surely be an easy matter. However, there was only one thing to consider. Should this item be given to him? The fewer people who knew about the golden strawberry, the better. But this man was the heart confidant of his father, his liege. Presumably, this wouldn't be casually spread around. I wonder if I can trust you, sir? Li Yu stood up and stared seriously into Chong Dun's eyes. I am His Majesty's confidant, and His Majesty trusts me so much that he sent me here to protect you. Naturally, you can trust me. Chong Dun smiled as he replied. He didn't explain anything or even swear. He simply mentioned that the emperor trusted him. Li Yu thought in his heart, this man is rather astute. Moreover, if he still couldn't trust him after his words, how would that differ from not trusting Li Shimin? Li Yu laughed heartily. It's my fault for being too suspicious. How could someone sent by my father not be worthy of trust? But I have a matter, which would best not even be disclosed to my father. Li Yu whispered close to Chong Dun's ear. Oh, Chong Dun immediately revealed a look of bewilderment. Not even the current emperor should be told? Li Yu merely smiled. Chong Dun waved his hand. Then it would be better if your highness did not tell me. After all, I am first and foremost a subject of His Majesty, and only secondly your guard. Chong Dun smiled gently. Haha, with loyal ministers like you in our Tang dynasty, it is indeed fortunate for our Tang. Li Yu bowed toward Chong Dun. I admire people like you very much. But precisely because of this, I feel the need to let you know this matter. Li Yu took out a golden strawberry. This thing can heal your leg. Make your leg joints move freely once again. Li Yu declared confidently. Aha, your highness Xiuxian, do not joke. Those imperial physicians have already told me. It is due to my complete destruction of the cartilage that I have become like this. If your highness tells me there's a plant that can yield 10,000 pounds per acre, I'd believe it since you're an expert in planting. But this is medicine. The imperial physicians who treated the current sovereign have all shaken their heads, stating there's no cure for my leg. They say my cartilage is like a dead tree. Could your highness revive a dead tree? That's fundamentally impossible. When speaking here, Chong Dun's tone became somewhat agitated. Wasn't it his lifelong wish to heal his legs? He had made tremendous efforts, sought numerous experts, only for them to utterly shatter his hopes time and again. Thus, he was now numb, unwilling to believe in anyone or any method capable of curing his legs. Now, Li Yu telling him his legs could be healed was giving him hope, yet he felt his hopes would surely end in despair. He no longer wanted to experience this feeling of desperation. As if realizing his behavior wasn't appropriate, he quickly adjusted himself, smiling and apologized to Li Yu. Forgive me, I have become emotionally upset. Please excuse my rudeness, your highness. And Li Yu promptly helped lift him up. Sir, there's no need for such formalities. If you really don't believe me, just eat this strawberry. I fully understand this sentiment of yours, as I used to be like this as well, not wanting others to give me false hope only to brutally crush it later. Therefore, I am merely inviting you to eat a strawberry, sir. Li Yu shoved the strawberry into Chong Dun's hand. To be honest, Chong Dun was deeply moved. He thought about it from Li Yu's position. If one of his own guards talked back to him like this, he would already be merciful by not having that person beheaded, let alone speaking in such a gentle tone and offering fruit. So, thank you, your highness Xiuxian. Chong Dun had no qualms. What was just a strawberry? If his highness Xiuxian wanted him to eat it, then fine. Even if given 10 chances, he wouldn't dare poison himself because he was sent by the emperor, Li Yu's father. What if Li Yu killed him? What would Li Shimin think? Besides, Chong Dun had already built up resistance to common poisons. Chong Dun picked up the strawberry with 2 fingers, casually popped it into his mouth, chewed twice, greedily sucked the juice, and swallowed it. But the next moment, Chong Dun was entirely shocked. He felt the strawberry's juices transform into an overwhelming vitality, rushing toward all parts of his limbs and bones. In particular, there was an unbearable itching between his knee joints. The sensation was so strong that Chong Dun, who could withstand branding irons on his chest without flinching, couldn't help but collapse onto the ground. He began hammering the ground with his fists in an attempt to relieve the itch in his joints. Your highness Xiuxian, what is this thing? He knew that his highness Xiuxian could not possibly be trying to harm him with this. Otherwise, the effects wouldn't have been limited to an intolerable itch. Furthermore, it was affecting his leg joints. He started to think, was this strawberry treating his damaged leg joints? Could his long-abandoned leg ailment really have a chance of being cured? This was simply impossible. After all, it was something even many imperial physicians couldn't solve. Chapter 155, Cure. Seeing Zhongduan suffering in pain, Li Yu's face revealed a look of gravity as he spoke gravely. Hold on, Zhongduan. The recovery of your body will inevitably bring about itching. The cartilage around your knee meniscus has been completely worn down. This is the slow regeneration of soft tissue, and its degree of itching is hundreds of times worse than when forming scabs. But if you can endure, I guarantee that you'll have 2 legs just like any normal person. A hoarse sound emerged from Zhongduan's throat. Saliva even flowed down the corner of his mouth without him realizing it. The ground beneath his clenched fists cracked due to his intense force. A few minutes later, Zhongduan's panting gradually weakened. His face turned crimson, veins bulging out on his forehead like coiled dragons. He shook his head at Li Yu and said, Prince Qi, this is useless. There's no need for you to waste your precious treasures on me. Even the royal physician could do nothing for my legs. Li Yu looked down at Zhongduan silently. He then gestured to Lu Xuei, who immediately understood and handed over her thin sword to Li Yu. Li Yu suddenly moved, wielding the fine sword, releasing a cold, chilling light, which tore through the air. A pale streak of blade energy raced toward Zhongduan, close to the ground. Zhongduan's pupils contracted intensely, lying low as he was, unable to dodge with his injured legs. With a low growl, at the moment when the sword glow was about to hit him, Zhongduan exerted force in his legs and leapt up into the air as if propelled by springs, rolling through the air, creating a few meters distance between him and Li Yu. He looked at Li Yu with confusion and furrowed brows, asking, "Prince Qi, what do you mean by this?" In contrast to Zhongduan's vigilance, Li Yu remained quite composed, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Think back. How did you manage to evade my sword strike just now? What else?" "I jumped." Zhongduan stopped mid-sentence, his expression stiffening, and suddenly looked down at his knees. He tentatively squatted down, then stood up again, only to discover that the actions he could not accomplish earlier were now effortlessly achieved. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Zhongduan could hardly speak, his eyes wide as bells. After a long while, he murmured, almost dreamlike, my legs, your legs are healed." Li Yu walked forward, patting Zhongduan on the shoulder. "I told you before, the unbearable itching is merely the result of your soft tissues regenerating. What imperial physicians couldn't achieve doesn't mean that I cannot. Don't lump me together with them. So how does it feel now? Isn't your knee as good as new?" Lu Xue chimed in proudly, patting her bountiful chest. "My master's medical skills are truly remarkable. Not even the most experienced royal physician can match his abilities. Though it feels like my master's knowledge of medicine came all of a sudden, since early on he seemed unfamiliar." The last few sentences were whispered softly by Lu Xue in puzzlement. After coughing twice, Li Yu interrupted Lu Xue's speech. Then Zhongduan slowly lifted his lowered eyelids and, after some time, suddenly raised his head. Gratitude radiated from his eyes as he solemnly said, "Since the injury to my knees, my martial arts dropped by half, leaving me without much zest for life. Had it not been for my loyal heart, I might have already perished long ago. This day, your highness Prince Qi cured my legs, bestowing upon me a rebirth. In the upcoming northern expedition, I vow to protect you with my very life. As long as there's a single breath left in me, I will ensure that no harm comes to you, Prince Qi." Though previously respectful towards Li Yu, following the Emperor Li Shimin's orders, Zhongduan's sincerity now stemmed purely from heartfelt gratitude and respect for Li Yu. He was ready to give up his life for Li Yu. Li Yu smiled faintly, shaking his head and saying, "This golden strawberry is valuable to me, but if it cures your leg, then it is put to good use. On this journey, as you guard me, naturally I will try my best to assist you. Zhongduan, there's no need to place it heavily on your mind. For the northern expedition, the capital's forbidden army cannot be mobilized. First, the forbidden army needs to protect Emperor Li Shimin's safety. Second, mobilizing such forces would create too grand a scene, possibly alarming enemies and jeopardizing battle strategies. Thus, Li Yu had to first arrive at Longyin City near Goguryeo and join the station's soldiers there before engaging in military campaigns against Goguryeo. It was a long road ahead, arduous and trying. Stop by stop, 3 or 4 days passed. On the 4th day, Li Yu's group reached the center of an official road. With neither village nor inn in sight, it was desolate land. Hundreds of kilometers away from both towns, the place was dilapidated and rarely visited, covered only in yellow earth and mud. What bad luck! It was a day of dark clouds, ominous and suffocating. The black clouds weighed heavily on the city as if it were about to collapse under their burden. Thick, pitch-black clouds loomed above everyone's heads, leaving them breathless. Though it was just noon, no sunlight could pierce through the oppressive darkness. The air itself seemed to coagulate with an undertone of death. Seated inside the carriage, Li Yu displayed not a trace of fatigue. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as he spoke in a deep voice. "Xue, get ready." Lu Xue looked puzzled, instinctively asking, "Prepare for what?" "To fight." Startled, Lu Xue stood up and looked around before exclaiming, "Could it be bandits? But I haven't sensed any killing intent." "Master, how did you know something was amiss?" Li Yu smiled faintly, rolling up his sleeves as he replied, "I haven't sensed anything either, but I can make a prediction. Think about it. Our enemies are many. Within the court alone, there are countless people who want us dead. If they plan to strike, where do you think they would choose to attack?" Stroking her chin thoughtfully, Lu Xue deliberated. "Certainly not near towns. First, it would be too easy to be exposed, and second, there might be others in the town who could come to our aid. If they truly intend to act, they'd likely choose a place far from any town." Indeed, Lu Xue proved herself exceptionally intelligent. Impressed internally, Li Yu nodded approvingly. "You're right. This stretch of the official road is by far the longest one we'll encounter during this journey, nearly 1,000 kilometers long. Right now, we're right at its midpoint. Whether it's the town ahead or behind us, both are extremely far away. Combined with such terrifying weather, I believe the ambush is imminent." As Li Yu finished speaking, the terrain on both sides of the mountain ridge began to change quietly. Gradually, it formed into a canyon shape. The road became bumpy and narrow, forcing Li Yu's convoy to stretch out into a long line. On top of the ridge, shadows among the trees flickered intermittently, accompanied by rustling sounds emanating from the forest. Chapter 156, Ambush. Li Yu's pupil shrank as he saw the terrain. He channeled his inner strength into his throat and shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop!" The lead coachman immediately tightened the reins upon hearing this, bringing the horses to a halt with their neighs. Confused, he turned around toward Li Yu and asked, "Prince Qi, what's wrong? Why do we need to?" His words were cut off by an ear-splitting sonic boom. Not far from him, a massive tree stump shot through the air, its tip sharpened like a blade and spinning continuously as it sliced through the air. It instantly reached in front of the coachman. The coachman's eyes widened in fear. His muscles stiffened out of terror, unable to move, waiting for this massive lance to pierce through him. At this critical moment, a semi-transparent figure appeared next to the coachman. With his healed knee, Zhong Dun's movements were noticeably more agile. He grunted slightly and pushed the coachman aside. Bending his knee, he thrust his hands forcefully through the wooden carriage, reaching into it from the top of the carriage. Zhong Dun scoffed coldly, gripping something inside the carriage. With a sudden burst of strength, he yanked it out with the might similar to uprooting a willow tree. In an instant, the structure of the entire carriage was destroyed. Wooden shards flew everywhere as the carriage disintegrated into a pile. When Liu Yu looked at what Zhong Dun had pulled out, his pupils shrank dramatically. Now, he finally understood why Zhong Dun was called Heavy Shield. There in Zhong Dun's hand stood a shield taller than 1.5 men. Broad at the top and narrowing at the bottom, it had a dull, lifeless surface made of an unknown material. The bottom edge of the shield was razor-sharp like a blade. The massive, over half-meter diameter spear-like projectile slammed against the shield, causing sparks to fly, but leaving Zhong Dun completely unharmed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A shrill alarm sounded as many guards emerged from the carriages. Liu Yu also stood on the roof of his carriage, warily observing the shadows behind the mountain ridge. After saving the coachman, Zhong Dun leapt beside Liu Yu and said, "Your Highness, please hide in the carriage to avoid danger. Let me protect you." Liu Yu shook his head, smiling and replied, "No need, Zhong Dun. I must come out to observe the situation as well. Moreover, I'm not entirely useless either." Just as Liu Yu spoke, a whooshing sound approached suddenly. From the shadow of the trees, an arrow painted pitch black and green darted straight toward the back of his head. Without looking, Liu Yu summoned an invisible energy that surged around his body just before the arrow touched him. In an instant, the arrow shattered into pieces. Realizing they had been discovered, the ambushers no longer hid. They cried out, "Shoot! Fire! Let 10,000 arrows rain down and slay Liu Yu here." As soon as the command was given, a torrent of arrows blanketed the sky, leaving almost no gaps between them and blotting out the last bit of light, making breathing difficult. "I'll block it." With a calm shout, Zhong Dun jumped to the highest point of the carriage. He held the shield high above his head. Although the shield wasn't big enough to protect everyone below, when Zhong Dun infused his internal energy into the shield, the patterns on it glowed suddenly, producing a faint translucent shadow in midair. Upon contact with the shield shadow, the incoming arrows split into halves instantly. Liu Yu's eyes turned icy cold as he held his longsword, cutting through some scattered arrows with ease. He then ordered, "Xue, follow me." Stepping on the ground, Liu Yu soared into the air and landed right before the dense forest shadows. This area hadn't been tended, so the trees were extremely thick, obscuring all views. As Liu Yu prepared to make a move, Lu Xue behind him swung her sword first. Her sword energy spread out, transforming into a sharp, nearly 10-meter-long current. The large trees, each over half a meter in diameter, broke apart with resounding cracks under such force, just like harvesting wheat. Instantaneously, a vast stretch of woods collapsed, revealing the enemies within. Over a dozen stone throwers were clearly visible before Liu Yu now. The most alarming fact was that these machines weren't throwing ordinary rocks, but bundles of cotton soaked in flammable alcohol. Their cry rang out in shock and panic. "Light them! Throw!" Liu Yu's pupils shrank again as he glanced down. His troops were completely surrounded within this narrow canyon, boxed in and helpless. If those bundles were thrown, they would surely cause catastrophic injuries, and their supplies and food might even be burned to ashes. Liu Yu let out a low shout, and the energy from his palms erupted, instantly reducing the nearest stone throwers to rubble. But it was too late. The enemy had already set fire to the flammable material on the stone throwers with torches, and as they pulled the mechanical levers, fiery bundles were hurled into the air, leaving black trails behind them. "Zhong Dun!" Liu Yu roared, and Zhong Dun below immediately understood Liu Yu's intention. With nimble movements, he leaped across the carriages repeatedly, using his shield to shatter the flaming projectiles in midair. Even so, many fiery bundles still fell into the ranks. These incendiary objects were soaked with alcohol, and upon hitting the ground, the compressed alcohol inside burst forth and ignited in the high temperature. It turned into vast waves of fire, burning both the guards and the carriages beneath them. Cries of agony echoed continuously as unlucky guards were enveloped in alcohol and turned into blazing infernos, with intense flames raging uncontrollably over their bodies. Their pain-induced movements and anguished screams were almost inhuman. Liu Yu gritted his teeth, his pupils trembling at the sight of his men suffering such a terrible fate. A wave of overwhelming hatred swelled up in his heart. "You bastards die? All of you!" Just then, a deafening thunderclap rang out. The dark clouds that had hung in the sky finally unleashed torrents of rain, drenching the entire canyon as if by divine intervention. In an instant, all the flames were extinguished, and the fire that could have burned all the provisions and carriages to ashes quickly dwindled away until it vanished completely. The enemies, witnessing this, all turned pale. They looked up and saw Liu Yu standing on the edge of the mountain ridge, his eyes filled with an intent to kill that sent chills down their spines, like being locked onto by some ferocious beast. "Hurry! Run! Everyone, run for your lives!" Chapter 157, Cruel Methods. Liu Yu smiled and said, "Wanna run? Xue, take them out." Liu Yu waved his hand, and immediately charged forward with Xue's heavy shield toward the group of people who were fleeing for their lives. "Die!" A gust of fierce wind howled as Li Yu threw a punch at the back of a man. The man's chest exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. The scene was extremely bloody. All the internal organs and ribs were exposed, and the blood wet the ground like rain. After his body underwent the transformation of martial arts cultivation, Li Yu felt that he had changed somewhat, becoming slightly bloodthirsty. Taking this instance, in his battle against Li Xiuxian, if it was when Li Yu had just arrived from another world, he wouldn't have chosen to face Li Xiuxian head-on, and might even have moved somewhere else to avoid him. But now, although Li Yu had no interest in the throne, he still wanted to give this so-called crown prince a good lesson. Although he couldn't change the general direction of history, killing this crown prince who would die anyway was within his capabilities. In just 2 minutes, all the escaping guys died under the hands of Li Yu and his 2 companions. Xuanhuan looked at Li Yu with a chuckle and said, "I didn't expect His Highness Prince Qi to have such skills. I'm truly impressed." Li Yu shook his hand and replied, "Compared to you, Mr. Xuanhuan, I'm far behind. And if I don't have some skills, how dare I only bring such a small number of people to run to the north?" Li Yu laughed. Xuanhuan nodded and stopped talking. Actually, at first, Li Yu did not want to reveal that he knew Kung Fu because he had previously raided a grain convoy, though it was to catch the rebels. But who knows if the emperor would blame him for this. However, Li Yu could not let Lu Xue fight alone against so many assassins. Li Yu looked at the several bound and weaponless black-clothed men lying on the ground without any fighting power, smiling as he walked over with a sharp knife in hand. "I ask you answer." Li Yu walked up to these people with a blank expression. "Ask away, we won't say anything." One soldier, disguised, lifted his chin defiantly. "of2." Li Yu plunged the knife directly into his chest, white going in, red coming out. "I told you. I ask you answer. Since he refused to respond, then die." Li Yu's voice was extremely icy, as if it came from the 9th circle of hell. Everyone stared at the man impaled by a sword, writhing on the ground, like a chicken being bled. They suddenly became frightened. Then Li Yu said, "Don't think this person's fate is tragic. He is just dead. However, if you don't cooperate, I will make your lives unbearable." "But," a man hesitated to speak, "our families are all in the hands of that person." Li Yu laughed. "I can guarantee that most of your families have already been killed. And even if you go back, there will likely be cavalry waiting for you. You will not live long." "Who sent you? Was it Li Xiuxian?" asked Li Yu. The group remained silent, but some had started to waver. After hearing Li Yu's words, they believed that their relatives were possibly already dead. If that was true, why should they remain silent for their employer when there was nothing to gain, and they would also be secretly killed upon return? 3, 2. Before reaching 1, Li Yu swung his sword and severed a man's arm. The man instantly went rigid with pain, almost dying on the spot. Li Yu laughed. "Do you think I'd count to 1? Though Li Yu's smile was bright, it seemed chilling and freezing in these people's eyes, causing an intense cold through their bones. I'll talk. I'll talk." A man cried endlessly, madly knocking his head on the ground despite having his arms tied tightly behind his back, resembling a chicken pecking grains. "Who?" Li Yu asked. "It's Lu Shi," the man shouted loudly. "That guy is a retainer under Li Xiuxian." Suddenly, everyone began to chatter and divulge all intelligence they knew. Li Yu nodded and waved his hand. "Someone come here." A soldier approached and knelt half beside Li Yu, asking, "What does His Highness Prince Qi command?" This soldier had already witnessed Li Yu's martial arts skills and bloody methods, and now his respect and fear for Li Yu had reached a peak. "You, take these few people to the capital. Remember, take a detour. A long detour," Li Yu ordered. "And then, there's no need to directly report to the emperor. Just hand these guys over to the authorities and say that Prince Qi demands an explanation. That's all." Li Yu waved his hand, signaling that the soldier could leave. "Yes," the soldier replied, then asked, "Prince Qi, how many soldiers does the prince need to stay behind?" "Leave 4. Li Yu said. After all, he would sleep at night, and originally, he didn't want to keep any soldiers around, as their combat ability was not worth mentioning. Moreover, with Xue's heavy shield, Lu Xue herself, and Lu Zhua whose cultivation was slightly less than Lu Xue's, the 4 of them were fully capable of matching a large group of soldiers. But considering they still needed some help, Li Yu decided to let 4 soldiers stay. Lu Xue asked, "Why make them take a detour? Aren't you afraid they'll delay matters? If we don't make them take a detour, that's when real delays would happen." Li Yu pointed to the southern side of the main road. "I estimate there are already ambush troops set by the crown prince there. Do you want me to inform His Majesty about this?" Zhongduan took off his 2 shields from his arms. "It doesn't matter, but not now," Li Yu smiled. "And I don't need to intentionally target that guy." Li Yu added silently in his heart, "That guy is already a dead man." But Li Yu suddenly became interested in Zhongduan's weapon, so he asked, "Mr. Zhongduan, can I borrow your shields?" "Certainly, Your Highness Prince Qi." Without hesitation, Zhongduan handed his shields to Li Yu, adding, "They're quite heavy, be careful." Li Yu nodded and then received Zhongduan's weapons. My goodness. Li Yu immediately felt a great weight on both arms. Chapter 158, Li Qinggan's Rebellion Intent. You must know that Li Yu can now lift a carriage with ease, but holding the heavy shield feels like lifting a small mountain. "This shield," Li Yu exclaimed in surprise. "It's incredibly heavy. The strength of Mr. Heavy Shield is truly unfathomable." Li Yu muttered, "Thank you for your praise, Prince Qi." Heavy Shield finally revealed his smile. You should know that Li Yu struggles greatly, even when holding the shield with both hands. Yet Heavy Shield can wield 2 shields at once with no effort and move as fast as ever. This shield is made using an extremely iron-consuming method. Hundreds of pounds of iron are continuously hammered and compressed to create a shield with such high density. Don't let its small size fool you. It weighs over 1,000 pounds. Liu nodded. This thing is indeed heavy. The group hurriedly traveled north. That troop of soldiers escorted several captives taken by Liu, circling around to enter the city from the south. They delivered those people to the government office. You think these people tried to assassinate Prince Qi? The person hearing the soldiers' words clearly didn't believe it. Then the soldiers showed Liu's token, causing the man to immediately faint. Don't pretend to be dead. Get up quickly. The soldier woke the man. How do you plan to handle this matter? The man felt bitter inside. This guy was simply unreasonable, asking him, a minor official, to handle such matters, though he was already a fourth-rank official with a bright future and gaining fame. Compared to Crown Prince Li Chang'an and Prince Qi, he was practically nothing. And this case was a clash between Prince Qi and the Crown Prince. He, the poor one stuck in the middle, truly didn't know what to do. The man nodded, sighed, resignedly thinking to himself. All right, I'll just handle it according to the law. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor depend on heaven. Not long after, the case naturally reached the emperor's ears. Emperor Taizong instantly became furious and immediately went to Crown Prince Li Chang'an's palace to directly confront him about whether or not he was responsible for the attack. But, would Li Chang'an admit? The answer is obvious. Even if he were shameless, he wouldn't admit to sending people to intercept Liu. But, those assassins said they were sent by your servants. Is there truth to this? Taizong, with a blank expression, looked at Li Chang'an, revealing neither anger nor happiness. I report to my father. Yes, there is this matter. Li Chang'an respectfully replied, outwardly respectful, but inwardly delighted because all he needed to do was pin the blame on the scapegoat under his command. That guy is truly despicable, actually daring to raise arms against my younger brother. It's a complete disgrace to me. I feel utterly humiliated to have such guests. Li Chang'an exaggeratedly acted. Taizong showed no change in emotion, calmly asked, where is that person? Killed. Li Chang'an made a gesture of cutting his throat. That accursed person dared to take action against royal blood. They really. Realizing suddenly, Li Chang'an became aware that he seemed to have said something he shouldn't. Because his father, Emperor Taizong, also had many royal descendants killed in the past. Without talking about other royal bloodlines, within his own family, Emperor Taizong had killed his own brothers. What he just said, wasn't he accusing Emperor Taizong? Sweat dripped profusely down the back of the crown prince, his heart beating faster and faster. The prince has been thoughtful. Taizong stopped further discussion and directly returned to the palace. Although this time Li Chang'an had no issues, not being stripped of his position as crown prince or anything. If Li Chang'an doesn't show any achievement, inheriting the empire from his father Taizong will be very difficult. After Taizong left, Li Chang'an slumped to the ground like a broken man. His head trembled. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Rebellion. Li Chang'an mysteriously blurted out these words and quickly covered his mouth, panic-stricken glancing around. Then masking his intentions, he roared loudly. Rebellion. This is outright rebellion. That damned Lu Shi. Liu lounged leisurely in the carriage compartment, resting his head on Lu Xue's lap, eating various sweet and sour fruits in his mouth. Liu let out a comfortable groan. This is just like the life of a god. Yes, Lu Xue also nodded, looking at Liu with affectionate eyes and said, I like this a lot too. Liu was momentarily dazed, then muttered. It's fine, there will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. But, this time you came north to see you, right? Lu Xue said with a hint of jealousy. Cough cough, eat fruit, eat fruit. Liu said somewhat awkwardly. Your Highness, we have about 1 day's journey left to reach the destination, one of the soldiers driving the carriage said. Just 1 more day, Liu murmured, but he dared not appear too excited as Lu Xue was still there. Let's take a look outside, Liu said, and then he took Lu Xue's hand and walked toward the outside of the carriage. However, the scenery outside was not very pleasant because there were scattered corpses by the roadside, unattended, being gnawed on by wild dogs. Is this the work of those damned Goguryeo bastards? Liu said angrily. Yes, Heavy Shield squinted his eyes, filled with murderous intent. All of this was done by those Goguryeo scum. Your Highness, please request troops from His Majesty soon. Then we can completely annihilate Goguryeo. I will, Liu nodded. We'll destroy the nation of Goguryeo directly. Make them understand that our Tang cavalry is not to be trifled with. Liu clenched his fists and declared. On the horizon, a sudden carriage appeared. Feels familiar. Liu squinted his eyes. He felt like he had seen this carriage somewhere before. It's in you, Lu Xue reminded him, half laughing and half crying. You wouldn't have forgotten what in you looks like, would you? Chapter 159, Uncoagulated Blood. And you. Liu ran excitedly toward Inyu, just like a pet dog that hadn't seen its owner for a long time. Liu. And you also rushed out from the carriage instantly, tearing the curtain in the process. From this alone, one could feel Inyu's longing for Liu. On the other hand, Old Chi stood beside the carriage, helplessly watching the young couple before him. It's really beyond me, giving up her princess status for a man. If it were me, I wouldn't make that exchange for anything. Old Chi muttered under his breath. But he did not interfere with the matters between Liu and Inyu, as his only duty was to protect Princess Inyu's safety. I missed you so much. Inyu pounced on Liu like a famished tiger. Liu struggled greatly to catch her and stabilize himself. I missed you too. Liu caressed Inyu's tresses while saying so. And Inyu also glanced at Lu Xue standing behind, smilingly saying, Sister, why don't you come over? Liu immediately felt a bit embarrassed. unsure where to place his hands, awkwardly rubbing his neck. You bastard, would you be willing to leave Lu Shui now if I asked? And you looked at Li Yu while asking. Li Yu was momentarily stunned, confused as to why ever understanding and you would utter such a demand. He remained silent, unsure of what to say, and you burst into laughter. I knew you'd have this expression. I was just joking. I know you wouldn't let Sister Lu go. I won't bother myself by making you choose between Lu's sister and me. For a moment, Li Yu didn't know what to say. He could only tightly embrace you and softly said, thank you. How long have you been here? Li Yu asked. 5 days. Old Qi, who had been silently beside them, spoke up. During these 5 days, we've stayed intense, even repelling 2 small teams from Goguryeo. Thanks for your efforts, Li Yu said, looking at Yu in his arms. Not a problem. As long as I can be with you, no amount of hard work is an issue, and Yu smiled. Well then, let's set off for the border now. The soldiers there must already be awaiting our arrival. Let's go. An hour later, everyone arrived near the border walls. Prince Qi, a man dressed neatly in military attire, walked over. His armor still bore fresh, uncoagulated blood. Who are you? Li Yu looked at this man in confusion because he had seen portraits of the highest-ranking commander of the border forces. This man was clearly not that towering supreme general. I am Lu Yun, a captain commanding 1,000 men. Where is General Li? And Yu also asked in bewilderment. Please forgive me, Your Highness. General Li is currently fighting enemies outside. I'm the highest-ranked officer among those guarding the city. Please excuse me for my inadequacy. Lu Yun said respectfully, extremely apprehensive. Li Yu waved his hand. No worries. Since the general is battling outside, I certainly won't disturb them. Besides, I've never been interested in formalities. Prince Qi is truly wise. The man bowed and clasped his fists. I came here to fight. Take me to your camp. Li Yu pointed forward with his whip. Lu Yun seemed a little puzzled, for he had encountered princes and nobles who came to oversee battle on the frontier line before. Most of them simply stayed within very safe fortresses. It appeared Prince Qi didn't intend to do that. He said he wanted to go to the front lines to fight. Prince Qi, forgive me for being bold, but do you truly intend to fight on the front line against those people? Goguryeo soldiers, given the complex terrain of this border region, are quite formidable because our Tang cavalry can't fully utilize their combat prowess here. If you go to the front, it will be exceedingly dangerous. Hehe, I came here to fight on the front lines. I appreciate your concern, but please stop trying to dissuade me. Li Yu shook his head and pointed to his group of heavily shielded guards. They are all the finest royal guards of our Tang dynasty, and I myself am no mere ornament. I possess some fighting capability, so there's no need to worry about my safety. Understood. Lu Yun nodded. Please follow me into the city, Your Highness. Lu Yun welcomed Li Yu without bringing any soldiers along because he thought there were merely a dozen or so people in Li Yu's party. Bringing a team of soldiers might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Open the city gates. Lu Yun shouted towards the wall. Moments later, the wooden drawbridge thundered as it was lowered. Li Yu and his entourage entered the city. The soldiers began to chatter among themselves. Do you know who that guy is? No idea, but probably just another noble's son coming here for some fake glory. Hey, why bother talking about these people? They are just here for a show, then leave after pretending to have done something. You can pretty much act as if they don't exist. Yeah, as long as we don't offend them, it's fine. Besides, all of our lives are on the line in this place. Who knows when we'll die in battle? Why care so much? Lu Yun coughed once he ascended the wall, tapping lightly on the drum. Listen up, soldiers. Lu Yun called out. This is His Royal Highness Prince Qi. As most eyes shifted their focus to the scene, Li Yu spoke. Men, I know what you're thinking, and I don't think what you're assuming is wrong. Your thoughts reflect realities. But there's one thing I can assure you. Li Yu raised a finger. I will not be like the other nobles who merely take a tour and leave. I also won't demand leadership over any of you. I am not the type who craves military achievements at the cost of your lives. Upon hearing this, the soldiers nodded silently in approval. They disliked those court nobles who visited briefly, not those they resented deeply. The ones with no real military skills, yet snatched power from General Li. The kind of men who would use the soldiers' lives for hollow honors. Worse still, those incapable even of proper strategizing. Such individuals were the absolute worst in the soldiers' eyes. I will fight alongside you, Li Yu shouted. I'll carry weapons, wear armor, and charge with all of you to the front line. Long live His Royal Highness Prince Qi. The soldiers below responded unanimously. This cheer was sincere respect, heartfelt, and unforced. Chapter 160, Seeking Reinforcements. Indeed, there is nothing quite like the sight of a commander rushing to the front lines alongside their soldiers, much like modern-day Israel, where Israeli officers have the highest casualty rate among all nations. Because their commanders don't shout, "Soldiers, charge for me." Instead, they yell, "Brothers, follow me." Although this results in a high number of officer casualties, it cannot be denied that Israel's combat effectiveness, given equivalent technology and numbers, is undoubtedly among the top globally. Reinforcements. A cavalryman quickly galloped from the northern wall into the fortress, shouting loudly toward those on the wall. We've been ambushed by Goguryeo. The soldier shouted. Prince Qi. Lu Yun was about to speak, but before he could finish, Li Yu said, Go. Let's rush ahead together to provide reinforcements. Yes. It must be said that this young general named Lu Yun has outstanding military skills. In just 2 minutes, he had already inquired about various matters, made decisions, and through a series of orders, gathered 1,000 cavalrymen at the gate. And Li Yu and his men were also at the forefront of the main force, heading together toward the place in the north where General Li had been ambushed. After a half-hour forced march, Liu and the 1,000 cavalry arrived at the location. When they were still hundreds of meters away, they could already hear the earth-shaking cries of battle. Prince Qi, please issue the order to charge. Liu Yun was also adept at dealing with people. He knew that under such circumstances, entrusting the task of giving orders to Li Yu would be more appropriate. Firstly, Li Yu was nobility and the son of the emperor. Under heaven, if nothing unexpected happened, only the son of the emperor could become the next emperor, not to mention the currently highly favored Li Yu by the emperor himself. Although the soldiers might not know how likely it was for Li Yu to become emperor, as long as Li Yu was a prince, that was enough. To share life and death with a prince was, for these soldiers, a tremendous honor. Li Yu also nodded, praising the man internally, then cleared his throat. Warriors, follow me, charge, kill. Immediately, 1,000 cavalry charged towards the center of the battlefield. These 1,000 cavalrymen were enough to split open the stalemate on the battlefield. Moreover, the Goguryeo forces had surrounded the army of over 2,000 led by General Li atop a high ground. Only by occupying this advantageous terrain could General Li and his men defend themselves until now. An hour earlier, also here, General Li, puzzled, sat on his horse and looked at the fleeing enemy in the distance. What are these Goguryeo bastards up to? I don't know, they attacked our city fiercely, but unexpectedly couldn't fight well. More than 3,000 infantry were driven off by our 2,000 soldiers. It's rather suspicious, one big black man nearby remarked. I've noticed that too, but we have no choice but to come out and fight. Because that group was attempting to build a fortress right under our noses. Isn't that insulting us? General Li, with a cheerful laugh, placed his spear on his shoulder. However, these dogs sure know how to pick places. If they set up camp on this highland, sooner or later, it will become very solid, easy to defend, and hard to attack. If that really happens, we'll indeed have difficulties. At this moment, hoofbeats echoed from afar, and suddenly groups of enemies appeared from all directions. Their numbers were certainly over 5,000. Including scattered troops, there must have been close to 6,000. Trouble. General Li furrowed his brows. We've surely fallen into a trap. Quickly send a cavalry unit to seek reinforcements. General Li commanded without hesitation. Yes. A cavalry captain not far from General Li replied, and immediately galloped southwards recklessly. Don't think this is desertion in the face of danger. The risks involved in seeking reinforcements now are no less than holding the ground here. It is quite normal for the entire army to perish. But this small cavalry team was incredibly determined. Even though they knew they might never return once they set out, they still tightly gripped their spears, lashed their horses mercilessly, and raced wildly southward. The smallest detachment consisted of a maximum of 20 people, but in front of several hundred-foot soldiers to the south, these 20 people seemed utterly ridiculous. This cavalry leader revealed a bitter smile on his face and turned back to address those behind him without hesitation. Brothers, this time we're doomed to survive only through the utmost peril. Do you fear? The cavalry leader yelled aloud. No fear. The remaining dozen or so people shouted in unison. The cavalry leader smiled, his smile bittersweet, but he forcibly rallied his spirits and roared. Then help me carve a bloody path forward. Charge. The more than 10 people immediately accelerated. Anyo, here. A cavalryman who was evidently younger than the others responded. This is our last time protecting you, Anyo. Boss. Tears streamed down the face of the teenager known as Anyo, but these tears did not alter his determined gaze. There was only sadness, no fear. Brothers, the cavalry leader roared. Form an arrowhead formation. Escort Anyo out. All right. The group maneuvered their horses to protect Anyo in the rear. They formed a sharp arrow-like array with the cavalry head leading the charge, facing death head-on for the entire team. Charge. The 20 horsebacks had almost been whipped raw. They reached incredible speeds. It was as if they transformed into real arrows piercing deeply into the 100-strong infantry formation. In less than half a minute, they were already at the back end of the infantry's line. But by this point, only 2 riders remained from their original party. Amongst the infantry troops, there were also several mounted men in pursuit, relentlessly chasing after them. Fortunately, they had escaped the larger army's encirclement. But unless they lost these few pursuers, they wouldn't be able to return safely to the camp and call for reinforcements. Anyo, only 3 men left now shouted together. When burning paper money, remember to burn some for us. And don't forget a few beggar chickens. Sure. Anyo, with tears streaming down his cheeks, glanced back at his brothers and decisively galloped southward. These men then suddenly turned and rushed toward over a dozen enemy soldiers chasing them. You Goguryeo bastards, let your 3 grandpas give you a lesson. Then came the sound of metal clashing, yet none of this reached Anyo's ears anymore. Chapter 161, Commander Fruit. Afterward, it was the moment when Anyo returned to the city for reinforcements. Liu's steed. Its speed was naturally incomparable to ordinary military horses, but Liu didn't dare let his horse gallop at full speed. Because, if he separated from the team, that would be like courting death. After all, he was only one person, and attempting to charge into a formation of thousands would be akin to a man tired of life. He didn't expect to become some Zhao Zilong who went in and out 7 times. He merely wanted to experience the feeling of war up front, then safely return and fool around with Liu a bit. He certainly didn't wish to die young. Nevertheless, despite this, Liu's heart was pounding as though there was a horse continuously trampling within him. But this wasn't fear, it was excitement. It was exhilaration. In life, which fiery-blooded youth hasn't dreamt of charging on the battlefield against enemies? And now, Liu had realized this dream. How could he not feel excited? This was simply mind-blowingly amazing. 1,000 cavalrymen were charging under his command. This wasn't a game. This was an actual war. Quickly look. It's our reinforcements. On the high ground, General Li laughed heartily. The heavens haven't forsaken me. Haha, the reinforcements have arrived. Countless Tang soldiers immediately charged forward toward the enemy, as if energized by adrenaline, their combat capability in this moment far surpassing any previous occasion. However, the enemy commander cursed loudly. Hundreds of men couldn't withstand such a small cavalry unit. It's ridiculous. Ashishibar, when we return, I will make them all suffer. How many enemies are there? The enemy commander calmed down a little and asked the nearby advisor. Roughly 1,000 men. 1,000 men. The enemy commander burst into laughter. 1,000 men dared to come? This is clearly looking down upon our great Goguryeo. Our Goguryeo is invincible. But we don't know if there are more reinforcements behind them. The advisor hesitated a little while speaking. This isn't the modern era. Even if their scouts discovered reinforcements and sprinted back here with the news, they wouldn't make it in time. By the time the scout arrived, the Tang reinforcements would likely already be close, and thinking about retreating without injury at that point would just be a pipe dream. Thus, the Goguryeo commander was somewhat concerned, but one word from his subordinate convinced him not to retreat. Our great Tang doesn't have many pastures, and this is just one checkpoint. Where could there possibly be so many cavalrymen? Even if reinforcements exist, they probably won't arrive for several hours. That's well said. And this is also a good opportunity to take down Tang generally. How can we abandon this chance so easily? If we are scared off by merely 1,000 cavalries, if word gets back home, we will surely be laughed at. But what they didn't know was, if they heard these words spoken by the Tang dynasty people, they might also end up laughing. Tang dynasty doesn't have many grasslands. The pastures used by the Tang to feed their warhorses were probably larger than your entire country of Goguryeo. And you say the Tang dynasty has few pastures? If the Tang dynasty lacks sufficient pastures, then perhaps there's no sufficiently large pasture left in the entire world. At this moment, Liu inexplicably opened the system, finding something strange at the bottom of the system bar. Commander Fruit? It costs 10,000 points to redeem? My goodness, it's like robbing money. If it weren't for my 1,000,000 points, the total value of everything I own probably wouldn't cover the cost of a few fruits, right? Liu's mouth twitched. What kind of odd thing was this? But after Liu opened the detailed description, the only 2 words on his mind were, so delicious. Commander Fruit, upon consumption, it can affect friendly soldiers within 10 miles in all directions. Various dazzling attribute enhancements. This wasn't even the most important part. The most crucial thing was, the enhancement was permanent. This meant that, as long as Liu consumed this item, unless he died, the effect would remain indefinitely. This wasn't a trivial matter. Though a 10% increase in all attributes may not seem very powerful, there were no limits to the number of troops affected. Imagine a showdown between 2 armies of 100,000 each. Equally matched, Liu only needed to stand there, and the battle situation would change instantly. This wasn't a game where once stabbed, a soldier would lose fighting capacity and soon be trampled to death by enemies or allies alike. With a 10% boost across all attributes, it basically guaranteed a more than 70% chance of victory in a one-on-one scenario. This implied that, provided there was no major strategic blunder, the battle would definitely end in victory. Exchange. The next moment, Liu took out the bizarre-looking Commander Fruit from his bosom and stuffed it into his mouth. Liu Yan witnessed this scene. Though he felt strange in his heart, he grumbled inwardly. We are already at war, yet you are still eating a fruit here. You have such a carefree attitude. However, on the surface, he did not say anything. But in the next instant, countless cavalrymen all sensed an indescribable feeling. My goodness, I feel full of energy all over my body. This horse runs even faster than before. Ho, I feel like I could pierce through 2 men with just 1 spear thrust. Exclamations arose one after another, but shortly afterward, they all closed their mouths, for they were at war, not strolling through the market street. Meanwhile, Liu Yun was very perplexed, marveling in his heart. The moment His Royal Highness Xuanhuan consumed that strange fruit, the soldiers experienced this sensation. Could it be? This might be the true Dragon Qi. After pondering for a while, Liu Yan still couldn't think of any proper title to explain this extraordinary phenomenon, so he superstitiously attributed it to Liu being a prince. He thought this effect must be due to the Dragon Qi that Liu possessed. Instantly, he developed even more admiration for Liu in his heart. As the successor of our great Tang dynasty, he leads by example like this. If His Royal Highness Xuanhuan becomes the next emperor of our great Tang dynasty, that would truly be the good fortune of our great Tang. Your Royal Highness Xuanhuan, in the upcoming battle, I will certainly dedicate my life to safeguarding you. Liu Yun said resolutely, his eyes brimming with devotion and loyalty. Liu, upon seeing Liu Yun's behavior, merely smiled and replied. Then, General, thank you for your effort. My God. Liu Yun instantly felt that Liu's image had ascended to a higher level in his mind. Such a great existence is still so considerate. To express gratitude to someone as insignificant as me. This is, indeed, the greatest honor of my 3 lifetimes. Chapter 162, Winning with Fewer Numbers. At this moment, the 1,000 cavalrymen led by Liu had already charged to the front of the enemy army. The Goguryeo general then smirked. Send 2,000 cavalry from the left flank to deal with them. I don't believe that 2,000 Goguryeo cavalry can't handle 1,000 cavalry from Tang. Exactly. These guys have sent only light cavalry in order to provide quick support. After all, The fame of Tang cavalry was built on the strength of heavily armored iron horsemen. So, in the eyes of outsiders, the light cavalry of Tang wasn't considered a very formidable force. They believed that 2,000 cavalry were more than enough to handle the 1,000 cavalry Li Yu had brought. Let these 1,000 cavalry be a small addition to our victory. The Goguryeo general laughed loudly. They're just a group of light cavalry. Do they really think they are the invincible Tang iron cavalry? Immediately, the 2,000 cavalry from the left flank surged forward towards the 1,000 light cavalry under Li Yu. However, cavalry charges require an acceleration process. But at this time, the distance between the two armies was less than 100 meters. Li Yu's troops had already reached their maximum speed, while these 2,000 Goguryeo cavalry still needed more time to fully accelerate. My god, how can their cavalry charge so fast? When Li Yu's forces reached them, they finally realized something was wrong. But at this moment, there was no time for them to be shocked. They could only push forward with gritted teeth. The result was obvious. The army led by Li Yu plunged into these 2,000 like a sharp blade. In just one clash, over 300 casualties were caused. Of these 300 people, only a mere dozen belonged to Li Yu's side, and most of those were minor injuries. To the right, make a flanking maneuver. Li Yu's voice, amplified by his energy, rang out clearly across the entire battlefield. This 1,000 cavalry simultaneously turned their horses and flanked to the right. On the right side lay scattered infantry regiments. What's going on? The Goguryeo general angrily pounded the war chariot in front of him, demanding answers. Why did our cavalry suffer so many casualties in just one confrontation? Despite the Goguryeo general's rage-filled roar, no one could tell him the reason. And up on the hill, General Li asked in confusion, "That voice doesn't sound like any of my soldiers. Could it be reinforcements sent by the emperor?" "It's impossible. If reinforcements were sent by the emperor, it would likely be after the grain harvest, and it wouldn't just be these 1,000 cavalrymen. Judging by their attire, they certainly appear to be our forces." Another old general blinked his big eyes, looking confused as well. "Hey," a bald man burst out laughing. "Never mind all that. As long as they've come to reinforce us, that's a good thing. Let's join forces with them and break through the encirclement." But at this moment, they also noticed the direction of the cavalry. My god, what on earth are they thinking? Instead of charging toward us, they've headed towards the enemy's infantry formation. What are they trying to do? General Li squinted his eyes. Although cavalry easily counters infantry, rushing straight into an infantry formation will inevitably cause some casualties. And their numbers were already limited. If they continued like this, not only would they fail to break through, but they would also lose these 1,000 cavalrymen. Who is this reckless fool? General Li shook his fist angrily at the air. If we manage to return alive, I'll give this young man a good lesson. Isn't wasting troops like this just throwing lives away? Besides, these aren't just numbers, they're my comrades. But the next scene took him by surprise. General Li Yu's army tore into the enemy infantry like red-hot iron thrown into snow. Every enemy infantryman they encountered melted into disarray almost instantly. In a single charge, these 1,000 cavalry wiped out nearly half of the infantry array and then skillfully disengaged from the enemy's striking range. Keep in mind that the cavalry array numbered over 1,000 men. In just one charge, hundreds of lives were lost. What surprised General Li the most was that this cavalry unit had sustained almost no losses after this round of charges. There's something off about this cavalry unit. They're simply too strong. General Li chuckled and praised them repeatedly. Yeah, I wonder which young general's troops these are. Why have we never noticed them before? Is it because there have been too few cavalry battles in the past? What they didn't know was that the overall improvement in the quality of this cavalry unit was indeed one reason. But the most crucial factor was Li Yu and his few guards leading at the forefront, their small group cutting through the enemy ranks like ferocious tigers descending from a mountain, moving back and forth with complete ease. The powerful cavalry behind them quickly followed up, expanding the breach. This created the illusion that the entire cavalry force was invincible. Brothers, follow me and charge. At this moment, Li Yu was covered in blood. His enemy's blood had soaked through his robe. He felt as if his whole body was on fire. Li Yu had never been this excited. Prince Qi, this is the life you yearn for, isn't it? Lu Shui watched Li Yu with shining eyes. She hoped Li Yu would become such a person. Yes, this is far more interesting than planting crops in the fields. Li Yu burst out laughing. Brothers, Li Yu shouted loudly. Do you have the confidence to wipe out all these guys? Yes. A thunderous roar rose into the clouds, making even the pebbles on the hill tremble. Then follow me and fight. Again and again, they charged, turned around, and charged once more. The number of Li Yu's 1,000 cavalrymen began to dwindle bit by bit. Even Li Yu himself was wounded. Virtually everyone in the entire army was injured, some even having half an arm cut off, but still fighting on. They seemed like soldiers risen from hell, able to use just 1,000 cavalry to throw 4,000 or 5,000 enemy soldiers into disarray. In the end, Li Yu and General Li worked together inside and out, using 3,000 men to completely annihilate these 5,000 or 6,000 foes. This battle could be said to have been fought extremely brilliantly. As soon as the battle ended, General Li spurred his horse straight toward Li Yu. General, why did you rush forward so fast? Several commanders caught up with him, puzzled by his haste. Chapter 163, General Li. Stop me. I want to see who that guy is. General Li rushed towards where Li Yu was located, spurring his horse on. Lu Yun quickly saw General Li and coughed to draw Li Yu's attention. Your Highness the Prince of Qi, General Li is coming over. He's the one riding the tall red horse in front. Li Yu nodded and looked toward the man riding the tall red horse. He went forward to meet him. Liu Yun naturally followed closely behind. I have met you, General Li. Liu said neither too humbly nor arrogantly. He had a natural sense of closeness to those who fought at the front lines because the glory of the Tang dynasty and the peace of a nation were achieved by these warriors with real swords and spears. Good lad. General Li laughed heartily and asked while looking at Li Yu. Are you the one leading this 1,000 cavalry unit to our rescue? What's your name? I'll surely give you the top credit when I return. My name is Li Yu. Li Yu responded politely. Regardless of any perspective, General Li was his elder, and with the blood of the Li family running through his veins, if ranked strictly by generation, even Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, would call him uncle. In front of him, Li Yu was merely a junior, and showing him such respect was appropriate. Li Yu. General Li blinked and stroked his beard, saying, sounds familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it. General Li. Liu Yun frantically signaled with his eyes, but General Li still couldn't understand, and instead chuckled helplessly. What's with all your winking and signaling? Liu Yun sighed and pointed at Li Yu respectfully, saying, he is His Highness the Prince of Qi, the Son of Heaven. Oh, General Li acted as if everything became clear to him, about to dismount and pay homage. This humble servant pays respects. But Li Yu got off the horse more swiftly, supporting General Li's body. General, you mustn't. I am the younger one. How could I let you bow to me? The Prince of Qi is truly as modest and respectful to scholars as rumors say he is. General Li remarked with admiration. Ho ho, I just dislike pretentious formalities. Li Yu waved his hand and continued. General, did we capture a general from Goguryeo? That's for sure. General Li laughed loudly, saying, right behind you, but I couldn't help but wonder who managed to lead 1,000 cavalry through the enemy camp several times, repeatedly weaving in and out despite being vastly outnumbered. Such reckless courage really earns my respect as an old man. When I was young, I wasn't half as courageous as your highness, the Prince of Qi. General Li showed open admiration for Li Yu. Haha, thank you for your praise, General Li. But let's first go check out that Goguryeo fellow. Chatting about old times would be better suited inside the fortress. Li Yu smiled. General Li nodded, gesturing for Li Yu to remount his horse, then proceeded side by side with Li Yu until they arrived before the captured Goguryeo general. Heh, we meet again. General Li grinned broadly upon seeing the detained Goguryeo generals. You? I don't accept this. The Goguryeo general, using broken Chinese, yet still comprehensible enough, exclaimed defiantly. Ho ho, what do you not accept? General Li replied vividly, smiling like an old prankster, repeating slowly either to ensure the Goguryeo general understood or deliberately to mock him. We, 3,000 men, wiped out your 6,000 men. You guys are very weak. The Goguryeo general struggled as though going mad, then got slapped unconscious by General Li. The force of that slap was so strong it shattered all the man's teeth. General Li has godlike strength. Li Yu praised. There were legends saying this General Li possessed extraordinary strength, having killed a bear with bare hands at 16 years old. Who knows how formidable a bear can be? 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. This old saying shows that even the tiger ranks behind the bear. And at 16 years old, General Li faced the bear with nothing but his bare hands, eventually slaying it. This certainly proved how powerful General Li was. Ho ho, just a little brute strength, utterly insignificant compared to your courage and intelligence. General Li humbly replied. Stop, a Goguryeo general said in relatively fluent Chinese. Do not harm my subordinates further. He's almost dead. Li Yu heard this and responded. Oh, so you're probably the highest-ranking official here? Li Yu asked while looking at the person who had spoken earlier. Yes, I'm the top officer. Direct all your issues at me. Leave my subordinates alone. Should I also praise you for your kind of bravery? Li Yu's expression turned serious. You know it yourself. Then why doesn't Goguryeo directly attack the Tang army? Why harm innocent civilians instead? Li Yu angrily rebuked. The man fell silent. He had indeed allowed his subordinates to slaughter those civilians because for them, guards, except for this one, take the rest out and behead them. Li Yu roared. Yes. A group of soldiers moved forward, dragging away all but the man confronting Li Yu. You are a devil. The top Goguryeo general glared fiercely at Li Yu, his eyes bloodshot as he spoke. Do with me what you will. Let me tell you, this time, we'll go straight to your capital. Li Yu said without any emotion, as if merely stating a fact. Upon hearing this, the man did not argue but instead laughed lightly. In such a year of drought, do you expect to send an army? Is that possible? According to your people, it's about moving troops only after the provisions have been secured. But I haven't seen any signs of large-scale transportation of food from your side. The man seemed to shed all negative emotions and looked at Li Yu like a fool. Generally, is there any use keeping these people alive? Without answering the man, Li Yu turned around and asked. Not really useful. We only need their heads to count towards military merit. Besides, these men keep their mouths shut tight. Moreover, information about where Goguryeo troops are stationed doesn't help us much since we can't possibly reach that far anyway. Generally explained somewhat helplessly. Can't reach that far? Li Yu furrowed his brows. Why? Because beyond there, it's unsuitable for cavalry warfare, mountainous roads, jagged rocks, and besides, transporting food supplies would also be a huge problem. Generally sighed helplessly, adding, for years, I've also entertained thoughts of charging through to the other side of the mountains. Chapter 164, Divide and Conquer. But alas, this truly isn't an easy task. General Li sighed deeply, then swiftly decapitated the head of the Goguryeo commander with a single stroke. The issue with food? Is there anything else? Prince Liu asked, squinting his eyes. Other than that, there are no significant problems. However, if we force our way through, it might lead to higher casualties among our soldiers. That's why I've been hesitant to rush forward. But, if His Majesty requires us to press ahead, the 20,000 border guards under my command will not hesitate for a second. Suddenly, General Li exuded an awe-inspiring aura. General, please enlighten me, Liu said earnestly as he looked straight into General Li's eyes. As for the food supply, you needn't worry about that. Large quantities of provisions will soon arrive with the troops. That part is assured, said Liu. As for other areas, I understand them to some extent too, Liu added. All right, let's return to the camp and continue the discussion there. General Li nodded in agreement, showing no irritation at Liu's behavior. Even though he thought Liu might lack experience due to his youth, General Li didn't underestimate him. He knew that young minds were often lively and innovative. Perhaps amidst all the chatter, an ingenious idea would emerge. After returning to camp, General Li brought Liu into his quarters. A more apt term might be tent. The conditions of the frontier army were indeed tough. They lacked even the stones to build proper houses, and even if they had them, they wouldn't have the time. Your Highness, once we cross that peak, we lose our strongest advantage, the cavalry, said Liu in response. Isn't it right? Liu questioned. General Li sighed. Indeed, our Tang iron cavalry can't traverse those mountains. Even if they could, the path would only accommodate one horse at a time. It would be chaotic and congested. So we'd have no choice but to fight on foot. And unfortunately, our infantry won't perform well in such terrain either. It'd result in an equal chance against the enemy. How disgraceful. It's like mocking the face of our Tang army. Fighting these barbarian armies, yet ending up tied with them. Generally, there's no need to belittle ourselves. These people know the terrain well. They've put up their best fight against us. However, I do have a plan which may resolve this problem. Liu smirked slightly, recalling certain battle formations from the medieval European wars. Our infantry excels because of our strict discipline. But we all know, once entering complex terrain, our phalanx gets disrupted. This way, orders can't be effectively delivered, and cooperation between units becomes impossible. The general stroked his beard, internally praising Liu's clear analysis. I didn't expect this young man to reason so soundly. Perhaps it's worth hearing his plan patiently. My suggestion is that we break our forces down into smaller groups. Each group consists of 10 infantrymen who operate independently. In that kind of location, such small unit tactics are undoubtedly more flexible. As long as we appoint experienced veterans as captains, I believe these 10-man squads will demonstrate far greater power than the traditional formation could. Liu explained. SSSHH. General Li took in a sharp breath, thinking, this guy actually shares the exact same thoughts as me. If I hadn't kept my ideas secret from everyone else, I'd have assumed he was copying my ideas. Well done. General Li slapped his thigh heartily. I also think this method is feasible. But, though feasible, we still need to concern ourselves with food supplies. Liu smiled confidently. General, don't worry. I trust you've heard of my reputation back in the capital. An expert in farming. Haha, that name has certainly spread wide. Whenever anyone mentions Crown Prince Qi, your wondrous fruits come to mind instantly. I wonder, did His Highness bring any of these magical fruits along this time? I, Old Li, have spent my entire life stationed on the borderlands, and never tasted something like that before. General Li chuckled. Of course. Without further ado, Liu opened a large chest beside him that had been previously empty. But Liu had quietly exchanged some fruits from the system and stored them inside this box. Upon opening, the tent was instantly filled with a fragrant aroma, permeating the whole space with pleasant fruit smells. But these things can't replace food, can they? General Li said somewhat dejectedly. Haha, then I suppose we've done a good job keeping secrets, Liu chuckled. We've already planted an incredible strain of rice in the fertile fields all across the nation. I can assure you that even though this year is a drought year, our grain production will not only not decrease, it will increase several times over. Liu said, patting his own chest. In just a few more days, it'll be harvest season, and grain will keep arriving without end. You needn't worry about provisions at all. I swear this by the royal family's honor, Liu declared earnestly. When General Li heard him swear by the royal family's honor, he immediately found the statement entirely credible. If that's the case, then I can rest easy. The general slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Now that things are settled, why don't you have a few fruits to quench your thirst? Liu smiled. All right, then I thank His Highness Qi Wang for these extraordinary fruits. I won't hesitate, Old Li. Without further ado, the general grabbed a strawberry and popped it into his mouth. In the next instant, his whole body froze. He stared at the box of fruits as if entranced, dumbfounded. Tears streamed down his face. Is this really something that can be grown from the soil? General Li asked incredulously, looking at Liu. Liu was used to people reacting this way. He smiled gently and replied, General Li, feel free to eat your fill. These aren't rare delicacies. They're nothing but ordinary crops. And what can't be grown from the earth? Nothing in this world is more wondrous than the soil and seeds. He smiled warmly. General Li took a deep breath and looked very solemnly at Liu. His Highness Qi Wang, may I give this entire box of fruits to the soldiers? Liu simply waved his hand. There's no need. Chapter 165 Progress Bar. General Li's expression momentarily paused. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, in his heart he had already labeled Liu as hypocritical. He mocked inwardly. Being close to the people and loving them like children? Humph. Now I want to let those soldiers eat some exotic fruits, but it's not allowed. Truly, you think highly of yourself. However, General Li would never voice these thoughts. But Li Yu's next words immediately made General Li feel that he was judging a noble by the standards of a villain. These are for you alone to enjoy, the soldiers share. I have also set aside a portion. Moreover, I have the seeds. If what I brought isn't enough, the soldiers can plant some themselves. Li Yu patted his chest. Rest assured, General Li. I can't guarantee everyone will be full, but I can promise all the brothers will get a taste. Good, good. General Li could not stop praising Li Yu, and there was also guilt for having misjudged him. I'll return and rest for a bit then. After all, battling in the battlefield, though thrilling and invigorating, is still somewhat tiring, said Li Yu, who could no longer withstand General Li's constant flattery. You see, Li Yu's body has been enhanced by martial techniques, such that this level of combat wouldn't even make him breathe heavily if he kept fighting for another 2 hours. All right, General Li nodded. Prince Qi, tonight you must come here. We'll throw you a victory banquet, and at the same time welcome you with dust washing away from your journey. Agreed. Li Yu nodded. For sure. Huff. Upon returning to the tent his subordinates had set up for him, Li Yu took a deep breath. Exhausting. Never thought being praised by others could be so weary. Li Yu opened his system and noticed an unobtrusive progress bar in the bottom right corner. 79 out of 100. 79. Li Yu pondered, what is this? This thing must have appeared recently, and his completion percentage reached 79. Oh, Li Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. It must be the number of enemies killed. After all, Li Yu had boasted about his skills earlier, during the charge where he performed extremely flamboyantly. He clearly remembered taking out around 80 enemy soldiers. Don't underestimate 79. On average, each Tang soldier managed to take down only 2 foes. Killing 79 demonstrated a highly exceptional number. Likely, across the entire battlefield, Li Yu might have eliminated the most enemy troops, and the second placer probably lags far behind him, likely missing out by dozens. I wonder what reward awaits when the kill count reaches 100. Li Yu wondered curiously. Screw it. Let's go out and kill a few more. Li Yu, upon deciding, immediately summoned heavy shield and galloped off on horseback. Lord Li Yu, and you and Lu Xue hurried to catch up. Why didn't you call us before going out? And you pouted. Ah, this. Li Yu chuckled helplessly. Isn't heavy shield here with me? My safety isn't an issue. Don't worry about me. In that case, why don't we come along too? We've got some skills ourselves, right? Lu Xue giggled. That's right. If you don't bring us, something's wrong. And you said. Reluctantly, Li Yu agreed. I just want to check over there to see if there are any enemy spies. If I find any, I'll take them out. Nothing major. Oh, and remember, do not intervene unless I am in danger. I want to see if my current abilities can handle multiple foes alone. I don't want unnecessary actions taken unless absolutely necessary. Li Yu explained, ensuring they did not steal kills in case real enemy forces showed up. If they fought alongside him for kills, wouldn't this trip be meaningless? Okay. The 2 girls consented and then picked up their speed, approaching Li Yu's side, one to the left, the other to the right, effectively pushing Heavy Shield aside. Heavy Shield could only laugh wryly, yet remained powerless against it. Upon arriving at the previous battle site, sure enough, here, a small detachment of about 100 light cavalrymen were inspecting the area, while also clearing the battlefield, trying to find survivors. However, that was almost impossible, because this fight had ended several hours ago, and the Tang army also clears the battlefield. They carried back friendly corpses for burial, and for the Goguryeo troops, they merely stabbed once to ensure no fake deaths. Boss, there are a few people over there. They look like Tang folks. A Goguryeo soldier pointed towards Li Yu's direction. Oops, we've been spotted. Li Yu chuckled. I'd like to see what these guys plan to do. Li Yu was not at all worried, because his steed was the finest strain of blood-sweating horses, and those guys naturally couldn't outrun his horse. Moreover, when that group saw there were only 4 people on their side, they would most likely charge up, treating them as prey. And when that happens, he could take care of these men easily. There are only 4 of them. The leader of the Goguryeo small unit got excited immediately upon seeing Li Yu's side. Seize them. With a wave of the leader's hand and a whistle blow, nearly 100 soldiers rushed toward Li Yu's direction instantly. The clothes these few aren't plain-colored. This shows they belong to noble families. There must be some gains for us, the small unit leader said with extreme excitement. As they started to move and were less than 50 meters away from Li Yu's group, they wondered why these 4 Tang didn't run. But when they saw Yu and Lu Xue, an intense desire overtook their slight hesitation, prompting them to roar forward. According to their rules, whoever charges fastest gets quite a significant share of the spoils, and whoever charges the fastest can easily take away one of the women. Therefore, this group became extraordinarily frenzied. Li Yu smiled. Watch carefully. Then he picked up a strangely shaped blade and charged rapidly toward the group. Although the distance between them was less than 50 meters, Li Yu's blood-sweating horse beneath him was enough to reach its ultimate speed within such a short range. Chapter 166, The Fruit of the War God. Ha ha. It seems that this guy is imagining himself being able to fight 100 enemies alone. One Goguryeo soldier chuckled. Yes, it seems he's working hard to show off in front of those 2 girls. But soon his head will be cut off by us, and those 2 girls will be ours. Ha ha. But what they didn't know was that this might just be the last time they would ever laugh in their lives. Li Yu's horse was fully armored, while these Goguryeo soldiers' weapons were all knives. None of them were blunt weapons. Therefore, it was quite evident that they could not inflict any real damage on Li Yu's horse. Li Yu swung his long knife wildly as he rushed quickly through the ranks of these soldiers. That blade was like cutting grass, swiftly cutting through the necks of countless men. With only one charge, over 10 Goguryeo soldiers were slaughtered. My goodness, is this guy even human? He wiped out more than a dozen of us with just one charge. A Goguryeo soldier shouted. Don't panic, their squad leader called out loudly. We were merely caught off guard. Let's chase him and slow him down. I refuse to believe we can't handle one guy with nearly 100 of us. Okay. Everyone instantly cheered excitedly and charged toward Liu, because they thought he was a nobleman, and if they captured him, they could return and claim their reward, which wouldn't be low at all. After all, there weren't many people who could armor their horses entirely. It wasn't impossible, but anyone capable of doing so was invariably a noble or from a prominent family. 96. Liu looked at the progress bar with excitement. Who would have thought a single charge would eliminate so many people? Now, I only need to kill 4 more, and that'll be enough. Liu immediately turned his horse around and charged towards the remaining Goguryeo soldiers. This guy dares to turn his horse back under such circumstances. This is blatant disrespect for us. He doesn't even take us seriously. The Goguryeo junior team leader gritted his teeth and said, Brothers, chop him into minced meat. But don't disfigure his face. The squad leader roared as he waved his curved sword. Tisk. Liu sneered contemptuously. A general's success cost the lives of countless soldiers. You are just some dead bones under my throne, yet you dare to imagine killing me? Absurd. Liu made an astonishing decision that the Goguryeo soldiers couldn't comprehend. He jumped directly off his horse. Haha, look at that fool. He abandoned his mount. I wonder how he expects to fight us now? We can just trample him to death with our horse's hooves. As for why Liu made such a move, it was because fighting on horseback was simply inconvenient for him, and Liu didn't even need the momentum brought by the horse's speed. The sheer physical strength of Liu alone was enough to split a person clean from head to toe with a single slash. What kind of immense force was that? Moreover, his weapon was undoubtedly of the highest quality and would never get its edge dulled by slashing at a few Goguryeo soldiers. Brothers, stampede him to death. The Goguryeo captain cried out. However, when they really charged up to Liu, they discovered that things were entirely different from what they imagined, completely against their expectations. They watched as Liu delivered a powerful blow to the horse's high-raised hoof, knocking the rider straight off the horse with incredible strength, and the horse's entire leg bone shattered instantly under the blow. Then, Liu's long knife swept across with a dazzling array of flashes, slicing like a well-oiled machine. In an instant, numerous severed limbs flew in all directions, blood splattered everywhere, and the group of Goguryeo soldiers had already been decimated before they even understood the situation. Liu was akin to a man-sized meat grinder, rapidly reaping the lives of these Goguryeo soldiers. We surrender. A small bunch of the Goguryeo soldiers, having witnessed Liu's prowess, immediately disregarded the risk of breaking their legs jumping off their horses. They jumped off their mounts, enduring the pain of broken bones, and knelt down pleading for mercy. Surrender? Liu glanced with interest at those kneeling individuals who kept kowtowing and pleading, and smiled. Don't you think it's amusing? A unit of 100 soldiers surrendering to me alone. One man nearby, who almost became a victim of Liu's blade, knocked his head violently on the ground and flattered him, saying, Sir, you are like the incarnation of a Holy Spirit. Even our mortal selves do not consider surrendering to you to be a disgrace. Hee, since that's the case, I'll spare your lives. Get up, and don't even think about running, Liu said casually. Lead your horses and follow me back to the fortress. Liu thought that since his progress bar was already complete, he might as well not kill these guys. After all, sending them to the back for hard labor wasn't such a bad idea. It was precisely the time when physical labor would be needed from these people, and if they showed any sign of rebellion, they would be killed instantly. In a military camp with tens of thousands of soldiers, would one really fear dozens of these men attempting anything improper? That would be absurd. Liu had these men use their own ropes to tie their horses' reins together with his hand, so in this way, there was no way for these men to escape. After all, with their hands tied to the horses' reins, it was impossible for them to mount the horses. And without being able to mount the horses, trying to escape from under Liu's watchful eyes was nothing more than an unrealistic dream. Let me see what kind of reward will come after completing the progress. Liu glanced at the system panel and found that the progress bar had disappeared. In his warehouse, however, there appeared a fruit shaped like a grotesque ghost head. The attributes panel read, Fruit of the War God. Consuming it grants the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Gaining kills on enemies increases all attribute stats. Oh, Liu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. This is indeed a great thing. With the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, in the future, I could even destroy the enemy's city gates by myself. After all, a city gate weighs no more than several dozen tons at most. Excitedly, Liu wanted to study what exactly this increase in attributes per enemy kill meant. Without much pondering, Liu pretended to take something out from his chest, then retrieved the fruit shaped like a ghost head from his warehouse. Without hesitation, he shoved it into his mouth. Instantly, a warm torrent rushed violently through every part of his body. Chapter 167, Feast. Liu suddenly felt as if all his veins, muscles, and bones were burning with a slight sensation of heat. However, this feeling was still within Liu's tolerance range. A moment later, it was like Liu had just been to a sauna. He was completely drenched in sweat. Yet, his eyes were exceptionally bright. Phew. Liu exhaled a breath of foul air. In that short while, tremendous changes had occurred inside him, akin to the renovation of an entire building from inside out. Liu clenched his fists tightly, sensing he could shatter everything obstructing him at the moment. This feeling is truly excellent. Liu smiled faintly before urging these dozens of prisoners back into the fortress. What is that? A soldier guarding the city gate watched the group of people led by Liu very cautiously. I don't know, possibly enemies. Keep your eyes on them. I'll report. Another soldier shook his head, then immediately bolted away like a hound chasing a rabbit. After all, such a long distance made it impossible for them to clearly see the faces of Li Yu and his men. Naturally, there was no talk of distinguishing between friend and foe. Thus, moments later, 200 cavalrymen roared as they rushed out of the city gates, swiftly encircling Li Yu's group. The reason why 200 men were dispatched was to prevent any ambush, just in case there was a larger enemy force nearby. Dispatching 200 soldiers would be enough to eliminate these dozens of enemies, and even if they were all enveloped, it wouldn't cause overly catastrophic losses. You will all kneel down now, Li Yu stated lightly, the Goguryeo gang already scared witless. They immediately knelt down with a thud, one after another, in impeccable synchronization. When the 200 Tang dynasty cavalrymen drew near, they also noticed the situation. The leading man stepped forward, asking hesitantly, Prince Qi, what's going on? Oh, I just wandered around the battlefield a bit earlier and discovered this troop of about 100 men. I didn't expect them to dare charge at me. So naturally, I left them disheveled and fleeing. These surviving few dozens have thus become my captives, Li Yu casually said. Meanwhile, the junior commander's eyes twitched repeatedly as he heard the story. What does encountering 100 men and facing their daring offensive mean? What the hell do you mean? Can we please avoid putting on such a pretentious act? Your group consists of only 4 individuals, brother. For versus 100 yet emerged unscathed and actually captured dozens of men? Would you believe that? Cough. Prince Qi is indeed courageous beyond measure. We are all in all. That young commander did not know what else to say except flattering Li Yu before accompanying him back into the city. My God, there are so many. General Li also rushed out when noticing the multitude of captives behind Li Yu, which surprised him greatly. Ho ho, mainly because this group lacks backbone. I merely killed over 40, and they all surrendered subsequently. Li Yu replied unperturbed, without batting an eyelid. Amazing. Prince Qi is truly skilled. General Li clasped his hands respectfully. To tell the truth, even he, General Li, had never seen anyone so fierce. Although those opposite were only light cavalry, they still totaled up to over 100 individuals. And somehow Li Yu's group of 4 easily captured them. Something practically unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd really find it hard to believe that 4 people can defeat a force of 100 and return capturing several. General Li marveled, expressing astonishment. General Li, none of us lifted a finger. All credit goes solely to Prince Qi. The silent shield carrier beside finally spoke up. What? Everyone present stared wide-eyed at the heavy shield warrior in disbelief. Are you serious? General Li couldn't believe his ears. His heart trembled. To accomplish such a feat single-handedly was almost like divine power. Ho ho, General Li, let's go in first. Handle these dozen or so prisoners as you see fit. Li Yu gestured briefly, then headed toward the center of the military camp where the feast was being held. Is it true that you alone defeated and captured all of them, Prince Qi? One soldier pointed his spear tip at one of the captives, doubting what he had just heard. Yes. The Goguryeo prisoner answered without hesitation. After all, Li Yu was like a mythical figure to them. A charge from 100 men had done nothing to harm him, whereas his attacks were akin to cutting wheat stalks, claiming lives effortlessly during every charge. Who, under such circumstances, would dare continue to face Li Yu? That would be tantamount to courting death. After about 10 minutes, most of the generals had gathered in the square, except for those on duty. We are at war and cannot drink alcohol, so please forgive us, Prince Qi. General Li lifted his wine cup, but inside was plain tea. We will substitute tea for wine. Agreed, General Li. Li Yu also raised his wine cup. Gentlemen, there is no need for me to introduce you, is there? This is His Highness Prince Qi, the 5th son of our current emperor. His Highness does not have to suffer with us here on this dangerous frontier, but he cares deeply for all of us soldiers defending the borders. He has brought exotic fruits to comfort us, and even personally charged into battle leading the way. General Li spoke passionately. Therefore, let us raise our cups together to toast Prince Qi, to the success of Prince Qi's every wish. General Li led by example, raising his cup first. Then all the soldiers followed suit, shouting loudly. To the success of Prince Qi's every wish. Under General Li's lead, they drained their cups in one gulp. In truth, wishing someone success in all endeavors was incredibly practical. There was no need to rack one's brain for elaborate blessings. Just wishing them success in whatever they desired worked fine. Moreover, some aspirations were not appropriate to express outright. For instance, if Li Yu wished to become emperor, it would be impossible to plainly say, "Wish Li Yu becomes emperor." That would curse Emperor Taizong, amounting to nothing less than treachery. Thank you for your heartfelt wishes. Li Yu finished the tea in his cup as well. I wish all of you victories in 100 battles, great achievements that bring glory to your ancestors. Thank you, Prince Qi. Another round of raising cups ensued. Afterward came a tedious exchange of mutual flattery, filled with hollow phrases that lacked substance. When they had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Yu approached General Li. General Li, may I ask, have you ever seen a general possessing the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers? Chapter 168, The 1000-Gene Tripod. General Li was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of thought, he said, I have truly never seen such an existence. If something like that were to appear on the battlefield, one person could truly match the strength of over 1,000 soldiers. How I wish our Tang dynasty could also produce warriors like that. Though not achieving the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, we do have soldiers strong like oxen, General Li remarked. In our army, there's a guy with incredible natural strength. Last time, he single-handedly restrained 2 wild horses running amok. The more General Li spoke, the more excited he became. His name is Dahe, and I've already promoted him to captain of 100 men. Is that so? Liu suddenly became interested and said, I would very much like to witness this soldier's strength. Tomorrow, if there's no battle, could you possibly summon him here for me to take a look? That's absolutely certain. Though his strength is immense, he is still only an ordinary captain of 100 men. It will be quite easy to summon him. General Li smiled as he replied. But indeed, I want to promote him. It's just that, currently, his military achievements only allow him to hold the rank of 100-man captain, General Li said with some difficulty. After all, if I forcibly promote him without enough military merit, other soldiers will certainly have opinions. I don't want internal strife among our troops. Brilliant move, General Li. After talking for a bit longer with General Li, Liu took his leave. The next day at noon, on the vast training ground filled with people, at the center stood the man called Dahe. Your Highness Prince Qi. This humble man, Dahe, has always had a little brute strength, and I hope to bring a smile to your face. Dahe said in an extremely simple-hearted manner. Liu, this guy seems rather dim-witted, but bringing him in as a subordinate would be excellent. His immense strength, with proper cultivation, can play quite a significant role, Princess Yu said while eating fruit. Just watch carefully. Liu grabbed Princess Yu's soft hand and said, Dahe. General Li laughed heartily and said, Begin. Yes, General Li. Dahe responded, then walked towards the huge tripods inside the square. Your Highness Prince Qi, these tripods weigh 100 jin, 200 jin, 400 jin, and 1,000 jin respectively. General Li explained beside Liu. Oh, then how heavy is the black tripod at the very center? Liu asked curiously, wondering why General Li hadn't introduced it. That one isn't meant for lifting, nor can anyone lift it. It weighs 10,000 jin. No human being can lift it, unless they're a god. Otherwise, at least 100 people working together could barely manage to move it. I see. Liu now had a plan for what came next. As Dahe approached the first tripod, he effortlessly lifted it with just one hand. He was bare-chested, and his bulging muscles were enough to make any man stare in awe. This Dahe was entirely like a human beast. He was 3 heads taller than the average soldier, and his thighs were thicker than a soldier's waist. And his arms were as thick as a regular person's thighs. When Dahe first joined the army, there was even a joke made about it because Dahe was born in a poverty-stricken village. According to common sense, such a destitute small village would never be able to nurture someone so massive. The recruitment officer even thought that this guy might be the child of a noble family who faked his identity to enlist. But later, it was discovered that there really were no wealthy families nearby capable of supporting such a man. Therefore, the recruiting officers once suspected that Dahe might be a spy sent by an enemy country. But then again, if they were looking for spies, they wouldn't pick someone so conspicuous, so prominent. After thorough questioning, they finally allowed Dahe to join the army. And Liu roughly understood the situation. There was a type of bull in Europe covered in muscle. Bulls eat grass every day, yet are still incredibly strong because their body compositions are different from other bulls. This was talent. Perhaps due to subtle changes in genes or disorders in hormone-secreting organs, this resulted in such a naturally powerful individual as Dahe. The 100-gene bronze tripod was casually wielded by Dahe like a toy. The 200-gene one was handled similarly. It wasn't until the 400-gene tripod where Dahe used both hands, yet after lifting it, his expression remained calm, his heartbeat steady, and his breathing merely slightly heavier. Dahe, Dahe, Dahe. Some soldiers had spontaneously started chanting Dahe's name because they felt Dahe was incredibly powerful. Dahe's strength was something they aspired to in their hearts. Your Highness Prince Qi, I dare to ask for a favor. If I can lift this 1,000-gene tripod, may I request something from your Highness? Dahe grinned as he looked up at Liu on the high platform and asked. Dahe, do not be impolite. A captain of 1,000 men, also Dahe's superior officer, anxiously interjected. He did not know what kind of temperament Liu had, and if Dahe's words made him feel unpleasant, it could be very disadvantageous for Dahe. However, Liu did not appear displeased. Instead, he found Dahe quite interesting and smiled while nodding. Certainly. If you manage to lift that 1,000-gene tripod, even without asking, I would reward you with something. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Qi. Dahe smiled happily in excitement. The captain of 1,000 men relaxed in relief because to him, Dahe was like his own son. If anything happened to Dahe, he would feel immense grief. Now, since Liu showed no dissatisfaction but instead wanted to reward Dahe, this was a heaven-sent fortune for Dahe. Come on, Dahe. Numerous soldiers cheered and encouraged Dahe. Dahe walked to the front of the 1,000-gene tripod, embraced it with both hands, and veins began to bulge on his forehead. The blood vessels on his arms and legs also protruded powerfully. Dahe, if you can't move it, don't force yourself. General Li also expressed concern, as Dahe was an excellent prospect, and if he were to get injured now, it would be a great pity. Don't worry, General Li. I'll definitely lift this tripod. Dahe gave a simple-hearted smile, and then exerted more strength. Oh! With a loud shout, Dahe lifted the 1,000-gene tripod into the air. Wow! Dahe! Countless people immediately cheered wildly for Dahe. Chapter 169, An Accident. Just at this moment, Dahe stumbled, evidently reaching his limit. Even the extremely dark face of Dahe showed a red hue. Dahe, the battalion commander, who was like a father to Dahe, looked at a loss and rushed forward directly. You must know, that weighed as much as 1,000 caddies. Once it fell on someone, it would not be just a small matter. A ton of weight landing on someone's vital parts could mean instant death. If it landed on someone's limbs, that person would basically be useless thereafter. At this critical juncture, the battalion commander actually rushed forward. From here, you can see how deep the bond was between the battalion commander and Dahei. Inspired by the battalion commander, countless soldiers also rushed up, helping Dahei support the huge cauldron together. But this was a bronze cauldron, with great density but not a large volume, so only a few soldiers could stand under the cauldron to help relieve pressure for Dahei. Only a few people were able to hold up the cauldron, alleviating Dahei's burden. But each person had to bear over 100 jin, and such a weight made them incapable of doing anything else. General Li roared, "Quick! Find some wood to prop up the bronze cauldron." Seeing the soldiers whose faces turned completely red and whose arms swelled with blood, General Li felt extremely anxious in his heart. These soldiers meant a lot to him. Losing even one would cause him pain. And Prince Liu casually said, "It's not necessary." Right when everyone was startled, they saw Liu leap down from the 5-meter-high platform. Prince Qi. General Li was stunned and quickly ran to the side of the platform looking down, but he found no sign of Liu under the platform. Looking again, Liu had already rushed to the side of the cauldron. "You've worked hard, now leave it to me," Liu said to a soldier next to him. The soldier, upon hearing Prince Qi speak thus, let go of his position as if bewitched. As soon as this person let go, the other several people couldn't bear the load anymore and let out painful cries. Liu quickly replaced the position of the soldier, lifting the cauldron with 2 hands as if it were very easy. "Prince Qi, be careful," General Li said fearfully. "You must know, if these soldiers suffered an injury or became disabled, General Li would feel distressed and send them to the rear to recuperate, then give them a sum of silver for living. But all this wouldn't make a significant impact. However, if anything happened to Liu, it would be different. Liu was the emperor's most favored prince. If something happened to Liu, Emperor Taizong would surely mete out punishment. By then, General Li might not even keep his head. Don't underestimate the general guarding the frontier. He still has a little royal lineage, but serving beside an emperor is like taming a tiger. The rage of the dragon leading to rivers of bloodshed is not uncommon. General Li, you can rest assured." Liu smiled, and then ordered the surrounding soldiers who wanted to help but couldn't and were anxiously watching. "Step back." "Yes." Dozens of soldiers stepped away from the cauldron, furrowing their brows while observing the situation. Then Liu put his right hand under the cauldron, left hand on the handle, and said leisurely, "You." Slowly let go. Initially, the soldiers were somewhat hesitant, but as Liu exerted force, they realized that the pressure they bore rapidly decreased. Meanwhile, Liu's expression remained exceedingly relaxed. They understood then that Liu was someone pretending to be weak, but was actually strong. Looking at Liu, he wasn't extraordinarily robust. One might say he was just average in strength. If you picked anyone with good food in the camp, they would be stronger than Liu. But none of them expected that inside this seemingly unimpressive body of Liu, there was such formidable strength. Prince Qi's divine power. Those soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in unison after carrying the injured Dahei away. Liu very easily placed the 1,000-catty heavy cauldron slowly on the ground, then looked at Dahei. "Prince Qi, I have let you down," Dahei said with a sorrowful face, his expression tinged with a touch of regret and reluctance. Liu smiled. "What do you mean? Didn't you lift it?" "But, I almost hurt someone, truly embarrassing." Dahei shook his head. "It doesn't matter, I am here," Liu laughed. "Tell me, what reward do you want?" "Really?" Dahei immediately lit up with joy, filled with the surprise of reclaiming what was lost. "Of course, really. Even one word from me weighs more than 9 cauldrons. How can I renege on my promise? Isn't that true? Otherwise, how could I ever deserve the phrase a word carries the weight of 9 tripods?" Thud. Dahei, disregarding his strained muscles, forcefully knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. "I hope His Royal Highness Xuanhuan will command my adoptive father to reunite with his family for a while." Dahei. The captain was momentarily at a loss for words. It is said that men do not shed tears lightly, yet Dahei's actions had truly moved the old captain to tears. After all, the person fulfilling this condition was none other than Liu. For someone like him, offering countless treasures would be extremely easy. However, who could have imagined that Dahei would only ask for such a small favor? Leave for himself? This was akin to picking up sesame seeds and dropping watermelons. But for Dahei, his adoptive father was the best person in the world to him, so he unhesitatingly placed this condition on the shoulders of the captain. Liu looked at Dahei and the captain with some confusion, then turned around and asked, "General Li, does the Frontier Defense Army not even get leave to visit their families?" This. General Li was also completely baffled. "I don't know about this matter at all. If he had told me, I would definitely have allowed him to go home and see his family. But he has never mentioned it to me. Your Highness Xuanhuan, this matter has nothing to do with General Li. It's all because of myself." The captain knelt down on one knee and said to Liu, "Your Highness Xuanhuan, I once saw my adoptive father's letter. His family hasn't seen him for a long time, and if there are matters at home, he will not go." Dahei said with great sincerity, "Sometimes my adoptive father cries in the middle of the night. I know he misses his family very much." "Dahei, please don't say any more," the captain said helplessly. But Dahei remained steadfast and continued recounting. "I've also asked him why he doesn't go home. He said the border warfare needs him, and he cannot neglect the greater good for his own small family." Chapter 170, a 2-ton tripod. Liu and General Li immediately understood. This was a man who had devoted his entire life to the country. General Li stepped forward and grabbed the rough hand of the commander, whose hand was covered with calluses and countless wounds from various sharp and blunt weapons. These scars had turned the hands that once tilled fields into something grotesque. "Brother, you have already contributed too much to the front lines. Go home and take a look," said General Li. Hearing this, the commander became agitated. "General, are you asking me to leave? Do you think I'm old and useless now? But I can still fight and lead my troops." This made General Li feel awkward because he understood perfectly how reluctant the commander was to step down from the front line. He often wondered if there would come a day when he, too, might be urged to leave the battlefield due to old age. If such a day came, General Li feared he would have difficulty accepting it. On the other hand, Liu spoke up. "Uncle, you don't need to worry. Now that I'm here, I'll temporarily take over your position. Uncle, please make some time to be with your family and don't let them be heartbroken." Liu added, "Could it be, Uncle, that you don't trust my abilities?" No, Prince Qi, I absolutely didn't mean that." The commander quickly shook his head to indicate otherwise. "I've already considered this place as my second home. I'm just a bit reluctant to leave," said the melancholy commander, glancing at Dahe's innocent face. "It seems, Uncle, that you're still unsure about me. Let me demonstrate my capabilities." Liu cheerfully walked towards the massive tripod in the center of the square that no one had ever attempted to move before. What? Could he? General Li instantly became surprised. He had seen Liu display tremendous strength before, but that tripod weighed only 1,000 caddies. In contrast, the colossal bronze tripod in the center of the square weighed 20,000 caddies. Still, thinking of all the surprises Liu had created since arriving here, General Li genuinely hoped that Liu could lift this huge bronze vessel. Impossible. "Xue, sister, what has he done while I was gone? To be able to lift that 1,000-caddy tripod so easily?" And Yu exclaimed in shock, gripping Lu Xue's arm. "This? I don't know either," Lu Xue admitted, utterly confused. Knowing that she and her companions were skilled in detecting qi, yet Li Yu's cultivation did not seem powerful enough. How could he confidently challenge the giant tripod in the center of the plaza? The only plausible explanation was that Li Yu's physical strength had undergone an extraordinary transformation. Watching him closely, both Yu and Lu Xue increasingly found Li Yu mysterious and inscrutable. "Perhaps he truly is the true Dragon Emperor," whispered Yu to Lu Xue. "Sure." Lu Xue quickly covered Yu's mouth, cautiously looking around. Besides Zhong Dun, no one seemed to hear their conversation. Still, though friendly, Zhong Dun remained the emperor's man. They couldn't risk him informing Li Shimin of anything important. To tell the truth, Lu Xue had little good opinion of Li Shimin. For her, all of Li Shimin's kindness towards Li Yu now stemmed merely from his abilities. Moreover, she knew well about the wretchedness of Li Yu's childhood, none of which had received any benefit from being the son of Emperor Taizong. Had young Li Yu been placed with any wealthy family instead, his life might have been incomparably better. So Lu Xue apologetically glanced at Zhong Dun. "Mr. Zhong Dun, we sincerely apologize for Miss and Yu's unguarded speech." Zhong Dun pretended to look puzzled. "Did someone say something? I didn't hear anything at all." Then, Zhong Dun continued gazing at Li Yu's figure walking toward the enormous bronze tripod. It's fine. Besides, father always loved Li Yu very much, right? If father makes Li Yu crown prince someday, then we will become crown princesses," laughed Yu. "Don't say that anymore," pleaded Lu Xue, observing the lively and mischievous Yu in front of her and inwardly lamenting. "Do I really have to spend the rest of my life with this woman who refuses to grow up?" As their gazes shifted, all the soldiers present focused their attention on Li Yu. If it had been anyone else attempting this feat, they would have dismissed it as mere boasting or reckless showmanship. However, given Li Yu's earlier display of effortlessly lifting 1,000-caddy tripod and his consistent reputation for fulfilling every promise he made, the soldiers believed that Li Yu truly possessed unimaginable abilities to back up his claims. Thus, the majority of them genuinely thought Li Yu might actually lift the colossal tripod. "Prince Qi, you can do it," someone shouted, prompting the entire battalion to cheer in unison. Their collective voices shook the wooden stage and seemed to make the clouds in the sky thinner. Li Yu simply smiled faintly before walking directly beneath the enormous bronze tripod. "Today, I shall test just how much strength I possess." Why did he stand right below the tripod? Because the bronze vessel was so massive that its base stood nearly 2 meters off the ground. With slightly bent arms, Li Yu placed his hands against the bottom of the colossal tripod and let out a light shout. "Ha!" In an instant, his entire body appeared to inflate with energy, every muscle contracting powerfully like coiled dragons. "With my force, rise." As Li Yu exerted himself, the ground beneath his feet actually sank into the earth. This was no surprise, forces act reciprocally. After all, the training ground's surface had endured countless years of galloping horses, making it extremely solid and rock-hard. No one expected such a reaction when Li Yu began applying force. "Prince Qi is incredibly strong. His strength has rooted him into the ground," exclaimed several soldiers. "This colossal bronze tripod is truly too heavy. Even Prince Qi struggles to lift it. Will he manage to amaze us today?" Others speculated among themselves. Chapter 171, A Narrow Escape. In the next moment, a roar of anger came from Li Yu as the 200,000 gene bronze cauldron jumped up as if it had legs. The huge cauldron was thrown directly into the air by Li Yu, reaching 10 meters off the ground. "Wow! His Highness Prince Qi is truly magnificent. Prince Qi's strength is godlike." In no time, countless praises emerged from the mouths of those around. All soldiers looked at Li Yu with renewed respect. But in the next moment, everyone's face turned pale. because Li Yu's feet were deeply embedded in the ground, leaving him unable to leave this spot. Above, the giant cauldron he had tossed had reached its highest point and was now falling back down. Prince Qi. Countless people cried out with heart-wrenching shouts, but they dared not step forward to rescue him. One must understand, a person's strength doesn't necessarily match their endurance. Maybe one could throw a ton-heavy object, but if that same ton of weight fell on their head, they might not be able to bear it. Meanwhile, Lu Xue, and Yu, and Master Chong Dun quickly rushed toward Li Yu. Li Yu, Lu Xue, and Yu both shouted with anguish. However, they had started from the high platform far away. Such distance meant there was simply no way for them to reach Li Yu in time. They could only rush frantically while watching the enormous bronze cauldron weighing 200,000 jin crash towards Li Yu's head. Li Yu remained completely calm, even silently criticizing himself internally. How could you all freeze at such a crucial moment? If I couldn't handle it, I just crouched down. This large cauldron can't possibly hit me directly. Li Yu smiled, then slightly bent his knees and elbows. He intended to forcefully withstand the massive force from the bronze cauldron. Only this way would these soldiers fully bow to his power. Bending the joints was wise because receiving the impact straight on would likely cause severe joint damage. So this was an intelligent move. Bang! The sound of a heavy impact resonated as the bronze cauldron sank deep into the ground. Its 4 feet were lodged nearly half a meter into the soil. Li Yu, and Lu Xue sobbed hysterically. Why? Why didn't we come down with Li Yu when he descended? Prince Qi, General Li, and the other soldiers were also dispiritedly staring at the cauldron without speaking for quite some time. And the captain and Dahe were overcome with guilt. It's all my fault. If I had agreed to return right away, Prince Qi wouldn't have risked doing something so reckless, lamented the captain. What are you all doing here, crying? Suddenly, Li Yu's voice emerged carefree from under the bronze cauldron. I'm fine. Li Yu, like mad, and Yu and Lu Xue dashed over to the cauldron's side. You're alive. Thank goodness. I told you. Prince Qi has great fortune and a long life ahead. There's no way he would fall so easily. The general was also moved to tears with joy. Wonderful. Prince Qi is unharmed. All the soldiers were also incredibly elated and excited to say, all right, please stay a bit further away from the cauldron. My entire leg is sunken into the ground. I can't apply any force, so I'll just have to tip this bronze cauldron over, said Li Yu smiling. Yes, yes. Lu Xue nodded repeatedly, and Yu shouted loudly. Everyone, step back 20 steps. Instantly, every soldier retreated, leaving a wide, clear space. Is everyone ready? Li Yu shouted loudly. Yes, His Highness Prince Qi. We've stepped back 20 steps. You may now emerge. The general shouted back, fearing that Li Yu might not hear. With a responding, good. The colossal cauldron was flipped aside by Li Yu. A thunderous clang sounded as the heavy bronze cauldron tipped entirely upside down onto the ground. Prince Qi, Chong Dun hurriedly ran to Li Yu, whose whole lower legs were embedded in the earth, swiftly clearing the dirt surrounding him. Though Li Yu was covered in dust and slightly disheveled, not a single person thought him ugly. They all regarded him like a god of war. At first, Li Yu had fought alone against 100 men, capturing dozens of prisoners, and many doubted this feat was possible for Li Yu alone, suspecting his subordinates contained extraordinary talents who achieved this together. After all, not everyone had the chance to speak to those dozens of Goguryeo prisoners or inquire about the details at that time, and even if someone did have the opportunity, not many would waste their time specifically asking these questions. Now they believed it. Even if one day Li Yu claimed that he single-handedly killed 1,000 enemy soldiers, they would all unwaveringly trust him, because this was simply too shocking. Who could have imagined that a carefree prince could accomplish such feats? It was absolutely inconceivable. Cough, cough. Li Yu dry coughed and slowly walked to the senior captain's side. Uncle, do you still have any doubts? None at all. None at all. The senior captain, overjoyed, looked at Li Yu with excitement. Under the leadership of Prince Qi, we will definitely defeat those Goguryeo bastards without much effort. Everyone knew what this meant. Li Yu's strength was truly like a god descending from heaven. Perhaps there was no other human in this world who could match Li Yu in terms of raw power. This was what people called the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. That's great. Uncle, please go home and reunite with your family. Treasure your vacation, because soon enough it will be our war to wipe out Goguryeo. At that time, you must witness with your own eyes the country of those who kept you and your family apart being destroyed by us. Li Yu pulled the senior captain up from the ground. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Qi. The senior captain, moved to tears, wiped his face continuously. All right. By order of this general, you are commanded to go back home and reunite with your family. This order is for not less than half a month. This is an order. You may not disobey. General Li approached with a smile as he gazed at the senior captain. Your subordinate obeys the order. The senior captain said, deeply moved. Your Highness Prince Qi, I never realized you had such tremendous strength. Truly a man who can lift mountains and dominate the world. General Li marveled repeatedly. Ho ho. General Li flatters me. It's merely some brute force, Li Yu casually replied, unintentionally pulling off another impressive show of arrogance. But when Li Yu had the skill to talk this way, it was called swaggering. Without the ability, it would just be considered foolishness. Chapter 172, The Right Moment. Half a month later, the first batch of crops finally ripened. Emperor Taizong immediately went in person to the nearest planting base. Seeing the golden fields, Emperor Taizong was extremely delighted in his heart. Although there was no shortage of grain near the capital, these grains were all cultivated with great effort by many workers. Thus, the yield naturally exceeded what ordinary people could produce, much like the yields from experimental fields in modern times. All conditions were rather suitable, and there were no issues such as water shortages. Therefore, Emperor Taizong subconsciously did not expect the common farmland's output to rival that near the capital. After all, not every place had the conditions for intensive farming. However, when Emperor Taizong arrived at the farmland, he realized he had underestimated the seeds presented by Li Yu. Seeing the dense rice paddies and their plump fruits, Emperor Taizong knew that his great Tang dynasty would no longer have to worry about food supplies. I, the emperor, am truly gratified to have such a prince. Looking at the endless wheat fields, Emperor Taizong said. Then, he asked the official kneeling beside him, "How much per acre?" "Your Majesty, on average, it's 1,500 caddies per acre." That official was also extremely happy. As a citizen of the Great Tang, he was very excited. As an official overseeing grain, he had witnessed famine before, truly seeing corpses littered along the roads. He never wanted to see that again. And now, even though it was a dry year, the harvest did not only not decrease because of the drought, but also increased several times over. This was a tremendous piece of good news for the common people, because they wouldn't go hungry anymore. Someone, Emperor Taizong, restraining his excitement, shouted, "Your Majesty." The old eunuch immediately knelt before Emperor Taizong, waiting for orders. "Draft an imperial decree." Emperor Taizong waved his sleeve and said, "Reward Prince Qi, Li Yu, with 5,000 acres of fertile land, 10,000 taels of gold, and let him choose a fiefdom freely." This time, Emperor Taizong spared no expense. You must know, 1 acre equals more than 600 square meters, and 5,000 acres equal more than 300,000 square meters of farmland. Moreover, this was not just any farmland, it was fertile land. What was grown on fertile land produced quantities unknown how many times greater than regular land. In comparison, 10,000 taels of gold wasn't that big a deal, but most importantly, he gave Li Yu the chance to choose his fiefdom freely. Emperor Taizong only said to bestow a fiefdom without mentioning its size. This meant that if Li Yu dared to ask, Emperor Taizong would dare to give. After all, Emperor Taizong intended to make Li Yu the crown prince, but Li Yu consistently declined. Nonetheless, this didn't stop Emperor Taizong from doting on Li Yu. For Emperor Taizong, his son was simply the best son in the world. Even though Emperor Taizong was the emperor, he was powerless against the current drought since he was no god. But Li Yu's appearance and the hybrid rice he brought had thoroughly changed the situation where citizens of the future Great Tang relied entirely on nature's mercy for food. At this moment, on the frontier, Li Yu sneezed. "Li Yu, why do you have a cold?" And Yu asked somewhat puzzled. "I don't know, maybe someone is thinking about me." Li Yu touched his nose. Who would have guessed that Lu Xue and Yu simultaneously asked, "Speak, do you have someone out there behind our backs?" "It's not true, I only love the two of you." Li Yu laughed loudly, pulling the two women into his arms. "If you ever look for a vixen outside, we sisters will press you down on the ground and beat you." And Yu joked with a laugh. After all, Li Yu had the strength of 9 cattle and 2 tigers combined, and even if they teamed up, they couldn't match him. However, if Emperor Taizong knew that his 2 daughters-in-law called him a fox spirit, one wonders what he would think. But with half a month gone, Father Emperor should have started harvesting the grain by now. Li Yu felt bored having stayed in the military camp for half a month, and thus questioned. General Li stroked his beard. "It should be soon. Your Royal Highness needn't rush. Under your leadership, we will surely conquer Goguryeo easily. We'll teach those barbarians that we from the Great Tang are not ones to trifle with, not even with slight provocation." Just as they spoke of Cao Cao appeared. A few days before the crops ripened, Emperor Taizong sent someone to convey a message to the border, saying they could prepare to eliminate Goguryeo. And right at that moment, this messenger was precisely standing outside the tent. "Imperial decree arrives." The envoy outside shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone quickly left the tent and went outside to receive the imperial decree. "We, your subjects, receive the decree," General Li said with some excitement. "The emperor decrees. Goguryeo has harassed our Great Tang. Its crimes warrant punishment. Now, General Li is ordered to assemble the troops and, once provisions are ready, conquer Goguryeo in one swift strike. I receive the decree." General Li was extremely excited. The arrival of this decree meant that the grain had ripened. After seeing off the envoy who delivered the decree, General Li and Prince Li Yu returned inside the tent. General Li's face beamed with joy. "Haha, finally, we can give those Korean bastards a good beating." "That's right, General Li, we've been itching for action." The other generals also spoke, rubbing their hands in anticipation. "Listen up, all of you. Assemble the army, march toward the base of the mountain. Establish a stronghold." Yes. Instantly, more than a dozen generals rushed out like the wind, leading their subordinates with supplies to establish the stronghold at the foot of the mountain. This was necessary because there was still a distance between this fortress and the mountain. If this gap wasn't controlled, the Goguryeo cavalry might create trouble if they came to harass them. Although it wouldn't cause significant damage, as they say, a toad cannot kill a man, but it sure can disgust him. Therefore, General Li decided to plug this last loophole. After all, creating such a large expanse of open space at the beginning was to let the cavalry of the Great Tang better demonstrate its prowess. Because if the enemy crossed the mountains heading toward the Great Tang side, once discovered by the Great Tang cavalry, even with wings, the enemy would find it hard to escape. But now, heading into the heart of Goguryeo, these open spaces were not needed anymore. Because from now on, every battlefield would be on Goguryeo's side. Generally, I'm thinking, should I go and harass the Goguryeo side? This way, Those Goguryeo fellows won't come to block us while we establish the stronghold. Prince Liu asked. Chapter 173, Glorious Battle Prestige. General Li heard Crown Prince Liyu's words and hurriedly said, Your Highness, this must not be. You are worth 1,000 pieces of gold. How can you put yourself in danger so easily? If something happened to you, His Majesty would surely skin me alive. No. Although he knew that Li Yu had incredible strength, he also understood that if anything were to happen to Li Yu, it would be the end for him as well. This was a prince after all, not just anyone. And the emperor had just bestowed an award on Li Yu. If something happened now, he'd truly have more than he could chew. Li Yu seriously said to General Li. General Li, have you forgotten my strength? I possess the might of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. With some elite soldiers, we'll annihilate them regardless of their numbers. Li Yu had absolute confidence. Aren't these just some Koreans? Upon hearing this, General Li hesitated. Li Yu was indeed the strongest warrior he had ever seen. Being a prince and having such strength, even the emperor himself didn't compare when he was younger. Li Yu realized his noble status caused General Li's hesitation, so he coughed and said, General Li, I'm not going there to die. I just want to harass them, making them exhausted. Do you really think I'd charge in and fight to the death? All right, Your Highness, Prince Chi. Since you've said that, then take a squad of men with you. But if you encounter enemies you can't beat, please return immediately. Li Yu laughed. General Li, rest assured. This is a minor issue. Prepare. Li Yu ordered his subordinates. General Li, I leave this place to your care, Li Yu said sincerely. Seeing Li Yu's determined face, General Li became serious. Prince Chi, rest assured. As long as we hold our ground and finish fortifying this outpost, any number of enemies from the opposite side will meet defeat. After donning his armor, Li Yu looked handsome and dashing. Lu Xue also wore her armor, looking full of valor. Charge! With Li Yu's command, a group charged out. Meanwhile, the border guards of Goryeo received intelligence reports that Tang's army had intruded directly into Goryeo's territory. Since they dare come here, let's give them a heavy blow and make sure they never return. In response to this news, Goryeo sent out a 1,000-man unit to teach the Tang soldiers who dared invade Goryeo's land a lesson. The Goryeo commanders weren't foolish. Tang's strongest asset was its cavalry. Without cavalry, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, they believed they could ensure Tang's disadvantage. But what they did not know was the fate awaiting them. Leading a 100-man team, Li Yu advanced toward Goryeo's city walls. Lu Xue handed Li Yu a strawberry, which he enjoyed while riding forward. Report. A large force of Goryeo troops has been spotted ahead, numbering about 1,000 men. At this moment, a scout rushed over, reporting what he had discovered. Only 1,000 plus? Upon hearing the report, Li Yu muttered to himself. After consuming the war god fruit, he possessed immense strength, capable of wielding the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Even facing these people, he felt no fear. Since they've come, let's make sure none of these 1,000 men from Goryeo return. Let them understand what pain means, and make them realize that some actions are beyond their reach. Saying this, Li Yu leapt down, landing on the ground. Though it was possible to ride horses in the mountainous terrain, horse charges were not feasible because the land was too rugged. They would need to engage in battle formations. Xue, be sure to protect yourself, Li Yu instructed. Understood. Lu Xue nodded upon hearing his words. She still held her weapon and stood guard by Li Yu like a bodyguard. The Goryeo commanding generals soon arrived and immediately noticed Li Yu's group. Seeing only 100-strong force from Tang, they became elated. Haha. Tang has actually dispatched such a young commander, probably a relation of someone important, perhaps sent to gain military merit and advance rank. If we capture him, it's likely we'll all be promoted. The excited Goryeo general immediately ordered a charge to capture Li Yu. Come well. Li Yu looked at these people coming to kill, and not only did he have no fear, but his whole being was excited, feeling his blood boiling. Children, follow me and kill. Li Yu shouted loudly. With Li Yu's loud shout, it could be seen that the group he led charged forward. This Goguryeo general, seeing Li Yu actually dare to lead his men directly rushing over, became extraordinarily excited. Indeed, he is a young master seeking battle merit, completely inexperienced in large-scale warfare, yet he dares to casually enter the battlefield? Isn't this just asking for death? The distance between both sides quickly shortened, and for some unknown reason, this Goguryeo general suddenly felt a moment of panic. He vaguely felt that this army in front of him was completely different from the great Tang armies they had previously encountered. This army seemed resolute and disciplined, like seasoned veterans of hundreds of battles. In Li Yu's hand was a long spear, his body clad in armor, shining brightly under the sunlight. A streak of crimson on him looked exceptionally beautiful, complementing his handsome features, truly a fine young man. Die! The Goguryeo general lifted his large blade and leaped up, charging toward Li Yu to kill. Li Yu looked up and felt an endless surge of strength flowing within him, which was precisely the source of his confidence. He grabbed the spear and swept it powerfully. The speed at which this Goguryeo general rushed forward was as fast as the speed at which he flew backward after the impact. His entire body spun through the air like a chick and crashed into the crowd behind, knocking down a swath of soldiers upon landing. These charging Goguryeo troops stopped abruptly upon seeing this scene, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Their mouths gaped open in astonishment. Even the soldiers of the Great Tang were stunned for a moment before reacting. Marquis Chi is invincible. Duke Li Yu is invincible. One of the Tang soldiers roared out, followed by all the remaining Tang soldiers who erupted in cries of fury. Chapter 174, One Man Blocking the Pass. Rumors say that our court will send an army of 100,000 to support us, and we'll break through your Tang border defenses and make sure you dare not invade again, said the sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked prisoner. What? An army of 100,000? How could Goguryeo possibly send so many soldiers? We must go back quickly and report this to General Li. A matter this serious might require the emperor himself to make a decision. A deputy officer near Liu muttered worriedly, his expression heavy. Huh. Liu burst out laughing at this moment. He then reached out and patted the deputy officer next to him, smiling as he said, "That's all right. This is just a minor issue. Goguryeo is but a small region. It would be impossible for them to mobilize so many soldiers all at once. If they did such a thing, Goguryeo itself would already be severely weakened." Liu knew very well that historically, Goguryeo had been driven to tears by defeats and had never fielded an army numbering 100,000. Now, let's thoroughly investigate this matter, find out what's really going on, see if they're bluffing or if there's any truth to this, said Liu. If it's false, then he will have something to answer for. Liu glared coldly at the sharp-mouthed, monkey-faced man. Let's move. Liu retained 2 or 3 prisoners and soon extracted relevant routes from their information. After cross-referencing, they confirmed the reliability of the event. Meanwhile, he also sent people back to inform General Li about the situation and stated he'd conduct investigations first to understand what was truly happening. As his men approached the city, they discovered there were indeed a large number of people in this fortress. From afar, one could see numerous military camps surrounding this fortress. People moved to and fro in these camps, preparing for war as though a battle was imminent. His Highness Prince Qi, the Korean troops haven't yet discovered our presence, but with such numbers, they clearly mean no good. If we're found, we probably won't be able to return. Beside Liu, a deputy officer swallowed nervously before speaking. Yes. Liu nodded. I've got an idea. Liu smiled and said, Your Highness, please tell us. The deputy officer asked. It's simple. With so many people, they definitely need food and water. Their water source surely comes from nearby areas, so we can poison their water supply. Moreover, we can sever their scout lines, making them blind and deaf here. All we need is to buy some time until everything settles down. As long as we establish a foothold within, we'll become thorns deeply embedded in the Koreans' flesh. Any attempt by them to fight against us afterward will be like a dreamer's fantasy. The deputy officer nodded and praised. Indeed, His Highness Prince Qi is wise. Do not boast here. Now, our more important task is to crush them. Liu spoke, with his eyes flashing. Time flew swiftly. Before anyone knew it, a day had passed. People within the Goguryeo frontier city soon noticed something wasn't right. They realized that their scouts dispatched outside had mysteriously vanished. Additionally, the soldiers sent out to harass others were nowhere to be seen. This made the people inside the Goguryeo frontier city increasingly uneasy. We sent out over 1,000 men, and now not a single piece of news has returned. This simply cannot happen. Normally, our soldiers would immediately report any achievements, without fail. The main general inside the city looked gravely at the gathered commanders below and seriously stated, None of the people we sent have come back. Do you realize what this means? It indicates that the Tang forces may have already ambushed our men and are possibly preparing to secretly attack our city. We must find out what the Tang army is up to. If they sneak up on us, we'll be in trouble. An advisor added earnestly. Yes, we need to ascertain what's happening around us. Bad news. Outside, Tang forces are challenging us to battle. What's more, in the nearby forest, countless banners and silhouettes have appeared. We can't tell how many there are, but it seems they've surrounded us entirely, reported an anxious squad leader rushing into the main hall to bow and provide updates. What? The Tang actually dared to surround our city, these audacious ones. He immediately became furious, his aura brimming with killing intent, but soon calmed down. The Tang forces hadn't crossed boundaries for ages, and now they dared to arrive here, reckless indeed. This is Goguryeo's territory. I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeves. He muttered while planning to order the troops to march out. At this moment, his subordinates among the staff officers quickly shouted, General, under no circumstances should you do it. One of the strategists adjusted his clothing and then said with a solemn tone, General, you are stationed here. You don't aim for merit, but strive to avoid failure. The great Tang dynasty has definitely come here well prepared. They are not ones to be underestimated. Yes, General, we don't know how many people are outside the city. Surrounding and attacking now might just mean they fear our high walls and strong defenses, so they won't fight head-on. Instead, they're waiting for us to leave the city and walk right into their trap. A staff officer stood up and suggested, General, why don't we send out one unit of soldiers to scout their true strength? If they're weak, we can easily annihilate them. If they're strong, we'll fortify the city and request reinforcements from above. When the main army arrives, we'll make sure they regret coming. This staff officer spoke coldly, his body radiating an aura of killing intent. Prince Qi, your move was truly brilliant. With merely over 1,000 men, you've made 10,000 of theirs afraid to leave the city. Word spreads fast, and soon Prince Qi will surely gain a reputation as a genius strategist. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xue immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Report, Your Highness, the enemy has dispatched a force of less than 100 men. They have left the city and are heading toward us. They're here to probe our strength. If we don't eliminate them, those inside the city will start doubting us. Mount your horses, exclaimed Liu. As soon as he spoke, dozens of men quickly mounted their steeds. Liu led them forward in a rush. This cavalry charge was incredibly swift, reaching the enemy formation in the blink of an eye. Bang! At this moment, Liu looked like a divine war deity rushing forward. None could withstand even a single strike before him. Within a breath's time, The 100-man formation was completely slaughtered. From afar in the mountain forest came loud cries of anger, resonating across the sky as if there were thousands upon thousands of soldiers hiding within. Chapter 175, Invincible Charge. General, are you alright? General, are you alright? Shouted a Goguryeo adjutant to his general. The general, who had just been charging at the forefront, determined to take down Li Yu for Goguryeo, was now lying on the ground covered in blood. His body was still convulsing, but he had already lost consciousness. The remaining bodily reactions were merely instincts. You killed the general, I will avenge him. The adjutant standing next to the general roared with anger, drawing his sword from his waist and charging towards Li Yu. Li Yu's eyes showed a hint of surprise because in his battle records, there appeared an extra kill count, showing as 1. Could it be that killing their great general unlocks a special panel? Li Yu thought momentarily. Die, roared Li Yu. He would not let this adjutant go, raising his spear and thrusting it downward. The adjutant screamed in agony, clutching his throat and mumbling before collapsing. Kill! Li Yu roared again, ready to charge forward with his elite troops. However, before he could act, these Goguryeo soldiers had already been terrified out of their wits. At least 2/3 of them immediately dropped their weapons and knelt down. Spare our lives, spare our lives. In their view, their general was the strongest warrior on the Goguryeo frontier, yet now couldn't even last one turn against Li Yu. Facing such a fierce warrior, they surrendered out of fear. Li Yu looked at these people with disdain, thinking about how he might gain some military merit by eliminating part of the enemies, so he could not let them go easily. Surrender your weapons, and we won't kill you, said Li Yu. Surrender your weapons, and we won't kill you. Lu Shui heard Li Yu's words, moved in her heart, and loudly echoed him. As she shouted along with him, all Tang dynasty soldiers chanted together, louder than ever. Among the remaining third of Goguryeo soldiers, many began to hesitate. They only have so few people, what do we have to fear? As long as we unite, we can certainly eliminate them. Don't forget the hatred with Tang dynasty. Every one of us has shed Tang's blood. We each have blood debts with Tang. Even if you surrender now, there will be no good outcome. A Goguryeo squad leader shouted loudly, his eyes red with bloodshot veins, filled with hatred for the Tang dynasty. His brother was killed by Tang soldiers when attacking Tang, so his heart was full of hatred for Tang, and he wouldn't dream of siding with Tang. With this roar, the courage in the hearts of the Goguryeo soldiers about to lay down their weapons was ignited once more. These remaining Goguryeo soldiers, in an instant, their fighting spirit was rekindled. They quickly gathered together with their weapons, around 300 men strong. Among those who previously laid down their arms, many picked them up again. When Li Yu saw this scene, he became excited, clapping and saying, "Good, you are true soldiers. Only now do I look at you with new eyes. Kill." After his roar, Li Yu charged forward, his spear now like an exceptionally nimble snake, accurate in every strike. 100 against 300, yet this remaining 300 was like cream meeting a hot iron, melting instantly, completely breached. With just one wave, these 300 standing ones were reduced to fewer than 100. Li Yu's body was stained with some blood, looking even more dashing. Looking at the growing achievements on the panel, he laughed. Kill. Seeing him roar with anger again, his soldiers launched another charge. The squad leader who roared earlier had several sword wounds on his body, making him look fearsome. Roaring again, he made a desperate charge. Li Yu cut through beside him, this charging squad leader clutching his neck, then heavily fell to the ground. These 300-odd people who refused to surrender would be wiped out within 2 charges by Li Yu. For those captives kneeling on the ground, Li Yu did not harm a single one. Kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, they seemed unable to believe that more than 300 people had been completely slaughtered in just 2 rounds. Those were more than 300 living souls. After Li Yu finished his charge, looking at the people kneeling on the ground, he once again counted the number of his own troops and found not a single one missing. However, a few were injured. An adjutant came to Li Yu's side, lowering his voice and whispering, "Your Highness Crown Prince Qi, these captives ahead might not be beneficial. We perhaps should dispose of them all. Otherwise feeding them would waste food, or bringing them back might count as military merit." Li Yu shook his head. These people might have great uses in the future. Get 10 men to take these captives back. Take the wounded first. After returning, tell General Li that I still need this group of people. Yes. 10 men were quickly picked to escort these Goguryeo captives back. Firstly, they stripped off their armor and weapons. Then they bound them with ropes, like pigs being led to slaughter, and brought them back under guard. Not a single person resisted among them. They all followed obediently. They knew that if they dared to resist, they would meet death without question. Li Yu selected a guide from these captives. Before him was a man with a pointed nose and a monkey-like face. This man stood before Li Yu, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "Little general, I will lead the way for you. Please don't kill me." Seeing this man fall to his knees before Li Yu, pleading loudly and throwing himself at the mercy of the general, the sight was bizarrely comical due to his appearance. "Tell me everything you know, and I'll spare your life," said Li Yu with a gentle smile. "Little general, there are currently about 10,000 men remaining in the Goguryeo frontier fortress. They are similar in strength to us. There are over 20 valiant warriors among them, and they possess powerful siege defenses. It's absolutely impossible to seize the city. So do you know any secret passages into the fortress?" asked Li Yu. The man swallowed hard and replied, "General, I truly don't know. How could someone like me possibly know such matters? But after our vanguard was crushed, the fortress general has been requesting reinforcements." Chapter 176. Kill the general, capture the horse. Clang. As the cup fell to the ground, The eyes of the Goguryeo defending general on the city wall revealed a look of shock and fear. He sent out these elite soldiers, and they've already all been slaughtered in such a short time. It seems these opponents are not ordinary. Several advisors and deputy generals beside him also couldn't help but swallow hard. Could it be that the army of the great Tang has come to besiege the city? One of the deputy generals said, and with his words, the remaining officers were all filled with unease. At this moment, Liu was leading his men galloping forward, stopping outside the range of the archers on the city wall, looking at the people inside the city. You Koreans have angered heaven. Today, I'll give you a lesson. However many of you come out, let me slaughter them all happily. The soldiers around Liu were also shouting loudly, and in the distant mountains, there were voices of soldiers shouting. These Korean bastards had never seen such a scene, and for a moment, there was silence. Among the group of Korean generals, one warrior laughed and broke the uneasy mood among the generals. He stepped forward and said, "General, I am willing to go down and meet this kid. If I can capture this kid, we will know clearly about the enemy's face of the attack from the Great Tang." This provoking Tang military warrior is indeed very brave, but this young general is so young and seemingly doesn't have much skill. Let me teach him a lesson. If we don't break the Tang's fierce momentum, they won't know our courage. This warrior surnamed Wang listened to these words with satisfaction as the general nodded his head. Since General Wang has this determination, I am naturally very satisfied. All right, since that's the case, I hereby order you to set off directly and kill the vanguard of the Tang dynasty. But remember, if this young general lures you into the forest, do not pursue under any circumstances. There's a saying, don't chase the beaten foe. These words by the general made the warrior nod. The warrior solemnly said, General, please rest assured. I will absolutely not rush for merit and fall into their ambush. He looked left and right, shouted angrily, Men, come with me to slay the enemies. With his angry shout, he led the troops straight toward the battlefield. Lu Xue stayed by Li Yu's side and asked in a lowered voice, Won't these Goguryeo generals send reinforcements? Li Yu heard these words and laughed loudly. Don't worry, our sudden attack has completely wiped out their vanguard, and we have also killed the 100 soldiers who left the city. How dare they send more troops? If the city gate opens, and we charge in, the city would be captured. Our most elite cavalry from the Great Tang will devastate anyone, no matter who, under the armor. Now, they don't know how many cavalry we have brought. How would they dare to easily attack? This is called an empty city strategy, Li Yu said. His words shocked Lu Xue greatly. Your Highness excels not only in agriculture but also in military tactics, and is personally very brave, she thought. At this moment, a shocking idea surfaced in her mind. Young pup, let your Wang grandfather battle you around. As the city gates opened, a warrior led a team of over 200 people directly charging out. This warrior was extraordinarily tall, covered with plenty of black hair, just like a gorilla, and it was evident that he possessed immense strength. I've slain a few of your Tang generals. Their abilities were nothing special. And now here you are, this inexperienced youth, daring to kill 100 of our soldiers. Today, I will make you pay with your life. Dare you fight me? The warrior came close with his 200 men and shouted loudly. Come on then, let's fight if you must, though I'm afraid you're not worth even one move of mine. Otherwise, you might lose your life. Li Yu spoke thus, his tone laced with disdain, mocking the warrior in front of him, which immediately caused the warrior to flare up in anger. You seek death. If Grandpa cuts your head off and hangs it on the city wall, then your family, you yellow-haired pup, will surely weep bitterly. The soldiers behind the warrior hearing his taunts also roared with laughter. The truth lies in our skills. But since you insulted me, I'll take your head in return. Li Yu roared as he charged on horseback towards the opponent. Kill. As Li Yu roared, directly opposite him, the warrior charged out alone. The warrior carried an intense aura of killing intent as they clashed in that very instant. Clang! Li Yu swung his blade with all his might, and the warrior blocked it with a spear thrust. But the moment they collided, the warrior could feel an enormous force rushing towards him. His hands went numb instantly, and he felt a violent surge of energy throughout his body, nearly losing his grip on his spear. Damn, this pale-faced young general is so young, but why is his martial skill so high? On the Goguryeo city wall, the generals observed as the warrior clashed with Li Yu. The defending general exclaimed, If General Wang can behead this pale-faced youth, I will personally celebrate his victory. General's power. The defending general's soldiers also shouted their support, as the distant rumbling of drums began to sound. Li Yu glanced at the warhorse beneath the warrior and smirked, saying, Your steed is quite impressive. I'll take it, along with your head. With a roar of fury, Li Yu charged forward and was immediately in front of the warrior. The warrior bellowed in anger. If you have the guts, come and take it. Die. With a flick of Li Yu's blade, the sword slashed through, cutting across the warrior's neck and breaking his spear simultaneously. Halfway through his roar, the warrior suddenly felt himself flying into the air, confused about how he was soaring in the sky. Then everything turned dark before his eyes. Boom! He crashed heavily onto the ground from the horse with a thunderous noise. Li Yu looked at the splendid warhorse, seized its reins, and gave it a tug, causing the steed to grow restive and wildly bucking. Calm down. In one leap, Li Yu jumped onto the warhorse, pressing his hand firmly against its back. Instantly, the originally unruly horse felt an overwhelming force bearing down on it. It dropped all four legs and knelt on the ground, completely immobilized. After struggling for some time, the warhorse lowered its head in submission. Only then did Li Yu release his pressure on the horse, allowing it to stand up. Chapter 177, Deliberate Provocation. In the blink of an eye, Liu had killed a general and subdued a fierce horse. Even before the subordinates of the distant general had reacted, they discovered their main general was already dead, causing each of them to become panic-stricken. On the distant city wall, the defending general had originally been stroking his own beard while observing the scene below. Suddenly, with a great force, he ripped out the beard on his chin and couldn't help but shout. The deputy generals and advisors behind him were holding their breath, their expressions turning into sheer panic. How could this be? How is this possible? Some people muttered in disbelief, as this general, despite being quite unreasonable and extremely irritable, had a prowess that shouldn't be underestimated. Born with superhuman strength and battle-tested, his skills were highly accomplished. However, none had anticipated that this white-faced young general would slay him in a single encounter. Even more astonishingly, the warhorse, which was known for its wild nature from the mountains and only tamed by the general, even repelling others who dared approach, was now captured by Liu. Liu, riding the fierce horse, looked towards the 200 or so soldiers who were the subordinates of the fallen general. All these were now potential war merits. Right below his eyes, there was a small line of text indicating 2. It seems indeed killing enemy generals increases achievements in this regard. This thought flashed across Liu's mind. He then lifted his head and looked at the fortress wall above, his heart becoming heated. On the fortress walls, the Goguryeo defenders suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if being stared down by some vicious predator. With a roar of fury, Liu shouted, "Kill!" In one swift charge, nearly half of the remaining 200 men fell before him. With another turn around and a second charge, he decapitated them all. Several soldiers dismounted their horses to sever the heads of the fallen enemies. From that moment on, no matter how much Liu challenged them, they refused to send any reinforcements. At this time, General Li also saw the prisoners Liu had sent back, leaving his mouth wide open in shock, as if it could fit a fist inside. "You? Where did you get these Goguryeo captives?" General Li asked, staring intently at the soldiers before him. He knew very well these soldiers were taken by Crown Prince Liu. Were these people ordinary civilians, disguised as captives? "General Li, these were all prisoners taken by His Highness." Crown Prince Liu defeated their general and slaughtered the resistors in one swift attack. These men surrendered, having lost all courage to fight back. As this soldier spoke, pride and confidence spread across his face, filling him with a sense of inexplicable honor. The stunned General Li quickly inquired, "Tell me, in detail, exactly what happened. Don't miss a single thing." As General Li listened to the recounting of events, he inadvertently thought of Emperor Li Shimin. "Tigers don't have dog offspring. The emperor truly has outstanding descendants," General Li murmured after hearing the full account, respect burgeoning within him. Prince Qi truly resembled the emperor, possibly surpassing even his mentor in strategic prowess. Though General Li refrained from saying this aloud, instead nodding. "Take the captives away. Next, I will write a report to inform Prince Qi. This is undoubtedly a major achievement." "Huh." Laughing heartily, General Li's mood turned notably pleasant. "Quickly, expedite the construction of our strongholds. No delays." During the following 3 days, no one from the Goguryeo border fortresses ventured outside. Liu inspected this dense forest, showing satisfaction. There were many cooking stoves set up here, though without pots. Smoke billowed from the ignited firewood, making it seem from afar as though many people were preparing food. "Your Highness, this strategy is truly ingenious. What we've created with just smoke is impressive enough to create the illusion of a large army, and it is hard for others to believe that our mere hundreds of men have intimidated 10,000 Goguryeo troops. Truly, this battle displays the Tang army's morale." "Huh." Hearing this, Liu burst into laughter. "We'll withdraw tonight. Having disrupted operations for 3 days, I reckon the Goguryeo outposts are prepared for our departure. Now it's time for us to give their defenders a proper lesson." Lu Shuai nodded upon hearing this. "Your Highness plans to teach them a lesson, and indeed they must deserve it." Through these several battles led by Liu, he had solidified his position in Lu Shuai's mind as an unbeatable master strategist. Perhaps even experienced generals couldn't match Liu's military genius. Her admiration for Liu grew even more fervent, to the point that she would not hesitate or feel any regret about dying for him. "Let's head to the next spot," said Liu. They quickly withdrew and left a trail of clues along the way until they finally came to a perilous mountain path and stopped. The edge here was steep, with loose rocks scattered across the mountainside. From afar, one could see the many boulders sitting precariously atop the slope. The area lacked dense vegetation. If a rock were to roll down, it would become an exceedingly dangerous weapon, capable of wounding or even killing those passing by. "Ambush them here. They will surely follow," Liu declared. Throughout the journey, he had deliberately left numerous traces, creating the impression of a hurried retreat. Especially within this canyon, he specifically ordered his soldiers to cut down a number of trees and obstruct the path, giving the illusion that they intended to seal off the road. "We will begin our ambush," Liu announced. The next day arrived quickly. Soldiers stationed at the Goguryeo border fortress swiftly noticed changes outside the city. The once smoke-filled forest now showed no sign of cooking fires. It seemed as though the Tang army had not prepared meals this day, causing unease among the soldiers. Could it be that these Tang troops have withdrawn? The information was reported immediately, reaching the ears of the defending general. He led his deputies to the city walls and observed the surroundings. Indeed, there was no movement or sound beyond the walls, leading him to ponder before dispatching scouts. A large force certainly would leave evidence of cooking, So when these scouts entered the forested area, they found no sign of life. At the same time, the scouts did uncover certain traces. There were hardly any men around the outskirts of the city because numerous locations turned out to be mere mounds of earth without any signs of cooking activity. This revelation startled them. Could they have been tricked by the Tang army? Just then, a scout shouted in surprise as he discovered a letter. The letter sat prominently on a wooden table, weighed down by a stone. Chapter 178. Ambush on the Pursuers. The scout stepped forward, looking at the envelope in front of him, and hurriedly picked it up to take it back. Report, General. There is no evidence outside the city showing that thousands, or even tens of thousands of people have been cooking meals, only traces left by 100 people. Also, I found this letter outside the city. The scout quickly handed over the envelope. When the commander took it and opened it, his blood surged as he realized he had been tricked. In this letter, Liu used every possible form of mockery. How often did this commander see such an insult? He was so angry that he began trembling all over. Damn it! How dare you do such a thing? The deputy general, seeing their commander so upset, asked quickly, General, what happened that makes you tremble with anger? It turns out there were only more than 100 men outside before. They were disguised as if they were thousands, even 10,000s. Their aim was to draw our attention. The Tang dynasty has already entered the territory of Goguryeo and started to build strongholds. This young general has completed his mission, returned to get promoted and make a fortune, and also insulted our king. Bang! As the commanding officer read out the content of the envelope, all the deputy generals and advisors were furious. How dare a mere Tang army insult our king? They cried angrily. General, please let me lead troops to capture this junior general who insulted our king. We in Goguryeo have many mountainous areas. They must be progressing slowly. They might have left one night ago just to prevent us from catching up. If I bring 2,000 soldiers, I'm sure I can catch them. Yes, General. This junior general suddenly left, perhaps because your deployed Zhao general led 1,000 soldiers to attack the Tang camp and succeeded, forcing them to retreat. Please, General, let me fight. Upon hearing that Liu only brought 100 soldiers, these deputies shouted to chase after them. Even though Liu was brave, he only brought 100 soldiers. If they pursued them with 1,000 soldiers, they would definitely be able to catch them. Fine, General Li. You take 2,000 men to chase them. The commanding officer gave orders, and right before his eyes, a rough-looking Marshal Li general stepped forward to lead the army to pursue. Along the way, this general indeed found many traces. It made him ecstatic. This junior general is extraordinarily brave, but has too little combat experience. On this journey, so many clues were left behind, and their horses are far inferior to ours in pursuit. He ordered his subordinates to speed up and soon discovered a sealed dangerous road. In front of this dangerous road, there were various rocks and logs blocking the way, which appeared very dangerous. This Li surname military general sneered. If it were me, I would not seal off this dangerous road but ambush above it, attack with stones, order a rear guard to hold the position, making it impossible for others to pursue me. These things piled on the road were quickly cleared away, opening a passage. The general said excitedly, Pursue, the sealing off traces don't exceed an hour, they are ahead. Just as he led the troops into the dangerous road, soon afterward, he found something wrong because he discovered that the dangerous road ahead was also sealed off. This blockage wasn't high. It would take only some effort to climb over. If it were me, I'd certainly lie in ambush above, said the General Li while laughing, then ordered his men to dismantle the stone wall blocking the road. Your Highness Qi Wang, now we must act immediately, otherwise, there might be trouble. Once they dismantle this obstruction, we won't be able to attack them with stones anymore. Without these stones as hindrance, the effect will likely diminish by 3 parts. Don't worry, I have everything figured out. Liu said, Get ready everyone, and soon we'll let them taste the heavenly punishment, said Liu as he watched the men down below nearly dismantling the stone wall, and then smiled. Prepare. Boom. At this moment, amidst the dismantled stone wall, sparks flew, and an immense explosion sounded off. All the people dismantling the wall were blasted into pieces, covered in blood and flesh. Heaven's punishment, heaven's punishment. And at that very moment, Liu shouted loudly, commanding the soldiers to act. Countless stones were pushed down at that time, each time amounting to 100. These were all the stones prepared earlier. Massive boulders fell like rain, striking the pursuing force. The formation was heavily wounded. Massive boulders were being thrown down batch after batch, numbering in hundreds, and at the same time, everyone was shouting. The soldiers below were filled with panic, many having been crushed to death. In a moment, the formation collapsed into chaos. It was then that Liu gave the order, attack. With the channel cleared, we could charge down directly from the peak. The forces below had already fallen into disarray. Charge! Liu roared this command and led the soldiers in a downward charge. Dozens of cavalrymen, at this point, charged down like the wind, slicing into the ranks of these already disorganized Goguryeo troops. At this very moment, hundreds of men fled out of the treacherous path. But these hundreds of people were thrown into confusion. Against the charging cavalry, they could organize no resistance. Liu's forces instantly broke through these hundreds, routing them in a single charge. These men, after enduring the terror of falling boulders and scrambling for survival, were already disordered. Now, attacked by the cavalry, they completely collapsed. Many dropped their weapons and knelt down begging for mercy. Upon witnessing this scene, the military general surnamed Li roared with fury. All of you rise up. Hurry, come fight with me. It's merely dozens of cavalry. After one charge by Liu, he caught sight of this xiuxian military general attempting to reorganize a defense. There were only a few personal guards protecting him on either side. "Turn around and charge again," ordered Liu. Following his order, the cavalry immediately turned back and charged once more. Kill. Leading by example, Liu spurred his cavalry to charge through the battlefield. Fearing nothing, his heart surged with fervor as if declaring, "A man must perish on the battlefield amidst the sands of war. How else can he be called a true warrior?" Liu let loose a roar toward the heavens. "The petty kingdom of Goguryeo, dare you offend the Tang dynasty? Unless you submit today, it will be your day of demise." As Liu shouted with thunderous volume, all those blocking the road scattered in fear, not daring to obstruct. He fought his way to the front of the xiuxian general, saying, "Today is your day to pay for your sins." Chapter 179, Local Specialties. A Li family warrior held twin maces and let out a roar as he charged towards Liu. As Liu charged, he could feel the unity of man and horse. As the horse galloped, his body moved up and down in rhythm, entering into a profound state. Kill. He surged forward to the Li family warrior, slashing his sword downward. The Li family warrior swung his twin maces, leaped at Liu, and brought them down from above, aiming to smash through his skull. Clang. Liu blocked the attack and then pushed back with one hand, making the Li family warrior feel like he had been struck by a wild horse. His internal organs seemed to tremble, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "No wonder you were able to kill the naturally mighty bear. It seems you possess natural strength too." The Li family warrior roared angrily. He felt discontented. If he didn't need to rely on risky moves, but instead surround Liu with his superior numbers, he surely would have seized the advantage. "You die," Liu shouted. To him, this warrior before him was nothing but warm merit. Liu swung his blade again, striking it downward. The Li family warrior attempted to block with his twin maces, but the moment they touched the blade, an immense force passed through. In that instant, his arms broke, crushed by sheer strength. "I surrender." Finally, this Li family warrior, overwhelmed by fear, shouted in despair. "It's too late," Liu coldly stated, slashing his blade once more. With this strike, the Li family warrior's head was sent flying. Liu thrust with his blade, grabbing the flying head in one fluid motion. His eyes swept around as he roared loudly. "Those who surrender will not be killed. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy." Following his roar, the soldiers who narrowly escaped death exchanged glances, trembling with fright, and eventually dropped their weapons. Liu relished the thrill, feeling that these Goguryeo bastards were just too weak. He hadn't even exerted full strength yet, and already, there was no fight left. "Clean up the battlefield and take these prisoners back," said Liu. "Yes." At his side, a team leader responded promptly and started cleaning the battlefield. Watching Liu's fierce battle scene, Lu Xue couldn't help but feel thrilled as well. "My lord, with all these Goguryeo soldiers you've captured, your fame will surely spread throughout the land when you return." Fame or no fame doesn't matter. I just love the sensation of battle," Liu said while observing the battlefield. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up. Liu called over a prisoner who was a team leader and handed him a letter to bring back and report to their commanding officer. Then he left. Seeing this letter, the Goguryeo commander seethed with anger. In the letter, it read, "When our Tang army comes next time, it will be the day for your heads to fall. If you surrender early, your lives may be spared. Do not say I did not warn you." Liu. Is this Liu the white-faced young general? One day, I'll definitely kill him. The Goguryeo commander raged. At this point, a strategist suddenly interjected. "I seem to have heard about this Liu. He appears to be the Prince Qi of the Tang army, rumored to have only recently arrived at this frontier. Now, the great general and Mr. Li at the front battlefield suffered losses and are preparing a large army to fight the Tang army. Could this Prince Qi really be this Liu? What? Could this actually be the Xuanhuan of the Tang army? Isn't he the son of Li Shimin? How could he have such a valiant son? Could every member of the Li family be born with immense strength? Legend has it that the Li family had a warrior named Li Yuanba, born with immense strength, known as the bravest soldier of the Sui Tang era. Is this Liu similar?" A sense of ill omen flashed in the heart of the general. "Commander, you worry too much. Likely, this is someone masquerading as the Xuanhuan, pampered and kept within palace walls. How could he have much skill? Probably, their hidden army ambushed us, allowing us to mistakenly believe we fell victim to Liu's forces. This team leader must be a spy. Otherwise, how else can this be explained?" At this moment, a deputy general beside the commander looked coldly at the prisoner warrior and said, "Generals, I am telling the truth. It was truly General Li's advance which was set up, causing our troops to be thrown into chaos by massive boulders, followed by the cavalry charge. We were routed, and I survived only because I was selected to deliver this letter." But the commander ignored this and ordered, "Drag this spy out and execute him." When Liu returned to camp with 1,000 captives, Commander Li hurriedly rushed out of the military camp. Upon personally seeing Liu returning with 1,000 captives, he looked astounded and asked, "Your Highness Xuanhuan, these captives are yours?" "Not mine, whose do you think?" Liu smiled and asked back at Commander Li. "Naturally, I have no doubts," General Li said. "Prince Qi, this time you've truly worked hard. Not only did you successfully harass Goguryeo, making them rush about helplessly, but you also captured thousands of soldiers, which is a great achievement to report," he said excitedly, looking at Prince Qi before him as if he were gazing upon a treasure. This was no ordinary prince. He was a prince who combined valor and wisdom, reputed to have even developed rice that could greatly increase grain yields, earning him immense favor with the emperor. Now, being both brave and wise, he was truly the one most like the current emperor. It seems Prince Qi is the most likely to inherit the throne. We must form a good relationship with him. Prince Qi, after all your hard work and travel, why don't you rest well? In a few days, the Goryeo forces will surely attack, and there will be another tough battle. No hurry, Liu said. This time I went out, and I happened to bring back a little local specialty. Bring the boxes up. Liu instructed, and 2 soldiers appeared carrying 2 boxes. Open them. Liu commanded. The soldiers opened the boxes, and General Li was shocked to see the 2 pickled heads inside. Then, as he examined them more closely, he realized these heads seemed familiar. Ist. General Li inhaled sharply. This is Wang Guyu from Goguryeo, born with divine strength, known as the Black Bear, rumored to have royal blood. He once led troops on many raids against our Tang borders, killing several of our generals. I never thought that today he would end up dead by Prince Qi's hand. Truly a fitting death. General Li turned his gaze to the other head and nodded. I know this man too. This thief is the Goguryeo border guard commander, Li Daoyuan, also a master of martial arts. He once devised an ambush in the hills, where he killed our frontier general and 1,000 soldiers. He also raided villages along the border, committing killings and plunder. A real villain. Prince Qi, your highness is truly courageous. With just over 100 men, you've achieved such a feat. Chapter 180. The General of Irregular Warfare. Just then, General Li dismissed those around him and said, all of you go down. Yes. The attendants in the grand tent all withdrew accordingly. Suddenly, General Li knelt in front of Liu. General Li's actions startled Liu greatly. He hurriedly reached out to support General Li. General Li, what are you doing? Why kneel before me suddenly? This is really overwhelming for me. As a veteran general in the army, Liu naturally held General Li in high regard. Now, with the kneeling of this old general, he was indeed taken aback. Your Highness Crown Prince Qi, you must agree to one thing, or I will not get up, said General Li. General Li, tell me what it is. If it goes beyond my ability, or if it causes harm to the Empire of Tang, then I absolutely cannot agree. General Li hastily replied. Crown Prince Qi, you may rest assured. This is something you can certainly accomplish, and it will cause no harm to you at all. All right, tell me then, said Liu. Currently, Crown Prince Qi is within our troops. Do not put yourself in danger any longer. You are invaluable, possess great wisdom, extraordinary martial arts skills and integrity, and are also favored by His Majesty. Should anything happen to you if you were to lead a battle personally, it would be a loss for our great Tang dynasty. My only request is this, Crown Prince Qi, under no circumstances should you put yourself in danger again. Otherwise, I will kneel until I am allowed to rise. With these words, General Li remained kneeling and refused to stand up. Upon hearing General Li's words, Liu felt utterly helpless. He never expected that General Li would resort to such stubborn tactics to prevent him from risking himself. Going out was his way of accumulating military merit. The more enemy generals he killed, the greater the rewards he could earn. Previously, he had specifically checked the small box, which turned out to be part of a reward system. The more local commanders he killed, the more rewards he could exchange for after leaving the battlefield. The more accumulated, the more rewards. However, since General Li had already spoken, Liu reluctantly agreed. General Li, if that is the case, I agree with you. Under normal circumstances, I absolutely will not put myself in danger. If there's trouble in the camp or when necessary, I'll choose to go to the battlefield. But I will absolutely not just take 100 soldiers into battle. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing Liu say this, General Li immediately stood up, a smile appearing on his face. That Crown Prince Qi has come to such understanding is truly commendable. A blessing for our Tang dynasty, smiled General Li. In no time, all of Liu's actions and strategies were presented on Emperor Taizong's desk. After reviewing the report, Emperor Taizong couldn't help but shout out loud. Excellent. This made the eunuch who was serving beside Emperor Taizong sneak a glance at him. Since Crown Prince Qi, Liu, was brought back by His Majesty, smiles had appeared on His Majesty's face more frequently. The Emperor seemed so delighted again this time. Could it be because Crown Prince Qi achieved some military accomplishments? This kid Liu, I didn't see it in the past. Now, on the battlefield, he is very much like me. Emperor Taizong remarked with a sense of pride. In the past, I didn't think about it much, but now I really do see it clearly. This kid does not deserve any other than mine own blood. Like me when I was young, he is brave and strategic. With achievements made in Goguryeo, how should I reward him? Murmured Emperor Taizong. He continued speaking to himself. This kid used to achieve great merits. He developed high-yield rice. And now, he is making remarkable military achievements. I don't know how to reward him anymore. I fear that excessive rewards might make him arrogant. A person cannot become arrogant. Once arrogant, they will rely on favors, leading them to become wasteful sons later, muttered Emperor Taizong. He read extensively through historical books and naturally understood, well, that raising a prince shouldn't mean spoiling them endlessly. Lao Li, what do you think I should do? Emperor Taizong sighed as he asked. Sire, I believe Crown Prince Qi is still your child. Being like you, if he deserves rewards, grant them. If mistakes have been made, punish accordingly. Otherwise, Crown Prince Qi might harbor resentment in his heart, Lao Li said. How dare he? Emperor Taizong glared and slammed the table. After a brief thought, he nodded and said, this kid is just like me. He cannot tolerate injustice. If that is the case, then let me give him rewards, appoint him as a general of irregular warfare, commanding 5,000 troops. I would like to see exactly how capable he is. So saying, Emperor Taizong gave his approval. That same night, The content of Emperor Taizong's reply quietly spread out from the palace. When Li Xiuxian received the news and opened the document, he immediately showed astonishment. What? Father actually gave him such a position, commanding 5,000 troops. That Li Yu, he only used 100 men to achieve such remarkable military accomplishments. Now with 5,000 men under his command, who knows what he will accomplish? Upon hearing the news, Li Xiuxian's heart suddenly felt icy cold. He began pacing back and forth in the palace chambers, gritting his teeth in frustration. Father once gained many followers through military achievements, attracting martial generals to support him. In the end, it helped him secure his succession as crown prince. Nowadays, Father has been rewarding Li Yu repeatedly with such high honors. Is he planning for Li Yu to inherit the throne? His affection for Li Yu is indeed beyond limits. Li Xiuxian muttered quietly. Father must not leave any regret. He sighed, taking a deep breath. No, this cannot go on. This thought crossed his mind firmly. If so, Li Yu, then I'll make you die. Li Xiuxian's eyes shot out two eerie green beams under the palace lights, looking especially terrifying. Someone, Li Xiuxian called out towards the outside. In response to his words, someone entered the room from outside. Li Xiuxian commanded, "Go and invite Advisor Zhou over. I have something to arrange." Not long after, a man dressed in a dark blue robe came into the room. The man looked somewhat ugly, with his fiery ambition and desire gleaming in his eyes. He carried a somewhat sinister air. Once inside, he respectfully greeted Li Xiuxian. "Your Highness, do you have anything important to order?" Li Xiuxian nodded and said, "I've made up my mind. Let's follow the plan." As soon as Advisor Zhou heard these words, he instantly understood that Li Xiuxian was preparing to act according to the original strategy they had devised earlier. Moreover, Advisor Zhou would play a critical role. "Yes, Your Highness, I'll ensure everything goes smoothly," he replied confidently. At his station, Li Yu soon received the imperial edict from Emperor Taizong, appointing him as general of irregular warfare, commanding 5,000 soldiers. He could operate independently, answerable only to the emperor, and mobilize local food supplies when needed. Congratulations to Prince Qi, favored by His Majesty. It seems Prince Qi's rapid rise is just around the corner. Someone congratulated. Chapter 181. The army arrives. General Li, at this moment, happily said, stroking his beard with one hand and speaking with a tone of reflection, as if Li Yu receiving a reward brought him honor as well. Li Yu looked at General Li in front of him and smiled, saying, "General Li, it seems you're quite pleased?" He felt that this reward from Emperor Li Heir was just SOSO. If not for the system's reward, he would have come here very unwillingly. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, General Li didn't know how to respond immediately. Did Li Yu dislike this reward altogether? Does His Royal Highness Prince Qi dislike this reward? General Li asked. Naturally, Li Yu sighed. "Oh, His Royal Highness Prince Qi, is there any reason you don't like this reward? Could you tell me why?" After hearing Prince Qi, Li Yu did not like this reward. General Li felt puzzled and quickly inquired about the reason. "I've never had experience in logistics or fully understood the specifics of Goguryeo. It's like I'm walking in complete darkness. If not for your help earlier, General Li, I probably couldn't have achieved such distinguished military success." Li Yu smiled as he looked at General Li. After hearing these words, General Li responded boldly. "If His Royal Highness Prince Qi worries about this, you really don't need to. You completely don't need to be concerned about supplies or affairs concerning Goguryeo. You can always find me," General Li declared. "In that case, thank you beforehand, General Li," Li Yu said. After hearing Li Yu's words, General Li suddenly realized he had been outmaneuvered and laughed heartily. "His Royal Highness Prince Qi, you are truly crafty. With a little carelessness, I am calculated by you. This arrangement from the Emperor was clearly meant to train you. Now we have entered Goguryeo territory, opening up land. The Emperor wants to test your abilities, but you have taken shortcuts, pushing all matters to me. I wonder what the Emperor will do when he learns how I will be blamed." "General Li, if you wish to be lazy, just say it," Li Yu replied. At this moment, General Li became serious, bowing respectfully to Li Yu in front of him, saying, "His Royal Highness Prince Qi, regarding this matter, I must thank you. If it weren't for your deployment of troops, I might have found myself deep in danger at the time. If it wasn't for you stepping in multiple times, the border conflicts wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly. You are no ordinary person, you understand military tactics thoroughly. If you could shine on the battlefield in Goguryeo, it would certainly benefit the whole world and its people. Why wouldn't I support you? Perhaps one day, Your Highness Prince Qi, you will reach heights unimaginable to others." General Li touched his beard as he spoke. Li Yu instantly understood. This was General Li attempting to make a friendly gesture toward him. Seeing Li Yu's competence and skill, General Li wanted to establish good relations with him early, as an investment. Thinking about this, Li Yu waved his hand and said, "General Li, I'm merely a farmer who wishes to grow crops, with no grand ambitions. All I aim to do is manage my own affairs." As Li Yu spoke, he grinned while looking at General Li. The two exchanged glances, and General Li also nodded contentedly. The elite troops allocated to Li Yu soon arrived. A rough earthen fortress was built at the base, equipped with basic defensive structures. During the following days, Li Yu wandered around casually, as if it were a form of leisure. Lu Xue followed by Li Yu's side, naturally aware of his intentions, looking for farmland. Their plan was to conquer Goguryeo's borders, but the challenge was maintaining the large supply lines needed for an extended campaign. Troops cannot move without provisions. In order to maintain battle, sufficient supplies are indispensable. A group of cavalry followed Li Yu, and they complained not a bit. Riding on his steed, Li Yu scanned the surroundings from a high vantage point, able to see the layer upon layer of mountains, while near the riverside lay fertile land ready for cultivation. But these places remained undeveloped, making them fertile virgin soil still waiting to be turned into arable fields. My lord, do you intend to farm here? Lu Shui whispered as she questioned Li Yu. Li Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course. The ambition of Goguryeo is evident, yet much of the terrain near our Tang borders consists of mountain peaks. Precisely due to this, occupying Goguryeo would prove highly cost-ineffective. Not only would moving our great army be troublesome, but the returns are insufficient as well. Li Yu gazed into the distance, with some melancholy in his tone. Lu Shui nodded, reflecting deeply. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly spotted a glimmer of light in the distance, as if armored figures were on the move. He quickly took out his spyglass to observe. To his astonishment, it was a Goguryeo army heading towards their post. Hiss! Li Yu immediately drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Through the spyglass, he could clearly see a dense and slow-moving column of soldiers. This is bad. Goguryeo has chosen to deploy troops at this moment, and so quietly. I suspect they intend to launch a surprise attack, Li Yu said. Quickly, we must rush back, Li Yu commanded. When Li Yu returned, General Li had already assembled the troops. Upon seeing Li Yu come back, he hurriedly said, Your Highness Prince Qi, you have finally returned. Goguryeo has launched a sudden assault, and they mean no good. We must be fully prepared to respond, General Li stated to Li Yu. I am well aware of this, Li Yu nodded. By the time they reached the front line, they saw the approaching Goguryeo troops setting up camp just dozens of miles away, without immediately launching an attack. Report. At this moment, a scout galloped fiercely on a steed. Once he arrived, he leapt off the horse, holding a letter in his hand, and rushed forward, kneeling on the ground to report. General Li, Your Highness Prince Qi, Goguryeo has sent us a letter. In this letter, they demand that we not only withdraw from Goguryeo's territory immediately, but also hand over His Royal Highness Prince Qi and compensate them with 1,000,000 units of grain and goods. Otherwise, they will invade our great Tang dynasty and bring chaos across 1,000 miles, leading to national ruin. Upon hearing these words, General Li immediately pointed at the scout in front of him and cursed. Goguryeo is nothing more than a tiny speck of a country, yet they dare to compare themselves with our great Tang? Now they even dare to make such outrageous demands, truly showing no sense of propriety. How could someone as esteemed as Prince Qi be spoken of in such terms by them? Chapter 182, Li Yu's Prestige. After the general's scolding was over, he then consoled Prince Li Yu, saying, Your Highness Qi Wang, you must not fall for their provocation. The reason they are saying these things is surely to make you, Your Highness Qi Wang, fall into their trap and launch a large-scale attack, resulting in heavy losses. These people do not come with good intentions. They must have been well prepared. The general said this, fearing that Li Yu might lose his temper, leading to a conflict with Goguryeo, which would be troublesome. Huh. After hearing this, Li Yu laughed coldly and said, Does Goguryeo really think I am an easy target? Can they just push me around? Since they've said these words, then let their envoys carry a message. Li Yu fixed his gaze on the spy in front of him. Go back and tell their envoy, who probably hasn't gone far, that I, Li Yu, will surely go and take the head of their main general. Let them clean their necks and wait. After saying this, Li Yu exuded a killing aura. General Li couldn't help but feel as if he had been swept by a gust of cold wind, like being submerged in the icy winds of December. What a heavy, murderous intent. This thought crossed General Li's mind. In the great tent of Goguryeo, the envoy quickly reported Li Yu's words. Haha, this Qi Wang is quite fierce, daring to say such things. The main Goguryeo general coldly said, his voice carrying a sense of hostility. General, this Qi Wang is indeed fierce. According to our understanding, he has killed several of our generals and ruined our plans. Originally, we were about to take down General Li at this border, but this young man directly broke through our ambush, causing us great loss. Not to mention how he schemed to directly besiege the border city with merely 100 men, making each of us unable to move, truly bringing us shame at the border. Yet, General, one must not underestimate this person, or we might end up suffering a significant loss in his hands. A general beside the main general stood up and said, This person was none other than the border garrison general, brought along by the main general. Originally, he is a prince. I have long heard of this prince from the Tang dynasty, whose capabilities are only average. What can he achieve? If my guess is correct, it must be their flattery tactics, deliberately attributing all matters to Prince Qi Wang. In my view, he is not worth mentioning. Yek, the main general, spoke. On the somewhat savage face, there was a strong contempt. In his eyes, apart from Emperor Taizong, Li heir of the Tang dynasty, everyone else is a bunch of useless people, not worth mentioning. Get ready. Tomorrow, we'll engage with the Tang army. Yek laughed heartily and said, Yes. The general nodded reluctantly, despite the helplessness on his face, bowing and replying, Yes, General. Li Yu was enjoying strawberries when spies arrived to report about Goguryeo's provocation. Hearing this, Li Yu's eyes lit up immediately. You've come at a good time. He was exactly waiting for these guys, as he looked forward to their arrival. It was better that Goguryeo didn't come. If they did, Li Yu planned to make sure they regretted coming, since his mission was to kill as many of their generals as possible. Since they have arrived, General Li, let's go see what skills these guys have, Li Yu said with a smile. That's certainly right, General Li said, rubbing his fists eagerly. I have long wanted to see the scene where the Goguryeo soldiers are defeated to tears. Your Highness Qi Wang, You must not act impulsively this time, because you are a prince. Now General Li considered Liu highly talented, and naturally didn't want him to take risks. General Li, on the battlefield, my current identity is a touring general, so I need to slay more enemies. Moreover, I believe these people are no match for me. Liu said this, leaving General Li no choice but to make a secondary request. Prince Qi Wang, you must promise me that if any danger arises, you should retreat quickly and not fight recklessly, said General Li. I understand, Liu replied. Lady Liu, you should also advise His Highness. General Li turned to look at Lu Xue, standing before him, focusing his eyes on her. Lu Xue covered her mouth and chuckled. General Li, I know what you mean. I trust that His Highness would never deliberately walk into death. Besides, our prince has the strength to lift 1,000 caddies and could easily raise a cauldron. I don't believe there's anyone in Goguryeo who can hurt our prince. Having no option, General Li could only nod in agreement and stop persuading further. Boom. On the battlefield, the sound of drums echoed. A Goguryeo warrior galloped onto the field. Long have I heard about your so-called prince whose martial arts skills are amazing. He dares to block a city alone. Come out quickly and let me see what you're made of. But if you haven't dared to show up until now, perhaps you're just a coward whom the Tang dynasty has exaggerated? This warrior cursed, his words filled with insult. Liu was no soft target, and his temper wasn't good either. After consuming the war god fruit, he had been brimming with energy. How dare this opponent provoke him so audaciously? This instantly caused his anger to boil over. You're asking for death. With that, Liu yanked on the reins and charged out on his fiery steed. Just now, were you the one provoking me? Liu looked down at the warrior before him with disdain. Haha, so you're Qi Wang of the Great Tang? You don't look like much to me. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? If I feel generous, I might let you keep your body intact. The warrior laughed heartily as he sneered, showing nothing but mockery toward Liu's reputation. He viewed him merely as an unknown joke. Die! Liu slapped his warhorse and rushed forward. This warrior also spurred his stallion and charged at Liu. Die! Liu raised his blade, striking swiftly. The warrior's massive head soared into the air. He hadn't even managed to lift his sword in defense before being killed. The sight stunned the Goguryeo side, particularly General Yek, who stood dumbfounded. His warrior had been extremely skilled, yet fell in less than a single move. This Zhao Kila road is utterly useless. I originally planned to entrust him with an important task, but now he's dead here. It seems I'll need to send another general. General Yek turned and addressed his warriors. Who else wishes to go out and fight? General, this man is extraordinarily strong. Even Zhao met his end under Qi Wang's hands. Our martial arts skills aren't as great as Zhao's, so naturally, we do not dare challenge him. Waste of space. Chapter 183, Leaking Secrets. Yekwa, the general, was infuriated when he heard his subordinates dismissing the matter so easily. He had come this time solely for battle achievements. He had heard that the war on the front lines had put the Tang army at a disadvantage, and thus rushed over. But who would have thought that upon arriving here, he found out they had already suffered a defeat. This made him instantly furious, wishing to immediately charge and kill in all directions to obtain more battle achievements. But before he could act, he lost one of his main generals in an altercation. Deploy troops. I want to fight against the Tang kingdom, Yekwa said with anger. This gave his subordinates quite a shock. No, General, we cannot. The Tang army has many cavalrymen. We won't be able to withstand them in a direct confrontation. Our specialty lies in ambushes. There's an elite cavalry under the Qi Wang that is likely sent by Li Heir as the cream of the crop specifically for achieving battle merits. This Li Heir clearly values the Qi Wang highly, possibly because he's the heir to the Tang kingdom. We must consider this in the long term. Nearby, one of the generals spoke up. It was the same previous commander. Breath. The general listened and soon quelled his rising fury. Fine, we'll make plans in the long term, Yekwa stated. In the night, a black-clad figure appeared in Yekwa's tent, a Goguryeo spy. The spy looked thrilled as he knelt down before Yekwa and said excitedly, General, wonderful news, great news. I've learned that a batch of supplies for the Tang army will be arriving shortly. We can seize this opportunity to steal it, cutting off their supply line. Upon hearing this, Yekwa fixed his eyes on the spy with suspicion. The Tang were known to be adept in stratagems, and this might well be a trap. General, what I say is absolutely true, and I secretly overheard it. It's said to be a dispute among the crown princes plotting against each other, even scheming to implicate our Goguryeo. What? Yekwa changed his expression dramatically after hearing this. Are you sure about what you said? Struggles between crown princes were brutal, for power and gain. They harbored no familial ties, and revealing some secrets was only natural. General Yekwa, here is the route map. Please take a look. The spy quickly presented the map before Yekwa, exciting him immensely. Good, very good. He ran his hands over the map, unable to hide his excitement. Order the troops to march and seize their grain convoy. Yekwa swiftly ordered the surprise attack on the Tang army supply line. Soon, the information reached the ears of General Li, and his face turned grim immediately. Staring at the reporting general, he questioned harshly. What happened? What exactly went wrong? How could the defeat be so absolute? At these words, he felt a surge of uneasiness in his chest, accompanied by surging anger. After all, military provisions were of utmost importance for an army, yet now they had been ambushed from behind by Goguryeo, resulting in a large portion of their grain being destroyed. Their original plan was to advance into Goguryeo's territory, pushing the warfare step by step onto their land, making sure Goguryeo suffered heavily. But things turned out this way now. Without provisions, sustaining a long-term campaign would be difficult. What should we do? General Li furrowed his brow and voiced his concern. Liu also furrowed his brow. After all, it wasn't just food for 1 or 2 people. It was sustenance for tens of thousands of soldiers. Horses consumed even more food daily, requiring large quantities on the front line. As the saying goes, troops are not deployed unless provisions go ahead. Without grain, soldiers would lose the ability to fight, leaving retreat as the only option. I believe there must be something suspicious about this. Our transport convoys have always been kept secret, so how did they become known? This should never have happened. Someone leaked the information. It could also be that a highly skilled spy obtained our transport routes. Based on his own speculation, Liu voiced his hypothesis. General Li hadn't considered this angle before, but upon hearing Liu's suggestion, he quickly grasped it too. His complexion abruptly changed. That's right, it's indeed very possible. We shouldn't cause a disturbance. Let's quietly investigate first and see if anyone might have leaked such information. General Li promptly thought beyond his original point and expressed the idea to search for spies. Liu returned to his tent, feeling somewhat distressed. Lu Shui gently accompanied him, softly massaging his forehead with care. Your Highness, there is some black energy on your body. Are you feeling somewhat distressed? Did anything happen today? Lu Shui asked. You killed the other side's major general and made them cease fighting. What troubles could there be now unless something went wrong over there? Lu Shui knew that Liu had some resentment with the court. Our rear provisions have been intercepted. I suspect someone leaked our information, deliberately causing the interception of our supplies. This is highly disadvantageous for us. The next batch of grain will take at least a month to arrive, and we won't last that long. We need to retreat. Liu said this and felt a wave of frustration. He was upset because he had barely begun his mission. He still needed to eliminate several more enemy generals. Is your Highness worried about the provisions? Actually, it's quite simple. Stabilize the troops' morale and utterly crush the enemies. That's all it takes. The enemy has raised the no-fighting banner just to avoid combat, but they also consume supplies. We can absolutely intercept their grain convoy. Lu Shui smiled as she spoke. Right. Liu's eyes brightened at once. The enemy also has a large army arriving. Do only we require food? We can absolutely launch a night attack on their camp, burn their supplies, and render them completely immobile. Instantly, countless ideas raced through Liu's mind. Thinking to this point, his salute suddenly broadened. He grabbed Lu Shui and gave her a passionate kiss on her cheek. You truly are my Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, Liu said enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui frowned and questioned, what do Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong mean? Liu froze, realizing that Zhuge Liang didn't exist in this era yet, meaning no Pang Tong either. It's you and your brother, one dragon, one phoenix. Her face turned bright red upon hearing this. Phoenix. Her heart instantly tightened. Did this imply she would become the future empress? As for the dragon, wasn't it merely referring to a hidden dragon? Chapter 184. Ambition and Misunderstanding. Liu never expected that his words would make Lu Shui think of things several decades into the future. Mother of all under heaven. When Lu Shui thought about this, she looked at Liu's handsome face before her, and countless thoughts surged in her mind. So it turns out the prince harbors such ambition, which has yet to truly come to light until now. You're worthy of being a prince, Lu Shui muttered to herself. Liu faintly heard what Lu Shui said, so he turned around and stared at her with a puzzled expression on his face. Shui, what are you talking about? Liu asked as he focused on her intently. It's nothing. Lu Shui quickly shook her head. She couldn't possibly reveal Liu's ambition right now. On the contrary, she must support him more vigorously. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Shui's mind. Liu wouldn't know either, but his single sentence had inadvertently led Lu Shui to this misunderstanding. Li Qinggan soon received the message. Looking at the letter in his hand, he burst out laughing. Good, very good. Liu, I see how much trouble you'll be in without food supplies. However, this isn't enough. If the main general of Goguryeo gets hold of the city defense map, then our city will fall, and your plan will collapse entirely. Still dreaming of glorious military exploits in attacking Goguryeo? That's merely a daydream. With that, Li Qinggan sneered coldly, exuding an intense aura of malevolence. He had by now completely resolved to eradicate Liu. In his eyes, Liu was his greatest enemy. Other crown princes didn't even deserve consideration. He murmured under his breath, while another idea flashed across his mind. Perhaps, muttering quietly to himself, he suddenly considered another possibility. He could emulate his father. As this thought crossed his mind, blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and his breathing grew heavy. These thoughts were filled with irresistible allure, stirring up insatiable desires within him. No, absolutely not. At least, not now. He quickly suppressed the desire rising in his heart and refrained from exploring further on these ideas. Because those two characters, the throne, were too tempting, too powerful. Not enough. Not yet enough for now. He whispered to himself. Li Qinggan clearly understood his own current strength and skill were insufficient. He still needed to accumulate more power, more resources. But just like ambition is like floodwater held back by a dam, as the water rises higher and higher, even the rational part of his mind represented by the dam cannot last long. General Yek, another item has been sent by the spy within the Tang army. A commanding officer handed over the letter he was holding without reading it himself, hence he had no clue about its contents. Yek, the commander, paid no attention either. He opened the letter nonchalantly. However, as soon as he did, his eyes lit up as if seeing something utterly incredible. This is impossible. Hastily, he pulled out the entire diagram enclosed in the envelope. Haha, we've hit the jackpot. The excitement in him showed as he exclaimed joyfully. He danced wildly with glee, seemingly encountering something extremely auspicious. With this, we'll accomplish great feats. Yek declared. General Yek, what's happened? One of the subordinate generals asked curiously. Just take a look yourself. The general passed the map he was holding to the other man. The moment the general saw the map, his eyes lit up. This can't be. It's actually the layout of border city defenses. How did they get it? If this is the real border defense map, we can invade the Tang territory anytime. But why would our spies stationed there have the ability to acquire this kind of sensitive information? Their position should not be high enough. This general scrutinized the layout map in front of him, filled with doubt. Haha, this map is genuine. Yek asserted. Because this map was sent by a prince from the Tang side. They want Liu dead and have proposed that we first eliminate Crown Prince Liu, followed by possible cooperation where they will surrender 3 border cities. General Yek stated sarcastically, his words dripping with disdain. In his opinion, someone willing to sacrifice their own land for the throne was nothing but a selfish and despicable individual. Such a person, huh? He spoke contemptuously with derision in his voice. Hiss. Congratulations, General Yek. I congratulate you. After this general had the thought, he suddenly knelt down and congratulated General Yek in front of him. Upon hearing this, General Yek smiled faintly. If I accomplish great feats, I will certainly recommend all of you together. We will all be promoted and enriched. I will never forget any of you, said General Yek. Black Shield, how is the situation with the rumors within the troops? Liu at that moment asked Black Shield to investigate the rumors spreading among the army. Your Highness, I have already found out clearly that indeed there are people spreading rumors, several corporals. The whole camp has been full of these rumors, and everyone is worried about the supply of provisions. Your Highness, are our supplies really running low? Do we really need to retreat now? Black Shield whispered anxiously. Who says so? The granary still has ample food supplies. The talk of insufficient rations is just a rumor spread by these individuals. There were some issues with our rear supply convoys, but they're minor problems, and soon new grain will be arriving, he stated. Arrest those responsible immediately. They've broken military law, sowing discord through false information. Kill them. Liu commanded this order to Black Shield. With a strong bow, Black Shield replied loudly. Yes, Your Highness, I'll take care of it right away. As his armor clinked sharply, Black Shield gripped his sword and hurried outside. The rumor-mongers were quickly arrested. They had heard the news from the drunken commissariat officer and spread it around. Black Shield soon captured these individuals and tortured out the real mastermind behind the operation. Good, Liu nodded. I expected it to be someone else. So it's him. Arrest him as well, Liu said coldly. Before long, the commissariat officer was captured and brought before Liu, shouting angrily. Your Highness, Prince Qi, I'm wronged, truly wronged. This matter has nothing to do with me. Please don't wrongfully accuse an innocent man. But Liu sneered. Bring them in. The several corporals were then dragged forward. Now, they've all confessed. It's your fabrication regarding insufficient rations that caused unrest. Execute him. Chapter 185. Stabilizing the morale of the troops. The military provisions officer looked at Liu in front of him and immediately knelt down. Your Highness, Prince Qi, I was just drunk. That's why I said all those nonsense. Please forgive me, Your Highness. He cried so loudly that he hoped to gain the pardon of Prince Qi. Liu looked at the military provisions officer in front of him with no expression on his face. Military provisions were the most important part of the entire camp, yet this officer turned out to be a spy. I already know what you've done. How dare you spread lies and stir up chaos in the army? Do you even know what your actions are punishable by according to military law? The provisions officer stared wide-eyed as cold sweat poured from his forehead like an unstoppable faucet, dripping endlessly onto the ground. Your Highness, I have something to say about this matter, the provisions officer shouted. There really is no food left. I'm innocent. How could Your Highness wrongfully accuse me like this? Our supply convoy has been ambushed. There simply isn't enough grain in the granary. The provisions officer shouted these words loudly, brimming with defiance. Liu let out a cold snort, looking at the provisions officer before him with mockery in his eyes. Is that so? Today, if you die, it'll be with full understanding. After saying this, Liu's gaze swept over the surrounding soldiers. All the soldiers glanced at each other. They looked at the provisions officer, then at Liu, suspicion clear in their eyes. For these soldiers, Liu was Prince Qi. Brave though he may be, he didn't manage the military provisions. They figured he'd hide any issues with the food supply for the morale of the troops. Thus, to some degree, they doubted him. Liu led these soldiers in grand procession toward the granary. Upon arriving, he directed the soldiers guarding the granary to open its doors. As the doors opened, dense piles of grain appeared before everyone's eyes. Liu sneered lightly and said, Take a look. What do you see here? Do you still think our Tang army is short of food? This is nothing but the military provisions officer spreading false rumors, trying to deceive you. And you all actually believed him. Do you know what the result of causing trouble within the army and disregarding military laws is? Liu's eyes swept across these soldiers. Every soldier felt shame and fear. They shouldn't have doubted Prince Qi. Seeing that the moment was right, Liu shouted loudly to the crowd. I know in the past you may have suffered from the lack of supplies, but now I want to tell you. This will never happen again. I will certainly prepare everything properly for you, and such situations will never arise again. How can I trust you? At this moment, one among the soldiers called out. Liu nodded. Good question. He restrained the soldier beside him who wanted to enter the crowd for a search and seriously said to everyone. Since you ask, I'll tell you why. Because I have started a new era of military supplies, said Li Yu. I've created rice that yields 1,000 caddies per mu. After we harvested this year, our country Tang will no longer lack food. You should have heard about this. The last imperial decree was sent to reward me. Many soldiers among you might not know this, but I'm telling you now, it's true. Our great Tang dynasty from now on will never lack food, and none of you will go hungry anymore, Li Yu proclaimed loudly. Do you still think I am deceiving you? Li Yu shouted aloud. Haha, we won't, laughed the soldiers one after another. They looked at Li Yu in front of them and found themselves increasingly liking him. This prince was truly a blessing star of great Tang. Blessing star, blessing star. No one knew who suddenly shouted this first, but the rest followed with loud cheers. Blessing star Xiuxian, blessing star Xiuxian. The voices echoed throughout the camp, making everyone look at Prince Qi with fervor in their eyes. Cheng Dun, take He Dun and continue monitoring the spies I discovered earlier. If they try to pass along information, don't stop them, Li Yu said. Yes. Receiving the secret order beside him, Cheng Dun acted instantly, leaving Li Yu's side with He Dun. In a tent nearby, inside this tent, there was a shadow of a figure. His eyes were filled with unease because it was he who had secretly orchestrated all of this, bribing several people to spread this news outward. If he was found out, he would be doomed to die. The Tang army's treatment of spies was quite cruel. Once discovered, it meant certain death. He didn't want to die. He had already sent back a lot of information. After returning, he would at least become a centurion or even a chiliarch. Blessing star Xiuxian, blessing star Xiuxian. When the spy heard these voices, he was instantly stunned. What is going on? After some inquiry, he discovered that the rumor about insufficient grain supplies was just a falsehood. Though their food stores were indeed burned, they could still last for several more months. It turned out that the Tang Empire had developed rice that yielded 1,000 caddies per mu, leaving the spy shocked. How is this possible, he thought in shock. If there really was such rice, the Tang military's national strength would increase dramatically, and they could sustain constant warfare year after year, day after day. As soon as he thought about this, he felt a chill down his spine. After careful investigation, he found that he hadn't been exposed yet. This made him secretly rejoice, allowing him to finally slip away from the camp and hurry towards Goguryeu's army. Cheng Dun watched He Dun from afar and chuckled. If it weren't for the prince's orders, he would be dead today. You've only just arrived. You must always heed the prince's words. Do you understand? Otherwise, even if you were my younger brother, I wouldn't let you off easily, Cheng Dun said. Brother, since you've brought me here from far away, naturally, I will listen attentively to the prince, He Dun nodded and said. Boom. In the middle of the night, a massive flame suddenly flashed across the sky, jolting Li Yu awake from his dream. He hurriedly left the tent. Clearly visible, far away there were watchtowers blazing with fire and accompanied by intense explosions. What is happening? Li Yu asked. It's bad. Our border has been attacked by Goguryeo. The border defenses have fallen, and they are sending up signals for reinforcements. We must return quickly. At that moment, a soldier rushed over to deliver General Li's orders. Chapter 186. The Empty City Stratagem and the Fog. What? When Li Yu heard this, he was also shocked. How is that possible? What exactly happened? Li Yu asked with urgency. This information was transmitted by beacon fire. I don't know what happened either, my lord. General Li has already given orders for you to come over immediately and discuss plans for retreat. We must return and protect the border stronghold. Otherwise, these barbarians will surely push forward relentlessly and carry out widespread massacres and plundering, causing chaos on our borders. The soldier, who had long been stationed at the frontier, naturally knew how serious the consequences would be if such an event occurred. Therefore, he was extremely anxious. I understand. Li Yu nodded and rushed hurriedly to the main tent. General Li was pacing back and forth inside the tent as if being roasted by a fire, unable to remain still. When he saw Li Yu arrive, he hastily said, Your Highness, we're in deep trouble. An issue has arisen at the frontier pass. It's actually been breached. We must hurry back there, or there could be major problems at the frontier, General Li said. Li Yu looked at General Li and asked, General Li, our internal movements within the Tang dynasty should be unknown to these Goguryeo barbarians, right? After hearing Li Yu's words, General Li paused for a moment before staring at him and asking, My lord, are you suggesting that there's a traitor within? Because of a traitor leaking our information, this incident has occurred? When General Li thought about this possibility, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that someone secretly conspired with Goguryeo? Otherwise, how could something like this happen? Moreover, Goguryeo managed to directly target our vulnerable frontier pass and break through it all at once. Is that normal? Li Yu countered. Not normal, General Li replied. As soon as he responded, he felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Li Yu, just hearing the related events, sensed something was off. Goguryeo was merely a group of barbarians. Even if they had ambitions, it wouldn't be possible for them to figure out the weaknesses of the Tang army so quickly, bypass them, and ambush from behind. And how did they even manage to get around us? Li Yu muttered. If a large number of people have managed to bypass us, then we probably have tens of thousands of enemies at our rear now. They would immediately become a dire threat once they turned against us. If they act unfavorably, we might be surrounded here. I suspect that there aren't many people left in the Goguryeo military camp in front of us, Li Yu speculated, sharing his assumption. How could that be? General Li was shocked and said, That's impossible. If there are only few soldiers in the Goguryeo encampment obstructing us, couldn't we simply charge into Goguryeo's territory and open the way for reinforcements from Tang? In that case, the Goguryeo forces that detoured around would be completely trapped. While Li Yu and General Li were discussing, Within the Goguryeo military camp, one general was drinking wine. His adjutant, standing nearby, swallowed nervously and asked, "General, why are you drinking at such a crucial moment?" Xiuxian led people to bypass the Tang army commander, broke the border stronghold, and invaded their land. If the Tang army launches a surprise attack on us, we'll be dead for sure. The adjutant spoke, showing obvious panic. Ho ho, the commanding general chuckled coldly and said, "They dare not. Think about it. We have tens of thousands of men here, supposedly 100,000 strong army. Do you think they'd risk fighting us here when they know our presence? Our advantages in time and terrain make us stronger. Besides, we've already faced them earlier, and they've seen that we have enough troops here. They do not know how many of us remain, so they cannot be sure. Previously, Crown Prince Liu pulled an empty city ruse on me. Now, I will give them the same trick. Let's see their reaction when they find out that we don't have as many men as they believe." This general laughed heartily. Upon hearing his words, the adjutant let out a sigh of relief. "General, now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to what happens next too," the adjutant said, sitting down and beginning to drink wine peacefully. Lu Shui arrived beside Liu, already dressed in armor. "My lord, are we preparing to withdraw?" Lu Shui asked quietly. "No, we're going to launch an attack against the Goguryeo encampment. They made a light-footed assault on our rear. There must be ample supplies and grain stockpiled within this camp. Also, part of their force is likely guarding here. We can wipe them all out. Then, combined with the defensive forces from the rear, we will thoroughly eliminate these invading enemy troops who underestimated us." A fierce gleam flashed in Liu's eyes. "Since they're seeking death, let's oblige them. Where are the cavalry?" Liu roared furiously. At his roar, rows of cavalry swiftly gathered before Liu, and as he looked upon them, a satisfied smile crossed his face. "Today, you must have seen the beacon fires. The enemy has breached our border stronghold and is now butchering our Tang people," Liu announced while riding on a fiery steed, addressing the cavalrymen. Each soldier felt an overwhelming rage surge through their hearts. Indeed, every one of them was deeply ashamed by this disgrace. They were the elite soldiers of the great Tang dynasty, yet they had failed to prevent the enemy from sneaking past their defenses. "Can you tolerate this?" Liu shouted loudly. At his words, every cavalryman was incensed. None of them were cowards. In their eyes, the Goguryeo barbarians only relied on mountainous terrain. Otherwise, they would never stand a chance against the Tang forces. "Kill! Kill!" One cavalryman cried out in fury. Liu, observing the fiery determination of his cavalry, nodded approvingly. "Excellent, excellent. Each of you embodies the spirit of the Tang dynasty. The Goguryeo camp ahead is already empty. Your mission now is to charge with me and pierce through their defenses." Liu stared intently at the cavalryman as he yelled. "Are you ready for it?" We are. The soldiers raised their torches in unison. "Mount up, let's go." As Liu mounted his steed, a mysterious rhythm emanated from him, spreading subtly over the cavalry. Without a word spoken, the cavalry obeyed strictly, holding torches in one hand and reins in the other. A formidable iron army. Liu spurred his horse forward, leading the mighty army in pursuit. They transformed into a fiery tongue amidst the night, charging toward the Goguryeo encampment. Chapter 187. Charging the camp. By General Li's side, another general watched as Liu led his cavalry toward the distant Goguryeo camp. He was absolutely astounded. "General Li, if we do this, won't it put Crown Prince Qi in danger? If anything happens to him, how will we explain this to our superiors? The emperor will not forgive us." The general beside General Li said anxiously. General Li watched the departing cavalry and revealed a hint of smugness. "You underestimate Crown Prince Qi too much. He discussed at length with me, and I came to realize that he is truly young and talented, excelling in both literature and martial arts. He has already identified the vulnerability of this Goguryeo camp ahead, and is about to break through it decisively. The fate of the Tang dynasty is about to change." General Li muttered softly, with a tone of reflection. Upon hearing General Li's words, the general's face was filled with confusion, utterly unable to grasp what General Li was implying. His face showed signs of bewilderment. When General Li noticed the perplexed expression on this general's face, he laughed heartily. "You'll understand soon enough, boy. For now, go prepare. Be ready to support His Highness Crown Prince Qi at any moment." With that, he walked away. Liu led the army forward swiftly. His charge was incredibly fast. In the Goguryeo camp, the commanding general was drinking wine leisurely. Suddenly, he felt the ground trembling slightly, which left him puzzled. "What's going on?" At that very moment, he stood up abruptly, a flicker of astonishment appearing in his eyes. "What's happening? Is it an earthquake?" However, his battle experience allowed him to quickly discern the situation. "Not right. These are the sounds of horse hooves. Enemy attack. Defend." At that moment, the man's face changed drastically. The Goguryeo camp had been prepared all along. Their densely packed infantry rushed out, each wielding bows fully drawn. Die! The soldiers fired their arrows, immediately hitting some of the cavalry. But soon they found something was off. Their arrows hitting these soldiers seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Not right. They're heavy cavalry. The centurion guarding the front line paled considerably. The Tang force's most formidable weapon was indeed the heavy cavalry. Once these knights donned heavy armor and charged, they would become invincible on the battlefield, fearless of any bow or blade. Even their war horses were clad in heavy armor, charging through any formation and scattering the enemy ranks. Clad in heavy armor, Liu plunged into the enemy encampment. "I shall break it." With a roar, Liu surged forward, leading the charge. The incoming arrows were deflected by his movements effortlessly. Arriving within the ranks of infantry, Liu raised his blade high and slashed ferociously. Hold your ground. Hold your ground. Behind the military camp gates, countless torches flowed, suggesting masses rushing out. Thunderous drums echoed across the field, creating hesitation among the riders. Could the prince's judgment be wrong after all? Even doubts arose in Liu's mind. Perhaps there truly were reinforcements. No, they cannot have more soldiers. In the next instant, Liu confirmed his own conclusion. He trusted his analysis completely. He bellowed and leaped down, engaging in slaughter amongst the Goguryeo footmen. He lifted a barricade designed for stopping horses, something usually requiring 5 to 6 men, but he swung it easily with sheer force. Boom! The roughly 5-meter-long barrier in his hands worked like a toy, sweeping away hundreds of soldiers and flinging them aside with ease. Further behind, there stood the entrance to the camp. Liu used this barrier, turning it into a battering ram. Charging forward, he struck forcefully against the fortified gate. The locked gates unexpectedly cracked open slightly, revealing continuing sounds of combat from inside. Ha! Upon hearing this sound, Liu roared heartily. This is exactly it. I knew you were using the empty city strategy, the trick my forebears once employed, but here you've mimicked it. Let me destroy your ruse. With full strength, Liu lunged forward and crashed through the main gate in an instant. Inside lay numerous wooden dummies dressed in garments, which from afar looked like people standing guard. The military camp was enormous, split into various sections. If this place were fully manned, it would have been a deadly trap because of the many structures that could be used as fortifications. Coupled with weapons and strategic positions, any enemy who charged into the camp would surely be trapped and killed. But now, without enough men, it has turned into an unprotected, empty city. Liu leapt onto his horse, a carefree laugh escaping his lips. Charge! Inside are nothing but wooden dummies. Liu shouted these words and led the cavalry to storm into the military camp. Many soldiers controlling these wooden figures saw the cavalry's massacre enter the camp, fear spreading across their faces as they turned and fled. The Goguryeo camp collapsed instantly upon the charge, and Liu continued cutting through the path ahead. From the beginning to the end, Liu also kept setting fires along the way, turning the camp into a sea of flames. Originally, 5,000 troops were left behind here, tasked with defending the camp and creating obstructions to entrap Liu and his men. Yet they hadn't anticipated Liu's audacity. Despite the darkness, he launched a night raid, directly breaking through the defenses and cutting through every barrier. In the cover of darkness, the threat of the cavalry grew infinitely more dangerous. My Lord Qi, they've panicked. They're all running madly away. Chongdun arrived beside Liu, breathing heavily yet laughing excitedly. Kill. There must be a general among them. Capture him, and we'll know exactly what's going on. Liu laughed excitedly. Once again, Liu charged through the enemy ranks like a war deity incarnate. Master, I've spotted a Goguryeo general escaping into the mountains. Let me take some men and chase after him. Heiduan panted as he reported to Liu. No, let me go. Liu replied. At this moment, he could already feel the fiery surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, and he needed this general's head. You clean up the camp. I'll lead a team to pursue him. Liu roared, following the direction of the fleeing general until catching up quickly. This general trembled all over, falling to his knees at the sight of Liu. My Lord Qi, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Chapter 188, Interrogation. Liu sat on his horse, looking down at the general below. His face was covered in blood, and under the glow of the firelight, he looked incredibly sinister and ferocious. Pardon, Liu responded with a counter-question. In the shadow, he looked particularly terrifying, and combined with his fierce tone, it instantly frightened the general so much that he wet himself. The ground became wet, causing everyone around Liu to burst into laughter. Looks like you're just a coward, Liu said disdainfully. Just tell me the truth, and I might spare your life. If not, I'll have no choice but to dismember you and send you straight to the western heavens. You beasts of Goguryeo, you've been constantly harassing our Tang dynasty borders with such ambition, greedily coveting the lands of our Tang dynasty. We cannot forgive you. Liu said this coldly, with a hint of murderous intent. Gulping, the general forcefully swallowed his saliva. Your Highness Prince Qi, please spare my life. Spare me. I'm willing to pledge allegiance to the Tang dynasty and become a blade in the hands of the Tang. He screamed desperately, hoping Liu would let him go. Fine. Liu nodded as he looked at the general before him. Here's the deal. I'll only ask you one question. How did you find out about our border's weak spots? And how did you successfully carry out your ambush? Liu questioned him, his voice chilling. This. The general's eyes began to dart around, but it was clear to anyone watching that he wasn't telling the truth, perhaps hiding something. In an instant, Liu raised his hand and swung his sword. One of the soldiers beside the general had his head chopped off. Not speaking? Then the next head will be yours. Liu asked menacingly, full of killing intent. Gulping. The general trembled all over. After swallowing his saliva again, he said, All right, I'll tell you. We had a spy inside your military camp who stole the border map from you. This is why our main commander was able to bypass you and strike directly behind you. The general shouted. A spy, and they managed to steal the border map? Liu felt a chill running down his spine. The border maps were stored in the city, and it was absolutely impossible for them to be brought to the military camp. This proved that someone must have leaked these documents, betraying the Tang dynasty by deliberately sending the border map to Goguryeo's spies. Damn it, Liu clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath and letting it out. If this is the case, I absolutely cannot let them off the hook. he muttered, sensing some coldness creeping up his back. As long as you lead us to find that spy, I'll spare you. Originally, Li Yu intended to kill the general to fulfill his mission, but now he had changed his mind. When Li Yu returned, General Li came up to meet him, smiling broadly. Haha, Your Highness Prince Qi, this time I must congratulate you. You've severely damaged the Goguryeo military camp, heavily wounding Goguryeo. You're likely to receive a promotion again, and your status in the Emperor's heart will surely rise. After hearing this, Li Yu shook his head. Do you know what I discovered after capturing this general? Li Yu stared at the General Li in front of him, his voice laced with cruelty. What? When General Li noticed Li Yu's smile fade, his own expression shifted slightly. Could it be? Is someone in trouble? General Li asked. General Li, let's talk in the military camp. Li Yu suggested. The two quickly arrived at the camp. When Li Yu recounted the information he had obtained through interrogation, General Li's face immediately turned grave. What? That's impossible. The border defense map has been stolen? This document contains the deployment of troops at various locations along the border. Now, if something happens, it means we're about to face a major disaster. If the Emperor investigates, all of us could be in trouble. General Li felt a wave of coldness creep up his back. And this leak comes from within our military camp. The Goguryeo spies infiltrated and transmitted messages, including the map of our border defenses. Now we must investigate thoroughly and uncover who betrayed us, and we must also strengthen our defenses. If we can intercept their actions, perhaps we can turn this offense into a merit, Li Yu stated. He suspected that all of this was part of a conspiracy aimed at him, one step leading to another, possibly pre-planned by the other side to trap him. However, he didn't want to fall into such a trap. Li Er had just praised him, and if any incidents arose, Li Xiuxian would definitely seize the opportunity to criticize him. Li Xiuxian. A thought suddenly flashed through Li Yu's mind. Could this be his plot against me? Li Yu pondered silently. I understand. General Li nodded. Now I will immediately arrange for someone to investigate and uncover this traitor, and at the same time, we must pull camp and return, completely blocking all these Goguryeo soldiers. Li Yu nodded. When Li Yu returned to the main tent, Lu Shuai quickly came to his side, helping Li Yu remove his armor. Armor was only worn during battle. It wasn't usually carried around otherwise. This was because not only could the horses not endure it, but the body could also be affected. Your Highness, is something wrong? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so troubled. Lu Shuai said. Send a message to Inyu. I have a task that requires her to investigate. After pondering for a moment, Li Yu whispered instructions into Lu Shui's ear. Your Highness, I understand. Lu Shuai nodded. The army soon returned, bringing with them the Goguryeo captives. However, the mountain road was difficult to navigate, posing significant resistance. Li Yu quickly realized they couldn't go back this way. If the enemy blocked the road, their ambush would succeed, likely inflicting heavy losses. Generally, we cannot return this way. I'll take the cavalry ahead while they haven't fully blocked us yet, and we can deliver a devastating blow. You hold the return route to Goguryeo and report to the court. We need to ensure these tens of thousands of Goguryeo soldiers are trapped here and eliminated. Li Yu said coldly, his aura radiating menace. General Li hesitated and responded. Prince Qi, I know your bravery is unparalleled, but our enemies aren't just ordinary soldiers. They're in the tens of thousands. Just your individual valor isn't enough. I worry. Haha. Li Yu burst out laughing. General Li, do you really think I'm some reckless fool? Li Yu countered. I wouldn't dare. General Li replied. Rest assured, the cavalry I lead can move freely. If we can't fight, we'll retreat. Li Yu said, smiling as he relaxed. At this moment, blood was flowing like rivers in a border fortress. Goguryeo soldiers were rampaging, mercilessly slaughtering everyone. Commander Yiku had tacitly approved of it all. Chapter 189, Great Victory over the Enemy Camp. Li Yu led the cavalry galloping, and no one came to intercept them along this way, allowing him to safely and smoothly pass through this small path. After passing through here, Li Yu immediately let out a sigh of relief. Ignite the beacon fire and notify General Li to come over. Leave 100 men behind to prevent the passage from being blocked, Li Yu said to the cavalrymen behind him. How could this happen? Lu Shuai, who was behind Li Yu, suddenly screamed. Li Yu turned around and saw Lu Shuai covering her mouth as if trying to suppress her sorrow. What happened? Li Yu asked. Over there. There's bloodlight shooting up to the sky. Lu Shuai pointed in the direction of the frontier pass and said this with a sobbing voice. What? Upon hearing this, Li Yu's face changed drastically. The next moment, he clenched his fists tightly, tensing his entire body, and a wave of killing intent surged within him. How could this happen? He looked toward the frontier pass. Sure enough, in the direction of the frontier pass, there was an overwhelming bloody qi. In the midst of that qi were countless black clouds, and within those clouds, it seemed like shadowy figures were constantly wailing. Simultaneously, waves of sadness infected Li Yu, making him aware of the calamity occurring there. Li Yu roared in anger. Attention all! Charge! Charge without hesitation. We must rush to the frontier at once. These bastards of Goguryeo cannot be forgiven. Roaring with such rage, following his command, these cavalrymen lashed their whips against their warhorses, quickly catching up to Li Yu. Kill! As Li Yu charged forward, they swiftly advanced along the road. When General Li heard the report from Li Yu's cavalry, his face changed dramatically. What? How could this be? Prince Qi personally promised me that he would never act recklessly, yet now he has rushed directly to the frontier? General Li felt some headache at the situation. This was going to cause a big trouble. It was reckless of Li Yu, being a prince himself, charging ahead recklessly and risking losing his life here. How could he explain if such misfortune occurs? Currently, they didn't have any infantry and were far too slow to provide support. General Li hit his thigh forcefully and summoned the communication soldier. Arrange immediately for people to go through all the border city forts. Mobilize troops to support Prince Qi. We'll block this road. The general left 10,000 soldiers here to guard, while the rest pursued and provided support. At this time, the aura of a war god fell upon Li Yu, radiating light continuously behind him, though normal people couldn't see this light. However, Lu Xue, who was behind him, found that Li Yu before her was actually emitting a peculiar light, as if possessing an unfathomable ability. His whole person exuded a mysterious grace, which permeated into the cavalrymen around him, changing them significantly at this moment. Every individual, and even their horses, were brimming with energy. At this point on an official road, many large trees and stones had been placed there, and thousands of soldiers from Goguryeo camped here. Their task was to prevent the arrival of enemy cavalry, blocking them here. If the cavalry lost their horses, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The cavalry's greatest strength lies in its charges, which make them invincible once they charge. But if not charging, they become extraordinarily cumbersome, easily taken down by a few sentries. In this era, most soldiers rarely eat meat, so many suffer from night blindness. Even with lights, they can barely see dim gates at night. Tang Dynasty's cavalry is different. Every one of these cavalrymen are elite soldiers trained rigorously and consume meat, thus avoiding night blindness. With the help of the war god fruit, Li Yu's eyes had become sharp enough to see far-off things, including logs and stones on the official road and the distant Goguryeo military camp. Stop! Li Yu shouted, leading his cavalry to slow down. The front is already blocked. We must eliminate the Goguryeo soldiers in this camp in order to proceed smoothly, Li Yu said to his subordinates. General, please allow me to lead a cavalry charge. In this night, these Goguryeo soldiers are blind and deaf. With one charge, we can make their camp explode. Once their camp explodes, these soldiers will no longer be feared, and even with only 100 people, we can kill them until not a single one is left. No, it's too risky. They must have been prepared for such an eventuality and set up many trenches around the military camp. To rely solely on cavalry charges would be incredibly difficult. Dismount, form the battle array, and break through their camp. Li Yu quickly devised a solution after some thought, forming an array to assault the enemy camp. If battle arrays are about brute force, then generally they have equal chances of winning. However, if one side is better equipped, their chance of victory tilts slightly in their favor. But should there be an extraordinary general leading one side, with formidable martial prowess, then the chances of victory would heavily favor this side. This is the kind of influence that individuals can wield on a cold weapon battlefield. They become invincible. Huff! With that, Li Yu led his formation forward toward the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. The cavalry charged forward, raising clouds of dust as their hooves struck the ground. Inside the Goguryeo camp, soldiers roused themselves from sleep. But due to the dark night, many could not see clearly. Attack! The continuous sound of war cries reached the Goguryeo camp, causing unease among its soldiers. Break through their camp. Break through. Li Yu raised his arm and let out a roar. Following his roar, he led his troops into an assault. He picked up a colossal boulder as big as a horse. Even from afar, one could tell this rock weighed at least several thousand jing. Li Yu drew in a deep breath, lifted the massive stone high above him, and hurled it over 40 or 50 meters to crash onto the gates of the camp. In an instant, the tough gate shattered. Over a dozen Goguryeo soldiers were unable to dodge in time and were crushed by the stone. Their bodies instantly turned into bloody mush. It was a horrifyingly gruesome sight. Charge forward. Roaring furiously, Li Yu surged ahead in a charge. Even without a warhorse beneath him, his attack seemed as though he was riding one, breaking straight through the enemy camp in an instant. Thus, the camp fell under his might. Chapter 190. The Aspect of the Black Dragon. In this military camp, Li Yu was like an invincible war god. He grabbed a tree trunk that blocked his way. This tree trunk, more than 10 meters long, was as light as a stick in his hands, and he effortlessly swung it away. The Goguryeo soldiers in front of him were instantly thrown far away. No, this person is not human. At this moment, a soldier suddenly screamed, his eyes filled with shock and fear. They had never seen someone like this before, with immense strength and the ability to fight 100 alone. Li Yu could feel his own blood boiling, feeling completely at ease while fighting. Haha, great! Li Yu shouted joyfully, full of exhilaration. He swung the tree trunk again with all his might. Thus, he charged through, and the soldiers in front of him were all sent flying. The cavalry behind Li Yu were all stunned when they saw this scene. Prince, this is the invincible war god, one soldier murmured, his eyes filled with admiration. Without another word, he raised his sword and charged forward. It's impossible to be his opponent. This person isn't ordinary. This person is a war god. From somewhere came a shout. With this cry, these Goguryeo people began to flee in panic. The originally remaining Goguryeo troops scattered all at once. The next morning, Li Yu led the cavalry to clean up the battlefield. Only then did they discover that there were actually several thousand Goguryeo soldiers here, most of whom had already been killed. Huff! Riding on his horse, Li Yu now had plenty of blood on his body, making him look fierce. But there was respect in the eyes of the cavalry before him. If it hadn't been for Li Yu leading them in the charge last night and breaking through the enemy camp, they would have only been able to take a detour. When Li Yu turned around, he could clearly see black smoke rising in the distance. In the distant sky, this black smoke formed a black military flag. Hey, what is this? Li Yu muttered quietly. He didn't expect the technique of divining the chi to show this. Could this be the direction of the Goguryeo army? This thought flashed through Li Yu's mind, and suddenly he felt enlightened. Everyone rest, set off after an hour. With Li Yu's shout, these soldiers acted quickly, cooking rice, and soon enough, smoke curled upwards. Once the food was prepared, everyone ate together. As Li Yu led everyone off, the group set off as fast as possible. It seemed like just the blink of an eye, and their group had rushed to the front lines. Just as they galloped along, at this moment, the group from Goguryeo was counterattacking. After their plundering, they now had carts upon carts of booty. Haha, Commander Yeka, this time thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten so many beautiful women and treasures. It's unbelievable how unprepared the Tang forces are, even letting us get our hands on the city defense map. With some simple deception, we tricked them into opening the city gates. The faces of these generals were filled with laughter. This time, they'd gained quite a haul, and as soon as they returned, they'd coordinate with Goguryeo's main force to surround the Tang army from both sides, burying tens of thousands of Tang soldiers in this border region. They could take advantage of the situation to rush straight ahead and control the Tang army's border. What sound is that? As they were discussing proudly, suddenly a distant thunderous roar akin to an earthquake reached their ears. Enemy assault! Enemy assault! These Goguryeo soldiers quickly discovered the attacking cavalry and naturally saw the flags on the Tang soldiers, their faces immediately turning pale as they rapidly organized themselves to counteract the charging cavalry. Cavalry was inherently the bane of infantry. As long as the cavalry was present, it was easy for the infantry formation to be breached. What is going on? How did the Tang cavalry make it here? Commander Yeka's complexion darkened. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he let out a scream. Set up the formation, defend. Archers prepare. Yeka roared angrily, issuing commands to the orderlies who quickly mobilized the troops, preparing to attack. While he was busy preparing these things, suddenly a loud roar echoed from the front. There stood Li Yu clad in armor, shining brilliantly under the sunlight like a true celestial deity as he charged toward Goguryeo. An intense aura of killing intent emanated from his very being, almost forming a tangible shape. As he was seen rampaging along his path, the cavalry behind him followed in the same rhythm. Shoot, shoot. A general roared angrily while the Goguryeo army had already formed an infantry phalanx with soldiers holding long spears advancing step by step. Once the infantry phalanx was established, it would become very cumbersome, yet also exceptionally sturdy. Coupled with surrounding archers, it would become almost impenetrable. This was something that Goguryeo had learned after fighting against the Tang army multiple times. They understood well that the Tang possessed a cavalry corps of hundreds of victories, which was insurmountable for them. Only by opposing it with infantry could they have an advantage. General Yeka relaxed somewhat when he saw the infantry formation complete. This Tang cavalry unit, though consisting of 3,000 people, how can they possibly match our tens of thousands of troops with such military formations ahead? Yeka's smile could not be hidden, and there was even a hint of arrogance. If they could destroy more Tang cavalry, it would bring great benefits to their side. It would mean diminishing the national strength of Tang. After all, one warhorse and one cavalry soldier were not so easily trained. However, upon seeing the completion of the infantry formation, Li Yu did not halt. Instead, he let out a roar. Charge with me. At this moment, the only thing left in Li Yu's eyes was General Yeka leading the Goguryeo forces. His gaze locked onto him, exuding boiling, killing intent. Eliminate the main general, roared Li Yu. Eliminate the main general. Eliminate the main general. These cries echoed from the cavalry following him. In this mysterious instant, as the killing aura gathered around the sky, concentrating near Li Yu, what originally appeared as his dragon prince Qi began changing due to these soldiers' combined energy. Right then, it transformed into a black dragon form. The moment the black dragon took shape, the cavalry behind Li Yu experienced an unprecedented sense of loyalty. They felt willing to sacrifice their lives for Li Yu, ready to follow such a princely leader without regret. Chapter 191, A Hero Fights Many. After witnessing this scene, Lu Xue was also shocked. She had heard similar tales from books, legends of some people who, once they gained enough soldiers to swear allegiance to them, would undergo significant changes. They would reveal their true innate talents, the destiny hidden within their bodies. For instance, transforming into dragons and tigers, or even manifesting a 5-colored true dragon. Could it be that the prince is also the son of heaven? Lu Xue silently pondered this thought in her heart, a fiery glint appearing in her eyes. After being transformed by the war god fruit, Li Yu was no longer an ordinary person but a true war god, possessing unmatched martial prowess. With one slash of his blade as he charged into the infantry formation, the spears before him were instantly severed, falling onto the ground. Then with another slash, the soldiers before him didn't even have time to scream before their heads were cut off. Li Yu did not stop, slashing again with his sword. The people before him fell like wheat stalks being reaped, and with each merciless slash after slash, the infantry before him was quickly torn apart. At this moment, the main general Yek was truly terrified. How can there be such a terrifying general? He stared at Li Yu, speaking with a voice full of fear. I remember now, he's Qi Wang Li Yu, the one who killed my subordinate generals. He's actually this terrifying. Yek's general exclaimed. Kill him. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver and promoted 3 ranks. Frightened, Yek shouted these words furiously. Only the living have the right to enjoy rewards. If you're dead, then all is lost. At this point, the soldiers and generals who had originally been retreating out of fright became excited upon hearing General Yek's offer. Why do soldiers serve? Of course, for promotion and wealth. Now, by killing the general before them, they could immediately gain a massive income and get promoted, achieving both. However skillful he might be, could he possibly withstand an attack by so many people? The soldiers advanced, but Liu did not pause. Charging on horseback, he swung his blade, one cut after another. Behind him, the cavalry and his bodyguards fiercely defended his position. In her hand, Lu Xue also held a long sword. She swiftly decapitated a soldier attempting to assassinate Liu from behind. Behind Liu, the cavalry acted like a sharp blade, tearing open a gap, thoroughly cutting through the enemy line. At this moment, 3 generals joined forces and charged towards Liu. These 3 men fixed their eyes intently on him. All 3 rode fierce horses, charging forth without hesitation. Boy who hasn't grown any hair yet, die now. Simultaneously roaring with anger, they wielded their weapons, launching a frontal assault against him, hoping to take down Liu all at once. The reason these 3 men attacked now was because they noticed Liu leading the cavalry through the enemy troops, which must have exhausted a considerable amount of his energy. As elite fighters in the army, they aimed to strike down Liu all at once to earn this enormous merit. Not bad. Liu felt his blood boiling, and even though he faced 3 warriors, having consumed the war god fruit left him fearless, making his body surge with passion. Lu Bu fought against 3 heroes. Today I emulate that hero and fight these 3 Korean stickmen. Thinking of this, Liu felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. To the 3 bandits, today I'll teach you how to be properly executed. Liu laughed loudly, swinging his blade and attacking. After only 2 rounds of battle between Liu and the 3 men, these generals felt their arms go numb, seemingly powerless, their blood and bones scattered and sore all over. They exchanged looks with one another, feeling troubled. Could this man be the reincarnation of Lu Bu? They've already fought so many rounds, and yet his stamina is still so strong. Haha, just how much strength do you have left? Why don't you hand over your heads to me instead? Liu laughed loudly and shouted. He looked at the 3 men and swung his sword. In another round, these 3 Goguryeo generals couldn't last under his attack. They were all slain under his horse. He collected the heads of these 3 generals. Liu glanced at the bottom left corner of his interface and found that it had increased by another 3 points. Haha, die. After slaying these 3 generals, Liu didn't pause for a moment. As he whipped his horse, the steed, feeling the pain, sped up and charged forward. General Yek watched in horror as his 3 sub-generals were slain under the hooves of a horse, and now fear struck the Goguryeo's forces. He dared not linger and immediately turned to flee. Our general is escaping. Someone shouted this, and with that, the Goguryeo army fell into disarray. Liu let out a laugh. Die. In an instant, he charged into the crowd, piercing through the enemy ranks like they were nothing. The soldiers before him were like wheat stalks trampled by the fiery steed. With every charge, there was no obstacle in his path. Instead, General Yek's escape attempt was hindered by his own troops rushing behind him, preventing him from fleeing in time. Liu stared at him with murderous intent and gave a cold laugh. Get off your horse. With one kick, he sent a nearby soldier flying. The soldier's spear dropped instantly, and Liu swiftly kicked it again, sending the spear hurtling toward the warhorse carrying General Yek. As a result, General Yek fell off his horse. Liu charged over, grabbing Yek and pulling him off the ground. Standing atop his horse, Liu held General Yek in his grasp, the divine aura of a war god radiating around him. His gaze swept across the Goguryeo soldiers as he roared. Your general is already in my hands. Lay down your weapons, and I might spare your lives. Lay down your weapons. Lay down your weapons. The cavalry behind Liu stared in awe when they saw their commander capture the enemy general amidst 10,000 soldiers. How is this possible? They all stopped in their tracks momentarily, but soon realized what needed to be done, shouting together. Lay down your weapons. Lay down your weapons, and you won't be killed. Chapter 192, The Emperor's Personal Campaign. These cries of anger made the Goguryeo soldiers look at each other, seemingly unsure of what to do. General Yek's whole body was trembling, and he was swallowing saliva hard. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. He shouted this way, his voice filled with wailing. Rescue our general. They only have a few thousand men. Kill them, and make up for your sins with merit. Inside the Goguryeo ranks, a general roared in fury. His voice was thunderous, like a bolt of lightning splitting the night sky. Immediately, he led his elite soldiers towards Liu's direction. The remaining generals and soldiers also attacked at that moment. Each of them was somewhat frenzied. If they lost their general or failed to protect him, these generals would likely be punished. Either they would have to surrender to the Tang dynasty, or return and face punishment. Haha, you came just in time. Liu saw these people attacking him and burst into laughter. It seems that Goguryeo does care about its general after all. It appears they care little for your life. It looks like you can only be returned as a corpse. Liu mocked as he looked at the captured General Yek. You release me, and I will absolutely ensure they do not harm you. There is no enmity between us. General Yek swallowed hard and said, You think too highly of yourself. I want you to witness how your kind gets defeated by my hands. Suddenly, Liu slapped a palm on General Yek's neck. You still have some use now, so it's not time to eliminate you yet. Liu said indifferently, handing him over casually to a cavalryman behind him. Guard him well. He still has significant use. Liu instructed. Liu raised his sword. Charge. With a fierce roar, Liu held his sword high and charged forward without hesitation. Facing this formation of thousands, Li Yu showed no tension whatsoever. He roared, "Kill!" As he charged, his warhorse galloped forward, appearing like a dragon horse. Li Yu was like Zhao Zilong, cutting through every soldier blocking his path. At the end of 1/4 hour, there were still 2,000 soldiers blocking Li Yu. After 2 quarters, only 1,000 remained. An hour later, there wasn't a single standing soldier in front of Li Yu. Behind him, Goguryeo soldiers watched from afar, weapons in hand, but none dared to advance. Anyone who dared to engage Li Yu in close combat had already perished. Li Yu didn't count how many he had killed or how many times he swung his sword, but he knew he had wiped out all enemies before him. "Form the line," Li Yu bellowed. The cavalry quickly formed their ranks. Though they too were exhausted after fighting tens of thousands of enemies, not a single man retreated. All eyes gleamed resolutely. The morale of the Goguryeo forces had been shattered. Thud thud. At the same spot, the sound of drums shook heaven and earth. A Tang army unit arrived, flanking and encircling the Goguryeo troops. "Drop your weapons, no killing," Li Yu shouted. "Drop your weapons, and we won't kill." The soldiers behind the Goguryeo forces echoed the demand loudly. Goguryeo soldiers felt fear gripping their hearts, and many collapsed. Their courage broken, they surrendered by throwing down their weapons. Li Yu oversaw the confiscation of their weapons, feeling drained at last. When General Li arrived, he saw that Li Yu had captured General Yek of Goguryeo and had terrified tens of thousands of Goguryeo soldiers. For a moment, General Li burst into laughter. "Prince Qi, your fame will spread far and wide across the world after this battle." General Li laughed and said. Behind General Li, upon seeing this spectacle, a deputy general's complexion drastically changed. Silently retreating a few steps, he summoned his personal guards and whispered something carefully before returning to stand beside General Li. In front of Li Xiuxian stood a chessboard with black and white pieces placed. Staring at the board, a smile played on his lips. "Ha!" Suddenly, he broke into loud laughter. "I have set the death trap and hidden moves. No matter how skilled you are, you will perish at my hands." Li Xiuxian stared at the chessboard, his handsome face now slightly distorted. Just as he was feeling smug, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the door. "Your Highness, there is urgent news from the front. I have come specially to report." Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian's face, which had been contorted with pride and jealousy, quickly returned to normal, and he calmly said, "Come in." It was Zhao, the eunuch who had served him for many years, approaching Li Xiuxian. The eunuch whispered something into his ear. A look of smug satisfaction appeared on Li Xiuxian's face. "I wonder how much my father will grieve when he hears about Prince Qi's death in a few days," he murmured. "Or perhaps," Li Xiuxian continued softly, "he won't grieve at all." A shadow of fear lingered on his face. And at that moment, the news of the breached frontier finally reached the capital. When Emperor Li Shimin received the urgent military dispatch, his complexion drastically changed. He hadn't expected that the frontier would fall so easily. Tens of thousands of Goguryeo soldiers had invaded the border. Foolish nonsense. With an angry roar, Li Shimin threw the imperial report onto the floor. Is it because Prince Qi interfered with the military affairs that General Li couldn't properly defend against the Goguryeo invasion, resulting in their breach? His voice carried a deep anger mixed with suppressed emotions. Huff huff. His breathing was heavy, and his hands were clenched tightly. "Bring me someone. Draft an edict immediately. Seize Prince Qi's residence and mobilize the army. I must lead the troops personally." Li Shimin's reaction to the emergency report made him temporarily lose control. "Your Majesty, please do not endanger your health. You must take care of yourself." The elderly eunuch serving Li Shimin fell to his knees and begged him to reconsider. Li Shimin forced himself to take 2 deep breaths to calm down. The situation at the frontier was unclear. It wasn't yet time to act impulsively. Dispatch immediate orders to the frontier. Investigate thoroughly what exactly happened. Determine if this matter has anything to do with Prince Qi, and assess the full impact caused by the Goguryeo invasion. Draft another edict, informing the War Department to prepare for my personal campaign. Chapter 193, Warmth and Coldness of Favor. Did the border city fall? Prince Qi is missing at the border, his life uncertain? As the military news spread, everyone learned what happened at the border. For this reason, people were all talking about it. Heavens, such a thing has actually occurred. Prince Qi's fate is unknown. I heard it was due to Prince Qi's reckless command that caused the problem at the border. It is said that His Majesty has already issued an edict to seize Prince Qi's estate. In this capital city, various rumors had already spread wildly. Those who originally associated with Prince Qi now kept themselves safe by staying far away from the xuanhuan residence. When Mo Lian heard about this matter, she arranged for her steward to prepare some silver taels. "Miss, what are you going to do with these silver taels? If you're giving them back to Prince Qi in order to help the xuanhuan smooth things over and get through this calamity, I must advise you not to do so. You haven't been here in the capital long enough to fully understand." Wisdom shone in the eyes of this steward as he looked at Mo Lian earnestly and spoke. After hearing those words, Mo Lian slightly narrowed her eyes and exuded some cold intent, though she suppressed the anger in her heart. Looking at the steward before her, she said, "If there's anything else to be explained, please speak, old steward. I want to understand clearly the intricacies behind this." After hearing Mo Lian's words, the old steward nodded and said, "Miss, think about it. Why have the rumors about punishing Prince Qi become more and more widespread, continuing non-stop up until now? Without someone secretly manipulating things from behind, this would absolutely be impossible. If Prince Qi lost the border region, no matter how you look at it, he will still be punished, and the person behind the scenes pulling the strings will gain tremendous benefits. It'll be difficult for Prince Qi to rise again. If you involve yourself in this now, miss, you directly push our Mo family back into an abyss once again, jeopardizing our hard-earned good standing. This is definitely not a good move. The old steward sighed deeply after speaking these words. Humph. Mo Lian immediately gave out a cold laugh after hearing his words, slapping her hand heavily on the table. Do you think I don't know? Probably second mother asked you to say this, didn't she? Our Mo family managed to overcome this crisis back, then only because of Prince Qi's 30,000 taels of silver. Had it not been for that, we wouldn't even have a chance to recover now. Now that we've gotten ourselves on track again, if we don't repay him, should we act like unrighteous villains? Moreover, I don't think he can be defeated, I believe in him. Mo Lian fixed her gaze on the steward and said this. I've made up my mind about this money, old steward. You go and tell second mother that I'm in charge now. She can come directly to me if she has any objections. After saying this, Mo Lian stood up and headed straight for the accounting office. Upon hearing her words, the old steward instantly became so furious that his whole body trembled. Mo Lian soon left with the money, delivering it to Prince Qi's mansion. After the steward of Prince Qi's mansion received the money, his face also showed surprise as he looked at Mo Lian curiously. Mo Lian said seriously, Steward, I did not come with this money to distance myself from the Qiuan household, but rather to return it, and hope it can help smooth relations for the Qiuan household. I do not believe that the king will suffer a mishap at the border. Saying this, her eyes sparkled with light. The steward of Prince Qi sighed. I do not believe it either. The king is noble by birth, his mind filled with brilliant ideas and extraordinary capabilities. I cannot believe that something like this could happen to the king. Breath. By the time the steward reached this point, he let out a long sigh. But now, none of us knows what really happened at the end. I can only give my old life everything to protect the wealth belonging to his highness, said the steward of Prince Qi firmly in his heart. Mo Lian nodded her head seriously too. Amidst the chaos in the capital city, another message came from the border. A great victory at the border brought tens of thousands of Korean captives, capturing their chief general, killing several generals. This was one of the greatest triumphs against Goguryeo in recent years. Li Yu was sitting in his tent with General Li while Yikan, the captured general, knelt beneath them. Hatred and anger filled his eyes. You're too excessive. I am the commander-in-chief. How dare you humiliate me like this? Yikan shouted loudly. You might earn a reprieve if you honestly confess everything, Li Yu said while staring at the kneeling Yikan. General Li sneered and said, since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Guards, take this man out and execute him. As two burly soldiers entered the room, ready to deal with General Li in front of them with their sharp blades, General Li shouted loudly. Don't kill me, please don't. I'm willing to confess, I'll talk. Very quickly, he revealed various military situations. When Li Yu asked how he had obtained the defense map, the confession from Commander Yikan left Li Yu speechless. It turned out that Goguryeo had indeed obtained the border map through a spy, which made Li Yu's head ache for a moment. This matter is somewhat troublesome, Li Yu muttered. It really is troublesome, nodded General Li beside Li Yu. It seems there is a spy among us. We must capture this spy, or allowing him to remain among us could lead to big trouble. General Li also agreed. Right, we must capture this spy. Commander Yikan soon revealed the name of the spy. Li Yu ordered Heavy Shield to take Black Shield and go capture the person. They quickly found the spy among the captives. After a round of interrogation, the spy quickly confessed. He didn't know who had given him the defense map. All he knew was that one day he found its whereabouts in his tent by chance. As the spy spoke these words, his eyes flickered slightly. Li Yu used the walkie technique and noticed that the spy's eyes glimmered with a gray hue, the kind that appeared only when someone told lies. Li Yu didn't expose him, but instead let General Li have someone take the spy away. General Li and Li Yu discussed for a while longer before starting preparations for an award ceremony. After all, their success in capturing all the invading Goguryeo enemy troops this time was naturally a great boost to morale, so they had to reward according to merit. With the distribution of rewards, the army camp was filled with boosted spirits. The night was dim, and Li Yu secretly left his tent, hiding outside the tent where the spy was being held, with Heavy Shield following by his side. Chapter 194. Who is the Black Hand? My lord, you can be rest assured as I'm handling things here. Even if a fly comes by, I will make it stay and not let it escape. Li Yu patted Chong Dun on the shoulder. Do you know why they came? No. Chong Dun shook his head. I want to see who designed all this. They actually used the million lives in the border area as a bargaining chip, plunging countless civilians into war. If our group gets ambushed by Goguryeo, the border region would completely fall, and even if the court mobilized troops to reclaim the lost land, it would take more than a few months. When Li Yu finished speaking, he clenched his teeth, his eyes shooting out two beams of hatred. They dare to do such a thing, so we absolutely cannot forgive them. Whoever did these things, I will expose them and let them face the sun, revealing their black hearts. These are all citizens of our great Tang, said Li Yu. Chong Dun was deeply moved by Li Yu's indignant words. It turned out that Prince Qi had long harbored ambitions for the empire. No wonder he thought like this. Those people doing such things were causing chaos to the world. At this moment, Chong Dun finally understood Li Yu's thoughts. It seemed that Prince Qi had such grand intentions. My lord, I understand. I am willing to serve your majesty with my life, said Chong Dun in a low voice, without any discount, reflecting his deepest thoughts. By Li Yu's side, Lu Shuai listened to what Li Yu said and completely changed her opinion about him. The prince may seem frivolous at times, but deep down, he possessed a pure heart, facing these matters without hesitation or doubt. a carefree king in leisure, but once there's trouble, he fights like a warrior king. Lu Xue said softly. After hearing what Lu Xue said, Li Yu turned around and asked, "What did you just say?" "It's nothing, just a random compliment for your highness," said Lu Xue smiling. Li Yu nodded contentedly. "That's right, I'm suave, unmatched in the world, and first-class royalty, huh?" Lu Xue couldn't help but smile and say, "You're right, your highness." Just as everyone was bantering, suddenly outside the tent where spies were held, several men dressed in black night clothes quietly crept up, taking advantage of the nighttime festivities. "Prince, just as you predicted, these people have indeed come," said Chongdan. "Capture all of them," ordered Li Yu. "Yes." As these black-clothed people entered the tent, Li Yu immediately commanded his subordinates to enter the tent and arrest these people. Upon entering, they found there were no spies inside, which changed their expressions. When they saw Chongdan and his crew enter, their faces turned pale instantly. "You laid a trap waiting for us to come over. How despicable and shameful of you," shouted the leading black-clad person angrily. His neck veins bulged, showing hatred in his eyes. "Huh." After hearing his words, Li Yu laughed loudly. "Despicable? To deal with dirty little men like you. Using a bit of strategy is quite reasonable. How are you heroes when you secretly handed over the defense map to Goguryeo? Grab all of them. Not one shall be spared." As Li Yu led Chongdan in arresting the people, seeing no way out, the lead black-clad person raised his knife to slit his own throat. Li Yu threw the stone in his hand instantly, striking the man's hand and knocking the knife away. "Knock out his teeth. Don't let him die," said Li Yu. "You?" The leader of the black-clad men glared at Li Yu, wishing to take him down, but Chongdan easily knocked down the black-clad man. Once captured, removing their face cloths revealed that these people were General Zhao's subordinates. General Zhao was a subordinate general sent by the Ministry of War to perform duties. After a bout of interrogation, they quickly confessed that General Zhao ordered them to do all these things. Li Yu led the men to General Li's large tent. Due to the night's festivities and drinking alcohol, General Li had already fallen asleep. When Li Yu brought the captured people to General Li's tent and woke him up explaining roughly what happened, General Li suddenly woke up. "What?" General Li's expression drastically changed. Turns out these people are General Zhao's subordinates, and they all confessed that General Zhao sent them. Upon hearing this, General Li's expression slightly changed, as if he couldn't quite believe it. Li Yu, seeing the puzzled look on General Li's face, sensed there might be more to the story, so he quickly asked, "General Li, is there perhaps some hidden motive behind this?" General Li sighed and said to Li Yu, "Does His Highness Prince Qi know whose man General Zhao is?" "Whose man?" Li Yu was also confused. "He is a recommendation by Prince Jin Li Ji, one of the trusted followers of Prince Jin. Ever since coming to the border, he has been diligent, never making any mistakes." General Li explained. "But if these confessions lead back to General Zhao, it will surely implicate Prince Jin Li Ji, possibly triggering another storm of bloodshed." As General Li spoke, he let out a long sigh. Why would Prince Jin do this? Could there be someone specific he aims to eliminate? The tone in General Li's voice was somewhat serious as he spoke. Suddenly, General Li had a thought and looked at Li Yu in front of him. If there was truly someone he intended to remove, the most formidable competitor would be Li Yu. Only he was now the greatest rival. Could it be that Prince Jin wanted to get rid of Prince Qi Li Yu? This thought crossed General Li's mind, and worries multiplied. He let out another long sigh. There might be more to this matter than meets the eye. Prince Jin has great talents and deep strategical thinking, and he absolutely wouldn't do something this stupid. After hearing General Li's words, Li Yu also wore a solemn expression. It was easy for Li Yu to believe 100% that Li Xiuxian would make a move against him. However, saying it was Li Ji who made the attempt, Li Yu simply could not believe it, especially after Li Ji had once stated that anyone who dared harm the country, he would personally kill them. The person who benefits the most is the one who took action. At that moment, Li Yu suddenly said these words, which made General Li turn around to look at Li Yu with a jolt. That's right. Whoever benefits the most is the one who acted. Chapter 195, Surprising Li Heir. Could it be that Prince Qi has already guessed who's behind this? General Li asked. If something happens to both me and Prince Jin, then who will benefit from this? Prince Li Yu looked at the general in front of him and smiled. The expression on General Li's face instantly changed. Only Crown Prince Li Xiuxian. After speaking, General Li's complexion shifted slightly, and for a moment he was silent, knowing full well who was orchestrating things behind the scenes. Only Li Xiuxian would gain the most from this, because with two princes out of the picture or heavily tainted politically, neither would be fit to inherit the throne. Thinking of this, General Li took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Prince Qi, I'll leave this matter in your hands. What do you think should be done? General Li said hesitantly to Li Yu before him. I suggest we investigate fully and uncover the truth without falsely accusing anyone. Li Yu responded gravely. After General Zhao was brought in, he cried out loudly, Prince Qi, I swear I am being wrongfully accused. I did none of these things. I could never collude with Goguryeo spies. My future is bright. I would never do something like this. If these are my actions, may the heavens strike me down and prevent me from living long. General Zhao screamed in a choked voice, utterly panicked. Li Yu looked at General Zhao and asked, then how do you explain why one of your personal guards was found in the tent of the spy? Li Yu stared at General Zhao coldly. I really don't know, Zhao Jianjun replied, his eyes flickering uncertainly as if hiding the truth. If you won't confess, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Yu said firmly. I'll confess. It was Prince Jin who instructed me to do this. General Zhao admitted, looking up at Li Yu while his voice trembled with resignation. As Li Yu focused his gaze on General Zhao, something caught his eye. A peculiar pinkish aura enveloped Zhao, but strangely, his confession seemed truthful. However, the nature of the pinkish aura appeared unnatural, as though it came from some external source rather than a human. What is this situation? Li Yu frowned, his expression turning even more serious. If no breakthrough can be achieved through Zhao, then Prince Jin might soon be in grave danger, which would benefit Li Xiuxian immensely. Li Xiuxian. Li Xiuxian. Li Yu muttered softly to himself, deep in thought. Meanwhile, back at Prince Qi's mansion, the head steward returned dejectedly, his eyes filled with hesitation and regret. He had visited countless generals and officials throughout the day in an effort to obtain critical information or assistance for the Qi mansion, yet not a single soul agreed to help them. This reality weighed heavily upon him, leaving him disheartened. My lord, this old man is incapable. The steward murmured sorrowfully, tears threatening to overflow as his entire body radiated despair. At the same time, Emperor Taizong sat rigidly upon the dragon throne within the palace, his face etched with sternness. Determined to become an emperor revered by generations to come, he carried the weight of his past transgressions, killing his brothers and imprisoning his father, acts that violated heavenly morality. Night after night, he would awaken haunted by the infamy that awaited him through the centuries. Not wanting to bear such a legacy, he governed rigorously every single day. Now, with Tang rule flourishing under his reign, the betrayal revealed by his son left him incensed. An act that jeopardized the empire's defenses could not be forgiven. Is the imperial edict ready yet? Emperor Taizong asked coolly from his throne, addressing the eunuch below him, his tone carrying an edge of menace. An attendant quickly arrived with the imperial decree in hand. Your Majesty, the decree is ready and can be dispatched immediately. Good, Taizong nodded. How is the War Ministry meeting progressing? When shall I prepare to personally lead the campaign? Taizong questioned further. Your Majesty, the War Ministry is still in discussion. The servant hurriedly answered, fearful of angering the emperor. Humph, Taizong sneered, clearly irked. Just then, a rider burst into the palace gates, bringing an urgent military dispatch traveling 800 miles without delay directly to the royal court. Important military intelligence reported. A eunuch rushed forward holding the scroll. Seemingly weary, Emperor Taizong reclined upon his throne, one hand supporting his head, exuding signs of exhaustion. Read it aloud, Taizong commanded. The eunuch, sensing the murderous aura from Emperor Taizong, swallowed hard and said, urgent report from the border. Prince Qi Li Yu and Prince Jin have captured tens of thousands of Goguryeo soldiers and taken their commander hostage, successfully repelling the enemy at the frontier. The spies have been uncovered. Taizong had originally no intention of listening to any battle reports, as the Goguryeo breakthrough at the border amounted to a blow to his dignity, leaving him seething with anger. But now this news turned out to be a declaration of merit. They had even managed to capture tens of thousands of enemies. Upon hearing this, Emperor Taizong abruptly sat upright. He wondered if he were dreaming. Could it be that I, the rightful emperor, am daydreaming like this? Muttering these words to himself, he felt it was all too real and so discreetly pinched his thigh. Apparently, it wasn't a dream, he suddenly realized aloud. Hurry, bring me the battle report. Taizong stood up excitedly, giving orders to the eunuch below. Upon hearing these words, the eunuch quickly presented the report. However, Emperor Taizong thought his movement too slow, rushing forward barefoot and snatching the document. After reading it in his hands, Taizong threw his head back and laughed heartily. Not bad for my son. Indeed, a fine son does not come from an unworthy father. Who would have thought that Goguryeo, a mere adversary, could fall prey to my son capturing such a large number of men? It makes my face shine brightly. Summon my order and grant Prince Qi's mansion 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of land, Taizong declared gleefully. Issue another command to the Ministry of War. The imperial expedition can be delayed for now. Inquire about the appropriate rewards for Prince Qi, Taizong instructed further. After hearing this, the eunuch's eyes betrayed a flicker of confusion. Why did His Majesty consult the Ministry of War instead of making decisions directly? The eunuch pondered briefly but soon understood Emperor Taizong's intent. Before this, His Majesty had endured the disdain of the ministers, allowing them to believe it was Prince Qi who caused the frontier collapse. Now, not only has Prince Qi avoided stirring trouble at the border, but also achieved great merit. This was nothing less than a display of pride. Chapter 196. Anonymous fame spreads across the land. After this eunuch figured out the matter, he wasted no words and hurriedly rushed to the Ministry of War. At that time, there was quite a commotion within the Ministry of War. An old minister shouted, although there is no shortage of silver in the court now, the emperor's personal campaign will still have a tremendous impact on us. I believe we should all jointly petition the emperor, said another old minister, his words filled with dissatisfaction. The only person who could dissuade His Majesty from his determination would be Wei Zheng. Unfortunately, another one said, and for a moment, there was silence in the hall, with everyone losing their words. Well, let's get back to the topic. At this moment, the Minister of War spoke up, still about reinforcements. What is most urgent now is to let these barbarians of Goguryeo know the might of our Tang dynasty so they won't dare to offend His Majesty again. A minister then spoke up, with some killing intent in his words. If Prince Qi were useful, the border wouldn't have been breached. The Undersecretary of the Ministry of War said, how dare you speak ill of Prince Qi? The Minister of War frowned and said. Just then, from outside came a loud voice. Eunuch Zhao has arrived. A very arrogant-looking eunuch walked into the Ministry of War. His Majesty has an oral decree. The old eunuch then announced it directly within the Ministry of War. Isn't it, Master Zhao? What's the oral decree, Master Zhao? Asked the old eunuch, his words heavy with seriousness. It's like this. There is an urgent military report, and the Emperor ordered me to bring it to the Ministry of War for discussion by you all. After Master Zhao finished speaking, he placed the military intelligence in front of the Minister of War. The Minister of War took over this urgent military intelligence and started reading it. As he read on, he became increasingly startled and revealed a look of seriousness. After thinking for a moment, he handed the urgent military intelligence to the Vice Minister of War, passing it around one by one. When the Undersecretary saw this urgent military intelligence, his face instantly turned red, and he exclaimed, This can't be possible. Humph, do you think I dare to fabricate false military reports? Master Zhao said in a shrill voice, filled with disdain in his words. Dare not. The Undersecretary quickly responded. Master Zhao smiled and said, His Majesty has no special intentions. He just asked me to bring this urgent military intelligence here for your deliberation, to see how to reward Prince Qi. Prince Qi established great merit this time, and His Majesty is immensely pleased, mentioning many rewards. After Master Zhao finished speaking, he made no further comments. These officials from the Ministry of War began discussing among themselves. After hesitating for a while, the Minister of War said, This isn't a small matter. Our Ministry of War alone cannot make decisions. We need cooperation from the Ministry of Rights to decide on this issue, as it involves the imperial family, which cannot be easily resolved. Master Zhao nodded. Then I shall return and reply to His Majesty accordingly. Within half a day, the entire capital city spread the news about Li Yu. Prince Qi had triumphed gloriously on the frontier, capturing tens of thousands of prisoners from Goguryeo, establishing his name in a single stroke. When Li xiuxian learned of this news, his complexion drastically changed, shattering the glass jade wine cup in his hand and cursing these people as useless. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Don't you know how the Emperor will view Li Yu due to the great benefit he received this time? Will there even be any place for me left sometimes? Li xiuxian said this, filled with pessimism. It was known that Li Shimin did not inherit the throne orderly. Therefore, it was very likely for the sake of stable inheritance of the throne, the most capable one would possibly be chosen. Gulping sound. These people below couldn't help but remain silent. Your Highness, you don't need to worry too much. Although Li Yu gained immense fame, there's still the case of spies unresolved. Once exposed, Crown Prince Jin will fight against Prince Qi. Both tigers fighting, surely one will get injured. At that time, Your Highness will gain benefits effortlessly. Even if there are troubles right now, it doesn't matter. Just at this moment, the strategist downstairs confidently stated. Moreover, regarding this matter, we don't need to delve deeply. Just watch quietly for the storm to rise. Prince Qi's momentum is currently high. Waiting until he acts will help us figure out what to do next. Li Yu said, with a full smile on his face. Ho! Li xiuxian soon calmed down. Good, then follow Mr. S' advice. But Li xiuxian's facial expression remained very bad, as if a thunderstorm or rain was about to arrive. The chief steward of Prince Qi was worriedly pondering how to overcome this difficulty, considering whether it was necessary to communicate with Grand Secretary Changsun. It was rumored that Changsun Wujia was extremely greedy for wealth. Perhaps finding a way through him was possible. As this steward was deep in thought, knocking sounds came from the outside. The chief steward of Prince Qi's mansion had a drastic change in his facial expression. Could it be that those here to confiscate the estate have arrived? How could it be so fast? There is an imperial decree. The chief steward of Prince Qi's mansion quickly welcomed the eunuch who was delivering the decree. After entering Prince Qi's mansion, the eunuch smiled and said, Congratulations and best wishes. Prince Qi greatly defeated Goguryeo at the border post, and the emperor, being delighted, rewarded 1,000 taels of gold and granted 1,000 acres of land. Come now, bring everything up. As the eunuch said this, the few strong men behind him promptly brought up the items and placed them in front. Upon opening them, they were found to be all gold, filling an entire chest, and also deeds to the land, which filled another box. The chief steward of Prince Qi's mansion first hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter after receiving the imperial decree, and immediately stepped forward to welcome the envoy. Li Yu's reputation in the capital city also changed overnight. Many people naturally praised Prince Qi's bravery, believing him to be an unmatched warrior. Prince Qi is extraordinarily valiant, many exclaimed in admiration. There were even storytellers who directly improvised crosstalk to laud Prince Qi's achievements. They only needed fragments of information to create an entire story. Meanwhile, Jin Wang's palace had received the news. My lord, our spies have reported back with these developments. Now there are those investigating you, claiming that you betrayed the border defense plans. We still don't know who is framing us, but perhaps Prince Qi is the mastermind behind it all, trying to smear your name. In front of Prince Jin, someone was speaking about this matter. At this moment, Prince Jin had a grave look on his face. He listened carefully as his subordinate explained things, taking time to rub his forehead, trying to make sense of it all. It's impossible. I've met Li Yu. He isn't such a person. Although he seems somewhat carefree, he would never arbitrarily harm me like this. Moreover, he could not possibly infiltrate the individuals I recommended. Zhao Yong was someone I personally recommended, yet it was alleged that it was my plan. This itself is suspicious. Besides him, there can only be one other person capable of such actions. Prince Jin said, frowning. Chapter 197, The Dark Army. Although the Prince of Jin was young, his words were unusually precocious. Your Highness, you mean, That person? The Prince of Jin's steward said this, suddenly drawing in a sharp breath as he already guessed who had done all this. It seems only he could do such a thing. Your Highness, what should we do about this? Although Prince Qi has achieved great merit, he is still very young and couldn't have used these tactics. When the Prince of Jin spoke these words, he was filled with anger. I did not originally want to provoke any trouble, but now I must. The Prince of Jin said this while gripping his palm tightly, taking a deep breath and exhaling. He was trying hard to calm himself down and remain cool-headed. Steward, go send a message. Have my people inform Prince Qi that this matter wasn't done by me. Whether it was or wasn't, Prince Qi must know. I simply wish to live peacefully as a prince. Other matters are none of my concern. The Prince of Jin said this with a look of sorrow on his face. He truly just wanted to be a leisurely prince. He didn't have grand ambitions, so why was he being pushed like this? Li xiuxian, do you intend to drive everyone to death? At the border at that moment, Li Yu sneezed for no apparent reason. And Yu looked at Li Yu before her, feeling inexplicable tension. She had come to persuade Li Yu because she didn't want the Goguryeo people to die at his hands. And Yu, I understand your thoughts, but please trust me, those captives won't die. However, Goguryeo must pay a price. Li Yu's eyes were bright, looking purely at Yu. This made Yu feel a peculiar strong stirring in her heart. She found herself unable to say anything harsh in front of Li Yu. Prince, you're good. All the words Yu intended to speak were softened into gentle words as she softly spoke to Li Yu before her. Suddenly, it was as if she realized something. Then Yu grasped Li Yu's hand, with a tense expression, saying, Prince, there's another important matter I need to tell you. Do you know that Goguryeo has a terrifying dark army? And Yu said this with a tense look. What kind of thing? After hearing Yu's words, Li Yu paused for a moment, surprised and asked. Xuanhuan, the minister of Goguryeo, wields immense power and harbors terrifying ambitions. He wants to expand territory, so he established a dreadful dark army composed of assassins. Each one has trained specially in assassination skills, sent out specifically to kill enemy generals and officials. Li Yu, since you've caused such great losses for Goguryeo's army now, their dark army will definitely target you. These people move unpredictably and may have already infiltrated the Tang army. Once they set their sights on you, they'll use various means to assassinate you. After Yu said this, she tightly hugged Li Yu, though her body trembled slightly due to anxiety and panic. Li Yu felt his body start to heat up, and Yu's face immediately turned red. You're naughty. Yu looked at Li Yu before her and quickly pushed him away, her entire face red, afraid to even glance at Li Yu. I've been thinking about you all this time. Li Yu grabbed Yu's hand and said, slowly getting closer. Yu also looked at Li Yu before her, inching closer too. The two got closer and closer, and just as they were about to kiss each other, a shouting voice came from outside the tent. Something bad happened. Your Highness, something bad happened. The voice outside the tent was extremely anxious. Yu's face immediately turned completely red. She reacted very quickly, instantly crawling under the table without saying a word. Yu pressed herself close beside Li Yu's legs, like a little cat. Li Yu looked at Yu hiding beneath the desk and felt a strange sensation in his heart, as if there was a kitten scratching inside. The Yu before him seemed to be the fish scratching at his heart. Li Yu took a deep breath and said to the outside, come in. Following Li Yu's words, Chong Dun rushed in anxiously, falling to his knees in front of Li Yu and solemnly declared, General, something's wrong. Goguryeo has sent troops. They are stationed at the border and demand an explanation from us. Seeing Li Yu's serious face, Yu suddenly felt playful and reached out to press her hand against Li Yu's leg. Her action was extremely bold, causing Li Yu to react strongly as he restrained her hand. Below, Zhong Dun looked up at Li Yu above, his expression changing immediately as he hurriedly said, Your Highness Qi, your complexion seems a bit off, with some redness and heat. Could it be that you're ill? Should I immediately summon the military doctor to treat you? Upon hearing Zhong Dun's words, Li Yu inhaled sharply, fixing his gaze on the man below him, and replied in a restrained tone, There's no need. I'm fine. As he spoke, his body seemed somewhat restless. Zhong Dun, upon seeing Li Yu's state, began to have some vague guesses in his mind. Could it be that his highness got hemorrhoids from riding horses, which is why he feels so uneasy? After all, being a prince of the royal family, one must maintain dignity, so he would naturally endure silently. As his minister, I naturally shouldn't bring it up. Though Zhong Dun was coarse, he was by no means stupid. After realizing this, he said, Your Highness, I will take my leave first. I will tell General Li that your highness is temporarily indisposed. Li Yu listened to Zhong Dun's words, observing the man who appeared to have an epiphany. He frowned, wondering what Zhong Dun had understood that made him act like this. There's no need. I'll go see General Li immediately. You can leave first, Li Yu said. Zhong Dun was slightly puzzled, but wisely refrained from asking more questions and exited the tent. Li Yu quickly pulled Yu out, gazing at her enchanting figure before him. Her eyes seemed to brim with emotion, stirring something deep within Li Yu. Li Yu pressed Yu against the desk. Are you doing this on purpose? Yu slightly curled her lips upward, looking at Li Yu before her with a half-smiling, half-teasing expression. Does your highness not like it? After making this gesture, she lightly covered her mouth, feigning sadness. Has your highness taken a liking to someone else? That's why you've become so cold towards me. Yu, when she acted seductively, transformed into a captivating little devil. Chapter 198, The Persuader. Her current demeanor directly inflamed Li Yu. Of course, he couldn't have Yu executed right there at the moment, so he could only suppress his anger. Yu was retaliating against him, making him understand what it feels like when one's needs aren't met. He had defeated Goguryeo and now had many captives. He naturally couldn't simply release these prisoners. Otherwise, the court would surely hold him accountable. So, he could only promise Yu that he wouldn't arbitrarily kill the captives. Wait for me to come back. Liu said. Okay. And Yu nodded her head. Then just as Liu was about to leave the main tent, Yu quietly leaned in and whispered, "You must be careful of those assassins." All right. Liu looked seriously at Yu, forcefully nodding his head while earnestly saying to her, "Don't worry. I won't meet an easy end." And Yu watched Liu depart and earnestly nodded as well. After Liu left the main tent, Lu Shui entered the tent. She stared at Yu sitting inside and exclaimed somewhat angrily, "And you, didn't you take it a bit too far by causing trouble in His Highness's tent?" At this point, Yu had already restored her noble princess appearance. Calmly seated, she seemed to be contemplating something, with a hint of struggle in her eyes. "Shui, you've arrived. Having followed His Highness for so long, you should know that His Highness wouldn't bear grudge against me for this. Are you coming alone to reproach me?" And Yu stared intently at Lu Shui, as if trying to see through her. Lu Shui wasn't the least intimidated by Yu. His Highness has already recognized both of us. You and I are the king's trusted left and right arms. We're also his closest people. What we need to do now is assist His Highness, not add to his troubles. You overstepped your bounds. And Yu shook her head. I didn't. I love His Highness. He's the person I cherish most. I can even die for His Highness. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. And Yu said, after this battle, perhaps there won't be any great unrest at the border for many years. And Yu softly said this. What? Lu Shui paused for a moment. And Yu let out a light laugh. Why tell you so much? You haven't read enough books to truly understand anything. You. These words instantly made Lu Shui tremble with anger all over. Haha. And Yu laughed seeing Lu Shui getting flustered. After arriving at General Li's military command tent, General Li immediately called out, Prince Qi, you finally arrived. Now Goguryo's forces are amassing at the border. This battle seems inevitable. But currently, the court's provisions are still on the road. If we were to engage in battle now, our meager supplies might very well be insufficient. As General Li spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. After saying this, he lowered his voice and said to Li Yu, Prince Qi, you may not know this, but previously after we lost the frontier pass, it caused quite a stir. My old superiors sent me a letter, questioning exactly what had happened, and warned me to be more careful, otherwise someone might conspire against me and possibly drag His Highness into prison together with me. Reflecting now, there's a chance that before this someone had already moved to conspire against us both in the capital city. General Li sighed as he recalled this. General Li, you seem rather at ease? Li Yu chuckled as he asked the general, feeling slightly puzzled. Hee. General Li gave a foolish grin, rubbing his hands together as he looked at Li Yu and laughed. Your Highness, there's no need to pretend. Perhaps others may have their limitations, but I think you surely have a plan. After these battles, everyone in the army has begun calling you the unmatched wise Prince Qi. Everyone believes that as long as your Highness is present, nothing can block your path. So, your Highness, perhaps it's time to reveal just a little more? General Li said smugly, clearly expecting Li Yu to take action. Li Yu watched General Li and burst into laughter helplessly. Then he raised a leg to kick towards him. General Li's eyebrows twitched as he prepared to dodge. General Li, how unbecoming of an elder. Li Yu almost spat out. These old toughs can scheme as cleverly as anyone else when they want to. Since that's the case, I'll speak plainly, your Highness. There are two strategies. One is superior and the other inferior. With full confidence, Li Yu said this, making General Li, who had been joking around before, immediately become serious. Looking at Li Yu earnestly, General Li said, Please, Prince Qi, elaborate clearly. If your plan contributes to the prosperity of our great Tang dynasty, I will surely report it to His Majesty and request commendation for your Highness. Then, I'll just come straight out with it, Li Yu responded. The superior strategy is to conquer through plotting, make them fear advancing. Peace negotiations? As General Li's earlier relaxed demeanor gradually transformed into seriousness, he stared at Li Yu in front of him, eager to attentively listen as Li Yu slowly unfolded his thoughts. These Goguryo soldiers could not have suddenly attacked without preparation. They must have long planned it. If we defeat and capture Yiku along with the tens of thousands of Goguryo troops, then they will counterattack us from both inside and out, leaving us trapped on the border. At that time, our forces on the border will suffer genuine losses, leading to a weakening defense. They will naturally take advantage of this opportunity to invade en masse, moving swiftly forward. But now it's different. We've already captured so many Goguryo prisoners, severely depleting their strength. Their dream of a swift invasion has now become impossible. With the situation as it stands, these tens of thousands of troops are in a dilemma. They advance but can't break through our defenses. They retreat, yet fear our army invading their land. Li Yu calmly explained, greatly soothing General Li. Indeed, Prince Qi is truly knowledgeable and wise. Not only are you proficient in military skills, but you also grasp the subtleties of military strategy and the larger trends. Well done, General Li praised. If among all the crown prince candidates, anyone is most like His Majesty, I believe it is none other than Prince Qi. General Li continued. Therefore, Prince Qi, you must be very careful. Because sometimes, the real danger isn't just within the army or in the court itself, but may very well lie in the midst of conspiracies and plots. After hearing what General Li said, Li Yu vaguely guessed some matters. Picking up the teacup on the table, he remarked, It seems General Li does not merely wish to compliment me, but rather has something more significant to tell me. Who helped Crown Prince Jean connect with you? Li Yu smiled cunningly while looking at General Li, immediately seeing through the underlying meaning. Crown Prince Jean, though young, has supporters behind him. The people recommending him trusted xiuxian, but xiuxian used this trust to falsely accuse Crown Prince Jean. Chapter 199, Exchange of Military Merits. Li Yu looked at General Li in front of him with a half-smile. Never expected that General Li would actually side with Prince Jean. Li Yu said this, then took another sip of tea, leisurely continuing. No, not siding. It's just that some people around Prince Jean contacted an old superior of mine and gave me the general idea. Seizing this opportunity, I decided to tell Prince Qiyu this. Prince Jean is young. How could he have all these plots? Purely someone trying to get others to do their dirty work. Although the royal family is extraordinary, I'm but a crude man who doesn't understand much. I'm just talking based on what happened. General Li stopped here. Though he had more words to say in his heart, they shouldn't be said now. After hearing General Li's words, Li Yu instantly understood. General Li was afraid that he would offend Crown Prince Li xiuxian above and harm Li Ji below. Phooey, was he really such a person? After coming here, Li Yu only wanted to get by. Every day, he fiddled with inventions, cooked some hot pot, found fresh fruit, and lived a life of bliss. If there were no rewards waiting for him in the large tent here, this life wouldn't be bearable. Playing mind games with these brats? Heaven forbid, he truly didn't want to. Li Yu didn't have grand ambitions. He only wished to hold his beauty close, plant different kinds of fruit trees daily, and bring benefits to the world. Alas, Li Yu sighed this way, appearing sorrowful. General Li, actually, I don't have these intentions. Do you believe me? Li Yu slowly expressed his thoughts. In fact, I don't have any ambition to conquer the world. I merely wish to grow some flowers and plants and study fruits and vegetables to satisfy my cravings. To cultivate rice and other plants, so as to make the world more affluent. Li Yu slowly spoke, his eyes carrying a wisdom that had seen through everything. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. I am born into the imperial family, and some things are inevitable. Regarding Zhao General's situation, I won't let Prince Jean fall into difficulty. Li Yu said this, explaining to General Li. General Li nodded and brought the conversation back to the Goguryeo army. Then General Li handed over a letter. This is Prince Jin's sincerity. Li Yu took the letter, held it in his hand, did not open it, and directly put it into his pocket. He couldn't help but think about that little brat, Prince Jean, and chuckled slightly. As long as we remain firm, once the envoys from Goguryeo arrive, they will naturally retreat, and then all issues will be resolved. But our stance will decide how much Goguryeo has to pay. Now, our food supply in the Tang dynasty has increased. Perhaps my father has a heart for battle, but he might encounter opposition within the court and may not personally lead the troops. Thus, no battle is imminent on the frontier. Hearing Li Yu's words, General Li nodded thoughtfully for a moment, finding Li Yu of royal blood indeed outstanding. Perhaps these princes are truly reincarnated celestial stars, which is why they are all so cunning. General Li thought this way, looking at Li Yu in front of him with more curiosity. What then is the worst plan? General Li asked. Of course, gathering military provisions and immediately engaging in a fierce battle with Goguryeo until one or the other is dead, Li Yu slowly responded. The provisions can be gathered. We'll requisition from nearby border towns. Within about half a month, we can transport grain and sustain ourselves for a month. Then the court supplies should arrive, and with an endless stream of provisions, we can launch consecutive battles against Goguryeo, causing them heavy losses and even potentially annihilating them. Li Yu's speech made General Li feel invigorated. Yet, he questioned with some confusion. Your Highness, this clearly is the best strategy. Why call it the worst one? Isn't your courage unmatched worldwide? If we defeat Goguryeo, wouldn't that be a great feat? Prince Qi, you could gain immense renown and merits, and surely the Emperor would value you greatly, General Li added. Li Yu sighed. How would Silla and neighboring countries perceive our great Tang? Wouldn't they think the Tang dynasty is excessively ambitious, planning to gather troops to eliminate them? Wouldn't Silla ally with Goguryeo then? Losses on the lips mean pain on the teeth. To attack without justification. Li Yu supplemented silently within himself. If I garnered such huge merits, perhaps Emperor Taizong, Lier, would have sleepless nights. Emperor Taizong used force to seize power. If he had a son even more powerful than him, would he sleep soundly? More importantly, Goguryeo wasn't ready for its downfall yet. Li Yu looked at the pop-up window of the system. Do not alter the major history. As expected, Li Yu had foreseen it. Goguryeo soon dispatched envoys. General Li also gathered troops, provisions, and was very much ready to engage with Goguryeo. And Yu received a severe scolding from Li Yu and stated she wouldn't dare to tease him anymore. Time passed quickly. In what seemed like a blink of an eye, a month had arrived. Goguryeo sent out envoys seeking peace with the great Tang dynasty. At the same time, Goguryeo expressed its willingness to submit and pay tribute. Li Yu also received the imperial edict to return to the capital for reporting. The large army of Goguryeo stationed at the border withdrew as well. The specific treatment of these Goguryeo captives still needed to be decided by Emperor Lier in the capital city. Li Yu returned to the capital with his group of people, and naturally, he pressed Zhao General into service too. Achoo! Li Yu sneezed, appearing slightly fatigued. With the war over, he activated the system for exchange of rewards. Suddenly, he noticed the panel indicating military merits was extraordinarily outstanding. 10 generals, 2,000 soldiers. This was his record, causing his hand to tremble slightly. I didn't expect that I would achieve such illustrious military exploits. Li Yu chuckled foolishly. Looks like I can get some good stuff this time. Liu reached out and tapped the panel. Exchange. As he thought, the numbers on the panel before him instantly transformed into a series of rewards. Life-extending fruit. Can extend life by 20 years. Liu exchanged for 10 of them, which amounted to 200 years of time. A thought crossed his mind. These fruits resembled red longans, emitting a fragrant aroma. Just by sniffing lightly, one could feel refreshed, with a unique energy flowing through their body, granting additional years. Liu picked one up and tossed it into his mouth, chewing slowly. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his body, making him feel even more refreshed. It was as if his entire body relaxed and invigorated itself. Sensing the changes in his body, Liu discovered that his originally suntanned skin became whiter and smoother, more delicate. Chapter 200, Clear Mind Fruit. Anything that can extend one's lifespan is priceless. Liu thought to himself how precious this thing was. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Liu's mind. General Zhao's biggest issue now is that he has been confused. It is essential to solve General Zhao's confused state. The thought flashed across Liu's mind, and he started searching on the system. Clear Mind Fruit. Liu soon discovered a fruit he could exchange with his war merit points, so he quickly made the trade. Just 10 soldiers' worth of merit could redeem one. It was a fruit resembling a grape, shimmering with special gleams. Just by looking at it, one could feel their mind becoming clearer. Tsk tisk. Liu smacked his lips and gently touched the fruit in front of him. This is interesting, Liu thought. Liu approached the vehicle where General Zhao was detained and said to the general inside, General Zhao, don't you have even the slightest memory? No, I don't, General Zhao replied after pondering for a moment, shaking his head. I truly cannot remember. Liu gave a faint smile. General Zhao, perhaps you might recall something. Eat this fruit. It might help you remember something. General Zhao looked at the fruit Liu offered him, feeling a strange emotion flicker within him. It seemed as if eating the fruit would make his thoughts clear again. He opened his mouth and ate the fruit in front of him whole. Prince Qi, this fruit tastes great. But surely this fruit is poisonous. Otherwise Prince Qi wouldn't offer such a good fruit to me. The fruit is sour yet sweet, fresh and delicious. One can tell just by taking a bite that this is a delicacy. General Zhao spoke with some sighs and reflections. After I eat this fruit, I can feel some slight discomfort in my chest. This must be a lethal poison, disguised as something delicious. Has Prince Qi struck a deal with the people behind Prince Jin, thus aiming to silence me? General Zhao looked at Liu with mockery. It seemed like he had accepted his own death and closed his eyes waiting for the inevitable end. In Liu's perception, he noticed some peculiar changes happening to General Zhao before him. A pink aura began to emanate from General Zhao's body, gathering and forming into a human-like shape. When this pink figure floated out of his body, it instantly shattered in mid-air. As soon as this pink figure disappeared, General Zhao immediately opened his eyes, filled with fear and disbelief. How could this happen? How could I have done such things? Desperation laced his tone as he screamed, showing signs of madness. No, this isn't possible. This isn't possible. He kept shouting, clutching his legs tightly, leaving visible handprints from his forceful grip. This isn't possible. None of this could be mine. General Zhao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot with rage. General Zhao, do you remember now? Asked Liu. I remember everything. It's not a dream. Sob sob. Hearing Liu's words, General Zhao appeared extremely distressed. He clutched his face with both hands, leaned forward onto his knees, and burst into tears. Prince Qi, I remember everything. Slowly speaking, General Zhao clenched his fists. It happened like this. I once encountered a woman who was as beautiful as a celestial being. I became infatuated and abducted her back to my quarters. Then, after a night, I felt myself being bewitched. For the next 7 days and nights, I was with her, and I could do anything for her. After 7 days, she left and vanished from my life. All I could remember after that was a person coming to me, sent by Prince Jin. Afterward, I lost the border map under similar circumstances, explained General Zhao. With a voice akin to that of a wild beast, General Zhao clenched his fists and roared furiously. I don't want to become a beast. I really don't want to become a heartless and unprincipled bastard. They ruined me. They ruined me. Prince Jin is innocent, shouted General Zhao. Liu nodded. With your testimony, I will get to the bottom of this matter. Describe the appearance of that woman to me, Liu said to General Zhao. Liu raised the level of danger in his mind, as the opponent was likely an extremely beautiful female assassin who practiced some form of enchantment and used drugs to control General Zhao. This was why General Zhao had that pinkish aura around him. It was only through the use of the clear mind fruit that Liu managed to bring General Zhao back to his senses. Lu Shui quickly sketched a portrait based on General Zhao's description, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman in this portrait. The woman in the portrait wore no makeup, but had 2 white lotus flowers in her hair. These lotus flowers were pure and untainted, giving off a wondrous and peculiar feeling just by looking at them. Lu Shui placed the finished portrait in front of General Zhao for confirmation, and he recognized the woman in the portrait at a glance. About 70% accurate, said General Zhao. Only then did Liu allow Lu Shui to put away the portrait to prepare for further covert investigation to find out who she was. Back in the main tent, Lu Shui whispered to Liu, Your Highness, you must never lose yourself to beauty like that. Look what happened to General Zhao. He lost his mind over a beautiful woman, leading to his downfall. Liu let out a light hum. I'm not that kind of person. I only have affection for the 2 of you. You are the ones I truly cherish, Liu said with a lecherous tone. He suddenly pulled Lu Shui into his embrace, speaking in a domineering manner. This night, we shall share the same bed, Liu declared. Lu Shui blushed like a little rabbit struggling to escape Li Yu's grasp, but Li Yu held her tightly and brought her inside the tent. And Yu waited inside the tent. Seeing Li Yu holding Lu Shui, she pouted her lips. Her face, when puffed up, resembled a tiny goldfish, making her look extraordinarily adorable, tempting one to give her a kiss. And you, don't leave tonight, Li Yu said with a lecherous tone. Chapter 201, Don't Leave at Night. When Yu heard what Li Yu said, her face instantly turned red, just like a monkey's bottom. You're bad, you bastard. I won't sleep in the same room with you. I'm leaving. And Yu, with some anger, ran off immediately. But how could Li Yu let Yu escape? He abruptly stood up and chased after her, grabbing her hand. And Yu, I absolutely won't do anything tonight. I swear on my honor that I'll only hold you while we sleep. Li Yu held up his 5 fingers and swore to heaven as he spoke. At this moment, Yu seemed to remember something. With her face flushed, she spat lightly on the ground. You scoundrel, do you think I would believe you? Yu said this, her face red, but looking utterly adorable, making Li Yu feel more attracted to her. Yu is a goddess, even more so a high and mighty princess, but now in front of him, she looked like a young girl lost in love. How could Li Yu not be fond of her? A thought crossed Li Yu's mind, and suddenly he felt pain in his waist. Yu smirked mischievously. If you dare to do something naughty, I'll castrate you. I know you probably want to, right? To die under the peony flower and remain a graceful ghost. Never mind. Li Yu became serious afterward. He snorted lightly. Do you think I'd do something like that? At night, Li Yu slept together with Yu and Lu Shui for the entire night. He did nothing wrong because he knew that Yu's words were as firm as nails once they were out of her mouth. She wouldn't lie. If he dared to do anything, he'd really get castrated. He had no intention of doing such things at this moment. Holding a beauty and still unable to do anything. Li Yu sighed, and Yu slightly smiled, quite content, and deeply fell asleep in Li Yu's embrace. The night arrived quickly. Amidst this darkness, several shadowy figures darted past. Their speed was incredible, and they communicated secretly in the dark. Their eyes flashed with coldness. But with their movement, the coldness from their bodies disappeared, as if the intense killing intent never appeared at all. They no longer exchanged words, communicating solely through gestures. In the military camp, these people crept forward carefully. Even the soldiers posted on watch duty were taken out by them. Apparently, these weren't ordinary individuals, but horrifyingly skillful assassins. They were from Goryeu's secret army, here to carry out their mission. Li Yu slept in the tent, with soldiers guarding the entrance. Nearby, there was a carriage, inside which General Zhao was confined. It seemed tranquil under the cover of night, yet danger was quietly descending. Li Yu's heart moved, and he suddenly opened his eyes. From his eyes shot 2 beams of fierce light. He had already guessed that someone had come here, which caused a surge of killing intent within him. Standing upright, he rose from where he lay amidst the embraces of beautiful women. Someone, Li Yu murmured softly. He gently nudged Lu Shui. Lu Shui slept peacefully next to Li Yu, utterly relaxed when near him, thus sleeping soundly. When Li Yu called out to her, Lu Shui woke up abruptly. My lord, has something happened? Lu Shui asked with concern in her tone. Someone's here, said Li Yu. After consuming the war god fruit, his body had undergone a complete transformation. Not only was he endowed with immense strength, but his senses were also extremely sharp, able to hear the commotions around him. He was especially sensitive to the presence of malice, instantly recognizing it when it emerged. Upon sensing the murderous aura, he became alert and detected a peculiar change, that outside, an unfamiliar pungency of blood had intensified. Assassins, these are definitely assassins. He spoke softly, walking directly toward his armor and donning it over himself. Once the armor was on, his whole demeanor transformed. He sat there waiting for the assassins to infiltrate. As he sat there, several killers entered the tent from the outside. But upon entering the tent, their expressions changed drastically when they saw Li Yu sitting there ready. After evaluating Li Yu's abilities, they concluded that he was truly a world-class warrior, the most fearsome among men. If he were conscious and ready, not even multiple top warriors could rival him. Retreat. When the assassins saw that Li Yu was still awake, they instantly felt panic and began to retreat, attempting to leave. But how could Li Yu let them go so easily? He smiled and said, Since you've come, why not stay? Let me take good care of you. As soon as he spoke, he took action. He raised his hand, not using a musket even though it would be the best choice in battle. It would also alert others. He did not intend to let everyone know that assassins had infiltrated, so he used a blade. The moment his blade was unsheathed, these assassins felt an overwhelming sense of dread, the feeling of being targeted by a ferocious beast, making every one of them shiver with fear. No, in an instant, these assassins used all their strength to struggle for survival. In front of the war god, you evil spirits are no match, Li Yu whispered softly, delivering a slash onto the back of a fleeing assassin. The assassin screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but did not die. It turned out that Li Yu had struck with the flat of his blade, leaving the assassin severely injured yet alive. Li Yu then grabbed a few pebbles from his pocket and hurled them with precision, breaking through the air. Bang! The next second, the fleeing assassin cried out and fell to the ground. At this moment, 2 assassins charged forward toward the bed instead of retreating. They had already noticed that there were 2 extraordinary beauties on the bed, clearly women of great importance. If they managed to capture both of them, it would surely resolve their current predicament. Lu Shui and Yu exchanged glances, and in an instant, they moved. Lu Shui had always possessed martial arts skills, combined with excellent natural talent. Under Li Yu's cultivation, she had now become an elite warrior. As for Yu, she was even more extraordinary. Chapter 202. Capture the assassin. And Yu herself was an expert, and with a flicker in her beautiful eyes, she looked at the assassin in front of her. This assassin seemed to have seen something terrifying. However, and Yu didn't give this assassin any chance, as she immediately made her move. She had a dagger in her hand, which shot out like lightning. The assassin let out a scream, clutching his throat, eyes wide open, as if he could not die in peace. Meanwhile, Lu Xue seemed intent on capturing him, and with that, she leapt up. She was fully dressed, having slept with her clothes on, and pulled out the flexible sword from her sleeve, striking it against the assassin's fingers. The assassin let out a soft groan, feeling pain in his hand. Lu Xue slapped the assassin's head with one hand. He seemed to want to crush the poison in his possession for a counterattack, but fell unconscious the next second. Humph! With such skill, you dare come and learn how to kill. Lu Xue grabbed the assassin's mouth and pried out a pill of poison from deep within. At this moment, Yu appeared to have thought of something. She approached the assassin and forcefully tore at his clothing. There, beneath the assassin's shirt, lay a small tattoo. This tattoo carried strange writing. Liu came closer to look at the tattoo on the killer's body, and he found it very strange. Common assassin groups never tattooed their bodies. The reason being, once a killer had a tattoo on his body, anyone who checks his tattoos would be able to uncover the identity of the killer. Because of this, a killer having a tattoo on their body was an extremely strange occurrence. Shadow Army. At this moment, Yu suddenly uttered these two words. I've once seen people from the Shadow Army. They all have similar tattoos on their bodies. It seems they won't leave the prince alone. Yu said, their actions will be highly secretive. It's impossible that they've only sent so few people. Yu stood up, unease filling her eyes. Liu, they will definitely attempt to assassinate you again. Yu muttered. Humph. Liu gave a cold snort. If they dare come, I'll send them straight to their afterlife, one by one, until every last one of them is dealt with, Liu said resolutely. It would have been too simple if we could just eliminate all of them like this, Yu muttered. Could there be even more terrifying things ahead? Liu's eyebrows knitted after hearing Yu's words, seemingly pondering over something. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound reverberated outside the military camp. It seemed as though an explosion had occurred. Clad in armor, Liu rushed out instantly. Far away cries of alarm were heard. Hurry! Put out the fire. With the explosion, it was possible to see many tents that seemed to have caught on fire. The crowd was somewhat chaotic, bustling back and forth. Usher led his personal guards and arrived hurriedly here. Prince, quickly take shelter. We don't know how many assassins are coming. Their target might endanger your excellency, Usher said anxiously. The assassins have already arrived, said Liu. There are several assassin corpses in my tent. They have already attacked me, and one has been captured alive, Liu explained slowly. Gather everyone. Forget about the burning stuff. We need to find those assassins as quickly as possible. These assassins intend to cause confusion deliberately. Under Liu's command, soldiers gathered swiftly. Assassins have infiltrated among you. Return to your ranks according to formation, and remove your armor, Liu shouted. Now there must be assassins hiding among the crowd, and these assassins could very well be disguised as his soldiers. As Liu spoke, the soldiers quickly removed their armors. Yet, a few hesitated, their hands becoming slow. In the darkness of the night, Liu had ordered his subordinates to light torches, illuminating everything brightly. Liu walked past, his gaze scanning over these soldiers. Why haven't you taken off your armor? Liu stared at these few soldiers while activating his chi perception ability. The chi on the bodies of these few soldiers became clear to Liu instantaneously. If the chi around ordinary soldiers' bodies was red like a furnace, then these soldiers' bodies were surrounded by dense black chi, and this black chi was abnormally cold. This is killing chi. Liu identified this chi right away. These few must be the assassins. As this thought flashed through Liu's mind, he stepped forward, intending to provoke these assassins into acting, giving them a chance to strike. He wanted to capture these assassins alive. They were very unusual. Precisely because of this, Liu absolutely couldn't let them go. He had to resolve the battle as quickly as possible and subdue them. The moment Liu approached, these soldiers suddenly attacked. Clutching their weapons, they launched an assault on Liu. What are you doing? Black Shield roared and rushed towards these soldiers. The other soldiers never expected that these men, who hadn't removed their armors, would dare attack Liu, leaving them utterly stunned. Just as the assassins reached Liu, he raised his hand and slapped the assassin in front of him across the face. Though the killer was wearing a helmet, the next second, he was knocked unconscious by Liu. Liu then kicked the assassin before him. Out of the 5 killers, 4 were knocked out by Liu, and 1 committed suicide. Black Shield, the interrogation of these assassins is up to you. They all have poison in their mouths. Remove it. If you can't extract any information, come to me. The next morning, Black Shield arrived at Liu's tent. His face was flushed with embarrassment. Kneeling before Liu, he shouted, My lord, I failed to extract any information. These assassins refused to yield, even unto death. One of them bit his tongue and died. Black Shield, kneeling before Liu, couldn't raise his head. Given such a simple task by Prince Qi, he felt immense shame for failing. Humph, Liu nodded. I understand. It's not your fault. While speaking to Black Shield, Liu was also looking at the interface, searching for a fruit that could compel these assassins to speak. He soon exchanged for a truth fruit, which would force the assassins to confess. Chapter 203, Truth Serum. This fruit was extraordinarily potent. Once the assassins ingested it, they would obediently confess everything. Liu stood up. Take me there. Yes, your highness. He Dun quickly rose and led Liu to the place of interrogation. Inside this tent, there were several pillars, and the assassins were all tied to them. Their mouths were gagged, and their bodies bound tightly. There was no trace of will to survive in their eyes. Everyone seemed to have accepted their inevitable deaths, and thus harbored no desire to live. Let him speak. Liu pointed at one of the assassins in front of him. The soldier standing guard stepped forward and pulled out the cloth stuffed in the assassin's mouth. TCH. The assassin opened his mouth and spat at Liu. However, Liu slightly moved and avoided the saliva, saying, "How dare you? Do you know what you're doing?" This assassin didn't reply, instead acting like a wild beast trying to attack Liu. Huh. Liu laughed, grabbing the assassin's mouth and stuffing a truth serum fruit inside. This fruit was an item exchanged from the system. The stronger the person's will, the more likely they would reveal their honest thoughts under its influence. GUH. The assassin tried to vomit out the fruit, but the truth serum dissolved as soon as it touched water, swiftly flowing down his throat. This made the assassin widen his eyes, staring intently at Liu with eyes full of hatred. "What have you done to me?" It was the first time the assassin spoke. "Who sent you?" asked Liu. "It was Left Chancellor who sent me." The assassin paused for a moment and then muttered, confessing everything. Liu now realized that these assassins had been ordered to eliminate him. They originally planned to poison him, but Liu valued his food so much that he sent out heavy troops to guard it, even guarding the water he drank. This made it impossible for the assassins to kill him through poisoning. In the end, they could only choose a surprise attack, aiming to kill him while he slept, but the dispatched killers lost contact, which led them to resort to a desperate tactic, trying to mix into the soldiers to find an opportunity to assassinate Liu during chaos. However, they were found out by Liu and subsequently captured. Liu proceeded to interrogate the remaining assassins, but these assassins only carried out orders and knew nothing about the real conspiracy. However, Liu uncovered something new. The shadowy forces behind these attacks never ceased until they lost over 100 men. Since they started their mission, such significant losses only occurred once or twice. Liu suddenly remembered how many generals from the Tang dynasty at the border had met with trouble for various reasons. Now it appeared those incidents were possibly due to assassinations by these shadow warriors. Their ambitions run deep. They've had plans from the start, Liu murmured. "Your Highness, how should we deal with these assassins?" asked He Dun. "They've killed so many of our soldiers. Naturally, we send them to hell," Liu said coldly, his voice heavy with killing intent. "Yes." The look in He Dun's eyes revealed a murderous gleam. Another 3 days passed, and in these days, nothing unusual happened, allowing the previously tense group to finally relax. But their originally sufficient food supply, damaged during the attack by the assassins, had become insufficient, necessitating resupply along the way. They arrived at a small town, where life bustled with activity. Liu's entourage also came into this town, but not with a large army. It had been a long time since Liu had seen such a prosperous small town, so he wanted to visit it, having spent too long outside. Inside the town, people were coming and going, and various cries of vendors echoed throughout. For example, some sold steamed pancakes, others baked cakes, some pork, some beef, others mutton, some fruits, and some candy skewers. There were also sellers of cosmetics, and Yu and Lu Shui, looking like 2 young girls, wandering happily around the little town. "Wow, this candied hawthorn is really delicious," and Yu exclaimed. "It tastes no worse than in the capital city," Lu Shui added. The elder selling the candy skewers couldn't hide his smile, and said, "Well, esteemed customers, indeed, I learned how to make these candy skewers when I visited the capital city in my youth. I've been wandering outside for most of my life. Then later I missed my hometown, so I came back," the old man said with a smile while looking for change. However, just as Liu's entourage entered this small town, pigeons flew out into the sky, disseminating information. A pig butcher who was slaughtering pigs suddenly stopped his movements. His entire demeanor shifted in an instant. From a seemingly honest and hardworking pig butcher, he transformed into a ruthless killer. But the murderous aura that emanated from him was quickly concealed again, returning him to the guise of an ordinary pig butcher. Inside the brothel of the small town, there was a pimp greeting guests. After one guest passed by him, a crumpled ball of paper appeared in his hand. He removed the kerchief from his shoulder, swiftly retreated into a room, checked the content on the paper, then pulled out a fuse to burn it. He changed clothes after that, and when he walked out, he was no longer the obsequious pimp. Instead, he had transformed into a middle-aged man around 40 years old, sporting thick facial hair indicative of a rugged individual. Moreover, there were other strangers entering this small town, though they were exceedingly well disguised, blending seamlessly among common folk. In Chang'an, at this moment, storm seemed imminent. Emperor Li Shimin opened his eyes and stared at the eunuch below him. "When will Prince Qi return?" Li Shimin asked. "Your Majesty, Prince Qi is returning due to military achievements, and has already reached Hudong Prefecture, but his pace along the way hasn't been fast. Estimated time to arrive in the capital is still about a month." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin nodded and said, "How are things going with discussions between the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights? When can we expect results?" "Your Majesty, today both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights submitted a memorial. The specific details I'm not sure of yet." Chapter 204, Bestowing Favor. The eunuch standing by quickly stepped forward, found the memorials from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights, and placed them in front of Emperor Li Shimin. Li Shimin saw these memorials. He picked one up and his expression immediately turned grim. He raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the table. "Are these guys fooling around with me? After so much deliberation, they've come up with such a result?" Li Er, second, irritably threw the memorial aside, appearing somewhat angry. The serving eunuch stole a glance at Li Er, not daring to say a word or even take a deep breath. Li Shimin took a deep breath and exhaled. Li Jiao, you've been with me for so long. Tell me something about Prince Qi. Li Shimin stared at the eunuch below and asked this question. The eunuch hesitated, completely not expecting Li Shimin to ask such a question. He paused for a few seconds before hastily responding. Your Majesty, I'm unclear about this matter. But Prince Qi loves his people as if they were his children, excels in both literature and martial arts, and is most like your Majesty. After saying this, the eunuch remained silent. Hearing this, Li Shimin's already gloomy expression became even more somber. Like him, Li Shimin was fully aware of his own ambition. Although he had ordered the court historians to revise his historical records to make him appear more glorious and noble, he knew that his heart constantly burned with the desire for supremacy, longing to become the ultimate ruler. All right, I understand. Li Shimin said this, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. Both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights have suggested bestowing more land upon Prince Qi to demonstrate my grace. Prince Qi is my son. He is laid back and doesn't care for more territory. Instead, he enjoys leisurely planting flowers and making good food. As Li Er mentioned this, he remembered all kinds of delicacies presented by Li Yu. Now his life was much better than before. The estate of Prince Qi shall be expanded. Add an imperial decree written personally by myself, allow staying in the capital city, and notify the ministries of revenue, rights, and works to handle the expansion. After considering for a moment, Li Shimin opened his mouth and spoke. Imperial decree written personally, that's an enormous favor. The eunuch thought to himself. Ouch. Just as Li Yu was walking on the road, suddenly an old man fell down right in front of him. A few burly men then appeared with fierce expressions, pouncing towards the old man. Old man, are you looking for death? Just give us back our money, and we'll let you live. These burly men started punching and kicking the old man. Lu Xue indeed exclaimed in surprise. She moved closer to Li Yu and said, Your Highness, there's something strange about these people. They seem to be problematic. Protect. Master. When Heiduan noticed these people suddenly charging over, his first reaction was to protect Li Yu. Leave here. Resolve your matters elsewhere. Heiduan yelled at the approaching men with disdain. But these rushing strongmen looked ferocious. What makes you think you can yell at us? These burly men cursed at Heiduan. Just as these tough-looking men approached, they suddenly fumbled into their pockets and tossed out lime powder forcefully. Lime mixed with some other unknown substance spread towards the group, carrying a sharp smell. They began moving against everyone around simultaneously. Nearby street vendors' stalls were suddenly overturned by 7 or 8 people who threw random items towards several individuals. Their faces contorted with fierce expressions, they leapt forward immediately. Protect the prince. Heiduan and others around Li Yu immediately realized. This was clearly an assassin sent to kill him. Led by Heiduan, the personal guards surrounding Li Yu rushed forth together to face the assassins head-on, leading to an immediate chaotic fight. Lu Xue and Yu stood next to Li Yu, looking visibly shaken. From a nearby inn, a door was quietly pushed open, revealing an assassin raising a crossbow and aiming directly at Li Yu. As the assassin was about to release the bow, Li Yu suddenly raised his hand. In his hand was something shaped like a gun, pointing precisely toward the assassin. Bang! With a loud sound, a small hole appeared in the center of the assassin's forehead who remained behind the window. The assassin's eyes still retained a look of disbelief. Li Yu quickly drew his gun and fired at a shadow on the rooftop nearby. The figure was hit and tumbled off the roof. Heiduan had been battling the assassins, cutting one of them down with his blade, but upon hearing the loud bang, he couldn't help but turn around to look. He saw Li Yu holding a small, smoking lump of iron in one hand, while the shadow far away had fallen. My lord, what just happened? After seeing this, Heiduan's throat went dry, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. The assassins were also stunned, as if Li Yu simply raised the lump of iron, and the distant person fell. How could this be? Lu Xue had already witnessed Li Yu's firearm. Seeing that the soldiers were stunned, she shouted loudly. What are you all standing there for? Do you want to be killed by these assassins? This is the prince's invention. It can take down enemies from 100 paces. Lu Xue explained. Heiduan snapped back to reality and nodded hastily. Yes. Heiduan charged toward the remaining assassins, while Li Yu occasionally fired a shot to eliminate those who had the upper hand. In the end, only one assassin was captured, but this assassin took poison and committed suicide. On the streets of the small town, originally filled with people, everyone had hidden themselves. They had never seen such a grand scene. Was someone trying to assassinate this young nobleman? Could he be an important figure? These commoners thought quietly among themselves, but no one dared to come out. Li Yu rubbed his forehead. So many people have died. Go notify the local authorities so they can handle these assassins. The magistrate of the county rushed over hurriedly, followed by several head constables and dozens of bailiffs. We greet your highness, the arrival of Prince Qi. We failed to properly welcome you. Please forgive our sins. The magistrate bowed deeply and addressed Li Yu. Looking at the magistrate, Li Yu said, I didn't intend to disturb you, but as I was walking around the street, I encountered an assassination attempt. These are assassins, and this case will now be handled by your office. Chapter 205, Benefits. The county magistrate, upon hearing this, immediately broke out in a cold sweat all over his body. This was not good news for him, making him feel nothing but fear. Gu Lu, he forcibly swallowed his saliva, as if he had just heard something terrifying. This was a major case of an assassination attempt on the prince. He was merely an ordinary little county magistrate. Investigating such an affair would be akin to inviting death. This must involve clashes of power within the imperial court. The assailants dared to attempt to assassinate the prince now, and he was but a small county magistrate. Wasn't it obvious that he would inevitably die? At this thought, his whole body froze in place, and with a voice filled with trepidation, he addressed Li Yu before him. Prince, this matter is extremely grave. I am afraid my abilities are insufficient. It should be reported to the court and handled by someone experienced dispatched by the court to thoroughly investigate. Li Yu, hearing the words of the county magistrate before him, smiled wryly. Don't worry, I have a great merit awaiting you. The county magistrate, upon hearing this, revealed a look of confusion on his face which had been tense earlier. Your Highness, how so? Li Yu pointed at the county magistrate and said, Look carefully, what is this? Li Yu had the Black Shield come forward to strip the clothes off these killers. On the backs of these killers, there was actually a small tattoo. See this tattoo? This is the kind of tattoo only people from Goguryeo would have. These people from Goguryeo have suffered greatly at my hands. Thus they plan to assassinate me in secret. All you need to do is report this matter. Then the case will be settled, and you will gain promotion and wealth. Am I not offering you a great merit? Li Yu's words lit up the eyes of the county magistrate before him. He had also faintly heard some rumors lately, saying that this man before him had displayed outstanding prowess on the border, having killed countless generals from Goguryeo. Not only that, but he had also captured tens of thousands of soldiers from Goguryeo, showcasing true imperial might. Gulu, at this thought, he felt his heart suddenly stirred. Could it be that Prince Qi has some arrangement? So confident, it seems Prince Qi definitely has strategies within the court. These Goguryeo people are just chess pieces sent to their deaths. As the county magistrate considered this, numerous conjectures flooded his mind. Though he was a mere county magistrate, he was no fool. Such incidents had shaken him greatly, especially considering his past experiences in politics. Prince, I understand. I'll write a letter and submit it today. The county magistrate then addressed the bailiff nearby. Zhao bailiff, Wang bailiff, did you hear clearly what the prince said? All these are spies from Goguryeo, plotting to assassinate the prince. Record their tattoos and search throughout the town. No, the entire county. After speaking, he approached Li Yu, saying with an apologetic tone, Prince, you're too modest. We should have welcomed you. The county magistrate looked at Li Yu before him and spoke. Li Yu yawned. Someone wants to assassinate me. If I acted overly ostentatiously, wouldn't that be courting disaster? I still think I'm acting too prominently. Li Yu said, let's return. This day's affairs have truly ruined my mood. Li Yu then led his people back into their group. Afterward, everything went smoothly, seemingly without any hindrance, allowing him to smoothly return to the capital city. The Black Shield followed the team to the gates of the capital and was extraordinarily excited. Ha! I finally returned. Capital City, I'm here. Li Yu glanced at the shouting Black Shield lazily and asked, Black Shield, even when you were following Heavy Shield, weren't you less excited than this? You didn't act so excited on the battlefield. Could it be that you've never been to the capital before? Li Yu inquired. Yes, Your Highness, I indeed have never been to the capital before. The capital city is extraordinary, towering walls and bustling streets with carriages crisscrossing everywhere. How could we have seen anything like this where we lived before? Said Black Shield, unconsciously rubbing his hands together. Your Highness, from now on, I'll follow you in the capital, living luxuriously and drinking well. Black Shield subconsciously started flattering Li Yu. All right, said Li Yu, leaning back against the carriage. However, at this moment, Lu Shui picked up a piece of brushed mutton and placed it in Li Yu's mouth. Li Yu slurped the mutton straight into his stomach. Right in front of Li Yu sat a hot pot, from which steam was vigorously rising. Next to them was a plate of meat, all sliced thinly and ready to be placed into the hot pot at any moment. Gu Lu, Black Shield, looking at it, forcibly swallowed his saliva. He stared, his eyes almost diving into the hot pot. All right, I know you want some. But right now, we only have this one pot. Once we get back to the mansion, I'll have the cooks prepare for all of you. This pot is important. After all, he had used the system to produce these slices of meat. The meat had to be first sealed with ice blocks to be cut into such thin slices. Otherwise, they wouldn't be thin enough. Only the most skilled top chefs, who had mastered specific techniques, could create such dishes. Thank you, my lord. Black Shield's dark face revealed a look of relief. Since Li Yu had spoken, he knew he wouldn't be treated poorly. He couldn't wait to arrive at Prince Qi's mansion and try this delicious hot pot. That enticing color, that savory smell, and Li Yu's look of enjoyment while eating. It made him curious about what exactly this delicious food was. Huh, I knew coming to welcome Prince Qi would bring unexpected rewards. A loud voice came from afar, as a rather crude-looking man strode over. His hearty laughter immediately conveyed how straightforward he was. Black Shield, hearing this voice, instantly reacted. He raised his head and looked toward the source, his eyes filled with caution and coldness. This was clearly an expert, and the guards around him also became alert. In the capital city, there were practically no people bold enough to cause trouble for Li Yu, but if someone did, wouldn't that mean they had failed in their duties? Li Yu glanced up and saw Cheng Yaojin arriving, so he called out, Cheng, come join us for hot pot. This is a new kind of hot pot. Hee hee. Li Yu, you young man are quite disrespectful. Chapter 206, Greedy Old Cheng. If we go by seniority, you should call me uncle, not old Cheng. If we go by rank and identity, I should call you your highness, the prince. Cheng Yaojin said this, seemingly indifferent to all these titles. Immediately after Li Yu finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin nonchalantly sat in front of Li Yu. He looked at the hot pot, smelled its aroma, and his eyes lit up. Let me, old Cheng, indulge fully in the delicious taste of this hot pot. Ha! Without hesitation, he picked up the big chopsticks meant for serving meat from the hot pot and began to eat heartily. In Cheng Yaojin's hands, those chopsticks which were originally for scooping meat became perfectly normal tools for eating. Slurp. Just as Cheng Yaojin had taken a few bites, he felt a fiery sensation surge through his mouth. His entire oral cavity was set ablaze. Refreshing. This hot pot is truly refreshing. Cheng Yaojin, speaking thusly, took the water on the table and swallowed it in one gulp, displaying an expression of sheer enjoyment on his face. Liu put the meat in front of him into the hot pot. Liu, this time you've done exceptionally well, bringing glory to the Tang dynasty, making the emperor very pleased. The Goguryeo delegation can wait until the flowers wither in the capital city, yet his majesty has suppressed himself and made them wait. Huangai Suan, that rogue, thinks what of Goguryeo, ready to fight when they want to fight, and talk peace when they desire peace. As Cheng Yaojin gobbled down the hot pot, he continued grumbling about Goguryeo. Liu, watching Cheng Yaojin devour the meal with gusto, also found his appetite increasing. Leave some for me too, don't finish it all. Liu shouted towards Cheng Yaojin, who was also furiously trying to grab more food. It's not just that, is it? If there's nothing else, our father the emperor shouldn't have sent you to find me, right? Liu asked with some doubt. Heh. Cheng Yaojin chuckled. Old Cheng knows how clever Prince Qi is. The emperor has another urgent matter to discuss with you. Cheng Yaojin said, smiling broadly. Liu paused momentarily and then questioned. Why does father summon me? Simple. The emperor plans to agree to Goguryeo's requests and intends to let them sue for peace and submission. As for those prisoners, the emperor also prepares to release them in the name of generosity. When Cheng Yaojin reached this point, his actions eating the hot pot slowed down. He grinned as he observed Liu before him. This is because the emperor worries that your highness might harbor resentment. Thus, he has asked me, Old Cheng, to come speak to you. Now is not the time to launch a major campaign against Goguryeo. The emperor sent your highness out initially so you could witness the cruelty of war at the frontier and understand the brutality of these barbarian tribes, to comprehend the situation under the heaven. Who would have known, though, that with one action, you captured so many prisoners? The border defenses have stabilized. This is a grand celebration. At this point, Cheng Yaojin sighed. Goguryeo remains a serious threat, but the empire needs further pacification and there are other enemies nearby looking for opportunities. Thus, confronting Goguryeo must be put off while the empire deals with these other matters first. After Cheng Yaojin cleaned the meat from the table, he burped, saying. Liu looked at Cheng Yaojin before him, thinking, the amount this Cheng Yaojin eats is astonishing. In such a short time, he has already finished all this food. I'll make another pot of hot pot when I get back later. Liu thought. There were still too few delicacies available in the Tang dynasty. If it weren't for these foods he'd created, life here would be hard to bear. Just thinking of it, he missed the days of playing with his phone and computer. I understand. Although our great Tang has harvested abundant crops this year, it will take 2 or 3 years for the realm to become prosperous and stable. By then, our Tang soldiers will be strong and mighty, capable of conquering everything. The lingering issues with Goguryeo can be effortlessly resolved. Please inform His Majesty that I, Liu, will not harbor any resentment. Liu stood seriously and spoke earnestly to Cheng Yaojin before him. Cheng Yaojin, seeing Liu's response, sighed with relief. If Liu harbored resentment, Cheng Yaojin would indeed find it difficult to reply. Anyone who achieves such a significant victory at the border would naturally want to continue and completely crush the enemy's kingdom, establishing immortal fame. How could things now end in simply releasing tens of thousands of captives? Even though there is a shortage of silver in the national treasury currently, it's much better than the early days of the founding of the nation. Doesn't that mean war is not possible now? It's just that their majesty fears nurturing another prince with troops under his command, triggering another xuanhuan incident. Moreover, the glory of expanding territory, who can resist it? Don't be deceived by Cheng Yaojin's appearance, which might seem straightforward. In reality, he is a person with flexible thoughts and myriad ideas in his mind. After pondering for a while, he said, Prince Qi, I'll head back first. But, could I entrust you with something? Can you prepare more of this new hot pot for me? Liu nodded. When I get back, I'll have my housekeeper prepare it, and then send it over to you, Old Cheng. Cheng Yaojin somewhat embarrassingly said, this hot pot is truly delicious. If there's less, it definitely won't be enough. Could you make a bit more? Give me a few hundred packages. I'll eat it until next year, without missing a meal each day. Upon hearing this from Cheng Yaojin, Liu, who was drinking water, almost sprayed it out. With an astonished gaze, he looked at Cheng Yaojin in front of him and asked skeptically, Old Cheng, you're not joking with me, are you? This hot pot uses brand new base ingredients. It's extremely troublesome to make, and hundreds of packages would require quite a large sum of money, Liu said while rubbing his hands together. Besides, you represent His Majesty coming to visit me. Are you planning to extort me as well? Liu feigned a look of heart-wrenching pain. Others try to avoid associating with princes, but you, Old Cheng, rushed to come here. Liu rolled his eyes as he spoke. Hee. Cheng Yaojin chuckled humbly. I'm bringing it for His Majesty too. Old Cheng doesn't have any other hobbies, just a wish for some food. Would it be illegal? Your Highness, can you or can't you give it? Cheng Yaojin pleaded with impudence. Liu waved his hand and said, none left. All gone, really all gone. Don't come raiding me here. The amount of food I have isn't even enough for one person like you. You're a champion eater. Anyway, when I grow more ingredients for this new hot pot and sell it later, General Cheng, you can come and buy it then. Chapter 207, Durian. Liu's face showed a distant expression, and and Cheng Yaojin snorted. I will complain to the emperor. I'm leaving. Cheng Yaojin walked off with an apparently discontented look on his face. After he got off the carriage, his lips were still shiny with oil, and his forehead was drenched in sweat from the spiciness of the hot pot. Refreshing. Cheng Yaojin said this, completely at ease. Burp. While patting his belly, he swaggered back to his carriage. Let's go. Follow me into the palace to see the emperor, Cheng Yaojin ordered his servant, then asked after finishing his sentence. See if there is anything dirty on my face? When ministers meet the emperor, their appearance must be tidy. If not, they might be reported by the censors. Although Cheng Yaojin is a rough man, he has learned to groom himself after being complained about too many times. After seeing Cheng Yaojin leave, Liu laid back in Lu Xue's arms once more. Back to the mansion. This time, Liu returned with much lower profile. You must know, he had achieved great military merits, and the various clans in the capital would surely examine this prince. But Liu really didn't want to be the emperor, so he had to travel low-key. What's so good about being the emperor? Once you ascend, you can't eat many delicious foods, you can't have much fun. When you go out, hundreds or even thousands of people surround you. Once something happens, the first person the ministers think of is the emperor. The troubles that an emperor faces are truly countless. If the sky falls, the tall ones must support it. If Tang dynasty encounters trouble, the emperor must step up. Liu regretted somewhat whether he killed too ruthlessly in Goguryeo. What if those generals and clans support him? It was precisely for this reason that he decided to stay low-key. After Liu returned, many people came to visit him, but he refused them all, which caused much discussion among the people of the capital. What happened to Prince Qi? Why wouldn't he see anyone at this moment? Could he have some hidden intentions? Or perhaps Liu received a warning from the emperor and couldn't come out. Some well-informed individuals have already found out that Liu was visited by Cheng Yaojin right after his return, and these rumors began spreading. After hearing these rumors, Liu didn't say a word about them. He was busy handling a durian in front of him. This fruit was brought over from the south by his men. Quite a number of people gathered around to watch, but as soon as they approached, they smelled its scent. All of them took a sharp intake of breath. What's wrong with this fruit? Why does it emit such a strong smell? Could someone have stuffed poop inside? One of the servants watching commented. Whenever Liu brought out some new fruits, these servants would come to take a look. But this time, none of them approached. They eyed the fruit before them with suspicion. Only a few people seemed to be enjoying the scent, saying, "This aroma is simply amazing. Even from afar, it smells extraordinarily fragrant. How could there be such a delicacy in the world?" For a while, the discussions were rife. Liu opened the durian and said, "You all don't know, this fruit is called durian, and it's extremely delicious. Those who like to eat it consider it the best delicacy. Those who don't like it think it's the most terrible thing." Liu said, "Durians can be eaten raw, or made into durian cakes, durian breads, and durian candies." Liu laughed as he said this. Just as he was introducing it, a cheerful laugh came from outside the door. "My dear son, what tasty thing have you discovered again? Why didn't you think of your father first?" From outside the yard came the cheerful laughter of Li Shimin. "Pay respects to your majesty." All the people around Liu knelt down. "You're here, father. Why didn't you let me know earlier? I haven't prepared anything, and I fear I may offend your majesty. I pardon your sins." Li Shimin came in front of Liu, seeming to be in a very good mood. He patted Liu and looked him up and down. "I originally wanted to summon you to the palace immediately and listen to your battle stories, but then I thought about how long you've been working tirelessly, so a little delay doesn't matter. Hence, I waited for you to rest before coming to see you. You're not angry, are you?" Upon hearing Li Er's words, Liu forced a smile on his face and said, "Father, why should I be angry? Thank you for considering me." "Thank you, father." Liu responded with a smile. "Good." Li Shimin, hearing Liu's words, laughed at this point. "However, you don't need to worry. I have already ordered for Prince Qi's mansion to be doubled in size. You will live in the capital city from now on. Remember to let me know if there's any delicious food." After Li Shimin said this, he sniffed, as if he smelled some kind of delicacy. "How fragrant. What other delicious food have you obtained?" Li Shimin sniffed the air and asked. When Li Shimin said this, many present became somewhat embarrassed because quite a few thought it tasted awful. Since just moments ago someone had said that durians smelled terrible, now His Majesty himself declared that it was aromatic, which made everyone very awkward and speechless. "Hee, bring it up." Liu spoke. "Father, this is durian, originating from a small country in the southeast. Those who like it consider it the ultimate delight. Those who dislike it consider it a foul-smelling object. But I really like it," Liu said. He glanced at Li Er beside him, noticing that Li Er's eyes were already fixed on the durian before them. The durian resembled a club with its seemingly very hard shell. And under Li Er's stare, Liu felt somewhat flustered, so he hurriedly explained, "Father, this durian shell can be used to make soup. Its taste is extremely fresh." As he spoke, he began to peel open the durian. The color of the durian is bright, and the texture when eating it is also incredibly wonderful. Liu picked up a clump of durian and ate it himself. He was one of those who loved eating durians, having sent people south to investigate soon after coming to this world, finding out that durians did indeed exist here. But due to the long journey, it was almost impossible to transport them over. So, he devised a plan, exchanging to obtain the durians, and simply explaining that these were fruits from a small southern country. Chapter 208, The Determination to Rebel. "Father Emperor, this durian is extremely delicious. You may try it as well," Liu said to Li Er in front of him. Li Er looked at the fruit before him eagerly, and just at that moment, the eunuch in front of Li Er spoke up. "Your Majesty, this fruit smells rather foul. Its taste might not be right. Perhaps I should taste it first to avoid any issues for your Majesty." Li Er glanced at Li Yu in front of him, who smiled and replied, "The fruit my son personally brought. How could I not taste a bit?" His eyes locked onto the eunuch before him, keeping the eunuch rooted in place. He picked up the durian and took a bite. Where had Li Er ever tasted durian? But the aromatic flavor spread instantly through his mouth, and indeed Li Er was among the rare few who enjoyed durian. Truly an extraordinary delicacy, Li Er remarked appreciatively. "Xiuxian, you and the rest of our ministers, give it a try," Li Shimin said, addressing Cheng Yaojin, who was hiding at the back of the group. Cheng Yaojin, smelling the durian, felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. This thing seemed off when smelled. Eating it would perhaps be even worse. But why did the emperor enjoy it so much? Could his majesty be hinting at something? Cheng Yaojin approached Li Shimin, looking at the plate of durian and pondering silently. "Come, minister, take a taste." Li Shimin picked up a piece of durian and fed it into Cheng Yaojin's mouth. As soon as Cheng Yaojin bit into the durian, he instantly felt something wasn't quite right, as a strong flavor rushed into his mouth. This flavor was overpowering, causing Cheng Yaojin to instantly clutch his throat and throw up. Among those who accompanied Li Shimin, 4 or 5 people were in the same state. Only one found it exquisitely tasty. "Your Majesty, this fruit is truly difficult to swallow. Please forgive me." Li Shimin was also stunned by the scene, finding it clearly so delightful. Li Yu saw this and promptly coughed, stepping forward to say, "Father Emperor, not everyone can eat durian. Some people find durians incredibly delicious once they eat them, while others find it hard to swallow. It merely comes down to individual preferences. So please don't get upset, Father Emperor." Li Yu said. Li Er mumbled to himself, "If no one likes to eat it, I will eat it all myself. Then there won't be any need for giving rewards." Although Li Er's voice wasn't loud, it was enough to indicate his affection for this fruit. After a while, take half of these durians back to the palace," Li Shimin told the eunuch beside him. Cough. "All right, Li Yu, come with me tomorrow for the morning court assembly. By the way, the Goguryeo envoys are about to pay their respects, specifically asking to see you, this prince. Be sure not to disgrace me." Li Shimin glanced at Li Yu in front of him and said. Li Yu hearing this nodded immediately. "Yes, Father Emperor." This Li Er didn't expect him to become addicted to extorting from me. As soon as the fruits arrived, he came directly to my princely mansion. I can't believe it's not targeted. Thinking about seizing my fruit. Li Yu rolled his eyes, still putting on an act of filial piety. Li Er left with his ministers and the durians, and at this point, the servants in Li Yu's residence started to chat among themselves. How magical this durian really is. There are so many types originally. His Majesty likes it, but those ministers seem to be eating something intolerable. Looks like even with gourmet foods, not everyone prefers them, or perhaps the imperial family has peculiar tastes. Li Yu heard the murmurs and coughed. In an instant, all discussion disappeared. After watching these people leave, Li Yu laughed. These people are truly. "Shui, come organize these fruits properly. Tonight, I'll bake the durian cake myself," Li Yu ordered. "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Shui stepped forward and took the durians away. Just as Emperor Li Shimin and his entourage left the Qiwang mansion, a group of people hurried back to report to their master. Clang. Li Yu, this scoundrel, only knows how to win the favor of His Majesty using lowly means. Until now, he hasn't visited me even once. How infuriating. Li Chengxian released his anger, with only his most loyal old eunuch by his side. Seeing Li Chengxian venting his anger, the eunuch dared not utter a sound. After Li Chengxian calmed down, he drew a deep breath and asked the old eunuch nearby. "Public Grandmaster Huang, how is the situation now? Tell me about my younger brother's matters." After hearing Li Chengxian's words, the eunuch Huang immediately approached and whispered, "Your Highness, I have roughly gathered the situation. Here's what I've learned. Qiwang Mansion has recently acquired this batch of fruits from a small southern country. Based on my intelligence gathering, some say these fruits smell extremely fragrant, others claim them to be utterly foul-smelling, but they're definitely fresh fruits. Prince Qi used such rare exotic fruits before to win the emperor's favor, and now, he has also gained military achievements. According to my latest intelligence, it seems tomorrow the emperor will bring Prince Qi to the court assembly." Clang. Li Chengxian instantly became enraged, throwing the cup in his hand onto the ground, his face turning instantly red with fury. "I am criticized for indulging in rare fruits when I'm just doing what is expected of royalty. Why? Why can he get away with it?" Li Chengxian gritted his teeth and muttered sentence after sentence. At the moment, hatred towards Li Yu filled his heart completely. "What should I do?" Li Chengxian mumbled. "Perhaps, only when I truly make my own decisions will I no longer be bound by these things. Then, I can do as I please." Li Chengxian kept muttering, having already made up his mind. With determination set, his eyes were bloodshot, transforming from calm earlier into pure madness. "Li Yu, wait until I ascend the throne, and then I'll make you regret," Li Chengxian murmured. At the same time, inside the Goguryeo diplomatic guest house within the city, an envoy was staring intently at a black-robed man in front of him. "How did the task go?" "Report to you, sir. Our secret agents have scoured information about the Tang dynasty here in the capital. They've reportedly developed special rice crops that can yield more than 1,000 caddies per acre, and even nearing 2,000 caddies. Moreover, Tang's military remains always prepared, day and night, which probably means their intentions aren't benevolent. With each passing day, Tang's power continues to grow stronger. A conflict between us and Goguryeo appears inevitable." The black-robed man quickly reported his findings, causing the envoy sitting above him to frown increasingly deeply. Chapter 209, Conspiracy. Never would I have thought the situation had become so complex. This Tang dynasty truly has a vast land and many people, which is why they can cultivate so much talent and produce such a variety of rare herbs. Even rice with a yield of over 1,000 pounds per acre has appeared. With time's progression, I wonder what this place will become. This Prince Qi, Liu, is so special that following Lord Chancellor's orders is apparently impossible now. This envoy muttered, clearly feeling a headache coming on. Have you found out if Prince Qi Liu has any enemies? The envoy asked solemnly. Lord, I've recalled some relevant matters. It said that Prince Qi Liu has conflicts with xiuxian, and it seems that both parties secretly compete against each other. Lord, should we get involved? As long as we can involve ourselves in their conflict, making xiuxian our weapon to eliminate this Prince Qi, our mission will be completed, and the punishment from Lord Chancellor won't fall on us. This man in black spoke gravely. It's not going to be that simple. The envoy, rubbing his forehead, said, remember, he's an envoy from abroad. Getting involved in internal disputes within the Tang dynasty could easily drag him into trouble as well. Lord, perhaps we can use another force within this city. At this moment, the black-clothed man suggested. The envoy suddenly showed interest, his eyes lighting up as he stared at the black-clothed man before him. Tell me immediately. What force? How powerful are they? What do they need? Lord, this force is rumored to be extremely mysterious. Even now, I haven't fully understood their purpose. I've just gathered some information and learned about some related secrets. After pondering for a moment, the black-clothed man recounted everything he knew. They want money, and also our support. It seems they know we have considerable influence within the city. The envoy murmured quietly. Fine, accept their request. Whatever they plan to do, we can assist them in secret. As long as they achieve what we need, a small price to pay doesn't matter. After speaking these words, the envoy relaxed noticeably. Morning court session. Very early in the morning, Liu woke up. Of course, it wasn't by himself, but because someone in the house called him. Your Highness, it's time for the morning court session. This time the Emperor personally mentioned you. You cannot be late. Otherwise, you'll certainly incur great wrath, and then things will become troublesome. The steward kept repeating worriedly, deeply concerned that Prince Qi would lose the Emperor's favor. Liu had to rise at 4 o'clock, arriving at the gate outside by 5 o'clock. When he got there, he noticed quite a few officials already waiting, all with sleepy eyes, as though they hadn't rested well. After all, these were the top ministers of the court, and the envoys from Goguryeo had already arrived long ago. Standing there, Liu felt some heavy gazes landing on him. The envoy from Goguryeo was watching his back from afar. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? The envoy's eyes showed surprise. It seemed like he never expected Liu to look so young. His build wasn't even very robust. How had he achieved so much against the Goguryeo generals? How could this be possible? He looks somewhat slender, nothing like those usually muscular warriors. The envoy muttered to himself. Another envoy beside him, who knew more facts, explained. This Prince Qi should have been born with divine strength, and rumor has it that he practices martial arts too. He usually doesn't show anything extraordinary, but he must be extremely intelligent. Adult Gon requested that we focus on this individual and embarrass him in front of the court, specifically sending talents for us. Now is the perfect opportunity. Just wait and see. I'm curious whether he can avoid disgracing the Tang dynasty. Though we aren't a match in combat, I don't believe the same holds true when it comes to literary challenges. The envoy clenched his teeth bitterly, confident that Liu would definitely lose. Due to consuming the war god fruit, Liu's senses were highly acute, noticing the hostile glances directed at him, and thus turned to look directly at the envoy. Upon sensing Liu's gaze, the two envoys from Goguryeo abruptly looked away, avoiding direct eye contact with him. To court. Following the eunuch's voice, Liu entered the court alongside the other ministers. Once inside the court, discussions were rife among everyone, akin to a bustling marketplace. Only when Emperor Li'er arrived did the court settle down. The reason for holding the meeting today is due to a significant matter, declared Emperor Taizong. Goguryeo is willing to submit, pay tribute, and proclaim allegiance. However, they have one request. They wish to see Prince Qi to save a bit of their dignity. I wonder what thoughts the ministers have. Li'er inquired. With these words from Li'er, there was a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. Their voices carried some weight and concern. Xiuxian stood at the front, his heart full of joy. He secretly thought, finally, it has arrived. It was worth waiting so long for this moment. Liu, oh Liu, I wonder how you will escape this predicament. Soon your reputation will be severely damaged. Father still doesn't like you. Knowing that you overshadow others with your accomplishments, he wants to suppress you properly. Xiuxian quietly contemplated within himself. Such a small border country dares to act so disrespectfully toward our great Tang. For insulting the imperial majesty this way, they risk incurring the court's wrath and being wiped out. This trivial matter, I believe, will not be a problem for Prince Qi. Prince Qi is a prince who since childhood has received the finest royal education, representing the Tang dynasty. How could he not compete with Goguryeo? Our delegation holds deep respect for Prince Qi. We've heard much about his skills in both literature and martial arts, and we hope to witness them to spread the greatness and talents of the Tang dynasty back home. The envoy spoke respectfully but assertively, casting his gaze towards Liu while addressing the court. Will Prince Qi deign to give us guidance? The envoy said with an undertone of anger, directing his attention towards Liu. Yawn. Liu yawned because he hadn't fully woken up yet. Shifting his gaze to the envoy, he smiled and said, show us whatever you've got. I am a prince of the great Tang, but your tiny nations keep challenging us without restraint. Without teaching you a lesson, you won't understand pain. Our great Tang culture flourishes, yet Goguryeo, a mere speck on the map, dares to rival us? How laughable. Liu began to mock them outright. Chapter 2 10 Chain Reactions. The envoy seemed not to have expected that Liu would mock him so directly, showing no respect at all, which made the envoy feel utterly humiliated. Xiuxian, observing from above, did nothing to intervene, a smirk on his face, as if he allowed this situation to develop unchecked. You. Upon hearing Liu's retort, the Goguryeo envoy's face turned an ashen gray with fury, teeth clenched as he glared at him. How dare you insult Goguryeo like this? This envoy wanted to challenge Liu right then and there, but Liu merely scratched his ear and said, What? Do you plan to draw weapons in court? Are you my match? Besides, our Tang dynasty is the supreme celestial empire. Goguryeo is but a tiny state. It's understandable if you lack manners, but since you've come to the Tang, you ought to learn some etiquette. Otherwise, when you anger the prince, it will surely involve the ministers behind you, including your king. As Liu stared down the envoy, his aura of a war deity emerged. At that moment, an overwhelming, domineering presence radiated from him, pressing down hard on the envoy, who felt immense pressure. A look of disbelief flickered in the envoy's eyes because, just moments ago, he had felt as though Liu was about to leap upon him. His eyes were sharp like daggers, his presence mighty like a tiger. Just feeling that force made the envoy's legs go weak. Gulp! In an instant, the Goguryeo envoy retreated several steps, too frightened to move forward. Seeing this, the ministers started murmuring amongst themselves, finding great satisfaction in what they witnessed, even growing fond of Liu in the process. Liu's reputation wasn't originally good, and he didn't appear talented, but now it was evident that wasn't true. Liu possessed martial arts skills and had made significant contributions to the world. Whoever could bring more grain to the table was a hero, and Liu fit that description perfectly, making him a true hero. All right, ignorance is no sin. Sitting at his lofty position, Xiuxian calmly spoke. But what exactly do you want to compare? I'm quite curious. You've praised my son sky high, and then proposed a contest, claiming it's your custom. Whether or not this is true, I don't know. Smiling, Xiuxian continued, as if trying to see through their intentions. My lord, naturally it is as you say. If Goguryeo loses, we'll regard the opponent as a hero, wishing for more interaction. For instance, challenging each other in other areas. We want to see whether the other truly surpasses us comprehensively. Should that be confirmed, we will admit defeat. The envoy spoke logically, yet cold sweat trickled down his forehead while doing so. His eyes darted nervously. Upon seeing this step, Xiuxian didn't expose them but instead nodded, saying, If that's the case, I look forward to your better performances. After speaking, Xiuxian added, Today is the day of the assembly. All the ministers of the Tang are here, so it's a fine opportunity to showcase ourselves. The envoy hurriedly exclaimed, Thank you, your majesty. Bring out our items. Following the envoy's command, 3 horses appeared, 2 identical ones and 1 smaller horse. In reality, this task isn't very difficult. We'd like His Excellency Prince Qi to identify which among these horses is the mother of the young colt. The Goguryeo envoy cast a glance at Liu, smugness flashing in his eyes. It was an extremely challenging question, almost impossible to solve. He wanted to see how Liu would overcome this obstacle. Upon hearing the problem from Goguryeo, Liu laughed, seemingly amused by such a trivial issue. It's only this question. I thought it would be some major trouble. This is easy, Liu said confidently. Just let the horses roam free. Whichever horse the young one approaches will be its mother. Young horses seeking mothers can distinguish them naturally, even if externally they show no differences. Liu's words stunned the envoys of Goguryeo. They hadn't anticipated such a logical answer, recognizing that children inherently know their parents. Sure enough, when the horses were set free, the young horse ran towards one of the adult horses and stayed close to it. Prince xiuxian, witnessing this, was astounded. He hadn't thought that Liu would gain such fame in the imperial court. While he was still pondering ways to distinguish parent and child, Liu resolved the problem with the notion of familial bonds, a lesson deeply rooted in filial piety. Many of the ministers looked at Liu, their eyes filled with newfound admiration. Xiuxian nodded and said to the Goguryeo envoy, Now that we've determined which horse is the mother, do you agree? Your Majesty, Prince Qi is extraordinarily intelligent, unmatched by anyone I've ever seen. But the next 2 questions will be more difficult. Bring it in, the envoy commanded. Outside, someone from Goguryeo was already waiting, immediately entering with a set of linked rings. Your Majesty, this is called the linked rings, each ring intricately connected to the next. It's incredibly complex, nearly impossible for ordinary people to unravel, said to be the hardest object to open in the world. Upon seeing the device, even Xiuxian felt an overwhelming headache. This was already venturing into the art of mechanisms, a subject he had only heard about, but did not know how to resolve. Thus, he hesitated. Indeed, Goguryeo harbored ill intentions, deliberately devising numerous complicated problems, likely intending to embarrass them. Xiuxian glanced at Liu, suddenly feeling guilty towards him. Due to one oversight, they'd given these representatives from Goguryeo an advantage, and this wasn't something desirable. This thought crossed his mind. Liu, give it a try? If you fail, the ministers here will support you. Xiuxian looked at Liu as he prepared to lower his dignity and seek advice from the ministers to ensure they didn't lose. Upon seeing the linked rings, Liu laughed. This thing was far too simple. He played with something like it before. For those who had never tried it, solving it quickly would be quite challenging. But for someone who knew the trick, it was swift and easy. Liu chuckled inwardly. This is easy. Walking forward, Liu took the 9 linked rings and began toying with them. In just a few short minutes, he had already disassembled the linked rings. Not a big deal, he said with a smile. At this moment, the ministers were utterly stunned, seeming unable to believe what they'd just witnessed. How is this possible? Chapter 211, Solving the Puzzle. Li Xiuxian, upon witnessing this scene, had already clenched his fists tightly in the shadows. The veins on his hands bulged as he was filled with extraordinary anger. He hadn't anticipated that Liu, without suffering any loss, had effortlessly answered the question posed. Is this problem really so easy? Li Xiuxian doubted it. Instead, he wondered if the Goguryeo representatives had already been swayed by Liu, which explained their actions. An intentional move? Li Xiuxian's face twisted in frustration. He lowered his head, trying hard to hide his distorted expression from anyone, especially Emperor Taizong Li Shimin sitting above. It must be that Liu has beaten Goguryeo into submission. That's why they've suddenly made such an unreasonable demand. It's all for show. Liu's martial prowess is ferocious, and in wisdom, he matches no one, truly a great scholar. But in reality, these are all just cunning strategies. Compared to real talent, what are these worth? Li Xiuxian thought bitterly. Suddenly, he considered something even more frightening. Why had Emperor Taizong agreed to Goguryeo's request? Could this have been implied consent from his father? After pondering this, Li Xiuxian raised his head to look at Li Shimin. There sat Li Shimin, expressionless but with a slight trace of amusement in the corner of his eyes, as though foreseeing this outcome. How infuriating! Staring at Li Shimin's unmoving figure, Li Xiuxian's hatred engulfed his reason. Quickly, he connected all the dots, suspecting this might be Li Shimin's plan to depose him, gradually building up Liu's reputation to make it easier to replace him later. After all, Li was too much like Li Shimin. Huff, huff. Li Xiuxian lowered his head, no one knowing exactly what he was thinking. Smiling mischievously, Liu held the interlocking rings in his hand and said, apart from this method, I know another way to solve it. The Goguryeo envoy observing this scene from afar changed expressions dramatically. They exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? How can there possibly be more solutions to this in the world? Liu glanced at them and smiled faintly. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After saying this, he threw the interlocking lock onto the ground. As Liu heavily smashed it against the floor, the ring was instantly shattered into pieces. You? How dare you? The envoys from Goguryeo cried out in alarm. Liu looked coldly at these envoys from Goguryeo and said indifferently, some things must be achieved through clever means, some require direct action. Goguryeo is just a small nation. In terms of soldiers and generals, do you surpass Tang dynasty? And when it comes to talented scholars, can you rival us? Liu coldly sniffed. My father is called the Heaven Khan by many nations. Countless countries come to pay homage because of his kindness. Yet, your cunning tricks will ensure that your country ends up like this broken lock, eradicated from the world entirely. Said Liu coldly, sniffing once more. Heaven Khan. Emperor Taizong, initially watching Liu's performance, felt it somewhat exaggerated. However, when Liu proposed this title officially in the court, it caused a commotion. Khan was the title for leaders of barbaric tribes, while Heavenly Khan symbolized a Khan representing the heavens, ruling over those wild tribes. Taizong found this title extremely satisfying, making him feel that Liu had become more likable. Not allowed. Li Xiuxian stepped forward loudly proclaiming, our father, the emperor, is the son of heaven, the true heir, the emperor, not some heavenly Khan. Khan is the title of barbaric tribes. How can it compare in nobility with our Confucian tradition's imperial title? Li Xiuxian rebuked Liu, exuding righteousness. Liu found this irritating. Li Xiuxian was going too far. He had merely wanted to flatter his father to keep him happy and avoid future troubles. Why did you need to intervene now? Seeing Li Xiuxian step out, Liu remained silent. As Li Xiuxian continued his impassioned speech, he failed to notice Li Shimin's complexion growing increasingly worse, almost steel-like in its pallor. What Li Shimin desired was to be remembered as an emperor for the ages, and everything he did was aimed at immortalizing his name. Thinking of this, he was now filled with rage. Li Xiuxian was deliberately opposing him, acting too foolishly. As Li Shimin's expression darkened further, it became obvious to everyone that something was amiss. Cough, cough. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin coughed twice and hastily called out, Your Majesty, Heavenly Khan is indeed the title used by those uncivilized regions to refer to Your Majesty. When old Cheng was in the borderlands, I heard these people use it. This term has spread very widely. It seems they all know of Your Majesty's renown and hold you in the highest regard, Cheng Yaojin added. After saying that, he gave Li Xiuxian a nudge. Prince, stop talking. Li Xiuxian felt a tug and only now realized his mistake, turning toward Cheng Yaojin with some surprise. His heart suddenly raced as he sensed something was amiss. Li Shimin let out a cold snort, and the sound reached Li Xiuxian's ears. Lifting his head, he saw Li Shimin's angry expression and knew he had said the wrong thing, drawing his father's wrath. All right, bring out your last item. Li Shimin addressed the Goguryeo envoys. The final item is a box, perfectly square, entirely made of interlocking mechanisms, without any switch. There's only a wooden square in the center of the box inside. How do we open it? The envoy felt the immense pressure of the court gathering on him as sweat began trickling down his forehead. He feared that Li Shimin might fly into a rage and order him executed. But even amidst warfare, messengers were not killed. He thought he should be safe and wiped the sweat off his face. Everyone, take a look, Li Shimin suggested. Prince Chi, can you solve it? Li Shimin asked Liu with a gaze filled with doubt. Li Yu stepped forward, took the object, and examined it briefly. Wow, it seems such advanced mechanisms already existed at this time. In his hands was a relatively complex mechanism he had seen designed later in Tiangong Kaiwu. This mechanism first required twisting externally to activate internal parts, causing the wooden block to transform into a key. Chapter 212, Li Er's request. Your Highness, Prince Qi, if it cannot be opened, perhaps we could let other ministers give it a try. The envoy from Goguryeo smiled and spoke up. Father Emperor, I hope that I may have a try. Li Xiuxian said this way, confident as before when Li Yu effortlessly solved the problem. He believed he was not inferior to Li Yu. Even if it took more time, he accepted it. He could not allow Li Yu to gain so much admiration. Li Yu looked at Li Xiuxian, who suddenly ran out to grab the limelight. He paused for a moment and thought secretly. Do you even need to snatch such admiration? This is no easy task. Even I had to recall things in detail to solve it. But Li Yu didn't want to hog the spotlight anymore. Thinking that Li Xiuxian might know how to do it, he hurriedly replied. If elder brother wants to try, why don't you take a shot? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin lifted his head and looked over. Seeing that Li Yu was also recommending Li Xiuxian, he thought, could it be that this son of mine knows how to crack it? Humph, I seem to get overly angry just now. Let's give him a chance. With this thought, Li Shimin's mood calmed down. All right, let you open it. These Goguryeo people showed slight changes in their faces, with serious looks appearing in their eyes as they focused on Li Xiuxian. At this point, their hearts were heavy with despair. They never expected that what they thought was honorable would turn out to be so easily cracked by Tang royalty. Merely a prince stepping forward could solve their toughest problems. Huff, huff. Just as these Goguryeo people were losing confidence, Li Xiuxian froze in place. What kind of trickery is this? When Li Xiuxian first touched this mechanism, he started working on it with full confidence. 10 minutes later, sweat dripped down from his forehead. Half an hour later, his complexion turned deathly pale. Up until now, he couldn't figure out any critical points. Doubt began filling his heart. How did this get solved? A half hour passed quickly. By now, even the ministers noticed something amiss. Why hasn't Li Xiuxian opened it yet? They witnessed this scene with puzzlement. Did Li Xiuxian lack a solution? Then why had he deliberately taken up the challenge? SSSS. What is going on? Murmuring amongst themselves, their confusion grew heavier. Humph, it seems like you can't handle this. These envoys from Goguryeo gained courage, openly mocking them. As Li Shimin's face darkened more and more, Li Yu stepped forward saying, Who says? My royal elder brother was only playing a joke on you. Li Yu gave Li Xiuxian a look, but whether intentionally or not, Li Xiuxian's eyes refused to meet Li Yu's. This forced Li Yu to act himself. Grabbing the mechanical cube firmly, Li Xiuxian used a lot of force, gripping the square tightly, refusing to let go. But Li Yu's strength was tremendous. With a slight effort, he easily wrested the wooden cube away, taking it into his hand smoothly. With a strong shake, followed by a few twists, the wooden cube instantly opened, revealing a clear and bright gem inside. This gem appeared perfectly cut, radiantly translucent. Tisk, Li Yu made a TSK sound. Just this. With Li Yu's words, the faces of the Goguryeo envoys instantly turned pale. Similarly, Li Xiuxian's complexion turned white too. He lost face greatly in front of Li Shimin, making him brim with resentment. Cursed. That's what Li Xiuxian was thinking inside. Looking at Li Yu, he wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh, peel off his skin, and drink his blood. Dark-minded people always have dark thoughts. When trouble comes, they never look inward. Instead, they blame others. When Li Shimin saw that Li Yu solved the problem, he increasingly became dissatisfied with Li Xiuxian. Despite his extreme dissatisfaction, he remained silent, merely opening his mouth to say, Gongsun Wuji, handling of the negotiation will be left to you. Good. Next, we'll deal with Prince Qi's reward. It was due to Li Yu's victory over Goguryeo on the border, gaining benefits. Reward Prince Qi, 1,000 taels of gold and theft land, 1,000 qing of fertile fields. As the reward was bestowed, many ministers were shocked. The reward was simply too generous, especially since one could remain in the capital permanently. Could it be that the crown prince is really going to be changed? Many ministers thought in their hearts. After all, many of them had been following Li Shimin since the xuanhuan incident, and they naturally knew that this emperor had always believed that under no circumstances should his own bloodline be involved in such killings. Li Yu quickly thanked for the grace. After the court session ended, many ministers immediately surrounded Li Yu. These people were all flattering him, but these were only the common ministers. Some truly powerful ministers merely glanced from afar. They did not approach. These people all carried solemn expressions and remained silent. In their hearts, they were calculating the future of their families. Now that His Majesty was having such thoughts, could it be that heaven was about to change? If heaven truly changed, how would they position themselves? Or, should they try to alter this trend? Li Yu wanted to keep a low profile, but with so many people surrounding him, even if he wanted to be humble, he couldn't. He hurriedly said, Thank you all, but I really have important matters at hand. I must take my leave. Just as Li Yu finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd, a eunuch hurried over. Prince Qi, receive the imperial edict. The eunuch proclaimed, Imperial order. Li Yu is summoned to meet the emperor. I receive the edict, your majesty. Li Yu promptly responded. After receiving the decree, he followed the eunuch, heading directly towards the palace. In no time, they arrived at Emperor Li Shimin's hall. It seemed that Li Shimin was in a somewhat foul mood. Seated above, he sighed. Li Yu, if it weren't for you saving him this time, this unworthy son would have truly thought he has great talent and could solve these problems. Li Shimin clenched his teeth as he spoke. Father Emperor, perhaps this matter. Enough. No need to explain further. This isn't your fault. He has disappointed me too much. Li Shimin interrupted. I've decided to let you help me manage part of the state affairs. Li Yu, are you willing? Li Shimin stared at Li Yu and asked. Chapter 213, Strategy. Li Yu heard Emperor Li Shimin's words and was instantly stunned. This. He swallowed hard, then hurriedly said. Father Emperor, maybe let elder brother come. I have no experience so far, I don't want to. As Li Yu spoke these words, he sneaked a glance at Li Shimin. Li Shimin's eyes seemed cold and devoid of emotion, but in Li Yu's view, it appeared that Li Shimin was trying to trick him. Li Yu immediately thought of some matters concerning Li Shimin. This man could be said to be full of suspicions. If the emperor became dissatisfied, he might directly demote the prince. The reason was very simple. His suspicion was too heavy. Now asking him to handle state affairs. On one hand, Li Yu did not want to get involved. On the other hand, he had significant concerns. If he accidentally took up the position, there would be a high chance he might not be able to step down. At this thought, Li Yu became extremely nervous. Father Emperor, I only wish to focus on flowers and plants, to cultivate fruits and vegetables, allowing the commoners of Tang dynasty to have more dishes and not go hungry. Father Emperor, I can offer you many delicacies, establishing countless merits. You shouldn't make me work this hard. National affairs are far too exhausting. I truly have no interest. Li Yu loudly shouted as he looked at Li Shimin, genuinely having no desire for such responsibilities. What's good about being an emperor? An emperor must handle all these matters daily, needing to scheme with ministers, without a moment of leisure. These tasks were too arduous, not fit for humans. Humph. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Li Shimin let out a humph. His previously tensed face now became somewhat amused. You young man, even when asked to share some responsibilities with your father emperor, you refuse. Fine, I won't trouble you. In the future, anything I command, you must do well. And catch up on your studies. Don't become a prince who knows nothing. I see your cleverness clearly. This time you gave Goguryeo quite a public humiliation. Li Shimin babbled on, clearly satisfied with his son's performance. Li Yu heard Li Shimin's words, then rubbed his hands together while smiling, saying, Father Emperor, in truth, I'd rather live outside the capital city. It is too tiring to attend the morning court sessions. Please allow me to just be a carefree prince. Let my elder and younger brothers take care of the matters. Li Yu shouted thus. Humph. Li Shimin cast a puzzled glance at Li Yu, noticing there was not a speck of pretense on the young man's face, relaxing slightly within himself. This Li Yu was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also worthy of being his son. No. Li Shimin smiled brightly as he watched Li Yu and declared cheerfully. Originally, I didn't plan for you to attend court sessions, but you're trying to slack off yourself. As a member of the imperial family, you should understand that we carry an unshirkable responsibility towards the empire. From now on, you will attend the grand court meetings, those small ones you may skip. In an instant, Li Yu's face dropped into despair. Why did he open his mouth? The result of his impudence has arrived. He feared he would now have to wake up early often from here on. He truly wanted to sleep until noon. As a prince, still facing such torment, life was too painful. Li Yu silently lamented. Seeing Li Yu's display, Li Shimin suddenly laughed. You're already like this, how refreshing. That's it, you can leave first, said Li Shimin. Only after this did Li Yu withdraw. Li Shimin held in his hand a memorial documenting Li Yu's actions on the border, and his expression turned grave momentarily. Just after Li Yu stepped out of the study, an old eunuch rushed over behind him, smiling on his weathered face. Prince Qi, could you please slow down? This old servant cannot keep up anymore. The old eunuch said by Li Yu's side. After hearing his words, Li Yu turned around and looked. Li Yu looked at the eunuch before him, taking 2 steps back because he sensed an intense presence from this eunuch. It was an exceptionally powerful aura, resembling the sun in Li Yu's eyes. Li Yu even noticed the vast amount of true energy circulating continuously within the eunuch's body, akin to rolling rivers. Cough cough. As the old eunuch drew near, he smiled at Li Yu. Master eunuch, who might you be? Why haven't I seen you before? Approaching Li Yu, the old eunuch grinned faintly and said, Prince Qi, naturally you wouldn't know my name. After all, I am an old man who has stayed hidden within this palace. In fact, His Majesty asked me to come and see Prince Qi for a reason, the old eunuch continued. Li Yu's gaze fell on the old eunuch, showing some seriousness. This old eunuch was no ordinary being, and not someone to easily provoke. Taking a deep breath, Li Yu said, Master eunuch, here is a small token of appreciation. Then, Li Yu pulled out a silver ingot and pushed it towards the eunuch. Prince Qi, your gesture is unnecessary. As one who serves His Majesty, I will not accept your money. I'm simply here because His Majesty wanted me along, to observe you. Since I am also proficient in the art of physiognomy, let me take a look at you, Prince Qi. The old eunuch explained with an even tone. Upon hearing these words from the eunuch, Li Yu's eyes immediately hardened, sharp as ever, locking firmly onto the old eunuch. Do you think I believe something as trivial as that? You are a world-class master. Even 10 of me couldn't possibly stand against you. Are you still trying to conceal your true abilities? At this remark, the boiling energy in Li Yu surged even further, making Qin feel a bit taken aback. Unbelievable. You, my lord, truly are a top-tier expert. I wonder how you managed to cultivate to such a level. Qin questioned as the next moment, he struck. He resembled a reclusive ultimate master who had always kept his strength under wraps. Now, though, he didn't wish to hide any longer and aimed to display his genuine power. In an instant, he attacked with a single palm strike. An intense surge of energy rushed directly toward Li Yu. Chapter 214. Testing within the palace. Li Yu felt this surge of energy and immediately stepped back. Here in the palace, you dare to make a move. Who instructed you? After Li Yu saw Qin the eunuch move, he could instantly sense a strong aura emanating from him, fierce and terrifying. He stood there as if a war god had descended. As soon as his eyes opened, a killing aura of the war god was evident. His gaze fell on Qin the eunuch, and he felt his blood boiling, as if something had been activated inside him. His eyes started to turn slightly red. A powerful energy surged out from his body, and Li Yu rushed towards him instantly. Boom. At the moment the two exchanged blows, Li Yu felt this true energy rushing into his body, but it did no damage. Instead, it carried some nourishing properties. It seemed that Qin the eunuch had no intention of harming him at all. He merely wanted to test him, to gauge how much strength Li Yu truly possessed. Li Yu noticed that after Qin the eunuch received his palm strike, he retreated 4 or 5 steps and stepped firmly on the ground, as if sensing something. Heaven-born divine power, enhanced even further by training, his strength has become extraordinary. Qin the eunuch looked at Li Yu with astonishment and exclaimed, I originally thought your abilities, your highness, were already impressive. But now it seems they're not just good, they're astonishing. No need to fight anymore. It's clear your highness indeed crushed the Goguryeo generals, said Qin the eunuch gravely. Now, Crown Prince Qi still refuses to believe. Am I actually sent by His Majesty? If I really wanted to make a move, earlier I would have detonated the energy inside your body. Even if I couldn't kill you, your highness would have suffered serious injuries. Every time there was a chill in the air, you'd probably have to lie in bed near the fireplace. Master Qin, your strength is indeed formidable. I must admit I greatly underestimated you before. Li Yu nodded as he spoke, sighing. So, Master Qin, what martial arts do you practice? Can you teach them to me? Li Yu asked the eunuch in front of him. Highness, martial arts are not something anyone can learn just because they want to. Our family's martial art has restrictions. One must cut off their male root to practice it. Do you really want to learn it, your highness? Damn, Li Yu jumped when he heard that. There's more, highness. When you come to the palace in the future, you don't need to worry. There will be no reckless hands being raised here in the palace. Our dynasty is completely different from others. The emperor has an extraordinary ability, and the palace has been fortified like a copper wall of iron. We servants absolutely won't cause any embarrassment to His Majesty. Do you understand what I mean? Qin, at this point, only turned and retreated. Your highness, you can rest assured. The emperor fears you might fall under the influence of wicked people, so he sent me. Qin's voice came from afar, his figure getting smaller and smaller until it disappeared entirely. Li Yu took a deep breath, looking in the direction Qin had departed, his eyes revealing a solemn look. He had only used 1/10 of his power. But even this fraction of his strength was shocking to the world. When he wasn't using the power of the war god fruit, he was almost indistinguishable from a normal person, so it didn't appear particularly strange. Qin claimed to be testing, but in reality, he had a deadly resolution. If Li Yu had shown signs of suspicious abilities, there was a high likelihood he would have been killed on the spot. Father, it seems you're very worried that I might plot against you, which is why you sent Qin over. But the truth is, I have no such ambition at all. Li Yu sighed regretfully. In fact, I'd rather just be a carefree prince. Isn't it wonderful being such a prince? Why bother fighting over all those messy things? Saying this, Li Yu left. Soon, a eunuch arrived where Li Yu had left, noticing the floor tiles underfoot were cracked. They quickly replaced them. The Goguryeo envoy looked at the black-clad man in front of him, his face pale with anger. He never expected he would end up suffering such a great loss. Under the tight pressure of the Tang dynasty's renowned ministers, the negotiation was utterly disarrayed. He simply couldn't win against them. Damn, this envoy already knew what awaited him upon his return, yet he dared not betray. Because if he were to betray, his entire family would likely face misfortune. He couldn't let them be placed in danger. He alone has suffered enough from this predicament, and there might still be a way out. What about those people's response? Are they willing to cooperate with us? Tell them that as long as they are willing to cooperate with us, I will give them great benefits. I won't let them down. We are also very dissatisfied with this dynasty, said the Goguryeo envoy. Good, messenger, I'll go find them immediately. One of them stood up and was about to leave. But before they left, laughter came from outside the door. Haha, no need to look for us, we've already arrived. A black-clad figure entered from the doorway, wearing a tiger head mask, his whole person hidden in the shadows. When he walked in, he gave a slight smile. I know what you want to say, I also know what you intend to do. But please believe me, our interests are aligned. We agree to your demands. We will help you kill Crown Prince Qi. Such a person does not deserve to exist in this world. The Tang dynasty cannot produce another Li Shimin, otherwise it will truly become the Li family empire, the black-clad figure said. There was an unquestionable arrogance in his words. It seemed as though the current Tang dynasty did not belong to the Li family at all. The Goguryeo envoy looked at this unexpected visitor before him and broke into a cold sweat. How had these people arrived here? After all, within the Goguryeo delegation, there existed an elite dark army. Each one was an extraordinary expert at both assassination and covert operations. Yet, none of them detected the intrusion. This seemed quite exaggerated. Could their subordinates have already been neutralized? Or had they all defected to the other side? Was there some scheme used by the opponent that facilitated such swift access? While the envoy was doubting this, the black-clad figure sat down before him. Chapter 215, Little Turtle. Rest assured, our thoughts are completely different from yours. The power we possess far surpasses yours, said the man in black calmly. The reason we want to cooperate with you is that we intend to borrow your methods to do some things because only you can ensure safety. The man in black looked at the envoy in front of him, gently turning his teacup with an indeterminate expression. Of course, you can shout loudly now and see if anyone outside can respond to you. But I suggest you'd better not do it this way, because then we would no longer be partners, but enemies. Our approach to enemies won't be very kind. The man in black lifted his head and looked at the envoy in front of him and smiled lightly. But in the envoy's eyes, this smile was like a demon's. What exactly are you going to do? If it were just about killing Li Yu, you shouldn't have gone to such great lengths. The envoy said fearfully, seemingly quite terrified. Of course, responded the man in black as he stared at the envoy. That's because we need to showcase our strength, otherwise you might think we're weaklings, which wouldn't facilitate smooth cooperation. At this point, he twisted his shoulders. This was their sincerity. There's a pill inside this bottle. Anyone who consumes this pill, no matter how strong they are, will lose the ability to use their true abilities. Even someone with naturally immense strength would likely become weak as a chicken. You figure out a way to make Li Yu ingest it, and we'll find a way to kill him. Understand? The man in black glared at the envoy and released a cold intent for murder through his eyes, as if he would take his life if the envoy refused. I agree. The envoy seemed to have lost all spirit, lowered his head, and accepted the pill placed in front of him, holding it in his hand. He opened the bottle and sniffed it lightly. He instantly felt a rush of restlessness in his blood, as though his strength had disappeared. When he looked up again, he discovered that everyone was gone. Apart from his subordinates, he hurriedly chased after them, but found nothing outside, as if he had been dreaming. Master, perhaps this Tang dynasty really holds unfathomable secrets. Your plans might bring unimaginable calamities to us Goguryeo people, murmured the envoy, appearing half-dazed. As soon as Li Yu returned to Prince Qi's mansion, Lu Xue greeted him immediately, her face changing suddenly. Prince, what happened? Did you clash with some expert? I sense there's a flow of true energy within your body. This true energy doesn't seem harmful. It moves through your body and continuously nurtures it, enhancing your strength significantly and allowing it to last for a month. In the next second, Lu Xue's expression turned extremely serious, for she had noticed that the soles of Li Yu's shoes had cracked, seemingly under immense pressure. Master, what exactly happened? How did your shoes end up like this? I understand now. You must have been beaten into this condition by that powerful person? Is there really still someone in the capital city capable of harming you? Lu Xue asked with a pained expression. Hearing these words, Li Yu widened his eyes. He realized that Lu Xue had misunderstood, thinking he had been injured by someone who injected true energy into his body, probably leaving some severe damage behind. Li Yu acted as though he were genuinely hurt, and said to Lu Xue, my back feels slightly sore. I think I was injured during our confrontation earlier. There might be bruises forming inside my body. Massage me quickly. Li Yu lay on the chair with his back facing upwards, seemingly preparing to be massaged. Lu Xue immediately began to massage Li Yu. When she touched him, Li Yu revealed a look of enjoyment. Lu Xue was also an expert, and clearly understood the condition of an injury. Li Yu was undoubtedly lying, merely deceiving her to give him a massage. Lu Xue let out a cold snort. She immediately increased the force of her hands, causing Li Yu considerable pain. Hey, trying to murder your own husband. Li Yu cried out loudly. Lu Xue's face instantly turned red. She struck Li Yu's back hard, somewhat angrily saying, how improper you behave. If my younger brother hears this, he'll definitely fight with you to death. You're bullying me. Lu Xue let out another cold snort and increased the force even more. I was just pulling your leg. Besides, it's not that easy between you and me. At this moment, Lu Xue put a little strength into her massage, and Li Yu felt an instant tingling sensation in his back, along with a bit of pain. Your Highness, do you like it? After the pain passed, Li Yu immediately felt a wave of relief flash through his back, making him feel extraordinarily refreshed. Li Yu fell asleep instantly. Not long after, a girl quietly walked into the room. It was Yu. She entered the room with a smile on her face. Is he sleeping? And Yu said, wait, don't move. I'm going to draw a little turtle on his face. I wonder if he'll really get angry. And Yu said with a grin as she started drawing on his face, quickly sketching out a little turtle. And Yu laughed smugly. The next second, however, and Yu found herself suddenly embraced by a pair of arms. Shocked, she quickly tried pushing Li Yu away. But Li Yu held her tightly and grinned wickedly, saying, now the two of you can't escape. Tonight, you'll both stay with me. Li Yu chuckled mischievously. There's no way you're leaving the mansion tonight. Do you think you can have me? As a princess, my status is noble and far from ordinary, certainly not someone who can be had so easily. And Yu retorted angrily, looking slightly upset. You dare. The next moment, and Yu's serious expression turned into laughter due to Li Yu's antics. All right, let me go. I've heard a rumor within the city. It's about you. Someone intends to harm you. And Yu urgently informed Li Yu, causing him to immediately stop what he was doing and look at her seriously. Against me, whoever it is has great audacity. Li Yu, seasoned by battlefield experiences, had transformed, now exuding an air of dominance. Chapter 216, Expectations of a Fair Lady. Someone from Goguryeo? Li Yu said this, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he really resembled a king, as if ready to rule over all under heaven. Lu Xue, seeing Li Yu's expression before her, suddenly felt her heartbeat accelerating. Her face turned red like a monkey's bottom, and she quickly turned her head away, no longer looking at Li Yu. Only then did her mood calm down. And Yu nodded solemnly. She knew more details, but she couldn't reveal them. Her identity was different. She loved Li Yu, or else she wouldn't be like this. Li Yu looked at Yu's conflicted expression, stretched out his hand, gently stroked her head, and smiled as he told her, I see. Don't worry, everything is fine with me. I will investigate this matter clearly, and I won't let anything happen to you. Li Yu pondered thoughtfully. At this moment, Yu suddenly spoke up. Li Yu, I don't want you to encounter trouble. I hope you choose to do more meaningful things, such as attaining greater power. Yu softly held Li Yu's hand and whispered quietly. Her voice carried an undertone of longing. I originally had little confidence in you, not knowing what our future would be. But now I know it. Your and my future shouldn't just end here. Saying this, Yu revealed a solemn expression. I want us to have a future together, and I hope you can have even more possibilities ahead. When Li Yu heard this, his body stiffened for a moment. He actually harbored similar thoughts, but he was also well aware that if he advanced further, that position would mean what? The crown prince. In truth, he didn't even wish to become the emperor, and besides, he could not forcibly alter history. Because of this, there was little he could actually accomplish. Li Yu looked at Yu and saw yearning mixed with intense desire in her eyes. It seemed she sincerely hoped Li Yu could change these circumstances. Li Yu deeply inhaled and exhaled sharply. I love you. Isn't that obvious? Father Emperor is still young right now, so advancing further for me is simply impossible. Speaking thus, he carried a sense of melancholy. Our xiuxian tradition dictates that the throne should go to the legitimate first son. Nowadays, my brotherly xiuxian is already the crown prince, so my chances of becoming the crown prince are slim to none. Besides, I don't harbor any ambitions toward that position. As the Prince of Qi, I have no problems marrying you because I love you. Li Yu whispered lowly to Yu before him. Yu, hearing Li Yu's words, only felt her heartbeat quicken and her face flush crimson. Still, she recalled her original reason for coming. But if your status isn't high enough, our relationship will face more challenges. Upon saying this, some pain lingered in her heart. Yu stood up, gazed at Li Yu, and said, think about it again before responding. If you're willing, I will fully support you. If you're not willing, I'll be heartbroken. Yu declared thusly. She wasn't just an ordinary princess. Her arrival here wasn't merely to stay in the capital either, but for something far more significant. To be with Li Yu, Yu needed Li Yu to rise further. Only then could their relationship become recognized publicly, announcing to all under heaven that they were a couple. Lu Xue watched as Yu left. She quickly advised, Your Highness, you shouldn't be mad at Princess Yu. Her feelings for you are real, and you should treat her better. I believe what Princess Yu said makes perfect sense. Your Royal Highness, given your exceptional background, shouldn't settle for mediocrity. At least everyone in the entire capital city knows how worthless Li Xianxia has been. Even though His Majesty ordered the matter not to be disclosed, too many people talk behind closed doors. Now everyone's discussing how Li Xianxia failed while trying to solve the third problem, disgracing the Tang dynasty. People everywhere say that Your Highness is the most suitable heir to the throne. Recently, numerous ministers have sent letters requesting your involvement, yet you've ignored them and even locked yourself inside the palace. That's wrong. Li Yu, hearing Lu Xue's advice, coldly snorted and remarked, Xue, when has it ever been your turn to criticize me? After hearing Li Yu's harsh tone, Lu Xue gritted her teeth, but avoided meeting his eyes, looking instead somewhere else. The imperial throne, do you think it's so easily obtained? Even if one Li Xianxia goes down, do you think I would ascend without challenge? Li Yu massaged his forehead, seemingly experiencing a headache. In this world, things aren't always black and white. Sometimes, even if I have ideas in this regard, I can't take any action. Sometimes, matters of the realm depend on destiny. Li Yu knew his situation well. As a person with a system, he was destined never to ascend to the imperial throne. If he altered history, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for him. And though these thoughts ran through his mind, he couldn't verbalize them. Lu Xue said softly, Your Highness, what you've said in the past might have been acceptable, but now, you're different. Now that you've achieved such military accomplishments, people outside already talk about how your strength matches the legendary war god Li Yuanba. And while others may not know, Your Highness, I do. I can discern the aura. I can see the dense purple aura surrounding you. You're completely different from anyone else. Lu Xue murmured softly, her voice tinged with longing. I truly hope, Your Highness, that you can go further. Your talent shouldn't be confined to this small estate. It should be showcased before all people. Your abilities can make the whole world recognize you. Lu Xue whispered gently, her tone filled with anticipation. Inadvertently, she gripped Li Yu a bit too tightly, causing a momentary pain throughout his body. Haha, you're using too much force, too much force. Li Yu called out. Fine, Your Highness, you'll just have to massage yourself today. I'm leaving. I'm angry. Lu Xue spoke irritably, looking at Li Yu. Oh come on, don't go. Weren't you massaging just fine? Why leave so quickly? Li Yu shouted in her direction. Leaving only her silhouette, Lu Xue turned and walked out of the room without looking back. Li Yu lay down on the bed with a headache, rubbing his forehead. What's good about being an emperor? Every day involves scheming and intrigue. Nothing compares to the joy of tilling fields, growing various fruits and vegetables. What I need to do is change the Tang dynasty. Rice production has already increased significantly. Chapter 217, Disguise. The Tang dynasty is now very close to the golden age. Why do you insist on dragging me into that whirlpool? You may not know, but I do. Li Xianxian was eventually deposed, and then Li Ji, who did not compete or fight, finally ascended to the throne. Why did Emperor Taizong choose him as emperor? Because he didn't fight for it. What happened to the princes who fought for it? Did any of them have a good end? Li Yu muttered to himself. Emperor Taizong's heart is extremely cruel. I know this very well. Li Yu thought about how Emperor Taizong seemed to want him to succeed to the throne, giving him important responsibilities. Neither option was a good one. Gulping. Thinking about this, Li Yu swallowed his saliva. No wonder recently, I feel like Emperor Taizong has been looking at me with a strange expression, fearing that he wants me to inherit the throne. Isn't this making me go die? Can the throne be touched? It seems I've shown too much brilliance recently, drawing Emperor Taizong's attention. I mustn't let xiuxian ruin everything by rebelling either. If he really revolts, won't I suffer? I need to get along well with Li Ji. But my younger brother is still too young, and there's a risk he will misunderstand me. This kid also seems deep in thought, perhaps thinking I want to harm him. I should appear more frivolous, and find something to act upon. Li Yu began to ponder, and decided to sort out all these situations, and make sure he remained as low-key as possible, avoiding standing out. As an ancient saying goes, the tree that rises above the forest will be felled by the wind. How true it is. At the Grand Court Assembly, Li Xiuxian's face appeared particularly dim. He looked exceedingly dissatisfied, occasionally shooting Li Yu a fierce look with eyes that seemed like knives cutting into Li Yu's face. This made Li Yu quite annoyed. Then, a loyalist of Li Xiuxian spoke up first. Your Majesty, there are reports accusing Prince Qi Li Yu of proposing an attack on Goguryeo during his tenure at the border, escalating military operations into Goguryeo territory, which led to thousands of deaths and displacement of tens of thousands of civilians. This is indeed a grave offense. Your Majesty, current border affairs affect countless lives. Please make clear investigation. The censor shouted and immediately knelt down. Just before, Emperor Taizong had been delightedly discussing things. Upon hearing these accusations, his face turned cold. Li Yu naturally understood Taizong's mind. He loved great achievements and greatly disliked Goguryeo. His ambition was to surpass previous emperors. What Emperor Xuanhuan of Sui failed to achieve, Emperor Taizong intended to accomplish. Now this censor suddenly targeted him, seemingly affecting him personally. In reality, it would anger Emperor Taizong more since Li Yu managed to capture tens of thousands of Goguryeo soldiers, a remarkable accomplishment. Li Xiuxian had walked right into trouble. Li Yu glanced at Li Xiuxian, noticing his smug smile. It seemed as if he was silently bragging. I've got you. You'll see. Li Yu even deciphered these words from Li Xiuxian's lip movements. This realization left Li Yu somewhat troubled. With a long breath, Li Yu shook his head lightly. Your Majesty, I shall make my appeal. Another voice emerged. According to border reports, the reason our borders were breached is due to someone deliberately leaking the defense maps, leading to the breach. Please conduct an investigation, Your Majesty. Li Yu looked towards this person, realizing he didn't know him. He carefully observed others nearby, trying to discern who orchestrated this scheme. Upon hearing this censor, Emperor Taizong showed displeasure, his face darkening, bringing a heavy pressure into the assembly. All attendees felt an immense weight from Taizong. The censor asking for an investigation quieted his voice under this silence. Taizong grunted, causing everyone present to startle, feeling a sudden sense of unease. Please investigate this matter clearly and bring justice to the innocent civilians who died without fault at the borders. Let those who deserve punishment not escape the law. Whoever managed to steal our defense map must hold no small status. Please investigate clearly, Your Majesty. Several people knelt down then, and it dawned on Li Yu that these weren't ordinary individuals, likely members of the prestigious families. If we were to ask who was responsible for the fall of the Sui dynasty, none of these aristocratic families could escape responsibility. They bore the brunt of the blame. Precisely because of their covert influence, what could have been a longer-lasting reign of the Sui Empire crumbled far too soon. Such an event cannot be attributed solely to one person. Now that they have emerged again, it is likely because Emperor Taizong's reforms have touched upon their interests, thus prompting them to wield their power at this moment. Li Yu had already guessed who might have betrayed the border defense map, but he lacked evidence. Enough, I am aware. I have already sent people to secretly investigate. Do you think I am a foolish emperor who wouldn't even bother with such a thing? At this point, Li Shimin's voice carried anger. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiuxian stepped forward and said, Father Emperor, your son offers to personally look into this matter, to find out who betrayed the defense plan. Li Xiuxian's request caused Li Shimin above to grow dark in demeanor. You are the crown prince. When has it ever been a crown prince's place to investigate such matters? Handing this over to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice suffices. Selecting another minister to go and investigate would be enough. Your eagerness to handle this, does it mean there is something involving you here? Emperor Taizong's words struck Li Xiuxian as if he had been hit by lightning. Instantly, he knelt down. Father Emperor, your son harbors no such thoughts. Li Xiuxian spoke tremblingly, his body shaking with apparent panic and fear over this incident. Remember, you are a prince, royal blood of heaven, and there are subordinates to do the work for you without need for personal involvement. Understand? If you cannot grasp this, then perhaps you should not be crown prince. Taizong's words pierced through Xiuxian's heart like knives. He swallowed hard, his hand quivering as well, gazing at Li Shimin before him, generating a strange sense of resentment inside. Father Emperor, Li Xiuxian couldn't comprehend what exactly he had done wrong for his father to suddenly erupt in fury. Chapter 218, Not Up to Par. I know my sins. Li Qinggan dared not argue further at this moment, but directly knelt down and spoke to the Li Shimin before him. That's enough. Li Shimin looked at Li Yu before him and waved his hand. Let's end this matter here. When you've thought it through, come find me, and we will discuss the next issue. With these words from Li Shimin, the people below dared not speak. After a while, a censor stepped forward and reported about disaster conditions in the land. Liu looked at the Li Qinggan kneeling on the ground and sighed. It's no wonder Li Qinggan ended up with that fate in the future. He had crossed Li Shimin. After court was dismissed, Liu caught up with Li Qinggan. Humph. Li Qinggan turned an ashen face upon seeing Liu follow him closely. In Li Qinggan's eyes, Liu was his mortal enemy who had now appeared behind him, likely intending trouble. Why are you following me? Do you think you can mock me like this now? I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost. Li Qinggan bitterly accused, repelling Liu. This verbal attack naturally stirred anger in Liu, who struggled to calm himself as he explained to Li Qinggan. I just want to tell you, your actions have already angered His Majesty. You need to calm down. At least don't go astray or target me. There's no real conflict between us. Liu tried to make Li Qinggan understand, attempting to resolve the troubles between them. Although he knew their conflict had reached quite a severe point, he still wanted Li Qinggan to listen to what he had to say. From afar, the ministers saw Liu approach Li Qinggan. They seemed to be discussing something serious, which caused some solemn expressions among them. Some even left without approaching them. This slightly relieved Li Qinggan, who coldly said, Liu, are you declaring war on me? Don't assume I'm unaware. I sent people to investigate your dereliction of duty, yet you dared to retaliate against me. Can you deny those weren't your people? An outraged Li Qinggan interrogated Liu, leaving Liu astonished. He hadn't dispatched anyone, suspecting there were possibly others behind these actions, but definitely not him. Of course I dare. Liu turned around, pointing at the officials who had just exited court, and said, Do you really believe I'm your only enemy? It's not that simple. This isn't black and white. They do not see any of you as the future of this empire. I have no intentions of becoming the heir to this empire, nor do I harbor such ambitions. I merely wish to live well in this country. To find someone I love, settle down happily together, sharing lives forever in harmony and bliss. But your actions aren't heading towards that. Our futures are different. Liu stated, followed by a sigh. If you continue to oppose me, constantly challenging me, then everyone will perceive your pettiness. A small-minded person cannot become an emperor, especially since we're both children of His Majesty, Liu added. Li Qinggan looked at Liu, seemingly witnessing a different side of him. I haven't misjudged you at all. You truly are someone deeply calculating, as great eunuch Li forewarned. I was right too. By advising me to cease hostility, you aim to clear all obstructions on your path to becoming this empire's successor, but I won't hand it over so easily. Your sweet talk means nothing to me. I don't trust you. Wait for your turn. As Li Qinggan heard Liu's words, his expression remained cold and unyielding. He even issued a stern threat implying harm towards Liu. Why won't you believe me? Liu questioned as Li Qinggan left. I genuinely have no intention of becoming the emperor of this empire, brother. Liu watched as Li Qinggan walked away without looking back, leaving him alone. Just then, Changsun Wuji approached from a distance, walking up behind Liu. Prince Qi, perhaps you should refrain from your scheming. If discovered, it wouldn't be pretty, considering many matters known by you, me, and everyone else alike. Is there a need to make things uncomfortable for everyone? After saying this, Changsun Wuji departed. Damn, Liu directly cursed aloud. He hadn't expected that his actions had not garnered any goodwill in return, but instead were seen as a provocation. I don't have any intention in this aspect, so why won't you believe me? He looked at the departing Changsun Wuji and helplessly said, Haha. Cheng Yaojin slowly walked out, still holding a baked pancake in his hand, taking large bites as if he hadn't had breakfast in the morning. Prince Qi, shouldn't you treat me to some hot pot? I can't wait anymore. Just thinking about the deliciousness of the hot pot makes my mouth water. Cheng Yaojin smiled expectantly as he looked at Liu. Old Cheng, did you not have breakfast? Do you know that bringing food to court is a grave disrespect? Liu smirked and said humph. Old Cheng has broken no laws, so why would I be afraid? And this baked pancake was a gift from His Majesty. Since I eat quite a lot, I often get hungry during court sessions, so I asked His Majesty for permission to let the eunuchs prepare baked pancakes for me. Hee. Cheng Yaojin looked around at this moment, lowering his voice and quietly asking, What did you say earlier to make Crown Prince so angry? Could it be that you deliberately went to provoke him? Cheng Yaojin questioned like this. What you're doing now isn't really proper. Although it was the Crown Prince who took the initiative to request an investigation into you, you've seen the Emperor's attitude already. If you deliberately provoke him now, everyone will think you two are already at odds, which will only please those people. Cheng Yaojin smiled knowingly like this, as if he'd already seen through all of it. So, I old Cheng have no grand ambitions, my future is limited to this extent, but I can see things clearly. Prince Qi, you are currently in a situation where you are highly valued by His Majesty, I think. Liu helplessly said, Old Cheng, listen to me. I really didn't do anything to provoke him. I just met him straightforwardly. Chapter 219, The Prince's Secret. Why is it that in your eyes I've become a reckless guy deliberately provoking trouble? Liu said helplessly. I truly think I have no conflict with him, but he refuses to believe me and insists on thinking that I'm trying to compete with him. He even believes that I am intentionally challenging him, aiming to put him in danger. Well, I'm leaving, Liu said and turned to go. Wait. Just at this moment, Cheng Yaojin called out in the direction where Liu was leaving. Prince Qi, aren't you forgetting something? Cheng Yaojin said with a smile, looking at Liu in front of him. What thing? Liu looked at Cheng Yaojin curiously, not remembering. He naturally the hot pot. Cheng Yaojin rubbed his hands together as he spoke. Phew. Liu drew in a sharp breath. Indeed, he had forgotten about this matter. not arranging for someone to deliver the hot pot to Cheng Yaojin's mansion. He hastily said, I really did forget about this. Prince Qi, it doesn't matter if you forgot. Today, I, Cheng, will personally visit your residence and await your household preparing the hot pot. You know how the weather is gradually cooling down? Eating a steaming hot pot is simply an immense enjoyment. After having your new style hot pot last time, I felt invigorated, my body rejuvenated, and life became much more pleasant. After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, he smiled and said, Prince Qi, surely you're not regretting this already, are you? I'll make sure they prepare it today and send it over to your house tomorrow, Li Yu said to Cheng Yaojin. Hee, then I'll eagerly wait for good news from Prince Qi. After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, he swaggered away. Li Yu watched Cheng Yaojin leave and hurried back as well. At this moment, several more ministers approached Li Yu and began engaging in conversation. Li Chengxian had already walked far ahead, and when he turned around and saw Li Yu surrounded by multiple ministers who all appeared elated, it made him even more envious and hateful. Do you really think a few words can deceive me into lowering my guard against you? Just wait. Li Chengxian seethed under his breath. Meanwhile, Li Yu finally managed to get rid of the ministers who were coming to chat with him. These ministers were far too enthusiastic, causing Li Yu some headache. Originally, there were almost no people willing to seek him out. But now these individuals kept rushing toward him. They wouldn't let up unless they had exchanged a few words, expressing their goodwill. I don't want to be emperor either. You're looking for the wrong person. Li Yu wanted to shout this loudly at them. Finally, Li Yu returned, only for Lu Xue to completely ignore him, pretending as if she didn't see him at all. This made Li Yu extremely angry. Why are you still mad at this point? Li Yu walked over to Lu Xue, who was drying herbs, and reached out to hold her hand. However, Lu Xue seemed genuinely upset and replied without turning around. Humph, go find someone else. Why should you come to me? I'm mad because I'm not someone you like. So why don't you just go find others instead? Lu Xue snapped. Li Yu paused briefly, then moved closer to Lu Xue. Who says that? I truly have no ambition. Isn't being a prince contentedly waiting for death quite fine? I know what you're thinking, but I honestly have no such aspirations. And why bother getting angry over things like this? Li Yu said to Lu Xue. After hearing this, Lu Xue bowed to Li Yu and said, Your Highness, if anyone else said this, I might believe them. But you're different. You possess the purple aura of a natural-born king, and I detest seeing someone with such talent and ability choose to do nothing. Prince, excuse me while I tend to my affairs. I can't entertain you right now, Lu Xue said. Lu Xue showed considerable strength and shoved Li Yu aside effortlessly, making Li Yu watch as she immediately turned away. Though Li Yu possessed the bloodline of a war god, with immense power and surging true energy within his body, if he truly didn't want Lu Xue to leave, she would have no way of escaping. But Lu Xue was indeed angry, and Li Yu didn't wish to force her to stay or do anything. After Lu Xue left, when Li Yu could no longer see her, she shed tears silently. Your Highness, you are truly an extraordinary existence. How can you live a life of mediocrity? And in our Tang dynasty, there hasn't been a prince who has peacefully passed through their life. I am also well versed in poetry and literature. Some things, if you don't act genuinely, then there will be no good outcome. Your Highness, please don't fall into decline. Lu Xue murmured, her voice tinged with longing. Achoo! Li Yu suddenly sneezed at this moment, which made him feel somewhat strange. Who is talking ill of me behind my back? When Li Yu returned to the study, he saw a figure inside the room. The face of this figure was covered by a mask, and upon seeing Li Yu arrive, the person bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I've investigated the matter thoroughly. Lu Zhua, is there anyone else around? If not, you can take off your mask. After all, you might end up being my brother-in-law one day. Li Yu chuckled as he spoke to Lu Zhua, seemingly unconcerned about the mask. Lu Zhua nodded. Removing his mask and placing it aside, he addressed the waiting Li Yu. Your Highness, this matter seems more complicated than we thought. As the investigation progressed, we discovered a sect named Ping Jiao involved, and it appears to have ties to the Crown Prince. I suspect the Crown Prince might be the mastermind behind it all. The battle honors you earned at the border must have made the Crown Prince envious and jealous, leading him to deliberately orchestrate this. However, the Crown Prince didn't anticipate how many traces he left behind, allowing us to uncover them. Initially, I planned to bring back the witness. But unexpectedly, he was poisoned, and he succumbed to the toxins on the way back. Lu Zhua said with anger. Your Highness, this is entirely my fault for failing to complete the task. Please punish me accordingly. Lu Zhua knelt before Li Yu, addressing him solemnly. That's enough. This matter has nothing to do with you. There is indeed someone supporting the Crown Prince from behind the scenes. After all, he is the legitimate Crown Prince. It's far too common for people to place bets on those with such authority. Pity that he is so incredibly foolish. Chapter 220, Rumors. Li Yu could not have imagined that Crown Prince Li Chengxian would be so foolish, not only selling himself out with the frontier city defense maps, but also having ties to the Ping sect. What is the background of this Ping sect? After pondering for a while, Li Yu asked Lu Zhuo in front of him. The Ping sect supposedly originated from the Sui dynasty era, when commoners were suffering unbearable hardship. Due to their extremely dire living conditions, they spontaneously organized themselves. Some martial arts practitioners joined them, and gradually they formed their own doctrines and organizations. As their power grew stronger, they eventually rebelled. It's said that Li Mi was one of their members and received support from the Ping sect. Damn, it's a group of rebels. Li Yu felt a headache coming on. No wonder Li Chengxian didn't end well. His audacity was too great. Your Highness, we now possess so many secrets. All it takes is to release a little bit, and xiuxian will get what he deserves. By then, your highness just needs to give a call, and everyone will respond. It will benefit all under heaven if you become the crown prince. After hearing Lujua's words, Liu hesitated for a moment and shook his head lightly, saying, "It's not that simple. We can't act yet. Father Emperor is still young, and his wariness against us princes is very strong. And I don't have any desire to become emperor. Isn't indulging in pleasure good enough for me?" Liu said with a smirk. "Next, you continue investigating the Ping sect. Pay attention to your own safety," Liu said to Lujua. Although Lujua didn't fully understand why Liu wasn't competing or striving, he knew Liu was a prince, so he still had to obey. He nodded and said, "Then, your highness, I'll go investigate first." Lujua was about to leave through a secret passage when Liu stopped him and said, "Won't you visit your sister? Now that you're back, thank her." Lujua hesitated for a moment, then vigorously shook his head. "Your highness, I'd better not go see her right now. There are too many prying eyes and ears in the mansion. If someone finds out, it would be bad. The current operation is highly confidential. Hiding is the best option. I'll visit my sister after I've finished this matter. Besides, with your highness they're keeping her company. Why should I worry?" Liu, after hearing Lujua's words, hesitated for a while, then called him back. "Wait a moment. Take these 2 golden strawberries. What you're doing now is very dangerous. These fruits can save you during a critical moment," Liu told Lujua. Thanks, brother-in-law." Lujua accepted the 2 golden strawberries. He could feel the immense vitality contained within them, before turning and leaving. Liu took a deep breath, feeling somewhat of a headache. How should I deal with this? He thought, feeling uncertain. At the same time, inside the embassy of Goguryeo, a mysterious figure clad in black appeared soundlessly before the ambassador, wearing a smile. "How's your side progressing?" the black-clad figure asked. "We've spread some messages according to your requirements in the past, but it'll take some time for these messages to reach the capital." The ambassador hesitated slightly. "Why do you want us to spread this news? Moreover, once this information comes out, it shouldn't have much effect anyway. After all, we are your sworn enemies. It's way too obvious as a divide-and-conquer tactic." The black-clothed person sneered slightly, seeming confident. "You barbarians cannot possibly understand its intricacies. You'll see later." After saying this, the black-clad individual turned and left. The ambassador of Goguryeo was furious at being treated with such disdain. He slammed his hand onto the table and looked in the direction where the black-clad person disappeared, emitting an intense gaze filled with killing intent. "You wait. For the insults you gave me, I'll return them 100-fold, 1,000-fold." Standing up, his back slightly bent, his hate-filled eyes showed no sign of subsiding. So strong was the resentment. "You Tang people, you've gone too far," the envoy muttered between clenched teeth. In the capital city, a group of lower-class individuals gathered together under candlelight. Although their status and identities were humble, they made up an important part of the bustling capital. Quiet whispers traveled through each market district. Seemingly filled with anger, they first cursed the current Tang dynasty, talking about the corrupt officials and then discussing the celestial deities. "Celestial priests, let us spread these rumors. Remember well, all of this is hearsay. No matter who asks you, just say it's what you've heard. Understand? This is a divine prophecy. Do not ruin your own fate," the leader said in a lowered voice. "Understood, we won't overstep." Everyone below hurriedly responded. Liu was at that moment thinking about who he should flirt with when a target suddenly appeared on his interface. Previously, xuanhuan had spoken arrogantly to him, and it seemed there was a misunderstanding about him. So, he decided he could go ahead and flirt with xuanhuan's granddaughter. This way, he would appear as a frivolous young master. Once his reputation suffered, he definitely wouldn't be able to become emperor. Which emperor did not receive admiration from the officials? At least, everyone should be filled with trust. A dissolute young man couldn't become an emperor. Liu quickly figured everything out. The next day, Liu went out. He already learned clearly. Today, xuanhuan's granddaughter would show up at of2 temple for prayer. It meant that many noble offspring and children of government officials would gather there to take a look at her. And rumor had it that this Lady Xuanhuan was her grandfather's precious treasure, very dearly loved. Normally, she would have plenty of guards around her, and even more nurses. Old Xuanhuan, I've decided to flirt with your granddaughter," Liu said excitedly. But what Liu didn't know was that, at this moment, whispers were spreading through the streets and alleys. "Did you hear? Allegedly, Crown Prince xiuxian envied Prince Liu so much that he deliberately ordered someone to secretly send out the border garrison maps, allowing those Korean barbarians to break the borders and ensure Prince Chi's death on the frontier." "What? Impossible. Would the Crown Prince really do such a thing? After all, he's the one destined to inherit the throne. How much do you know? His Majesty isn't pleased with the Crown Prince either." Chapter 221, A Disgrace to Culture. You guys don't know. It said that Crown Prince Zhao collided with the Emperor in the Grand Hall. Our Emperor is ruthless. He killed his own brother before. As a result, the Crown Prince angered the Emperor in the Grand Hall. So he, an old man, holding a smoking pipe in his hand, spoke with a smile on his face. As he talked, he gently tapped the table with his pipe. "And I also heard that the Crown Prince." Such scenes unfolded in Chang'an, and these common folk loved rumors immensely. In just a short time, they spread these tales throughout the capital city. In the end, no one knew who had started these false stories. By this time, Liu had already arrived at of2 temple. He was dressed extremely stylishly, looking debonair and charming. Amongst the young noblemen, he stood out as quite the playboy type, someone who looked like a troublemaker, not a good person. Ms. Changsun, when will she arrive? Could Ms. Changsun not be coming? One of them said this, looking troubled. If she doesn't come, we'll have waited here for nothing. It's a huge loss. We haven't done anything all day just to wait for Ms. Changsun. Exactly. Another person said similarly, frowning. Liu had already sent people out on the road to wait. He naturally knew that Ms. Changsun had already set off and was heading this way. Someone came up beside Liu and whispered a few words into his ear. Originally so, I understand. Liu nodded, allowing his people to leave. From far away, a line of carriages could be seen approaching. Make way. Liu arrogantly strode forward. The nobleman blocking his path saw him boldly walking past them, which immediately made them angry. Do you even have eyes? Don't walk here like this. Do you want to die? Liu, hearing the young noble's words, looked up, showing disdain in his gaze. Kid, what are you shouting about? Do you even know who I am? Liu bragged confidently, expressing some contempt. This nobleman looked at Xuanhuan, trying to discern something from his face, but failed, thinking this guy seemed annoying. Your face shows nothing more than 2 eyes and a nose. Looking at your attire, you're likely a rich family son from the capital, right? Do you know who I am? The young man spoke arrogantly. I don't know. Liu shook his head as he replied. I am the son of Sincerely Wei. Are you scared now? This nobleman proudly declared. Liu coldly snorted. So what? I've memorized it. Tomorrow, I'll report your father for corruption and harboring treacherous intent. We'll see if I can do it or not. A single sentence from Liu drastically changed the young man's complexion, followed by laughter. Brother, are you joking again? How could you still want to file charges? That's too much. I only threatened you, and at least I'm polite. Which family do you belong to? Haven't seen you before? Liu intended to ruin himself deliberately, so he certainly would not disclose his identity at the moment. It was necessary to create a grand spectacle so that Changsun Wujia could investigate his identity. This time, I'm here for the beauty. What qualifies someone like you to look at Ms. Changsun? Liu stated clearly as he shoved him aside. You, the son of the censor, stared at Liu, trembling with rage. A disgrace to culture, absolutely a disgrace to culture. The censor's son shouted. Everyone present turned to look. Ms. Changsun is as beautiful as a flower, yet someone so rude dares seek her affection? It's like a dream for fools. Does Ms. Changsun belong within reach of someone so crude? They all murmured and whispered among themselves. Soon after, they turned their heads and stopped paying attention to the scene. Liu noticed this, knitting his eyebrows. To hell with it. He suddenly understood why things were so. Jealousy over women among nobles happened too often. Who amongst them wasn't a spoiled brat? They were all such individuals. So how could anyone care about this? I was right. Liu muttered to himself. He calmed down and didn't lash out again. Not long after, it was seen that Miss Changsuan's convoy had already arrived. Miss, we've reached Hongfu Temple. On Miss Changsuan's convoy, a beautiful maid peeked her head out and with an excited tone, said as she looked outside at the dense crowd of young gentlemen. Miss, there are so many people out here all come to see you. As expected, our Miss is matchlessly beautiful. So many people have fallen for Miss. The maid turned back joyfully chattering. They're all captivated by you, Miss. You're just too beautiful. Just then, someone coldly snorted. A clear voice came from inside the carriage. They're just a bunch of vagabonds. These guys who don't even have the strength to tie a chicken and without a trace of martial arts skills. How can they compare to the generals on the battlefield? I like a general, a versatile one with both scholarly wisdom and dashing military posture. At least he should be comparable to Marquis of Champions. Inside the carriage, Miss Changsun softly spoke, filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, the maid instantly frowned. Miss, your requirements are simply too high. Where in this world could such a perfect person exist? Even if there is, he would probably have been chosen by others long ago. I also wish to marry a man like that. The maid muttered, her adorable face displaying some contemplation, which actually attracted some distant observers who said, could this be Miss Changsun? You know nothing. You must be new, right? Is this your first time seeing Miss Changsun? This is Miss Changsuan's maid, said to be one of those who will accompany in marriage. So pretty, I wonder how the Changsun family feels secure about it. Have you not considered? With Master Changsuan's status, who would dare to offend the Changsun family? Moreover, Miss Changsun is even more beautiful. I wonder if I'll have the honor to meet her this time. Liu took a liking to the maid as well. Looks like this time, by playing the bad guy, I can get some benefit. With that thought, Liu returned to his own carriage confidently. Chapter 222. Entering the temple. The convoy immediately set off towards Hongfu Temple. After Miss Changsuan's convoy entered Hongfu Temple, many people wanted to follow in, but the monks of Hongfu Temple had already prepared for this situation. They knew that once Miss Changsun arrived here, there would definitely be a large number of rascals wanting to come in and take a look at her beauty. Some might even try to get closer. They couldn't let these unruly fellows disturb Miss Changsun. If Miss Changsun stopped coming, it would result in a huge loss for them. Every day, the Changsun family donates a great deal of wealth to the temple, let alone the prestige of the Changsun family, which made them have no choice but to act cautiously. However, when Liu's convoy arrived here, one of the monks stepped forward to intercept it. This monk glanced at Liu's convoy, and his eyes revealed a serious expression. Because such a convoy must belong to someone incredibly wealthy or highly esteemed, it was obvious that the person inside the vehicle could very likely be an important figure. I do not know who the honored guest is within the carriage. Currently, Miss Changsun has come into the temple to pray for blessings. Would you kindly allow some time before entering? The monk spoke gently, hoping to persuade the visitors. In the next second, the face of the coachman responsible for driving turned cold. Do you know who we are? And yet you dare to block our way here. Truly, you have no sense of propriety. Let me tell you, inside is none other than Prince Qi. Do you know who Prince Qi is? The coachman said this proudly, full of self-assurance. After he finished speaking, he extended a card. Take a good look. This is Prince Qi's card. Do not hinder us further as Prince Qi is running short on time. The monk hesitated immediately, because recently Prince Qi had a formidable reputation and was also a hot favorite in the imperial court system. Many sought to ally with him. It was rumored that His Majesty once summoned Prince Qi and expressed hope for him to take on the role of Crown Prince. He stood a good chance of becoming Crown Prince and then eventually ascending to greatness in the future. If they befriended him now, it might bring significant advantages later. Gulping, this monk suddenly felt somewhat excited. Since the arrival of Prince Qi graces us, naturally, we will permit your entry. Just understand that the abbot and others are currently accompanying Miss Xianxia. We hope Prince Qi does not harbor any resentment. Liu sat in the car and said, Rest assured, I am not an unreasonable person, I won't hold it against you. After he finished speaking, the monks allowed the convoy through. From afar, the young gentleman became very dissatisfied. We also came to pray, you can't keep us out here. We are willing to donate money and make offerings. These young noblemen shouted loudly. These monks didn't even look up at them. They treated these young noblemen as if they were nothing. This made the noblemen so angry that their bodies shook. That's going too far. How can you do such a thing? Well, let me tell you, the one who just passed by was Prince Qi, currently a major player in the royal court. Though the reason is unknown, since Prince Qi has come to pray, even if we wish to leave, how can we deny him access? Prince Qi? Is Prince Qi also here for Miss Xianxia? In a flash, these young noblemen closed their mouths, unable to match Prince Qi. Achoo! At this moment, Liu sneezed several times in succession and immediately felt an itchy nose. The attendant beside him quickly handed over a handkerchief. After wiping himself, Liu muttered, Could it be that someone is secretly cursing me? It's definitely these people envying me, he said like this. From afar, Miss Xianxuan's convoy stopped, and Liu's convoy also halted nearby. He got down from the carriage and stealthily crept to the prayer hall. Miss Xianxia was praying, and she indeed looked very beautiful. Miss Xianxia, do not blame me. The attitude of Master Xianxia towards me was quite unfriendly, so I have no choice but to vent my frustration on you. Liu boldly strode out. A little maid servant, who was praying on the side, noticed that someone appeared in the hall and screamed aloud. Who are you? What do you want to do? You'd better leave quickly. Don't make me call for help. The maid shouted loudly, seemingly very afraid. Because the man in front of her had sneakily run into the hall, clearly having planned and hid beforehand. Call for help. Shout louder. I am also here for praying. It's as if only your people can come here. Why can't I? Liu spoke this way, behaving like a villain. While speaking, he kept staring at Miss Xianxia in front of him. Miss Xianxia, don't you agree with what I've said? Miss Xianxia glanced at Liu in front of her and nodded. Yes. Miss Xianxia remained calm and composed, showing not a hint of panic as she looked at Liu. It was as though she had been fully prepared, making it seem commonplace to her. Liu didn't care much either. With great boldness, he strode over and stood beside Miss Xianxia, giving a slight nod toward the Buddha statue in front of them. Remember to bless me. Otherwise, I'll tear down your temple. The little maid beside them heard what Liu said and was momentarily stunned. What kind of joke are you telling? This is a Buddha we're talking about. You actually want to destroy his image. Aren't you afraid of the Buddha's wrath? How dare you do such a thing? Such behavior before the Buddha is disrespectful. She spoke this way, anxiously retreating several steps. Miss, let's call for help. This man doesn't seem like a good person. One could see the maid tightly clinging to Miss Xianxuan's arm, hiding behind her, nervously waiting for Miss Xianxia to make a decision. No need. This man is quite interesting, said Miss Xianxia. You came here on purpose to see me, right? Could it be that you have feelings for me? Do you fantasize about stealing a kiss? But do you know who I am? Once you proceed, there may be no turning back. Miss Xianxia spoke with an air of confidence, as though everything were within her control. Yet for some unknown reason, Liu felt Miss Xianxuan's attitude toward him was a little strange. And indeed, something seemed off about the light reflecting around her. The maid glanced curiously at Miss Xianxia. Why did the miss seem so unlike herself today? I'm certainly not afraid. In fact, I've come specifically to flirt with you. The other day on the street, I caught a glimpse of your beauty. It was magnificent, almost like seeing a celestial being. After just one glance, my heart began to flutter uncontrollably. I decided I must come to steal a kiss. It would be even better if I could marry you right away. After finishing these words, Liu stepped closer to Miss Xianxia. The usually composed Miss Xianxia took 2 steps back at this moment. Chapter 223, Teasing Miss Xianxia. Her pretty face had now turned red, as if it were a monkey's bottom. She didn't dare to look at Liu who stood before her. Miss Xianxia, no matter how bold she may be, was after all just a young lady in a feudal society, having never experienced anything like this. Now she couldn't stand it any longer. She covered her face and ran away. Liu watched her leave, and for some reason, felt as if Miss Xianxia was smiling. What is happening? Doubts instantly flooded Liu's mind. There's harassment. There's a rogue in the grand hall harassing Miss Xianxia. Someone come quick. The young maid screamed, immediately summoning the warrior monks from the temple and the Xianxia family members. They jumped up as if their tails had been stepped on, rushing toward the grand hall to see what had happened. Upon seeing this scene, Liu not only showed no fear, but laughed. Finally, you've come. It wasn't wasted waiting so long. Come in quickly, so my reputation as a rogue can spread far and wide. Perhaps, then Li Air won't bother me anymore. Hee. Liu suddenly laughed foolishly like a lovesick maniac. After the Changsun family people rushed in, they saw Liu laughing stupidly, which made them furious. These servants had specifically come to protect Miss Changsun, and if she were bullied, none of them would escape punishment when they returned home. Huff, huff. These people were so angry that their whole bodies trembled. How dare you do such a thing? This is the pearl of the Changsun family, Miss Changsun. Do you even realize how much law you've broken? Hit him, break one of his legs, and send him to the authorities for investigation. Punish him with exile to make sure he suffers. The Changsun family martial artist responsible for security cursed angrily and immediately charged over. To think you want to break one of my legs. Really, how terrifying. Liu chuckled sarcastically, his lips curling slightly. He possessed the bloodline of a war god, fearless in the battlefield against 10,000 soldiers, charging forward and backward without hesitation. Even though there were no soldiers by his side now, he showed no fear facing these servant bodyguards. Quick and nimble. Slap. With one swift punch, he struck the martial artist in front of him on the face. The martial artist let out a cry of pain and fell back onto the ground. The martial artist rushing forward realized something wasn't right. This opponent was extremely powerful and ruthless, far from ordinary. Rather, he was an experienced fighter trained in real battles. In desperation, he unleashed his ultimate move, the heart-seizing palm, aiming to severely wound Liu if struck. But Liu retaliated with one hand, striking the martial artist and knocking him unconscious. In no time at all, he had incapacitated everyone present. At this moment, the warrior monks stopped, and a large monk holding prayer beads hurried in. It turns out it's your highness, the Prince of Qi. How could you do such a thing? What shall we do now? We are afraid we'll get dragged into your troubles too. The elder monk sighed, deeply regretting the predicament. Huh. After hearing these words, Liu simply burst into laughter. You have nothing to worry about. I take responsibility for my own actions. I teased Miss Changsun because of her beauty. This has nothing to do with you all. When I see the emperor, I'll explain everything clearly to his majesty. After saying this, Liu brought his hand to his nose, took a deep sniff, as if savoring a fragrance. Truly fragrant. Liu smirked mischievously. Snap. At this moment, Li Xiuxian finally learned of the scandal circulating in the marketplace. He had never expected his past deeds to be exposed, and more shockingly, the rumors in the capital claimed that he had lost the emperor's favor. This news was a major crisis for him. Already physically disabled, now this situation caused him immense pain in his heart. An indescribable anguish surged forth from within Li Xiuxian. He panicked. Should I flee here immediately? Otherwise, how will I handle this? How will I go on? As he muttered these words, his whole body tensed. Your Highness, the rumors circulating in the marketplace are not to be trusted. The most important task now is to find out who has spread these rumors. These rumors were non-existent yesterday, but today they have spread all over. If no one was manipulating things behind the scenes, that would truly be nonsense. Moreover, these were just speculations, suggesting someone wanted to seize this opportunity to make life difficult for His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The advisor reporting this news remained calm as he spoke. Huff. Li Xiuxian took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. What should I do then? His eyes showed a hint of confusion. Your Highness, the best course of action now is to remain still. If they had any evidence, there wouldn't be mere rumors. They would already be delivering a heavy blow to you. The presence of so many rumors proves that certain people want to use this to diminish your prestige and cause others to withdraw their support for you. But ultimately, it isn't these individuals who decide whether your Highness is guilty. It is decided by His Majesty. The advisor's words calmed Li Xiuxian down. I understand. It's just that I can't bear it. I've already guessed who is orchestrating this from behind. It must be that little brat Liu. That kid used to boast to me, and he's probably doing the same now, intentionally spreading bad news about me. Bang! After calming down, Li Xiuxian grabbed a bottle in his hand and smashed it. In an instant, the bottle turned into powder. How hateful, how detestable, he said angrily, and a killing aura spread around him. I won't let him off. Come up with a plan. I need to deal with Liu. I'm determined to make him suffer greatly, Li Xiuxian said. At this moment, he didn't realize what he looked like due to his anger. Gulp. The advisor was scared. Yes, Your Highness, I will take care of it immediately. Meanwhile, Miss Changsun had returned home and immediately closed her door, refusing to see anyone. Instead, her maid furiously went to lodge a complaint with the master of the house. Chapter 224. The Chancellor files a complaint. Master, something terrible has happened. Miss was harassed by someone, and now she's locked herself inside the house. She won't say a word or even acknowledge me. The little maid stood before Changsun Wujie with tears in her eyes to file her complaint. What? After hearing these words, Changsun Wujie's complexion drastically changed. His calm demeanor shattered like still water, turning into a mudslide, rolling down. Who on earth dared to harass my precious daughter? Have you found out who did it yet? The guards are still investigating behind. I came back first. Presumably, our martial arts brothers should have disciplined him by now. The maid said this uncertainly, unsure if what she said was correct. At that very moment, a doorman rushed into the room. Master, it's bad. The bodyguards you assigned to protect Miss were beaten. They were just returned by the martial monks from of2 Temple. They said. The steward's face showed hesitation, as though he didn't know whether or not he should say what he was about to say. Speak up. I want to hear it. Who dares to be so insolent as to harass my daughter and beat our guards? This is asking for death. It's His Royal Highness Prince Qi, the steward said after swallowing his saliva, revealing the identity of the offender. What? Changsun Wujie widened his eyes. How could it be Prince Qi? He has always kept a low profile. Why would he suddenly come to harass my daughter? What exactly is going on here? Tell me everything that has happened, without hiding a single word. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable. Changsun Wujia stared at the steward in front of him and spoke. The monk said that when His Royal Highness Prince Qi saw Miss, he became captivated. So he followed her to of2 temple and did these outrageous things. The monk also said, Prince Qi stated that this matter is far from over. After hearing these words, Changsun Wujia immediately flew into a rage. Foolish one, how dare you? He picked up the vase in his hand and smashed it on the ground, his whole person seeming aflame. Damn, this matter is far from over. I will go find His Majesty right now. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant. Liu returned to his estate and sneezed at that moment. Shui, Liu shouted toward Lu Shui and ran over to her. How's the orchard doing? He asked. It's fine. The fruits are growing well too, Your Highness. If there's nothing else. She hadn't finished her sentence when Liu had already reached her side and embraced her. I just want to eat you today. Huh. Lu Shui burst out laughing when she was hugged by Liu, feeling ticklish and unable to hold back her laughter any longer. Your Highness, I've thought it through. You're enough for me. You saved me and treated me kindly. I shouldn't have been so angry with you. After calming down, Lu Shui looked at Liu in front of her and said these words. As she spoke, her gaze revealed some shimmering light, which stirred Liu's heart. Liu held Lu Shui before him and softly said, I understand. Relax. If I do anything, there will always be a reason. I am absolutely not a frivolous person. You need to trust me, understood? Liu softly said to Lu Shui. Lu Shui's eyes revealed a trace of doubt as she stared at Liu in front of her, seemingly trying to discern something from his face. Did you do something bad? Hence why you're suddenly saying all this. When Liu was pointed at by Lu Shui, he felt uneasy. Just then, Liu turned his head and said, What nonsense? You're thinking too much. That's good. Lu Shui leaned into Liu's embrace and said, In this lifetime, I despise disloyal men most. Having me and in you is enough for you, isn't it? If I find out that you have someone else, I will never talk to you again. Lu Shui spoke softly, with a touch of quietness. Liu softly replied. Meanwhile, Changsun Wujia had already arrived at the palace, angrily kneeling before Emperor Taizong. My lord, please stand up for my daughter. Today, Prince Qi Liu intruded into of2 temple, harassing my daughter. Now, my daughter is locked inside the room, neither eating nor drinking, refusing to meet anyone. Wu. After hearing Changsun Wujia's words, an expression of astonishment appeared on Emperor Taizong's face. What? Suddenly, he stood up and looked intently at Changsun Wujia. Prince Qi Liu harassed your daughter? How dare he? How could he possibly do such a thing? Emperor Taizong could not believe it. After all, Liu had previously declined to deal with political affairs, preferring the life of a leisurely prince. Could it be that he now molested the daughter of Changsun Wujia? Could it be that Changsun Wujia was deliberately framing him? As these thoughts raced through Emperor Taizong's mind, his breath quickened and then slowed as he regained composure. Tell me everything about this matter, he ordered seriously. Upon hearing that Changsun Wujia's bodyguards had been injured, Emperor Taizong's face turned grave. The guards under Changsun Wujia were veterans from many battles, formidable warriors, not easily defeated. Summon my disobedient son here at once. I wish to ask him personally whether or not this is true. The emperor spoke furiously, radiating a terrifying presence. His breathing grew uneven, his eyes flashing with frustration. When Liu heard the summons delivered by the eunuch, instead of worry, there was joy in his heart. It seems my self-sabotage has succeeded. Liu walked confidently, turning to the messenger eunuch with pride. Please show the way, master. In the imperial study, Liu faced Emperor Taizong, who said sternly, Prince Qi, is it true that the chancellor accuses you? Did you indeed do these things? Did you molest the chancellor's daughter? How could you bring yourself to commit such an act? Taizong railed against him, fury boiling up inside. I only met Miss Changsun by chance, father. I became so overjoyed at seeing her that I followed her to of2 temple, merely wanting to talk to her. So naturally, I lost control of myself, committing an error for which I deserve punishment, father. I admit to it. Saying this, Liu knelt before Taizong. Emperor Taizong's face darkened like a stormy sky. He had never expected Liu to actually admit to such misconduct. Do you even realize what kind of punishment you might face? Chapter 225, Bestowing Marriage. Liu shouted loudly. Father, I am willing to accept the punishment. In fact, I was also blinded by greed. Please punish me, father, like putting me under house arrest or something. I'm also willing to apologize to her. There was remorse in Liu's voice as he displayed a demeanor of genuine regret. Changsun Marquis, please forgive me. Changsun Wuji glared at Liu before him with teeth gritted out of anger. If it weren't for the fact that he is Prince Qi, Changsun might have slapped him already. Prince Qi, do you even realize what you're doing? That's my daughter, and technically your relative as well. How could you act in such a way? After hearing these words, Liu sighed and said, Marquis Changsun, you can't blame me either. It's just that Miss Changsun, no, Lady Changsun, is too beautiful. I didn't mean to do it intentionally. Liu cried out with an air of grievance. I don't want this to happen at all, but I just couldn't control myself. After finishing his words, Liu gave Changsun Wuji a sly wink and suggested, How about this? If you betroth Lady Changsun to me, then it won't be considered harassment, right? Liu spoke with some resentment, showing absolutely no regret for this act of teasing. Rather, there was even a sense of pride. This made Emperor Taizong so angry that his whole body shook. After all, this son was someone he valued greatly. Yet this child had given him such a major shock. Do you even know what you're saying? Before, how did I not see that you had such a thick skin, able to do such things? I warn you not to do anything like this again in the future. Otherwise, princes who break the law are equal to commoners. You may be my son, but I will severely punish you. Do you remember that? Emperor Taizong said angrily, and even with a murderous intent. Li Yu knew that although Emperor Taizong seemed menacing, he would never lay hands on him because Taizong wished to be a good father. They hadn't yet reached that breaking point. Even if he had done some wrong, there wouldn't be much trouble since their relationship hadn't deteriorated to that extent yet. Swallowing hard, Li Yu quickly called out, "Father, I've realized my mistake now. Can you forgive me? If you could further help arrange this marriage, it'd be perfect. I truly desire to be together with Lady Changsan. After all, Father, you previously promised me something but didn't follow through, leaving me very sad and upset. That's why I ended up doing such a thing." Seeing Li Yu crying and shouting loudly, his words made Emperor Taizong pause in mid-sentence. Looking at his son, Taizong felt that this son hadn't really committed so many grave offenses. Perhaps he himself had been overly strict, leading to his son turning into this current state. Princess Anyu is from a foreign country, and marrying her off to the prince is simply impossible. Even though they might have some private affections, any too obvious relationships would certainly invite criticism, or even affect other aspects. Emperor Taizong must ensure that none of this would influence matters at hand. He has to consider things from the emperor's perspective and for the benefit of the country. I promise you. But if you ever go chasing after other women and flirt with them later on, I will absolutely make sure you pay dearly. He fiercely slapped the table, revealing a cold gaze filled with menace. Li Yu felt himself trembling, swallowing his own saliva. He began to regret this entire situation. How could Emperor Taizong agree to this? Why would he do such a thing? Bear in mind, this is Changsun Wuji's daughter. Would he willingly allow this? Moreover, aligning himself with her daughter now was indeed detrimental to the crown prince, and perhaps on a certain level had already split the support base away from the crown prince. Though Changsun Wuji and Li Yu were in conflict sometimes, ultimately their actions were driven more by interest than merely interpersonal relationships. Father, wasn't this matter settled too hastily? Although I truly admire Lady Changsun, without Lady Changsuan's consent, there's no way we two could end up together. Emperor Taizong looked at Li Yu coldly and let out a snort. Humph. Don't think you can get what you want and still pretend innocence here. I know what you're thinking. You just want to be with her. I've already agreed, so don't argue further. In the future, treat her well and stop making unnecessary complications. As for that idea you mentioned earlier, forget it entirely. Emperor Taizong said this with an authoritative tone. When Changsun Wuji heard this, he was completely taken aback. He had never expected that Li Shimin would propose such an idea and suggestion at this moment. Your Majesty, isn't this matter too rash? After all, am I bestowing a marriage and you dare to oppose me? Do you think my authority as emperor is lacking? Li Shimin looked at the Changsun Wuji before him, and a murderous intent instantly fell upon him, making Changsun Wuji feel somewhat fearful. The emperor before him was genuinely determined to marry his daughter off to Li Yu, which was certainly a massive trouble. Li Yu was never a man of virtue, and he truly felt a headache coming on, for there was no way he could explain this situation when he returned home. He knew that Lu Xue would surely question him as to why such a thing occurred. Previously, Lu Xue had already warned him that if he were to flirt around in the future, she would absolutely not forgive him. She swallowed her own saliva, only feeling her hands trembling. What should I do? What should I do? He muttered, filled with intense anxiety. And just at that moment, turning around, Changsun Wuji knelt down. I naturally will have no objections, for it's your Majesty's decision after all. I shall unconditionally obey, only requesting that your Majesty ensures my daughter becomes the principal wife. No one can take away her position. Because my daughter has suffered such immense humiliation and now is being forced into marrying him, I absolutely cannot bear this. As a father, I came here to file a complaint, but instead, you are bestowing a marriage on me. I really feel extremely sorrowful, yet I accept. Thank you for your Majesty's great grace. Changsun Wuji knelt down, forcefully bumping his head hard on the ground. At that moment, red patches covered his forehead, and the whole person seemed to have aged 5 or 6 years. Chapter 226, Aftermath of the Turmoil. Upon hearing this matter, Princess Anyu's complexion drastically changed. What? Li Yu is not someone to be hasty about such matters, so why would he suddenly act in this way? Was he coerced by anyone? Princess Anyu questioned the person in front of her. Her voice trembled continuously, as if she could never have imagined that the situation had already deviated from the main direction. Princess, he is a despicable and shameless man. He previously said he would marry you, yet has taken no action up until now. And now that he is a noble prince, he could have easily requested an imperial decree for marriage from the Emperor of Tang. However, there has been no movement on his part whatsoever. Princess, you must not harbor any more xiuxian psychological illusions. Instead, you should follow the Prime Minister's requirements and do what needs to be done. After all, we have wasted far too much time already. Right before her eyes, the old servant persistently advised, but Princess Anyu tightly clenched her palms. She simply could not believe that Li Yu would do such a thing. Could he really be a heartless man? I do not believe for one moment that he would do such a thing. Princess Anyu muttered these words to herself, tears streaming down her eyes. On his way back, Li Yu only felt a headache, not knowing how to explain this whole matter. When he returned to the mansion and saw Lu Xue, all he wanted was to lower his head and quickly evade her. He truly felt sorry towards Lu Xue, since he had already made promises but then ended up being tricked into a different plan recently. Prince, you have finally come back. The matters within the mansion are ready. As for the things you asked for earlier, we've managed to find some. Take a look and see if they're suitable, Lu Shuai said excitedly, unaware of Li Yu's misdeeds today. In haste, Li Yu responded, Lu Shuai, I have a headache today, so let me rest temporarily. I'll take care of it later. With those words, he hurriedly rushed to his room, closing the door as soon as he entered. His breath became somewhat labored as he clutched his chest, pondering what to do. Such a foolish fellow. With so many things on your plate, why did you suddenly act foolishly and flirt with Miss Changsun? Now not only have you gotten yourself involved, but also Miss Changsun. If Miss Changsun were to commit suicide, I'd be completely doomed. At that time, I will definitely become a thorn in the eye of Changsun Wujia, who would certainly try to eliminate me. Changsun Wujia's identity and strength are very powerful. Although I'm not afraid of him, I still don't want to get entangled in these disputes. As he thought hard about how to solve this problem, Wuxi also felt a headache. His face turned pale as he headed back to his residence. A servant by his side noticed his unusual expression and timidly asked, Master, what is wrong? Why have you looked off since returning home? Did something happen at court that made you worried? Or is it because the emperor refused to punish Prince Qi that you are troubled? If that's the case, we can always get others to submit petitions. The servant cautiously persuaded. Changsun Wujia's face turned ashen as he angrily said, If only it were that simple. Today His Majesty has already arranged for my daughter's marriage. And directly to Prince Qi. I oppose this entirely. That man is a mere rogue who previously made advances towards me. I am extremely furious at this outrageous behavior. He does not deserve to be a prince, let alone have the opportunity to inherit the throne. Changsun Wujia expressed his anger, but realized afterward that he had spoken out of turn. He sighed heavily, saying, From now on, forget about creating trouble for him. I will even have to call him my son-in-law. I've let down my own daughter. For Changsun Jia, I must endure making her suffer. Changsun Wujia said painfully, covering his chest with his hand. Letting out another long sigh, he approached the entrance of his daughter's chamber. Daughter, please come out. I have something to tell you. I met with His Majesty today. I won't come out. Changsun's daughter loudly declared from inside the room. Her tone mingled with both shyness and anger. My daughter, please come out. If you stay inside, I will be very worried. Come out. I have something to tell you. This is a big matter concerning our Changsun family. If you don't come out, I'll have to go in. After Changsun Wujia said these words, Miss Changsun opened the door and came out. It could be seen that she covered her face as if she didn't want Changsun Wujia to see what she was thinking. His Majesty has already arranged your marriage. It is to Prince Qi. Changsun Wujia said to his daughter in front of him, with some pain in his heart. How did his daughter end up marrying that young rogue? He had never considered letting his daughter marry this early. He still wanted her to stay home for some more time. But now there was no way around it. The emperor's word is golden, and once he speaks, it must be obeyed. Otherwise, it would be a sin of deceiving the emperor, which he absolutely cannot bear any responsibility for. What? Miss Changsun widened her mouth as if she couldn't believe it. How could His Majesty suddenly arrange my marriage? And to Prince Qi? Do I have to marry him? Miss Changsun asked. Yes, there's no other way but to marry him. Changsun Wujia sighed. Well then, I'll marry him. Since he dares to bully me, I'll also make sure his life isn't pleasant. Don't worry, father, I know you're worried about me committing suicide, but I'm not stupid enough for that. If I were to commit suicide after His Majesty has decreed this marriage, that would also be a sin of deceiving the emperor, and our family would face severe consequences. I will proceed with the marriage and ensure he fully understands the consequences of his actions. There won't be a good ending for what he's done. This is not over. Princess Changsun clenched her teeth, saying this with a hint of anger. Miss has not yet made any preparations to marry, and they've forced this on me. Father, if you are concerned, let a maid accompany me. I shall go back inside now. Miss Changsun said as such. Chapter 227, Changsun Family's Guess. Changsun Wuji was somewhat surprised. That can't be right, can it? What is going on? His own daughter is getting married? It must mean something is wrong. As he thought this way, his expression became increasingly flustered. Could this matter have been caused by Prince Qi? He must have used some underhanded means to lure my daughter, and then took advantage of the situation to get the emperor to grant him a marriage, binding me to his side. As he spoke, his eyes immediately turned sharp and dangerous. You must understand, his identity and position are involved in all aspects, with forces behind him that are no ordinary ones. Cough. Ping Tong, you should go in. It was clear that Changsun Wuji had already made up his mind to investigate these matters thoroughly, aiming to uncover exactly what had transpired. Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's words, Changsun Pingtong obediently entered the room. Changsun Wuji summoned a maid and fixed her with an intense stare as he commanded, "Come with me." The young maid grew pale with fright, uncertain why Changsun Wuji had suddenly called her over. This left her extremely apprehensive. Could it be because I failed to protect Miss properly? As she pondered this, she felt overwhelmed by anxiety. At this point, Changsun Wuji's thoughts carried a tinge of anger. Tell me everything that happened before with the Mississippi, tell me word for word. So stated Changsun Wuji. Thus the young maid quickly recounted all she knew. Listening to her words, Changsun Wuji's face revealed a look of gravity. What? You're saying the miss only just met Prince Qi? How did she look afterward? And what else happened? Said Changsun Wuji. Huff. The maid hesitated for a while before swallowing hard, finally solemnly responding. He started making lewd remarks inside. Afterward, nothing else happened, and we left. The young maid recounted all the details she knew. Changsun Wuji began forming suspicions. I roughly guessed it. It's definitely his doing on purpose. He wants to use this opportunity to gain our Changsun family's support for his ascension to the throne. How despicable. Just leave now, and stay with Mississippi. If anything happens to her, notify me immediately. Changsun Wuji said seriously, harboring a sense of gravity within. Yes, Lord. The young maid hastily responded. After the maid left, Changsun Wuji angrily roared. Prince Qi Liu, just wait for me. Do you think these matters are settled? To receive my help is absolutely out of the question. I command everyone. No one will assist you. You won't rely on my forces easily. Meanwhile, in the capital city, confusion reigned as everyone debated what exactly had happened. It was said that Changsun Wuji's daughter was molested, and furthermore, the emperor had arranged a new marriage between them, suggesting a very close relationship between the two parties. Bear in mind, this is Changsun Wuji, a real nobleman of considerable influence. And not only does he hold such prestige, but also commands an exceptionally strong force behind him, making him one of the top figures in Tang dynasty. These events occurring thus are anything but simple. Many people were pondering, what signals are being sent out? What does the emperor intend to do? And you arrived at the princely palace. Having weathered many storms with Liu, she certainly wouldn't judge their relationship based on a single incident. This isn't telling me clearly what has happened. Why are you marrying the granddaughter of Changsun Wuji? If you cannot explain this matter, there might arise some conflicts between us. Tears welled in Yu's eyes as she gazed at Liu before her. Liu knew troubles had truly come, and Yu had discovered the news so soon, and directly stormed into his quarters. Since you've come, let me tell you plainly, Liu addressed Yu. This matter is not simple. I initially planned to manipulate this situation to tarnish my reputation intentionally, but things went differently than expected. It seems Father Emperor wanted to ensure Changsun Pingtong's good name, but inadvertently created this whole mess, Liu said with a hint of frustration. This matter is indeed true, but I will do my utmost to resolve this issue, ensuring that it does not affect our relationship. No matter how difficult it is, I will resolve everything. Please believe me, Liu said earnestly to Yu in front of him. Even if I had issues in the past, I would absolutely make amends. As he spoke, his hands trembled slightly, seemingly very worried that Yu might refuse his plea. If you've already said all this, then naturally I'm angry. Why did you do these things without consulting me? Why tarnish your own reputation? You were already a true prodigy destined for greatness, yet these situations arose. I am deeply dissatisfied, exceedingly so. Therefore, I cannot condone this happening. From now on, manage your life yourself. You've betrayed me. And Yu shook off Liu's hand and turned to leave. Liu never imagined he'd end up in this predicament. In haste, he rushed forward and grabbed Yu, pulling her into an embrace. I was wrong, truly wrong. Don't treat me like this. I'll reform. Our path can still come together, he declared. But I no longer wish to, said Yu. Clang. Suddenly, a sound rang out as a basin fell to the ground. Liu turned back and saw Lu Shui behind them, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this happen? She murmured softly. You've been forced into marriage, and I cannot accept it. In reality, Lu Shui had considered herself Liu's girlfriend deep in her heart, imagining their future where she became his true wife. Yet, she hadn't expected events to unfold this way. Lu Shui turned away, running off in a fit of frenzy, unable to bear the situation any longer. Liu watched Lu Shui depart and immediately gave chase. Please listen to me, truly understand what's going on, he pleaded. It's not as you imagine. This wasn't something I wanted or caused, Liu shouted after her. Chapter 228, The Truth. All Liu saw was the face of Li Hua with tears. Lu Shui's face was full of sad tears. She looked at Liu in front of her. Do you think I would believe what you said? You also said such things before, but later didn't take them seriously. Now I don't believe you anymore. Lu Shui said this and turned around to run away, leaving the mansion instantly. Liu found that Lu Shui had disappeared among the crowd when he chased down. Lu Shui was gone. When Liu went back, he discovered that Lu Shui had vanished as well, making him feel extremely sad and sorrowful. How could it be like this? Liu shouted loudly, seeming not to expect this situation to happen. No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Liu muttered this, feeling like his heart was going crazy. It was at this time that he truly regretted it a bit. If he hadn't caused these troubles, things wouldn't have come to this. System, is there any regret fruit? If so, I want to buy one to eat. Now, I regret it. I don't want to live this way anymore. System, this world has never had regret fruit. All we can do is make every effort to do everything well. Liu spoke to the system, filled with sadness. Well, Liu patted his clothes. I must figure out a way to solve this problem and can no longer continue like this. Liu determinedly decided to resolve the matter. Following this incident involving Liu, at the next court assembly, numerous petitions flew directly onto Liu's desk. Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, reviewed these petitions and immediately felt a headache coming on. How did this happen? These petitions create quite a bit of trouble. He found himself in an unpleasant mood. He clearly ordered Liu and Changsun Pingting to be together, yet still, no solution has emerged for calming this disturbance. Thinking about it, he forcefully grabbed his teacup intending to throw it on the ground. Fool. How did the situation end up like this? In the past, everything was fine. Why are now everyone questioning whether Liu can shoulder big responsibilities? He said angrily, full of wrath. Li Shimin spoke angrily, somewhat speechless. I need to think carefully about how to handle this. This posed no significant issue for Emperor Taizong, aside from slightly affecting his historical reputation, something he entirely couldn't accept. After all, Liu was not an ignorant prince, but rather one with notable talents. Now, due to just a minor flaw in morality, facing criticism was completely unacceptable to him because then he himself would be marked in infamy. Li Shimin took a deep breath and made up his mind. Immediately, he picked up the petitions before him and started flipping through them. Soon enough, he became determined to cleanse Li Yu's name, transforming him into a genuinely wise prince. Although Li Yu hadn't performed satisfactorily before, it inspired thoughts that perhaps he could indeed be entrusted with more responsibilities. With that thought, some consideration entered his mind. He could defer the resolution of this issue to another time. As long as Li Yu gains greater fame, situations like this won't arise. And surely, after having been disciplined already and being supervised by Changsun Pingting, he will only grow further in the future and perform better. This young man used to do so well, making me suspect if there was any hidden problem with him. Too much calculation in his mind. But now thinking back, I overestimated this young man. This young man's fault actually lies in matters of the flesh, which needs to be properly managed moving forward, ensuring no further mistakes on his part. Li Shimin pondered in his heart, debating whether to dispatch eunuchs to closely supervise him, ready to correct his behavior should he stray. Li Yu had no knowledge of Li Shimin's arrangement concerning him. His current concern was how to find Lu Xue. He felt he couldn't allow days without her. He had to find her, ensuring she wasn't exposed to any danger outside. Even just imagining the slight possibility of small dangers befalling Lu Xue brought Li Yu a sense of restlessness within his heart. I cannot accept this kind of situation, Li Yu thought. It completely slipped his mind that Lu Xue was actually a very powerful martial arts expert, where ordinarily there would be almost no one capable of harming her. One could only say that worry breeds confusion. As Li Yu pondered this matter, he soon formed an idea in this regard, becoming more serene within. Bring someone here. Li Yu began to call out. Not long after, a person arrived by his side. This was a guard from the prince's mansion. The guard's face bore a look of seriousness. What has happened, my lord, that you need me? Am I required to go and slay the enemy? Please give your command, my lord, and I shall surely bring the enemy's head. There's no need for such actions right now. All the men mentioned by Li Ku must scatter out immediately. I need to find Lu Xue at once and have her follow close by my side. I must protect her, Li Yu stated. After you find her, under no circumstances should you alarm her. Instead, report back to me. I will go see her personally. Did you hear me clearly? You absolutely must not disturb her. Otherwise, I will deal with it severely. Li Yu spoke to the guard before him. The guard drew in a sharp breath of cold air and hastily responded. Yes, your highness. I will take care of it immediately. Although Li Yu didn't show any thoughts on this matter, he secretly had already cultivated a force loyal to himself to handle various aspects. However, he hadn't revealed these powers to Lu Xue. A biting dog doesn't bark, but a barking dog doesn't bite. Since Li Yu was prepared to bite, he made everything so meticulously planned out, thus hiding his identity as well as his own forces. He only wished to remain a quiet prince, living quietly for the rest of his life in the Tang dynasty. He could summon storms, accomplish many feats, yet under no circumstance could he change the true course of history, something beyond his power. As he thought about this, his heart already had some contemplations. Lu Xue walked along the streets, lost in deep confusion. She had been brought home by Li Yu. To Lu Xue, Li Yu was truly very good. It was because of him that she received help. Chapter 229, Confessions to Each Other. But since then, Lu Xue had felt a sense of confusion, a strange emotion. She didn't know why she suddenly hit me at that moment, and then ran away, and now when she thought about it, she regretted it a little. The prince was also forced into this. Why was he so angry before that he did these things? Should I go back right now? Otherwise, will the prince be mad? If the prince gets mad, will he ignore me in the future and think I'm a troublemaker? At this time, Lu Xue also started to feel uneasy. She didn't know what to do, and even felt a very strong sense of confusion inside her heart. Phew. She exhaled deeply. After letting out this breath, she calmed down a bit. I need to make the prince come find me himself. The prince is truly unreasonable. He promised not to add any more sisters, but now suddenly added another one. Humph. Lu Xue muttered to herself angrily. At this moment, she didn't know that several figures were already following behind her. These people had some vicious looks on their faces. When they approached, they did so soundlessly, without even a trace of footsteps, as if merely trailing behind her. Lu Xue soon bought some food, drinks, and toys, walking around the streets. After playing to her satisfaction, she walked into a small alley. In the next second, these people took quick steps, all entering the alley and intending to take Lu Xue down directly. As Lu Xue entered the alley, her gaze grew stern. Huh? Who are you people? Why are you following me? Do you want to die? In the next second, she acted instantly. She moved very fast with violent hand movements. In that split second, she caught the wrist of the man behind her, then struck his chest with an open palm. The man felt an intense pain coming from his chest, after which his whole body flew up, crashing hard onto the ground. He clutched his chest forcefully, his eyes filled with surprise. What's going on? He instinctively felt a taste of blood rushing up in his throat and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, falling on the ground. The remaining few people saw this and exchanged glances, a hint of killing intent flashing in their eyes. They advanced quickly. Their speed was incredibly fast, and they were instantly by her side. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, we have no choice but to be rude. We just wanted to capture you. There's really no great ill intent here. Someone paid us to grab you. So the best option for you is not to attack recklessly. Otherwise, once we fight, we won't be able to hold back. You might end up dying at our hands. All of them covered their faces. Their eyes were full of malice. As they kept speaking, they were constantly interfering with Lu Xue's thoughts. I don't know who you mean, but if you dare to follow me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Xue was suppressing a surge of anger within. Without a word, she stepped forward and fought against them. A fierce battle ensued. Lu Xue struck one person with her palm, knocking him down instantly. Within a few moves, Lu Xue had defeated everyone. She stopped, taking a glance at these people lying on the ground. Don't randomly tail someone like this in the future. With your level, running around pretending to be competent is simply courting death. After Lu Xue left, a few more people followed into the alley. They saw the men lying on the ground and chased them down. Who are you people? Why are you here? Where's that young lady earlier? If you can't tell us, don't blame me for being unfriendly. We really don't know where that young lady went. Her abilities are too amazing. After knocking all of us down, she just left. That young lady is truly an unmatched world-class expert. She made us eat some serious pain. We originally thought she was just a weak woman, trying to catch her. It's not that we wanted to start the fight, but someone paid us to pursue her. And look how powerful she turned out to be, leaving me at a huge disadvantage. The man on the ground was now swallowing hard, revealing everything he knew. That's more like it. Arrest these men and interrogate them thoroughly to find out exactly what's going on. One of them gave an order, and the others quickly followed after. Lu Xue at this moment also felt something strange in her heart. Why did those people show up so quickly? I have no grudge with them. Why would they suddenly come after me? What do they even want from me? I don't think they'll get away with this. Lu Xue said with a hint of anger. Just as Lu Xue finished speaking, a voice sounded behind her. Sis. Lu Xue turned around, surprised to see a masked man standing not too far away. This man quickly pulled down his mask, revealing Prince Lu Xue's face to Lu Xue. Sis, His Highness sent me to look for you. Please go back. Don't stay mad at him anymore. The prince has his own reasons. His Highness can't control everything. And the prince had no choice but to follow some plans and arrangements that were forced upon him. Since long ago, the prince has been in control of numerous forces, yet he couldn't reveal them. Because in this dynasty, the prince also has many enemies. Therefore, he must conceal his true strength. And when I didn't return, it was under the prince's orders that I undertook certain tasks. The prince is now at a crucial moment. Sister, I hope you don't make things difficult for the prince. And trust me, I haven't deceived you. I have never lied to you. All my actions were carried out under the prince's orders. That's why I ask you to trust the prince. Lu Xue quickly informed Lu Xue of some secrets, and she realized that he had already made his preparations long ago. Prince, don't you trust me? Chapter 230, Determination. When Liu learned the news and personally met Lu Xue, he quickly walked over and grabbed her hand, saying, I was wrong. Don't be so angry anymore. I'm willing to make changes. Lu Xue looked at Liu in front of her, with a complex feeling she couldn't quite articulate. Your Highness, I knew there were some things you kept from me, but I never expected you would tell me everything just for me. Alas. Liu sighed deeply, his whole person tinged with helplessness. He knew that since he had no choice but to inform her directly, Lu Xue would certainly understand him. In fact, I had no other options. Since you already know, I'll explain clearly to you. You're my woman, and I will treat you well. As Liu spoke, his voice carried a gentle tone. The reason I didn't want to tell you before is because these matters are too deep, involving too many dangers. One misstep could lead to certain death. Many things are not as simple as they seem. I don't want to do dangerous things, and even less so put you in danger. Because you're my woman, it's your right to be safe, and I have the obligation to protect you. Now that I've told you, please stop doing these things from now on. I promise I won't hide the truth from you anymore. I am worth trusting and believing in. Even if you forget something trivial, please don't hesitate to tell me. Because I fully trust you. Because I've decided to entrust my life entirely to you, to be yours. Lu Xue said, speaking softly of her feelings. With a determined gaze in her eyes, she was prepared for anything. She vowed to never let Liu feel uneasy again in the future. Liu took a deep breath, then exhaled it out slowly. Thank you, Liu said. He silently made a vow to himself that he would always treat Lu Xue well and never let her endure such hardships. At the same time, another matter seemed helpless. And Yu stood before an elder who quickly recounted everything to her. Princess, if you've resolved to this decision, that's very good. At first, I worried that you might not be decisive enough, which would have been troublesome. And Yu took a deep breath and murmured. In fact, I didn't want it to come to this, but there are some things beyond resolution. One must always make choices, isn't it? Now I've made mine. This choice is what I believe is best for us. Although Yu felt a pang in her heart, this strange sensation came unexpectedly. She didn't understand how things had evolved to this point, but she knew more troubles would soon follow. Phew. She exhaled deeply, letting go of all the pent-up resentment and injustice within her heart. The next step begins, she murmured quietly. When Liu found in you, she seemed to have regained her composure. She stood by the riverbank. The sun in the distance cast its golden rays onto the river's surface, creating an unusual atmosphere. This place seemed particularly distinct, carrying a melancholic aura. Just by gazing at the twilight's glow, one could feel profound sadness. Such scenes usually only appear in parting scenarios during breakups. Liu didn't know why and you suddenly called him here. Why did you suddenly call me here? Liu asked. It's because I've already made a decision. So, I brought you here to ask you one question. Do you truly wish to marry me? And Yu's eyes were red, as though she had cried earlier, and tears seemed ready to fall from her eyes. Seeing this, Liu felt an intense pain in his chest, as if a knife were slicing through his heart. He hurriedly said, Has something happened to you? I, of course, would like to marry you. If possible, I can marry you right now. Under heaven as our witness, with all creation as our covenant, let our union be sealed. Li Yu earnestly told Yin Yu. You? Since you've said so, I naturally believe you. And Yu leaned into Li Yu's embrace. Thank you, she whispered softly. As Li Yu held Yin Yu in front of him, he didn't understand why she suddenly began crying. He thought it might be because Yin Yu had realized some things. During the Grand Court Assembly, as Li Yu was waiting for the session to begin, Cheng Yaojin had already arrived by his side. He walked around Li Yu once before saying, Prince Qi, who would have thought that you were so bold as to actually flirt with that old man's daughter? That old man guards his daughter like a treasure, and usually, for an ordinary person, even getting a glimpse of her is impossible. Yet, you managed to flirt with her. Strangely enough, His Majesty has actually agreed to your request, and even granted you Miss Changxuan's hand in marriage. You two are supposed to choose a day to get married. So what's really going on here? Did you give His Majesty some kind of love potion? Cheng Yaojin said this with a tone full of doubt, clearly finding the situation strange. What? Li Yu rolled his eyes. There hasn't been anything like that, alright? I haven't done anything improper towards Miss Changxuan at all. It was just a little teasing with words. I simply couldn't help myself because Miss Changxuan is truly too beautiful, hence why I acted this way. After His Majesty gave me a good lecture, I've seen my mistake. That's why I came today to petition His Majesty to rescind the decree. Li Yu hadn't finished half of his sentence when Cheng Yaojin shook his head. Do you think it's that simple? Do you think you can just take back the order? His Majesty is not someone who is ever gentle. Your marriage is already decided. I'll just let you in on a piece of secret information. His Majesty seems ready to punish you because of these matters. You'd better prepare yourself well. From afar, Changsun Wujie stared coldly at Li Yu. His face was sullen, and he let out a scoff filled with discontent before leaving with an expression full of resentment. Li Yu hurried to shout loudly. Premier Changsun, please wait for me. I admit I was reckless during that time, but I sincerely beg for your forgiveness. Can you please petition His Majesty and find a way to resolve this matter, because I truly don't want to tarnish Miss Changxuan's reputation. Changsun Wujie shot him an intense glare and coldly replied. You've already ruined it. Chapter 231, The Assembly Storm. Changsun Wujie glared at Li Yu, his eyes bulging as if filled with dissatisfaction for this in-law by marriage. In his view, Li Yu had no significant ties to him. Even though they were related by marriage, his behavior caused much resentment. At that moment, amidst the assembly hall, everyone was discussing fervently. Yet many ministers looked at Li Yu and Changsun Wujie with an ambiguous expression, and quite a few were ready to laugh at their expense. You see, on this occasion, it was sudden when Li Yu harassed Changsun Pingting. Then their emperor intervened directly and granted the marriage. To them, this marriage bestowal seemed excessively exaggerated. Prince Qi harassed Changsun Pingting and then got married so quickly. It was as if the emperor's plan was to let Li Yu gain support. Still, some highly respected ministers began to despise Li Yu, thinking he had no sense of propriety. A noble prince could act so shamelessly. Furthermore, since the object of his misconduct was the daughter of a minister, offending her was seen by all as something disgraceful. As Li Yu listened to these discussions among the ministers, his heart became complicated. Alas, I've succeeded in ruining my reputation. But he has been pushed deeper into danger by Emperor Taizong, forcing him further into an intricate predicament. Li Xiuxian, standing nearby, felt a surge of anger seeing this scene. As crown prince, he wasn't receiving as much attention as Li Yu. He also had certain covert dealings with Changsun Wujie, maintaining a complex relationship between them, which led them to this point. Huff huff. At that moment, he only felt a blaze of fury burning inside. For jealousy burned within him. In Li Xiuxian's mind, why should Li Yu receive support from His Majesty? Why would harassing Changsun Pingting lead to the emperor granting her in marriage instead of punishing him? Any slight thought of mine turns into unforgivable transgression. The flames of envy in Li Xiuxian's heart blazed ferociously, nearly becoming tangible. When Li Yu sensed something wrong, he turned his head to look. There he saw the envious glare from Li Xiuxian, sharp like a blade. He sucked in a cold breath of air. SSS. How long had it been since seeing Li Xiuxian? And yet already, his envy had reached such extremes. It was too extreme. Li Xiuxian noticed Li Yu looking at him, and shot him a fierce glare. You'll pay for this. His lips moved slightly, forming a silent curse. Li Yu didn't care, simply nodding. Changsun Wujie then dramatically threw up his sleeves and stormed off. Start the assembly. With the eunuch's voice, the assembly began. These ministers walked forward swiftly, entering the assembly hall. Pay respects to His Majesty. Many court officials lined up in position. Suddenly, a censor stepped forward, shouting loudly. Your Majesty, Minister Li Yan. I have grievances to report. Your Highness, Prince Qi lacks virtue and decorum. Just recently, he beat my young son in public, bragging afterward for me to confront him. Prince Qi said, since his rank is higher than mine, if my son does not give way, he would order my child be severely beaten. I seek your Majesty's judgment. Minister Li Yin kneeled down, crying out. What? For Prince Qi to beat the son of a minister on the street is excessive. Yes, another official agreed. Prince Qi, relying on his martial skills, acts wantonly. What kind of learning is this? Where are Confucian classics? It's rumored that Prince Qi grew up without any formal education. Many ministers began whispering amongst themselves, showing great anger towards what Li Yu had done. If today he can mistreat one official, tomorrow he might harm others. They feared him becoming a tyrant. At that moment, many ministers glared at him angrily. After a while, Li Yu remembered who this minister's son was. He had threatened him before. Prince Qi, do you have anything to defend yourself? Li Shimin only felt a headache coming on. He raised his head and stared at Li Yo, finding the elegant-looking Li Yo more likable than ever. Yet the things this boy did made him, as a father, feel increasingly difficult. After hearing these words, Li Yo stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Father Emperor, it's true that I beat that boy. Please forgive me, Father Emperor." "I have acknowledged my offense," said Li Yo while bowing. Immediately after Li Yo finished this sentence, the bustling Grand Assembly Hall suddenly became as chaotic as a boiling marketplace. None of the ministers had expected Li Yo not only to admit without denial, but also to offer no defense whatsoever. It seemed that he had indeed severely beaten Li Yin's son. Emperor Taizong fell silent. He hadn't anticipated that Li Yo would be so impulsive. Suddenly, he remembered Princess Anyu. He had always known there was an issue with Princess Anyu, which is why he refused Li Yo's proposal of marriage. Could it be? Emperor Taizong abruptly recalled matters concerning Li Yo and Princess Anyu. Could this lad be dissatisfied due to these affairs? Emperor Taizong murmured softly. There he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Now I understand. This lad must have caused trouble because of this matter. It appears that he shouldn't remain in the capital any longer. Thus thought Emperor Taizong as he let out a light scoff. All right, I am aware. Emperor Taizong declared. Your Majesty, a prince violating the law should receive the same punishment as a commoner. His princely status cannot allow him to escape penalty after bullying a minister's son. Taizong directed his gaze toward Li Yin. Li Yin felt tremors in his legs, but recalled the visitor from the night before. Knowing he had no choice, he stammered. Your Majesty, All right, I understand. Emperor Taizong sighed. I shall deduct 1 month's salary from Prince Qi for medical expenses of your son, official Li Yin. I will personally send a royal physician to treat your child. So spoke Emperor Taizong. At this moment, another minister stepped forward, shouting loudly. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Today, a rumor has circulated in the capital. With boldness, I inform your Majesty about it, and request you handle this matter. The public gossip says Crown Prince Li Xiuxian stole border defense maps, causing harm to frontier civilians. Chapter 232, The Seed of Obsession. When Li Shimin heard this, he glanced at Li Xiuxian. Li Xiuxian stood there motionless upon hearing the news, his head bowed, as if he were somewhat uneasy and panicky. Li Shimin swept his gaze over the ministers in front of him. These ministers all kept their eyes fixed on their noses, standing there like statues of Buddhas, showing great indifference. None of them spoke a word. Li Shimin knew that it must be someone among these people who secretly arranged this matter. Of course, it was also possible that it wasn't their doing, but that of some commoners. There are people who want to interfere with state affairs. Li Shimin thought so, sighing inwardly. It seemed that he had been too lenient, making them think that he would not act. Li Shimin said after thinking about it. This matter will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice, and let the Ministry of Justice investigate who spread these rumors. As Li Shimin dealt with these matters one by one, at this moment, a minister stepped out from the crowd. It was an official responsible for remonstrance. This censor was already 50 years old, and his face appeared somewhat sallow and dark. After stepping out, he bowed to Emperor Taizong. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Nowadays, Prince Qi has molested Lady Changsun. This incident has spread throughout the capital city, and the commoners all think your arrangement is inappropriate. If such behavior is allowed, then wouldn't everyone be encouraged to do the same? I know this matter will anger you, Your Majesty, so I am willing to take responsibility, and I beg you not to involve my family. The censor knelt down and said, his face determined. Even when kneeling on the ground, he refused to get up. After seeing this scene, Li Shimin became angry, his face changing color, full of anger in his eyes. He looked at Changsun Wuji and slowly said, Prime Minister, what do you think? After taking a deep breath, Changsun Wuji stepped forward and loudly said, There is another hidden story behind this matter. My daughter, Changsun Pingting, and Prince Qi have already had mutual feelings. My daughter once praised that she would marry a true son of heaven in the future, and Prince Qi is a genuine son of heaven. My daughter has praised Prince Qi many times. They communicated. The act of molesting was purely a misunderstanding. After finishing his statement, Changsun Wuji shouted again. This matter concerns the reputation of the royal family. Please, my colleagues, do not speculate randomly. Following Changsun Wuji's words, Li Shimin's expression eased. Well, the molestation incident is just a rumor. Prince Qi neglected himself, leading to many disputes. There are many floods in Sichuan. Go to Sichuan to manage the flood. Come back when the water problems are resolved. Li Shimin said as he looked at Li Yu. Yes, Father Emperor. Li Yu quickly bowed. Li Yu instantly felt relieved, realizing he could escape from the current situation, and almost wanted to laugh. But he stopped himself from laughing, acting extremely pained. He looked very worried, as if he'd gone through something terrible, as though this event affected him severely. Seeing this scene, Li Xiuxian also sighed with relief. Since you plotted against me in secret, now it's your turn to suffer. After looking briefly, he withdrew his gaze from Li Yu. Li Yu took a deep breath, exhaling all his inner breath. Then came voices discussing politics. Before dismissing court, Li Yu had already left outside when a little eunuch ran over to him. Prince Qi, His Majesty asked you to find him immediately. He has something to tell you. What does my father emperor want with me? Li Yu, while observing the young eunuch before him, handed over a piece of silver ingot. Eunuch, sir, this small token isn't worthy of mention. Is my father perhaps somewhat angry? Li Yu asked the young eunuch while looking at him, and after receiving the piece of silver ingot, the eunuch pocketed it. The person before him was Prince Qi, a prince whom many eunuchs favored. Slightly collecting some silver, Sharing slightly unimportant information naturally wouldn't cause any problems. He softly replied. Prince Qi, the emperor seemed somewhat troubled, appearing somewhat worried. After saying this sentence, the little eunuch didn't say anything more, walking ahead to guide Li Yu. Li Yu followed the little eunuch in front, moving forward. Already having certain speculations within his heart, once inside the study, without saying a word, he fell onto his knees. Father Emperor, indeed, I did make a mistake. I humbly await punishment from my Father Emperor. As Li Yu was pretending, he also wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, putting on an extremely sorrowful appearance. Emperor Taizong looked at Li Yu in front of him and instantly became so angry that he could hardly contain it. Had it not been for Li Yu, how would he have lost face so badly in the Grand Hall? Do you even know what you've done wrong? Your actions have truly disgraced our royal family. If this matter occurs again, I will certainly not forgive you. Emperor Taizong said viciously. Don't blame me when I strip you of your title as a prince. Emperor Taizong glared at Li Yu while saying this with anger. Father Emperor, I know I've erred. Li Yu exclaimed once more. As Emperor Taizong looked at Li Yu in front of him, inexplicably, he liked him. This son of his was indeed a prodigy, not only a true genius, but also possessing extraordinary martial arts skills and being proficient in agriculture. Based on what he had learned among the common people, Li Yu was already being called the sage of agriculture. It was rumored that some people were secretly worshipping Li Yu, believing he greatly helped with agriculture. They believed that worshipping him would bring a great harvest. With such a son, if he could one day ascend to the throne, that would be an excellent thing. Thinking this far, a touch of tenderness arose within Emperor Taizong's heart. He then said to Li Yu in front of him, Get up. I know you're upset over the matter of Princess Xuanhuan. She is a foreigner. If you really like her, after I destroy Goguryeo, I will personally preside over your wedding. If you still like her by then, I will not oppose it. Emperor Taizong seriously told Li Yu. Good son, stand up. Don't do these things anymore in the future. Changsun painting is the suitable match for you, not in you. And you may seem very beautiful on the surface, but in reality, she comes from a complex background with powerful forces behind her. I don't want to say this, but since you, my son, have gone this far, I must tell you that you two are unsuitable for each other. I know you're a devoted person, worthy offspring of mine. Chapter 233, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. This time you go to Sichuan for proper water control. The environment there is extremely complex. If you can manage the waters well, naturally you will earn the admiration of various ministers. At that point, even if you have some problems, they won't be issues anymore. No one will keep targeting you. I, your emperor, will also save face. Remember that. Emperor Li Shimin looked at Li Yu in front of him and said loudly. Li Yu became immediately excited upon hearing this. Sichuan was such a good place, where it was warm in winter and cool in summer, and the environment was very comfortable. As long as he lived there, he would surely live very comfortably. Li Yu had already planned that if he went to Sichuan, he would definitely find a ferris animal to keep him company. This creature was particularly cute. If he could own such a cute ferris animal, he would definitely be happy. Thinking up to this point, Li Yu felt very content inside. The fish in Sichuan are also incredibly delicious, especially the fish in the Tangtian River, along with all kinds of delicacies in Sichuan. Li Yu had already decided that once he arrived in Sichuan, he would definitely enjoy them thoroughly. As a result, whatever Emperor Li Shimin said after that completely flew over his head. Finally, he replied, Father Emperor, I understand. Li Shimin looked at the obedient Li Yu in front of him and felt very pleased in his heart. Finally, this son of his understood and showed respect. You must work hard on that side and don't let my trust and expectations down. Remember that? Yes, Father Emperor. Li Yu quickly responded in a loud voice. Not bad, Li Shimin said. All right, recently I have run out of coconuts. Bring me a few. I know you've planted loads in your garden, and now they've borne fruit. Quickly send me a bunch. Father Emperor, didn't I send you a pile last time? When Li Shimin heard Li Yu's words, his face instantly flushed red, and he slightly angrily said, What do you know? I need those fruits to give to others. After all, I can't swallow them all privately. Are you so stingy when asked to show respect to your Father Emperor? Li Shimin then retorted with a counter-question. After hearing these words, Li Yu swallowed his saliva hard. Father Emperor, I will bring them to you after I return. Li Shimin flipped through the book in his hands, nodded, and said, Good. Send more next time, understood? Yes, Father Emperor. Li Yu hastily retreated. Li Shimin put down the book in his hand. The coconuts from this kid are simply too delicious. I want one every day. Those fruits are all treasures. If we could promote them nationwide, how wealthy our Tang dynasty would become. Li Shimin began contemplating in his mind. Li Yu had no idea that Li Shimin had started scheming about it. Once he returned to his mansion, he began arranging to send over the coconuts. He commanded his subordinates to quickly pick the coconuts from the garden and sent them over to the palace. At this moment, amidst the entire city, various chaotic events were indeed happening. Everyone was pondering who caused all these things on the imperial court today, what these people were planning, and in which direction the world would eventually head. Li Yu, on the other hand, instructed his men to prepare these supplies, because he would soon leave for Sichuan to handle the floods there. Sichuan wasn't an ordinary place. The journey would be perilous. Not only was the road dangerous, but it also represented the myriad possible incidents he might encounter. Just as things got busy in the mansion, the Goguryeo ambassador's residence welcomed a mysterious visitor cloaked in black. His face was expressionless and cold. The ambassador hurriedly greeted this black-clad person. You've done what you asked us to do. Why have you come here now? His breath betrayed a hint of anger. The black-clad person smirked. You should know why we're here. We need you to act. I know your forces possess a highly elite group and now are filled with determination to kill him. If so, then take care of him halfway through the journey. We'll help provide their route, aiding in eliminating him. As soon as he dies, a storm of upheaval will begin. For you, this means peace. It is beneficial for both sides. Do you agree? If not, it's fine. The black-clad person spoke with a smile, but the icy killing intent that seeped from his eyes suggested that if they didn't comply, he would take care of them. Gurgle. The ambassador unconsciously swallowed his saliva. I know. We are willing to help, but what do you offer as guarantee? He cautiously asked. The black-clad person in front of him took out a black token from his pocket and threw it into the hands of the ambassador. Upon receiving the token, the ambassador glanced at it. On the token was a black tiger's head, its ferocious appearance causing unease just by looking at it. He swallowed his saliva again, quickly putting the token away. This was no ordinary token. It seemed like some kind of military emblem. After carefully analyzing it for a moment, he suddenly gasped in shock. These people want to kill with a borrowed knife, using our Goguryeo force to eliminate Prince Qi, while ensuring they stay untainted. Even though they have given this emblem, without understanding it fully, it has no practical use. Gurgle. At this moment, the ambassador had a hard-to-express feeling in his heart. It seems these people already knew everything. They planned all this long ago. These Tang people are full of conspiracy and deceit. Their strategies surpass ours. We can't match them. They have exceeded our expectations. It seems I should advise my ministers not to deal with these Tang people anymore. We're no match for them. Saying this, anxiety filled his heart. Since we can't outsmart them, sooner or later, they'll destroy us. At the thought of this, the ambassador felt uneasy. He quickly went inside and sent a message by carrier pigeon. Meanwhile, the xiuxian family was in turmoil. Miss, please don't get yourself involved in any trouble. The young maid's voice echoed through the room. Chapter 234, Diverting the Calamity. Xiuxian returned to his eastern palace, clearly filled with anger as his hands continuously trembled. His eyes were clouded by distress, and he picked up a cup from the table, throwing it forcefully to the ground. Humph! Idiot! Idiot! Liu! You wretched bastard! Xiuxian muttered these words, the rage in his eyes boiling over. He tried hard to suppress the flames of fury within him, but the anger in his heart transformed into an unquenchable evil fire that continued to boil over, spreading uncontrollably as waves of resentment. Your Highness, please do not lose your temper. Though things have turned this way, they still lack evidence, so there is no need for deeper investigation. Xiuxian nodded. This situation has reached a critical point. We must figure out how to resolve it. As he said this, some hesitation flickered in his voice. Take a deep breath. With great effort, Xiuxian clenched his fists tightly. How dare you treat me this way? I absolutely cannot forgive him. Today, he will not let go of me, but in the future, I will make sure he does not get away easily. After hearing this, Xiuxian took a deep breath. You all must think of a plan. This Liu has gone too far. Why should I be treated like this? My father favors him greatly. Even though he did such disgraceful deeds, he ended up receiving an imperial marriage proposal. Meanwhile, because of mere rumors about me, my father orders people to investigate me. Why? Why does Liu get preferential treatment? The burning rage inside Xiuxian was difficult to relieve, and the anger in his voice burst forth, turning into intense jealousy and hatred. He despised Liu. He wished nothing more than for Liu to die. Prince, something terrible has happened. A frantic voice came from outside as Xiuxian glanced outward. A man ran hurriedly from the distance toward the palace hall, kneeling down upon arrival. Prince, a moment ago someone used a bow to send a letter inside. This letter specifically requests that the prince open it. We dared not open it without permission. Please handle it, Your Highness. This eunuch knelt before Xiuxian and presented the letter. Instead of taking it directly, another eunuch nearby stepped forward, accepting the letter on behalf of the crown prince, and examined it carefully. After ensuring there were no powders or other hazards inside, a thorough check confirmed that the letter contained no issues. It was then passed to the crown prince. The crown prince tore open the letter and began to read it silently. These matters. So these really were done by Liu. Next to Xiuxian, one of his strategists quickly approached and asked, Highness, has something indeed occurred? Why are you looking so serious? And what does this letter say? The strategist spoke gravely, full of tension. They confirmed that all this was truly orchestrated by Liu, and they're willing to help reverse the whole situation for us since they've found evidence proving it's Liu behind it all, such as how Liu sold the border defense maps. Xiuxian spoke coolly, as if already seeing through everything. Phew. The nearby strategist, after hearing these words, felt overwhelming fear. The strategist well knew that the border defense maps were originally sent by Xiuxian himself. Although it went through one intermediary hand, it was certainly true that he had been the one to act. Realizing this, he looked at the crown prince again. Highness, this matter seems suspicious. Maybe what? If they dare to take action, how could I be afraid of them? The reason they dare to pass this thing to our hands is because they know for certain even if I understand its problematic origin, I would agree to their demands. These people truly understand me well. Xiuxian murmured faintly, showing some clarity. I don't care what your intentions are, but none of it matters anymore. As long as you can help me deal with Liu, I am willing to try anything. He quietly whispered, imbued with a chilling tone. Go, gather people for me, and prepare to file my grievance. The wind in the capital is about to change. Lifting his head, Xiuxian's eyes revealed a savage gleam. He smiled contentedly. Finally, he could gain the upper hand. Even if others sought to exploit his strength, what did it matter? All he wanted right now was for Li Yu to die. At this moment, as Li Yu stared at Lu Shuai before him, seriousness crept onto his face. What do you want to say? Li Yu asked, with a look of puzzlement. Lu Shuai smiled and said, nothing. She secretly put away the book in her hand. This made Li Yu's face filled with confusion. Wasn't that a book you just hid? When did you start reading military books? Weren't you uninterested in this before? Prince, do you really think so lowly of me? Do you find me utterly useless even when I read military books? Lu Shuai said this, suddenly bringing a hint of crying tone into her voice. Prince, you've gone too far. Lu Shuai burst into tears, making Li Yu immediately flustered. Why are you crying? People who don't know would think I mistreated you. Li Yu quickly said, grabbing Lu Shuai's hand. My dear, I truly messed up. Please stop. I'll change. I'll let you read whatever you like without interference. Lu Shuai, hearing this, jumped up suddenly and planted a kiss on Li Yu's cheek. Prince, you're truly wonderful, hee. In fact, I wasn't angry at all. After saying this, Lu Shuai bounced off happily. This left Li Yu momentarily stunned. He grinned mischievously and said, do you think you can run away? Impossible. He ran after her, watching the direction where Lu Shuai fled. I won't let you go. And with that, Li Yu followed with a grin. When he finally caught up behind Lu Shuai, she closed her eyes as the servants passing by turned their heads, pretending not to see what was happening. At the same time, something occurred in the bustling market of this city. Many people were exchanging whispers. Each one spread rumors among themselves. And Yu was currently at the princess residence. Several individuals had already approached her. One man knelt down before her and shouted loudly. Princess, we have completed your investigation clearly. Chapter 235, Delivering the Message. Based on the investigation, someone is indeed targeting Prince Qi. It seems they have no friendly intentions towards Prince Qi. One person spoke up. Even though we still haven't figured out exactly what they're planning to do, we know for sure that they've started targeting His Highness Prince Qi. If things proceed as expected, their goal should be to set a trap through Yang in order to deal with Prince Qi. Your Highness Princess, should we assist Prince Qi? A man conducting the investigation lowered his voice and quietly said this. He was looking at Princess Anyu with some excitement. The moment Princess Anyu gives an order, he could act immediately and resolve all these issues. If he could gain the attention of Princess Anyu because of this matter, then he could rise from being a small figure no one pays attention to into becoming a significant individual. I understand. Princess Anyu replied. However, there's no need to interfere with this matter. Princess Anyu stated this somewhat unhappily. These things are something he can handle by himself. So what does it have to do with me? Princess Anyu gritted her teeth while saying this, as if she were extremely dissatisfied. Yes, Your Highness Princess, I now know exactly what needs to be done. The investigator lowered his voice and said this. Well, from now on, you take care of the next steps yourself. Report any situations to me at any time, and naturally, it's best not to tell others about these matters. Do you understand? Before this person left, Princess Anyu called him back and gave him instructions. This man originally felt that he might have kissed up to the wrong horse, thinking that he probably wouldn't have the chance to win the princess's favor. But now, he felt a wave of surprise in his heart, feeling like this was truly great news. What a good thing. He thought to himself excitedly. His hands were rubbing together. Yes, Your Highness Princess, I know what to do. After everyone left, Anyu muttered softly. Li Yu, if you receive my message, you mustn't ignore it under any circumstances. Anyu muttered to herself for quite a while before taking a deep breath and exhaling. She called her maid over and said, I feel like having some pancakes. Go out and buy some for me. After speaking, Anyu handed over a small brocade pouch. She didn't say much, just smiling slightly and adding, you go personally. Don't hand this task to anyone else. I won't eat food handled by anyone other than you. The little maid was Anyu's personal attendant, so she naturally understood what Anyu meant. She nodded quickly and said, Princess, I understand your meaning. No one will touch it but me. With the pouch in hand, the princess's maid went out the door. Just as she was leaving, she was stopped by a man who looked rather effeminate. He wore an ambiguous smile as he looked at the young maid, then extended his hand and said, Little girl, give me the item Princess Anyu entrusted to you. You should know that the princess has been in some trouble recently, so your best option is to quickly hand it over to me, or you'll be in big trouble. The maid took out the brocade pouch she had. The princess merely asked me to use the silver within this pouch to buy things. There's nothing more to it. Pouting, she said, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Humph, the maid said, somewhat irritated. This man stared at the pouch in front of him, taking it in his hands and beginning to inspect it. But after flipping it again and again, he found nothing hidden within the pouch. His brow furrowed immediately, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Because there really is nothing extra inside this pouch, it's clear that there's no problem with it. He casually tossed the pouch back and said, Here, the pouch is yours. As for how you want to handle it, that's up to you. In the future, if the princess has any matters, you must inform us. And what did the princess ask you to buy? Next time, let Xiaoqi accompany you. After finishing his words, the effeminate man returned to his seat, as if he didn't care about any of this at all. Another man also came forward. He carried a cold aura about him, and his face bore an ominous killing intent. One glance at him was enough to make people think he wasn't a good person. I'm following you, so don't even think about doing anything bizarre. I suggest you stop such thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Upon hearing this, the little maid felt uneasy. Humph, am I afraid of you? I'm the princess's personal attendant. The princess wants to eat pancakes. Come with me. She left with Xiaoqi. Li Yu finally sensed something was off. Since the last time you left, she hadn't been back here since. This had never happened before. Could something have gone wrong? As soon as this doubt crossed Li Yu's mind, he became serious. Has something happened? The thought made him anxious. Something's not right. He immediately stood up and began pacing back and forth. Last time, and you even asked me a question. Could it be that someone is threatening her? No, and you as a princess. Even if she isn't valued here, she's still a true princess. Who would dare bully her at will? At this moment, a man cleverly entered the room and delivered a message to him. It was a small piece of paper with just 3 words written on it, "Buy burnt pancakes." But Li Yu instantly recognized the handwriting as in Yu's. He quickly retrieved a bottle and poured a little water onto the paper. As the drop of water hit it, the paper changed. What had been a blank sheet suddenly revealed dense lines of text. After reading through it, Li Yu immediately understood the situation. It seems that the martial world is extremely restless. Even though I've used my own means to secure an unregretful reputation and thus leave this place, they still won't let me go. Do they want to drive me into a desperate situation? And you, what exactly are you planning to do? Why shouldn't I meet you? Li Yu now harbored an indescribably complex emotion within his heart. Chapter 236, A Lesson. As Li Yu thought about this, he saw him move forward, pulling out a sheet of paper and began writing on it. Before long, the paper was already full of his writing. After he finished what he was doing, he rolled up the paper and inserted it into a small box. This was a box only the size of a thumb. After carefully sealing it, Li Yu placed this box in a secret passage within his room. Following the sound of a mechanism moving, it quickly vanished from sight. After finishing these actions, Li Yu sat down and started to ponder deeply. The next day, Li Yu received an invitation early in the morning. It turned out that the son of xuanhuan was inviting Li Yu to meet outside. This made Li Yu feel a bit troubled. Why would they come invite me without any reason? I merely bullied their sister. If I didn't meet them, it would seem very improper. Besides, we might soon be in-laws. By then, I'll have to call them brother-in-law. Li Yu slapped his forehead and felt somewhat helpless. All right, since you've said it, I will go see them. Saying this, Li Yu arranged the necessary instructions and then set off. He soon arrived at the appointed location. There he saw xianxia with several young gentlemen lounging confidently, the age gap between them not significant. When he spotted Li Yu arriving, xianxia enthusiastically approached him. Your Highness Prince Qi, you're finally here. Let's go inside and talk. Xianxia showed no trace of anger, but rather wore a full smile. Looking at his demeanor, Li Yu nodded and said, all right. All of them entered a wine house. Once inside, Li Yu noticed that its interior decoration was luxurious and exuded a sense of noble elegance at first glance. It was clear that this place was far from ordinary, likely a spot dedicated to entertaining high-ranking officials and distinguished guests. Upon entering the room, Li Yu suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. However, xianxia's expression darkened as he raised his hand and struck the table hard. Your Highness Prince Qi, wasn't that just too much? Do you know my sister nearly resorted to suicide? This is our youngest sister in the Xianxia family, and yet you dared to bully her. With that, Xianxia rushed forward, ready to attack Li Yu. Seeing this, Li Yu simply lifted his hand, blocking Xianxia's punch effortlessly. Cursing loudly, Xianxia shouted, and don't think because you know a little bit of martial skills that you can get away with anything. Let me tell you, I'm not done with you. I can't believe that a prince like you would truly fight on the battlefield. Come on, let us compare strengths. If your prowess is enough for the battlefield, then these grievances are settled. But if you fail, don't blame me for being disrespectful. Shouting furiously, he rushed straight towards Li Yu. Raising his hand, he threw a hook punch followed by a series of lethal combat techniques from military boxing, which were clearly dangerous and demonstrated impressive strength. It seemed there was some flow of internal energy present within him. But this internal energy was quite weak and not especially strong, surprising Li Yu. Is that all? Initially, Li Yu assumed that Xianxia coming for trouble must surely mean a highly skilled expert was on his hands. Now, he seemed like a novice who hadn't trained long enough. While casually holding a cup in his hand, Li Yu skillfully dodged left and right, easily avoiding the attacks. Then he turned back and grabbed Xianxia's arm. Xianxia immediately felt as if his hand was about to snap. Pain! Pain! He instantly cried out. At the sight of this, the others who had come along with Xianxia glanced at each other. Prince Qi, we're sorry for offending you. They all called out simultaneously. In the next second, they attacked as a group of 6, employing coordinated strikes from all directions aiming to properly give Li Yu a lesson. You intend to ambush me? That kind of skill isn't enough. Taking a deep breath, Li Yu began to suppress his power. Consuming the war god fruit granted him the bloodline of a war god, giving him capabilities that could subdue dragons and capture tigers effortlessly. If he did not control his strength, he could possibly end up killing these gentlemen. What is a war god? A war god is someone who cannot be defeated in battle, wielding divine power with even a simple gesture or step. Brushing past means death, making contact causes injury. Li Yu retaliated with a single punch. The gentleman standing beside him went flying outwards. His movements were like that of a dragon or tiger. With just one stride, there was already an aura of dragons soaring and tigers roaring. How could these young masters have ever seen such genuine skills? In their daily lives, even when sparring with the household servants or hired experts, no one dared to use real force against them. Getting injured would be an unacceptable consequence. It was precisely because of this that each of these young men believed their own martial arts to be extraordinary, so they didn't take Li Yu seriously at all. But now, they truly felt fear. Gulping. Simultaneously, they all swallowed hard. They watched as Li Yu exuded a boiling killing intent, his whole being seemingly about to kill someone. In that moment, they became so terrified that they lost all courage and spirit, unable even to speak. Without a word, Liu stepped forward, capturing one by one. Just with a slight shake on their shoulders, they felt as though they had lost all their strength. Then Liu flipped his hand and slapped them, causing them to collapse onto the ground. Oomph, is there anyone else? Liu's gaze swept across the people in front of him, posing the question. The remaining individuals all trembled uncontrollably. Changsunze, you're ruining us. This is what you said. The Prince of Qi doesn't understand martial arts. Yeah, it seems like you brought us here just to get beaten up. Prince Qi isn't just any prince, he's a war god. These young gentlemen, staring at the Prince of Qi before them, had nothing but this thought left in their minds. Your Highness Prince Qi, you are so formidable. Could it be that those rumors are true? You've not only been on the battlefield, but you've also fought fiercely on it. As he spoke, there was shock evident in his voice. That is correct. Think of my exploits back then, going in and out 3 times. Liu reminisced as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Changsunze immediately snapped out of his daze. Turns out Prince Qi is indeed a hero. I misjudged you due to my lack of vision. My sister loves heroes most. Your Highness Prince Qi, henceforth, you shall be my brother-in-law. In this instance, I hope you won't hold a grudge. If possible, I wish to join you on the battlefield, to experience its glory. A man who hasn't been on the battlefield is not a true man. Changsunze said this with excitement pulsing through him. Prince Qi, if your martial skills are so strong, why did you tease my sister? Could it be you wanted to make yourself appear less heroic? Chapter 237, Trouble Comes Knocking. Brother-in-law, I get it. Changsunze lowered his voice and shouted to Liu. He must be hiding his true strength. That's the only reason. There can't possibly be any other explanation. That's what you're thinking, and that's what I think too. Hey, brother-in-law, don't worry. I won't tell anyone else. After Changsunze said these words, he smiled and said to the others, what are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to my brother-in-law. This is Prince Qi. These young gentlemen dared not say a word in objection. One by one they stood before him and loudly said, please forgive us, your highness. Liu looked at the young men before him. His face turned cold immediately, as if he was very dissatisfied with all of them. If that's all the sincerity you have, then it's not enough. The young gentlemen glanced at each other, and their eyes all turned toward Changsunze. Brother-in-law, are you still angry? When Changsunze seemed disheartened, Liu laughed and said, don't worry, I'm not so petty to make you suffer over this. Since you've already apologized, we might as well consider ourselves acquainted. Speaking here, Liu hesitated while looking at Changsunze and asked, is your sister the one who told you to find me for trouble? Of course not. Changsunze immediately shouted loudly. How could such a thing happen? My sister is a well-bred young lady. She has never stepped outside the main gate, or even the second door. In fact, this time it's just because I couldn't stand it. You should know my sister used to like military generals, believing only those with military accomplishments were her type. But now she's about to marry a Prince Qi who has a questionable reputation, obtained by some underhanded means to acquire her hand in marriage. How could I not be furious? When Changsunze spoke here, anger was evident in his tone. I know these street rumors are unreliable. Is Prince Qi, my brother-in-law, really incompetent? What would truly constitute someone being extraordinary? In the past, I did indeed have some prejudices against you, brother-in-law, but now... His eyes glimmered with fervor as he looked at Liu before him. Brother-in-law, you've become my idol. Without saying another word, Changsunze grabbed the cup in front of him, drank a large gulp of wine, and said angrily, what I envy most are the generals leading troops in battle. Only through teaching them to protect our country can peace prevail. But all these years, my father has always refused to let me directly participate in these battles, thinking these things aren't good. It's precisely because of this, though I have aspirations, I am powerless. Changsunze raised his wine glass and said, if you were just showy without substance, then that would be it. But since you're a war god, it's completely different. Huh. Hearing Changsunze's words, Liu burst into laughter. You're an interesting person. At first, he was somewhat unhappy looking at Changsunze, but now he had quite a bit of appreciation. Not bad. I didn't expect you to have such aspirations. Just as they were enjoying a very pleasant conversation, there came some noisy sounds from outside. There were 7 or 8 beautiful women invited at this moment. They smiled on their faces, and they walked to the entrance, holding musical instruments. The leading beauty asked, shall we play some music? We've been waiting for you. Hurry over. One of the young men beckoned eagerly. Your Highness, Prince Qi, these beauties are top class. They only appear during special occasions to entertain high-ranking officials. Actually, we weren't supposed to be able to invite them today. But when they heard that Prince Qi wanted to listen, they declined their original prestigious guests. A gentleman surnamed Zhao interjected with a smile. Haha. Changsunze, after hearing these words, also chuckled. I know a bit about this matter. They say it's Master Qin, but his status is inferior to ours. If they declined, so be it, it's not something to take offense at. Play the music, Changsunze said. Right at this moment, someone brought up a lychee. I've heard that recently in the capital city, there's a fruit becoming popular among officials and nobles. It has an extremely pungent smell. Some say it's delicious beyond compare while others believe it stinks terribly but tastes sweet when consumed. And this fruit is transported from a small southeastern country, making it extraordinarily expensive. Ordinarily, it's something we simply can't get our hands on. With esteemed guests visiting, one must naturally be offered for tasting. At this moment, a young master had someone bring up a lychee. Liu immediately recognized it as a lychee. The fruit was special, and now presented on a platter, it made some people feel uncomfortable just looking at it. Liu thought to himself. Wasn't this the fruit he had released earlier? He never imagined that it had already gained such a great market in the capital city, even turning into a true luxury item, favored by many high-ranking officials and wealthy families. It seems I need to find a way to get more fruits, so I can increase my income in the future. After all, Liu's fruit shop had been doing exceptionally well. Thanks to several bases he'd established outside the capital, many fruits were beginning to make their way into the common people's lives. Of course, these fruits were still only available in the capital city and not yet produced elsewhere. Just as Liu was pondering whether to bring out more fruits for sale in the near future, commotion arose from outside. Why should they take our beauties? We have them reserved. Tell them if those beauties don't come over today, we'll make sure you pay. A man shouted loudly, his face bright red with anger. Who's creating such a disturbance outside? Don't they know we're dining here? Xuanhuan shouted. Humph. The next second, the door was kicked open. In walked a smug-looking man, tall and imposing, dressed in brocade robes which looked odd and somewhat comical. Upon entering, he glanced around the room. So, who dared cause trouble for me? Oh, it's Xuanhuan from the Xuanhuan family. Listen, those beauties are ours by reservation. Hand them back immediately. Chapter 238, Bet. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Do you really think we are harmless? You have taken me as a sick cat. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Xianxia from the Qin family. Let me tell you, today we are entertaining important guests, so you'd better not piss me off. Otherwise, you won't be leaving today. Humph. Upon hearing this, Xianxia revealed a sneer. Don't think I don't know your tricks of flaunting wealth and showing off. How dare you be arrogant before us with those skills? Anyone who doesn't know might think you're planning something. Xianxia glanced at Xuanhuan in front of him and scoffed. Humph. Let me tell you, this matter isn't over today. If you want to fight, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The ancient boxing art passed down in my family, the Qin tiger boxing, is just looking for someone to test it on. At this, Xianxia smirked, stepping forward and attempting to kick the table over. But just as he kicked, his leg was caught by someone. He looked up and saw a man with clear brows and bright eyes holding onto his leg. Let go. Do you even know who I am? Your face is unfamiliar. Are you from out of town? Do you believe if I flay your skin? Liu initially wanted to punch him hard to show his prowess. But in the next moment, a smile appeared in his eyes. Do you really think you're very skilled in martial arts? Why don't we try a duel? The loser has to pay all the money today. What do you think? Xianxia, glancing at Liu's slender arms and legs, and comparing them with his own thick arms and legs, laughed immediately. Wow. Didn't expect someone would deliberately come to give money away. Only betting on one meal is too uninteresting. How about we bet bigger? I have a fine steed outside the door. It's a top-class horse imported by Persians. This horse has innate strength. If you want it, I can offer it to you. But if you lose, you'll owe me 100,000 taels of silver. How's that sound? With pride, Xianxia lifted his head and said these words confidently. Liu took a glance from the door and saw the stallion below the tavern. SSS. He involuntarily drew in a breath. Because this stallion was extraordinarily handsome, especially large and powerful, its eyes shining like two gems. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary blood-sweating horse. It was undoubtedly the king of blood-sweating horses. Good. Liu nodded. Aren't you the wealthy son playing with them? Truly impressive indeed. Xianxia glanced at Xuanhuan and others with a mocking tone. But I should warn you, they may not treat you sincerely even if you are willing to play with them and spend money. How should we compare? He arrogantly asked. Either martial or literary tests will do. Liu calmly responded. If that's the case, then let's settle this with martial skills. Xianxia waved his hand. Someone, get rid of the others. Today I want to properly spar with this lad and let him know that Grandpa isn't easily provoked. No need. Liu, looking at Xianxia, said, it will only take one round. You look down on me? Before Xianxia could finish speaking, Liu took a step forward. Before Xianxia realized what happened, he felt an immense force on his leg. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, Liu took a step forward. Before Xianxia realized what happened, he felt an immense force on his leg. SSS. In shock, Xianxia gasped sharply, losing control over his body and falling heavily to the ground, landing quite disgracefully. That's cheating, it doesn't count. Xianxia roared furiously, struggling to rise. Let's fight again. Just now you ambushed me. Otherwise how could I have lost? Furious, he inhaled deeply and charged towards Liu. However, Liu merely grabbed him with a reverse motion, seized Xianxia, and forcefully pushed him down. Xianxia let out a painful cry, crashing to the ground, and instantly landing face first into the dirt, unable to get up for a moment. Aya. Did I lose? Liu asked lightly. After some time, Xianxia managed to get up, staring at Liu in disbelief, saying, Kid, your abilities truly shocked me. It doesn't count. That was clearly because of my mistake. I haven't even started to focus yet. After warming up, I'll fight you again. You can't ambush me this time. After taking such a big loss, Xianxia became scared and started warming up earnestly. Huff. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. In just a moment, he had already adjusted his state. Liu noticed that after Xianxia made a few movements, the momentum around him changed. The momentum around Xianxia had transformed as well. I have used a special skill. My strength now is completely different from before. If you concede now, it would still be in time. Why so much talk? Liu stretched out his hand and slightly gestured. Xianxia moved then, with one powerful stomp on the floor of the tavern. The very next second, the floor was shattered under his feet. Bang! A tremendous sound rang out. The ground cracked open, forming a huge fissure. Clang! Is there an earthquake? People drinking in other private rooms on the other floors of the tavern all rushed out upon hearing this sound, because they all felt a significant vibration. But when they came out, they found no movement. Realizing that someone below was sparring, Liu moved, walking to Qin Zheng's front. He evaded Qin Zheng's fierce punch, then grabbed his arm and pushed back with the other hand. Before Qin Zheng could react, he fell heavily again. Bang! You? Who are you? Qin Zheng knew his own capabilities inside out. He had just used the secret technique from his family's boxing art, temporarily channeling qi to activate his internal blood energy, increasing his strength to around 400 pounds. However, such power meant nothing before Liu. I lost. You can take the blood-sweating horse. This matter will end here. I'll also pay for your meal at this tavern. Qin Zheng said this, his face full of gloom. Haha, no need. Liu waved his hand and said, I will pay as agreed. In fact, I have a business deal. Chapter 239, Subduing the Wild Horse. No, Qin Zheng firmly stated. I am a descendant of a noble duke. How could I stoop to engage in such ignoble merchant activities? Don't you already have Changsun Zhe and his group of wealthy playboys assisting you? You collaborating with them should be very advantageous, so why do you need my involvement? After saying this, suspicion crept into his eyes. Could it be that you want to drag me into something? Then Qin Zheng lowered his voice and spoke to Liu. Exactly what kind of business is it? Is there money involved? Profitable or not? Haha, no offense taken where none was meant. You must be eyeing my abilities, right? While speaking excitedly, the cold expression on his face couldn't last more than 3 seconds. Haha, Liu laughed heartily. Don't worry, it'll definitely be profitable. After he said this, he led over the fine steed. This steed let out a long cry, brimming with fury, as if greatly dissatisfied with Liu's actions. It immediately tried to kick him and even attempted to bite. Get down. Liu looked at the horse before him and roared angrily. He then exerted all his strength, pinning down the heavenly sweat-blood horse like it had been burdened by 1,000 gene weight. It only whinnied pitifully, struggling with no avail. Surrender yet? Liu stared at the horse before him and increased the force in his hands. The steed was unable to withstand the pressure, and it was forced down, its knees touching the ground. Its mournful cry seemed to signal that it finally could take no more. Slowly, it lowered its head, indicating surrender. Now that's more like it. Liu nodded and let go of the reins. Standing straight again, the once wild horse now obediently stayed close to Liu. Like a tame colt, it quietly stood by his side. Liu jumped onto the horse with ease. The sweat-blood stallion surged upward immediately, letting out cries. Changsun Zhe and the others watched, eager to find out who between Liu and Qin Zheng would triumph. They knew Qin Zheng had superior martial skills far surpassing theirs, someone who could fight off all of them single-handedly. Yet, under Liu's hands, he too was powerless. Brother-in-law, your power is unmatched. Brother-in-law, with your martial prowess, you're surely ranked first in the capital. Changsun Zhe exclaimed joyfully. Prince Qi, for Qin Zheng to dare compare himself with you shows just how disrespectful he can be. Qin Zheng shot these young gentlemen an intense glare. What? Do you also wish to compete with me? Qin Zheng's words caused several nobles to gasp, and they immediately answered together. You savage, who wants to fight you? Indeed, indeed. Well then, let's drink together. Allow me to treat you all and make amends through good company. Liu said with a smile. Qin Zheng pondered for a moment. Since Prince Qi requests it, refusal would be impolite. Recently, I heard rumors that Prince Qi harassed Miss Changsun, but now it seems the discord between Prince Qi and the Changsun family has been resolved. Indeed, your excellency must be quite skilled. A mischievous grin spread across Qin Zheng's face. Prince Qi, your methods truly are impressive. With the slightest provocation, you captured the capital's flower. There must be many envious. Hearing this, Liu remembered he had 2 beloved acquaintances. If Miss Changsun were to join, his situation might get complicated. With a slight cough, he responded, what is there to envy? Just as Liu accompanied Qin Zheng to drink wine, someone secretly documented these events and promptly reported back. Nowadays, many people keep tabs on Prince Qi, aiming to expose any misdeeds. Come, let's toast and enjoy a hearty drink. Everyone started raising their glasses to toast, and Liu joined in drinking with them. Of course, his intent was to somewhat obscure his brilliance. After all, a man as talented as him shines wherever he goes. Mixing with these young gentlemen could certainly provide significant benefits. Moreover, since he was about to leave soon, it wouldn't hurt for his reputation to appear less conspicuous. However, Liu was completely unaware that even as he fought and drank here, the news had already reached the ears of those who closely monitored him. Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, upon reading the report, his face instantly turned cold. This boy exactly what is going on. How dare he behave so improperly in broad daylight, associating with young nobles drinking and brawling, betting on horses, spending lavishly. I've already told him to prepare for flood control in Xuan. How can he be so disobedient? At this moment, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin was a little angry. He did not expect Liu to be so undutiful. Your Majesty, this matter may not be the prince's fault. After all, Changsun Zhe and these young gentlemen live like this, walking dogs, fighting, drinking alcohol, and watching operas. A eunuch standing nearby said. Humph. The emperor let out a cold snort upon hearing this. Keep a good eye on this boy for me. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. The eunuch beside him quickly responded. Meanwhile, a man in black wearing a bamboo hat stood far away, looking towards the tavern where Liu was located. There was an icy gaze in his eyes. Truly, they are nothing more than frivolous playboys, with no sense of morality at their core, only insatiable greed. If that's the case, as our master said, they truly deserve death. After this man in black walked into the crowd, he disappeared instantly. Just then, the dancers who had been frightened off earlier all returned one by one, each with bright smiles. The innkeeper responsible came forward hurriedly to apologize. Gentlemen, and also His Highness Prince Qi, the dancers were scared earlier, hence they didn't come forward. Please forgive us. These dancers have choreographed a special dance today. It's unlike any other. Please do take the time to enjoy it. The innkeeper clapped his hands, and immediately the dancers began stepping up to perform their beautiful routines. At this very moment, one of the dancers accidentally fell to the ground. After hitting the floor, she quickly crawled up halfway, showing a look filled with panic, but simultaneously casting an affectionate glance towards Li Yu. She said in a voice tinged with fear, yet enchanting, "Prince Qi, I unintentionally stepped on my own feet. Please forgive me, Your Excellency." Her aggrieved demeanor stirred hearts intensely. Chapter 240. The Dancer Who Approaches. At this moment, these young masters realized that this dancer was truly a beauty in distress. Her appearance was delicate and charming, her skin so fine it seemed to glisten with moisture. Just a few more glances, and they felt their hearts swaying, moved by her presence. This kind of dancer made one unable to resist stealing another look. She stirred the heart indeed. Li Yu looked at the dancer before him, and also felt a slight flutter in his heart. Naturally, he would not blame this dancer before him. He waved his hand, and said, "You tripped unintentionally. You need not concern yourself with this matter, nor will we have any issue with it." Li Yu continued, and gestured again. "If you've hurt yourself from the fall, there's no need for you to continue dancing. We won't hold any opinions about it. Moreover, I'll pay the money due prior to this incident." After he spoke, the dancer who had fallen looked at Li Yu with a sudden affectionate gaze filled with emotion, evidently touched. "Thank your highness for your kindness. I shall never forget it." Supported by other dancers, the injured dancer rose to her feet, revealing a perfect figure without reservation. Xianxia nearby sighed wistfully, saying, "Such a dancer is unforgettable once seen. Even just a few extra glances made me feel like my thoughts were being provoked. Unfortunately, the inn's backing is rather strong. Even if I had intentions, I couldn't act forcefully." Naturally, the other young aristocrats also knew that acting on a mere dancer from such an inn could be very disadvantageous for them. Thus, they wouldn't do anything foolish. After eating and drinking until they were full, Li Yu finally left. At this point, Xianxia coldly slapped the table and said, "Changsunze, tell me, if not because of you, why would I have lost that magnificent horse in a bet? Do you realize what kind of horse that was? It was a veritable blood-sweating heavenly horse. This extraordinary steed took immense effort for me to acquire, and now it's given away." Xianxia stared pointedly at Changsunze as he asked, "Furthermore, Prince Qi seems to have something significant planned. Now I've gotten myself involved too. If you don't compensate me somewhat, these matters won't go well." Changsunze nodded at that moment. He pulled out a land deed from his pocket and handed it over, smiling faintly as he said, "Brother Qin, rest assured, I won't treat you unjustly. This deed represents a candy shop located in the capital city, and there's plenty of inventory inside. Giving this to you should be no problem at all." "Alas," Xianxia sighed. "Poor thing, my blood-sweating heavenly horse." Changsunze glanced at Xianxia and said scornfully, "What joke are you playing with me? You couldn't control that horse. Its temperament is incredibly fierce. Earlier, you were thrown off repeatedly. Otherwise, according to your character, would you have gambled away such a good horse?" Embarrassed, Xianxia laughed slightly, then remarked, "Sigh. I didn't expect His Royal Highness Prince Qi to be this remarkable. He actually tamed that mighty steed. We underestimated Prince Qi last time." As Xianxia mentioned this, there was a trace of embarrassment. Changsunze sighed heavily. "It appears my younger sister has truly chosen Prince Qi. Prince Qi's conduct is indeed extraordinary. But how our family Changsun proceeds remains uncertain." He mumbled this softly. Li Yu sat in his carriage, which was about to depart, when it suddenly stopped. In front, a sweet voice came through. "Your Highness Prince Qi, I am the dancer who fell earlier. I want to see you, Your Highness." The dancer outside lowered her voice while speaking. Upon hearing these words, Li Yu pulled aside the curtain. In front of the carriage stood a tender and demure dancer. She was so bashful she didn't dare raise her head, her face painted with rouge and powder making her exceptionally alluring. Seeing the dancer before him, Li Yu chuckled. "So you've come here as a dancer. Could it be you're intending to offer yourself to me? If that's truly your intention, it cannot be. I do not take women of unknown origins. Though I may have some penchant for beauty, I'm not base or lewd." Li Yu looked at the dancer in front of him with a grin as he said these words. Hearing this speech, the dancer did not show any fear. Instead, she stepped forward. "My lord, I will never forget the great favor you showed me. Furthermore, I am quite afraid because outside I am always terrified of meeting bad people. My lord, I have absolutely no greedy intentions. I merely wanted to thank you. What do you think of me, Your Highness?" After the dancer finished speaking, she turned and ran away. Upon seeing this scene, Li Yu's interest was piqued, and he wanted to see what these people were up to. Pretending to be eager with lust, he called out to the dancer, "Dancer, look at me. I trust you. Why don't you come onto my carriage to thank me?" Hearing these words, the dancer paused for a moment. She seemed surprised, then gave a faint smile and started walking toward Li Yu's carriage. As she moved, her graceful figure swayed slightly. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your favor." Once inside the carriage, her posture was strikingly captivating. Especially, there was a unique fragrance emanating from her body. Just inhaling it evoked an unusual sensation. an irresistible aroma that one couldn't help but admire. Liu merely smelled it, and he already felt a stirring of emotion. You dancers are truly strange ones. Are you intentionally looking for me? After saying this, Liu reached out and pulled her. The dancer appeared flustered, showing signs of resistance as she whispered softly, "No, Your Highness, we cannot do this." In the next second, Liu became serious. He fixed his eyes on the dancer before him and sneered. "If I can't do this, then what should I do? Didn't you come onto my carriage yourself? What do you want to do? Speak freely about your intentions." At this point, the dancer seemed close to tears. "Your Highness, I have no such thoughts. I only came here to thank you. Perhaps my actions misled you, but please don't come any closer." With a sob in her voice, the dancer's body shifted backward. Liu continued advancing step by step, sneering. "Hand over the bottle you're holding. I sensed something odd in your perfume the moment you entered the carriage. That smell is quite repulsive to me." You've noticed? Chapter 241, Waiting by the Stump for a Rabbit. The dancer's expression instantly changed, shifting from an innocent lamb to a fierce tiger. She sat there calmly, extremely smug. "Your Highness, you can scream all you want now, but no one will come to save you. I've already used xiuxian jinsan. This potion contains a terrible poison. Once exposed to it, you'll immediately lose all your strength. From the moment you smelled that scent earlier, this poison has almost fully taken effect. Your Highness, you've already shown everyone here how proficient you are in martial arts. If that's true, I couldn't possibly give you the chance to fight back. You must have been born with immense strength, Your Highness. So don't blame us for this." With a loud bang. At that moment, the woman moved suddenly. She didn't use any weapons. In a swift move, she grabbed right in front of Liu. A cold aura radiated from her body, like a real assassin. But her intent wasn't to kill Liu, rather to capture him. Liu looked at the woman in front of him and gave a light smile. "Just like this. Do you think I haven't prepared?" Liu had secretly eaten a detoxification fruit. With this fruit, he was practically immune to all poisons and felt perfectly fine. His strength hadn't diminished in the slightest. Facing the dancer, he stretched out his hand, caught her, and pulled her toward him with force. Bang! The woman collided hard against Liu's body. "Ouch!" She screamed in pain, feeling as if all her internal organs were about to burst. At the same time, she could feel blood rushing into her mouth, causing her unbearable discomfort. Her breathing became labored, glaring fiercely at Liu. "How can you resist? What sort of precaution did you take? Could you possibly have had an antidote pill in hand?" Seeing her alert posture, Liu hesitated slightly. "No, not exactly, but I do have other means." "Speak. Who sent you here? It seems like you underestimated me. Even in the frontier, I have established great accomplishments." The dancer chuckled. "If you think I would spill information, then you can dream on." After finishing this sentence, she prepared to break the poison hidden in her teeth. However, Liu was much faster than her. He reached out his hand, swiftly grasped her mouth, and pinched it with force. In the next second, the dancer's mouth couldn't close anymore. Liu fiddled a bit inside her mouth and retrieved a tiny poison capsule. "This poison is certainly extraordinary," Liu remarked with a tone of admiration. Indeed, the crafting of this poison was highly sophisticated, looking exactly like a normal tooth in her mouth. Being able to produce such advanced poison in this era indicates that there might be a powerful organization behind this woman. Liu sighed. "Since you refuse to talk, I'll not hold back with you." Do you think I will tell you anything?" "Spit. All of you oppressors. All you know is to exploit commoners. My parents were killed by people like you. I won't forgive you." She growled angrily. Upon hearing these words, Liu let out a faint laugh. "This has nothing to do with me. As for corrupt officials, if I have evidence, I will surely bring them down. There can be no perfect dynasty free of corruption. What you described isn't reality, but a fantasy world. If such a world truly existed, I'd wish to go there too." Liu spoke, sighing somewhat. But then he changed the subject. "Now, you may leave. I won't harm you. Besides, a dancer like you, I wouldn't stoop so low to end your life. I've memorized your face. Next time you try to assassinate me, it will be impossible." After saying this, Liu waved his hand. Liu released the dancer without even asking for her name. The coachman leading the carriage ahead had not turned around since the beginning. He showed no reaction, continuing to guide the horses. After being released, the dancer jumped off the carriage. With fury, she muttered quietly, "Just wait, this is far from over. I will never let you go." After speaking, she turned and left. After the woman left, the coachman asked in a low voice filled with concern, "Your Highness, should I find out this woman's background for what she has done to you?" "This kind of woman, her origin is very complicated. I've already known. You just need to focus on driving the carriage. The rest is none of your business." Prince Liu said indifferently. He glanced at the direction where the woman went, and then sat back on the carriage. Step by step, the woman walked, looking extremely disheveled. At this time, several beggars approached, their faces filled with greed. "Dancer, why are you alone on the street in the middle of the night? Come on, let us love you properly," they said, each one approaching with an evil grin. This dancer looked at the beggars as they came close and gave a cold sneer. "Do you think you can bully me just because I'm injured?" She raised her hand, and a flash of her knife appeared. In the next second, a streak of cold light flashed past, and these beggars screamed in agony instantly, falling to the ground. They all clutched their necks, making gurgling sounds. "Well done. I never thought Xianxia could also fail. It was really a mistake that you were sent there. I wonder how they would look at you for failing and coming back alive." The dancer named Xianxia sniffed coldly. "It's none of your business. Get out of my way quickly. Ho ho, do you think I will listen or not?" This man moved closer to Xianxia, and suddenly grabbed at her fiercely. Qinger, however, smiled seductively and exhaled a puff of smoke. This smoke carried a bewitching scent. As soon as this man smelled it, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. His complexion changed drastically. You actually brought the heart-devouring charm. How dare you use it against me? Do you believe me? His throat began to itch and he coughed painfully. Give me the antidote quickly. Chapter 242, Running Away from Home. You actually left a poison behind, and yet you didn't manage to handle the matter properly. How dare you poison your companions? Who gave you the audacity? He said this with obvious anger, but he gradually began to feel that something was amiss within himself. The effects of the poison had started to spread, accompanied by an indescribable pain. He clutched his chest as his breathing became labored. This is a temporary antidote. If you think you can scheme against me, think again. I, Yang Qing, am not someone you can toy with, she retorted. After finishing her words, the woman coldly stated, if you don't want to die immediately from the poison, lead the way for me now. I need to report to my master. She said it with a chill in her tone. The man picked up the antidote and threw it into his mouth. After a while, his breath steadied and, pale-faced, he took the lead reluctantly. And they were unaware that a shadow had been following them all along. The figure followed at a distance until they disappeared deep into an old house before leaving. Liu returned to Qiwan's mansion, where inside, there was bustling activity over making bean sprouts. Although the production method for bean sprouts was very simple, many people still did not know how to make them before the secret was revealed. Since Liu introduced hot pot to the capital city, his few shops have seen countless visitors who specifically came to try the hot pot. As for bean sprouts, tofu, potato slices, these common ingredients, their demand surged immensely. Many of these items could only be made in the mansion, with no intention of easily divulging the secrets. After all, in this world, rarity often increases value. My lord, take a look at these bean sprouts, how tender they've grown. We will surely fetch a good price for them. Everyone wants our supplies now, one servant reported gleefully. Liu chuckled upon hearing this. Good, we must keep doing this, Liu nodded approvingly. He showed no hesitation in profiting from wealthy noble families. Thinking of the upcoming trip to Sichuan tomorrow, Liu felt a little reluctant. Just then, Lu Xue came to Liu's side and whispered softly, my lord, there's someone waiting in the study. Understood. Liu nodded. Let's go. I was heading there anyway. Back in the study, Liu found that a pot of hot pot had already been set up. Steam was rising from the hot pot, exuding an intense aroma. Just a sniff conveyed the sensation of numbing spiciness mixed with fresh flavors. The aroma is really splendid, Liu said appreciatively and somewhat comforted. Lu Xue had already waited in the study and had not touched the food inside the pot. When Liu arrived, he said, brother-in-law, you're finally here. I've tracked down the whereabouts of that woman who attacked you earlier. That woman ended up in a small dark room. I suspect there might be a secret passage leading there. We've arranged someone to monitor the area, but we haven't dared to enter yet. You've done well. Don't alarm them prematurely. That's the first rule. Liu spoke with praise. If my assumptions are correct, there will definitely be retaliation against me while I'm away from the capital city. Keep monitoring them and uncover the ultimate masterminds behind it. Indeed, I'd like to see who has the audacity to do such things. Their arrogance has reached its peak. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll treat me as soft prey, Liu replied angrily. Brother-in-law, I've sent out hounds. You left traces of a certain fruit on that woman's body, which makes it extremely easy for us to track her using our specially trained dogs. As long as she remains in the capital, she cannot escape. Lu Xue smirked as he picked up a large lamb bone and placed it in his bowl, eating voraciously. Brother-in-law, your hot pot is absolutely incredible. I'm just devouring this meal, feeling utterly elated. The texture, unparalleled, sends waves of spice and numbness through my mouth. With each bite, I experience pure bliss. After enjoying their meal, Lu Xue grinned mischievously and said, brother-in-law, go rest with my sister first, and I'll turn in too. I'll protect you in the shadows. Brother-in-law, sister, let you too. Lu Xue chuckled evilly at this point. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and entered the tunnel. Lu Xue remained by his side. Seeing that they were the only two left in the room, she became bashful. Your Highness, Xiaozhuo was just joking. I actually didn't. What didn't happen? You're not leaving today. Your younger brother has already made sure of that. Liu said this with an excited tone, then picked up Lu Xue in his arms. Your Highness, you rascal. Lu Xue exclaimed this before the lights in the room went out. Your Highness, we can't. The next day dawned early. All arrangements in Liu's mansion were ready. He could depart at any time, and naturally set off as a royal envoy, complete with guards sent by the court. Eunuchs had arrived at the gates of the mansion early to wait for Liu's departure. In the distance, however, a carriage had come to a stop. Inside it, Changsun Pingting lifted the curtain and looked afar, her eyes carrying a glimmer of joy, as if admiringly envious. If only I could go along too. Changsun Pingting thought this, her heart stirred. She looked at the maid in front of her and said excitedly, I can run away from home. Wherever he goes, I'll go there too. Upon hearing what Changsun Pingting said, the little maid beside her immediately reacted as if she'd heard something unimaginable. Hastily she said, Miss, absolutely not. You are a precious lady. If anything happens to you, how will we explain things here? Sir will skin me alive when he finds out. Mississippi, don't you think they wouldn't want such a thing to happen? The little maid said this with grievance as she looked at Changsun Pingting. What's there to fear? Changsun Pingting retorted. I'm the daughter of the Changsun family. Is there anyone who dares to bother me? Besides, I'm not leaving right now. I'll go back home today and pack my belongings. Later, we will disguise ourselves as men. As she spoke, her smile shone brightly. Chapter 243, Running Away. The little maid by her side was already pale-faced in an instant. Miss, please don't. As she said this, she was silenced by Changsun Pingting, who covered her mouth and spoke with a threatening tone. If you keep talking like this, I'll sell you off. Sniffle, sniffle. Upon hearing these words, the little maid looked aggrieved, sobbing quietly. Miss, you're too cruel. I. The little maid muttered angrily, yet she didn't dare to continue for she feared being expelled by her lady. Grumble, grumble. After Liu left the capital, however, rumors suddenly spread through the city. Everyone was spreading one news. The case of Li Qinggan stealing the city defense maps was now transformed into a narrative where Liu was at the center of the matter. This was all too vividly detailed, claiming that it was actually Li Qinggan who had been wrongfully accused. But when this information reached the palace, upon receiving the news, Li Shimin instantly felt anger surging in his heart. He grabbed the cup in his hand and slammed it on the ground hard. Detestable, absolutely detestable. Who outside is behind these machinations? First, they framed my crown prince, and now they are framing my Prince Qi. Li Shimin was originally delighted when he heard about Liu winning a blood-sweating stallion in a competition on the street, but instead, this new story has emerged. With a cold voice, he angrily remarked. When the eunuch nearby heard this, he also took a sharp breath inward. Your Majesty, should we not investigate further into this incident? Coldly, Li Shimin responded. Of course we must investigate. Whoever dared to scheme against my descendants must be ready to face the consequences. With these words spoken, his tone was full of menace. Once Li Shimin's words were uttered, the eunuch felt as if the entire atmosphere around him turned freezing, and his body trembled, recalling days from the past. Back then, when Li Shimin just ascended the throne, there were forces both inside and outside who opposed him. Even within the palace, there were such dissenting elements. Although seemingly calm on the surface, Li Shimin decisively dealt with those who opposed him silently. This particular eunuch had been with Li Shimin since then and witnessed everything. It had been many years since similar events occurred. Now, Emperor Li Shimin actually intends to initiate more violence for Prince Qi, Liu. This thought alone sent shivers down the eunuch's spine. If violence were indeed to begin anew, it would signify a terrifying calamity. You will carry out an investigation within the palace, see if anyone inside is spreading rumors. After saying this, Li Shimin drafted an imperial decree summoning the general of Qianxia Guard. The eunuch bowed out, and the general soon arrived in a hurry. At this time, although the capital seemed peaceful on the surface, chaos brewed underneath. Danger wasn't isolated, it was scattered everywhere. Ministers throughout the capital started feeling unease. Changsun Wujia had just finished discussing recent incidents with allied ministers. As soon as he exited his meeting, his household servant rushed up and reported hastily. Master, disaster. The young miss is gone. The maids by her side have also disappeared. The young miss left a note today, saying she went to confront Prince Qi, telling us not to look for her. Moreover, upon hearing this, Changsun Wujia's face immediately turned ashen. This was his beloved daughter who had slipped away quietly. Instantly filled with fury, he stormed over to the servant and harshly demanded, "What are you still standing there for? Bring it here." He snatched the note written by Changsun Pingting from the servant's hands, only to feel dizzy immediately. "My dear daughter, hurry someone." Seeing Changsun Wujia about to faint, the servant was greatly frightened and immediately shouted loudly. Others hurried to help support him. Shortly thereafter, their family physician arrived and quickly administered medicine. After swallowing a pill, Changsun Wujia regained consciousness. He patted his chest while angrily saying, "Find out where she has gone. We must catch up with her. She is our sole daughter, my beloved princess, and the emperor's granted consort of Prince Qi. How could she suddenly bring about such misfortune?" After finishing his speech, Changsun Wujia nearly fainted. His gaze swept over the servants beside him as he spoke harshly. "Gather everyone here who knows about this matter. Anyone who dares to speak of it will be beaten to death." Saying this, his voice carried a tone of fury. "Did you hear me? You are all servants of the Changsun family. Your contracts are with us, and we have never mistreated any of you. Therefore, if any of you dare to betray our family, you know what your punishment will be. Understand?" Changsun Wujia spoke fiercely. As an important minister in the court, he naturally possessed authority and grandeur. When he delivered these words, they immediately pressured everyone present. Each one responded loudly in agreement. Meanwhile, Changsun Pingting was unaware of the trouble she had caused. Excited, she sat in a carriage with her maid, disguised as a wealthy young gentleman. "Finally, we've managed to get out. The happy days begin now," Changsun Pingting said joyfully. "Miss, perhaps we should go back. It's too dangerous outside. We might end up in trouble easily, which would be unfortunate." "Xiaoyuan, don't worry. I am the mastermind behind all this. You'll be safe. You've been by my side since we were little and have never left home. Haven't you ever wondered how wonderful the outside world could be? Now is the perfect time for us to experience it." Changsun Pingting continued while fanning herself with her fan. Through opera stories and other tales from within the estate, she already understood many things about the external world and longed for it eagerly. Previously, there was no reason to leave, but now she finally had an excuse. What kind of place will the outside world turn out to be? Changsun Pingting pondered. Chapter 244, An Encounter with a Caravan. Liu had no idea that although he was no longer in the capital city, his affairs were still very much discussed there. Liu sat inside a carriage, and before him was a pineapple. Lu Shui looked at the fruit with surprise and asked with some confusion, "Your Highness, how is this fruit eaten?" This fruit seems a little strange. Besides, the skin feels so thick, she said with doubt. Liu reached out, picked up the pineapple in front of him, and started peeling it with a silver dagger. He rotated it quickly, and in a blink of an eye, a long strip of skin was peeled off, revealing the golden pineapple flesh. After finishing, he placed the pineapple chunks into brine in front of him. This fruit has a unique taste by the seaside, but it must be soaked in salt water to develop its delicious flavor. If placed elsewhere, it would not have such a distinct, delicious taste. Few people know how to eat this kind of fruit right now. After a while, Liu took the pineapple out of the brine, placed it in front of him, cut it into several pieces, and bit into one himself. The pineapple juice carried a tangy sweetness that exploded in his mouth. This taste is simply too delicious. You should try a bite as well. Liu held the pineapple in his hand and handed it to Lu Xue beside him. With a smile on her face, she took the pineapple and placed it in her mouth. Although Lu Xue had eaten many kinds of fruits, this pineapple made her eyes light up. This taste is indeed very delicious, she said excitedly. Boom! At this moment, a heavy rainstorm suddenly descended from the sky. The rain fell heavily without warning. The rain came rather oddly, so they had to set up camp here unexpectedly. Liu asked, "Where are we? Why did it start raining so suddenly?" He Dun quickly answered, "Your Highness, we have already arrived in Jiannan. The recent area has experienced continuous rainstorms, which occasionally bring sudden heavy downpours. Thus, everyone wasn't prepared for this situation. So it happened." Liu nodded. "It's fine. Be cautious around us." Saying this, he ordered the preparation for tonight's dinner. At this time, behind their caravan, some sounds of turning carts could be heard. People from the rear soon arrived close by. You could see that this was a very large caravan with many individuals riding on these carts. They all wore straw capes, seemingly prepared for such conditions. When they passed by, the leader greeted them, asking, "Who are you? Where are you headed? This place is very dangerous recently. There is a possibility of flooding here. You'd better set up camp elsewhere." The person on the cart shouted loudly, "Thank you, we understand." Chong Dun, who was somewhat muscular, responded amidst the rain. But this merchant leading the caravan seemed curious and slowly moved closer to them. Behind him followed quite a few men. These individuals were fully armed, their goods overflowing, evidently part of a large trading convoy. Yet, in such remote countryside, suddenly encountering such a convoy presented itself as a very dangerous situation for Chong Dun. "Don't be shy or we'll consider you enemies," Chong Dun called out loud. Following his words, everyone drew their swords. "Don't get excited. I'm just checking out your caravan. It appears you carry a lot of goods, so I thought I might inquire if there's something available for sale. If there's anything good, we're willing to purchase it at a higher price. Due to the floods in Sichuan, transporting the cargo over can net us a significant amount of money, and a portion of our goods was damaged on the way, so we're asking if you have any goods available for sale. That way, we can still meet our agreement and deliver enough supplies. If you don't want to sell, it doesn't matter either." This merchant appeared chubby, smiling broadly as he spoke, seeming harmless. Standing beside him were a few thin men who resembled sticks. They stood silently on the side, cold expressions plastered on their faces without uttering a word. Cough, cough, Liu coughed once. "We will not sell, but if you are willing to come in and tell us what exactly happened, perhaps we are willing to share some of our goods with you." This merchant smiled, saying, "It seems you are new to the trade and do not know what's happening ahead. Let me tell you." After speaking to his followers behind him, this merchant came forward with two others. Liu invited the merchant into the carriage. Upon entering the carriage, the merchant took off his straw cape and began to speak slowly. "Alas, you do not know, but recently in the Sichuan basin, things have become truly terrible. It's rather exaggerated. Everywhere is flooded." At this point, he sighed deeply. One could say the flood was extremely sudden, causing heavy losses here within a short time. The horrifying part is that the flood has lasted over a month already. The local officials also shirk responsibility, letting the flood situation persist for so long. Alas, it said the capital has sent an envoy, but who knows when they'll arrive. Truly, heaven isn't showing favor, making this fertile land suffer from floods. I've heard this isn't even the worst of it. Taxes have been increased lately, especially for those of us transporting grain. They're imposing heavy taxes, claiming it's for disaster relief. But no one knows that these people are just filling their own pockets, stealing all the grain for themselves. As the merchant spoke through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. See, if this is true, then it indicates there might be a big problem coming here. After Liu said these words, he quickly shut his mouth. Then he changed his tone and said, "If this is really happening, I wouldn't dare conduct business here. We'd better turn back home." The merchant chuckled. "In fact, this is a small matter. But since you are willing to share part of your goods with me, I am willing to introduce someone to you." Chapter 245, High Mountains and Long Rivers. This merchant was very confident, as if he had already anticipated this matter. Oh, upon hearing this, Liu became instantly curious. "Can you tell me more about it? Is there some official who, with just an introduction, can help my business run more smoothly and conveniently?" "Exactly." The merchant in front of him nodded and said, "That's right. You're a guest from afar and may not know about this. There is a concubine of the military governor of Jiannan Circuit whom we can reach out to. This way, we can save a large sum of tax money. For traveling merchants, less taxation means enough profit for us. We will speak on your behalf. As long as you follow our group, no one will bother you." The merchant explained. Alas, he sighed at this point. "In fact, we don't want to come here either because floods frequently occur here, and goods are often lost. Because this place is quite remote, and there are many bandits. One trip like this doesn't make us much money. But if we don't come, The grain shortage here might get worse. So, our master insists that we must come. Saying this, his expression turned solemn. So, Li Yu immediately understood. We only make a small fortune, but we seek peace of mind. If we have money, we earn it too, though what we actually profit from isn't grains. These are our trade secrets, so I can't fully inform you. Please understand. This merchant was rather good, telling Li Yu everything he could share. Huh. After hearing these words, Li Yu burst out laughing. Since you've said that, then I won't be so polite either. Black Shield, go arrange the transfer of goods with this gentleman. Li Yu said this, and then reclined lazily again. Lu Xue looked at the merchant leave, and then she asked, Your Highness, why do you lie down again? Aren't you supposed to think of a plan to deal with those corrupt officials now? If the disaster situation isn't handled well, there may be a large number of refugees. At that time, once such a situation arises, it will certainly damage your Highness's reputation. Lu Xue anxiously spoke, her face filled with worry. Huh. After hearing these words, Li Yu laughed. Lu Xue, you don't understand this part. After arriving, although I can coordinate people in Jinnan Circuit to cooperate with me, this is the territory of the Jinnan military governor. Although it belongs to the Tang dynasty, the military governor holds immense power here. It's as if they are truly the local overlords here. If after arriving, I were to directly strike against their authority and make their lives difficult, my own days would not be easy. And besides, I haven't yet obtained any evidence. It's just what the merchant in front has mentioned. If I use this as evidence, it might cause trouble. The most important task right now is dredging the river channels to prevent further flooding and minimize the destruction. Li Yu spoke with gravity. So, you'll collect information for me here. Li Yu said this, but inside, he had other plans. He was thinking of sabotaging things here so his standing wouldn't rise high in Li Shimon's eyes, thereby keeping him out of the struggle for the throne. He still couldn't figure out why Li Shimon insisted that he oversee the country's affairs. Could Emperor Taizong be planning an invasion of Goguryeo? Alas, Li Yu shook his head upon pondering this. Lying back on the carriage, the caravan began taking away many goods from Li Yu's convoy, while also handing over a fair amount of silver. However, Li Yu didn't know that among the carriages of the trading convoy was his fiancée. At this moment, Changsun Pingting's maid Xiaoyuan had lifted the curtain, looking curiously outside. This place is indeed strange. It rains without warning, totally unreasonable. Before, it was clear blue skies, and then suddenly came heavy rain soaking us all wet. Miss, let's not go to Jinnan anymore. This caravan, though secure, makes me feel that master must be worried sick by now. Miss, can we stop going? Changsun Pingting listened to these words, then lifted her hand and struck Xiaoyuan's head. You disobedient girl, are you not listening to me now? I'll tell you, I heard they haven't even reached the Jinnan Circuit yet. Once we arrive, we will definitely give them quite a shock. At this point, Changsun Pingting burst into laughter. In that case, if he sees me, he will undoubtedly treat me as a heavenly being. Then, I would like to see how he behaves towards me. If he dares to act indecently toward me, I will severely discipline him. Changsun Pingting said this with a tone of anger, filled with resentment. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuan gasped in shock. Miss, you don't mean to take action against Prince Qi, do you? Miss, the more you say it, the more frightened I get. Prince Qi is known for his licentiousness. He might just attack you. What if you suffer a loss then, miss? Reputation is of utmost importance. If anything happens to your reputation, master will surely kill me. Xiaoyuan spoke, her voice trembling with sobs. Try sobbing again and see what happens. Not long after the caravan departed, a sudden whistle rang out. From not far away came a sharp sound. The faces of those in the caravan immediately turned pale. In these deep mountains and old forests, bandits and raiders often appeared. These people were known to prowl through the woods, shouting ferociously, showing no kindness. Whenever they showed up, they would plunder and murder. If it was a familiar bandit group, they usually collected protection fees and did nothing further. But if they were unscrupulous gangs of bandits or thieves, they might slaughter everyone in the caravan. If such a situation arose, there would be no place left for their remains. Both Changsun Pingting and Xiaoyuan screamed. This is bad. How could they do this? It's so despicable. Will we be safe? Xiaoyuan started crying. Changsun Pingting drew her sword from her waist. I have also trained in martial arts. If these bandits really attack, I will fight them tooth and nail. Chapter 246, Elite Bandits. What's going on? Li Yu, upon hearing this sound, also revealed a look of surprise. What's happening? How could bandits and thieves suddenly appear here? What do they intend to do? Restless voices came from outside, and it was evident that these people's formation was in disarray. Li Yu originally did not wish to intervene, but seeing that these mountain bandits were ruthless and harbored ill intent, his expression immediately turned cold. He stepped out of the carriage, and at this moment, the rain had already stopped. The freshness in the air could be faintly felt from afar, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Water flowed down the mountain, giving an extremely refreshing sensation, creating a poetic atmosphere. Yet at this moment, it was a dangerous place. Just by thinking about it for a moment, one could feel a sense of unease. What are you still doing? Li Yu looked at the guards who hadn't yet reacted and loudly scolded them. Line up right now, what are all of you doing there? Follow my commands, form ranks. In Li Yu's voice, there was a dominant presence. Due to having eaten the war god fruit, a faint ripple spread out and landed on these people. As if influenced by some kind of rule, these guards instantly moved, lining up and forming a row. At this moment, these guards resembled an elite army, ready to wage war at any time. Only then did Li Yu nod satisfactorily. Not bad. I tell you, these bandits will surely not just target those merchant caravans. Prepare for battle immediately. Save the caravan group, which is also saving ourselves. We still don't know how many bandits there are, but it can be predicted that there aren't few among these bandits. Liu said. Therefore, remember that you will engage in fierce battle next. Put on armor. Mount your horses. At Liu's command, these people immediately took action. On the adjacent carriage, a eunuch who accompanied them was astonished by the scene and quickly recorded it down. Prince Qi is truly remarkable to possess such great skill. These guards didn't react initially from their state of peace, but after being reprimanded by Liu, they instantly transformed into disciplined battle formations. It seems this time is really extraordinary. The eunuch sighed, and beside him, a young eunuch asked with curiosity, Elder Huang, shouldn't this be expected? Why do you so highly commend Prince Qi? Huang Elder slapped the head of the small eunuch beside him and said with a somewhat grumpy tone, You young one, are you that stupid? Who is Prince Qi? He is a prince. A distinguished prince who can bring his soldiers to assemble with just a single command. Do you think ordinary people can achieve this? This shows that the prince has the demeanor of a hegemon. Only a true ruler can have such capabilities. In the past, our emperor was the same way. Although his majesty might not match numerous generals in military talent or surpass many ministers in talents and literary skills, once the emperor issued an order, he could immediately summon various civil and military officials. Elder Huang expressed some sighs and reflections. Anyway, remember this, Prince Qi must never be offended otherwise. Seeing him speak like this, there was a hint of irritation. It seemed as though he was upset that his apprentice couldn't grasp his meaning. This young eunuch was utterly bewildered, completely unclear why his adoptive father suddenly became angry. By Liu's side stood Lu Xue. Seeing her with a serious expression, she helped him put on armor. After Liu wore the armor, he seemed like a general stepping out of a painting, handsome and imposing, full of heroic spirit. At a glance, one would be stunned, and one would immediately think, what a good-looking young general indeed. Liu smiled slightly. Speechless, huh? Am I not ultra-stylish? After saying this, he mounted the blood-sweat heavenly horse. This steed already appeared excited, seemingly looking forward to charging on the battlefield. It let out a neigh, brimming with excitement. Liu also laughed. Follow me, charge. Liu shouted furiously, and behind him was a whole team of guards, over 40 people in total, all wearing armor. In an instant, they transformed into an elite force. Go! In the distance, the bandits had already launched an attack. As they attacked, a terrifying killing aura filled the air, making it seem as if deaths would occur at any moment, even in batches. Don't spare the people from this caravan, and don't let those over there escape either. Hundreds of bandits charged forward. Each of them was armed with various weapons, and their armor, though old and slightly rusted, appeared durable, clearly first-class armor. These people are not ordinary. Liu glanced at them, instantly comprehending the oddity in his heart. These supposed bandits bore no difference from an army. Bandits could never have acquired such armor, even if it was old and somewhat rusted, a fact that quickly flashed through Liu's mind. Since this is the case, we must take action. As the caravan members looked upon these bandits, equipped with such refined weapons, they felt a deep sense of despair. Could it be that some garrison general dislikes them and intends to completely annihilate them? Keep in mind, they possess a considerable amount of silver and goods. Swallowing them would bring in a huge sum of money. Just as these thoughts raced through the merchant's mind, another group emerged on the other side. It was Liu and his company. Clad in armor, Liu's face revealed an aura of coldness. His piercing gaze fixed directly on the bandits before him, radiating an icy killing intent. Humph! The bandit leader, upon noticing Liu clad in the armor of an elite soldier, swore under his breath. Damn! Who can explain what the hell is going on here? Weren't we told to kill? How come we've stumbled upon an entirely armored army instead? Never mind. Seems like they're just as confused as we are, so we might find an opening. The so-called prince, despite having achieved military glory on the frontier, how much of it is truly based on his own ability? Probably all due to someone else's accomplishments. In an instant, the leader of the bandits' eyes were filled with murderous intent. Looking for death. On my command, charge. Without a trace of fear, he led his men straight toward Liu. Chapter 247, The Suitor. If this bandit knew that Liu's rumored martial prowess wasn't just hearsay, he would definitely be scared to tears, perhaps even regretting that he didn't have more legs. Attack. Changsun Painting had just gotten off her carriage when she saw the standoff between a group of bandits and a troop of cavalry in the distance. What's going on? How could reinforcements arrive so fast? She muttered, clearly shocked. The leader of the caravan also never expected these bandits' original target to not be him. This made him take a deep breath, even feeling somewhat guilty. Because if the enemies aren't after your money, they must be after some bigger interest. This isn't just a small matter, it's a huge trouble. Once you get involved in something like this, there's a good chance you'll end up dead. At this thought, he felt his heart sink. A servant came by his side, quickly lowering his voice and asked, Boss, what do we do now? This isn't a minor issue. This is a massive problem. After taking a deep breath, the caravan leader chuckled bitterly and said, How would I know what to do? There's something off about this. We can't deal with it right now. He said this solemnly. We must figure out a way. He mumbled these words. If all else fails, we'll escape. Speaking here, the caravan leader wore a grave expression. Already, he had taken several trusted confidants and retreated quietly to the side. Their expressions were filled with tension, ready to flee at any moment. Their belongings were too numerous, making sneaking away impossible. Even if they managed to escape, they might suffer great losses. What should we do? One person whispered. In the next second, everyone stared in disbelief. Liu leading the cavalry at this moment was like an invincible force, crashing into their opponents and causing devastating damage. These hundreds of fully armed bandits were utterly broken the instant they were struck by Liu's force. Liu was at the front, wielding a long-handled broadsword. He was fond of this weapon because it extended further than regular swords. It provided a longer range of attack and covered a wider area. Coupled with his own strength, it became a fearsome killing machine. Any enemy in his path would easily fall beneath his blade. With one slash of his sword, a burly bandit only managed to roar before being cut down mid-shout. His body split in half in the very next moment, falling heavily to the ground. What? Though these bandits had another identity, they weren't true bandits, but originally elite soldiers. The collision filled them with despair. How bad? How could there be such elite cavalry? How could there be such a powerful general? Who exactly is he? The bandits shouted as they began moving towards Liu. In their eyes, the strongest of them all was Liu. He was too formidable, almost inhuman. As they approached, Liu was already close to a frenzy. Heavy shields guarded around him, but even dozens of his men faced hundreds without fear. My God, who is that young general? Xiaoyuan, beside Changsun Pingting, exclaimed with shock, seeming stunned for a moment. Miss, we're safe. Xiaoyuan hugged Changsun Pingting happily, her face filled with excitement. Wow, this young general is so handsome. Xiaoyuan watched Liu's battle from afar and excitedly shouted. Miss, I think this young general probably knows you're here, which is why he rushed to come, possibly even sent by the master, and has been following us the whole time. He probably waited until now to make his move. Miss, this young general must be one of your suitors. That's why he did this thing. He's been quite secretive about it until now. Xiaoyuan spoke excitedly, slapping Changsun Pingting's shoulders repeatedly as she went on. Miss, quick look. She excitedly continued talking. Humph, I wouldn't want that, replied Changsun Pingting with a touch of anger. If he was truly sent by my family, I wouldn't fear anything at all. At the same time, Liu wasn't thinking about those things. All he did was keep swinging his blade. In front of him, any enemy who dared to block his path had already been slashed to the ground. Liu now panted heavily, a trace of excitement in his eyes. Before him, all enemies had fallen. There remained more than 100 bandits, and they were now completely shattered, frantically fleeing backward. Liu chased after them without hesitation. Thinking of escape? Don't dream. Liu roared in fury. Just at that moment, arrows from archers in the distance rained down. Blocked, Liu and his men could only watch as the bandits scattered away. To dare try to run? Liu's hand shot out, grabbing a spear. He hurled it toward the escaping bandits, instantly striking one from behind. PFT. The body of the bandit leader was pierced clean through. With his men, Liu charged forward and apprehended him. Spill it. What exactly is going on? Liu glared fiercely at the captured leader, menace flashing in his eyes. Before the leader could speak, a gush of blood burst from his mouth, dying right there before Liu's eyes. As for the remaining bandits, they had already melted back into the mountains. Liu then led his men quickly cleaning up the battlefield, finishing the task efficiently, and set off towards Jiannan Road. Upon their arrival, Liu swiftly took control of the situation. He had known beforehand that a significant part of the calamity here was due to the floodwaters rising, leaving many victims, along with blocked food supplies. Originally, he didn't want to involve himself, but walking through the streets, he witnessed countless homeless people, which made his heart ache. A mother and son sat by the road. The mother was selling her own child. Her son was tied with a piece of straw rope, being sold off like some object. It drew quite a crowd. When Lu Xue saw this scene, she too felt her heart clench painfully, because once upon a time, she herself endured such an experience. In a low voice, she spoke. Your Highness, maybe we don't have to let things go this way. Perhaps there's another method to resolve this matter. Chapter 248, Disaster Relief. No. After hearing these words, Liu's eyes became more resolute. He had never seen such a disaster-stricken scene before, and it was akin to torture. For him, as a man of civilization, this was absolutely intolerable. Huff. He took a deep breath, exhaled, and then stepped forward to the mother and child. He handed over a 10-tael silver ingot, looking at the mother and child in front of him, and said, You take this money first, go buy some food to eat. In the future, I promise you that great changes will happen here. I am Prince Qi Liu. This time, I am responsible for handling the flood here. After investigating the surrounding situation, I found that most of the problems are due to deliberate sabotage. Now that I have arrived here, I will not tolerate this kind of thing. I will change this place. Liu shouted loudly, making the villagers' eyes light up with joy. He quickly began leading a large group of people to clean up the area. Arrests were made where necessary, penalties were issued where deserved, and the focus soon turned to clearing the river. After investigation, he discovered that the reason for the blockage was actually because one of the downstream rivers was blocked. Under normal circumstances, it would only be necessary to blow up this channel, but since they were in the Tang dynasty, destruction would be very difficult. Liu quickly prepared explosives and ordered someone to throw them directly into the river. As the explosion sounded, the blocked part of the river was instantly cleared. The onlookers all cheered wildly. This is truly heavenly thunder. Amazing, truly amazing. Prince Qi is invincible. Prince Qi is invincible. Long live Prince Qi. May his life last 10,000 years. Many of the common people originally held no hope, but now they all knelt down, emitting cheers. Among the crowd, Changsun Pingting watched all of this. She was now completely captivated by Liu, looking at him with admiration and comfort. This is the kind of man I truly like. He possesses outstanding qualities, extraordinary martial arts, wisdom, and stands out from the rest. I've decided to love this man. And this man loves me so much. Once we return to the capital, I must marry him as soon as possible. At this moment, Changsun Pingting felt this way inside her heart, becoming extremely excited. Meanwhile, Liu carried out reforms in Jiannan Circuit, causing the corrupt officials there to behave themselves for a while, spreading his fame. Having done this, Liu started preparing to return to the capital. On the Imperial Road, Liu was leading a group back to the capital. In the center of the formation was a carriage, and Liu was sitting inside. After solving the problem of the flood, those censors definitely won't continue to slander me once I return to the capital, right? Liu sat inside the carriage, waving a fan, silently contemplating events in the capital. His successful report on resolving the flood had already been sent off urgently towards the capital. Liu estimated the time and guessed that by late afternoon today, his father, Emperor Taizong Xiuxian, would see the petition about the flood being resolved. Liu thought through several possibilities quietly and let out a slow breath. With such a merit, my life should be a bit easier once I get back this time. He believed he had done everything correctly and finally felt at ease. At this time, inside the study of the palace, Emperor Xiuxian was reviewing petitions. Seeing the ones that reported good news brought a faint smile, but upon reading those involving mutual accusations among the censors, his brows would frown. But overall, Xiuxian frowned more often than smiled. These ministers are getting increasingly unruly. Xiuxian flipped open another petition, barely glanced at a few lines, and threw it onto the table in anger. The crown prince, Prince Qin, and those ministers close to them, none of them are making life easy for the emperor. Secretly tripping each other up, making false accusations against each other. Do they really think I can't see through them? Once Xiuxian grew angry, the atmosphere in the study immediately became heavy. The several eunuchs serving Xiuxian couldn't help holding their breath and lowering their heads further. At such moments, no one dared to provoke Xiuxian's wrath. Just when the small eunuchs were trembling with fear, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside. Your Majesty, Prince Qi has successfully managed the flood relief. The memorial from Prince Qi and the county magistrate have just been delivered. Upon entering, the chief eunuch knelt before the desk, holding up a few scrolls while speaking. Your Majesty specifically instructed that any memorials related to the flood and Prince Qi be delivered immediately. Today, with the fast horses returning to the capital, I received the news and came here directly with the memorials. Unbeknownst to me, Your Majesty was handling state affairs. I apologize for disturbing you. Please forgive my sins. The chief eunuch's face glistened with sweat after speaking, and he was slightly out of breath. It seemed that upon receiving the message, he had rushed here without rest. Upon hearing the chief eunuch's words, Emperor Xiuxian's originally solemn expression relaxed a little as he said, "It appears Prince Qi has done an excellent job. You did well to come immediately with the news. You may rise." Ignoring his own need to catch his breath, the chief eunuch quickly thanked the emperor's kindness before getting up and carefully placing the scrolls on the desk. This act was also an opportunity to make a good impression on the emperor. Judging by Emperor Xiuxian's current expression, the chief eunuch knew he had done the right thing. Good, very good. It seems Prince Qi brings me peace of mind. After thoroughly reading the memorial, Emperor Xiuxian smiled and said, "Even though Prince Qi has some stains concerning matters of love and lust, compared to the Crown Prince and Prince Qin, these are no issues at all. Moreover, this time he resolved the flood disaster, and none of the officials in court would dare to nitpick over his past indiscretions." As Emperor Xiuxian spoke, the tense atmosphere within the study immediately lightened considerably. The several eunuchs standing nearby let out quiet sighs of relief. With the improvement in the emperor's mood, they didn't have to live in fear anymore. Hearing what Xiuxian said, the chief eunuch again dropped to his knees with a thud and repeatedly declared, "Prince Qi's success owes greatly to your great blessings, Your Majesty, and to your wise instruction." Xiuxian chuckled upon hearing this, casually responding, "Enough, enough, don't say so much. I see you were just born with a smooth tongue." Chapter 249, The Attack. As Emperor Taizong said these words, his face was filled with joy, and there was no hint of reproach for the chief eunuch. Prince Qi is his son, and if Prince Qi accomplished his task, both the civil and military officials of the court and all the people would praise him as an emperor who raised his children well. In this way, surely more people would consider him, Xiuxian, to be a wise ruler for the ages. Emperor Taizong, thinking about the happy moment, couldn't help but begin pondering how he would reward the prince when he returned. Liu led a group forward, walking and stopping for several days, yet only covered less than half of the journey. Now that the flood had been controlled, without the pressure, Liu's return trip to the capital was naturally more relaxed than the journey outward. During the return trip, news of how Prince Qi Liu successfully resolved the flood crisis began to spread. Counties around were talking about Prince Qi Liu stepping up fearlessly to save the people. Some even turned it into a spoken story to sing. In this way, Liu's fame rose dramatically. Xuanhuan, the captain of the guards responsible for protecting Liu, was now riding his horse leading the carriage Liu sat in, with obvious pleasure on his face. This time upon our return, Prince Qi will surely receive the emperor's commendation, and we subordinates are unlikely to miss out on our rewards. Thinking about the happy scenario, Zhang Yuehai's dark, resolute face couldn't help but light up with a smile. Not just Zhang Yuehai had such thoughts. Everyone else in the convoy also looked full of joy, and everyone's mood was very relaxed. With Prince Qi's merit this time, they too could advance in rank and fortune. Such good things were liked by everyone. By now, the sun was gradually setting, but it still hadn't reached the horizon. In a harmonious atmosphere, the convoy slowly arrived at a station. Liu stuck his head out from the carriage, looked at the sky, and waved his hand heartily, saying, "There's no need to rush on the way back to the capital. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's stop here, take a rest for the night before continuing. Tonight, drink your fill of fine wine and dine on great dishes. Don't worry about sparing for me." As soon as Li Yu's words ended, the convoy immediately erupted in cheers. Even the most composed and steady guards didn't find any fault with Prince Qi Li Yu's command at this point. This was an official road, and there were no significant groups of bandits nearby. With their ferocious guards protecting him, the prince's safety was completely assured. After walking for so long today, it was definitely time for them to have a good rest. When the station official learned of Prince Qi's arrival, naturally there wasn't the slightest negligence, and he quickly came out to greet him himself. The underling did not know that His Royal Highness, Prince Qi, would come. "There has been a lack of due welcome. Please forgive me. All the wine and food at the station are prepared, waiting for you, His Royal Highness Prince Qi, and your many advisors to sit down." He ran back and forth, his feet barely touching the ground, ensuring Prince Qi Li Yu's people were well settled, lest there be even the tiniest oversight. This is the biological son of the current emperor. Much less, Prince Qi has accomplished much in disaster control. My hometown was saved thanks to Prince Qi's kindness. The person in charge of the station thought about these things and felt more energized underfoot, running around even more diligently. When everyone was finally settled, the sun had already set, and the skies gradually grew dark, yet the station was still filled with a cheerful atmosphere. A stream of delicious wines and cuisines were delivered nonstop. All of Li Yu's subordinates were eating and drinking to their heart's content. Apart from some necessary guards, all of Li Yu's other subordinates were now busy toasting each other, savoring various delicacies. Seeing how warm and lively his subordinates were eating, Li Yu came out halfway through, lifted his glass, and loudly proclaimed, "I owe my success in controlling the floods to all of you together working hard. This has enabled a smooth resolution of matters. After we return to the capital this time, I shall certainly report all of your contributions, and at that time, neither your merits nor rewards will be lacking." Upon hearing Li Yu's words, there was another round of loud cheers, the noise lingering endlessly. To follow a talented prince like Qi who cares about his subordinates means their futures would surely be bright paths ahead. Some newly joined members of Li Yu's entourage, at this point, quietly made a firm decision, thinking, "In the future, I must do better in fulfilling my duties and serve Prince Qi properly. As long as I help Prince Qi get things done well, the future will surely lead to boundless opportunities, so we must work even harder accordingly." Li Yu noticed everyone's reaction, silently nodded his head, and said, "In the future, I will still need all of you to make great efforts and support me wholeheartedly. Now let us all drink this cup full to the brim." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Yu lifted his hand and drained his cup in one go. "Prince Qi, rest assured, since you care for us so much, how can we not dedicate our lives to your service? As your subordinates, it's our duty to alleviate your worries. We must certainly do our utmost to fulfill our responsibilities." After speaking loudly, everyone tacitly raised their wine glasses and drained them in one go. This thriller atmosphere even infected the guard standing outside. A guard surnamed Lu, upon hearing the sounds from inside, couldn't help but grip his sword tightly at his waist. "Prince Qi treats us well, and though I am just a guard, I must also wholeheartedly perform my duties accordingly." With this thought crossing his mind, the guard surnamed Lu became even more determined to serve Prince Qi with all his might. But before he could calm down from his excitement, an unusual sound suddenly reached his ears. The guard was startled and immediately turned toward the west wall of the station. The station's walls were 2 zhang high, and the guard couldn't see outside due to the obstruction. However, upon paying attention, he could hear faint rustling footsteps coming from the other side of the wall. "There's something going on. Everyone, be on alert." The Lu-named guard's face changed drastically as he shouted loudly. At the same time, with a swift motion of his right hand, he pulled out his long sword in a flash. The next moment, crack, crack, the top of the wall was suddenly hit by a series of muffled thuds from metal tools striking against the wall. Upon seeing this, the many guards who had rushed over contracted their pupils. What had struck the top of the wall were nothing but iron hooks made from steel. Somebody from outside was throwing these iron hooks to try to climb over the wall and rush inside directly. Enemy attack. Protect Prince Qi. Xuanhuan, the leader of the guards who had just arrived, let out a roar full of anger. This roar was extremely loud, instantly spreading throughout the entire station. Guards responsible for ensuring Li Yu's safety sprang out from every corner, drawing whatever weapons they carried and standing ready. One team rushed to the edge of the wall to prepare for battle. Another group headed to the station entrance to prevent further enemies from coming in, while yet another smaller team immediately moved inside the station to ensure Li Yu's close quarters safety. As for the people enjoying the banquet, there was initially some confusion and panic. Chapter 250, Retaliation against the bandits. However, soon enough, someone stepped forward. "There's no need to panic. Outside, there are guards blocking the bandits. As long as we hold out for a while, everything will be fine." A short scholar suddenly stood up and shouted loudly at the crowd gathered around the banquet. "They are just some bandits who don't know when to die. If we're so easily frightened, wouldn't it be embarrassing if our colleagues in the capital laughed at us?" Although this scholar was small in stature, he exuded an upright and calm demeanor in the face of danger. Influenced by his presence, the originally somewhat panicked group finally calmed down slightly, and for a moment, no one ran around, preventing the situation from becoming even more chaotic. The person in charge of the inn was originally in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion outside, he was momentarily stunned, his face immediately turning pale. If something happens to Prince Qi while he is here with me, then... This thought had barely crossed the mind of the responsible person when he suddenly startled, turned around, picked up a kitchen knife, and rushed out. Upon coming out, he shouted loudly, "Where are the soldiers stationed at the inn? Where have you all gone? Come out now. Prepare to meet the enemy and protect Prince Qi." At this critical juncture, he didn't forget his identity and immediately began to summon the soldiers stationed at the inn. Regardless of whether they were effective or not, he would first gather people. The invaders outside the wall also heard the commotion inside the inn. They realized that their operation had been exposed and quickly increased their pace. "Hurry! Everyone follow closely." The leader of the intruders, standing by the wall, growled softly. This leader wore a black mask covering his face, revealing eyes that carried an undeniable trace of impatience. He had carefully planned this operation for a long time, but never expected to raise the suspicion of those inside before even climbing over the wall. But since the chips were down, it was now impossible to retreat. They had to push through. This leader could only hope that when they launched the attack, the losses among his group wouldn't be too many, enough to at least last until he reached his target. The master's instructions must not be disobeyed. After tonight, there will never be a better opportunity for assassination. Recalling the master's instructions before departure, the eyes of the black-clad leader revealed a hint of mercilessness. His left hand stretched out, grabbing a rope fixed to the wall, and he swung himself over toward the inside. "For the sake of my master, I am willing to fight to the end." On the second floor of the inn, Liu remained completely composed, gazing down through the window at the chaos below. The fighting in the courtyard was intense, and cries of battle and screams of pain continued to ring out. After hearing the commotion from the side of the wall, Liu had already been protected by a squad of guards and taken to the upper level of the inn. There were also several valiant subordinates guarding downstairs, ensuring that, for the moment, Liu's safety was not in immediate jeopardy. "Your Highness, the prince worth more than gold. You should keep your distance from the window." At this point, a nearby guard suddenly leaned over and said softly, "Although the lights are out here, and the bandits don't know where you are, we fear a stray arrow might come." The guard stopped speaking, his face filled with unrestrained worry. As servants of the prince, their primary responsibility was to ensure the safety of Prince Qi Liu. If anything happened to him, they would indeed be deserving of death. Liu's expression remained calm, seemingly ignoring the warning from the guards entirely. Liu glanced outside carefully, quickly contemplating the situation. These black-clad individuals who fought fiercely against numerous guards each possessed high martial skills and ruthless tactics. They were absolutely not ordinary thieves. Who could dare challenge the law of heaven by sending assassins after him at such a crucial time? Liu pondered deeply, yet could not find any reason for the powerful figures in the capital, including his own brothers, to play such an absurd move. The current emperor, Li Shimin, aims to be a wise ruler through the ages. If Liu, the prince of Qi, met misfortune on his way back from managing flood relief, the whole Tang dynasty would be shaken by Emperor Li Shimin's fury. Unless the person orchestrating this is confident they won't be discovered or can redirect blame elsewhere, absolving themselves entirely. With this thought, a vague suspicion formed in Liu's mind, though it wasn't yet fully clear. Now, the fierce battle below grew even more intense. Xuanhuan, Liu's chief bodyguard, wielded his broadsword with fierce winds, holding off 3 black-clad assailants alone. Black-clad men kept falling under the overwhelming assault of numerous guards, yet more arrived through grappling hooks from the wall. A series of shouting and killing sounds echoed from the inn's entrance, indicating these enemies attacked from 2 directions simultaneously. However, Prince Liu could not see the courier station's entrance from this room and had no idea how the battle was going there. Liu crouched down and looked around through the window again, suddenly coming up with an idea. "I ask you too, do you know where the crossbows we brought are stored?" Liu slightly turned his head and asked the guards beside him in a low voice. "Report to His Highness Qi Wang, I know." The guard on the right kept watching the situation outside while responding in a hushed tone. "They are in a side room at the corner of the 2nd floor. When we arrived this afternoon, Commander Zhang led me and several other brothers to place them there and lock the door." After saying this, the guard couldn't help but glance at Liu. The scene was now chaotic. The black-clad intruders were fiercely battling the other guards, making it impossible for the crossbows to be of any use even if they were here. Moreover, with the lack of lighting, some people were barely visible, making it easy to mistakenly harm their own side. But Liu paid no heed to what this little guard thought. Upon hearing that the crossbows were upstairs, Liu stepped away from the window and called over all the guards on the 2nd floor. Standing confidently in the center of the room, Liu gave instructions to everyone. "A few of you go fetch the crossbows. As for the rest of you, bring all the candles and lamps from upstairs here. As for what we'll actually do, I won't tell you just yet, just wait and see." Hearing Liu's words, the guards, though somewhat confused, quietly acknowledged and turned to leave. Once these people had gone, Liu summoned Deputy Commander Li Taizhan nearby and gave him a few quiet instructions. Deputy Commander Li Taizhan was initially puzzled by Liu's words, but grew increasingly excited as he listened, ultimately unable to suppress a soft exclamation. "Ah, it's like this. I understand now. Your Highness Qi Wang is indeed wise." Chapter 251, Liu appears. The leader of the black-clothed figures wielded 2 sharp blades, creating movements like a tempest of wind and rain. The guards standing in front of the black-clothed leader were all skilled in martial arts. Yet against this leader's fierce attack, they struggled to gain any advantage. Their few attempts to counterattack were thwarted by his superior skills, unable to breach his defense. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding rang out as knives and swords clashed again intensely. The blades in the black-clothed leader's hands slashed with brilliant streaks of light, surrounding several people around him. Then came a groan. One guard suddenly retreated quickly, clutching his shoulder as blood seeped continuously from it. Apparently, during their brief skirmish, the swift blade work of the black-clothed leader had struck a momentary opening, cutting one of the guard's shoulders while fending off others. Damn it! How can this rogue have such formidable skills? This is absolutely not the capability of an ordinary person. The wounded guard exclaimed when seeing the blood oozing from his wound as he withdrew from combat. Hearing the companion's words, the remaining guards felt a sudden weight on their hearts. All the guards' eyes fixated sharply on the black-clothed leader, fearing that at any moment he might unleash another deadly technique. With their comrade injured and forced back, their numbers had decreased, putting them further at risk. If they made any slight mistake, all of them could be killed by this black-clothed leader. Ha ha ha! Your mediocre skills as guards. Back away now if you don't want to die. The black-clothed leader sneered, observing the guards' expressions carefully. You've seen the last exchange. If your injured comrade hadn't retreated quickly, I would have severed his head long ago. My goal here today is only for that man inside the station. Why do you needlessly sacrifice yourselves for others? This speech was, in fact, part of the leader's strategy, a psychological tactic to demoralize the guards. If his words could make these guards hesitate and expose more vulnerabilities, that would be most advantageous. After their previous exchanges, although the black-clothed leader held the upper hand, subduing these few guards, he too had consumed a lot of stamina. While speaking, the black-clothed leader secretly adjusted his breathing, attempting to recover some strength while buying time. Though his tactics seemed to be working well, unexpectedly, as soon as his words subsided, a guard roared in anger. How dare you assault this official and disturb the court officials? This is a crime punishable by the extermination of your entire family. And you dare to try sowing discord now. Enough talk. Take my blade once more. As he spoke, the guard stepped forward with great force, sending a flash of a bright blade toward the black-clothed leader. Sensing the killing intent in the incoming strike, the black-clothed leader had no time to think. He had to defend himself by swinging his blade again. Seeing this, the other guards also charged again with loud cries. Clang! Clang! The dull sound of clashing weapons reverberated through the air, engaging the group in intense combat again, each clash difficult to resolve. Every slash of the black-clothed leader's blade was powerful, forcing the guards to use all their strength to fend off the strikes. Yet, in reality, the leader bore an inner anguish known only to himself. He was acutely aware that if this continued, before he broke through their blockade, he'd likely consume most of his strength. How did Prince Liu gather such loyal guards who proved so stubborn and unyielding? Damn it, continuing this way, I'll never accomplish what our master has asked of me. The plan may not succeed after all. The black-clothed leader thought coldly, feeling a chilling despair creep over him. If so, then there's no turning back. This is your fault. It leaves me no choice but to use my ultimate techniques. As the thought crossed his mind, a savage look spread across the black-clothed leader's face, his eyes gleaming with menace, startling even the attackers circling him and slowing their actions slightly. Just as the leader prepared to deploy his hidden ultimate technique at all costs, a sudden change occurred. Snap! Suddenly, a synchronized sound of flint striking came from the second floor of the post station. In the next moment, the second floor of the inn was illuminated fully, with bright lights projecting a figure against the windows. Startled by this unexpected development, both sides paused momentarily in their struggle, hesitating in their movements. At the same time, a clear voice echoed down from the second floor. It was none other than Liu's. Dear friends cloaked in black, running around late at night, what an intriguing interest you show. May I ask, why are you here tonight? Though Prince Liu lacks other talents, I still brought some gold and silver with me on my return to the capital. If your interest is in wealth, then just say so. There's no need for such deadly conflict. Liu's voice rang out clearly, carrying far through the night air, even reaching the gate of the post station. Seizing this opportunity, the leader of the black-clothed figures swung his blade, forcing back a few guards, stepping out of the battle circle. Then, he signaled to his numerous subordinates behind him while shouting, "Halt! I have something to say." The other black-clad individuals, upon seeing their leader's cue, exchanged glances and gradually abandoned their present opponents, moving closer to their leader. Seeing this situation, Commander xuanhuan among the guards furrowed his brow slightly. After pondering for a moment, he glanced around at the bloodied fellow guards surrounding him. Ultimately, he gave a gesture to his comrades nearby, indicating that everyone should temporarily disperse. Understanding the commander's intent, the many guards hesitated briefly but chose to obey the order, creating a path for the group of black-clothed men. Despite withdrawing, the guards maintained a firm grip on their sword hilts, watching intently the black-clothed individuals in the middle of the courtyard. If these black-clothed figures make any suspicious move, we will charge forward and kill them. Deputy Commander Li Taizhan communicated this thought with a glance to several subordinates standing nearby. These subordinates all nodded silently, their expressions resolute, gripping their sword handles ever tighter. For now, the guards remained unsure of Prince Liu's intentions and chose only to observe the situation. But if Liu gives the command later, they are prepared to fight to the death to slay these invading bandits. From upstairs, Liu observed as the leader of the black-clothed men approached the foot of the inn. He slowly spoke once more. Clearly, you are the head of these bandits. Speak your mind. Say what you must directly to me here. Chapter 252. Ill Intentions. As Liu spoke, the shadow of him projected on the window moved slightly, as if he were actually by the window. The leader of the black-clothed men observed all this and secretly felt a flicker of joy. Looks like Prince Qi, Liu, is a reckless youth who doesn't know the perils of the world. He really believes that I've come to negotiate with him. The black-clothed leader thought silently, suppressing his joy so as not to reveal a trace of it on his face. Then, he gave a signal with his eyes to a few of his black-clothed subordinates. These subordinates had been given specific instructions by their leader before the siege began. Now, upon seeing their leader's cue, they instantly understood his plan. They all discreetly tightened their grip on an object concealed within their sleeves and quietly positioned themselves in readiness. With this preparation done, the black-clothed leader stepped forward, clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, and declared in a solemn voice, Prince Qi, Liu, my brothers and I are here tonight because we have been entrusted by someone to trouble you with a request. If His Highness can fulfill our demand, we will leave immediately and never disturb you again. This act of feigning negotiation carried an air of chivalric bravado from the Jianghu world. To anyone uninformed, it might truly seem like the black-clothed leader was just a desperate adventurer from the Jianghu world. But the captain of the guards, Xuanhuan, and his deputy, Li Taizhan, standing nearby, exchanged glances, unable to suppress their mutual suspicion towards the black-clothed leader. Their sharp eyes detected a seasoned and bloodthirsty aura about the leader, not something one would expect from just any rogue from the Jianghu world. Was the black-clothed leader trying to deceive them, treating them like naive children? Or was he attempting to fool Prince Qi himself? Liu appeared to genuinely believe the black-clothed leader's act. Once more, Prince Qi's voice echoed, trembling slightly as he asked, I don't know who this brave hero has been commissioned by, or what matter requires troubling me. If the task isn't too difficult, I wouldn't mind doing a favor and making friends. Liu's voice quivered with a touch of relief, seemingly truly frightened by the black-clothed leader and his group, wanting nothing more than to quickly send them away. Hearing Liu's response, the last shred of doubt disappeared in the black-clothed leader's heart. Such a cowardly prince who fears trouble, apparently. I overestimated him earlier. Overjoyed internally, the leader subtly glanced at the other black-clothed subordinates and signaled them once more. On the contrary, several of the surrounding guards who often interacted with Liu wore expressions of peculiar skepticism on their faces. Zhang Yuehai's eyes darted, as if he'd realized something, and an expression of amusement appeared on his face. Being the captain of the guard for Prince Qi, Liu, Zhang Yuehai knew well the prince's character and habits. Listening to the tremor in Liu's words, Zhang Yuehai was sure the prince was likely faking his fear. After all, how could Prince Qi Liu possibly act so ineffectual? It seemed his purpose was probably to lure these black-clothed bandits into a preset trap. At this moment, the unaware black-clothed leader advanced a few steps and shouted upstairs to the second floor of the inn. This matter should be easy for your highness. We needn't much, we only require. At this point, the leader deliberately paused. He noticed that the specially assigned subordinates were ready, and most of the guards' attention was drawn to him. Then, the black-clothed leader revealed his true intent and suddenly barked ferociously. What we require is your life, Prince Qi. Shoot. As soon as the leader finished speaking, the black-clothed assassins swiftly raised their arms. With the sound of crossbow mechanisms snapping, several black bolts pierced through the space and shot toward the second-floor window. Boom, 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 boom. Several muffled sounds followed, revealing the shadowy figure by the window, now riddled with numerous arrows. And those arrows had been dipped in poison. This sudden development caused immediate chaos among the guards present. Unfortunate. Prince Qi has been struck. These scoundrels tricked us. Cursed bandits, daring to deceive right under our noses. Kill them. Destroy them. Protect His Highness, Prince Qi. The guards were all filled with righteous indignation, and without waiting for orders from their superiors, they charged forward with their long knives toward the leader of the black-clothed men. Their murderous intent and fury seemed to vow that they would chop the black-clothed leader and those archers into minced meat. But just at that moment, Prince Qi Liu's voice rang out again. Right now, fire. Following Liu's command, a dense volley of arrows suddenly erupted from the second floor of the post house. Crossbows fired arrow after arrow directly at the vital spots of the black-clothed men below. Oh no. In the surprise attack, even the black-clothed leader was thrown into a panic, roaring in both shock and rage. There are crossbows, take cover. This Prince Qi is still alive. With all his might, the leader managed to deflect several arrows aimed at him, but the other black-clothed men lacked the leader's combat skills and had no such luck. PFT, PFT, PFT. A series of dull thuds filled the air as many arrows penetrated flesh, leaving numerous subordinates of the black-clothed leader dead. Especially those who earlier concealed crossbows in their sleeves, now became targets, riddled like porcupines, utterly dead beyond revival. Ha! You bandits. I knew you harbored ill intentions. Seeing the situation unfold, Liu's laughter echoed once more, calm and composed. You bandits, do you see? What you shot at before was merely a wooden dummy I prepared. How despicable. How could I have fallen for it? Prince Qi, you truly have a ruthless heart. The black-clothed leader's eyes bulged red with anger as he shouted furiously, seeing the miserable state of his subordinates, and noticing the unmoving shadow struck by arrows still on the window. How could the black-clothed leader fail to realize he had been deceived? He assumed Prince Qi Liu knew nothing of the perils of the Jianghu world, and thus lured them closer so his bow-wielding subordinates could launch a sudden attack. But little did he know that Liu had foreseen everything. What his subordinates hit was only a decoy. Liu, hearing the leader's furious roar, didn't even bother to acknowledge it anymore. Chapter 253. King Qi is truly wise. Liu gave the order again, his voice deep. Keep shooting. They're right there as our targets. Don't miss. His subordinates immediately responded loudly and released another shower of arrows. The black-clothed leader and his many followers were scrambling to evade in panic. At this moment, the second floor was brightly lit, just like daytime, illuminating the outside clearly and exposing many of the black-clothed men. Liu's arranged personnel were all upstairs, with an open view. Moreover, they had been preparing for a long time and had already aimed at their targets. After several showers of arrows, some of the exposed black-clothed men suffered heavy casualties. And not far away, some guards were rushing over like hungry wolves. Because of the previous battle, both sides were wary of each other, maintaining distance and not daring to approach easily. But earlier, the black-clothed leader deliberately led the group close in order to hide his purpose. Now, they had instead become living targets for Liu's archers. Seeing this situation, the heart of the black-clothed leader sank suddenly. He realized that he had underestimated Prince Qi Liu and overestimated himself, leading him and his group into a deadly situation. Now, Liu pushed open the nearby window, clearly visible under the lamplight. Everyone around could see his figure. Liu had been hiding in the next room speaking, previously pretending to expose a false location. One of the black-clothed men felt desperate, lowering his voice, and said helplessly, "We're at a disadvantage now. They have the high ground. We want to attack upwards, but the pressure is too great. There's no way around it. It seems they've known about us all along. Damn it. Who would have thought they were so prepared, achieving this level, making it almost impossible for us to suppress them now? Who wouldn't agree? But this plan comes from higher-ups. It absolutely cannot fail." Another black-clothed man said, his voice somewhat coarse. If you looked closely, you could see several wounds on his arm, clear evidence of severe injury sustained earlier. Damn, he growled low. Just at this moment, Liu appeared on the second floor. His figure came into everyone's view below. As for the guard side, seeing that Prince Qi Liu was unharmed and had used tactics to kill many black-clothed bandits, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. Prince Qi is truly wise, playing these thieves around like fools. You bandits have already suffered heavy losses from our crossbows. Why not surrender? Kill. These bandits just try to deceive us. Kill them all. Don't waste words with these bandits. Just split them in half first. The morale of the guards below surged, and their movements with the long knives became even more powerful, driving the group of black-clothed men back step by step. Liu's gaze was sharp, scanning over those below, as if trying to understand what they were up to. Get ready. These people will definitely rush into the inn voluntarily. When that happens, make sure to shoot the crossbows. Their target is me, Liu whispered confidently, because he knew that these people below would definitely focus on him, determined to fight to the death. These bandits wanted to kill him. That was the ambition of everyone below. Sure enough, after Liu appeared on the second floor, the black-clothed leader clenched his teeth in hatred. A look of resignation crossed his face. If it's going to be like this, let's fight these people. Don't worry about casualties. Charge forward with me. The black-clothed leader led the charge up front, shouting loudly. For the success of our master's plan, dying would be meaningless. Swallow the secret medicine, advance. Hearing the leader's order, the eyes of the bandits below turned red one by one. All the black-clothed men exerted sudden force, biting a small mechanism hidden in their teeth. The secret medicine prepared beforehand flowed into their mouths. As these special drugs entered their bodies, they began to take effect immediately. The bodies of the black-clothed men expanded involuntarily, their eyes full of madness, looking as though they'd gone completely insane. Kill. For our Lord, give it everything we've got. It's death either way. Let's complete the Lord's task before we die. Prince Qi Liu, it's your time to die. These black-clothed men shouted loudly, ignoring the crossbow bolts flying overhead, charging towards the direction of Liu. The guards didn't expect that at this point, these black-clothed bandits would still have such a trick up their sleeves. Even though the guards were many and had already killed several of the black-clothed bandits, more of them simply ignored the sharp blades, enduring the flashing knives as they charged toward the inn. The black-clothed bandits had long been fighting like there was no tomorrow, and now they all surged forward. At this moment, Liu came up with a plan. He immediately ordered those on the second floor to temporarily stop shooting arrows and said, "For now, don't shoot anymore. Save the arrows for later use." At this time, one of the black-clothed men below truly went berserk. He yanked a large wooden board with great force and charged forward. This black-clothed man fought as if he cared nothing for his life, shouting as he rushed forward, "I'll fight you to the death. Die." In his mind, being toyed with by Liu was something he could no longer endure. There was only one thought in this black-clothed man's mind. Rush forward, kill Liu. That's it. Although Liu was surrounded by many bodyguards, the sheer madness of these black-clothed men still frightened some of them. Fear flickered in the eyes of these bodyguards, because they genuinely feared and dreaded the attacks from these enemies. Although they didn't know why the black-clothed men suddenly went insane, anyone sane would naturally want to stay far away from a madman, especially from a maniac who didn't care about his own life. What should we do? This question popped into the minds of the bodyguards. How should we handle this situation? Your Highness, Are you not planning to take action yet? These assassins are very skilled. If they manage to reach us, we might not be able to withstand them. A guard nearby whispered urgently beside the prince. What's there to panic about? There are plenty of crossbows, and even if they have some preparations, we can still wipe them out. I've already made arrangements. Li Yu's voice was deep and calm, his gaze filled with icy resolve. Chapter 254, Shoot to Kill. Gulping. Following Li Yu's words, the heavy shield bearer's gaze shifted downwards. It could be seen that this black-clad figure was getting closer and closer, the madness in his eyes becoming all too clear. It seemed as though he was about to rush forward and kill. Release the arrows. At this moment, Li Yu gave a direct order to the black-clothed figure beside him. With his command, one of the guards by his side fired an arrow. Of2. The black-clothed figure who was rushing ahead was instantly shot through the chest. Blood flowed from his chest, and slowly, he lowered his head. In his mind, how could this have happened? Why didn't the crossbow arrows shoot earlier? This was what he was thinking. This is a conspiracy. This thought flashed through the black-clad figure's mind. He roared with his last breath. Escape. This was the final sound he could utter. Before his voice had even finished, he felt a chill. Another crossbow arrow came hurtling towards him and pierced through his body. He fell down, seething with anger. Behind him, more than 10 black-clad figures had already rushed forward. They all held some sort of shielding objects. With the first black-clad man being shot, they immediately found themselves caught in immense danger, unable to move forward or retreat. This filled them with despair, leading them to desperately charge upwards. The leader of the black-clad group watched this scene unfold, his eyes almost bulging out with rage. Blood streamed from his eye sockets as an extreme fury exploded in his chest. Looking up at Li Yu, standing gracefully and freely commanding, the leader roared, "Kill!" At this point, the leader charged forward himself. The crossbow arrows flying at him from afar meant nothing. They were easily deflected by his blade. He did not hesitate for a moment, but charged upwards faster. In his opinion, a massacre was now unavoidable. Whoosh! A guard raised his bow, shooting towards one of these black-clad figures. The black-clad man only managed a painful cry before rolling down. Li Yu observed all this, his mood somewhat indescribable. You there? Do you really think you are invincible? In fact, individual power will never surpass that of a group. Although your skills are decent, relatively speaking, you still fall short. Li Yu spoke lightly, smiling as he did so. Kill. At this point, Li Yu was brimming with confidence. To him, everything was already set in motion. As arrows rained down like a storm, cries of pain erupted below, one by one pierced by Li Yu's archers. The eyes of the black-clad leader burned with anger. Deep within him surged an unspeakable hatred. In reality, he had one last ace up his sleeve. If this ultimate move were unleashed, everyone on this floor would die. Not a single person would be spared. This gave him great confidence. Kill. With a roar, it was clear to him that eliminating those above was now urgent. Poof. Wave after wave of black-clad men were mowed down by the continuous volley of arrows, their lives taken swiftly. Only the black-clad leader remained. This black-clad leader's eyes gleamed with madness and cruelty. His target was Li Yu, and his goal was to kill him with his own hands. At the same time, the guards were trying hard to track the black-clad leader's movements from behind. However, this leader wasn't ordinary. As a highly trained expert, evading these attacks proved to be extremely simple for him. His footwork continuously shifted, allowing him to slip through several attempts to corner him. Effortlessly avoiding the pursuit, he stopped in his place. In front of the black-clad leader stood several guards blocking the staircase to the second floor. Their eyes carried a chilling coldness. Staring icily at the guards before them, the guards exuded an intense murderous aura. A sense of hatred welled up in their hearts. Gulping. At this moment, everyone present simultaneously swallowed hard. For the hand of this black-clad leader held something unexpected, a syringe. This item obviously wasn't something trivial. It seemed to be some kind of terrible weapon. Shoot arrows. In the very instant when the black-clad leader hesitated. Just then, Li Yu issued an order, and immediately after his command, batches of arrow rain began to fall. The guards spread out, revealing over a dozen archers hidden behind them. These arrows easily shot him down where he stood. His body was pierced, but he did not die instantly. Instead, he remained standing in place, his body racked with pain, even letting out a moan. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something. Li Yu looked at the assassin leader and just shook his head. When the guards picked up the syringe and personally handed it over to Li Yu, he couldn't help but be startled. It was a metal-made syringe. Its silver-white luster emitted a chilling coldness. Just looking at this syringe made one feel its extraordinary nature. Hiss! Just gazing at it caused an abrupt shock. What on earth is this thing? Li Yu asked. After the heavy shield bearer came forward for a closer look, he also gasped. This isn't any ordinary item. This is a legendary hidden weapon. It's an extremely terrifying treasure. One careless move, and it could cost someone their life. The needles inside are incredibly fine, like wool. Once they penetrate the body, it means death. Holding this treasure in his hand, Li Yu let out a cold snort. It seems that their plan to get rid of me has been long in the making. They've gone so far as to produce this kind of hidden weapon. Li Yu looked at the needle before him and said, "Bring me a box. We'll put this hidden weapon inside it." As he spoke, an aura of killing intent radiated from his body. Yes. One of the guards beside him quickly fetched a box. Li Yu carefully placed the hidden weapon inside, only exhaling in relief once it was secured. You've done an excellent job. I will reward you handsomely next. With satisfaction, Li Yu praised the guards before him. Chapter 255, Useless Things. Many of the guards who survived the fierce battle broke out into cheers at Li Yu's promise. His Highness Prince Qi truly cares for us. From now on, we must be even more diligent and repay the great kindness of Prince Qi. To serve a generous master like Prince Qi is truly our good fortune. In the future, whoever dares to harm Prince Qi will first have to ask if my sword agrees. The cheers and flattery arose one after another, making the originally somewhat cold night lively many times over. That's enough. You don't need to flatter me so much. If someone didn't know, they might think I deliberately hired people to praise myself. Liu laughed as he waved his hand, teasing everyone. Although the words spoken by these guards sounded slightly exaggerated, Liu could still feel their sincerity and sense their support for him. This made Liu even more determined about what he was thinking. He intended to continue being a lord who treats subordinates kindly and earn the admiration of the masses. Liu's thoughts were not known to others. Now that the big battle had just ended, a faint trace of bloody stench still lingered within the entire post station. Even though Liu was not the physically weak prince who can't carry or lift things, he wasn't very accustomed to this smell either. Especially since some of the blood on the ground came partly from his own body. I do not know which power sent people to attack me this time, causing so much damage to my subordinates. Liu sighed helplessly, contemplating the hidden currents in the capital city right now. In court, all sorts of means were used without restraint in the struggle for power. Who knows when it would finally calm down, allowing people to live peaceful days. Thinking about these matters, Liu's mood also sank, dimming even the joy of victory he had earlier. His Highness Prince Qi, I've arranged for someone to prepare a clean room for you, with personnel deployed around to keep watch, said xuanhuan, the guard captain. Seeing Liu's expression turn gloomy, he quickly added, let my men handle cleaning up here. Your Highness is a precious life. There's no need for you to endure such hardship late at night. After hearing xuanhuan's words, Liu paused momentarily and strangely didn't hurry to leave. A trivial matter like this is nothing. After all, I've seen more terrifying scenes. Liu smiled slightly, then remembered something and said, all the injured brothers tonight must be well taken care of. Under no circumstances should there be any mishaps. Especially those who are critically injured. Medical experts should be brought in immediately to treat them through the night. Hearing these instructions from Liu, the captain bowed deeply and said firmly, Your Highness may rest assured. I understand these matters clearly. There will absolutely be no problems. After all, these people are also my brothers. At this point, xuanhuan's heart swelled with emotion. To him, guarding the prince was merely part of their duty, yet never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that his Highness Prince Qi would care for them so deeply. Among the officials and nobles xuanhuan had encountered in the capital city, none had ever shown such concern for their subordinates as Prince Liu. The great grace of Prince Qi, I must forever bear in mind. Xuanhuan silently vowed to himself. Liu didn't know what xuanhuan was thinking. After exchanging a few more words with xuanhuan, realizing there was nothing else he could assist with, Liu turned to leave under xuanhuan's persuasion. If Liu insisted on staying now, it would only make his subordinates feel more restrained while working. It would be better to return early to rest and decide further actions tomorrow. While everyone at the station was busy rescuing comrades and clearing the scene, no one noticed that on a hill 3 miles away from the station, several black-clothed figures were calmly watching, seemingly waiting for something. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop. Suddenly, a galloping horse approached through the darkness. The black-clothed individuals on the hill immediately became alert, placing their hands on the weapons at their waists, ready to draw at any moment. But in the next instant, the rider emitted a peculiar whistling sound, and only then did these black-clothed men relax. Master, our scout has returned. A short black-clothed man let out a sigh of relief and reported to the lead figure among them. Upon hearing the hoofbeats earlier, this short black-clothed person almost fled, fearing that pursuers were coming. Fortunately, the scout's whistle arrived in time. Otherwise, he was sure to embarrass himself with flight. Seeing the response of his companions, the leader of the black-clothed group couldn't help but emit a cold snort. These civil officials, always so slick with their tongues in the bureaucracy, but when it really matters, they are all scared to death. What a disgrace. The leader among them coldly glanced at his companion, feeling nothing but disdain in his heart. If it weren't for our master's plan to collaborate with the forces behind these individuals, he wouldn't even bother dealing with this man who's only good at talking. The short official also noticed the look on the leader's face and quickly put on an ingratiating expression. But secretly, the official had already cursed the leader to high heaven. You brutish oaf, daring to look down on me. I'll remember this, and we'll settle accounts later. If not for collaborating with you people to plot against the current princes, you could hire a grand sedan chair to carry me here, and I still wouldn't come to freeze my butt off in such a place. The official slightly narrowed his eyes, carefully hiding the malice within. A scholar can kill without using a blade, and these brutes will suffer greatly after everything is done. As these men harbored their own ulterior motives and schemed silently, the scout finally reached the group. I've gathered intelligence on the situation. All those who stormed the post station are dead to the last person. Prince Qi Liu remains completely unharmed. The scout immediately reported upon dismounting. After hearing the scout's report, the leader was dissatisfied and let out a scornful snort, angrily saying, all of them are useless. Before the mission, they promised confidently that they would accomplish the task. But in the end, they failed to affect Prince Qi Liu in any way and were all killed. What use are these incompetent people other than wasting our time? The others, hearing the leader's words, also showed discomfort on their faces. Originally, both these individuals and the forces behind them had hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Prince Qi. But they didn't expect the plan to fail so miserably. Chapter 256. pineapple seeds. If it couldn't be resolved, then causing some trouble for Prince Qi would suffice, such as making Prince Qi Liu lose a leg or hand. That way, there would at least be something to report to those above. But no one expected that so many elite assassins would disappear without a trace, not even a ripple. The atmosphere in the area became somewhat somber for a time, and everyone began calculating things secretly at this moment. Ultimately, it was the civil official who thought of something first and broke the silence by saying, "Are all the assassins really dead, with none injured and captured to be interrogated by Prince Qi's men?" The scout bowed deeply and replied solemnly, "Report to the master, those assassins all had poison in their mouths. Some of them, knowing they couldn't escape with severe injuries, all committed suicide by taking the poison. No one fell into the hands of Prince Qi Liu." The short civil official finally let out a sigh of relief, his face full of gratitude, saying, that's good, better if they all die. At least we don't have to worry about Prince Qi finding out who sent them through interrogation." Although this statement was true, it still incited the displeasure of the leader. Hee, Master Song is truly heartless. So many of our people are dead, yet you think it's a good thing? The leader coldly laughed a few times, staring at the short civil official, and said, "You civil officials, indeed your hearts are rotten to the core, utterly devoid of humanity. Is this what you literati call Confucian morality? Today I've broadened my horizons. Your kind talks like this." Upon hearing this, the civil official surnamed Song twitched his eyes and directly turned away, ignoring the other person. "Umph, you brutal warlord who likes to act recklessly. Just wait till I find an opportunity, and see how I deal with you," he thought bitterly inside, marking another grievance against this leader. They were originally different individuals brought together by interests, each harboring their own thoughts, thus bickering occasionally was common. After the plan to attack Prince Qi Liu failed, they had to quickly clean up any traces and depart. At this moment, Master Song was too lazy to argue verbally with the other side over trivial matters. There will always be opportunities to settle accounts with them later. At the inn, Liu was heading towards a newly arranged room under the protection of several bodyguards. The entire inn was now permeated with the smell of blood. Naturally, his original room could not be stayed in anymore. During the journey, the system, which had been silent for days, suddenly reacted. System notice. Congratulations, you successfully repelled an enemy attack. Now starting reward extraction. Reward extraction complete. Acquired a pineapple seed. Hearing this notification sound that only he could hear, Liu paused slightly, unable to resist stopping his steps. Pineapple seeds? If Liu hadn't forgotten, this was a plant that could only grow in relatively hot areas. If the pineapple tree could be planted successfully, then more delicious fruits would grace Liu's mansion in the future. Once these fruits are presented to Emperor Xuanhuan of the present era, it might make Xuanhuan very pleased again, thus improving Liu's image even further in his eyes. "Your Highness, is there anything wrong?" A nearby bodyguard noticed Liu stop suddenly and asked curiously. "Haha, nothing, just thinking about some things." Liu was in an exceptionally good mood and didn't bother to explain further, continuing his steps forward. Naturally, Liu wouldn't talk much about obtaining the pineapple seed with these bodyguards. Even if he wanted to tell them, it would be after returning to the capital and successfully planting the pineapple. Since pineapples taste good, Liu could allow these loyal bodyguards to try it. While pondering these thoughts, Liu had just turned a corner and saw the prepared room. Just then, a crisp feminine voice came from the side. "Liu, you're finally back. Those black-clothed people almost scared me to death earlier. Are you hurt?" Interrupted in his train of thought, Liu turned around and saw Changsun Pingting standing alone in the corridor, looking at him. The night was deepening. Liu couldn't quite make out the expression on Changsun Pingting's face. But for some reason, at this moment Liu felt that Changsun Pingting looked unusually alluring. What's going on? Liu was inwardly speculating, unable to understand why Changsun Pingting was behaving this way today. Isn't this girl usually glaring at me and wanting to beat me up? Why did she change her attitude tonight? Could it be that tonight's intrusion by the black-clothed men has left her shaken, causing some mental instability? Fortunately, Changsun Pingting doesn't know what Liu is thinking right now. Otherwise, she would probably start another quarrel with Liu. Then, they heard Changsun Pingting continue to say, "Today's attack by those black-clothed men on the post house was only thwarted thanks to Liu's strategic planning. Otherwise, if these people had continued their assault, we don't know how great the losses would have been. Liu, your performance tonight was really impressive. Extremely impressive." While saying these words, Changsun Pingting's eyes were shining brightly, as if she was meeting Liu for the first time. As the two were speaking, the guards quietly walked away in perfect understanding. The relationship between this direct daughter of the Changsun family and Prince Qi Liu was a tangled mess, and all the guards knew it well. Since the two were now talking, naturally the subordinates wouldn't eavesdrop. This also avoided the possibility that if Miss Changsun were to quarrel again with His Royal Highness Prince Qi, the guards might witness something they shouldn't. At this moment, Liu, hearing what Changsun Pingting had said, felt increasingly puzzled about her odd behavior tonight. "Changsun Pingting, you're referring to this? It's nothing much. I just employed a minor trick, and those black-clothed villains fell for it," Liu casually replied while secretly contemplating her true intentions. Liu believed that Changsun Pingting's abrupt change of attitude toward him without reason likely hid some kind of conspiracy. This woman once dared to run away from home with her maidservant due to a disagreement with him. Liu didn't find it strange at all that Changsun Pingting could do anything right now. But Liu didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, Changsun Pingting immediately responded. "This is not nothing. Later on, I heard everything you did. You anticipated their moves beforehand and deliberately led them into a trap, causing the black-clothed villains to walk straight into their doom. If it weren't for your strategy, if the fight had continued, many of our people would surely have suffered heavy losses. Right now, Changsun Pingting truly harbored no ulterior motive. She sincerely believed Li Yu was incredibly talented. Chapter 257, The Zhou Yu of the Three Kingdoms. Originally, Changsun Pingting did indeed have some grievances against Li Yu, but part of this was due to her wanting to provoke Li Yu. However, through tonight's events, Changsun Pingting witnessed another side of Li Yu. This was something she had never seen before in her daily life. In the books she read as a child, Changsun Pingting admired Zhou Yu from the Three Kingdoms period the most, his feather fan and silk turban, his graceful demeanor, and his ability to win battles from miles away. Tonight, Li Yu's performance was truly one of strategic planning. He effortlessly resolved the problem of their difficult and powerful enemy. In Changsun Pingting's eyes, this was completely akin to the Zhou Yu of the Three Kingdoms. No, he was even more impressive than Zhou Yu. With this impression, all of Li Yu's past flaws now seemed to Changsun Pingting as nothing more than not minding trivialities and having the bearing of a great man. They were not flaws at all, but instead became strengths. Li Yu could never have imagined that in just one night, this girl's perception of him would change by a full 360 degrees. After hearing Changsun Pingting shower him with praise, Li Yu somewhat bashfully scratched his nose, gave some perfunctory responses, and then prepared to take his leave. That, Miss Changsun Pingting, I've received your kind intentions, but I still have some things to do tonight, so we shouldn't chat any longer. Li Yu took a few steps aside and softly said, Look, it's getting late now. I need to quickly write a few letters to explain today's situation. So? Li Yu was not just making this up. An event of such magnitude here naturally needed to be reported to both the local governor and the emperor in the capital city. For a prince to be attacked on the road back to the capital was a big deal for the entire Tang dynasty. If Li Yu delayed his report, there might even be people who could twist the story, claiming that he orchestrated the whole thing himself. Not an impossible scenario. Of course, Li Yu currently felt that Changsun Pingting's mood was a bit strange, and he found it difficult to deal with, so he wanted to slip away first. This, too, was partly the reason. What? Changsun Pingting absolutely did not expect Li Yu to react this way, so she widened her bright eyes and spoke indignantly. What do you mean, Li Yu? Is it so hard to talk to me for a few minutes? But after Changsun Pingting's sentence left her lips, Li Yu became even more perplexed. Now, Li Yu realized that Changsun Pingting wasn't trying to cause him trouble in various ways tonight, but that her temperament had genuinely changed. The more so, the more Li Yu found it overwhelming. I really have something urgent. Let's meet tomorrow. I'm leaving now. Li Yu threw out these words and immediately turned to walk toward his room. Although he did not understand why Changsun Pingting's character had shifted so dramatically tonight, this obviously troubling matter made Li Yu wisely choose to address it tomorrow. Tonight, he had expended a great deal of mental effort while dealing with the black-clothed bandits to protect the guards under his command. Now that everything was over, he truly felt exhausted. He simply lacked the energy to consider why Changsun Pingting had become this way. Anyway, this girl usually exhibited some quirky tendencies, so waiting a few days to contemplate such matters wouldn't hurt. Changsun Pingting saw Li Yu leave without looking back, and she initially froze, seemingly not expecting Li Yu to actually act this way. When she finally reacted, her expression displayed a touch of resentment instead. Does this guy really detest talking to me that much? Changsun Pingting stuck out her mouth in dissatisfaction, only thinking about grabbing something to give Li Yu a good knock or two. If this guy ignores me today, then don't expect me to be nice to him tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Changsun Pingting stomped her foot angrily and also returned to her own room. Just as Changsun Pingting pushed open the door and entered, her maid, xiuxian, rushed forward and asked anxiously, Miss, how did your conversation with Prince Qi go? Did you enjoy a pleasant time together? The maid xiuxian's inquiry reminded Changsun Pingting of Li Yu's earlier behavior, which annoyed her. Don't bring up that guy in front of me tonight. That guy is truly infuriating. When I saw him come back, I hurriedly went to speak with him, but he dared to treat me like this. Changsun Pingting's words only confused the maid xiuxian further. Wasn't the young miss delighted tonight when she witnessed Prince Qi display extraordinary tactics, causing the black-clothed bandits to fall into their own traps? When the young miss left, hadn't she mentioned that there might have been misunderstandings towards Prince Qi, and now she planned to reconcile with him? Why, then, upon returning, was she like this? What exactly happened between the young miss and Prince Qi? Miss, what exactly happened? What did you two talk about? Tell me quickly. The curiosity of the maid xiuxian had been piqued, so she hurriedly asked. Though nominally mistress and servant, in reality, Changsun Pingting and xiuxian were more like sisters, and xiuxian didn't hesitate to inquire into her private affairs. I've already told you, don't mention that guy in front of me, at least not tonight. A flush of anger rose on Changsun Pingting's face as she replied discontentedly. I see you're just looking for a beating tonight, endlessly asking questions. Don't you know that I'm in a terrible mood right now? Did you know that guy? Changsun Pingting was full of dissatisfaction at first, but as she continued speaking, her voice dropped lower and her expression grew piteously wistful. The usual calls she made at home, where everyone obeyed instantly, didn't work with Prince Qi, Li Yu. She always felt slighted by him. Regardless of whether it was before or today, this Prince Qi, Li Yu, seemed to have her completely under his control, leaving her powerless. At the thought of this, Changsun Pingting began to feel even more aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. Miss, whatever is the matter? Please don't cry. Please don't cry. Seeing this, the maid Xiaoyuan couldn't help but be startled, quickly beginning to console her. The thing is, miss, please calm down. We can take our time if there's something to say. I'm here with you. While Changsun Pingting and her maid exchanged whispers, Liu was busy writing letters in the next room. After consuming the war god fruit, Liu's control over his fingers had strengthened considerably, allowing him to write swiftly with great dexterity. Without any interruptions, Liu summarized the events of the night briefly and soon finished 2 letters. Once the ink on the letters dried a little, Liu took out envelopes, sealed them, and stamped them with his personal emblem. Is this sufficient? Liu murmured softly to himself. Chapter 258, The Prefect Arrives. After finishing these tasks, Liu looked at the envelope in his hand and sighed deeply. Then he muttered to himself. This letter is for the prefect of the nearby county city, and this one must be sent overnight on a fast horse to the capital. I wonder what reaction my father emperor will have upon seeing this letter. Recently, the Tang dynasty has been experiencing some undercurrents. Reporting this matter might make these undercurrents even more restless. However, regarding these issues, even Liu was powerless to act. After all, he was currently only the Prince of Qi in the Tang dynasty, not the Emperor of the Tang. Even though Liu didn't want to see the Tang dynasty always being turbulent behind the scenes, there was nothing he could do at the moment but let it take its natural course. After collecting his thoughts briefly, Liu stood up and called the guard standing outside the door. Send both letters immediately, especially the one destined for the capital. Arrange good horses and capable hands, and deliver it non-stop to the capital. The guard who entered dared not hesitate, quickly took the 2 letters, and went out to make the necessary arrangements. Most of the guards had fought hard last night, but there were still a few who hadn't expended much energy, so manpower wasn't an issue. As a prince, Liu had no shortage of capable people at his disposal. This night, after learning from previous mistakes, many of the guards became alert, guarding the inn with utmost vigilance. By the morning, Liu issued orders, allowing the group to recuperate here for a few days without hurrying on their journey. The letter Liu sent to the prefect of the nearby county should have arrived by midnight. If the prefect wasn't foolish, they should have set out early in the morning with officials and armed soldiers heading this way. The brothers injured in yesterday's battle must be well taken care of. There can be no shortage of meat. After rising, Liu walked around the inn several times and reminded the commander beside him. After you clean the scene, gather the bodies and weapons of those bandits together. Then arrange someone to identify them and find out where these men come from. Upon hearing Liu's instructions, these commanders responded without hesitation, not daring to neglect any details. Previously, these people admired Liu mostly because of his title as the Prince of Qi. But after last night's incident, their admiration and support for Liu came more from witnessing the abilities and spirit shown by the Prince of Qi, and also due to his admirable character that treated subordinates kindly. The inn official who rushed out holding a kitchen knife the day before was lucky. He sustained only minor injuries during last night's chaotic battle. That very morning, this little official scrambled to his feet and kept bustling around Prince Liu. Without waiting for an order from Liu, he instructed his people to bring out all the fine wines and dishes hidden in the inn, preparing several excellent feasts. Besides entertaining His Royal Highness Prince Liu, the remaining tables were prepared for Liu's surrounding guards and officers. Alas, how hateful these black-clothed thieves are. Why couldn't problems happen elsewhere instead of right here? Despite working hard and sweating profusely, the inn officials still worried in secret. I wonder if spending large amounts of silver to entertain His Royal Highness can mitigate the blame I'll face. Truly, trouble comes when one least expects it. Although His Royal Highness Prince Liu was attacked at this inn and the entire matter had no relation to the official, he still bore partial responsibility. At this point, the official could only hope that Prince Liu would speak favorably for him, given the care and attention shown. Otherwise, when questioned by the local prefect, there wouldn't be anything good awaiting him. Just as the inn overflowed with the smell of wine and roasted meat, leaving the inn official anxious about his future, suddenly, a large group of armored warriors arrived outside. Seeing these armed soldiers appear abruptly, Liu's guards were slightly tense, unsure of their intentions. But Liu simply glanced outside and laughed, saying, "Don't worry, these people can be considered allies. They are the local officials. It's quite far from here to the county city, yet they arrived so quickly. It seems they left before dawn." Hearing Liu say this, the many guards calmed down. Li Taishan, the deputy commander, observed that with just one look, His Royal Highness Prince Liu accurately identified the origin of the visitors outside, further increasing his admiration for the prince. Li Taishan was secretly pondering in his heart. I, Li Taishan, only know how to draw my sword and kill enemies. I'm no good at anything else. His Highness Prince Qi is truly remarkable for being able to identify the outsiders with just a single glance. Such skill is definitely not something a rough guy like me could ever possess. Not long after, a group of people dressed in official robes emerged from the circle of armored soldiers. The person leading them stepped through the inn gate and immediately saw Prince Qi surrounded by numerous guards. He promptly paid his respects to Crown Prince Liu. At the same time, this person loudly declared, "His Royal Highness Prince Qi, this Sinner Li Mu Hai, your humble local governor, has arrived late to protect you. Please forgive me, Your Highness." As the governor, Li Mu Hai oversaw several surrounding counties and district cities, including this in which fell under his jurisdiction. Yesterday, at midnight, he received the letter sent by Prince Qi's messenger, filling him with both shock and anger. He was shocked that someone had dared to attack Prince Qi within his territory, and angered by the sheer audacity of those bandits who would dare to ambush a prince on an official road. Fortunately, the guards of Prince Qi were effective, sparing Prince Liu any harm. Otherwise, part of the blame would have certainly fallen on Governor Li Muhai. To demonstrate his loyalty and also absolve himself of responsibility, Li Muhai rose before dawn to rouse a host of officials from their beds, forcing them to accompany him as he came to apologize to Prince Qi. All of you are coming along. If there's any blame, you will share it with me. Li Muhai thought to himself, pleased with his decision. Prince Liu observed the subtle air of smugness in the governor bowing before him, and immediately lost interest. Thus, Liu bluntly said, "Stand up, governor. My guards are loyal, so there's no need for you or your men to protect me. Stop flattering yourself with meaningless words." Liu's seemingly casual remark sent cold sweat trickling down the governor's back. It appeared that the prince was dissatisfied with him. Chapter 259, Unaware. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy for a moment. Under everyone's gaze, beads of cold sweat trickled down Li Muhai's face. But at this moment, he didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe it off. Li Muhai didn't know what had upset Crown Prince Qi. He could only keep his head bowed, not daring to make the slightest movement. Though Liu wasn't the current crown prince, he was nonetheless an emperor's own son. Even though Prefect Li Muhai wielded considerable power in the district city, he still paled in comparison before Crown Prince Qi. If he were careless and upset Crown Prince Qi, and Crown Prince Liu reported him back in the capital, there would likely be no good outcome for him. But at this time, many officials who came with Prefect Li Muhai exhaled quietly, and others' eyes flickered with other thoughts. Liu noticed the reactions of these people, giving a glance to those whose eyes flickered, knowing everything clearly in his heart. But Liu didn't say anything for a moment, nor did he single out these individuals. He merely gestured subtly with his eyes to the guards standing nearby, indicating that they should proceed as originally planned. Having received the signal from Crown Prince Qi, several attendants nodded slightly. The interaction between Liu and his guards went unnoticed by anyone. Or rather, even if seen, no one might have given it much thought. Now, all the attention of the other officials was on Li Muhai. Their gazes towards him carried a streak of mockery. Prefect Li Muhai forced many officials within the county city to rise in the middle of the night from their warm beds. Early in the morning, braving the cold, they rushed over here under tough conditions, which infuriated the other officials. However, due to their fear of Prefect Li Muhai's status, they dared not act. Seeing now how cowed Prefect Li Muhai appeared before Crown Prince Qi, most officials felt deeply satisfied. These officials exchanged glances secretly, silently sharing mutual understanding. So you wanted us to bear responsibility together. Fortunately, Crown Prince Qi has seen through your scheme. Prefect will certainly feel embarrassed after this setback from Crown Prince Qi and won't be able to do anything about it. Truly relieving to watch. I wonder if Prefect Li Muhai will vent his humiliation at the hands of Crown Prince Qi on the rest of us. You used to seem so domineering, but why can't you exert your authority before Crown Prince Qi? All these thoughts crossed the minds of these accompanying officials. For a moment, none of them spoke. Most of them relished his misfortune, wishing things could escalate further. But some, for unknown reasons, displayed a faint trace of worry on their faces. Guard Captain Xuanhuan, with his hand resting on the sword at his waist, stood as motionless as a stone statue. It seemed as if he didn't care about what was going on right in front of him. In fact, Xuanhuan, having received the subtle signal from Liu, had already discreetly noted down the reactions of everyone present. Especially the officials who revealed signs of worry. Those were given extra focus by Xuanhuan. All right, stop bowing your head continuously. Rise. Liu pretended not to notice the reactions of the officials, speaking again. Your Highness, it's hard to imagine that while dealing with the flood crisis, I would return to the capital only to encounter bandits on the official road, inside our Tang dynasty's very own relay station. The corpses of those black-clothed brigands and their weapons are lying outside. As officials of the district city, investigating the origins of these villains is entirely your responsibility. Hearing this, Prefect Li Muhai hurriedly responded loudly. Crown Prince Qi, please rest assured. This subordinate will certainly fulfill my duties diligently to uncover the backgrounds of these bandits and provide you a satisfactory explanation. Frankly speaking, Li Muhai himself also had some doubts about whether he'd be able to ascertain the details of these bandits. But at this critical juncture, the other officials were watching closely. Moreover, earlier Crown Prince had shown slight dissatisfaction towards him. If at this moment Li Muhai didn't take initiative, then later on, if the emperor became enraged, Li Muhai would definitely be the first to shoulder the blame. To save his career, even if he didn't want to step forward, he had to. Good. With Prefect's assurance, this prince is at ease. Liu laughed heartily, seemingly very pleased with Li Muhai's reply. If that's the case, these next few days will be strenuous for you, Mr. Li Muhai. I'll rest my people here for several days. Before we set off, you must give me a resolution. This matter, I believe with your capabilities, should not be too difficult. After Crown Prince Liu's subtle urging words, the sweat on Governor Li Muhai's forehead increased even more. But since Prince Qi had spoken, Li Muhai had no choice but to reluctantly agree. It seems I will have to endure some hard work these few days. I must find some clues at all costs. Otherwise, if Prince Qi gets angry, I really can't bear the consequences. Governor Li Muhai resolved firmly in his heart. He planned to start an investigation as soon as he returned. Even if it meant using drastic measures and offending some colleagues, he was willing to do so. Now, Governor Li Muhai's mind was entirely occupied with thoughts on how to fulfill Prince Qi's instructions. thus naturally ignoring the changes in expressions of the surrounding officials. After Li Muhai made a solemn promise like signing a military order, a few officials standing further back looked increasingly uneasy. However, these officials were all shrewd. Their changes in expression only lasted for a fleeting moment before they quickly recovered. Even if someone nearby saw their change in expression, they would likely think it was a hallucination. Yet, these people's reactions could not escape Xuanhuan's eyes, who stood up front. Xuanhuan had already quietly noted down these people's responses and compared them with some earlier speculations, thus gaining clarity in his heart. These guys truly deserve to die. Xuanhuan coldly chuckled in his heart, thinking silently. Indeed, Prince Qi was right. Quite a number of the officials who came here have other intentions. If it weren't for the improper timing, Xuanhuan would only wish to draw his sword and slay those who showed abnormal signs immediately. But since Liu hadn't given the signal, even with boiling murderous intent, Xuanhuan could only forcibly suppress it. Following this, Liu continued to act as though he perceived nothing about everything going on. As for whether he truly perceives nothing, apart from Liu himself and a few close guards, no one knows. Chapter 260, Investigating in Secret. Liu, according to his original plan, elaborated on certain matters carefully in front of numerous officials to the Governor Li Muhai. And Governor Li Muhai was more than willing to fulfill any request from His Highness Prince Qi at this time. Regardless of what Liu said, it was all readily agreed upon without hesitation. He didn't dare negotiate even a bit. I've pretty much explained everything that needed to be conveyed. Governor Dung, you must not let me down. In the end, Liu didn't forget to promise some benefits to the governor. If, Governor Li Muhai, you handle the affairs well, when this king returns to the capital, naturally a favorable word will be included in the report submitted to the Ministry of Personnel. With these words from Prince Qi Liu, Li Muhai involuntarily shivered all over and knelt down excitedly. His Highness Prince Qi values this low official so much. I am ready to brave boiling water and blazing fire, and assist His Highness Prince Qi in handling matters. Li Muhai shouted loudly, appearing very excited. As long as the tasks were accomplished, it would enable His Highness Prince Qi to put in a good word for him in the Ministry of Personnel. Where could one find such a good deal? This way, perhaps he could even climb a step higher this year. How could Li Muhai not be excited? Liu waved his hand, speaking quite casually. That's enough. Go busy yourself with your own affairs. The evidence is outside. If you want to look, you can do so yourself. Now, I feel somewhat weary. If there are no other matters, step back. I shall rest. Hearing these words, the numerous officials all bowed again to His Highness Prince Qi before filing out one after another. Among them, some were now eager to leave earlier so as to relay some messages quickly. Prince Qi Liu's moves completely surpassed what some people had anticipated. It made them feel the original plan had to be altered as soon as possible. But just as these people hurriedly rushed to go out, Li Taizhan, who stood by Liu's side, suddenly leaned over and whispered a few sentences into Liu's ear. Ah yes, because of too many things going on, I almost forgot. It was then as if Liu just realized, promptly shouting to stop everyone, saying, Governor Duran, there is a general named Niu Wushan in the city. Summon him and bring his group of armored guards along as well. This general is an old acquaintance of my head of the palace guards. Our journey back to the capital might be turbulent. Having someone familiar protect me would set my mind at ease. After Liu finished saying this, among the officials walking out, several faces immediately changed drastically. It seemed that Liu's sudden request was completely unexpected by them. The only person who, upon hearing Liu's instructions, responded immediately was Governor Li Muhai, affirming that the people Liu requested would arrive today or something similar. Everyone under Liu observed all this, but maintained silence with perfect understanding. In reality, all this was already planned within Liu's scheme. Once everyone else left, Liu wearily waved his hand, dismissing everyone except the commander of the guards Xuanhuan and the deputy commander Li Taishan. Just now, the play acting exhausted Liu. Indeed, pretending to act a certain way around others was something Liu had always found difficult to adapt to. Your Highness Prince Qi, your predictions were indeed accurate. I've taken note of every one of those unusual fellows. Seeing no one else was present, the head guard Xuanhuan came closer, quietly saying to Liu, these people definitely have issues. As long as you give the order, I'll go right away and drag these individuals back immediately. With a couple rounds of interrogation, there's no way they won't spill their secrets. At the end, Xuanhuan was already filled with killing intent, like a drawn sword. As long as Liu gave the command, it would strike against anyone daring to defy Liu immediately. Deputy Commander Li Taishan remained silent, but his solemn face clearly showed the same thought process as Xuanhuan. Actually, prior to receiving the city officials, Liu had given instructions to both commanders. The attack on the inn last night certainly wasn't usual, indicating someone had been secretly plotting for a long time, predicting Liu's travel route beforehand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so coincidental that just when they arrived at the inn, a large group of bandits attacked during the night. Currently, the Tang dynasty was prosperous and powerful. If someone wanted to conceal moving this many troops without involving local governance, it was far too unrealistic. Naturally, certain officials within the city had connections with whoever was behind the scenes orchestrating the bandits. Their goal was to eliminate Liu, the prince of Tang dynasty. Liu had disclosed his guesses about this matter privately to the two leaders this morning. Simultaneously, Liu entrusted them with a mission. Liu had them pay attention to which officials, upon hearing his words, would exhibit a significant change in facial expression. He also instructed the two commanders to be more vigilant, and take note of the names of those officials whose reactions were more pronounced. And sure enough, the reactions of those people just now did not deviate from Li Yu's expectations. Who would have thought that so many incidents could happen on my way back to the capital? Li Yu held a fan in his hand, tapping it against his palm as he spoke to the two commanders beside him. The time is not ripe yet. You both must remain calm and don't rush to drag over those abnormal officials. We can't alert the snake in the grass. Also, you need to keep your people on guard for the next few days. Although those bandits are unlikely to attack the station again, we must still prepare for the worst-case scenario. Both Xuanhuan and Li Taizhan immediately complied without any dissent. After listening to Li Yu's words, they both realized their original thoughts were too simplistic. Indeed, His Highness Qi Wang was truly far-sighted. Continuing, Li Yu gave further instructions. We will stay here for a few days first, refraining from making rash moves until you, Xuanhuan, become familiar with the arrival of that general. Then we'll make our plans. Besides, Governor Li Muhai should not be idle these few days either. Let him conduct a thorough investigation around the district city first. Xuanhuan and Li Taizhan naturally had no objections regarding Li Yu's arrangements. Li Yu explained some finer details before letting the two leave. As soon as Xuanhuan stepped out, he immediately summoned a few clever-looking guards. You guys, go to the county town for me in the next few days. Following Li Yu's previous instructions, Xuanhuan ordered his subordinates. Once there, keep an eye on several officials within the county town. If anything unusual happens, record it carefully. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's serious tone, none of the subordinates dared slack off, quickly leaving to arrange matters accordingly. This was a big deal concerning His Highness Qi Wang, and they couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 261, Banquet. Xuanhuan, seeing his few subordinates walk away, couldn't help but sigh and silently thought. What we should do now has been done. Let's just see if we can uncover something in the next few days. No one had anticipated before that the journey back to the capital would be so exhausting. In the following days, Li Yu remained at the post station without leaving. The several subordinates dispatched by Li Yu were actually already in the county city, collecting some intelligence secretly. It was all done quietly without anyone knowing. But in the report Li Yu sent to the capital, he merely stated that he had suffered an attack, requiring rest for his men and such excuses. At this time, even the high officials in the capital could not use this reason to criticize him. After all, it was a fact that Li Yu encountered an attack, undeniable. Thus, Li Yu enjoyed these leisurely days as well. However, when Li Yu was relaxing, the numerous high-ranking officials in the capital were far from relaxed. On an afternoon of this day, Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, was hosting a banquet in one of the gardens inside the palace. The attendees were either members of the imperial family, high-ranking officials, or founding aristocrats, all gathered together in their lofty positions, drinking and reveling. The dishes on the table were exquisite delicacies prepared by the imperial kitchen, every dish being of considerable value. The wine in the pots was carefully brewed imperial wine, smooth and fragrant upon consumption. Yet, the minds of those participating in the banquet weren't on these wines and food at all. Hardly anyone touched the delicacies on the table, and barely any of the fine wine had been consumed. These high-ranking individuals sat silently, staring at the plates in front of them, deep in thought about how they should respond if the emperor were to ask them anything. As for the main character of the banquet, none other than the current emperor Li Shimin himself. He sat at the head of the table, his expression calm, showing no signs of joy or anger, remaining silent for the time being. The more so, the few eunuchs standing beside Li Shimin trembled with fear, not daring to make a sound. Having served Emperor Li Shimin, they understood his temperament well. The calmer Emperor Li Shimin looked during his silence, the greater was his anger. When the Son of Heaven is angry, 100,000 corpses lie down, blood flows and drifts wooden clubs. None knew who would suffer misfortune once the emperor's wrath burst forth. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire garden. Even the music produced by the performers was subdued under this oppressive air, sounding quite low. Each of the attendees, all being shrewd people, acted cautiously at this moment, fearing drawing the attention of Emperor Li Shimin. The emperor called us here today for a banquet, but given the situation, it's not for feasting. It's to find someone to blame. The Son of Heaven is forcibly suppressing his anger, waiting for it to explode soon. I have to hide in a corner first. The emperor is so furious. I've seen it only a few times in my life. Could it be because of Prince Qi's recent attack on the road? Some informed ones began contemplating within themselves. Though the news of Prince Qi being attacked on the way back to the capital hadn't spread widely yet, these nobles and court ministers certainly had their own information channels. With just a bit of calculation in their hearts, they all figured out that the emperor's anger must stem mostly from this incident. It seems that the emperor's patience has reached its limit, and there might really be killing involved. Some court ministers sighed inwardly at this realization. One didn't know how many people would be implicated in this royal rage. Amidst this stifling atmosphere, time passed slowly. Finally, Emperor Li Shimin put down his wine cup and gestured toward the side. Understanding the indication, musicians and dancers stopped skillfully and exited in orderly fashion. The civil and military officials present involuntarily gulped in unison, realizing the main event was about to begin. Esteemed ministers, the reason I summoned you today is both for a banquet and also to tell you something. The solemn voice of Emperor Li Shimin echoed slowly. I believe you all are aware that not long ago, I sent my own son, Prince Qi, to manage the flood disaster, right? Once Emperor Li Shimin finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on a few court ministers. Those ministers, feeling the emperor's gaze upon them, couldn't help but flinch. One quickly stood up. Your Majesty speaks truly. During the earlier period when Prince Qi went to the disaster area, he took quite a few people familiar with water affairs from our Ministry of Works. It was Ning Baomu, the Minister of the Ministry of Works, who spoke firmly. Recently, the Ministry of Works has received news that Prince Qi arrived at the disaster area, employed skilled craftsmen, and managed to control the flood in less than a month. Prince Qi is so wise. This is truly a blessing for your Majesty, and also for our great Tang dynasty. Minister of the Ministry of Works Ning Baomu gave a thorough praise of Prince Qi Liu, describing him as brilliant and capable. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Li Shimin's originally stern expression slightly softened. Thinking about his son Prince Qi Liu, Emperor Li Shimin felt proud. But then, Emperor Li Shimin suddenly recalled the report sent by Li Yu to the capital, and his complexion immediately darkened again. Regarding those who have achieved merit, whether they be princes or commoners, I treat all equally, rewarding their achievements and punishing their faults. As Li Shimin reflected on what upset him, he spoke with a low, grave tone. You here are the pillars of the court. Now tell me, since Prince Qi has proven himself so commendable, shouldn't the emperor properly reward him? Once these words left the emperor's lips, Minister of Personnel Sun Zhongling promptly stood up and loudly declared, Your Majesty shows great wisdom. Prince Qi has accomplished such a monumental feat, and according to the laws of our great Tang, he indeed deserves to be honored for his merits. Based on what this minister knows, during Prince Qi's return journey to the capital, many along the way have been spreading good news and expressing their profound gratitude towards Prince Qi for disaster relief efforts, all saying that Your Majesty has an excellent prince. If this is the case, Your Majesty should issue an imperial edict to inform the entire realm of Prince Qi's accomplishments and lavish upon him generous rewards. This would be both justified and proper. After finishing his speech, Minister of Personnel Sun Zhongling glanced briefly at Minister of Works Ning Baomu nearby. Both were shrewd individuals, and how could Sun Zhongling not know what Minister Ning Baomu intended by praising Prince Qi before the emperor? Isn't it just a ploy to gain favor while extricating himself from further involvement in subsequent matters? If Minister of Works Ning Baomu can do it, then I, Sun Zhongling, can as well. Isn't it just putting on a show? Anyone who has reached this position isn't proficient in such tactics? Chapter 262, The Emperor's Anger. Both of you ministers have spoken well. Prince Qi is a good prince. Emperor Li Shimin chuckled a few times, seemingly quite satisfied with what the two had said. But no one expected that Emperor Li Shimin's demeanor would suddenly change, as he slammed his hand on the table and roared fiercely. But just a few days ago, while Prince Qi was returning to the capital, someone attempted to assassinate him, attempting to assassinate my prince. Fortunately, the guards accompanying Prince Qi did their utmost to protect him, driving off the villains and ensuring Prince Qi's safety. You tell me, what should be done with such scoundrels and their puppeteers who dare to defy heaven so brazenly? Emperor Li Shimin's tone became filled with killing intent by the end, his fury flaring to the heavens. The civil and military officials below, seeing the emperor's sudden anger, were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to make a single move. The emperor is truly enraged, and thoughts of slaughter are heavy in his heart. This thought inevitably arose in the minds of all the officials. In particular, a few nobles who knew some of the inside details were now feeling even more anxious at this moment. The surrounding air froze instantly, leaving only Emperor Li Shimin seated above, casting cold glances down at the people below. Crown Prince Li Xiuxian was also present at this time, and he was the most uncomfortable among them. The emperor's gaze had landed on him several times just now, and it seemed clear that Li Shimin was suspecting whether Crown Prince Li Xiuxian had any connection to Prince Qi Liyu's attack. This isn't right. Although I've been plotting against Prince Qi lately, I didn't arrange for anyone to ambush him halfway. Crown Prince Li Xiuxian rapidly churned these thoughts in his mind, unable to suppress the cold sweat trickling down his back. Li Xiuxian now bore a bitter truth that only he could feel. After all, why had he been continuously scheming during this period, planning to undermine Prince Qi Liyu's authority? As for whether this matter was indeed unrelated to himself, even Crown Prince Li Xiuxian couldn't say for sure. Although he wouldn't lose his head and plan such an event that would infuriate his father the emperor, who knows if those trying to ingratiate themselves with him had acted on their own initiative. Especially the faction he'd recently made contact with. There was nothing surprising about the sorts of things they might do. Moreover, at this point, even if Crown Prince Li Xiuxian wanted to defend himself, it would be useless. Doing so would only make people more suspicious of him. Neither moving forward nor retreating seemed like a solution, making Crown Prince Li Xiuxian suffer greatly. Fortunately, before long, Minister of Punishments Wu Qimu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, at this critical juncture, we must swiftly dispatch personnel to investigate the scene of the incident. Minister of Punishments Wu Qimu, having no involvement in this affair, naturally feared nothing by stepping forward to voice his opinion. His Highness Prince Qi is a prince of our great Tang dynasty, representing its dignity. That a prince should be attacked in such a manner shows the mastermind behind it has lost all sanity, acting without regard for the law. I believe we should entrust those skilled in investigation to uncover the masterminds, capture them, and let the Ministry of Punishment mete out sentences accordingly, upholding national law. We must not show any leniency. Emperor Li Shimin nodded slightly, his original anger dissipating somewhat, as he slowly said, Minister Wu from the Ministry of Punishment speaks correctly. My son being attacked on the road. This matter absolutely must be investigated thoroughly. This matter will be handled by the Ministry of Punishments. If the mastermind is found, regardless of who it is, I will not show mercy. After saying this, Li Shimin cast another harsh glare at Crown Prince Li Xiuxian and the few nobles nearby. Though there was no evidence currently, Emperor Li Shimin, being wise, naturally wasn't foolish. To dare act so audaciously in this situation and attempt harm against Prince Qi Liu, the culprits could only be Crown Prince Li Xiuxian or the Guanzhong nobility. Other than these two factions, Emperor Li Shimin couldn't think of anyone else. And when the multitude of civil and military officials below heard the emperor speak, whether they agreed or not, they all knelt together, shouting how wise the emperor was. Your Majesty is wise. With Minister Wu from the Ministry of Punishments in charge, it won't take long to uncover the masterminds behind this. And, moving forward, armed soldiers must also be dispatched to protect Prince Qi on his return journey to the capital. There must be no further mishaps. Said correctly, such attacks must never occur again. Prince Qi's safety is crucial. The masterminds behind this act are utterly detestable. Once identified, their 3 generations must be exterminated. Previously trembling in silence, the many civil and military officials now regained their composure. These people began to interject, each offering advice in their own way before Emperor Li Shimin. What a great opportunity this was to demonstrate their loyalty. The garden buzzed with lively chatter, as though they hadn't remained silent for a good half-day earlier. Enough, cease talking, I am aware of all this. Emperor Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively, showing signs of impatience. All of you ministers should diligently carry out your duties and not indulge in improper thoughts or actions. Particularly those with ulterior motives, do not always test the limits of my patience. Emperor Li Shimin's words were spoken specifically for certain individuals to hear. As to who exactly these people were, one could only say that those in the know understood well enough. The court ministers once again loudly proclaimed their emperor's wisdom, exchanging some empty pleasantries before the matter seemed temporarily resolved. The musicians and dancers also returned to entertain the guests once more, bringing the banquet back to its harmonious mood. But the discerning few all realized that this harmony was but an illusion. The polite words have already been said, but now it's time for action. I fear that when Prince Qi returns to the capital, peace here in the city will be broken. Minister of Punishments Wu Qimu stroked his beard, sighing deeply. The conflicts among the princes and between the nobility and the royal family had become increasingly apparent. No one knew how chaotic things might get in the capital in the future. Recently, life hadn't been easy for the civil and military officials in the capital, yet Liu was living carefree at the post station. With no rush to continue his journey, Liu would wake up around mid-morning every day. After rising, he had nothing else to do besides either calling over a few guards to eat and drink with, or making idle chatter with Lady Changsun painting. As for safety concerns, Liu no longer worried about them. He'd summoned an entire company of armored soldiers from Governor Li Muchai in the provincial city, positioning them outside the post station. With these heavily armed soldiers on guard, if the black-clad assassins from before returned, they wouldn't even reach the walls of the post station before being slaughtered. Life is so relaxing now. It's so comfortable that I don't even want to leave. With a book in hand, Liu idly flipped through it, stretching lazily several times. And as for returning to the capital, let whoever wants to go. Liu wasn't foolish enough to set off now. Chapter 263, Unstoppable Affection. At this moment, Changsun Pingting's eyes were filled with ardor as she looked at Liu in front of her. It was clear admiration, mixed with eyes brimming with affection. Have some grapes. She handed over a bunch of already washed grapes and placed them in the bowl in front of her. Recent events had left her somewhat melancholic. With evident indignation, she said, once we return this time, I will definitely inform my father about this matter. Those ungrateful people must pay for their actions. Changsun Pingting's tone became puffed up as she spoke these words. And furthermore, I am planning to send someone to deliver a letter home. By then, my father will certainly send people personally. Changsun Wuji was not just any first-class imperial relative, but also held immense prestige along with formidable strength. Mobilizing some private forces to handle personal matters was no difficult task. However, upon hearing this, Liu unconsciously shrank his neck. He was worried that if his prospective father-in-law, Changsun Wuji, found out that Changsun Pingting was with him, he might rush over immediately. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat and said, it's unnecessary. The court has numerous affairs currently, and Lord Changsun has much on his plate handling those complex official duties. If a minor matter like this gets his attention, it would only cause us more trouble. Upon hearing this, Changsun Pingting instantly grew a little angry and retorted, Prince Qi, if you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't know whether I could still stand here peacefully. I never thought that this road would be so unstable. Determined to send a message back home, Changsun Pingting persisted while Liu coughed lightly and said, actually, I'm more concerned about another issue. If Lord Changsun knows you're here with me, he may come himself. At that point, I won't be able to explain myself clearly. Liu said this and then gazed up into the sky. As Changsun Pingting interacted privately with Liu, she found it very peculiar. Liu seemed to have no intentions of teasing her at all. Moreover, there wasn't a trace of the prior affection in his gaze towards her, which puzzled her greatly. What is going on? Though confused, Changsun Pingting couldn't bring herself to ask outright. Her education demanded that she remain gentle and composed, preventing her from voicing anything extraordinary. Feeling unable to find the right words at that moment, she became somewhat tense. Looking around and spotting the grapes in front of her, she hurriedly picked up a cluster and removed one grape, saying, these grapes are really sweet. Would you like to try one? Hearing this, Liu instinctively swallowed, as his handsome face appeared extraordinarily appealing. Longing surged within her. After all, it was often said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And Changsun Pingting had long fallen for Li Yu due to his daring rescue of her. Smiling faintly, Li Yu replied, "Thank you." After Changsun Pingting left the room, she still felt lightheaded. Xiaoyuan arrived by Changsun Pingting's side, looking at the young miss with a playful smile, and said, "Young miss, before this, weren't you planning to let Prince Qi get closer to you? Did something happen between you two?" Although the Tang dynasty was an open-minded era, Changsun Pingting still blushed fiercely at the insinuation. "What are you talking about? There is nothing like that." Changsun Pingting responded, her breathing quickening, heart pounding faster, showing evident nervousness. Hehe. Seeing this reaction, Xiaoyuan understood everything clearly. "Young miss, could it be that you've gotten so flustered you can't even speak?" After Xiaoyuan asked this question, Changsun Pingting snapped out of her daze. Of course not. How could I be like that? I'm quite brave." After calming down, Changsun Pingting loudly declared, trying to make her voice louder to boost her courage. However, Xiaoyuan, being the lady's personal maid since childhood, knew exactly what was going on. "Young miss, what did you do? Did you inquire about other things from Prince Qi?" The cheeky little maid Xiaoyuan was eager to stir things up and asked curiously. Her face instantly turned crimson red, and she quickly raised her hands to cover her face, too flustered to speak loud or even answer properly anymore. Didn't ask, Changsun Pingting said, and her demeanor was entirely different from before. She was extremely bashful. Xiaoyuan sighed and said, "Miss, you've been completely captivated by Prince Qi. I can't imagine what the two of you will be like after you marry Prince Qi." She said this with a hint of exasperation. "Then later, Prince Qi will surely have you under his complete control, and you won't be able to manage anything anymore." Humph. Upon hearing these words, Changsun Pingting could not hide her fiery temperament. Her eyebrows twitched slightly as she blushed with anger. "He dares? If he dare betray me, I'll skin him alive." Changsun Pingting said this with fury but soon became bashful. "But perhaps I shouldn't be so domineering. After all, I'm about to become a princess. Following Emperor's blessing for our marriage, the auspicious date this year is for our wedding. I wonder how it will turn out." She said this looking completely entranced. The maid Xiaoyuan nearby sighed deeply. As the dowry maid, seeing her young mistress transform into this current state left her unsure what to do, hoping that she would not suffer mistreatment in Prince Qi's household later on. In the following days, Changsun Pingting continued to seek out Li Yu frequently. From time to time, she gave Li Yu gifts, making him feel somewhat uneasy inside. He didn't want to let his relationship with Changsun Pingting develop further, since he had feelings for Yu and Lu Xue. They were his true loves. Although Li Yu was extremely lustful, it didn't affect his understanding that he should remain pure in certain aspects. There are some things one can do, and others that one must not. What should I do to make her give up? Li Yu frowned and pondered, overwhelmed by confusion. Over the next few days, Changsun Pingting came to see him as usual every day, yet Li Yu's behavior remained appropriate without crossing any boundaries. Gradually, Li Yu realized he might have offended the wrong person. Changsun Pingting was too gentle and extraordinarily beautiful. Merely appearing before Li Yu, she could fully capture his attention and fascinate him. Chapter 264, Departure and Plan. On this day, Li Yu finally saw Changsun Pingting off. Her face was filled with immense joy, her cheeks rosy as if something private had happened between them in the room. That shy feeling made anyone who looked at her even for a moment wish to bite her cute face. After Changsun Pingting left, she was still laughing happily. Li Yu returned to his room and sat on his chair. There would be news from the county city tonight. He didn't know how things were going in the county city yet. Knock knock. At that moment, a faint fragrance came from outside the door, so charming that it entered his nose directly. Li Yu was very familiar with this scent. It was exactly the perfume smell of Lu Xue. After smelling this aroma, he quickly calmed down, sat in his place, and said to the outside, "Come in." Cici. After Lu Xue came in, she was wearing an outfit full of energy. She also carried the scent of dew, as if she had just arrived at the inn after a long journey. After entering, she glanced at the fruit and food on the table, seeing through Li Yu's intentions at a glance. "Prince, you must have met with Miss Changsun again, right?" Miss Changsun fell in love with the prince at first sight, and now thinks about the prince day and night. The prince must have fallen in love with her too. Lu Xue's words were heavily tinged with jealousy, almost impossible to hide. After hearing these words from Lu Xue, Li Yu stiffened, straightened his back immediately, then spoke awkwardly. "Hey, it's just for show. She ran away from home and followed all the way here. How could I leave her alone in the inn? Not to mention me intentionally looking for her to tease her. Besides, our father emperor has already arranged a marriage. I have to pretend better in front of others. Otherwise, my peaceful days will be gone. Changsun Wujia doesn't know how much he might hate me. If that happens, it will get really complicated." Lu Xue placed her documents in front of him. "Prince, these are the officials' data. It seems that some of the generals among them are acting suspiciously. It seems they are mobilizing troops, possibly targeting the prince. Although they won't dare to cause trouble openly, they will certainly find ways to secretly attack the prince, which will definitely be disadvantageous to the prince." "Disadvantageous to me?" After hearing this sentence, Li Yu laughed. "It appears some people are still scheming. Since they won't stop, let them come. We'll see who can survive by then." Li Yu said this, exuding such a murderous aura that it was quite terrifying. Lu Xue looked at Li Yu in front of her, decisive and ruthless, her heart beating rapidly, captivated by him. "Heavy shield, go gather the troops from the county city. They should be arriving soon, right?" Li Yu asked this question. Given that he had been chased, Naturally, he needed reinforcements for protection, and he had every right to do so. Heavy shield is already here. Lu Xue said. Then it couldn't be better. Liu said. The next morning, when the sky was still slightly bright, Heavy Shield already brought a team here. There were about more than 100 soldiers, all of whom were extremely elite. Each of them was tall and burly, covered in armor, their eyes filled with coldness. Truly, they were veterans of many battles. Heavy Shield led these soldiers to Li Yu's front and then knelt before him. Pay respect to your highness. I've brought the battle-hardened warriors from the county city. Please inspect them, your highness. Li Yu heard what Heavy Shield said and looked forward. Every soldier here was strong-bodied. Their hands held weapons, standing in formation, facing ahead. Pay respect to your highness. Please inspect us, your highness. These soldiers shouted at this time. Their voices resounded loudly. Li Yu looked at these soldiers and asked calmly. Tell me, if you encounter danger, how will you protect me? To die defending you. These soldiers shouted loudly. What if your general orders you to deal with me? Li Yu asked this, his voice so loud that everyone present was momentarily stunned, these soldiers hesitating for a moment. Protect his highness the prince. Good, I am very satisfied. Li Yu nodded and said. Depart. Just as Li Yu was about to leave with his people, the officials of the inn hurriedly came out. Your highness, Prince Qi, are you leaving so soon? Is it because we didn't treat you well enough? If there's anything inadequate, please let us know at any time. We will make every effort to ensure your satisfaction. Absolutely no hardship or bad experience will be allowed for your highness. The inn magistrate said anxiously. Since Li Yu had stayed at the inn, he had been trying his best to flatter him, because the man before him was none other than Prince Qi of the great Tang dynasty, a beloved son of the current emperor. Moreover, this prince was quite capable and enjoyed great popularity among the common people. Why was Li Yu suddenly sent out? Wasn't it because he had received the favor of the emperor? The flood in Jinnan circuit was indeed difficult to control, but if successful, it could immediately attract the attention of all officials and citizens in the court. Li Yu looked at the inn magistrate in front of him and smiled. Magistrate Zhao, you have done very well these 2 days. I've already noted it in my heart. You may go back now, but if anyone asks where I have gone, just tell them you don't know, understand? Li Yu said, looking at the inn magistrate. When the inn magistrate heard these words and looked into Li Yu's eyes, he immediately understood and nodded hastily. Yes, your highness, I understand. That's good. After Li Yu finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward the other side. There, Changsun Pingting was coming out of the inn accompanied by a little maid. She asked curiously, Prince Qi, why are you in such a hurry to leave today? I have my own arrangements for this matter. You just need to follow me. Changsun Pingting said this and then waved her hand. Bring the stuff up. Prince Qi must not have had breakfast yet. Let's eat together. Chapter 265, Delicacies and Beauties. After she spoke, her face turned red instantly. Li Yu looked at Changsun Pingting in front of him, feeling a little surprised for a moment. This Miss Changsun family blushed so easily? He thought about this and felt a bit of a headache. This was not just a blush, it was obviously related to emotional debt. He could not refuse publicly at this moment, so he replied with a simple sentence. I indeed haven't enjoyed breakfast yet. Looking at the beautiful face of Changsun Pingting in front of him, his heart moved at this moment. He did have a weakness for beauty, and when it came to these beautiful women, he had no intention of refusing. Let's go. I'll go to your car. After Li Yu finished speaking, he ordered everyone to drive, and he went to Changsun Pingting's carriage. Changsun Pingting's carriage was decorated very girlishly, filled with various beautiful ornaments, and a layer of wool carpet was laid out in the carriage, making it very comfortable. The air outside was very humid, but it was quite dry inside the carriage. There was also a stick of incense burning in the carriage. The incense was extremely valuable, made from dragon saliva, and its faint aroma was pleasant to smell. It felt like the whole body could relax in such an environment. Next to the table, Xiaoyuan knelt beside serving. Truly, this was a scene of luxury and enjoyment, rivaling even the life of Prince Qi Li Yu. Li Yu sat there, only to see that the stove on the table inside the carriage already had a prepared breakfast. Prince Qi, please taste. These pastries are also something I've learned myself. Changsun Pingting spent much effort learning for Li Yu, just so Li Yu would enjoy the breakfast she made. After sitting down, Changsun Pingting came to his side, gently kneeling next to him. The faint fragrance of virginity on her body wafted into Li Yu's nostrils, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. Changsun Pingting's delicate hands also lightly pressed against his shoulders, kneading slowly, as if truly treating him as her husband. When Changsun Pingting pressed down, Li Yu's breath paused slightly for a moment before relaxing. A beauty by his side, and the delicacies in front. Just as Li Yu took a sip of the soup-like dish, he almost sprayed it out immediately. Because the taste of what was cooked was exceptionally strange, a mix of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy seemed to be all in the bowl. His throat burned fiercely. Cough, cough. Li Yu quickly pulled aside the curtain of the carriage and spit it out. What is this thing you've made? Li Yu, still shaken, looked at the dishes on the table in front of him and questioned Changsun Pingting. His eyes were filled with doubts. This is normal morning tea. I used to make it like this too. Changsun Pingting said, somewhat puzzled. She even served a bowl, but after taking a sip, her face changed slightly. How could it taste like this? I remember drinking something completely different back at the residence. Changsun Pingting said with astonishment and surprise. Cough, cough. Someone, bring over all the breakfast I prepared on my carriage. Li Yu commanded, knowing full well that he'd had his men prepare breakfast on the carriage earlier. But since a beauty invited him, it was hard to refuse. Now, seeing how terrible the food prepared by Changsun Pingting tasted, he decided simply to have his own things brought up. As his servants brought up the breakfast and various morning delicacies, Liu finally sat at the table, showing some relief in his expression. Look, all these breakfasts were prepared by me. See if you like them, Liu said, looking at Changsun painting in front of him. Seeing the delicately prepared breakfasts on the table, she was stunned. For example, a beautifully presented tofu pudding, white and tender on top, exuding a particular charm in its aroma. It was tempting just to look at it. And there was a Longjing tea. Steam rising, the tea leaves floated continuously on top, emitting a rich scent. Just getting close and inhaling the aroma of the tea water, one could instantly feel an unusual aroma filling their senses. The fragrance entering the nostrils could immediately uplift one's spirits, causing anyone to get lost in the ambience, unable to extricate themselves. Where had Changsun painting seen anything like this? What kind of pastry is this? Why have I never seen it before? Its color is too pretty, she exclaimed in amazement, expressing bewilderment. The maid beside her, Xiaoyuan, also widened her eyes. Is it even possible? Our Changsun family hasn't had so many delicious foods. Are these dishes from Prince Qi's mansion? The maid Xiaoyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Liu chuckled. Of course, but these delicacies were prepared by me. None of you know how to enjoy food, so come on, all of you should taste them. In fact, these pastries were just the result of Liu giving his ideas to the chef, then combining them with various vegetables and ingredients, which turned out to be surprisingly flavorful. Changsun Pingting looked at all the delicious food in front of her and was also deeply moved inside. But when she picked up a pastry in front of her and tasted it, she sucked in a sharp breath. How is this possible? This flavor is incredibly exquisite. This must be the supreme food on earth. She said this, and her whole being entered into a state of pure enjoyment. Slightly crispy and numbing, yet sweet, just a bite, and it feels as if everything inside is so smooth, like nourishing the entire body. What kind of thing is this? Changsun Pingting asked herself and proceeded to take large bites voraciously. As she ate, she experienced immense pleasure, and when the last piece of the pastry went down, she instantly felt satisfied, lying back in her chair. How comfortable! She expressed her satisfaction with delight. Another sip of tea. Liu picked up the teapot before him and poured a cup of fragrant Longjing tea. The leaves floated and swirled up and down within. So aromatic. Liu savored the aroma, clearly enjoying himself. Even the fluid grace of his tea-pouring motion seemed captivating, truly something remarkable. Changsun Pingting lifted her cup of Longjing tea and took a sip. A burst of sweetness flowed down her throat. This sensation was something she had never experienced before. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Although it doesn't seem extraordinary while drinking, after it goes down, a lingering sweetness remains, providing unmatched comfort. What exactly is this? Chapter 266, The Three Nonstick. Changsun Pingting looked at the cup of tea in front of her with a look of astonishment. Is this really just tea? How can there be such a miraculous thing in the world? Tea should be sour and sweet or have other flavors, or even sticky. It should require putting many things inside to create all sorts of tastes, Changsun Pingting said with surprise. This seems to go beyond any normal expectation. It's nothing like the tea I drank before. It's practically a whole new entity. She said that, shocked to no end. Your Highness, it's time for tea. As Liu was enjoying his double blessings of marital fortune, a voice reached inside the carriage. Liu immediately stiffened as a woman appeared from behind him and walked onto the carriage. She said with a bit of sound in her voice, Your Highness, here is your breakfast, specially prepared 3 non-stick. Lu Shui arrived on the vehicle and handed over a plate in her hands. Your Highness, please enjoy. After hearing her words, Liu instantly felt awkward. He knew trouble was brewing. They had already agreed the night before that she wouldn't appear at this time. But Lu Shui came anyway, and the jealousy was obvious and completely unhidden. Cough cough. How did you come? Weren't you supposed to investigate those matters? Liu quickly composed himself and asked Lu Shui, Your Highness, I am your personal maid after all. I should be accompanying and protecting you. And if there's no one around you, what happens if someone wants to harm you? That would be terrible. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yuan's eyes immediately bulged with anger. Looking at Lu Shui in front of her, doubt filled her eyes. In her opinion, Lu Shui was clearly problematic. Her face was full of seductive charm, and the way she spoke made her seem like she regarded herself as the mistress. This was outrageous. Miss Changsun is the true young lady, a woman personally chosen by His Majesty to be betrothed to Prince Qi. There's absolutely no comparison between Miss Changsun and Lu Shui. This temptress is surely planning to deceive the prince and cause trouble. You're merely a personal maid. How dare you speak to the prince like that? Moreover, how could Miss be harmful to the prince? Miss has been personally betrothed by His Majesty, officially becoming the princess consort of Qi. Xiao Yuan said angrily, feeling dissatisfied. I may just be a maid, but I'm not an ordinary maid. I'm the prince's personal maid. Can you compare yourself to me? Besides, isn't it true that Miss Changsun hasn't married into our Qi mansion yet? Before entering the Qi mansion, who knows if she is truly aligned with the prince? She said so, with a hint of coldness. When Liu heard this, he felt extremely restless. Cough cough. He cleared his throat, picked up the 3 non-stick dish in front of him. This 3 non-stick, made from eggs, starch, sugar, and water. It has a golden hue, a crisp texture, and delicious taste. What's more amazing is that it doesn't stick to plates, chopsticks, or teeth. Therefore, it's called 3 non-stick. It's golden yellow in color, tender and sweet eggs, with a fresh and nutritious taste. Come, Miss Changsun, you must not have tasted it before. This dish is very delicious, sweet, and mouth-watering. With a smile, she continued speaking. Liu took a deep breath, then put a piece of the three non-stick into Changsun Pingting's bowl. Changsun Pingting took a deep breath. She was captivated by the three non-stick dish in front of her, not minding Lu Shui and the maidservant next to Liu, but instead biting down on a mouthful. The taste is simply exquisite. In the next moment, she almost cried because it was so delicious. She had never tasted such a delicious dessert before. It felt like the best thing she'd ever eaten. At that exact moment, she jumped up and kissed Liu on the cheek. As soon as she did, everything became quiet. An actual battlefield emerged out of nowhere. Meanwhile, on the other side, shortly after Liu left the inn, someone sneaked out quietly, swiftly sending a piece of intelligence outside. The county city, at this moment, seemed rather restless. Several military officers were having a gathering. On their table stood a small campfire, along with several letters spread across it. As they glanced at the letters in front of them, they were troubled immensely. The higher-ups now want us to take out Prince Qi. However, Prince Qi has a group of soldiers at his command and has even taken a number of our men. The ones he selected are the most capable among them. They're all people we valued. Using this group against him now is basically impossible. They don't know their place. These roughnecks who make their living off the land always try to climb up, one military officer said bitterly. Another officer spoke. We can't act here, or we'll definitely implicate ourselves. There must be a way. We need to ensure Prince Qi meets his end outside our territory. Another officer said, frowning deeply. But right now, Prince Qi doesn't move at all. Dealing with him like this would be incredibly hard. The officer on the left side, showing evident distress. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the room as no one knew what to say. Suddenly, the sound of pigeons came from outside. A messenger pigeon swiftly flew over and landed on a rack by the door, with a bamboo tube tied to its leg. Inside the tube seemed to be some kind of message. An officer quickly went over, removed the tube, and after opening it, his face broke into an instant grin. Ha ha ha, it's truly our luck. Who would have thought that just before the deadline, Prince Qi himself decided to come out? We should rush to report this to the commanding officers so they can deal with it. With this action, we will have earned great merit. Our commanding officers will definitely be delighted. Afterward, promotions and wealth won't be far-fetched dreams. They all chimed excitedly. They knew that the final decisions were not theirs, but lay with their superiors. As military officers, they were always in a subordinate position compared to civil officials, needing to follow their commands. Only certain regional governors had both civil and military authority and commanded immense power. Chapter 267, Schemes. A general hurried into Song Imos's room, whereupon he lowered his voice as he addressed the man before him, Song Imos, in a whisper. Master, Crown Prince Qi has made his move. Upon hearing this, Song Imos's eyes changed instantly. The Crown Prince actually made his move? It's perfect. I originally thought he would remain hidden indefinitely, but I didn't expect him to be so foolish. He's actually come out of hiding himself. We were worried about how to deal with him, and now that he's shown himself, you absolutely cannot let him slip away again. The general immediately became excited and leaned in closer towards Song Imosen, lowering his voice. Master, then what should we do according to your instructions? Simple. Since he dared to emerge, let's play with him a bit. Song Imosen said this with a hint of coldness. However, could Li Juanshou become an obstacle for us? If something happens to Crown Prince Qi here, it is likely he'll end up suffering serious consequences. Song Imosen, after listening to this concern, smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will find a way to tie him down so he won't have the chance to interfere with our plans. And besides, Song Imosen continued with a smirk on his face. Once this incident is over, even if he has thoughts along these lines, there won't be any possibility for him to properly handle this matter. Well, after hearing this, the general quickly responded. Master, handling this affair will be quite troublesome, won't it? Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Song Imos's face. He lightly patted the shoulder of the general before him, saying in a commendatory tone, rest assured, as long as I am around, you'll always have food to eat. After the general heard this, excitement spread across his features. Yes, master. Saying this, he stepped back out of the room. When Song Imosen saw the general leave, he took out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, seemingly displaying disdain. Casually tossing the handkerchief onto the floor, he spoke with contempt. How repulsive. For someone who is merely a lowly general, I need to use manipulation tactics. If I weren't yet a county governor, I wouldn't need such means. These people are too deeply involved, so afterward, we must devise a method to get rid of all of them. Muttering this to himself, Song Imosen gazed at the direction where the general had departed. His inner mind was already brimming with murderous intent. As the general walked towards the door, just stepping outside, he suddenly stiffened, a chill running through his body. He abruptly sneezed. Achoo! Rubbing his nose, he muttered, what's going on? Could it be that someone is thinking about me? Though perplexed, he continued his musings aloud. Meanwhile, within this county city, without making a sound, several potential forces belonging to subordinates of certain individuals were dispatched beyond the city limits and heading in the direction of Liu. The prefect received news of Crown Prince Liu leaving the post house. Crown Prince Li, why would he choose to leave at such a time? He murmured this question, filled with uncertainty. Knock knock. At this moment, knocking sounds came from outside the door. Brotherly, today I bring excellent news for you. The voice of Song Imosen resonated from outside the door, startlingly high inside the room. Li's body tensed briefly but then relaxed as he called out. Who's there? Oh, it's Brother Song. Rising, he moved outwards and opened the door. There stood Song Emosen, carrying an oiled paper parcel and a pot of wine along with 2 drinking bowls. Behind him followed a clever-looking servant who carried a heavy-looking picnic box behind Song Emosen. After the servant entered the room, they unpacked the container, placing various freshly prepared dishes on the table, filling the air with inviting aromas. Song Emosen placed the parcel he carried on the table, revealing a roasted chicken inside. This chicken was tenderly roasted golden brown on the outside, but still soft on the inside, emitting a strong, savory smell that caught one's attention immediately. Wow! Although Li Muhai did not know exactly why Song Emosen came, given the sumptuous array of dishes he brought, he knew the situation must be significant. Leaning forward slightly, Li grabbed the jug of wine Song Emosen was about to place down and chuckled. Brother Song, you come without saying anything beforehand, and with such delicious offerings that makes me feel uneasy. What's really going on? You'd better tell me. Haha. Song Emosen laughed lightly and replied, Brotherly, I knew you wouldn't trust me easily. Look what I've brought. Only then did he take out a letter, on which were written in large characters, for Li Muhai's eyes only. After Song Emosen took out the letter, he waved towards the servant behind him. Without raising his head, the servant retreated backwards, went to the door, closed it, and stood guard outside. This servant is someone I brought from my hometown. He is very discreet, and also one of my trusted confidants, so you don't have to worry about him divulging anything. This letter was written by an important figure for you. He believes Brother Muhai has great potential, and he wants to cultivate a good relationship with you. Hence, he prepared this letter for you. But naturally, that official requires you to join his faction. Although Li Muhai had originally been thinking about Li Yu, when he saw the letter, he became fully absorbed in it. Because what this letter represented was nothing less than his future prospects, and choosing sides was a matter of utmost importance. In no time, he plunged into deep thought. The true intention of Song Emosen wasn't actually to have him join his camp, but rather to divert his attention. Once Li Muhai's state of mind was distracted, after drinking just a little wine, if anything were to happen to Li Yu later, Li Muhai wouldn't be able to react properly anymore. Then, at that point, he would be the perfect scapegoat, and anything could be blamed on him. A flash of sinister cruelty passed through Song Emosen's eyes, but his expression remained well concealed. In an instant, he resumed his smiling demeanor. He picked up the wine pot and poured himself a glass, saying, Brotherly, drink a cup of wine first to warm your body. We can slowly discuss whatever matters there may be. Li Muhai didn't want to offend the powerful personage behind Song Emosen, so silently, he accepted the wine goblet before him and drank a mouthful. Song Emosen began persuading him, and Li Muhai drank glass after glass. At the same time, Li Yu had already set up camp. Where he stayed at that moment, there were bonfires blazing, illuminating the surroundings. Soldiers patrolled around them, keeping them protected. Chapter 268, Strategy Fixing. Li Yu was sitting in the tent at this moment, with Lu Shui and He Dun beside him, and in front of him sat Zhang Yuehai and Li Taizhan. Li Taizhan stepped forward at this moment and said, My lord, our sent people have reported back. Indeed, there are people intentionally causing some trouble, likely targeting you, my lord. There are unusual changes during the night that we cannot ignore. Our scouts have found traces not far from here. These people also serve as reconnaissance troops, dressed not very formally, but extremely tough. These people are absolutely extraordinary. Their background is probably not simple. Zhang Yuehai also said simultaneously, My lord, the best course now is for us to be ready. If we get caught off guard by a sudden attack, I feel they may not take long before coming after us. I understand. Li Yu nodded. I aim to lure the snake out of its hole. Beforehand, I had Black Shield use the envoy's name to summon a troop of elite soldiers over. Now, Black Shield has successfully taken command. They might still attempt to cause more trouble, but they will have fewer opportunities. Once we reach the prefecture office, they will have even fewer chances to create issues. So, within the nearest period, they will definitely make an abrupt move against us. Only like this will they have any opportunity. Li Yu said this while lightly tapping on the table. If I haven't guessed wrong, tonight is when they will come. As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, a scout rushed in hurriedly from outside. This subordinate Lu Tailin reports, Tonight, following Prince Chi's plan, I have discovered approaching enemies just 50 li away. Roughly around 300 or more individuals. Unclear exactly. According to their speed, it won't take them more than 2 hours to reach us. Lu Tailin panted heavily, drenched in sweat, clearly having come a long way. Excellent. After hearing Lu Tailin's report, Li Yu burst into hearty laughter, saying appreciatively, You've done a fine job. So, I shall bestow upon you a rich reward. People, give him the award. Li Yu said, addressing Lu Tailin before him. An attendant then handed 100 taels of silver to Lu Tailin. Li Yu added lazily, This is merely a small amount. If you can fight bravely against the enemy, wealth will cease to be a problem. I, Li Yu, lack nothing else except money, and you will not be short of rewards from me. As long as you are willing to battle valiantly, I shall certainly never neglect you. Li Yu's gaze swept over the few people in front of him. Convey my order to everyone and let them know my resolution. Li Yu said seriously, looking stern. Yes. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Lu Tailin accepted the 100 taels of silver, bowed deeply twice on the ground with great effort, and promised, Thank you for your lordship's reward. I am ready to risk my life for you. Li Yu looked at Lu Tailin and smiled. That's all. Don't be so sentimental. This is mine to give, so just take it. If you truly want to repay me, then help me find these enemies. The moment any enemy gets close, you must find them. Li Yu gazed intently at Lu Tailin as he spoke. Hearing this, Lu Tailan banged his head hard on the ground twice again, vowing, "My lord, I will spare no effort to ensure no enemy comes near you. Have you heard? The enemy is almost here. Prepare immediately." Li Yu's eyes scanned over Lu Tailan and Zhang Yuehai. Yes. The two head guards received the command and retreated to begin gathering forces inside the large camp. In no time, they had already assembled everyone. Changsun Pingting was resting, but she woke up because of the noise outside. She opened her eyes and stepped out of her tent, noticing the commotion. This left her puzzled. What's happening? Not resting at such a late hour? What are everyone doing? Changsun Pingting murmured to herself, and the next second, she suddenly understood. Definitely, the enemy must be here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a grand arrangement. Thinking of this, her heart instantly became serious. No, if Li Yu is in danger, that cannot happen. I must go check immediately to see if he is safe. Saying this, she quickly woke up her maid Xiaoyuan. Get up quickly, it seems something is wrong outside. Why are you still sleeping? Hurry up and get up. Changsun Pingting hastily woke up Xiaoyuan. At this moment, Xiaoyuan was startled awake with sleepy eyes. Miss, what happened? How come you're not sleeping yet? Stop making noise. I just had a nice dream that we were already back in the capital city feasting. All you do all day is eat and drink. The enemies are about to attack. Changsun Pingting lifted her hand and slapped Xiaoyuan's buttocks, which made her jump up in alarm and anxiously said, "What is it? Where are the enemies? Let's run, Mississippi. Let me cover for you. I will never allow anyone to hurt you." Xiaoyuan said this with an uneasy look on her face, but her drowsy appearance seemed somewhat adorable, causing Changsun Pingting's anger to boil over. "If I have to wait for your response, I would have been captured by bad people long ago. Get up immediately so we can go see Prince Qi." Changsun Pingting said this with seriousness on her face. "Yes." Xiaoyuan responded reluctantly. Just as she quickly got dressed, they were about to go out when Lu Shuai arrived at their tent with several guards. "Miss Changsun, His Highness has sent me to inform you not to leave the tent under any circumstances because it might be dangerous," Changsun Pingting said, with a hint of smile. "You're here to monitor us, aren't you?" Xiaoyuan looked at Lu Shuai suspiciously and questioned her with a tone full of doubt. "Not exactly. I've been sent here by His Highness to protect you. My martial skills are excellent, and I usually guard the prince myself. Now His Highness has specially assigned me to ensure the safety of Miss Changsun. Miss Changsun, His Highness needs to handle the potential dangers ahead. Hence, he requests that you remain temporarily in the tent to safeguard your safety." "Then what about the prince? Is he going to take the risk himself? He is of utmost importance. It wouldn't be worth it if he put himself in peril." Chapter 269, Stratagem. "Miss Changsun, this is none of your business. It's the prince's matter. The prince ordered me to protect you, so I will only be responsible for your protection. After all, you are the future princess. If anything happens to you, the Changsun family would certainly be enraged and won't leave the prince alone. Even His Highness would definitely not be friendly towards the prince. So, for the prince's sake, please stay in this tent." Lu Shuai said this, her eyes carrying a hint of coercion. It seemed that if the two of them didn't obey her request, she might just tie them up directly. Huff. After hearing these words, Changsun Pingting took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled it. "I'll wait for the prince's good news here then. If Lady Lu knows anything about what's happening outside, please inform me anytime. I'm very worried about the prince's safety." Lu Shuai nodded and said, "Miss Changsun, not only you, but I am also very worried about the prince's safety. But I am more concerned that someone may harm the prince." She said this and stopped talking after. Though there was no overly harsh language in their exchange, there was an underlying conflict between the two. Thus, their conversation carried a sense of tension. Huff. At this moment, Liu had already brought 200 people to the road near the carriage. He was now leading his men lying in ambush in the dark. "Prepare the crossbows. When I give the order, shoot the arrows immediately and kill them all here, leaving no one alive," Liu said coldly, his voice filled with murderous intent. Since these people dared to attack him, he had to retaliate against them. He must make them know pain and heavily suppress their arrogance. Let them know there's limits. After they've come once, they dare to come again? That's simply too much. Does he, Liu, not have any anger at all? Originally, he merely wanted to be a carefree prince and not get involved in these affairs. But now he realized he must have the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, everyone might treat him as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, with every person coming to take advantage of him. This thought surged within Liu, making him full of killing intent. Haha, he let out a sneer, a wave of coldness rushing out. A stern look of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Just at that moment, a group of people charged over. Behind them followed another group of people. These people's eyes were filled with coldness. They were far from ordinary. There were dozens of them, all riding magnificent horses. The legs of these horses were wrapped in cloth. They quickly approached, each person holding a curved blade in hand. Their backs also bore crossbows, all deadly weapons used in the military. Once they start fighting, they are definitely different from ordinary situations and incredibly terrifying. Liu, along with his subordinates, watched this group quietly without making a move right away, waiting until they were almost past. Only then did he give the command. The guards who had long been lying in wait on both sides, after enduring for so long, drew their bows and fired arrows straight out at this moment. Boom! As arrow after arrow shot out. These people were hit. The originally well-organized formation of theirs instantly broken. One by one, they fell off their horses. Enemy attack. The leader of the squad roared in fury. They had never expected that, while intending to ambush others, they would encounter retaliation on the way, placing them in danger. Moreover, these people were extremely prepared. having ready their bows and arrows early. Counterattack, the squad leader roared. Right after he shouted this, in front of their cavalry unit, many suddenly tripped and fell, emitting cries of agony. What's going on? The leader finally realized they had already fallen into an ambush. The equipment of the other side was highly advanced and no weaker than theirs. Furthermore, their origin wasn't simple. They were clearly targeting them. He immediately leaped down and landed on the ground. After a roll on the ground, he hid behind a large rock, looking around on both sides. Just as he lifted his head to peek out, an arrow was aimed at his face. Damn it! He cursed fiercely and dodged once again. For them, this was an extremely dangerous situation. They could easily lose their lives if not careful. In this darkness, without any light sources, it was extremely difficult to find the whereabouts of the other side. This made him instantly enraged. Extinguish the torches. Since they are also hiding in the darkness, we don't need to be polite either. Let's all hide in the dark. It could be seen that he was gritting his teeth and letting out an angry roar. The survivors quickly extinguished their torches one by one. They were already wearing dark clothes for nighttime travel, and with the torches extinguished, they merged into the darkness. Facing these sudden volleys of arrows, they were no longer as endangered. Light the fire. Liu saw their actions and chuckled at this moment. Did these people truly think he had not prepared? Did they think that just extinguishing their torches would allow them to escape his pursuit? That was simply wishful thinking. As the torches were lit again, the flames illuminated everyone under the glow. The surviving individuals were now visible beneath the light of the fire. Shoot! Liu gave the command as he watched these people before him. His men raised their bows and shot the arrows. With each shot of the bow, anguished screams resounded. These people fell to the ground one after another, convulsing violently, drenched in blood, each one eliminated. After a round of synchronized shooting, the remaining survivors realized they couldn't afford to stay passive anymore. They had to retaliate. Do it! This leader, hiding behind a large rock, lifted his head to look ahead, grinding his teeth together as he yelled at the survivors. Quickly use your shields. Some of them had brought lightweight small shields for offensive preparation. Following the leader's command, the survivors swiftly gathered their shields and formed a tight cluster to defend against the arrows coming their way. Then they began to cautiously inch forward step by step. Charge! Liu did not act himself, but instead spoke to his guards. Only soldiers who have endured hundreds of fierce battles can become the best soldiers. Without fighting, there's no real growth. Chapter 270, Captured Alive. The guards who had been lying in ambush on both sides of the road charged out under the lead of Li Taizhan and Zhang Yuehai, their eyes filled with killing intent as they wielded their scimitars. Kill! These guards had just used their bows to kill a large number of the attacking enemies, still immersed in the heat of the previous battle, every one of them brimming with fervor. Moreover, these guards already knew that the enemy before them lacked strong resistance, which is why they had such an overwhelming surge of courage. The group of black-clad invaders before them were all representatives of military merit, let alone that their formations had already been scattered earlier. All that was left was to subdue the remaining group, after which everyone could rise one rank in office. Each of them would receive plenty of reward silver, and becoming wealthy would be no issue. Besides, the prince was a man who valued camaraderie greatly. Should anything happen to them, their families would certainly be rewarded. This was their best opportunity to change their fate. Kill! As one of them roared with anger. They rushed in, a guard extraordinarily fierce, taking the lead directly charging into the crowd. These people had originally gathered together, shields in hand. But this guard himself was very robust, clad in armor, his bravery unmatched by thousands of foes. There he was rushing into the crowd, holding his sword. With one slash, a man screamed in pain, then fell to the ground. On the chest of this black-clad man was a long gash, his internal organs spilling out with the blood, scattered all over the floor. After doing this, he looked at the others. He was like a mighty tiger, leaping onto the next person and slashing his sword again, heavily cutting down the black-clad man on his right. Splash! The black-clad man's armor was instantly severed, though this man reacted quickly and had considerable skill, dodging immediately. How can this be? This evasive black-clad man was a commander in the army, also quite formidable. He had secretly ventured out this time hoping for great merit. His armor protected him well from danger, but now he felt deeply uneasy. I will die. This black-clad commander turned and fled. Upon seeing this scene, Liu slightly furrowed his brow. Who was that guard? I never expected such a brave warrior among my men. I hadn't noticed it before, and now he is so valiant. Liu said in amazement, carrying some sigh. He Dun looked at this man and spoke. This is Han Jin Dragon. He doesn't talk much, so he doesn't get along well with the other guards. But his skills are quite impressive. If he didn't show them off this time, I plan to recommend him to your highness. He Dun said. Liu nodded his head. Just as the two were chatting, Han Jin Dragon had caught up with the commander and slashed his sword. The commander barely managed a cry of agony before being cut down onto the ground. However, Han Jin Dragon did not kill him, but bound him to the ground. Liu stood there, watching them with a smile. The leader of the black-clad men also focused on Liu, carrying some madness, about to lunge forward. A roar erupted as he rushed towards Liu's direction. Kill. Once we kill Prince Qi, our mission will be complete. Even if we all die, those higher up won't mistreat us. Roaring with anger, he held his sword and rushed towards Liu, attempting to slay him. But before he reached, the ones around Liu were already shooting arrows. With their archery, the remaining black-clad men were shot through the hands and feet. These guards were all experts, able to shoot accurately within 100 steps without error. One scream of agony followed another. He Dun arrived before the leader of the black-clad men, grabbed his clothes, lifting him up. From the mouth of this leader of the black-clad men flowed blood. It turned out he realized there was no way he could survive and had already swallowed poison, intending to die here from its effects. Huff. Interrogate the rest. Liu said. Changsun Pingting inside the tent heard the sounds of the struggle outside, her heart becoming abnormally tense, constantly stepping out for a look. Xiaoyuan looked at Lu Shuai by the door, her imposing figure making Xiaoyuan feel extremely uneasy. She moved closer to Changsun Pingting and whispered, "Miss, I suspect that this personal maid of Prince Qi might be up to something. Perhaps she's involved with him somehow. Ever since yesterday, her behavior has been rather strange, as if deliberately trying to interrupt the connection between you and Prince Qi. Moreover, look at how she's blocking the door now. If today you had been able to overcome difficulties with Prince Qi, he would likely have been moved, and things wouldn't be like this now." "I think this woman is doing it on purpose," Xiaoyuan said. Changsun Pingting's face showed a little distress, but she maintained composure. Taking a deep breath, she slowly said, "I trust Prince Qi." "Miss." Xiaoyuan stood beside Changsun Pingting, shouting longingly, full of grievance, thinking it was unworthy for Changsun Pingting. "Huh." Liu then elegantly walked in from outside and entered Changsun Pingting's tent. Lu Shuai glanced at Liu and immediately asked anxiously, "Your Highness, how's the situation? Have we caught all of them? Are there any injuries? Also, who sent these people? Could they possibly be sent again to harm you?" "Don't worry, my side is very safe." Liu reached out and touched Lu Shuai's hair gently. At that moment, Xiaoyuan had already arrived at the tent entrance. With some jealousy in her voice, she said, "Your Highness, are you here to see Miss? If it weren't for knowing you were coming, I would have thought someone else is in charge here already," Xiaoyuan said. "Huh." Liu ignored Xiaoyuan's words and instead asked, "How's the situation? Is Miss Changsun resting well? Has she suffered any scares?" Xiaoyuan quickly answered, "Miss worried about you all night long. Your Highness, tell her yourself, and I will leave first." After saying this, Xiaoyuan hurriedly left the tent and pulled the curtain closed. Chapter 271. Heroes Love Beauties. "Your Highness, what do you think we should do about this matter? I will follow your lead. Seeing that you are unharmed brings me great relief. It was all my maid's fault before. She was truly out of line, causing you so much trouble. I hope you are not upset." Changsun Pingting said apologetically to Liu before her. "Just rest assured, I am no prince without reason. I appreciate your concern and keep it in my heart. I will definitely not resent you over this matter." Liu looked at Changsun Pingting before him and sighed. "I'm actually quite worried that you would blame me for these incidents, thinking I've trapped you here. In fact, I have no such intention. Some things must be done this way, also to ensure your safety. I'm really afraid that after I return to the capital, my father Emperor might skin me alive." Liu chuckled with a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Changsun Pingting's face immediately turned bright red. "My lord, this incident is because of my sister delaying your journey." Instead of any conflict in their conversation, there was an unexpected tenderness, as if a natural harmony and tacit understanding existed between them. Seeing the beautiful face of Changsun Pingting, Liu couldn't help but breathe heavily. He was a man fond of beauty and had no resistance to such a beautiful woman. Changsun Pingting felt Liu's breathing and his intense gaze, as if he wanted to devour her whole. After the previous battle stimulation, Liu's entire body was now filled with surging blood and qi, causing this unique emotion. This special mood stemmed from hormonal secretion, just as heroes admire beauties, precisely because of this reason. "My lord, please restrain yourself. Although I am your fiancé, our wedding has not taken place yet, and there must be no overstepping behavior. The gossip in the world will surely drive me to despair. This situation cannot happen." Changsun Pingting's face turned crimson with an apologetic tone. After hearing Changsun Pingting's words, Liu quickly adjusted his gaze. "You're absolutely right, and I was indeed a bit impolite. Please forgive me, Miss Changsun," Liu said. Inside the tent, both were silent for a moment in Boichit, with a certain kind of ambiguity hanging between them. At this moment, Miss Sun felt like a fawn was rampaging in her chest, making her restless. She hastily excused herself. "Lord, I'll take a walk outside," she said. Miss, Xiaoyuan hurriedly chased after her. "My lord, is everything all right? Leave it to me. I will capture everyone who intends to harm you." In a chilly voice, Changsun Pingting firmly stated. "Good," Liu nodded. "Shuai, you are thoughtful indeed. All these matters are entrusted to you. You must uncover everything from their mouths. The remaining individuals must know something." "Yes," Lu Shuai responded. Time flew quickly, and the next day arrived. As soon as dawn broke, Liu had already risen. He paced back and forth in the tent, contemplating what to do. The capital was likely in chaos at this point, and Liu was using every method possible to delay his return as much as possible. Even without reports, Liu knew Princely Qinggan was probably having a difficult time during this period. While Liu was lost in thought, Changsun Pingting came by carrying several food boxes. "Liu, I made a few pastries in the kitchen earlier, specially brought them for you to try," Changsun Pingting said cheerfully upon entering. "I spent a lot of effort on these pastries. They taste pretty good, and you must certainly give them a try." Over these days, Changsun Pingting grew increasingly close, smiling more frequently when facing Liu. Indeed, compared to how Changsun Pingting used to look angry every time she saw Liu, this version of Changsun Pingting appeared even more captivating. These days, she has become more and more enchanting. Liu mumbled, hastily setting down the book in his hands and standing up. "Prince, how did yesterday's investigation go? Did you find out who was behind it? We must hurry back to the capital." My father in the capital must also be worried about us. Once he knows about this, he will surely investigate thoroughly. You're all right now. I've already got a lead on this matter. There's no need to worry about them trying to achieve perfection. How could I possibly give them such an opportunity? Liu said with a half smile on his face. With me around, they will never escape from my grasp. After all, I am like Buddha and they are merely the Monkey King. Who is he? Changsun asked curiously, somewhat puzzled by Liu's thoughts. He is an extremely skilled expert, a born king who fell to an extremely dire fate. No one knows whether he lived or died in the end. This does not concern you. As long as I am here, I will certainly investigate them thoroughly. If anyone dares to harm me, I will not forgive them easily. Liu looked at the beautiful Changsun, and suddenly his heart urged him to move closer to her. Then, he gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Changsun's face instantly turned bright red, and she could no longer stay in the room. Your Highness, I'll go outside. You're really mischievous. After saying this, she ran out. After leaving the beauty behind, he suddenly felt his mood become much more relaxed, as if he had consumed a bowl of ambrosia. A sense of ease enveloped him completely, making him feel 10 times lighter with some satisfaction. Comfortable, he said with a tone of reflection, tinged with some nostalgia. At this moment, Lu Shui entered the tent, holding a piece of paper which she handed to Liu. This is the list we have already investigated. Some of them do not seem friendly, but we will definitely capture all of them. There are many people on this list who seem to come from several surrounding fortresses where local tycoons wield great power. They each seem to be harboring groups of bandits, and they might even be colluding with officials. The captain we captured was very skilled. He seems to be the genuine talent cultivated by these tycoons from the fortress, but his greed for wealth led him to attack your highness and fall into our hands, ending up in this plight. Chapter 272, Interrogation. A single person is behind all this, then that's simply too good to be true. Let me interrogate him thoroughly and find out exactly what's going on. It seems some local tyrants have been involved. They appear to have planned everything very meticulously. They don't intend to reveal their true strength, but instead use these smaller families as the vanguard. These people's methods are truly insidious and ruthless. They hide themselves so deeply. Liu said this, fully aware that these smaller families wouldn't have the audacity to cause him trouble. After all, the strength of these families was only so much. There's no way they would have the guts to attack a royal family of the empire.